Lin Wudao traversed into another realm, endowed with an invincible corpse collecting system. By collecting the remains of the powerful, he could acquire items they possessed or encountered in their lifetime, transformed into enhanced versions. The minimum enhancement was a tenfold increase. You have collected the body of the great Emperor Jiang Taichu, gaining a millennium of cultivation. You have collected the body of your fiancée, Jiang Qingsnow, obtaining the human realm spirit weapon, the Zichan Sword, which, after a tenfold enhancement, evolves into the supreme spiritual weapon, the Xuantian Ancient Sword. You have collected the remains of an immortal, acquiring a wisp of immortal essence, which, enhanced 100,000 times, transforms into the primordial essence of Hongmeng, capable of refining to ascend to the status of an immortal emperor. Since acquiring the invincible corpse collecting system, Lin Wudao embarked on an unparalleled journey, asserting dominance across the ages and suppressing the heavens. Chapter 1. Collecting the Emperor's Corpse. Welcome to the invincible corpse collecting system. Beep. You have been cursed by your fiancée, Jiang Qingsnow. You currently have only 10 hours of life remaining. Please ensure your survival. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the tomb-burying bronze coffin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a corpse hiding map, detailing the precise locations of powerful corpses within a 10th sand-mile radius, which can be followed. Beep. Your current enhancement multiplier is 10 times. Boom. Accompanied by a chilling voice, an ancient and mysterious bronze coffin materialized before Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, an archaic scroll appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the tomb-burying bronze coffin and the corpse hiding map. System? It seems I have truly traversed. Gazing at the tomb-burying bronze coffin and the corpse hiding map, Lin Wudao finally acknowledged the reality that he had been reborn into a foreign world, one steeped in myth where emperors vied for supremacy. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Wudao was filled with elation. However, a wave of trepidation washed over him as he realized he had merely 10 hours left to live. To face death so soon after my arrival. This is indeed a hellish beginning. He sighed deeply. With that, he directed his focus toward the invincible corpse collecting system. After a brief moment, Lin Wudao comprehended the system's function. According to its description, by collecting the remains of the powerful, he could obtain items that belonged to or were touched by the deceased, all in an enhanced state. The enhancement multiplier could be no less than 10 times. At its zenith, an item could be elevated to its ultimate form. To grow stronger, collecting corpses was essential. Now, with only 10 hours of life remaining, if I wish to survive in this world, the system is my sole lifeline. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I must grasp it tightly. Lin Wudao whispered softly. As he spoke, he unfurled the corpse hiding map. With a rustle, the previously silent map suddenly radiated a glimmer of light, and a crimson humanoid marker caught his EY in the radiant light that ascended. Fragments of information began to materialize. Character, Jiang Taichu. Identity, the 8th Emperor of the ancient imperial clan. Cultivation level, 9-fold Emperor. Burial location, divine ruins. Status, deceased. Hiss, a mighty emperor has fallen in this vicinity? Gazing at the information displayed on the corpse map, Lin Wudao inhaled deeply, a profound shock flickering in his eyes. An emperor, the pinnacle of mortals. Such a being possesses the power to dominate a vast world and traverse the ages with unmatched supremacy. What Lin Wudao did not anticipate was that within this humble land of the 9 provinces, an emperor had met his demi-Xuan occurrence that surpassed his wildest imaginings. Yet, amidst the shock, an overwhelming thrill surged within him. An emperor? What treasures might be unearthed from his remains? Imperial scriptures? Supreme emperor weapons? Elixirs of immortality? A myriad of emperor-specific artifacts flooded his mind, igniting a fervor within Lin Wudao's very veins. The divine ruins are a forbidden domain on Earth. Legends speak of its ties to the ancient battle between gods and demons, harboring unparalleled opportunities and creations, yet equally concealing immense terrors. According to the corpse map, Jiang Taichu's remains lie not far from the divine ruins, approximately 800 miles away. If I can gain entry, there is a substantial chance of successfully retrieving the body. The pressing question is, how can one penetrate the divine ruins? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. The divine ruins, hidden deep within the endless void. As per ancient lore, it materializes once every 3,000 years, and the terrors within are formidable. Even if one were to enter, survival is not guaranteed. What to do? Before him lay the remains of an emperor, yet the inability to access them left Lin Wudao in a state of distress. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from the outside world. In that instant, Lin Wudao distinctly felt a terrifying pressure sweeping towards him, causing his very soul to tremble, nearly robbing him of breath. What was happening? He pushed open the door and gazed toward the source of the sound. Boom! 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 In the distant horizon, an immensely powerful figure wielded an ancient, vast black cauldron, relentlessly striking the boundless void. The terrifying force he unleashed shattered the heavens. Countless visible cracks appeared. Ultimately, under the fierce onslaught of this mysterious figure, the might of the black cauldron penetrated the firmament, forcefully creating a void passage. Hiss! What a phenomenal being that is! Lin Wudao gasped in astonishment. He was utterly awestruck by the spectacle before him. That power was undeniably beyond the mortal realm. Hut, hut, hut. As Lin Wudao remained in shock, an elderly man in green rushed toward him in a fluster. Upon seeing Lin Wudao unharmed, he immediately sighed in relief. Young master, I'm glad you are safe. Hanbo, what transpired just now? I saw the void being pierced. Lin Wudao suppressed his inner astonishment and inquired. Upon hearing this, the elder in azure remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Young master, that was a formidable being from the ancient imperial clan. They are opening a passage into the divine ruins. The ancient imperial clan? The divine ruins? Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao's spirit surged with excitement. Does the ancient imperial clan also seek to enter the divine ruins? Indeed, it is said that approximately 80,000 years ago, a great emperor of the ancient imperial clan unfortunately perished within the divine ruins. For 80 millennia, the clan has never ceased their search. Whenever the divine ruins re-emerge in the world, they forcefully open a pathway with imperial weapons, sending individuals to seek the emperor's remains. However, it seems that they have not succeeded in the last 80,000 years, the elder in azure explained patiently, his words imbued with boundless yearning and reverence. Lin Wudao paid no heed to his reaction at that moment. All he knew was that the ancient imperial clan had opened a passage to the divine ruins. Hanbo, can only members of the ancient imperial clan enter the divine ruins? Certainly not. The divine ruins, as legend has it, is the battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons. The fallen deities and demons transformed their essence and resentment into boundless chaotic mist. This chaotic mist is exceedingly enigmatic. It not only permeates the entirety of the divine ruins, but also obscures the perceptions of living beings and can even erode one's cultivation. The more powerful the being, the greater the harm suffered upon entering the divine ruins. Thus, throughout history, although the ancient imperial clan has opened a passage each time using imperial weapons, they do not enter themselves, but instead send others to seek the emperor's remains. The ancient imperial clan promises that whoever aids them in finding the emperor's remains shall have 3 wishes granted. Therefore, each time the ancient imperial clan opens the passage to the divine ruins, it attracts countless individuals, each hoping to discover the emperor's remains and ascend to greatness. So that is how it is. Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Fortune arrives with opportunity. He had been troubled about how to enter the divine ruins, and now the ancient imperial clan had directly opened the way for him. It was as if the heavens themselves were aiding him. With this thought, Lin Wudao took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the elder in azure. Hanbo, I wish to take a chance. What? Young master you? Hanbo, my innate talent is mediocre. After a century of arduous cultivation, I attain only what an ordinary person achieves in a year, and I shall achieve nothing significant in my lifetime. Thus, I wish to explore the divine ruins to see if I can defy destiny. Lin Wudao spoke with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this, the elder in azure initially considered rejecting the request, but upon seeing the desolate and desperate look in Lin Wudao's eyes, he ultimately sighed. Very well, I shall personally escort you there. With that, the elder in azure produced a spiritual vessel and whisked Lin Wudao away from the estate. Chapter 2. The Divine Ruins and the Ancient Imperial Clan. The divine ruins lie not far from the ancient city of Qingyuan. As Lin Wudao and the elder in green arrived aboard their spiritual vessel, they beheld a multitude of beings gathered outside the ruins, numbering in the tens of thousands, the majority of whom were mere mortals. In this world, strength reigns supreme. For those devoid of any cultivation resources, venturing into the divine ruins offers a chance to alter the course of their destiny. Similarly, Lin Wudao harbored such aspirations. However, unlike the aimless masses, Lin Wudao possessed a clear objective. Once he entered the divine ruins, he would be able to locate the imperial corpse with unwavering precision. At that moment, his fate would be transformed. With this thought, Lin Wudao's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. As he gazed from a distant hilltop, his attention eventually settled upon an ancient, majestic divine vessel. There two figures stood. One was the formidable expert who had wielded the imperial weapon to forcibly breach the spatial barrier of the divine ruins, creating a passageway. Draped in white garments, he possessed the visage of a jade-like crown, exuding an overwhelming presence as if he could uphold the very heavens with his being. The other figure was a young woman of unparalleled beauty. Her countenance was ethereal, her aura as serene as the moon goddess. She radiated an air of dignity and purity, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. The ancient imperial clan, truly extraordinary, Lin Wudao remarked in admiration. With that, he shifted his gaze, refocusing on the void passage leading into the divine ruins. Boom! At that moment, the ancient and vast black cauldron hovered in the void, emanating an overwhelming imperial might that seemed to suppress the entire world. Even as the surrounding void continued to collapse, the passage remained steadfast. Lin Wudao was filled with a yearning for such unparalleled power. Thud! As he intently observed, a flash of divine light struck the ancient black cauldron, and a resonant voice echoed, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth, silencing all present in an instant. I am Princess Jiang Lingwei. Today marks the Onsen Threether's descent of the divine ruins. According to tradition, our ancient imperial clan invites everyone to enter the divine ruins in search of the body of our ancestral emperor. All participation is based on the principles of autonomy and voluntariness. Whoever manages to locate the body of our ancestral emperor and bring it forth shall have 3 wishes fulfilled by our ancient imperial clan. Whether it be imperial scriptures, imperial weapons, or elixirs of immortality, all can be granted. At this moment, Jiang Lingyue's voice resonated. Upon hearing her words, the crowd of beings stirred with excitement, eagerly preparing to enter the divine ruins for their grand endeavor. The divine ruins conceal great terrors. The void passageway opened by my clan's imperial soldiers can only be sustained for half a day within this time frame. Regardless of whether you achieve any gains, you must exit punctually. Should you miss the appointed time, you shall be trapped in the divine ruins for no less than 3,000 years. In short, once you enter the divine ruins, life and death, fortune and misfortune, all depend on fate. The cold voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. Upon concluding her words, she fell silent. Witnessing this scene, the restless crowd surged towards the void passage the moment her voice faded, eager to enter the divine ruins. Seeing this, Lin Wudao also stepped forward. Uncle Han, you should remain outside. I can enter alone. Young master, that is out of the question. Rest assured, it will be fine. Simply entrust the spirit vessel to me. Should danger arise, I will return on my own. He spoke with an air of calmness. Well, very well. Young master, you must exercise utmost caution. If anything seems amiss, disregard everything and prioritize your escape. I will await you at the exit. As he spoke, the elder in green robes handed Lin Wudao a pouch of spirit stones and imparted the method to navigate the spirit vessel. Whoosh! After a brief trial, Lin Wudao steered the spirit vessel, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he plunged into the divine ruins. Before long, the multitude of beings that had gathered had diminished by more than half. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Lingyue aboard the divine vessel couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. A glimmer of hope surfaced deep within her eyes. Divine King, do you believe we will recover the body of the great emperor this time? The great emperor entered the divine ruins 80,000 years ago, after which news of his demise surfaced. To this day, our ancient imperial clan has expended immense effort and resources, yet we have been unable to locate his remains. As the imperial conflict looms once more, if we fail to recover the great emperor's body in this era, our ancient imperial clan may face decline in the next. At that time, a catastrophe awaits us. Her eyes brimmed with concern. In response, the white-clad divine king seated before her maintained an expression of unwavering calmness and composure. Everything shall unfold naturally. Before our arrival, I had someone divine the situation. This journey into the divine ruins will yield results. Is that truly so? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyue's spirit was instantly invigorated. Divine King, are you suggesting that we may recover the great emperor's body this time? Perhaps. Alas, let us hope that success is within our grasp this time. The ancient imperial clan can no longer afford to wait. She tightened her grip slightly. Casting her gaze towards the direction of the divine ruins, she was filled with boundless anticipation. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, he was oblivious to the conversation between Jiang Lingwei and the white-clad divine king. At this moment, he had already entered the divine ruins. Everything was as the elder in green had described. The divine ruins were suffused with boundless chaotic mist, and the world was shrouded in darkness, rendering even the naked eye incapable of discerning anything beyond 3 zhang. In a secluded location, Lin Wudao retrieved the corpse map. Ding, the host has successfully arrived at the divine ruins. Given the host's feeble strength and lack of self-defense, a safe route to the location of the emperor's corpse is being planned. Ding, the route has been successfully planned. The host can safely reach the burial site by following the route indicated on the corpse map. A chilling prompt echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao was filled with immense joy. He had been troubled about how to navigate the dangers to reach the burial site, but the system had resolved this dilemma for him. With a swift motion, he cautiously steered his spirit vessel along the route shown on the corpse map, gradually advancing towards the location of Emperor Jiang Taichu's remains. After approximately an hour, guided by the corpse map, Lin Wudao finally arrived at the base of a desolate and barren cliff. At the deepest part of the cliff, he successfully located the body of the great Emperor Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. At this moment, he sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree. Although he had been deceased for 80,000 years, there were no signs of decay on his imperial form, and divine light still flowed within him. A torrent of overwhelming imperial might surged forth like a mighty river. The emperor is not invincible. Lin Wudao sighed. With that, he flipped his hand and produced the burial heaven copper coffin. Boom! As the burial heaven copper coffin emerged, an ancient and ethereal aura was unleashed, instantly dissipating Jiang Taichu's unparalleled imperial pressure, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wudao hesitated no longer. He approached Jiang Taichu and began to search thoroughly. After all, as an emperor, he was bound to possess numerous treasures. Acquiring an imperial scripture or weapon would elevate him to greatness. However, to Lin Wudao's disappointment, it seemed Jiang Taichu had prepared for this moment. After searching his entire body, he found nothing but an unremarkable identity token. Did he know he was going to die and preemptively relocate his treasures? Lin Wudao pondered in confusion. With that thought, he acted without delay, retrieving the burial heaven copper coffin and placing Jiang Taichu's corpse inside. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. On successfully collecting one emperor's corpse, you will receive the following items. Suddenly, a cold prompt resounded in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's spirits soared. The moment he had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived. Chapter 3. A surge of 10,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 years of cultivation from Emperor Jiang Taichu. Congratulations, you have obtained the innate divine object, the Stone of Origin. Congratulations, you have received the ancestral technique of the primal imperial clan, the primal imperial scripture. 3 cold prompts rang out abruptly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao was overjoyed. His perilous venture into the divine ruins to collect the emperor's corpse had indeed yielded tremendous rewards. This time, it was certain to alter his destiny. System, are these all enhanced tenfold? Yes. If I were to harness the 10,000 years of cultivation from the great Emperor Jiang Taichu, to what level would my strength ascend? He inquired with palpable excitement. Ding, that depends on the circumstances. Due to the host's extremely poor roots and mediocre talent, even with the great Emperor Jiang Taichu's 10,000 years of cultivation, the resultant strength would not be exceedingly high. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, the host is likely to reach the 8th realm. The 8th realm? Upon hearing this response, Lin Wudao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though he could not ascend to greatness in a single leap, attaining the 8th realm would be quite commendable for him. Within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, he would be regarded as a formidable expert. Shall I infuse the 10,000 years of the great Emperor Jiang Taichu's cultivation into you? No. Lin Wudao resolutely declined. At present, he found himself within the divine ruins, where peril lurked at every corner. Moreover, should he transition abruptly from a mere mortal to a cultivator of the 8th realm, it would surely attract the attention of those outside. Thus, he chose to bide his time, waiting until he could return home before making any decisions. System, may I access information regarding the origin stone and the ancient emperor scripture? Certainly. With a flourish, 2 panels materialized before him. Name, origin stone. Description, an unparalleled divine artifact from before the creation of the world, shaped like a triangular pyramid, possessing 3 extraordinary attributes: invincible, indestructible, and clone. Invincible. The holder of the origin stone experiences a permanent enhancement of 1 major realm in combat power. Indestructible. In this world, no one can shatter your physical form. Clone. The ability to manifest a clone that mirrors one's own strength. The more formidable the cultivator, the longer the clone endures. Name, Ancient Emperor Scripture. Description, a legacy of the ancient emperor clan from the divine wilderness. Originally capable of cultivating to the 9th heaven of the emperor, but after a tenfold enhancement by the system, it can be cultivated to the realm of the celestial emperor. With these, what do I have to fear in ascending to the pinnacle of my life? Lin Wudao felt invigorated. This time, amidst the collection of the great emperor's remains, his gains were monumental. Each of the 3 treasures held the potential to transform his life and destiny. With a deep breath, Lin Wudao suppressed the tumult within his heart, and with the system's assistance, he integrated the origin stone into his being. This would become one of his formidable trump cards for survival in the future. The remains of Jiang Taichu have been successfully gathered. It is time to depart. Whoosh! As he spoke, Lin Wudao conducted a final inspection, erasing all traces meticulously before steering the spirit vessel toward the exit of the divine ruins. Standing upon the spirit vessel, a thought struck him suddenly, prompting him to retrieve Jiang Taichu's identity token. Gazing at it, Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. For 8 millennia, the ancient emperor clan has relentlessly sought the remains of Jiang Taichu. There must be undisclosed reasons behind this pursuit. At present, the imperial corpse of Jiang Taichu has been reclaimed by the system and cannot be presented to them. However, this token may be of some use. I wonder if it can be exchanged for a wish from the ancient emperor clan? Lin Wudao mused quietly. He felt it was worth a try. Nevertheless, with so many eyes present, directly handing over the identity token to the ancient emperor clan would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and covetous gazes, leading to incessant troubles. Moreover, Lin Wudao was uncertain if any enemies of the ancient emperor clan lurked nearby. Should he attract their attention, it would surely spell disaster. Thus, this matter required careful planning. In any case, haste was unwise. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Wudao stored the token within the system space and steered his spiritual vessel towards the exit of the divine ruins. Outside the divine ruins, Han Qingshan awaited anxiously. Heaven grant protection, may the young master remain unharmed. He fervently prayed. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of spiritual light pierced the void, carrying a young man who emerged from the divine ruins in a state of utter disarray, his face etched with terror. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but snicker. Isn't that Lin Wudao? He actually sought the emperor's corpse? Oomph, just a useless fool. Look at him clearly. He has encountered great peril, and yet survived? His luck is truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Evidently, they held Lin Wudao in low regard, doubting his ability to discover the emperor's corpse. Thus, after a round of mockery and derision, they ceased to pay him any further attention. In contrast, Han Qingshan's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Wudao emerge unscathed. Young master, are you unharmed? Yes, I'm fine. Uncle Han, let us return swiftly. Of course, without hesitation, Han Qingshan piloted the spiritual vessel, carrying Lin Wudao away from the divine ruins. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone. This was precisely the outcome Lin Wudao desired. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Wudao first refreshed himself and then retreated to a secret chamber, where he sat down in meditation. System, infuse me with the 10th ascension cultivation of Emperor Jiang Taichu. Beep, infusing in progress. Boom, boom, boom. As the prompt resonated, torrents of resplendent energy surged within him, relentlessly washing over Lin Wudao's physique. Seeing this, Lin Wudao focused his mind and began to cultivate the ancient Emperor Sutra. Physical realm, Dragon Elephant realm, Divine Concealment realm, Sea of Suffering realm, Will Platform realm, Tao Palace realm, Other Shore realm. Under the relentless tide of Emperor Jiang Taichu's 10th ascension cultivation, Lin Wudao's prowess began to escalate at an astonishing pace. visibly skyrocketing. After half a day's time, as the last vestiges of strength dissipated, Lin Wudao shattered the shackles of the other shore realm, ascending to the 8th realm. Transcendence. Not an easy feat. After much tribulation, a promising beginning has finally emerged. Lin Wudao sighed softly. Upon concluding his thoughts, he willed forth an attributes panel that materialized before him. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation: early stage of transcendence. Technique: ancient emperor scripture. Skills: fundamental fist technique, mountain splitting palm. Items: burial heaven copper coffin, corpse concealing map, origin stone. Lifespan: 736 years. Remarks: afflicted by an ancient curse, the passage of life, forcibly stripping away 1 year of lifespan each day. A plethora of information lay before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. It appears that I must find a way to lift this curse. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient emperor clan. Perhaps they might possess a solution. With this thought in mind, Lin Wudao fell silent for a moment, then connected with the origin stone within him. A wisp of divine light streaked through the air, coalescing into a doppelganger. After altering the doppelganger's appearance and aura, Lin Wudao directed it towards the divine ruins. Chapter 4. The Immortal Elixir of the True Dragon. Outside the divine ruins, Jiang Qingsnow awaited with bated breath, as countless figures emerged from the divine ruins. Not one bore tidings regarding the great Emperor Jiang Taichu. An unsettling anxiety began to stir within her. Must it be that she would return empty-handed once more? Divine King. It seems nearly everyone has exited. Could it be that? She turned her gaze toward the white-clad Divine King. Upon hearing her, the white-clad Divine King maintained an expression of serene composure, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion, not even a glance at the divine ruins. There is no need for concern. All matters are predestined. What is meant to arrive will ultimately come. Patience is essential. However, Jiang Qingsnow felt compelled to voice her concerns, yet all that escaped her lips was a soft sigh. Observing the Divine King's unwavering calmness, she stifled her anxiety deep within and continued to await the outcome. Soon, an entire hour had elapsed. At this moment, no further souls emerged from the divine ruins. With a thunderous roar, the previously open void passage created by the imperial weapon could no longer withstand the overwhelming forces of the heavens, collapsing with a cataclysmic sound. Witnessing this, Jiang Qingsnow trembled slightly, her heart sinking into despair. Alas, have we failed once more? She murmured bitterly. Simultaneously, as the void passage disintegrated, the ever-stoic white-clad Divine King slightly opened his eyes, his profound gaze fixed on the direction of the divine ruins, lost in thought. Divine King, let us depart. For 80,000 years, our imperial clan has made numerous attempts, each time returning empty-handed. Our ancestors have not placed their hopes on this occasion. To enter the divine ruins again, we must await 3,000 years. Jiang Qingsnow clenched her fists. At that moment, as the void passage crumbled, the throngs of spectators began to disperse. Unbeknownst to them, only the two of them remained. Witnessing this, the last flicker of hope within Jiang Qingsnow extinguished. Divine King, there is no one left. Let us wait another half hour, came the calm response. Though Jiang Qingsnow harbored no expectations, she dared not defy the will of the white-clad Divine King and patiently awaited beside him. Suddenly, after approximately 15 minutes, a peculiar figure appeared before them. It was a tall man. Jiang Qingsnow was taken aback, for she could discern no trace of his cultivation. What astonished her further was the complete absence of vitality emanating from him. A puppet? A flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. May I inquire if the promises made by your ancient imperial clan still hold true? Is it indeed the case that if we locate the body of the great emperor, we shall have 3 wishes granted? Certainly. The ancient imperial clan's word is as solid as a mountain. How could it possibly be false? Jiang Qingsnow's expression turned grave. With that, she directed her hopeful gaze toward Lin Wudao. Do you possess knowledge of the resting place of our clan's great emperor? Pray tell. Have you successfully retrieved the remains of my clan's great emperor from the divine ruins? Alas, no, Lin Wudao replied, shaking his head. This response left Jiang Qingsnow profoundly disheartened. Then what are your intentions? At that moment, she had relinquished all hope. Lin Wudao regarded her reaction with indifference. Let me inquire once more. If items related to the emperor are found, can they procure a wish for the ancient imperial clan? The emperor's possessions? Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Qingsnow, but even the white-clad Divine King turned their gazes towards him. Boom. Just as they were engulfed in suspicion, Lin Wudao produced the identity token of the great emperor, Jiang Taichu. Instantly, an ancient and grand imperial aura surged forth, overwhelming Jiang Qingsnow, rendering her breathless. Yet, more than that, She felt a rush of exhilaration. Is this truly the identity token of the emperor? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Similarly, the profound gaze of the white-clad divine king fixated intently upon the token, his expression towards Lin Wudao imbued with an enigmatic significance. This indeed belongs to our clan's emperor, serving as a symbol of his identity. Might I inquire where young brother acquired such an item? From the divine ruins, Lin Wudao replied nonchalantly. Can this item secure a wish for the ancient imperial clan? Indeed. The white-clad divine king nodded gently. What wish does young brother seek in exchange for this item? I desire an elixir of immortality. An elixir of immortality? The moment Jiang Lingwei heard this, her brows furrowed in concern. Such a potion is exceedingly precious. It has the power to extend the emperor's life, even enabling one to live a second life. To seek such a treasure in exchange for merely an identity token seems rather greedy. What? Is it not possible? Sensing the shift in Jiang Lingyue's demeanor, Lin Wudao's tone grew more somber. Observing this, the white-clad divine king broke into a smile. With a flick of his hand, a divine light sliced through the air, revealing an ancient jade box. Boom. As the jade box opened, a torrent of divine radiance surged forth, manifesting a substantial dragon-like apparition, exuding immense power. Just inhaling its essence, Lin Wudao felt his lifespan significantly extend. This is a true dragon elixir of immortality. Upon consumption, it will prolong one's life by 12,000 years from this moment forth. It belongs to you, young brother. A true dragon elixir of immortality? Lin Wudao's heart surged with astonishment. Initially, he had only aimed to probe. Yet the ancient imperial clan was indeed willing to part with such a precious elixir in exchange for Jiang Taichu's identity token. Clearly, this item held immense significance for them. Perhaps it possesses other remarkable uses. Lin Wudao mused inwardly. Though he harbored some doubts, he did not linger on them. To him, the identity token of Jiang Taichu was of no value. If it could be exchanged for an elixir of immortality, it was a most desirable trade. With a grand gesture, he presented Jiang Taichu's identity token to the white-clad divine king. As the ancient and formidable imperial aura emanated from the token, a wave of emotion stirred within the depths of the divine king's heart. Subsequently, his gaze towards Lin Wudao was imbued with a hint of gratitude. Is there anything else, young brother? He inquired. Indeed, there is one matter I wish to consult, came the reply. Please, do not hesitate. The divine king wore a gentle expression. I would like to inquire how one might lift a curse. At the mention of this word, Jiang Lingyue's pupils constricted. Have you been cursed? Her eyes were intently fixed on Lin Wudao, as if seeking to discern some hidden truth. However, Lin Wudao paid her no heed, focusing solely on the divine king. A curse is a peculiar and malevolent force. If one finds themselves afflicted, generally there are two paths to consider. First, locate the one who cast the curse and eliminate them. Second, harness the power of external objects to forcibly dispel or purify the curse, such as the divine water of purity, the majestic divine tree, or the golden pill of passage. The divine king enumerated various divine artifacts of the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your guidance. With that, he clasped his hands in gratitude and turned away without hesitation. He had acquired what he sought. Watching Lin Wudao's retreating figure, Jiang Lingyue wore an expression of astonishment. Divine king, could he be a puppet? No, came the reply. He likely wishes to keep his identity and origins concealed, thus employing an avatar. Jiang Lingyue was taken aback. Only ancient and powerful beings can attain such an avatar. This matter requires no further contemplation. We have obtained what we desired, and he has secured his own interests as well. It is a mutual satisfaction. As for his identity, it holds no significance. This is merely a transaction between us, each taking what they need, the divine king stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyue nodded in agreement. Divine king, were we not in search of the emperor's remains? This is merely an identity token exchanged for a true dragon's elixir, is it not? It is not merely an identity token. It is a key. A key? Jiang Lingyue questioned, perplexed. Yet, the divine king offered no further explanation. With a flourish of his sleeve, the divine vessel beneath him pierced through the void, vanishing from this realm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5, The Mortal Tower. The Celestial Treasure. The Wuyou Villa. This is the abode of Lin Wudao. Orphaned at a tender age, he has lived alongside his loyal servant, Han Qingsnow, for the past 2 decades. At this moment, within a secluded chamber of the villa, Lin Wudao sits cross-legged on the ground. After centering his thoughts, he retrieves the true dragon immortality elixir. Suddenly, an overwhelming brilliance surges forth, illuminating the entire room. Just a whiff invigorates Lin Wudao. He senses a tremendous surge in his vitality, and his blood pulsates with renewed vigor. The immortality elixir is indeed extraordinary. Without hesitation, after a careful inspection, he begins to consume the elixir piece by piece. Boom, boom, boom. The true dragon immortality elixir, a variant of the immortality elixir, is infused with an unparalleled essence of life. As Lin Wudao swallows it, waves of potent life force cascade through him, radiating divine light all around. At this moment, Lin Wudao can distinctly perceive his lifespan escalating at an alarming pace. Thud. Time is elusive, and after what feels like an eternity. When the last remnants of the elixir's essence are refined, Lin Wudao suddenly opens his eyes, and in that instant, two brilliant beams of light burst forth. They shine like twin radiant suns, illuminating the heavens. Name: Lin Wudao cultivation level. Initial stage of spirit transformation lifespan, 12,736 years. At last, he has temporarily evaded the threat of death. Gazing at the information displayed on the system panel, Lin Wudao lets out a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart easing at this moment. With the lifespan extension granted by the true dragon immortality elixir, even if a year is forcibly stripped away from him each day, he still has several decades to live. However, the curse upon him remains a lethal threat that must be eradicated promptly. According to the ancient imperial clan's white-clad divine king, to eliminate the curse, one must either cleanse oneself with divine artifacts or treasures, forcibly dispelling it. The other method is to eliminate the one who cast the curse. Lin Wudao possesses neither divine artifacts nor treasures. Therefore, he has no choice but to kill Jiang Qingsnow. Contemplating this, he ponders for a moment before exiting the chamber. Young master, you seem. At that moment, Han Qingshan arrives at his room, a glimmer of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. Han Bo, what is it? Young master, I feel as if you are different from before. Oh, in what way? Lin Wudao maintains a calm demeanor. Well, I sense that you appear more spirited than ever, your aura significantly transformed, and your vitality is remarkably robust. Young master, have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? MHM. Lin Wudao replies softly. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossoms on Han Qingshan's aged face. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Heaven rewards diligence, and at last, the heavens have opened their eyes. He continually expressed his satisfaction. In response, Lin Wudao merely smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, Han Bo, do you know where Jiang Qingsnow is currently? Ah, I was just about to inform you, young master. I recently saw on the Tongtian Baojin that today, Miss Jiang Qingsnow has successfully broken through to the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea. She has now become the 9th true disciple of the Taixian Sect. Jiang Qingsnow has attained the Bitter Sea realm? The Taixian Sect is a preeminent sect within the Jiuzhou region, and it is situated far in the central continent, more than 1,000,000 miles from Xuantian Ancient City. How did you come to know about Jiang Qingsnow's news, Han Bo? Lin Wudao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan smiled slightly and produced a palm-sized azure jade tablet, its surface as smooth as a mirror, appearing quite extraordinary. Young master, this is the Tongtian Baojin created by the Human Realm Tower. It records various significant news within the Qingshan domain, and the master of the Human Realm Tower continuously updates the information on the Tongtian Baojin in real time to ensure its accuracy. The master, Jun Qianma, is said to be an exceptional individual, reputed to possess profound knowledge of the heavenly secrets and the affairs of the world. For a fee, he can provide answers to any inquiries. The Tongtian Baojin has been published for over a decade and has consistently received high praise, now becoming a necessity for cultivators throughout the Qingshan domain. If you are interested, young master, you may purchase one at the Human Realm Tower. With that, he presented the Tongtian Baojin to Lin Wudao. Out of curiosity, Lin Wudao perused it for a while and discovered that this so-called Tongtian Baojin bore some resemblance to the forums of his previous life, featuring a variety of news and important matters. It encompassed all affairs related to cultivation. Pinned, Introduction to the Secret Realms of the Great Wilderness. Pinned, Column of Strange Tales from the Great Wilderness. Pinned, The Great Wilderness Talent Rankings. Pinned, The Great Li Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division is recruiting demon suppressors year-round, with generous benefits. Those who pass the assessment will receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones monthly. Hot news. The ancient Emperor clan has reopened the divine ruins after 3,000 years. Anyone who can find the remains of the great emperor may have 3 wishes granted. Hot news. Jiang Qingsnow of the Great Li Dynasty, at the age of 20, has reached the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea, now the 9th true disciple of the Taixian Sect. Hot news. The Great Li Yuan Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division. Recently, General Zhao Xianxiao successfully captured the Crimson Moon Demon of the Huangquan Demon Sect, with a public execution to follow on a chosen date to serve as a warning. A plethora of chaotic information flooded his vision. After reading it, a spark of interest ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. The Tongtian Baojin published by the Human Realm Tower was indeed remarkable, and its master was an extraordinary person, possessing such vast knowledge of worldly affairs. Lin Wudao greatly admired this method. Coincidentally, based on his recollections, the Human Realm Tower was located within Xuantian Ancient City. How much does the Tongtian Baojin cost? 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Young master, are you planning to visit the Human Realm Pavilion? Indeed. Hanbo, prepare 100,000 inferior spirit stones for me. I intend to purchase some items. Very well. Without further inquiry, Han Qingshan promptly retrieved a spirit ring. Wuyo Villa is not lacking in spirit stones. According to Lin Wudao's understanding, the original owner's father was a prominent figure in the Great Li Town's Demon Suppression Division, holding significant power. Following his untimely demise, a substantial compensation is received annually. Young master, do you require my company? No need. I wish to wander about on my own. Then please take care along your journey. After a few admonitions, Han Qingshan turned and departed. At that moment, Lin Wudao also exited Wuyo Villa. After a leisurely stroll, he arrived before an ancient and enigmatic pavilion, guided by the memories in his mind. What first captured his attention was a couplet. First line, entering here, all worries cease. Second line, roaming the world, I am without care. Horizontal inscription, all-knowing. After a few glances, Lin Wudao stepped inside. The Human Realm Pavilion was exceedingly spacious. The decor and arrangement within were rustic yet grand, imparting an aura of inscrutable mystery. At this moment, behind a desk deep in the hall sat a tall and remarkably handsome young man. Engrossed in reading an ancient scroll, his expression one of utmost contentment. Young sir, do you require anything? At that instant, a girl clad in red, exuding an aura of spiritual wisdom, approached him with curiosity in her eyes. I wish to purchase a celestial treasure tome. Furthermore, I seek to inquire about certain matters with the pavilion master. Oh, so you come seeking business? She exclaimed joyfully. As she spoke, she guided Lin Wudao to the desk, and even brewed a cup of tea. It is young Master Lin. Upon seeing the visitor, Jun Qianma set aside the ancient scroll, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his features as he laid eyes on Lin Wudao. What does young Master Lin wish to inquire about? Speak freely. I wish to know the cultivation level of the strongest individual in the Taishan Sect. Taishan Sect? Jun Qianma paused slightly. 80,000 inferior spirit stones, and I shall divulge the information regarding the strongest individual in the Taishan Sect. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, he directly produced 80,000 inferior spirit stones. Chapter 6. The Assault on the Jiang Clan. The most formidable figure of the Taishan Sect is the esteemed elder, Wan Jiansheng, who has attained the pinnacle of the transformation god realm and stands on the precipice of entering the 9th level of transcendence. His cultivated technique is the Taishan Classic. Xuantian Ancient spoke with a calm demeanor. As he spoke, he inscribed all pertinent information regarding Wan Jiansheng onto a jade tablet, which he then handed to Lin Wudao. Transformation god pinnacle? Lin Wudao nodded. This outcome did not exceed his expectations. Although he currently possessed only the early stage of the transformation god realm, the invincible attribute of the origin stone would allow him to elevate his combat prowess by an entire realm. Thus, he would be capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with masters of the transcendence realm. This meant that even if he were to slay Jiang Qingsnow and provoke the Taishan Sect, he need not fear any repercussions or lose his composure. By the way, I have heard that the Human Realm Pavilion knows all. Can messages be published on the Transcendence Treasure Mirror? Indeed. What kind of message does young Master Lin wish to convey? A hint of intrigue glimmered in Jun Qianmo's eyes. To this, Lin Wudao refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a piece of the Transcendence Treasure Mirror before promptly departing from the Human Realm Pavilion. How intriguing. Observing Lin Wudao's retreating figure, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Jun Qianmo's lips. Simultaneously, his expression transformed into one of contemplation. He found Lin Wudao to be inscrutable. Despite his claim of omniscience, the moment his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, he felt as though a dense fog obscured his vision, perpetually impenetrable. Even with his prowess and skills, he could glean no useful information. Could it be that this individual operates beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly laws of this realm? Jun Qianmo furrowed his brow in deep thought. The more he pondered, the more astonishing it seemed. Young master, who is that young man? He exudes an aura of terror unlike any I have encountered. It feels as if his path is strewn with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that moment, a young girl clad in red, radiating an ethereal aura, approached Jun Qianmo, her voice trembling with trepidation. Fear lingered on her youthful visage. Hearing this, Jun Qianmo's curious gaze immediately shifted to her. Ling Er, what did you perceive? I saw countless corpses piled high like mountains and an endless sea of blood flowing beneath his feet, with innumerable souls slain by his hand. This person will undoubtedly become a formidable fiend in the future. Ah, formidable fiend. Upon hearing this, Xuantian Mo's expression darkened slightly, and he nodded pensively. Tu Shanling heir possessed a remarkable ability to discern the destinies of others. Since she stated it so, it must hold truth. Previously, he had heard that Lin Wudao the Wuyo Mountain Manor was a complete waste, yet now it appeared the reality was far from that. He sighed softly. Jun Qianmo chose not to dwell on these matters any longer and instead picked up the ancient scroll from the desk, resuming her reading. Meanwhile, after departing from the human realm pavilion, Lin Wudao wandered alone along the ancient streets, clutching the celestial treasure mirror he had purchased there. As he perused the myriad of information inscribed upon it, his understanding of this world deepened. Simultaneously, his admiration for Jun Qianmo's prowess grew even stronger. Suddenly, while Lin Wudao was engrossed in the celestial treasure mirror, streaks of radiant light traversed the skies above Qingyuan Ancient City. These were spiritual vessels, seemingly all heading in the same direction. Have you heard? The young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingsnow, has become the 9th true disciple of the Taishan Sect. A voice exclaimed. I knew about this momentous event long ago. It is said that the Jiang family is hosting a grand banquet to celebrate for 3 days and nights, inviting all prominent figures in Qingyuan Ancient City. Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He casually purchased a sharp long knife from a nearby stall and began making his way toward the Jiang family. The Jiang family was located to the south of Qingyuan Ancient City. At that moment, within a resplendent grand hall, the Jiang family was holding a magnificent celebration, filled with the sounds of drums, flutes, and the joyous laughter of guests, creating a lively atmosphere. At the entrance of the hall stood a dignified middle-aged man clad in blue, welcoming the numerous guests who came to offer their congratulations. This man was Jiang Wendian, the current head of the Jiang family, who had reached the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. In the vast Qingyuan Ancient City, he was indeed a notable figure. Congratulations, head of the Jiang family, with your daughter's ascension to the 9th true disciple of the Taishan Sect. The Jiang family is poised to surpass the Lin family in no time. Henceforth, the Jiang family shall reign supreme in Qingyuan Ancient City. You have a remarkable daughter. Truly enviable. One should raise a daughter like Jiang Qingsnow. Congratulations to the Jiang family. The chorus of congratulatory voices echoed continuously. Every guest present radiated strong envy and reverence in their gazes. Witnessing this scene, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Wentian's face. Qingsnow is the Qilin daughter of our Jiang family. As long as she is with us, our family shall surely shine brightly like the sun, illuminating the entire Dali dynasty. Indeed, it is not impossible for us to resonate throughout the 9 provinces one day. The more he contemplated, the more invigorated Jiang Wentian felt. In that moment, he seemed to envision a splendid future for the Jiang family. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared to recall something, and his brow furrowed slightly. In the present day, Qingsnow has ascended to become a true disciple of the Taishan Sect, her status and influence growing day by day. It is high time to sever ties with the worthless Lin Wudao. Previously, I had entered into a marriage alliance due to the formidable strength of Lin Daoshan. Now, Qingsnow has emerged as a paragon of excellence, her future brimming with boundless potential. Whereas Lin Wudao remains a feeble, powerless individual unworthy of my Jiang family's Qilin daughter. Once the celebration concludes, I shall formally annul the marriage. He silently resolved. With that, he turned and stepped into the grand hall. Master of the house, the celebration is ready, a servant announced as he approached. Then let us commence. Jiang Wentian nodded, issuing his command. Subsequently, he raised his wine cup and moved to the center of the hall. Instantly, all present fell silent, their gazes converging upon him. Today, my daughter Jiang Qingsnow has fortuitously become the 9th true disciple of the Taishan Sect, a profound fortune for our Jiang family. Therefore, we hold this celebration in her honor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your presence. Let us toast in reverence. Jiang Wentian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. As he spoke, he lifted his cup, preparing to drink deeply. Simultaneously, the guests rose in unison, eager to share in the toast, their faces radiant with joy. If all proceeds as anticipated, the Qingyuan Ancient City shall soon recognize the Jiang family as its esteemed leaders. Thus, they must seize this moment to forge strong ties with the Jiang family. However, aspirations, though noble, often clash with the harshness of reality. Suddenly, as the guests raised their cups, a ferocious beam of light, sharp as a blade, hurtled into the hall from outside. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, it struck Jiang Wentian directly. A piercing scream of agony erupted. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Jiang Wentian's right arm was brutally severed. Chapter 7. The Sacrificial Slaughter, akin to the butchery of dogs. What transpired? All unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, they were met with the horrifying sight of Jiang Wentian having his right arm severed, crimson blood gushing forth. staining a vast expanse of the ground. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they beheld this terrifying scene, their faces etched with shock and dread. Simultaneously, Jiang Wentian himself felt his pupils constrict. The preceding strike had exuded an aura of extreme terror. The assailant was undoubtedly a master of the utmost caliber. Moreover, he bore a grudge against Jiang Wentian. This thought plunged Jiang Wentian into a profound despair, as he valiantly resisted the searing agony coursing through his body. Turning his gaze towards the entrance of the grand hall. Thud, thud, thud. With the sound of steady footsteps, a chilling figure gradually came into view. It was a man clad in black. He was tall and imposing, his gaze sharp as a blade, dragging a bloody long knife, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Resembling a peerless harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Lin Wudao? A voice exclaimed, laced with incredulous shock. What? He is Lin Wudao? The so-called useless fiancé of Jiang Qingsnow? As the crowd realized that the newcomer was the notorious wastrel from Xuantian Ancient City, their expressions shifted dramatically, and a wave of astonished glances fell upon him. Jiang Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. His pallid visage was marred with astonishment and incredulity. At that moment, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. Was it truly Lin Wudao who had delivered that lethal blow? Was he not a mere wastrel, incapable of wielding such formidable power? Kill him! Jiang Wentian bellowed suddenly, his voice reverberating through the hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the command fell, three formidable figures instantly surged into the family hall, their presence radiating a fierce intent aimed squarely at Lin Wudao. They were none other than the Jiang family's guardians. All masters of the fifth realm. Impudent junior, dare to act recklessly in the Jiang family? Prepare to meet your demise. Boom. As one of the elder figures clad in green raised his hand, he unleashed a ferocious assault upon Lin Wudao. A tremendous force swept through the hall. Witnessing this, the surrounding guests were alarmed, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the chaos. Among them, only Lin Wudao remained steadfast, confronting the elder's terrifying onslaught. His eyes were imbued with an air of indifference. Begone! Without a glance, he raised his hand and struck. Boom! His immense power surged forth like the Milky Way, encompassing all. The elder's seemingly formidable strike was obliterated under Lin Wudao's palm strike. Ultimately, a colossal hand struck him squarely in the chest. A piercing scream reverberated through the hall, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The offerings of the fifth realm were pierced through the chest by Lin Wudao's palm, falling lifelessly to the ground 10 zhang away, utterly devoid of vitality. It was evident that he was irrevocably deceased. A gasp echoed through the hall. How could this be? Wasn't Lin Wudao a mere invalid? How could he possess such terrifying power? He killed the offering of the fifth realm with a single strike? In that moment, disbelief shattered their perceptions. The eyes of the onlookers now reflected sheer terror as they beheld Lin Wudao. Yet, he paid their reactions no heed. With a thunderous roar, after vanquishing the green-robed offering, he did not spare the remaining two. His hand shot out fiercely, and in an instant, the other two offerings of the fifth realm were seized. Please, don't kill me. Spare my life. Under the overwhelming might, the two offerings of the wheel platform began to plead desperately, hoping for Lin Wudao's mercy. However, their entreaties fell on deaf ears. With a crack that pierced the air, the chilling sound of bones fracturing resonated, and under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the necks of the two offerings were mercilessly twisted, extinguishing all traces of life within them. In the blink of an eye, all three offerings of the Jiang family had perished at Lin Wudao's hands. How could this happen? This scene left Jiang Wentian in a state of utter terror. The offerings of the fifth realm were his greatest support, yet before Lin Wudao, they were utterly powerless. Despair washed over him. Lin Wudao, I, Jiang family, bear you no grudge. Why do you act so frenzied? Moreover, my daughter Jiang Qingsnow is betrothed to you. By all accounts, I am still your future father-in-law. Why have you stormed into the Jiang family, mercilessly slaying my three offerings? Jiang Wentian questioned fiercely, his words laced with hatred. No grievances? Future father-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. If you wish to know the answer, go ask your dear daughter. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated slowly. Without allowing Jiang Wentian any chance to resist, Lin Wudao swiftly appeared before him, gripping his neck tightly. Subsequently, he collected the corpses of the three offerings into the funeral heaven copper coffin. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Ding Sihai, earning 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have acquired 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have collected the corpse of Zhao Shanha, gaining 1 year of cultivation. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have obtained 10 years of cultivation. You have collected the corpse of Li Finchan, acquiring a 5th-tier spirit weapon, the Qi Feng Sword. After the system's tenfold enhancement, you have received a 6th-tier spirit weapon, the Hongmeng Ancient Sword. Three notification sounds echoed within his mind. With a thunderous surge, although Lin Wudao did not break through to the mid-stage of transformation, he took a significant step closer. As for the 100,000 inferior spirit stones and the 6th-tier spirit weapon, the Xuantian Ancient Sword, he cast a fleeting glance and soon lost interest. Such items would be plentiful in the future, thus, he did not dwell on them. Subsequently, with one hand gripping the bloody long knife and the other clutching Jiang Wentian by the neck, he strode out of the Jiang family estate, delivering a chilling ultimatum to Jiang Qingsnow. If he did not see her within 3 days, he would take Jiang Wentian's life. The cold words echoed from afar, causing those present to tremble in fear. Such brutality! It became evident that this turmoil stemmed from the enmity between Lin Wudao and Jiang Qingsnow. What had transpired to render Lin Wudao so extraordinarily powerful overnight? Whispers circulated that he had ventured to the Divine Ruins. The Divine Ruins? Could it be that he had acquired some monumental fortuity? The crowd was rife with uncertainty. Lin Wudao paid no heed to their reactions. After departing the Jiang family, he made his way directly to the Human Realm Pavilion. Welcome. Ah, young master, you've returned, greeted Tu Shanlinger. However, when her gaze fell upon the bloodied long knife and the woeful state of Jiang Wentian, her face turned ashen with fright. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's arrival captured the attention of Jun Qianma. Young master Lin, what brings you here? Please assist me in posting a message on the Tongtian treasure mirror, stating that the Jiang family has been annihilated by me, and in 3 days, I shall execute Jiang Wentian at Wuyou Mountain Villa. Is this a ploy to lure Jiang Qingsnow back? Jun Qianma quickly grasped Lin Wudao's intent. 30,000 inferior spirit stones. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Wudao produced the spirit stones. Wait a moment. Jun Qianma asked no further questions, turning to retrieve a Tongtian treasure mirror and swiftly began his operations. Before long, the results emerged. All set. You can check the Tongtian treasure mirror now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao accessed the Tongtian treasure mirror, and indeed, an update had appeared. Breaking news. The family of Jiang Qingsnow, the 9th true disciple of the Taishan Sect, has been exterminated by Lin Wudao today, and Jiang Wentian shall meet his demise in 3 days. Excellent. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Wudao dragged the long knife and Jiang Wentian, turning to exit the Human Realm Pavilion. Chapter 8. The upgrade of the corpse concealment diagram. My lord, what is Lin Wudao intending to do? After Lin Wudao's figure had completely vanished, Tu Shanlinger finally approached Jun Qianma, her eyes brimming with curiosity and still reflecting a trace of horror. The recent harrowing scene of Jiang Wentian and Lin Wudao's frenzied actions had left a profound impression on her. He single-handedly stormed the Jiang residence and decisively eliminated the 3 esteemed guardians of the Jiang family. As for the reason behind his brazen announcement on the Tongtian treasure mirror, it was to lure Jiang Qingsnow back. Jun Qianma replied, indeed, to attract Jiang Qingsnow back? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanlinger's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, do you mean that Lin Wudao intends to kill Jiang Qingsnow? Precisely. The true motive behind Lin Wudao's assault on the Jiang family and his public declaration is indeed Jiang Qingsnow. But aren't they betrothed? Why would Lin Wudao wish to harm her? The young girl appeared utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend Lin Wudao's intentions. To this, Jun Qianma merely smiled enigmatically. Perhaps there exists an irreconcilable enmity between them. With that, he dismissed Tu Shanlinger's astonishment, leisurely resuming his tea. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao had dragged Jiang Wentian back to Wuyou Villa. Young master, you have returned. And this is the head of the Jiang family? Upon seeing Lin Wudao, Han Qishan greeted him, but his gaze was quickly drawn to the wretched figure on the ground. Realizing it was Jiang Wentian, his eyes widened in shock. Young master, what has transpired? The head of the Jiang family. I harbor a vendetta against the Jiang family. Keep a close watch on him. In 3 days, his time shall come. With a swift motion, Lin Wudao cast Jiang Wentian to the ground and turned to leave without a backward glance. Han Qishan remained in a state of utter astonishment until Jiang Wentian's furious roar jolted him back to reality. Head of the Jiang family, you and the young master. Bah, he has slain my family's 3 foremost guardians. Do not claim ignorance. What? Lin Wudao has killed the 3 guardians of the Jiang family? Han Qishan was left dumbfounded. To his knowledge, the guardians of the Jiang family were formidable 5th-tier experts, yet they had been vanquished by Lin Wudao alone. When did he become so powerful? Could it be that the young master truly acquired some extraordinary boon within the Divine Ruins? As this thought crossed his mind, Han Qishan's spirit sword. Head of the Jiang family, the young master has been under my watch since childhood. I am well acquainted with his temperament and character. Had it not been for your family's actions against him, he would never have resorted to such measures. What utter nonsense. In our Jiang family, where have we wronged him? Had I known he was such a heartless wretch, I should never have consented to this marriage. Await his return, and you shall see. I will ensure you all have no place to rest in death. The Taixian sect is not something Lin Wudao can contend with. Jiang Wentian roared fiercely, his eyes brimming with unending malice. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan was struck with alarm. The Taixian sect is a formidable power within the Jiuzhou realm, possessing unparalleled depth and strength. If they were to support the Jiang family, it would spell trouble. The young master is far too impulsive, given the circumstances. Our only recourse is to take refuge in the Demon Suppression Division, he contemplated inwardly. As he spoke, he struck Jiang Wentian with a palm, stripping him of all his cultivation and power, then dragged him away like a lifeless dog. Han Qingshan, how dare you treat me thus? I curse you, and Lin Wudao to an untimely death. Jiang Wentian's frantic screams reverberated through the air. In response, Han Qingshan remained indifferent, directly binding Jiang Wentian with an iron chain. To prevent his escape, he even broke both his legs. Once he ensured that everything was foolproof, he returned to his chamber. There, he unearthed an ancient bronze box from 3 feet underground and, cradling it, approached Lin Wudao. Jiang Wentian's agonized cries reached Lin Wudao's ears, however. He paid them no heed. With a swift motion, he unveiled the corpse-seeking map. Although the news had already been disseminated through the Tongtian treasure mirror, it would still take Jiang Qingsnow some time to return to the Xuantian Ancient City. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Wudao prepared to thoroughly study the corpse-seeking map, to determine if other powerful corpses lay hidden in the vicinity. Ding dong, the host's cultivation has reached the 8th realm of transformation, and the corpse-seeking map will undergo an update. Updating. Ding, update successful. From this day forth, the search range of the corpse-seeking map will encompass the entire Jiuzhou realm. Once the host's fortune value reaches a certain threshold, the nearest burial site will be automatically unlocked. The corpses unlocked by the map will undoubtedly belong to powerful beings. Upon collecting these corpses, the host is sure to obtain treasures. For further details, please consult the system. Suddenly, a divine light flashed, and the corpse-seeking map underwent a significant transformation. First, its search range expanded greatly. Then, a multitude of red humanoid markers appeared on the map. These markers indicated the burial sites of powerful beings. However, the locations marked by the map remained hazy and indistinct, shrouded as if by a veil of mist. Moreover, to Lin Wudao's astonishment, each burial site was marked with a numerical value. Character: Lu Tsungming. Identity: Supreme Elder of Xuantianzong from 800 years ago. Cultivation level: Perfection of Heavenly Realm. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 100,000 fortune points. Character: Li Qingyan. Identity: Leader of the Supreme Demon Sect from 3,000 years ago. Cultivation level: Late stage of Cave Heaven. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 300,000 fortune points. Character: Li Chuanxiu. Identity: One of the 8 seats of the True Dragon Academy. Cultivation level: Perfection of Void Heaven. Burial location: Unknown. Status: Deceased. Unlock requirement: 500,000 fortune points. The information regarding numerous burial sites unfolded before him. After perusing the details, Lin Wudao fell into a contemplative silence. The locations of the powerful beings' burial sites marked on the map were ambiguous. To acquire detailed information, one must meet the corresponding fortune point requirement. Only then could the locations be unlocked. System: What is fortune points? Ding. Fortune points refer to the luck possessed by the host, manifested in an intuitive numerical form through the system. When the host's fortune points reach the standard for a particular burial site, the corresponding location can be unlocked. Collecting the remains of powerful beings surely brings treasures. The system elucidated. Is that so? Lin Wudao expressed his surprise. Then how many fortune points do I currently possess? Furthermore, how can I acquire more? Ding dong, the host's current fortune points total 1,000 points. There are various methods to obtain fortune points, specifically as follows. 1. Elevating the host's cultivation level. 2. Experiencing significant changes in the host's identity and status. 3. Joining a particular faction to gain fortune boosts. 4. Establishing a faction and expanding territory. 5. Offering various treasures as sacrifices. 6. Forcibly plundering others' fortune to enhance oneself. A panel appeared before Lin Wudao, detailing the various channels and methods for acquiring fortune points. It certainly is not an easy endeavor. He sighed. In this world, there is no free lunch. To gain, one must sacrifice. The existence of the system merely aids the host in better cultivation and enhancement. It serves solely as a guiding force. While the ultimate effort must come from the host's own endeavors, true power lies within oneself. That is the way to greatness. The system's admonition echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. The system's philosophy resonated with him. He too believed that true strength comes from within, and reliance on external factors is never the righteous path. It seems I must devise a way to earn fortune points, he murmured softly, lost in thought. Knock. 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 At that moment, his door was rapped upon. Subsequently, Han Qingshan entered, cradling a bronze box in his arms. Chapter 9. The Ancient Method. The Great Hand Seal of the Barbarian Dragon. Hanbo, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Wudao inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Han Qingshan cradling an antiquated bronze box. Young master, this is a relic left for you by your father. A relic? Lin Wudao's eyes widened in astonishment. Having recently reincarnated in the divine wasteland, he recalled that his father, Lin Daoshan, was an extraordinarily powerful figure, a prominent member of the demon suppression division in Yuanzhou. However, 10 years prior, he had met an untimely demise due to an unforeseen turmoil. What could he have left behind? Amidst his perplexity, Lin Wudao opened the long-sealed bronze box, revealing 3 items within. The first was a rustic, dark bronze plate, the second, a resplendent longsword, and the third, a palm-sized bone fragment that emanated a mysterious aura. In his lifetime, my master was the esteemed leader of the demon hunting hall within the Yuanzhou demon suppression division. His power was immense, having reached the 6th realm of the Dao Palace. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident, he would likely have ascended to the position of Grand Commander of the division by now. Han Qingshan lamented, his gaze heavy with sorrow as he regarded the items before him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao first grasped the gleaming longsword. With a resonant sound, he drew the blade. A wave of intense murderous intent surged forth. Young master, this is the 7-star Longyuan sword, wielded by my master in his lifetime. It is an exceedingly rare 8th-tier spiritual weapon, Han Qingshan explained, his knowledge stemming from a lifetime of loyalty to Lin Daoshan. 8th-tier spiritual weapon? Lin Wudao acknowledged, though his expression remained inscrutable. He then picked up the dark, enigmatic bronze plate. One side inscribed with the characters for demon suppression, and the other side bearing the words demon hunting. This must be my father's identity token. Young master, you must keep this token from the demon hunting hall safe. It symbolizes your father's illustrious and glorious life, as well as his status. Zhao Xianxiao, the Grand Commander of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, made a pact with your father. By presenting this token at the division, you will receive protection. Furthermore, should you pass the division's assessment or attain the Dao Palace realm, you may directly inherit your father's position as the leader of the demon hunting hall. This position has remained vacant for years due to that very promise. Han Qingshan stated with utmost seriousness. The Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division? The position of the demon hunting hall leader? Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with determination upon hearing this. He believed he could follow in his father's footsteps, especially since he possessed the requisite strength. Should he ascend to the role of a hall master, he would undoubtedly accrue a vast amount of fortune and destiny. With this thought, Lin Wudao formed a plan in his heart. He then set the token aside and grasped the last palm-sized mysterious bone fragment in his hand. Young master, this is an artifact unexpectedly acquired by the master during his lifetime. It is said to be a bone from the ancient era of the barbarian dragon, inscribed with a powerful offensive technique known as the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal. 10 years ago, the master wielded this formidable technique, achieving invincibility and unmatched prowess. According to the master, if one were to cultivate the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal to its consummate state, they would be able to unleash the strength of 30 ancient barbarian dragons with a single strike, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting peaks. However, the cultivation is exceedingly difficult. Even with the master's unparalleled talent, after more than a decade of diligent practice, he only managed to achieve the minor success of the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal. Nonetheless, even at this level, he could still summon the power of 3 ancient barbarian dragons with a single palm. At this point, Han Qingshan's eyes shimmered with fervent excitement. He held the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal in high esteem. While listening to his introduction, Lin Wudao first took a careful look, then tentatively infused a thread of spiritual energy, and in an instant, a radiant golden light burst forth, illuminating the space above. It was, indeed, the method to cultivate the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal. Ding, detected ancient technique barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal. Do you wish to consume 1,000 fortune points to cultivate it to beginner level? Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Fortune points can be used in this manner? Lin Wudao was astonished. He glanced at his remaining fortune points, which amounted to exactly 1,000. If he were to expend them entirely on cultivating the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal, his fortune points would deplete to 0, and he was uncertain if this would yield adverse effects. To err on the side of caution, Lin Wudao opted not to cultivate immediately. He needed to prepare thoroughly first. Hanbo, I plan to delve deeply into the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Understood. Han Qingshan nodded in agreement before turning and exiting the room. Once he departed, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment and retrieved the 6th-tier spiritual weapon, the Hongmeng Ancient Sword, placing it alongside the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. In that instant, a sharp brilliance radiated. System: sacrifice the Hongmeng Ancient Sword and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. Ding. Sacrifice successful. You have sacrificed the 6th-tier spiritual weapon, Hongmeng Ancient Sword, and gained 600 fortune points. You have sacrificed the 8th-tier spiritual weapon, 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, and gained 800 fortune points. The notification chimed once more. Do you wish to consume 1,000 fortune points to cultivate the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal to beginner level? Yes. Ding, cultivation successful. Congratulations, host. You have cultivated the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal to the beginner level, enabling you to unleash the power of one ancient barbarian dragon with a single palm. Boom. With the system's announcement, Lin Wudao suddenly felt an influx of insights regarding the barbarian dragon Great Palm Seal materializing in his mind. At the same time, he attempted to gently press towards the void, and in an instant, an unmatched force surged forth like a primordial river, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. Truly, it is an ancient technique, undeniably powerful. Lin Wudao offered a word of praise. Having spoken, his gaze fell upon the ancient dragon bone. System: how many fortune points can this be exchanged for? 4,000. Very well, I shall redeem it. Ding, congratulations. You have sacrificed a piece of the ancient dragon's spine and gained 4,000 fortune points. Continue to enhance the Great Dragon Hand Seal. Ding, you have consumed 5,000 fortune points and successfully cultivated the Great Dragon Hand Seal to the minor completion stage, enabling you to unleash the power of 3 ancient dragons with a single strike. Its palm force penetrates 100 yards. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation level: initial stage of divine transformation technique, ancient emperor scripture skills, basic fist technique, beginner, mountain opening Great Hand Seal. Great Dragon Hand Seal, minor completion. Items: burial heaven copper coffin, corpse concealment map, origin stone, demon hunting hall token. Lifespan 12. 736 years. Note: you are cursed and will be forcibly stripped of 1 year of your lifespan each day. New information appeared before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao's expression remained utterly unchanged, remaining as calm as ever. Now, he awaited Jiang Qingsnow's return. With that, he promptly seated himself on the ground and diligently began his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, due to his actions, a profound uproar had erupted throughout the vast Xuantian Ancient City and indeed the entire Jiuzhou realm. In a single day, the family of Jiang Qingsnow, the 9th true disciple of the Taishian Sect, was annihilated. This news sent shockwaves across Jiuzhou. Similarly, countless individuals were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Wudao's identity and origins. Chapter 10. Expulsion from the clan, cast out from the home. In the due east of the ancient city of Qingyuan lies a prominent family known as the Lin clan, with a lineage spanning nearly 5 centuries. It possesses a substantial heritage and formidable strength, firmly controlling a significant portion of the resources within Qingyuan. Truly, it is a dominion. The Zichan Hall stands as the most revered locale of the Lin clan, symbolizing power and status. At this moment, the Grand Hall is filled with the solemn figures of clan elders, each bearing expressions of grave concern. Some are visibly seething with intense anger, while others exhibit palpable anxiety. At the forefront is a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, exuding an air of authority. He is Lin Tiannan, the current patriarch of the Lin clan, whose cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the wheel platform realm, undeniably a powerhouse within Qingyuan. However, he, like the other elders present, wears a furrowed brow, their eyes reflecting an inescapable blend of fury and worry. This is due to the revelations surrounding the Jiang family's predicament. Let us discuss how we should address the matter of Lin Wudao. Lin Tiannan finally breaks the prolonged silence. Upon hearing this, the elder's expressions tightened further. Patriarch, I believe we must expel Lin Wudao from the Lin clan immediately, severing all ties with him and declaring him no longer a descendant of our family. This individual is utterly reckless and audacious. Somehow, he has acquired the strength of the wheel platform realm, and in his arrogance, he brazenly attacked the Jiang family. Such behavior is intolerable. Now that Jiang Qingsnow has become the 9th true disciple of the Taishian Sect, this upheaval within the Jiang family will undoubtedly provoke a response from the sect. If Taishian blames us, the Lin clan could not withstand the repercussions. Therefore, before the Taishian Sect intervenes, we must distance ourselves from him to avoid being implicated. At this moment, a hot-tempered elder stands, shouting with fervor, his words laced with hostility. Lin Tiannan remains silent, turning his gaze toward the others present. Patriarch, I concur with Elder 3's proposition to expel Lin Wudao from the Lin clan. Another elder exclaims, I also agree. Lin Wudao is a calamity. If allowed to roam free, he will inevitably bring disaster upon the Lin family. We must act swiftly to eliminate him, chimes in another. Yes, the Lin family has no need for such a person. The chorus of agreement continues. Observing this scene, Lin Tiannan's brow furrows further. Elder, what are your thoughts? He inquires, directing his gaze toward a spirited elder clad in red seated to his lower left. Patriarch, in just a few days, the Lin clan will commemorate its 500-year anniversary. At that time, the heavens will bestow tribulations upon us to test the strength of our family. If the Lin family can survive the impending tribulation from the heavens, they shall receive divine gifts and rewards, and at that time, every member of the Lin family will soar like dragons, their strength and foundation significantly enhanced. However, should they fail to endure, the Lin family will face catastrophic consequences. Given the current circumstances, an additional ally is undoubtedly beneficial, the elder of the clan remarked slowly. The mention of the heavenly tribulation caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, affecting everyone present, including the clan leader, Lin Tiannan. This is a trial from the heavens, an unavoidable test for all forces within the divine wasteland. For a power like the Lin family, such trials descend every 500 years. Success leads to immense growth and strength, while failure incurs severe punishment from the heavens. It is akin to a pivotal promotion. Regardless of the size or antiquity of their power, all must tread carefully when confronted with the heavenly tribulation, lest they find themselves obliterated without a trace. Consequently, the Lin clan was filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, this did not constitute a sufficient reason to allow Lin Wudao to remain. Clan leader, Lin Wudao must not be permitted to stay. Currently, the affairs of the Jiang family have been disseminated by the proprietor of the mortal realm to the celestial chronicle, spreading throughout the entire Dali dynasty and even the 9 provinces. It is predictable that, within 3 days, someone from the Taishan sect will undoubtedly arrive. At that juncture, our Lin family will face scrutiny that we cannot afford. The elder of the 3 clans raised his voice once more, urgency resonating in his tone. His sentiments found resonance among many. Clan leader, the elder's words hold merit. Lin Wudao must be expelled from the Lin clan, regardless of the heavenly tribulation. We must first address the Taishan sect. If this matter is not handled properly, we may not survive until the tribulation descends, as our clan could be annihilated beforehand. Clan leader, do not hesitate. Expel Lin Wudao from the clan. A chorus of agreement echoed throughout the assembly. Observing this, Lin Tiannan remained silent for an extended period before ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Since the elders have reached a unanimous decision, let Lin Wudao be expelled from the Lin family's lineage. From this day forth, he shall have no ties to the Lin clan. Elder of the 3 clans, you are to promptly head to the mortal realm to announce this news in the celestial chronicle. We must ensure the Taishan sect perceives our stance. Furthermore, send someone to inform Lin Wudao. Understood. The elder of the 3 clans departed with a heart full of joy. Witnessing this scene, the elder of the clan let out a faint sigh. Even if he wished to temporarily retain Lin Wudao, it was no longer feasible. After all, while the Lin family may be powerful, they cannot afford to offend the Taishan sect. For the sake of the clan leader's life and interests, Lin Wudao must be sacrificed. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, who resided in the Wuyou villa, everything unfolding within the Lin family was lost to him. Moreover, the Lin family's efficiency was remarkable. After announcing Lin Wudao's expulsion from the clan in the mortal realm, Elder Lin Tianhe promptly made his way to Wuyou villa without delay. Upon his arrival, Han Qingshan was taken aback. Ever since Lin Daoshan's passing, the Lin family had never set foot in Wuyou villa. What could possibly bring the elders of the 3 clans here? Han Qingshan did not offer him a pleasant reception. In response, Lin Tianhe let out a cold snort. The purpose of my visit today is to inform you that, in light of Lin Wudao's audacious actions, the Lin family has unanimously decided to expel Lin Wudao from our lineage. From this day forth, the Lin clan shall have no further association with Lin Wudao. What? Expelled from the lineage? Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan was instantly enraged. What a disgraceful act by the Lin family. Despite my lord's numerous efforts to assist and protect them during his lifetime, the outcome is that his descendant has been disowned. Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs. If my lord were still alive, would you dare to be so brazen? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. However, Lin Tianhe paid no heed to Han Qingshan's intense humiliation and fury, nor did he take it to heart. To him, the Lin family could easily do without Lin Wudao. Without him, the Lin family could still thrive. Retaining him would only bring calamity. Thus, it was better to expel him early to prevent future troubles. Today, I have merely come to convey this message, not to engage in your idle chatter. The outcome is as stated, whether you accept it or not. It is of no consequence. Furthermore, from now on, You are forbidden from using the Lin family name to deceive others. You are no longer members of the Lin clan. With that, Lin Tianhe forcefully cast aside a decree and swept away. Witnessing this, Han Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage. Yet he was powerless to act. He could only pick up the decree from the ground and make his way to Lin Wudao's room. Young master, the Lin family has come, and I'm already aware of the situation. The insignificance of the Lin family is hardly worth my concern. A calm voice emanated from within the room. In truth, he had never regarded the Lin family with any seriousness. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Guests, When to Kill. A day later, a radiant streak of light pierced the void, transforming into an ancient and exquisite spirit vessel, descending upon the ancient city of Qingyuan. Upon it stood two figures, a woman clad in white, whose unparalleled beauty and aloof demeanor exuded an air of icy elegance, and an elderly man in red, whose stern visage belied an aura of formidable strength. They were none other than Jiang Qingsnow, who had journeyed from the Taishan Sect, and Shou Tianzhong, an inner sect steward. Upon their arrival in Qingyuan, the duo wasted no time, swiftly steering the spirit vessel toward the residence of the Jiang family. However, when they reached the Jiang estate, it was already desolate, the grand courtyard stark in its solitude and despondency. It appears the rumors hold truth. The Jiang family has indeed suffered great misfortune, Zhou Tianzhong remarked with a sigh. At his words, a frost settled upon Jiang Qingsnow's exquisite visage, her eyes alight with a chilling intent. What a brazen act by Lin Wudao. He has truly stirred the heavens. Her fists clenched, her inner fury boiling over. Shall we go directly after Lin Wudao? Zhou Tianzhong inquired. No. We must first gather information from the Lin clan. Lin Wudao would not dare to act so recklessly without a powerful backing. He may possess formidable trump cards, Jiang Qingsnow replied, shaking her head. Despite the perilous situation surrounding Jiang Wentian, she remained remarkably composed rather than impulsive. Zhou Tianzhong, however, dismissed her caution. What storm could a mere Lin Wudao conjure? With the Taishan sect backing you, there is no need for such trepidation. With that, under Jiang Qingsnow's guidance, he navigated the spirit vessel directly to the Lin clan. Moments later, in the Zichan Hall, Jiang Qingsnow and Shou Tianzhong arrived at the Lin residence, prompting unease among the gathered, including the clan leader Lin Tianan. Where is Lin Wudao? Zhou Tianzhong demanded coolly from his elevated position. Reporting to the steward, Lin Wudao has been expelled from the clan and is now residing at Wuyou Mountain Villa. It is understood that he possesses at least late-stage Luntai realm strength. Accompanied by an elderly servant of similar prowess, Lin Tianan responded respectfully. The Taishan sect has indeed come to exact retribution. Fortunately, we acted preemptively to expel Lin Wudao from the clan. Otherwise, the Lin family would likely have faced annihilation, he thought, relieved. Humph. Late-stage Luntai realm? Zhou Tianzhong scoffed. Two mere late-stage Luntai realm insects are hardly worthy of my concern. Take us immediately to Wuyou Mountain Villa. Lin Wudao's audacity to defy the authority of the Taishan sect must be met with swift retribution, to serve as a warning to others. Zhou Tianjing's expression was one of frigid determination. Lin Tianan felt compelled to comply, and promptly led them swiftly towards the Wuyou Villa. Upon arriving, he observed that the surrounding streets were now teeming with practitioners, each straining their necks to catch a glimpse of the happenings within the estate. As Jiang Qingsnow and Zhou Tianzhong made their entrance, a wave of restlessness surged through the crowd, their reverent gazes fixated upon the two figures. Zhou Tianzhong, however, dismissed their attention with indifference. With a thunderous motion, he swept his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the gates of Wuyou Villa. He strode confidently inside. Upon entering, Zhou Tianzhong noticed a young man, exuding an air of cold detachment, seated upon a slab of blue stone, immersed in meditation. A transcendent aura emanated from him. Beneath him knelt a middle-aged man, disheveled and bloodied. Father, Jiang Qingsnow gasped upon recognizing the man. Qingsnow, you've returned? At the sound of her familiar voice, Jiang Wentian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes alight with profound surprise upon seeing his daughter. He realized that the other figure must be a formidable expert from Taishan sect. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Jiang Wentian clenched his fists, the humiliation he had endured finally finding an outlet. Lin Wudao, today is your... Before he could finish his sentence, a frigid flash of blade light swept through the air, severing his head from his shoulders. You are no longer of any use. The flat voice echoed ominously. The suddenness of Lin Wudao's action left the onlookers in stunned disbelief. Good heavens, he actually killed Jiang Wentian with a single blow? How ruthless. To kill without hesitation. Jiang Wentian has outlived his usefulness? Was his true aim merely to lure Jiang Qingsnow back? Surely, he does not intend to kill her as well? If that is the case, it is utterly terrifying. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd, all shaken by Lin Wudao's merciless tactics. Likewise, Upon witnessing her father's murder, Jiang Qingsnow could no longer contain her fury and sorrow, erupting in a hysterical scream. Lin Wudao, you shall pay for this. Elder Zhou, assist me in slaying Lin Wudao. I demand his death. I want him to perish without a trace. I will rend his body to pieces and scatter his ashes. The loss of her father had profoundly traumatized Jiang Qingsnow, pushing her to the brink of madness. Her hatred for Lin Wudao reached its zenith. Simultaneously, as her words fell, Zhou Tianzhong responded affirmatively, summoning a tremendous force that transformed into a colossal azure hand, descending upon Lin Wudao with the intent to suppress him. As the steward of the Taishan sect, he had already cultivated to the 6th realm of the Dao Palace, effortlessly capable of slaying a mere insect of the wheel platform realm. However, while the intention was noble, the reality was harsh. With a resounding thud, Lin Wudao remained as impassive as ever, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable calm, showing not a hint of turmoil in the face of the overwhelming power that Zhou Tianzhong exerted. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the barbarian dragon hand seal. A gentle strike was accompanied by the echoing roar of a dragon, releasing an ancient and terrifying force that surged forth, directly obliterating Zhou Tianzhong's assault. But that was not all. The fearsome imprint of his hand struck Zhou Tianzhong directly, a piercing scream erupted, and under the gaze of numerous cultivators, Zhou Tianzhong, who had reached the 6th realm of the Dao Palace, was brutally pierced through the chest by a single palm, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Crimson blood gushed forth like a spring. How is this possible? In his dying moments, Zhou Tianzhong's eyes were filled with shock and dread. He could scarcely believe that Lin Wudao possessed such terrifying power. How could he, a being of the Dao Palace realm, fail to withstand a single blow? Not just him. The surrounding cultivators were wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the spectacle. Good heavens, how could Lin Wudao be so formidable? This power is utterly frightening. I heard he entered the divine ruins yesterday. It seems he must have acquired some extraordinary fortune, ascending to great heights in an instant. To kill a master of the Taishan sect with a single palm, was he of the Dao Palace? Or the other shore? This is a calamity. A cacophony of discussions erupted, ceaselessly reverberating in the air. In response, Lin Wudao paid no heed whatsoever. After dispatching Zhou Tianzhong with a single strike, his icy gaze swiftly shifted to Jiang Qingsnow. Subsequently, he advanced step by step, gripping the bloody long knife in his hand. Chapter 12. The Royal Path Spirit Weapon, the Ancient Sword of Xuantian. Is it true? Are they really going to kill Jiang Qingsnow? A gasp escaped from someone's lips. At this moment, observing Lin Wudao's countenance, filled with murderous intent, all the onlookers trembled, an overwhelming sense of dread swelling within their hearts. Even the steward of the Taishan sect was disregarded. With a single palm strike, he was dispatched without mercy. One could only imagine the sheer might of Lin Wudao's current prowess. Jiang Qingsnow is his fiancée. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Perhaps there exists a profound enmity between them. Alas, what a splendid marriage has devolved into this calamity, such a pity indeed. They were never truly compatible, were they? Enough talk. Be wary of Lin Wudao's wrath, lest you find yourself ensnared in his fury as well. The crowd whispered among themselves. Yet, in this moment, Lin Wudao remained impervious to their murmurs, his bloody blade in hand, advancing step by step towards Jiang Qingsnow. You. Faced with the overwhelming pressure and the frigid, fierce gaze, Jiang Qingsnow was engulfed in an abyss of panic and terror. At this juncture, she had completely lost her composure. She had initially believed that with Zhou Tianzhong of the Dao Palace realm at her side, they could surely subdue Lin Wudao and assuage her heart's hatred. Little did she know, Lin Wudao's power had shattered their understanding of strength. Zhou Tianzhong, having attained the 6th level of the Dao Palace, was slain with a mere palm strike. Now, Jiang Qingsnow, merely at the 4th level of the Bitter Sea, how could she withstand such might? In that instant, her heart brimmed with fear. With each step Lin Wudao took forward, she instinctively retreated, her once resplendent countenance now stripped of its former pride and chill, appearing frail and powerless. Ultimately, Lin Wudao's blade rested against Jiang Qingsnow's neck, the icy edge instilling within her an unparalleled terror. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? His voice, devoid of emotion, echoed. An explanation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingsnow suppressed her inner dread, a mocking smile curling at her lips. You already know? It seems you have indeed attained immense fortune within the divine ruins, soaring to great heights. Since you wish to uncover the reason, allow me to enlighten you. It is because you are a waste, while I possess a splendid future. I refuse to let a mere marriage contract bind my fate and truncate my beautiful life. Only with your demise can I attain rebirth. This is the very reason I sought to curse you. Jiang Qingsnow's expression turned frigid. Initially, everything was under my control. Once you are cursed to death, the marriage contract binding us will lose its potency. At that time, I shall pursue my life without fear or hesitation. Yet, alas, fate was not on my side. My sole miscalculation was not foreseeing that a man destined for death could still defy the heavens and turn the tide. I simply cannot fathom what boon you received in the divine ruins. Perhaps this is simply destiny. If given the opportunity to choose anew, I would resolutely make the same choice, unflinchingly ending your life. Jiang Qingsnow's gaze was as frigid as ice, filled with ferocity. In her eyes, she had committed no error. The fault lay solely with this world. She steadfastly believed that had it been anyone else, they would have arrived at the same decision as she did. Lin Wudao's survival was merely a sign that destiny did not favor her. Simultaneously, upon hearing Jiang Qingsnow's words, the onlookers surrounding her gasped in disbelief. This woman was ruthless. Lin Wudao was her fiancée. Yet she had resorted to curses in a bid to kill him for her own future. How terrifying. The adage, the most venomous hearts belong to women, rang true. She had almost succeeded, but fortunately, Lin Wudao's fortune shone brightly, allowing him to seize an opportunity in the divine ruins and turn the tide. Lin Wudao was also a formidable character, seemingly intent on eliminating his fiancée. The crowd was left in awe. No one anticipated that a seemingly innocent marriage would devolve into such a tragic conclusion. Jiang Qingsnow, with her murderous heart, was indeed fearsome. However, Lin Wudao, with his relentless schemes against the Jiang family, was equally formidable. Both were not to be trifled with. If they were truly to become husband and wife, one could only wonder what chaos would ensue. Nonetheless, all was now concluded. If there were no further words, let us depart. Having obtained the answers he sought, Lin Wudao exhibited no semblance of courtesy. With a decisive motion, he reached out, his expression calm as he crushed Jiang Qingsnow's neck, his overwhelming power extinguishing all traces of her vitality. This scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. In an instant, many began to retreat, fearing that Lin Wudao might unleash his fury upon them as well. Lin Wudao paid no heed to the anxious crowd. With a resounding sweep of his sleeve, the coffin of the celestial burial appeared in midair, enveloping the corpses of Jiang Qingsnow, Jiang Wentian, and Zhou Tianzhong within. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Zhou Tianzhong, the steward of the Taixian Sect, and gained 20 years of cultivation. After system enhancement, you have acquired 200 years of cultivation. You have collected the corpse of Jiang Wentian and received a bottle of superior level revitalization pill. After system enhancement, you have obtained a bottle of superior level resurrection pill. You have collected the corpse of Jiang Qingsnow and received a spiritual weapon, the Zichan Sword. After system enhancement, you have acquired an imperial weapon, the Xuantian Ancient Sword. 3 chilling notifications echoed in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. As the last sound faded, torrents of surging spiritual energy flowed through his body, the 200 years of cultivation bestowed by the system enhancing Lin Wudao's power, propelling him to the mid-stage of the transformation of the divine. Alas, the innate talent and foundation of this body were woefully inadequate. The path to becoming truly powerful lay ahead, fraught with challenges. Lin Wudao sighed inwardly. His thoughts stirred as he sought information regarding the superior returning heaven pill and the imperial Dao spirit sword. These were indeed remarkable treasures. Name: returning heaven pill. Quality: superior. Description: 1 pill swallowed, and beneath the realm of divinity, no soul shall perish. Name: Xuantian Ancient Sword. Rank: imperial Dao spirit weapon. Quality: superior. Description: 1. Enhanced tenfold from the human Dao spirit weapon, the Zichan Sword. It houses 72 imperial Dao prohibitions, capable of unleashing formidable imperial Dao power. 2. Within the Xuantian Ancient Sword lies a technique, Xuantian Sword Draw, which, when cultivated to the utmost realm, can cleave mountains and rivers, shaking the 9 provinces. 3. Beneath the utmost realm, the imperial Dao reigns supreme. A wealth of information unfolded before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao extended his hand and directly retrieved the Xuantian Ancient Sword. The sword, entirely obsidian, felt exceedingly weighty in his grasp. Boom! As he drew the blade, an overwhelming aura of imperial Dao erupted, its mighty power transforming into a chilling intent to kill, illuminating the entire Weo Manor. It even stirred the winds and clouds above. What a treasure! Lin Wudao remarked with quiet admiration. The Xuantian Ancient Sword, being of the imperial Dao spirit weapon tier, was merely a notch below the legendary utmost Dao spirit weapon, and its quality was indeed superior. It truly resonated with the adage, beneath the utmost realm, the imperial Dao reigns supreme. Satisfaction swelled within Lin Wudao. Such a precious item, he chose not to sacrifice for fortune points but to keep for himself. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the imperial Dao spirit weapon, Xuantian Ancient Sword. The inscribed technique Xuantian Sword Draw will be directly cultivated to perfection. Ding! You have cultivated the Xuantian Sword Draw to perfection. With a single strike, you can unleash an 800 Jiang Sword Light. cleaving mountains and breaking peaks. Boom, boom, boom. As the system's notifications resonated, a torrent of insights regarding the Xuantian Sword draw surged into his mind, as if he had been cultivating for centuries. Chapter 13. The Messenger of the Grand Minister, Master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation level: Mid-stage transformation technique. Primal Ancient Emperor Scripture skills. Barbaric Dragon Great Hand Seal. Minor accomplishment: Xuantian Swordsmanship. Major accomplishment: Items: Burial Heaven Copper Coffin. Corpse Concealment Map. Origin Stone. Xuantian Ancient Sword. Return to Heaven Pill. Lifespan: 12. 736 years. Fortune value: 400 remarks. The curse cast by Jiang Qingsnow has been completely lifted. Lin Wudao swiftly summoned his attribute panel to review his information. Upon seeing the words in the remarks section confirming the complete removal of the curse, he sighed with relief. At that moment, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. From this day forth, he would no longer need to fear the curse that had siphoned away his lifespan. Now, he is a brand new and complete self. He murmured softly. Having said that, he cast a cold glance at Lin Tianan and the others gathered outside the manor, then departed without looking back. Feeling Lin Wudao's indifference, the members of the Lin family were gripped by fear, their hearts brimming with profound bitterness, including the clan leader, Lin Tianan. They had all misjudged the situation. Initially, everyone believed that Lin Wudao would be easily subdued by the experts of Taixian Sect. However, the actual outcome was that the Taixian Sect members were overpowered. With a single strike, one was slain. This result shattered their understanding. The deacon of Taixian Sect, Zhou Tianzhong, was a master who had reached the 6th realm of Dao Palace. Yet he was killed by Lin Wudao with a mere palm strike. To what extent had Lin Wudao's strength ascended? Someone gasped in horror. It must be above Dao Palace. Oh dear, we have thoroughly offended Lin Wudao. If he seeks revenge, our Lin family. What is there to fear? Let him first deal with Taixian Sect. Lin Tian's expression was exceedingly grim. He harbored an inexplicable hatred towards Lin Wudao. Even if he had erred or misjudged, he would never admit it. In his eyes, everything he did was for the sake of the Lin family. The more powerful Lin Wudao became, the more urgent it was to expel him from the clan. Now that he had already offended Taixian Sect at the Dao Palace level, should his strength grow even greater in the future, with his temperament, one could only imagine the calamity he might unleash. By then, the entire Lin clan would be dragged down with him. Therefore, it would be best to expel him sooner rather than later. Let us return for now. With a sigh, Lin Tianan led the clan members away from Wuyou Manor. After their departure, Han Qingshan entered Lin Wudao's room. In truth, he had also been overwhelmed by the earlier events. However, more than that, he was filled with excitement and joy. Young master, has your cultivation now reached the 6th realm of Dao Palace? Lin Wudao replied with a faint acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan became even more exhilarated. Young master, the individual you just encountered was Zhou Tianzhong, the inner sect steward of the Taixian Sect. You have publicly slain him. And this incident has already been recorded in the Tongtian Baojian. Presently, nearly everyone across the entire Jiuzhou region is aware of this. I am concerned that once the Taixian Sect learns of this, they will dispatch even more formidable individuals to confront us. It may be prudent for us to seek refuge at the Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Office, he suggested in a hushed tone. In response, Lin Wudao exhibited an expression of indifference, devoid of any trace of concern or fear. There is no need for you to worry, Hanbo. I will handle the Taixian Sect myself. I intend to remain in Xuan Ancient City for the next half-month, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. We shall then proceed to the Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Office. Seeing Lin Wudao's steadfastness, Han Qingshan refrained from further objections and respectfully exited the room. In truth, Lin Wudao's desire to linger in Xuan Ancient City for an additional fortnight stemmed from his intention to observe the reactions of the Taixian Sect. The act of slaying Zhou Tianzhong was akin to provoking the sect. Under normal circumstances, the Taixian Sect would undoubtedly send more powerful experts to Xuan Ancient City seeking revenge. If that were the case, it would align perfectly with Lin Wudao's aspirations. He yearned for such an outcome. As long as the Taixian Sect dared to come, he would not hesitate to retaliate. It would provide him the opportunity to continue gathering corpses and grow ever stronger. With this in mind, Lin Wudao opened the Tongtian Baojian, only to find the news of Zhou Tianzhong and Jiang Qingsnow's deaths already reported. Breaking news. In the year 9984 of the Tianwu calendar, on the 7th day of October, Zhou Tianzhong, inner sect steward of the Taixian Sect, and true disciple Jiang Qingsnow were slain by Lin Wudao in Xuan Ancient City. How swift indeed. Lin Wudao remarked with a hint of admiration as he perused the message on the Tongtian Baojian. He subsequently closed it and resumed his meditation. The ensuing fortnight saw the deaths of Zhou Tianzhong and Jiang Qingsnow stir up a considerable uproar throughout the Jiuzhou region, becoming a source of entertainment and gossip for countless beings. Simultaneously, intrigue surrounding Lin Wudao permeated the entire Jiuzhou realm, for no one, to this day, knew the extent of his strength. Even the mortal realm's establishments had not provided concrete information. This only served to heighten the speculation from the outside world. To this, Lin Wudao remained oblivious. During these 2 weeks, he immersed himself in his training. Although his cultivation did not progress significantly, he found joy in the process. However, contrary to his expectations, after the fortnight elapsed, there was still no sign of the Taixian Sect's personnel. It appeared that the Taixian Sect was not as straightforward as he had presumed. They likely would not take significant action until they fully understood his background and strength. In other words, it seemed they would not come to kill him in the near future. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. This outcome left him rather disappointed. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Young master, someone from the Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Office has arrived." Unexpectedly, instead of the arrival of Taixian Sect, it was the Demon Suppression Division that came. Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door and stepped outside. Who had come? It was a messenger from the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou, here to extend an invitation for you, young master, to take up a position within the division, likely to succeed the role held by the late master. The master of demon hunting? Indeed. Han Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To inherit one's father's legacy has always been his fervent wish for Lin Wudao, and should he assume the role of master of demon hunting, it would be a tremendous boon, one that he would wholeheartedly welcome. Regarding Han Qingshan's sentiments, Lin Wudao refrained from elaboration. At that moment, he departed from his courtyard and made his way to the grand hall of the estate. Inside the expansive hall, a youth clad in blue, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, awaited him. A pinnacle of the Luntai realm. It appeared he was also a remarkable talent. Lin Wudao cast a glance, and an answer formed in his mind. "I am Yun Jianfei, a messenger from the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. Honored to meet you, young Master Lin." The blue-clad youth rose and clasped his fist in greeting. "I have heard that you were here to extend an invitation to me for the Demon Suppression Division?" "Indeed. Half a month ago, young Master Lin single-handedly subdued Zhou Tianzhong of Taixian Sect, along with the true disciple Jiang Qingsnow. This incident has stirred the entire realm of Jiuzhou. A prodigy like young Master Lin is someone we at the Demon Suppression Division earnestly wish to invite. I am here under the orders of the Grand Commander, earnestly requesting that you take up a position in our Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, to inherit the role of Master of Demon Hunting. Such a succession would indeed be a remarkable tale." Yun Jianfei spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into silence, seemingly in deep contemplation. Observing this, Yun Jianfei chose not to interrupt, patiently waiting nearby. "Please tell me about the general situation of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou." "Certainly," Yun Jianfei replied with enthusiasm. He then began to elucidate the workings of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou is a formidable force under the Great Li Dynasty, primarily responsible for overseeing practitioners within the Yuanzhou region and maintaining order and stability. Currently, the division comprises 1 Grand Commander, 4 Vice Commanders, 8 Hall Masters, 72 Protectors, 300 Administrators, and 100,000 Demon Suppressors. The current Grand Commander is Zhao Xianxiao. Yun Jianfei continued his detailed exposition. He spoke earnestly, and Lin Wudao listened intently. In no time, under Yun Jianfei's narration, Lin Wudao gained a fundamental understanding of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. Can a Hall Master be promoted? Certainly, as long as one achieves a certain level of merit within the division and possesses sufficient cultivation and strength. A Hall Master can be promoted to Vice Commander or even Grand Commander. In essence, the Demon Suppression Division operates on meritocracy. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, respect and a prestigious position can be attained. Yun Jianfei seemed to imply something. In response, Lin Wudao merely nodded faintly. "Very well. I accept the invitation from the Demon Suppression Division. Once I have resolved matters in the ancient city of Qingyuan, I shall report there." Having spoken, he fell into silence. Observing this, Yun Jianfei offered a gentle smile before rising to take his leave. "Han Bo, prepare yourself. We shall depart for the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou in 3 days. "Yes, young master. By the way, I recall that 3 days hence marks the day when the Lin clan undergoes the heavenly trial, does it not? Will there be a calamity from the heavens?" "Indeed. I understand now the heavenly calamity will surely bring about fatalities." Lin Wudao sensed that his work in collecting corpses was about to commence anew. Chapter 14. The Celestial Catastrophe. Time swiftly passed. 3 days later, within the vast confines of the Purple Palace, Lin Tiannan, leading the assembly of Lin clan members, gathered them together. Each face bore a heavy countenance, and within their eyes flickered an indescribable sense of unease. Yet, more predominant was the palpable fear. For today marked the arrival of the celestial catastrophe, a day when the Lin clan would face the trials imposed by the heavens. Should they successfully navigate this ordeal, the family would ascend, gaining access to greater resources and witnessing a surge in the strength of its members. However, failure would bring dire consequences, leading to a significant diminishment of power. The repercussions could either spell a permanent decline or result in their absorption by rival forces, with the most harrowing outcome being total annihilation. Hence, every descendant of the Lin clan wore an expression of gravitas. Today was a pivotal day, determining the fate of the Lin family. Within the Purple Palace, Lin Tian sat at the head of the assembly. Elder of the clan, is everything prepared? He inquired. Indeed, in anticipation of this celestial trial, which occurs once every 5 centuries, our Lin clan began preparations decades ago. Now, all our resources have been brought forth. Presently, we have 1 practitioner at the pinnacle of the wheel platform realm, 3 at the later stages of the same realm, and a total of 11 other formidable individuals. In total, we possess 15 practitioners of the wheel platform realm. Additionally, numerous healing elixirs and various divine weapons have been meticulously arranged. We are merely awaiting the onset of the celestial catastrophe to commence our trial, the elder responded solemnly. At that moment, his aged visage was etched with unprecedented seriousness. Patriarch, to hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, should we not summon Lin Wudao back? He suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian sighed and shook his head. There is no need. This is a matter pertaining to our Lin clan. Lin Wudao has been expelled from our lineage and is no longer one of us. All matters concerning the Lin family are no longer his concern. Moreover, even if we were to invite him, he is unlikely to return. Sighing deeply, the elder could not suppress a sense of regret. Could we not extend an invitation to him in the capacity of a practitioner? Do you truly believe he would return? Lin Tian had yet to respond when Lin Tian He, the 3rd elder, could no longer contain a derisive laugh. I concur with the patriarch. This is a matter for the Lin family alone, and outsiders have no bearing on it. I refuse to believe that after decades of preparation, our Lin clan cannot withstand this celestial trial. Lin Tian He exuded confidence. Boom. As he spoke, he suddenly surged with vigor, unleashing a formidable aura. Hissed the assembly gasped in astonishment. Even Lin Tian, the patriarch, could not help but cast a shocked glance at Lin Tianhe at that moment. No one had anticipated that Lin Tianhe had silently attained the peak of the wheel stage, a level of cultivation unmatched within the entire Lin clan. With 3 elders having reached this pinnacle, the impending celestial catastrophe would surely be weathered without calamity. Lin Tian uttered a word of praise. In light of the pressing situation, he chose not to dwell on Lin Tianhe's concealed cultivation. After speaking, he cast a profound look and rose to exit the Zichan hall. Observing this, the other clan members closely followed. Boom. Approximately an hour later, as everyone was engulfed in anxiety, a tremendous thunderclap erupted from the vast sky above. In an instant, a terrifying flash of lightning streaked across, its might tearing the fabric of the void apart. A wave of oppressive energy surged forth, overwhelming all present, making it difficult for them to breathe. The celestial catastrophe had arrived. The crowd's expressions darkened. Simultaneously, far away at Wuyo Mountain Manor, Lin Wudao also directed his gaze toward the Lin clan. Young master, the celestial catastrophe has descended upon the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Wudao replied, his demeanor indifferent, showing no sign of change. I wonder which test model the Lin clan will draw this time. If they were to select the simple model, they would surely pass through unscathed. Even if they draw the difficult model, they might barely manage to survive after incurring great costs. However, should they draw the nightmare or hell models, given the foundation and strength of the Lin family, survival would be nearly impossible. As for the most terrifying death model, no one would emerge alive. Han Qingshan sighed him. The celestial catastrophe is divided into 5 models. Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. Historically, what principle governed the tests of celestial catastrophes? Well, it all depends on luck. During the celestial catastrophe, some draw the simple model, others the difficult one. And some might even face the death model, leading to the complete annihilation of their faction. It is entirely random, with no certainties involved. Is that so? Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. He held little concern for the fate of the Lin clan. His only interest lay in how many lives would be lost in this celestial catastrophe, so that he might collect the bodies afterward. The thoughts of Lin Wudao were, of course, unknown to the members of the Lin family. At this moment, the once in 500 years celestial catastrophe had indeed arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the tension among the crowd escalated, 5 dazzling beams of divine light pierced through the void, ultimately transforming into 5 mysterious orbs of light that descended. These 5 orbs were designated for selecting the test models. Every member of the Lin clan was eligible to participate in the voting. By infusing their spiritual power into the corresponding orb, they effectively cast their vote. Once the voting concludes, the will of heaven will unveil the answer. At that moment, the light group with the most votes will signify the mode of trial that the Lin clan shall face. Everyone is acutely aware of this. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianan was the first to channel his spiritual energy into the leftmost light group. Observing this, the other clan members promptly followed suit. I believe we should trust the Patriarch's intuition. That is not necessarily the case. It is entirely random, and the Patriarch's instincts may very well be flawed at this juncture. What if we inadvertently select the mode of death? That would be disastrous. I think the light group on the right appears to be more favorable. Humph. I shall choose the one in the center. The crowd engaged in fervent debate. Soon enough, all members of the Lin clan completed their votes. Next comes the moment of revelation. At this instant, a mixture of tension and anticipation enveloped everyone. Boom. Moments later, with a resounding sound, the 5 light groups suspended in the air erupted simultaneously, revealing the trial modes they represented. However, when the final answer was unveiled, all present were rendered speechless, each one gasping in disbelief. For this time, the Lin family had drawn the Hell mode. Hiss, how is this possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, their face turning pale. How could it be Hell mode? This is outrageous, impossible. No, I refuse to believe this is true. It's over. The Hell mode. Heaven seeks to obliterate my Lin family. Panic and despair echoed throughout the gathering. At this moment, all clan members, including Lin Tianan, displayed expressions of terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Lin Tianhe, who had previously boasted the loudest, now appeared ashen with fear. Chapter 15. I am here to collect your corpses. How could this happen? At this moment, Lin Tianhe's body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes filled with an unprecedented panic and terror. The formidable strength he believed he possessed, having attained the pinnacle of the wheel stage, was utterly futile in the face of the Hell mode. In Nightmare mode, there would still be a glimmer of hope. However, Hell mode was nothing short of a veritable hell on earth. Once the celestial trial descended, the meager strength of the Lin clan could not withstand it at all. Ultimately, there was but one outcome: death and the annihilation of his clan. The mere thought of that scene filled Lin Tianhe with profound dread. A wave of despair surged within him. Meanwhile, not far away, the elders of the clan were equally flustered, clearly having not anticipated the draw of Hell mode. Each one gradually losing composure. But just as the crowd was engulfed in fear and unease, a strange message abruptly appeared in everyone's minds. Half an hour later, the calamity commences. Alas, is it truly heaven's intent to bring about the downfall of the Lin family? The elder's eyes were filled with sorrow. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he beckoned a guard over. Immediately proceed to Wuyou Mountain Villa and summon Lin Wudao. He possesses the strength to slay Zhou Tianzhong of the Taishian sect with a single blow, at least of mid-Dao palace level. With his assistance, the Lin family might weather this calamity. Understood, elder, replied the guard, preparing to turn away. Wait, perhaps it is better if I go myself. I hope Lin Wudao will consider our shared bloodline and lend his aid to the Lin family in overcoming the celestial calamity. Otherwise, with a heavy sigh, the elder set off at the fastest pace, racing toward Wuyou Mountain Villa. Watching his departing figure, Lin Tianan clenched his fists, his deep-set eyes reflecting both helplessness and a flicker of hope. If Lin Wudao were to arrive, perhaps the Lin family would still have a chance of survival. The Lin clan faced a celestial calamity once every 500 years, and the entirety of Xuantian Ancient City was abuzz with attention. Among them, Han Qishan was no exception. Upon learning that the Lin family had drawn Hell mode, he hastily returned to Wuyou Mountain Villa. Young master, the Lin family has drawn Hell mode in this celestial calamity. I fear there is little hope for survival, he said, his brow furrowed. Hell mode? Lin Wudao concluded his meditation, a slight surprise flickering in his gaze. It seems the Lin family is not particularly fortunate, he murmured. With that, he closed his eyes once more, returning to his cultivation. Observing this, Han Qishan appeared as though he wished to say something, but seeing Lin Wudao's indifferent demeanor, he dared not speak further. Thus, he turned and exited the room. Whoosh! At that moment, an ancient spiritual vessel sliced through the air, descending upon Wuyou Mountain Villa. Lin Tianhong? Upon seeing the newcomer, Han Qishan approached with anticipation. The esteemed elder, why have you come to my Wuyou Mountain Villa at this moment, instead of dealing with the impending heavenly tribulation faced by the Lin family? Han, my younger brother, where is Lin Wudao? Are you searching for my young master? Han Qishan furrowed his brow, as if he had divined the elder's intentions. Esteemed elder, my young master is no longer a member of the Lin clan. Today marks the Lin family's once in 500 years heavenly tribulation. You must return swiftly. My young master is currently in seclusion, refraining from meeting anyone. A voice, devoid of warmth, drifted forth. Having spoken, Han Qingshan did not deign to show any courtesy, turning on his heel to leave. Yet, at that moment, Lin Tianhong suddenly knelt upon the ground. What is the meaning of this? Han Qingshan's expression darkened. Han, I implore you to assist us. The Lin family stands on the brink of disaster, and we cannot withstand the trials of the abyss. Only Lin Wudao's intervention may offer a glimmer of hope. Should he agree to lend his hand, I am willing to accept any terms. Lin Tianhong spoke in a tone bordering on desperation, urgency lacing his words. Ah, so now you seek assistance? Han Qingshan scoffed in disdain. Had you known it would come to this, why act so rashly in the past? It was you and your kin who unanimously decided to expel my young master from the lineage, and now, in your hour of need, you come begging? Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? I shall relay this matter to my young master. His response, however, remains beyond my knowledge. With that, he disregarded Lin Tianhong's reaction and departed. Soon, he arrived once more at Lin Wudao's chamber. Young master, the esteemed elder Lin Tianhong has come, and he is currently kneeling outside. Go inform him that I am no longer of the Lin family. All matters concerning the Lin clan are of no concern to me. After the heavenly tribulation passes, I shall collect their remains. As for offering assistance, I think not. A voice devoid of emotion emerged from within the room. Understood. Having received his answer, Han Qingshan did not linger, promptly returning outside the villa to convey Lin Wudao's exact words to Lin Tianhong. What? No assistance? Merely to collect the remains? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhong's eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant. Esteemed elder, you should return. The heavenly tribulation is about to commence. Do not delay here. Bang! Han Qingshan coldly shut the door. Only Lin Tianhong remained, kneeling alone upon the frigid ground. The heavens have forsaken the Lin family. The heavens have forsaken the Lin family. In a moment of despair, he began to weep uncontrollably. His cries were laden with profound sorrow and lamentation. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Lin Tianhong struggled to rise from the ground, taking trembling steps, one after another, towards the Lin family. Esteemed elder, what transpired? How is Lin Wudao? A crowd gathered, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Yet, Lin Tianhong could only shake his head. Lin Wudao declared that he was no longer a member of the Lin family, that everything pertaining to the Lin clan was of no concern to him. He would not extend a helping hand, but out of respect for their shared bloodline, he would return after the catastrophe to collect their remains. What? Collect our remains? Did this dog wish for our demise? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in profound anger. Immediately, many clan members began to curse furiously. Boom. At that moment, amidst their rage and fear, the heavens suddenly darkened, and a formidable celestial might descended, enveloping all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The divine pressure, like a prison, forced everyone to kneel upon the ground. Following this, under the limitless terror and despair reflected in the eyes of the Lin family, a terrifying river of swords hung ominously in the sky. Within it, an overwhelming sword aura surged forth, as if shattering the void itself. It was over. The heavenly calamity had begun. Save me, I do not wish to die. Oh heavens, why must it be in hell mode? Why treat my Lin clan so unjustly? The heavens are merciless. As the celestial calamity descended, the Lin family members howled in madness. Each was filled with fear and despair. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the vast river of swords suspended in the sky trembled violently, and then, sharp and unparalleled sword auras sliced through the void, descending relentlessly. Initially, the sword aura was not particularly strong, possessing only the power of the divine concealment realm. However, as time passed, the sword aura in the heavens grew increasingly terrifying, advancing from the divine concealment realm to the bitter sea realm, and then to the wheel stage realm. Ultimately, it even reached the level of the Dao Palace. The strongest among the Lin family barely reached the peak of the wheel stage realm. How could they withstand such horrifying sword auras? Accompanied by piercing cries and voices of despair, under the onslaught of the sword auras, one after another, the Lin clan members perished, their bodies turning cold. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tiannan, Lin Tianhong, and Lin Tianhe remained. At this moment, they too suffered unprecedented injuries, their auras in disarray, seemingly clinging to the last vestiges of life. The Lin family was finished. Gazing at the corpses of his kin strewn across the ground, Lin Tiannan was engulfed in profound sorrow. He no longer resisted, supporting himself with his long sword. He raised his head to stare intently at the vast celestial pressure, as if welcoming the arrival of death. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they drew their final breaths, a steady sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Before long, a man clad in black, with a stern visage and extraordinary presence, slowly arrived before them. Lin Wudao? A flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. However, to their disappointment, Lin Wudao merely cast a fleeting glance at them before shifting his gaze away. What followed? He merely turned his hand to reveal an ancient bronze coffin, commencing the solemn task of placing the lifeless body upon the ground within its confines. Chapter 16. The Eye of the Divine. What are you doing, Lin Wudao? As Lin Tianhe witnessed Lin Wudao blatantly disregarding him and others, even going so far as to carry a bronze coffin to collect the dead, his fury reached a boiling point, prompting him to roar in outrage. I have proclaimed that I will gather the bodies. A calm voice resonated softly. While speaking, Lin Wudao paid no heed to the anger and despair of those present. His gaze remained fixated on the lifeless forms before him. As he passed, numerous corpses of the Lin family were meticulously placed into the coffin of the sky burial. Ding! You have collected the body of Lin Yufeng and gained 1 year of cultivation. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 10 years of cultivation. You have collected the body of Lin Kuan and obtained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have collected the body of Lin Tianluan and gained the technique, Thunderclap Palm. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired the technique, Great Thunder Palm. You have collected the body of Lin Zhao and gained. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Each time he placed a body into the coffin of the sky burial, he would randomly receive something valuable, be it elixirs, divine weapons, or profound cultivation methods. A plethora of treasures. In this moment, Lin Wudao was engulfed in immense joy. Meanwhile, Lin Tianan and the others, who struggled in the distance, wore expressions of rage and despair. Lin Wudao, I curse you to an untimely death. Suddenly, Lin Tianhe bellowed in fury. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's actions paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze toward Lin Tianhe, before resolutely striding over with the coffin of the sky burial slung over his shoulder. What? What are you going to do? Seeing Lin Wudao's fierce demeanor, Lin Tianhe assumed he was about to attack and took a defensive stance, bracing himself. However, he misinterpreted the situation. Bang! Upon reaching Lin Tianhe, Lin Wudao disregarded his animosity and simply placed the coffin of the sky burial on the ground, standing silently before him. His expression remained stoic, as if awaiting something. Lin Wudao, you. At that moment, Lin Tianhe seemed to grasp the situation. Just as he was about to confront Lin Wudao with his seething fury, a terrifying sword aura descended from the heavens, piercing through his chest. This strike bore the might of the Dao Palace, extinguishing all vitality in Lin Tianhe. Boom! In the instant of his demise, Lin Wudao, who had been patiently waiting, swiftly struck the coffin of the sky burial, promptly enclosing Lin Tianhe's corpse within. Ding! You have collected the body of Lin Tianhe and acquired the post-heavenly divine item, Holy Spirit Fruit. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired the innate divine item, Fruit of the Divine Spirit. Name, Fruit of the Divine Spirit level, innate divine item description, a rare divine object birthed from the laws of heaven and earth. Upon consumption, it grants the bearer a pair of divine eyes, capable of gazing upon the heavens above and the depths below. 2. The Eye of the Divine allows one to perceive the myriad treasures of the world, each radiating its own ethereal aura. 3. To unravel confusion and reach the realm of truth. Note, possessing this eye, you become akin to a deity. Information regarding the divine fruit has presented itself before me. It appears to be a primordial divine artifact. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. He had not anticipated that within the seemingly unremarkable Lin Tianhe lay such immense fortune. That sacred spirit fruit must surely have been something he possessed in his former life. Furthermore, it had given rise to a pair of sacred spirit eyes. Were it not for this, with his innate talents and roots, he could not have achieved the pinnacle of the wheel stage. Truly, this is an unexpected delight. Lin Wudao felt elated. After grasping the origins and uses of the divine fruit, his attention turned to Lin Tianan and Lin Tianhong, who were not far away. He continued to wait in place. Alas, observing his actions, the two let out a sorrowful sigh. Having someone to collect the remains is better than leaving them to rot in the wilderness. Whoosh! Whoosh! No sooner had the words left their lips than two terrifying sword energies descended from the heavens, piercing through their bodies and extinguishing all signs of life. Thus, under the cataclysmic wrath of the heavens, every member of the Lin clan perished. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao remained silent. After standing still for a moment, he clapped the coffin of the celestial burial, collecting the bodies of Lin Tianan and Lin Tianhong within. Ding! You have gathered Lin Tiannan's body and obtained the technique, shrinking the earth to an inch. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired the technique, a step to the horizon. Now, the system has automatically cultivated you to the pinnacle of this technique. allowing you to traverse 10 miles with a single step. You have gathered Lin Tianhong's body and obtained a 300-year-old longevity spirit herb. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired a 3,000-year-old longevity spirit medicine. Another 2 notifications resounded. Boom, 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 as the sounds fell. Insights regarding the A step to the horizon surged within him. With the system's aid, Lin Wudao directly cultivated this technique to its zenith. It was time to depart. Glancing at the now desolate Lin clan, Lin Wudao sighed softly, then stowed the coffin of the celestial burial and vanished from the spot with a single step. Whoosh! Merely a few strides brought him back to Weiyou Mountain Manor. This technique, a step to the horizon, is indeed extraordinary, Lin Wudao praised. With that, he entered his chamber, retrieving the divine fruit, examining it closely before swallowing it whole. Rumble! The divine fruit, a marvel of creation. Once it entered his stomach, Lin Wudao felt torrents of potent divine essence surging forth, flowing throughout his being in an instant. Ultimately, 2 streams of the most primal essence converged within his eyes. At that moment, in the depths of his gaze, it seemed as though the essence of celestial laws blossomed. The world, in an instant, transformed into a realm of wonder. After his eyes evolved into those of a divine being, Lin Wudao discovered that the landscape before him became starkly clearer. Various auras flowed and intertwined within the cosmos. It was profoundly mysterious and exceedingly enigmatic. Indeed, everything was as the system had proclaimed. With these divine eyes, he could gaze upon the 9 heavens above and the 9 abysses below. Moreover, he caught a glimpse of faint traces of treasures. A myriad of resplendent lights intertwined in the void. Truly astonishing. Upon further exploration, Lin Wudao genuinely felt the extraordinary and miraculous capabilities of the divine eyes. With this gift, nothing in this world could escape his perception. He was thoroughly satisfied. Young master, should we not take our leave? Suddenly, a voice from outside the room inquired. That of Han Qingsnow. Is everything prepared? Indeed. Then let us proceed to the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. The calm voice resonated softly. As he spoke, Lin Wudao meticulously organized the items acquired from the recent corpse retrieval, retaining essentials such as the thunderclap palm, the elixir of longevity, and the near horizon, while sacrificing the remainder. Ultimately, he garnered 3,000 fortune points. Though modest, it was better than nothing. Whoosh! Approximately half a day later, an ancient spirit vessel sword from Weiyou Mountain Manor, transforming into a brilliant streak of light as it swiftly departed from the ancient city of Qingyuan. Chapter 17. The Demon Suppression Office of Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou is expansive, comprising 36 prefectures. To the east, it borders the ancient and vast Xuantian mountain range. To the north, it gazes upon the mysterious and boundless North Sea. To the west lies a desolate wasteland, while the south remains the most favorable habitat for living beings. The Demon Suppression Office, an institution of the Great Li Dynasty, exists to maintain order throughout the realm and regulate the formidable powers of human cultivators, possessing vast resources and immense authority. Currently, as the dynasty declines and myriad heroes rise, it is a time of great chaos, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. Yet, paradoxically, it is also an era of unprecedented opportunity. For those who possess sufficient strength, the chance to achieve greatness and reach the pinnacle of life is within reach. After departing from Qingyuan Ancient City, Lin Wudao and Han Qingsnow hastened towards the Demon Suppression Office. As the Lord of the Demon Hunter Hall, Lin Wudao wielded considerable power, his status and authority second only to that of the Deputy Governor and the Grand Governor. Notably, the Demon Suppression Office operates under a system of territorial governance. The 36 prefectures of Yuanzhou are overseen by the 8 lords of the Demon Suppression Office. As a hall master, one has jurisdiction over all matters within their prefecture. Indeed, should a hall master possess sufficient strength, even the Deputy Governor of the Demon Suppression Office would be unable to exert control over them. This is a realm where strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses formidable power and adheres to the established rules, they may act as they please. Lin Wudao relished this aspect immensely. Which prefectures does the Demon Hunter Hall currently oversee? On the road, Lin Wudao suddenly opened his eyes and inquired softly. Young master, from what I have gathered, the Demon Hunter Hall currently ranks as the weakest among the 8 halls of the Demon Suppression Office, possessing the least resources. At present, the hall governs 3 prefectures, Shanhai, Bohuang, and Tianwu. Shanhai Prefecture, due to its proximity to the North Sea and the Xuantian Mountains, frequently suffers invasions from monstrous beasts and barbarian tribes, resulting in the loss of nearly half its territory. Bohuang Prefecture is the most tumultuous, home to the most notorious and ruthless individuals from the Great Li Dynasty and surrounding regions. They are infamous for their malevolence and are exceedingly difficult to contend with. They show no adherence to the edicts of the Great Li Dynasty, and their formidable strength leaves even the Demon Suppression Office powerless against them. As for Tianwu Prefecture, it is comparatively better than Shanghai and Bahuang, yet it lies at the intersection of the Qiyue dynasty and the Dashuan dynasty, leading to constant warfare. In summary, the three prefectures governed by the Demon Hunter Hall are among the most chaotic. At this point, Han Qishan could not help but sigh, casting a sympathetic and helpless glance at Lin Wudao. The Demon Hunter Hall is indeed a hot potato, now that Lin Wudao has assumed the role of Hall Master. He must shoulder the responsibility of governing and managing the three tumultuous prefectures, where a single misstep could lead to his utter ruin. Even a decade ago, Lin Daoshan had tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, when confronted by the three great kingdoms. Young Master, managing the Demon Hunting Hall may prove somewhat challenging. You must be mentally prepared, Han Qingshan murmured after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast him a sidelong glance and nodded lightly. I am well aware of my own limits, he replied. With that, he delved into understanding more about the Demon Suppression Division in the Demon Hunting Hall, subsequently immersing himself in cultivation. Half a day later, they arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, Xuantian Ancient City, a grand metropolis steeped in ancient history and profound heritage. It lies at the very heart of Yuanzhou, commanding an elevated view akin to a chessboard speckled with stars, thus earning its name as Xuantian Ancient City. Simultaneously, this location serves as the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. Swish upon Lin Wudao and Han Qingshan's arrival, Yin Jianfei, who had been waiting for quite some time, greeted them. Lord Lin, I have been instructed to await your arrival. Currently, all four deputy commanders and the 7 hall masters of the Demon Suppression Division have gathered at Tianyuan Palace to welcome you, Lord Lin. The Grand Commander wishes for you to familiarize yourself with the situation, Yin Jianfei said respectfully. After speaking, he led Lin Wudao directly towards Tianyuan Palace. Along the way, many cast him astonished and curious glances, accompanied by whispers that expressed a profound interest in this suddenly appearing master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Lin Wudao, however, paid them no mind. Moments later, under Yin Jianfei's guidance, he arrived at the grand and imposing Tianyuan Palace. As he looked up, he saw that within the ancient hall, there were 3 tiers. At the very top, there was only one seat, undoubtedly that of the Grand Commander, Zhao Xianxiao. Beneath him, 4 tables were arranged, each occupied by a figure, representing the 4 deputy commanders of the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Wudao discreetly surveyed them and noted that they were all at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, with the most formidable among them, the first deputy commander Li Bingtian, standing just half a step away from the other shore. Below the 4 deputy commanders were the positions of the 8 hall masters. At this moment, Lin Wudao noticed that one of the hall master positions was vacant and seemingly ranked last. Reporting to the deputy commander, this is the Demon Hunting Hall Master Lin Wudao, appointed by the Grand Commander, Yin Jianfei announced with a bow. Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian nodded from above. The Grand Commander possesses an astute eye. Since he personally appointed you, Brother Lin must undoubtedly possess significant capabilities. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the empty chair beside him. As his words fell, the attention of everyone present converged upon Lin Wudao, each scrutinizing him with indifferent gazes. Among them, Lin Wudao distinctly sensed a plethora of emotions, sneers, skepticism, disdain, and even hostility, each one palpable in the air. Lin Wudao remained silent, quietly seated as he engaged in various pleasantries. At last, after several rounds of drinks, Li Bingtian stood to provide an overview of the Zhenma division before setting down his cup. The Grand Commander is currently in seclusion, striving to break through his realm, and I am temporarily overseeing the affairs of the Zhenma division. The reason for gathering everyone today, apart from welcoming our brother Lin Wudao, is to address another significant matter, the execution of the Red Moon Demon. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the Tianyuan Palace. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present instantly turned grave. The Red Moon Demon? A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. He recalled having seen information regarding the Red Moon Demon in the Tongtian Baojian. It seemed he was the notorious leader of the Huangquan Demon Sect, suppressed by Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao, awaiting execution on a chosen date. What further discussion was necessary? He found himself puzzled. It is well known that the Red Moon Demon, a notorious figure of the Huangquan Demon Sect, had committed numerous heinous acts, inciting the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people, ultimately being subdued by the Grand Commander. To deter other malevolent beings, the Grand Commander decided to execute the Red Moon Demon in public. Today, we shall deliberate on who will serve as the executioner. Li Bingtian's tone was somber and commanding. However, as his words fell, an unsettling silence enveloped the vast Tianyuan Palace. Neither the vice commanders present nor the formidable local lords uttered a word. Clearly, none were eager to take on this task. Noticing the atmosphere, Li Bingtian furrowed his brow. Is there truly no one willing to assume the role of executioner? His dissatisfaction began to surface. "Li Commander, I propose that Lin Wudao be appointed as the executioner, as he is new here, and this would be an opportunity for him to familiarize himself with the Zhenma division. It would also serve to establish his authority as a hall master." Just as the gathering fell into silence, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from beside Li Bingtian. The onlookers focused their attention. The speaker was Jiang Taichu, the fourth vice commander, who also happened to be Lin Wudao's direct superior. Chapter 18. I am the executioner. This promises to be a spectacle. Upon hearing Jiang Taichu's audacious suggestion to appoint Lin Wudao as the executioner for the Red Moon Old Demon, an expression of schadenfreude spread across the faces of the deputy commander and the various palace lords present. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Lin Wudao brimmed with sympathy and pity. Clearly, their reluctance to undertake the execution was rooted in a deeper understanding. Lin Wudao, being a newcomer, was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation and thus deemed the ideal scapegoat. The attendees were acutely aware of Jiang Taichu's ulterior motives. Although he held a directorship in the Demon Hunting Hall, he harbored lingering ambitions regarding the position of Hall Master, intending for his brother Qin Xuanxiu to succeed. Little did he anticipate that the Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao would handpick Lin Wudao, thwarting his plans entirely. Consequently, Jiang Taichu had long nurtured a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Wudao. This time, he aimed to leverage the execution of the Red Moon Old Demon to eliminate Lin Wudao. After all, it was common knowledge that the Red Moon Old Demon, as the formidable head of the Huangguan Demon Sect, possessed an immensely solid foundation, making his execution a formidable challenge. The peril was particularly pronounced, as the Demon Suppression Office had received word that the Huangguan Demon Sect was dispatching individuals to rescue the Red Moon Old Demon. Should the execution be publicly carried out, it was inevitable that an attempt would be made to disrupt the proceedings. If the Red Moon Old Demon were to be rescued, Lin Wudao, as the appointed executioner, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, leading to his inevitable dismissal from the position of Hall Master. Moreover, should the Huangguan Demon Sect exert sufficient effort, it was entirely plausible that Lin Wudao could meet his demise on the spot. It could be said that Jiang Taichu's machinations were exceedingly insidious. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao, being new to the environment, remained blissfully unaware of the intricacies of this scheme. However, from the pitying glances cast by those around him, he sensed that Jiang Taichu's intentions were far from benign. "Commander Qin, as Lin Wudao is unfamiliar with the various circumstances at the Demon Suppression Office, I believe it would be prudent to appoint a seasoned individual to oversee the execution of the Red Moon Old Demon. After all, he is a rather formidable adversary," spoke Li Bingtian in a low, somber tone. For various reasons, he did not wish to see Lin Wudao become a mere pawn in this dangerous game. Yet, Jiang Taichu was vehemently opposed. "Commander Li, it is precisely because Lin Wudao is unfamiliar with the situation that he must be integrated swiftly into the Demon Suppression Office. As a palace lord, if he cannot even muster the courage to execute a demon, how can he claim to be worthy of the title? Such a waste of space has no place in my Demon Suppression Office. I firmly believe that since Lin Wudao has been appointed by the Grand Commander and is the son of the former Hall Master, he will not falter in the face of adversity and will uphold his father's honor," declared Jiang Taichu with resolute determination. It appeared that the role of executioner was destined to fall to Lin Wudao. Witnessing this scene, a shadow of discontent crossed Li Bingtian's eyes. Yet he refrained from further comment, redirecting his gaze towards the typically reticent Lin Wudao. "What do you think, Brother Lin? I am willing to assume the role of the executioner and carry out the sentence on the Crimson Moon Demon." The voice, calm and unwavering, resonated throughout the space. From beginning to end, Lin Wudao's expression remained placid, devoid of any tumult. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, the crowd was taken aback, baffled by the source of his audacity. "Since you have consented, let it be so. Dispatch the order. Tomorrow at noon, in the martial arts square of the ancient Tianyuan city, the public execution of the Crimson Moon Demon shall commence." With those words, Li Bingtian cast a lingering glance at Lin Wudao before turning and departing. Following his exit, the other deputy governors and various palace lords also dispersed, their gazes toward Lin Wudao increasingly tinged with pity. In response, Lin Wudao remained unfazed and turned to leave the Tianyuan Palace. "Lord Lin, the Grand Governor has issued a command. Your residence is at the star-picking courtyard on Lingyun Peak. Shall I escort you there now, or would you prefer to explore the Demon Suppression Department first?" Suddenly, Yun Jianfei appeared before him, speaking with respect. "Let us go to the star-picking courtyard first." "As you wish." Immediately, Yun Jianfei led Lin Wudao and Han Qingshan through the crowd's curious gazes directly toward the star-picking courtyard on Lingyun Peak. A moment later, upon reaching the courtyard, Yun Jianfei did not take his leave but instead looked at Lin Wudao, hesitating to speak. "What is it you wish to say?" Inside the courtyard, Lin Wudao took a sip of tea and inquired casually. I have heard that you are to serve as the executioner tomorrow. To carry out the sentence on the Crimson Moon Demon? Indeed. Lord Lin, you have been misled. Yun Jianfei sighed heavily. His words caused Lin Wudao's brow to furrow. Why? Lord Lin, do you not realize that the role of the executioner is fraught with peril? The Demon Suppression Department has received credible intelligence that the Huangquan Demon Sect has dispatched experts to rescue the Crimson Moon Demon. Should the execution proceed tomorrow? The Huangquan Demon Sect will undoubtedly attempt to storm the execution site. If they manage to rescue the Crimson Moon Demon, the blame will fall squarely on your shoulders. Lord Lin. At that point, Jiang Taichu will have ample reason to oust you from your position as Palace Lord. After all, he has long coveted the title of Demon Hunter Palace Lord, intending to support his brother Chun Chuanqiu's rise, but has been thwarted by the Grand Governor's influence. Should you let the Crimson Moon Demon escape, Jiang Taichu will certainly not let it slide. Yun Jianfei fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Coveting the position of Palace Lord? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao finally grasped the reason behind the sympathetic and pitying gazes he had encountered earlier in the Tianyuan Palace. So they all knew. This is a scheme to make me a scapegoat, to bear the blame? Indeed. Alas, had I known this from the outset. I should have made things clearer to you, Lord Lin. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament now. Yun Jianfei expressed his remorse. In response, Lin Wudao nodded, choosing not to dwell on the issue. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. Master Lin, will you proceed with the execution as usual tomorrow? Having spoken, Lin Wudao paid no heed to Yun Jianfei's astonishment and turned directly to enter the room. It is indeed like walking into the tiger's den, Yun Jianfei mused. Subsequently, he shook his head and departed from the stargazing courtyard. Inside the room, Lin Wudao sat cross-legged. Through the events of the day, he perceived that the demon subduing division in Yuanzhou was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. The depths of intrigue ran profound, as nearly everyone harbored their own schemes. However, he felt no trepidation. Rather, anticipation filled his heart. It was said that the Crimson Moon Demon of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect was a master of the Other Shore realm. Had it not been for Zhao Xuanqiao's intervention, the division's several vice-commanders would have been unable to subdue him. If he were to collect the demon's remains, what treasures might he unearth? Lin Wudao was brimming with excitement. Why would he refuse a corpse presented to him? As for danger, if the Yellow Spring Demon Sect dared to come, he would welcome them with open arms. His grand copper coffin was ample enough to accommodate as many foes as dared approach, each one a stepping stone to his own strength. With these thoughts, Lin Wudao settled his emotions, and with a flicker of his mind, he connected with the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully joined the Yuanzhou Demon Subduing Division and become the master of the Demon Hunting Hall, gaining 3,000 fortune points. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Fortune points for this? Lin Wudao was taken aback. The host will receive fortune points upon changes in identity, status, or strength. Additionally, if the host makes significant contributions to their faction, they will also gain a substantial increase in fortune points. Does slaying the Crimson Moon Demon count? Indeed. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes brightened. Crimson Moon Demon, it seems your time has come. He murmured softly before immersing himself in cultivation. Chapter 19. The Underworld Demon Sect, Reduced to Ruins. On the following day, as the Demon Suppression Division announced its intention to publicly execute the Crimson Moon Elder Demon in the martial arts square of the Tianyuan Ancient City, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire city. Numerous cultivators hastened to gather at the execution site. Simultaneously, a multitude of demon suppression envoys meticulously guarded every entry point, enforcing a citywide lockdown to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. At last, when the clock struck noon, accompanied by the sharp clanking of iron chains, a group of formidable demon suppression envoys escorted a disheveled and slightly aged man to the square. Despite his tattered appearance and the bloodstains that marred his body, he exuded an intensely malevolent aura. His fierce and piercing gaze instilled a profound sense of dread in those who beheld him. Could this truly be the Crimson Moon Elder Demon? Indeed, he is a fearsome figure. Someone gasped. It was rumored that the Crimson Moon Elder Demon was the notorious leader of the Underworld Demon Sect, having attained the 7th realm of cultivation, placing him on par with the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Division. It seemed that Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao had also suffered considerable injuries in his efforts to subdue the Elder Demon. Nonsense. The Grand Commander is clearly in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Today's execution officer is said to be the newly appointed master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Just a mere child. How formidable could he truly be? I have heard that the Underworld Demon Sect has dispatched experts to rescue the Crimson Moon Elder Demon. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Amid the crowd, whispers of speculation arose. Kneel. Bang. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, The demon suppression experts forced the Crimson Moon Elder Demon to his knees upon the execution platform. Enraged, the Elder Demon's eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Xianxiao, you hypocritical scoundrel. All you know is to employ deceitful schemes to harm me. If you possess any courage, face me in battle, resorting to despicable tactics to ensnare me. Is this the extent of your demon suppression division's prowess? Even if I were to descend into hell and become a vengeful spirit, I shall not spare you. The Crimson Moon Elder Demon roared with unbridled madness, his visage a mask of rage. As his voice echoed, murmurs swirled through the crowd, clearly discussing his words. It was evident that Zhao Xianxiao had employed ignoble means to suppress the Elder Demon. When dealing with such fiends, what need is there for notions of light and justice? Facing death, he still dares to argue. Alas, why not simply deliver a swift execution? The crowd surged with fervor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As their discussions continued, a brilliant streak of light suddenly traversed the distant sky. Moments later, the 4 deputy commanders and the 8 hall masters of the Demon Suppression Division arrived at the martial arts square in unison. The presence of such esteemed figures immediately captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Young Lin, today you are the execution officer. Please take your seat. The first vice-governor, Li Bingtian, gestured towards the principal seat at the execution ground, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao did not hesitate. He nodded and directly took his place as the execution officer, his indifferent gaze surveying the distant figure of the Red Moon Old Demon. In his eyes, this was a treasure. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, filled with skepticism and curiosity, fixed their eyes intently on Lin Wudao. They were all aware that the Demon Suppression Department had appointed a new Lord of the Demon Hunting Hall, and he was remarkably young. Today's encounter indeed confirmed this. How could someone so youthful ascend to such a prominent position within the Demon Suppression Department? Did he possess the capability to maintain control? Some voiced their doubts. If the people from the Yellow Springs Demon Sect come to disrupt the execution, it will surely be a spectacle. I wonder if this Lord Lin can handle the situation? I have my doubts. The crowd was not optimistic about Lin Wudao. After all, he was undeniably too young, and his abilities and strength were surely lacking. Regarding the murmurs around him, Lin Wudao remained expressionless. He did not utter a word, simply sitting in silence upon the principal seat, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, it was noon. Young master, the time has come, Han Qishan, standing nearby, whispered in reminder. Very well. Proceed with the execution. With a swift motion, Lin Wudao drew a command arrow from the table before him and cast it onto the execution ground. The time has come. Execute, shouted one of the demon suppression envoys nearby. Upon hearing this, the executioner raised his formidable blade and brought it down fiercely towards the neck of the Red Moon Old Demon. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Every eye widened in anticipation of the Red Moon Old Demon's severed head. However, just as the crowd held their breath in suspense, a fierce hand of spiritual energy surged from beyond the execution ground, shattering the executioner's blade with a single blow. The tremendous force wrecked a significant portion of the execution site. Who dares to kill a member of my Yellow Springs Demon Sect? A streak of light sliced through the air, and amidst the overwhelming aura of malevolence, 10 terrifying figures descended from the heavens, encircling the Red Moon Old Demon tightly. The Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Damn it, they have indeed come to disrupt the execution. This is a blatant provocation against our Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Department. Witnessing the 10 figures at the execution ground, Li Bingtian and the others' expressions darkened considerably. Simultaneously, their eyes reflected a grave seriousness. For before them stood 10 figures, each possessing the strength of the great perfection in the Dao Palace, and with only their 4 combined, they could not hope to contend. Hey, Lin Wudao, let us see if you can survive this. One remarked, astonished that the Yellow Springs Demon Sect would go to such lengths, dispatching 10 formidable experts to rescue the Red Moon Old Demon. In stark contrast to the somber expressions of Li Bingtian and his companions, Jiang Taichu was enveloped in a sense of malicious glee. At that moment, he fervently wished for the Crimson Moon Old Demon to be abducted. Even more splendid would be the demise of Lin Wudao. Such an outcome would render the position of the Demon Hunter Hall Master within his grasp. Contemplating this, Jiang Taichu was filled with anticipation, his eyes wide open, eager to witness the unfolding farce involving Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, the entourage from the Underworld Demon Sect observed the Demon Suppression Division's flustered demeanor, their eyes gleaming with disdainful smirks and mockery. The Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou was hardly impressive. Crimson Moon, we have come to bring you home. As they spoke, they cast a cold glance at Li Bingtian and his associates, preparing to seize the Crimson Moon Old Demon and depart from the execution ground. Wait a moment. However, just as they turned, A calm voice resonated from behind them. Upon focusing their gaze, they found the young man seated in the principal position. What is this? Even the 4 deputy governors of your demon suppression division do not dare to obstruct us, and yet you wish to make a move? Sneered an elder clad in red robes. In response, Lin Wudao maintained an unwavering composure, devoid of any ripples of emotion. May I inquire if all your members have gathered? What do you mean? If they are all here, let us embark together. What? You wish to accompany us on our journey? The assembly of demons, led by the red-robed elder, erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd jest. Yet, their laughter was short-lived. At that moment, Lin Wudao made his move. With a thunderous boom, just as they were about to whisk the crimson moon old demon away, an enormous hand, forged from boundless spiritual energy, suddenly pierced through the void, crashing down upon one of them. Bang! With a mighty motion, Lin Wudao's hand sent the elite of the underworld demon sect crashing to the ground, reducing his entire form to a mere puddle of mud. Chapter 20. The Imperial Powers License, Decapitation Before Report. How is this even possible? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing a formidable expert from the Hongquan demon sect being mercilessly crushed into a pulp by Lin Wudao, blood splattered all around. The onlookers were instantly rendered pale with fear. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. That was an expert of the pinnacle of the Daogong from the Hongquan demon sect, and he was slain in such a manner? What formidable power must one possess? The crowd dared not fathom it. Not only them, but even Li Bingtian and others in the distance were wide-eyed in disbelief at this brutal scene. My heavens, Lin Wudao possesses such strength? Exclaimed one of the deputy governors in shock. This outcome shattered their previous understanding of Lin Wudao. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Today, no one is permitted to leave. The cold voice resonated throughout the venue. Boom. As the words fell, Lin Wudao stepped into the midst of the Hongquan demon sect's experts and unleashed a palm strike, the terrifying force penetrating 30 yards, piercing through one man's chest. He fell dead on the spot. Immediately, under the gaze of countless witnesses, Lin Wudao seized the neck of the Qi-Yu-Old demon. The Qi-Yu-Old demon, notorious for his malevolence, was to be executed. Crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering echoed as Lin Wudao crushed the Qi-Yu-Old demon's neck, extinguishing all vitality within him. Damn, this is exceedingly brutal. The crowd was horrified. They had never witnessed such ferociousness from the master of the demon hunting hall. He was even more terrifying than the members of the demon sect. The infamous demon lord fell under his hands as easily as chopping vegetables. Boom, boom, boom. Alone, Lin Wudao stood amidst the encircled experts of the Hongquan demon sect, rampaging with unparalleled ferocity. With each palm strike, another pinnacle Daogong demon met their demise. In the blink of an eye, half of the experts who had come to besiege the law court lay dead. This scene profoundly shook the onlookers. Even the members of the Hongquan demon sect were struck with paralyzing fear. Lin Wudao was truly terrifying. Retreat. Suddenly, the leading elder in red bellowed, hastily fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Leave them all behind. Kill as the remaining experts of the Hongquan demon sect attempted to escape. Li Bingtian and his companions seized the moment and swiftly struck back. The 4 deputy governors of the demon suppression division soared into the air, relentlessly pursuing them. Seeing this, Lin Wudao let out a cold snort and instantly invoked the distant heaven and earth technique, catching up to one of them in a single step. Damn it. No. Don't kill me. The man pleaded frantically. However, Lin Wudao granted him no such mercy and struck mid-air, shattering half of his body. Bang. Subsequently, the copper coffin of the burial of heaven materialized, encompassing the corpses of the Red Moon Old Demon and others within its confines. Ding. You have collected the corpse of the Red Moon Old Demon, acquiring a fragmented burial dragon map. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you now possess 1/3 of the burial dragon map. You have collected the corpse of Ding Sihai, obtaining a 7th-tier spiritual weapon, the Crimson Bloodblade. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you now possess an 8th-tier spiritual weapon, the Xinming Blade. You have collected the corpse of Yu Guanhai, acquiring a millennium-old Zhu fruit. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you now possess a 10,000-year-old Zhu fruit. A series of notification sounds reverberated in his mind. During this time, Lin Wudao unexpectedly gained 80 years of cultivation, advancing his prowess further. Although he had not yet broken through to the late stage of transformation, he was not far from it. Truly, the greater one's strength, the more treasures one can obtain. Observing his recent acquisitions, a cold smile crept upon Lin Wudao's lips. With that, he employed the method of Chichidianya, swiftly pursuing the remaining demons. These treasures must not be overlooked. Whoosh. Thanks to the eye of the divine, Lin Wudao easily detected the aura of those demons. Moments later, upon arriving at the location where the demons had vanished, he fortuitously encountered Li Bingtian and the others. At this moment, they were gathered together, frowning as they gazed into the distance at a resplendent ancient manor. Before its grand entrance stood a stone tablet. The Liyang royal mansion? Lin Wudao's expression darkened. Why have they not pursued further? Observing that Li Bingtian and the others remained inactive, Lin Wudao could not help but inquire aloud. Upon hearing this, the group sighed in unison. Ahead lies the Liyang royal mansion. When we arrived here in pursuit, we discovered that the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect had already vanished, likely having entered the royal mansion. If that is the case, why do we not enter and apprehend them? Apprehend them? The others regarded Lin Wudao as if he were a fool. Brother Lin, you are unaware that the Liyang royal mansion ahead belongs to the royal uncle of His Majesty, the Liyang King. Without the emperor's decree, we cannot tread there freely, Li Bingtian explained. Liyang King? Lin Wudao snorted coldly. I can assure you that the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect are concealed within the Liyang royal mansion. The demon sect has committed a heinous crime against our demon suppression division. We must capture and execute them to serve as a warning to others. His chilling voice echoed steadily. Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian and the others displayed expressions of concern. Brother Lin, do not act impulsively. The Liyang royal mansion is not a place one can enter casually. If His Majesty were to take offense, we could bear the consequences. Moreover, there are formidable experts stationed within the Liyang royal mansion. Humph, my demon suppression division possesses the privilege of executing first and reporting later. A vital tool for maintaining order in the realm. Can a mere Liyang king truly harbor remnants of the demon sect? Since you all lack the courage, I shall proceed alone. Lin Wudao's countenance was one of indifference. With that, he departed. He effortlessly drew forth the formidable 8th-tier spiritual weapon, the Xianming blade, radiating an aura of menace as he strode purposefully towards the royal palace of Liyang. Lin, do not proceed. Li Bingtian attempted to call out to him. However, Lin Wudao remained resolutely indifferent to his words. Witnessing this scene, Li Bingtian's expression darkened to an extreme. Generally, I believe it would be best to let him go. The audacity of youth knows no fear. Only through a harrowing experience will he comprehend the wisdom we impart. At that moment, Xuan Taiji's peculiar voice echoed, adding to the tension. In response, Li Bingtian shot him a fierce glare. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. The royal palace of Liyang is not a place that just anyone can storm. His face bore an expression of helplessness. Lin Wudao's nature was ferocious and tyrannical, beyond his control. The Grand General's decision to summon him to the Demon Suppression Division remained a source of unease. Pondering these thoughts, Li Bingtian was engulfed in worry. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao paid no heed to their reactions. At this moment, he had arrived at the grand entrance of the royal palace of Liyang, dragging the Xianming blade behind him. Halt! What is your business here? The palace guards, perceiving Lin Wudao approaching with his weapon drawn, immediately braced themselves for confrontation, barking out their warning. In response, Lin Wudao brandished his identity token. Demon Suppression Division. Master Hunter Lin Wudao, here to apprehend the remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, he stated with calm assurance. Demon Suppression Division? Master Hunter? The guards exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Lin Wudao as if he were a fool. This is the royal palace of Liyang. There are no remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect here. You should leave at once. Taking advantage of the palace's authority, the guards spoke brusquely. However, Lin Wudao, known for his fiery temper, was not one to endure such provocation. Whether there are remnants of the demon sect is not for you to decide. It is I who shall determine that. With a thunderous clap of his hand, the palace guards were sent flying, each one crashing to the ground 10 paces away, their fates uncertain. Chapter 21. At a glance, I recognize you are not human. Lin Wudao's conduct is excessively arrogant and tyrannical. Moreover, his methods are ruthlessly brutal and cruel. If such a person is permitted to act unchecked, I fear that one day he will bring catastrophic calamity upon the Demon Suppression Division. I cannot fathom why the Grand General appointed him as the head of the Demon Hunting Hall. Outside the Liyang Royal Manor, observing Lin Wudao's ferocious and domineering style, Xuan Taiji spoke coldly, his countenance reflecting profound dissatisfaction. In response, those present, including Li Bingtian, sighed in unison. Lin, indeed, possesses a temperament that is rather volatile. However, he is capable of undertaking tasks that we cannot. If he truly apprehends the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect, it would be a significant merit for our Demon Suppression Division. After all, our Great Li dynasty and the Huangquan demon sect have always been sworn enemies. Should he capture the remnants of the demon sect, even the Liyang King would find it difficult to cast blame. At this moment, the second deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Yin Shaoqing, suddenly spoke up. While that may be the case, What if there are no remnants of the demon sect within the Liyang royal manor? Then we shall see how he accounts for it. Jiang Taichu retorted coldly. Upon hearing his words, Li Bingtian and the others furrowed their brows but chose to remain silent. In truth, they were uncertain whether the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect truly lurked within the Liyang royal manor. If no individuals were found, the Liyang king would undoubtedly hold them accountable, leading to potential disaster. As this thought crossed their minds, their expressions grew somber. Unbeknownst to Li Bingtian and the others, Lin Wudao was oblivious to their concerns. At this moment, he strode into the Liyang royal manor with the shimming blade in hand. With the assistance of the Eye of the Divine, he could effortlessly detect the presence of the Huangguan demon sect's remnants, and he was certain they hid within the royal manor. However, Lin Wudao was astonished to sense an overwhelming aura of demonic energy upon entering the estate. Its source originated from the rear courtyard. Could it be that the Liyang royal manor harbors demons? This world is indeed a tangled web of chaos. It is said that long ago, for reasons unknown, the heavens and earth fractured, resulting in the emergence of powerful demons upon the earthly realm. They prey upon mortals and wreak havoc upon the world. The very purpose of the Demon Suppression Division, one of its paramount duties, is to eradicate all demons that threaten the peace of society. Upon sighting a demon, one may strike first and report later. Both the Great Li dynasty and the earthly realm maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards demons. Harboring demons is an egregious crime. To Lin Wudao's surprise, this seemingly ordinary Liyang royal manor concealed a formidable demon. Since he was already present, he might as well eliminate it as well. With that thought, he pursued the remnants of the demon sect's aura, striding purposefully forward. At this moment, within the rear garden of the Liyang royal manor, before him stood a middle-aged gentleman with an elegant demeanor and a square face, engaged in a serene game of chess while savoring tea with a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white palace attire. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the hurried footsteps of four disheveled figures who stumbled into view. To his shock, they were the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect fleeing in disarray. "Old Li, what brings you here in such a state?" exclaimed the Prince of Liyang, alarmed by the appearance of the four. Even the palace-clad lady behind him furrowed her brow in concern. "My lord, we have met with disaster," the red-clad elder lamented. "The Demon Suppression Division has unleashed a young ruffian upon us. Though he appears youthful, his ferocity and methods are exceedingly brutal. Of our 10 brothers, the majority have been slain by this wretch. Now, only we 4 have managed to escape. Our plan to raid the execution grounds has utterly failed. And even the infamous Red Moon Demon was dispatched by this new master of the demon hunters with a mere twist of his neck." The elder's eyes glimmered with lingering fright and terror. The memory of Lin Wudao's ruthless visage sent a shiver down his spine. The master of the demon hunters? That would be Lin Wudao, appointed by Zhao Xianxiao. The Prince of Liyang recalled hearing of him. "I have heard that Lin Wudao was once considered useless. How could he possess such formidable power to best you all? Uncertain. In any case, that boy is terrifying, undoubtedly possessing strength at the level of the other shore." Just as the elder was about to elaborate, a flustered guard rushed forth. "My lord, grave news. Lin Wudao has breached the palace, claiming he seeks to apprehend the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect." "What? Lin Wudao has entered?" The faces of the elder and the prince paled simultaneously. "Take old Li and the others to the secret realm for refuge. I shall confront this master of the demon hunters. To dare invade the Liyang royal palace is an act of defiance." The prince's expression darkened as he spoke. With that, he stormed out of the rear garden, while the guards hastily escorted the elder and his companions to conceal themselves within the palace's secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance to the rear courtyard, Lin Wudao encountered a distinguished middle-aged man accompanied by the exquisite palace-clad woman. "Prince of Liyang?" As his gaze swept over the two, a profound shift occurred in his demeanor. His icy eyes fixated intently on the woman behind the prince. Name: Lang Qingwei. Identity: Princess Consort of Liyang. Demon. Strength: Lower Tier 7-stage Demon. Note: tamed by Prince Wei Cha-Ching. She has devoured 3,564 souls to date. Her sins are immeasurable. Name: Wei Cha-Ching. Title: Prince of Liyang. Dali Dynasty. Strength: early stage of Dao Palace. Remarks: secretly nurturing demons to create chaos, colluding with the Huangguan demon sect, intending to seize control of Yuanzhou for grand schemes. Under the watchful eye of the divine, nothing escapes scrutiny. All information regarding Prince Liyang and the women in royal attire has been revealed to Lin Wudao's astonishment. The princess of Liyang is, in fact, a demon? His gaze turned icy. Truly, what a serendipitous encounter. All remnants of evil have congregated here. The chill in Lin Wudao's eyes did not sit well with Lang Qingwei, whose exquisite visage was suddenly cloaked in frost. At that moment, the apprehensive Prince Liyang, fearing detection, bellowed, "This is the residence of the Prince of Liyang. Who dares intrude?" The prince sought to assert his authority. However, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. He produced the identity token of the demon hunting hall master. I am Lin Wudao, hall master of the demon hunting division, here to apprehend remnants of the Huangquan demon sect that have infiltrated the prince's estate. I implore your cooperation. Preposterous. Do you take my estate for a den of filth? Moreover, as a mere hall master, what right do you have to intrude into my domain? If you wish to search, you must possess the emperor's decree. Otherwise, you shall be deemed a traitor and a rebel, and I shall have you executed on the spot, roared Prince Liyang in fury. A colossal aura surged forth in response. In light of this, Lin Wudao cast a cold glance at him, disregarding his words. The demon hunting division operates under imperial privilege, allowing us to act before reporting. Regardless of your identity, no subject of the Dali dynasty may supersede the emperor's authority. Whether there are remnants of the demon sect can only be determined through investigation. If the prince is unwilling to cooperate, I shall be compelled to take matters into my own hands without further ado. He dismissed Prince Liyang's wrath and strode towards the rear courtyard with determination. Audacious! Those who dare to trespass in the prince's estate shall be met with death. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed, and the princess of Liyang, her jade-like face frosted with fury, struck down upon him with a palm. The overwhelming force of her presence was unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wudao's eyes ignited with a fierce glint. You bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a merciless palm strike into the air. Chapter 22, raising hands to subdue the demons. Lin Wudao, how dare you lay hands on the princess? Roared the king of Liyang, his voice steeped in fury. At this moment, he was engulfed in profound panic. For Lang Qingwei was not merely a human but rather a seventh-tier demon he had secretly nurtured to aid him in his grand ambitions. Should this truth be unveiled, he would not only face utter devastation, but also a calamity of unimaginable proportions. The act of harboring demons is a grave sin, even in the Great Li dynasty. He could not escape unscathed. The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped the king of Liyang. He yearned to wield his royal authority to instill a modicum of intimidation in Lin Wudao, hoping to deter him from rash actions. However, Lin Wudao seemed impervious to his furious outbursts. With a thunderous crash, a formidable dragon's palm strike erupted, shattering Lang Qingwei's assault with unparalleled might, ultimately descending upon her with crushing force. A pained groan echoed as blood splattered in the air. With that single strike, Lang Qingwei was overwhelmed. Her body violently crashing against a nearby stone wall, her bones shattered beyond recognition. Qingwei, are you all right? All transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Wudao's speed was astonishingly swift, and his aggression was merciless. By the time the king of Liyang regained his senses, he beheld Lang Qingwei lying on the ground, blood pouring from her lips. In a state of alarm, he rushed to her side with utmost urgency. Lin Wudao, she is my royal consort, not some demon. You are utterly audacious. This is an affront to the heavens. I shall petition his majesty to have you torn limb from limb. The king of Liyang bellowed in a frenzy. In this moment, he could only mask his inner turmoil with an outpouring of wrath. Yet, Lin Wudao remained unfazed, wholly unyielding to his threats. My insight is infallible. I cannot be mistaken. Whether she is a demon shall be revealed in the execution. Boom. Without further ado, Lin Wudao did not engage in idle chatter, but promptly sent the king of Liyang flying with a single strike. He then brandished the Xianin blade, raising it for a ferocious slash. Upon witnessing this, the king of Liyang was struck with dread. No, he howled, desperate to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Die. Under the looming specter of death, the once serene gaze of Lang Qingwei ignited with a crimson glow, and an aura of extreme malevolence erupted from her being. Boom. A demonic visage manifested behind Lang Qingwei, revealing an 8-armed demon. Kill. Demons are most adept at masquerading as humans. Furthermore, due to their immensely powerful physiques and mastery of various arcane arts, they possess formidable strength and are notoriously difficult to contend with. Now, this demon, embodying Lang Qingwei, was proficient in illusions and possessed extraordinary physical prowess. With a fierce swing of her grotesque arms, she shattered Lin Wudao's descending blade with effortless ease. Immediately, it wielded its 8 arms and charged furiously towards Lin Wudao, heedless of its own demise. Boom. Confronted by the 8-armed demon, Lin Wudao showed no mercy. As Lang Qingwei charged at him, he unleashed another powerful strike. Roar. In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed, emanating an overwhelming force that transformed into 3 ancient barbarian dragons, descending upon Lang Qingwei. A piercing scream erupted as the demonic visage behind her shattered under the impact. Her entire right shoulder was obliterated. Witnessing this scene, King Liyang inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with boundless astonishment and dread. Lin Wudao was truly ruthless. King Liyang, do you still believe that your queen is not a demon? The cold blade pointed at the fallen Lin Qingwei. Thud. At these words, King Li Yang collapsed to the ground in terror, the previous authority and dominance evaporating, replaced by sheer panic and fear. No, I don't know. She is certainly not my queen. My queen must have been devoured by her long ago. King Li Yang began to scream frantically. At this moment, he feigned madness, desperately attempting to distance himself from the reality of harboring a demon. Lin Wudao cast a cold glance at him, choosing to disregard his antics. My demon suppression division is responsible for apprehending and eliminating all malevolent entities that threaten the mortal realm. Since the Queen of Li Yang is a demon, she must be publicly executed to serve as a warning to all. If King Li Yang is truly unaware of this matter, then he must personally witness the execution. I must participate as well. King Li Yang's eyes widened, his expression filled with rage. Certainly. To prove your innocence in this matter, your participation is essential. Otherwise, the world will conclude that this demon is one you have secretly nurtured. In that case, even as a member of the Dali royal family, you would not escape severe punishment, Lin Wudao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, although King Li Yang was consumed by immense hatred, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall certainly attend. He gritted through his teeth. This response pleased Lin Wudao greatly. By the way, when I apprehended the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect earlier, I noticed a few individuals seemed to have slipped into your estate. I wonder if you have seen them? No, I haven't seen anything. King Li Yang frantically waved his hands. At this moment, he was utterly despondent. He could only fervently pray inwardly that Lin Wudao would not discover that secret realm. In that case, I shall personally conduct a search. And I hope you will not hold it against me. With that, Lin Wudao severed Lin Qingnue's meridians, rendering her completely immobile, and then dragged her towards the secret realm within the royal estate. In the backyard, within the secret realm, at the forefront, the red-clad elder and 3 remnants of the demonic sect anxiously awaited news from outside, their faces etched with worry and unease. Do you think we might be discovered? One of them asked nervously. Surely not, right? This is the residence of the King of Li Yang. Even the Demon Suppression Division would not dare to conduct a rampant search. With the king outside to shield us, we should be safe. Moreover, this secret realm is so concealed that even a powerful being in the transformation realm would not perceive it. That Lin Wudao is merely the master of the demon hunting hall, at most a being of the other shore realm. He certainly won't locate us here to calm their fears, the red-clad elder spoke with conviction. Boom. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a terrifying force suddenly shattered the stone door of the secret realm. In the midst of the horrified gazes of the elder and his companions, a cold figure, wielding a blade, strode in. Damn it, he has found us. Let us fight our way out. Attack. Upon seeing the fierce silhouette of Lin Wudao, boundless terror surged within the 4 remnants. They frantically raised their weapons, charging forward with ferocity. Overreaching. With a single palm strike, the 4 were sent flying, their bones shattering under the overwhelming force. Roar Lin Wudao. We bear no grudge against you. Why won't you let us go? The red-clad elder howled in rage. Remnants of the demonic sect must be eradicated. Prepare to face the judgment of the Demon Suppression Division with that. He retrieved an iron chain, binding the 4 tightly before dragging them out of the secret realm. How is this possible? He truly found us. Outside, the King of Li Yang was already terrified to the core, his eyes filled with endless panic and dread. Now, all his secrets had been laid bare. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited him. Your Highness, you seem quite frightened. In my view, neither this demon nor the 4 remnants of the Huangguan demonic sect are connected to you at all. This demon has been lurking beside you, seeking an opportunity to devour life and wreak havoc upon the world, of which you remain entirely unaware. As for these remnants, they were merely desperate and stumbled into the residence of the King of Li Yang at this moment. Lin Wudao's profound voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the formerly terrified and despondent King of Li Yang suddenly lifted his head, staring blankly at Lin Wudao. He pondered the implications of the words, quickly arriving at an understanding. Lin Wudao must have ulterior motives. Might I inquire what Lord Lin requires of this king? Indeed, the appearance of demons in Xuantian Ancient City, along with over 10 remnants of the demonic sect, is a grave matter. I believe it should be reported to the capital for the emperor to be informed. Moreover, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Jiang Taichu, strikes me as somewhat unworthy of his position. A calm voice gently resonated. Upon hearing this, King Liang's spirit was invigorated. Rest assured, Master Lin, I still have a voice with His Majesty, he remarked, a smile gracing his countenance. I shall await the prince at the execution grounds. With that, Lin Wudao resolutely dragged the demon, Lin Qingnuo, along with the 4 remnants of the demon sect, and strode out of the Liyang Palace. Chapter 23, Complete Decapitation, 8th Order Demon Pill. Lin Wudao has emerged. Outside the residence of the Prince of Liang, Li Bingtian and his companions had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him step forth, their spirits were instantly uplifted. They scrutinized him for a moment. Then their gazes shifted to the individuals tethered behind him. At that moment, they were taken aback to find Lin Wudao dragging a chain, upon which several individuals were bound. It was a sight most pitiful. Gasped he truly apprehended remnants of the Huangquan demon sect from the Prince of Lijiang's estate? Li Bingtian and Yin Shaoqing displayed expressions of astonishment. In stark contrast, Jiang Taichu, standing nearby, wore a grim countenance, his eyes towards Lin Wudao brimming with intense resentment and dissatisfaction. Brother Lin, did the Prince of Liang trouble you? Not at all. His Highness is remarkably understanding and has cooperated fully with my endeavors. Lin Wudao replied nonchalantly. What? The Prince of Liang cooperated with you? Is he truly so accommodating? Li Bingtian and the others exchanged incredulous glances. They had indeed interacted with the Prince of Liang and did not perceive him as someone easily approached. Nevertheless, since Lin Wudao had captured the remnants of the Huangquan demon sect and seemingly had not encountered significant discord with the prince, they refrained from further comment. However, when their gazes fell upon the figure of Lang Qingwei behind Lin Wudao, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Brother Lin, this lady, she is. At this moment, Yin Shaoqing raised a hand, gesturing towards Lang Qingwei. This is none other than the Princess of Liang. How could Lin Wudao have bound her as well? Was this also a result of the prince's cooperation? In that instant, they felt their understanding of the situation being profoundly upended. She is the Princess of Liang, Lang Qingwei. Yet, she is not truly the princess, but rather a transformed demon. What? Lang Qingwei is a demon? Upon hearing this, Li Bingtian and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. As members of the Demon Suppression Division, they were acutely aware of the nature of demons, terrifying creatures that fed upon the life essence of others, each one uniquely sinister. Encountering such beings posed a considerable challenge for even the most adept cultivators to subdue. They were astonished that Lin Wudao, having just joined the Demon Suppression Division, had encountered a demon, and that too within the very estate of the Prince of Liang. Contemplating this, Li Bingtian and his companions felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. This time, they were truly fortunate amidst misfortune. Thankfully, Brother Lin ventured to the Prince of Liang's residence and fortuitously uncovered this demon. Had she remained hidden, who knows what calamity she might have wrought upon the ancient city of Tianyuan. At that point, our Demon Suppression Division would likely bear the brunt of the blame. Li Bingtian expressed his gratitude. In agreement, Yin Shaoqing and the others nodded solemnly. Indeed, this time they owed a great deal to Brother Lin. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. A commendation for Brother Lin is certainly warranted. Indeed, that is assured. Once the Grand Commander emerges from the pass, we shall jointly submit a petition to the court, at which time our Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division shall also bask in the glory. The Grand Commander possesses an astute vision. Brother Lin is indeed a talent of the world. The three vice commanders successively praised, each adorned with broad smiles. Among them, only Jiang Taichu wore a gloomy expression. Commander Qin, you seem rather displeased? Lin Wudao casually glanced at him. Not at all. I am merely still recovering from the shock of the monsters, Jiang Taichu awkwardly replied, his heart harboring an even deeper resentment towards Lin Wudao. Brother Lin, how do you intend to deal with this demon and the remnants of the demon sect? Directly to the execution grounds for beheading, he declared, ignoring the reactions of the crowd, and pulled the chains towards the execution ground. Observing this, Li Bingtian and others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Soon, the group arrived once more at the execution site. As Lin Wudao paraded the demon and its remnants through the streets, a wave of astonishment swept over the onlookers, who followed in throngs to the execution ground. Remarkably, even the reclusive king of Liang made his appearance. By the heavens, the princess of Liang has actually transformed into a demon? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed in shock upon seeing the cold Qingwei at the execution site. That is the princess. How could she possibly be a demon? With the arrival of the king of Liang, it seemed undeniable. Fortunately, this demon was discovered by the demon hunting hall's master. Had she continued to lurk, she would surely have brought catastrophic disaster to Tianyuan ancient city. Indeed, the courage of Master Lin is worthy of admiration, akin to a dragon among men. Though somewhat ruthless, his capabilities are undeniably formidable. The crowd discussed fervently, pointing at the demon and the remnants of the demon sect at the execution site. Observing this, Lin Wudao raised his hand, and an immediate silence fell over them. This demon, having taken the form of the Princess of Liang, had already devoured 3,564 lives, a sin of unimaginable magnitude. At that moment, she was preparing to strike at the king of Liang, but fortunately, this master arrived in time to suppress the demon. Demons must be eradicated by all. Our Demon Suppression Division is responsible for maintaining order and stability in the realm. Today, we will publicly execute this demon to instill fear among all other demons." His cold, unfeeling voice resonated throughout the surroundings. With that, Lin Wudao approached Qingwei, wielding the Xinyuan blade. "Begone, wretched human. It is clear that the king of Liang has been secretly harboring." Cold Qingwei roared, her blood-red eyes ablaze with fury. In that moment, she seemed poised to expose the king of Liang's sins of harboring demons, yet Lin Wudao did not afford her that opportunity. With a swift motion, the icy blade sliced through the air, and a head soared high above. With the extinguishment of life, the true form of the eight-armed demon revealed itself before the onlookers, leaving them in a state of utter shock. The princess of Liang indeed transformed into a fiend. Hiss. Witnessing this brutal and savage scene, the four elderly men clad in red, bound by iron chains, were utterly paralyzed with terror. "Spare us, esteemed lord, we beg for mercy," they pleaded frantically. However, their frantic cries met only the chilling edge of a blade. Swish, a razor-sharp flash of light sliced through the air, and in an instant, the elderly men in red were decapitated. Henceforth, should anyone dare to nurture demons or conspire with the remnants of the demon sect to wreak havoc upon the world, they shall stand as foes to my demon suppression division, and I shall assuredly execute them. Regardless of their status, none shall be spared. The ruthless voice resonated throughout the execution ground. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Liang trembled with fear, his heart enveloped in an abyss of dread. He understood that Lin Wudao's words were directed at him. Simultaneously, he recognized the warning embedded within. Lin, the Lord, slayed demons and the remnants of the underworld demon sect, restoring peace and stability to the ancient city of Tianyuan. I shall duly report to the court and commend Lord Lin for his deeds. I, too, bear no allegiance to demons." He forcibly suppressed his trepidation and declared loudly, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao, however, paid him little heed. As he summoned the funeral copper coffin, which promptly collected the bodies of Long Qingwei and the others. Subsequently, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the star-picking courtyard. Ding dong. At that moment, a series of prompt sounds echoed within his mind. "You have collected the body of the 7th-tier lower demon Long Qingwei, earning a 7th-tier demon core. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired an 8th-tier demon core. You have collected the body of Li Fenxian, earning the Thunderblade technique. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have obtained the technique Thunderblade formula. You have collected the body of Mu Qi Feng, earning 10 medium-grade spirit stones. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have obtained 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 10 experts of the underworld demon sect, thereby preserving the authority of the Yuan Prefecture's demon suppression division. Luck value 500. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying a 7th-tier lower demon. Luck value 700. Ding, the people of Tianyuan Ancient City hold you in great respect. Luck value 2000. As he listened to the multitude of prompt sounds, a satisfied smile graced Lin Wudao's lips. His arduous efforts had finally yielded substantial rewards. Next, it was time to return and tally his gains. Chapter 24. An accidental discovery of infidelity. In the star-picking courtyard, Lin Wudao sat cross-legged in meditation. Subsequently, he opened his system panel. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Master of the Demon Hunter Hall Cultivation Level, Mid-Stage Transformation Technique, Ancient Emperor Scripture Skills, Savage Dragon Palm, Minor Achievement, Xuantian Sword Technique, Major Achievement, Inch of Heaven and Earth Major Achievement, Great Thunder Palm, Thunderblade Art Items, Origin Stone, Burial Heaven Copper Coffin, Corpse Concealment Map, Xuantian Ancient Sword, Longevity Elixir. 1/3 of the Burial Dragon Map, 10,000-year Vermilion Fruit, 8th-tier Demon Pill, Xianming Blade. Lifespan, 12, 736 years. Fortune value, 10, 100. New information appeared before him. Compared to before, there had been tremendous changes. Lin Wudao felt quite satisfied with this. After pondering for a moment, he summoned Han Qishan. Young master, you called for me. Indeed. Hanbo, this time I ventured to the Liang royal manor to apprehend demons and remnants of the demon sect, acquiring some items that should be of use to you. As he spoke, Lin Wudao waved his hand, presenting the 10,000-year Vermilion Fruit, the 8th-tier Xianming Blade, and the Thunderblade Art to Han Qishan. This 10,000-year Vermilion Fruit can aid you in breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, this Xianming Blade is also an 8th-tier spiritual weapon. Combined with the Thunderblade Art, its power is formidable. Over the years, I have been greatly indebted to your care, and these items are my humble token of appreciation. The 10,000-year Vermilion Fruit, 8th-tier spiritual weapon? Han Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, this is far too precious. He attempted to decline. However, as he opened his mouth, Lin Wudao raised his hand to stop him. Realizing the situation, Han Qingshan had no choice but to respectfully accept. After his departure, Lin Wudao took out the 1/3 portion of the burial dragon map and the 8th tier demon pill obtained from slaying Lang Qingwei. System. What are the uses of these two items? He scrutinized them for a moment, but could discern no clues. Ultimately, the system provided an answer. The complete burial dragon map records a powerful being's dojo. What you possess is merely 1/3. Another third lies within the royal family of the Great Li dynasty. And the final third is in the hands of the Taishan Sect. Collecting the complete burial dragon map grants access to the spirit void secret realm. A dojo of a powerful being? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. What about this 8th tier demon pill? What purpose does it serve? The demon pill is the source of a demon's power. The more powerful the demon, the stronger the demon pill within. It can be used for alchemy and medicinal concoction, or to enhance one's cultivation. Are there any side effects? Or dangers? Yes. The demon pill is inherently imbued with the nature of demons. One must eliminate this demonic essence to utilize it. Otherwise, one risks being eroded by this essence, ultimately losing their humanity and descending into demonhood. How much cultivation can it grant me? Approximately 300 years. So much. Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If one could absorb the power of this demonic core, it would be akin to acquiring 3 centuries worth of cultivation out of thin air, undoubtedly enabling a breakthrough to the late stage of transformation. However, how could one eliminate the core's demonic essence? Ding. Would you like to expend 3,000 fortune points to purge the demonic essence from the core and convert its power entirely into your own cultivation? Just as Lin Wudao was mired in confusion, a prompt sounded. Yes, fortune points, indeed, are a hard currency. Boom, boom, boom. After the deduction of 3,000 fortune points, Lin Wudao was astonished to find surges of overwhelming power materializing within his body. Meanwhile, the 8th tier demonic core disintegrated into dust in an instant. Moments later, under the might of the system, Lin Wudao's cultivation advanced further, successfully breaking through to the late stage of transformation. Not bad. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, he wore a satisfied expression. Now, having established a firm foothold in the demon subjugation division, he could finally spare some effort to eliminate those who harbored ill intentions towards him. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Wudao's eyes. The first person that came to mind was Vice Governor Jiang Taichu. A person like him, if allowed to remain in this world, would inevitably bring trouble. To prevent future complications, Lin Wudao resolved to eliminate him. However, although he intended to kill Jiang Taichu, he could not be too conspicuous about it. At the very least, he must not allow anyone to suspect him, or it could lead to complications later on. With this thought, Lin Wudao immediately connected with the origin stone within him. With a flourish, accompanied by a surge of divine light, a doppelganger materialized. Subsequently, he dispatched a fragment of his consciousness to control the doppelganger, swiftly exiting the star-picking courtyard. The doppelganger, derived from the origin stone, was remarkably extraordinary. It could not only conceal itself within the endless void, rendering it undetectable, but could also traverse through all material and obstacles in the world at will. Thus, Lin Wudao guided the doppelganger, stealthily arriving at the Yunhai Pavilion where Jiang Taichu resided. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered that Jiang Taichu had changed into a new outfit and was piloting a spirit boat, heading directly into the distant Yunhuang mountain range behind the demon subjugation division. An opportunity had arisen. Seeing Jiang Taichu leave the demon subjugation division, Lin Wudao let out a sinister chuckle and immediately pursued him. Moments later, following his trail, Jiang Taichu arrived at the deepest part of the Yunhuang mountain range, ultimately stopping before a crescent-shaped lake. This lake was hidden deep within the mountains. Surrounding it was shrouded in mist, rendering it exceedingly secretive. Had it not been for Jiang Taichu's guidance, Lin Wudao would never have discovered it. Sneaky behavior surely hinted at nefarious activities. Driven by curiosity, Lin Wudao stealthily followed Jiang Taichu to the depths of the lake. There, at the water's edge, he noticed that besides Jiang Taichu himself, there was actually another figure present. It was, unmistakably, a woman. Sneaking around, could she be involved in something illicit? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Wudao immediately controlled his doppelganger and approached. Simultaneously, the eye of the divine swept over the woman, and information was promptly relayed back. However, upon discerning her identity, Lin Wudao was taken aback. Name, Yin Suxin. Identity, wife of Li Bingtian. Cultivation, early stage of Dao Palace. Remarks. In her youth, she had a romantic liaison with Jiang Taichu, but they were later forced apart. The wife of Li Bingtian is actually the former lover of Jiang Taichu? Lin Wudao was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such a revelation. It seems Li Bingtian has been wearing this green hat for many years. He murmured to himself. Neither Jiang Taichu nor Yin Suxin detected Lin Wudao's presence. At this moment, the two had not seen each other for quite some time, and upon their reunion, They exchanged tender affections. It is said that the newly appointed lord of the demon hunting hall, Lin Wudao, not only vanquished a demon, but also single-handedly apprehended all the fiends of the Huangquan demon sect. Even several vice commanders of your demon suppression division, along with King Liang, are collectively petitioning on his behalf for commendation. If this continues, your position as vice commander may soon be at risk. At that moment, Yin Suxin's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's expression hardened. Humph, that scoundrel Lin Wudao truly deserves to die. The position of Lord of the Demon Hunting Hall should have been mine, yet it was directly bestowed upon that wretched dog due to the words of the Grand Commander. I cannot accept this. I must devise a plan to eliminate him. Jiang Taichu growled with seething rage, his eyes reflecting ferocity. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Yin Suxin in his arms. Do you have any good ideas? Indeed, I do. Oh, speak quickly. Jiang Taichu's spirit lifted, eagerly inquiring. Lin Wudao has achieved great merit by exterminating demons and remnants of the demon sect, solidifying his standing within the demon suppression division. To eliminate him, we must tread an alternative path. I recall that the demon hunting hall guards a tower of demon suppression in the Shanghai County, which houses numerous formidable demons. If we were to open the tower, the ensuing chaos would unleash these demons upon the world. Even if Lin Wudao possesses unparalleled abilities, he would be unable to shoulder the ensuing blame. Ultimately, he would be destined for extermination. Presently, the deputy lord of the demon hunting hall is your brother Qin Xuanqiu. As long as we manipulate him, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate Lin Wudao. Yin Suxin said with a smile. Hiss, to open the tower of demon suppression and unleash demons? Upon hearing this nefarious scheme, Jiang Taichu could not help but gasp, his heart filled with trepidation. The demons within the tower of demon suppression are exceedingly ferocious. Once released, they would undoubtedly bring catastrophic calamity to the world, resulting in untold suffering and countless lives lost as they become fodder for the demons. Is this not excessively cruel? Humph, great undertakings are not hindered by trifles. Your indecisiveness and hesitation are quite astounding. How do you intend to eliminate Lin Wudao? Simply shift all the blame onto him when the time comes. After all, he is the master of the demon hunting hall. Yin Suxin remarked coldly. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Taichu fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his gaze. Very well. Let it be as you suggested. We shall proceed. His eyes sparkled with madness. Ah. So they dare to conspire against me using the demon suppression tower once more? It seems I cannot allow your existence to persist any longer. Not far away, Lin Wudao's eyes blazed with a fierce light. As he spoke, he deftly commanded his doppelganger to quietly depart from the Yunwang mountain range. He did not strike immediately to eliminate them. Rather, he intended to witness the unfolding drama. What kind of reckless actions would Li Bingtian take upon discovering their connection? Lin Wudao was filled with anticipation for the spectacle to come. Chapter 25. I always act with ruthlessness. Whoosh. After departing from the Yunwang mountain range, Lin Wudao exhibited no hesitation, maneuvering the avatar conjured from the origin stone, stealthily arriving at Li Bingtian's residence. At this moment, Li Bingtian was seated on a mat, engrossed in his meditation. Waves of formidable energy radiated from him, indicating that he was imminently on the verge of transcending the constraints of the Dao Palace and stepping into the realm beyond. Although both were at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, Li Bingtian was undeniably superior to Jiang Taichu. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Wudao flicked his finger, sending a pre-prepared note to the meditating Li Bingtian, who, startled by the unexpected interruption, Li Bingtian instantly awakened. He swiftly pushed open the door to his chamber, casting a piercing gaze around, yet gleaned no useful information. Upon returning to his room, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he picked up a piece of white paper from the ground. The first thing to catch his eye was a map. Additionally, beside the map, a line of small text read, Your wife, Yin Suxin, is secretly meeting someone deep within the Yunwang mountain range. What? As he absorbed the information inscribed on the paper, Li Bingtian's pupils constricted in shock. Who could it be? What were they attempting? He squinted, his expression darkening. He realized that someone was scheming against him. However, the content recorded on the paper left him utterly astounded, filling him with immense anger and humiliation. This was undoubtedly a deliberate ploy, though the intentions behind it remained unclear. The truth of the paper's claims could be ascertained with a visit to the Yunhuang mountain range. He found it unacceptable to entertain such a possibility. In his mind, his wife, Yin Suxin, had always been virtuous, and their relationship had been harmonious, devoid of significant conflict. Yet now, someone dared to inform him that Yin Suxin was engaging in a clandestine rendezvous? Despite harboring doubts, he pondered the terrifying prospect. What if it were true? If Yin Suxin truly was meeting someone, who could that person be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Bingtian momentarily suppressed his inner turmoil. After scrutinizing the map closely, He immediately commandeered a spirit vessel and set forth towards the Yunhuang mountain range. What was to follow would be a spectacle to behold. Observing Li Bingtian's departing figure, a cold smile crept across Lin Wudao's lips. With that, he too set off in pursuit. Before long, both Li Bingtian and Lin Wudao arrived at the Yunhuang mountain range. Following the map's guidance, Li Bingtian navigated effortlessly to the designated lake. At this juncture, he refrained from acting impulsively, approaching with utmost caution, his senses finely attuned to the sounds around him, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the lake. There, unmistakably, were two figures. Upon discerning their silhouettes, Li Bingtian felt an unsettling familiarity. One of them was indeed his wife, Yin Suxin. As for the other individual, shrouded in mist, their true appearance remains obscured. Yet, there lingers a sense of familiarity. Su Xian has truly betrayed me. Li Bingtian clenched his fists tightly, his heart wailing in anguish. Although he wished to deny it, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling his belief. Why? Have I not treated you well? Why must you betray me and adorn me with a green hat? The more he pondered, the deeper his resentment grew. In a thunderous moment, seizing the opportunity amidst their tender exchange, he surged forth from the dense forest, engulfed in a tempest of rage, resembling a frenzied lion. Wretched woman, you dare to betray me. His furious roar echoed throughout the Yunhuang mountain range. Li Bingtian. Everything transpired in an instant. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yin Suxin turned pale with fright, involuntarily glancing back to witness the wrathful approach of Li Bingtian. His fierce and piercing gaze sent chills coursing through her body. At that moment, Yin Suxin was gripped by sheer panic. She could hardly believe why Li Bingtian was present in this place. Husband, you, she began to speak. However, what awaited her was a resounding slap. Slap. In a fit of rage, 5 distinct fingerprints marred Yin Suxin's face. Simultaneously, the sight of Li Bingtian's sudden appearance rendered Jiang Taichu utterly flustered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Bingtian, how could you? His words faltered. At that moment, Jiang Taichu felt as though he had been stripped bare, facing the unbridled hatred of Li Bingtian, wishing he could sink into the earth. Governor Li, please allow me to explain. I, dog thief, meet your demise. Witnessing that the secret rendezvous partner of Yin Suxin was none other than his colleague, Jiang Taichu, an overwhelming wave of anger and humiliation surged within Li Bingtian. Boom. In his profound wrath, he granted Jiang Taichu no opportunity to speak, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow. Bang. Caught off guard, Jiang Taichu was sent flying by the strike. A torrent of blood sprayed into the air. Husband, it is not as you imagine. Begone. Even at this juncture, Yin Suxin continued to argue. In a fit of rage, Li Bingtian raised his hand and struck her away. In that moment of fury and humiliation, he had lost all reason. Seizing the opportunity created by Yin Suxin's delay, Jiang Taichu disregarded his severe injuries, swiftly producing a spirit vessel and hastily fleeing the Yunhuang mountain range. At this moment, only the Grand Governor Zhao Xiankong could save him. Jiang Taichu, even if you escape to the ends of the earth today, your demise is inevitable. Li Bingtian's eyes burned with crimson fury. As he spoke, he drew forth an ancient long sword, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter, and pursued with reckless abandon. As for Yin Suxin, once he dealt with Jiang Taichu, he would return to settle accounts with her. Everything unfolded as anticipated. In the darkness, Lin Wudao, who perceived all, bore a gaze filled with icy resolve. Once Li Bingtian and Jiang Taichu departed from the Yunhuang mountain range, he emerged from the void, advancing step by step towards Yin Suxin. At that moment, Yin Suxin remained engulfed in shock and trepidation. It was only when Lin Wudao stood before her that she became aware. You are. Upon seeing the newcomer, she abruptly lifted her head, ready to utter something. However, Lin Wudao did not grant her that opportunity. With a swift motion, his fierce hand lunged forth. And in the midst of her boundless terror and despair, he directly crushed her neck, extinguishing all vitality within her. He had always been ruthless towards his enemies. My principle in action is to eliminate all threats, severing any future complications, he murmured coldly, his voice echoing ominously. With that, an ancient bronze coffin plummeted from the void, promptly enclosing Yin Suxin's lifeless form. Ding, you have collected Yin Suxin's body and obtained a minor creation pill. After system enhancement, you have acquired a supreme creation pill. Supreme creation pill? Hearing the notification from the system, Lin Wudao paused momentarily. A valuable item, yet regrettably only beneficial to those below the transformation realm. Though slightly disappointed, he did not dwell upon it. After dispatching Yin Suxin, he immediately pursued the auras of Li Bingtian and Jiang Taichu, hastening towards the Demon Suppression Division. Swish. Upon his return to the Demon Suppression Division, he found Jiang Taichu already kneeling outside Zhao Xuanxiao's chamber. Chapter 26. The Death of Jiang Taichu. Great Commander, save me. Li Bingtian, He wants to kill me. Ah. In a state of panic and fear, Qian Taiji disregarded his dignity and knelt outside Zhao Xuanxiao's room, calling out anxiously. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of many from the Demon Suppression Division. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Yin Shaoqing and others rushed over at the fastest speed. What is happening? Seeing Qian Taiji, who was typically proud, kneeling at Zhao Xuanxiao's door and crying for help, they were utterly astonished. In their memory, Qian Taiji was a person of great pride. Yet now, he was pleading for assistance. What could have transpired? It seemed that Qian Taiji had sustained severe injuries. Could it be that someone was attempting to kill him? Whoosh! Just as Yin Shaoqing was filled with suspicion, a sharp and unparalleled beam of sword light suddenly cut through the air, transforming into an ancient longsword that pierced directly through Qian Taiji's chest. The immense force pinned him to the ground. What? Qian Taiji is dead? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Yin Shaoqing and the others stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Boom. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descending upon them. Looking up, they saw a figure exuding ferocity and madness not far away. Li Bingtian? Upon recognizing the newcomer, they collectively gasped in shock. Clearly, it was he who had just slain Qian Taiji with a single sword strike. Commander Li, what is going on? Why did you kill Qian Taiji? At this juncture, another deputy commander, Xuan, furrowed his brow, demanding answers. Qian Taiji was the deputy commander of the Yuan Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division, a man of significant stature. Even if there were deep-seated enmity, such actions should not be taken lightly. In the Demon Suppression Division, attacking a fellow member was a grave taboo. Even if Qian Taiji had committed grave transgressions, Li Bingtian would certainly face severe consequences for his actions. At this moment, both Yin Shaoqing and Xuan were bewildered. However, in stark contrast to their shock and anger, Li Bingtian remained consumed by rage and hatred. His eyes locked onto Qian Taiji as if he wished to tear him to shreds. Qian Taiji deserves to die. Killing him, all blame will rest solely upon my shoulders. A fierce voice erupted. With that, Li Bingtian disregarded the astonished expressions of Yin Shaoqing and Xuan and directly knelt outside Zhao Xuanxiao's door. Alas, how could this happen? The two sighed heavily. Observing that the entire Demon Suppression Division had been stirred, their expressions darkened, and they promptly used their authority as deputy commanders to forbid anyone from approaching or inquiring. In the vicinity, apart from themselves, only 3 hall masters who had arrived swiftly remained. Among them was Lin Wudao. How could such a spectacle unfold without him? At last, he has perished. As Qian Taiji was ruthlessly slain by Li Bingtian, all vitality extinguished from his being, Lin Wudao, despite appearing shocked on the surface, was inwardly filled with derisive laughter. Li Bingtian had not disappointed him. Now, it was time to observe how Zhao Xianxiao would manage this affair. With that thought, he patiently awaited the developments. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the door to the chamber creaked open. Emerging from within was a tall, elegantly poised middle-aged man clad in azure, his hands clasped behind his back. Half a step into the transformation realm, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. Zhao Xianxiao had reached the pinnacle of the great perfection, only half a step away from the 8th stage of transformation. It was no wonder he could preside over the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. His strength was indeed commendable. Lin Wudao nodded inwardly. Zhao Xianxiao seemed to sense the weight of Lin Wudao's gaze. After a brief glance, his attention shifted to the corpse of Qian Taiji and the kneeling figure of Li Bingtian before him. What on earth transpired? Upon hearing this, Yin Shaoqing and Xuan exchanged puzzled looks, utterly unaware of the circumstances. Conversely, Li Bingtian raised his head with composure. Great commander, it was I who killed Qian Taiji. Zhao Xianxiao narrowed his eyes. Why did you slay him? Because Yin Suxin betrayed me and maintained an improper relationship with Qian Taiji. Today, I stumbled upon them secretly meeting in the Yunwang Mountains. Enraged, I took Qian Taiji's life. I am the one who committed the act, and I am willing to bear all consequences. Li Bingtian clenched his fists and growled, seething with anger. Qian Taiji had an affair with Yin Suxin? Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of Yin Shaoqing and the others nearby morphed into disbelief. Finally, they comprehended why Li Bingtian had recklessly killed Qian Taiji. Had they found themselves in a similar situation, they might have reacted likewise. After all, this was an affront no man could tolerate. Upon hearing Li Bingtian's words, Zhao Xianxiao, the esteemed commander of the Demon Suppression Division, furrowed his brow. How many are aware of this matter? After a moment of silence, Zhao Xianxiao suddenly inquired. Reporting to the commander, this incident has already stirred the entire Demon Suppression Division. However, apart from those present, others remain oblivious to what has transpired, Yin Shaoqing promptly reported. At that moment, Zhao Xuanxiao's words hinted at an underlying implication. Indeed, once he and Xiaoqing concluded his statement, Zhao Xianxiao responded with a solemn. His penetrating gaze then fixated on Qin Taiji's lifeless body, while his cold eyes swept over Li Bingtian. Relay the order, Deputy Commander Qin Taiji. Having long battled demons and been persistently eroded by demonic energy, has lost his sanity and poses a risk of becoming a demon himself. He could bring calamity to the mortal realm. I shall personally intervene to quell him, to instill fear across the land. His authoritative voice resonated steadily. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt a surge of energy. The Grand Commander intends to protect Li Bingtian. Simultaneously, Li Bingtian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with boundless gratitude. Thank you, Grand Commander, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Rise, the Grand Commander replied. In light of your reckless actions, your salary will be docked for 3 years, during which all resource supplies will be suspended. Should a similar incident occur in the future, you shall bear the consequences alone. Understood. Li Bingtian naturally had no objections to this. With matters pertaining to him concluded, Zhao Xuanya's gaze swiftly shifted to Lin Wudao. A tiger father begets no dog son. I have heard of your recent undertakings. While somewhat audacious, you have indeed achieved results, bringing no shame to the Demon Suppression Department of Yuanzhou. Yin Xiaoqing, later on. Report to the Dali dynasty in the name of the Demon Suppression Department to commend Lin Wudao. Yes. Moreover, 3 days hence marks the 500th birthday of the ancestor of the Liu family in Tianyuan Ancient City. Lin Wudao. You shall represent me and extend our congratulations to the Liu family. Additionally, Qin Taiji is your superior. Find a serene place to inter him. Understood. Lin Wudao nodded. Subsequently, he hoisted Qin Taiji's body onto his shoulder and strode away. You all, take good care of him in the future. Ensure he does not cause any major disturbances. This lad is likely a restless spirit, Zhao Xuanya sighed. With that, he turned and re-entered his chamber, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. Take care of Lin Wudao. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanya's words, Yin Xiaoqing and the others exchanged glances, each face reflecting a bitter expression. Could they possibly rein him in? Alas, let things unfold naturally. The group shook their heads in resignation and subsequently departed. Meanwhile, regarding Zhao Xuanya's admonitions, Lin Wudao remained oblivious. After exiting the courtyard, he sought a secluded spot and directly placed Qin Taiji's body into the coffin of heavenly burial. Ding, you have interred Qin Taiji's body and obtained a fragment of an ancient imperial spiritual weapon. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a fragment of an extreme spiritual weapon. Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed. Chapter 27. Fragments of the Supreme Weapons. The Supreme Spiritual Weapons? Lin Wudao's spirit surged. In the vast realm of the divine wilderness, the weapons wielded by cultivators are classified into strict tiers. Although spiritual weapons are at the lowest level, they possess considerable power. For instance, the Xuantian Ancient Sword, which Lin Wudao acquired after vanquishing Jiang Qingsnow, was forged with 72 imperial restrictions, melding with materials of the imperial grade to become a spiritual weapon. Beneath the supreme level, the imperial level reigns supreme. An ordinary imperial spiritual weapon is sufficient to serve as a treasured artifact for a powerful faction like the Taishan Sect, let alone the supreme spiritual weapons above the imperial level. These are the legendary supreme weapons. Though it was merely a fragment, its worth surpassed that of a 10th-tier spiritual weapon. Qin Taiji possesses such a remarkable item. With a thought, the fragment of the supreme spiritual weapon materialized in Lin Wudao's hand, resembling the tip of an ancient tower. Boom! As Lin Wudao grasped it, an ancient and profound aura surged forth, reminiscent of mighty rivers flowing relentlessly. Simultaneously, the overwhelming power of the supreme weapon was beyond even Lin Wudao's late-stage transformation capabilities to withstand. Thud under the impact of this supreme force. The ancient tower tip fell to the ground, unleashing a terrifying energy that obliterated the earth. In the blink of an eye, a vast pit of Tenjiang appeared, and it continued to expand. The might of the supreme weapon is indeed terrifying. The system has offered it as a sacrifice. Witnessing the increasing ferocity of the ancient tower tip, Lin Wudao swiftly retrieved it from the ground and offered it as a sacrifice. Ding! You have sacrificed a fragment of a supreme spiritual weapon, gaining 18,000 fortune points. A notification echoed in his mind. So much. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. This fragment, no larger than his palm, was valued at 18,000 fortune points. How much would a complete supreme spiritual weapon be worth? Lin Wudao could only speculate. Certainly, it would exceed 100,000. The power of the supreme is indeed formidable. The might unleashed by that tower tip was such that even the celestial realm could not endure it. A weapon of such caliber, even if acquired, would require sufficient strength to wield. Otherwise, it would likely backfire upon its bearer. Lin Wudao frowned. Through this experience, he gained a profound understanding of the power of supreme spiritual weapons in this world. In the hands of the strong, they are instruments of dominance. In the hands of the weak, they become monumental disasters. Had it not been for Lin Wudao's invincible physique, he would have been utterly obliterated by the unleashed supreme power. Reflecting on this, a sense of relief welled up within him. Nonetheless, this harvest was indeed monumental. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation, Late-Stage Transformation Fortune Points, 25, 100. A sudden windfall. Lin Wudao privately mused for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to elevate his own strength. At present, the great handprint of the barbarian dragon appeared to be the most advantageous choice. This ancient technique possesses immense power. Currently, Lin Wudao has only cultivated it to a minor success, allowing him to unleash the might of 3 ancient barbarian dragons with a single strike. If he were to reach the major success stage, its potency would undoubtedly increase even further. Ding! Do you wish to expend 10,000 fortune points to cultivate the great handprint of the barbarian dragon to the major success stage? Yes. Congratulations. You have successfully cultivated the great handprint of the barbarian dragon to major success, enabling you to unleash the strength of 10 ancient barbarian dragons with a single palm strike. Its power penetrating 100 feet, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting peaks. Boom, 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 accompanied by the system's prompt. A multitude of insights regarding the great handprint of the barbarian dragon surged into his mind, making him feel as though he had practiced for a century in an instant. To test the might of the great handprint of the barbarian dragon, Lin Wudao unleashed a palm strike. The overwhelming force erupting forth and shattering a 10-foot boulder in the distance. With my cultivation at the late stage of the transformation realm, combined with the perfected great handprint of the barbarian dragon, even a peak transformation realm cultivator could be slain with a single strike. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Wudao's lips. His strength had notably increased. System. How many fortune points are required to cultivate the great handprint of the barbarian dragon to its pinnacle? 30,000. Such a considerable amount? Lin Wudao glanced at his remaining 100 fortune points and shook his head. It seems I must strive even harder. He sighed and turned back to the demon suppression division. Young master, as Lin Wudao returned to the star-picking courtyard, he saw Han Qingshan presenting a mysterious wooden box to him. What is this? This old servant is also unsure. Just now, I heard the guards of the Demon Suppression Division mention that an unidentified mysterious person placed this wooden box outside the division's gate, specifically instructing it to be delivered to you. For me? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. He then opened the wooden box to find a note and a palm-sized jade vial inside. Xuantian Ancient City, Lu Yunxiao, sacrifices himself to nourish the demon. This vial of demon transformation water can reveal the true form of any demon. Lu Yunxiao? Sacrificing oneself to nourish a demon? As he read the note and picked up the vial of demon transformation water, Lin Wudao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Who is Lu Yunxiao? He turned to Han Qingshan beside him. Young master, Lu Yunxiao is the eldest son of the Lu family in Tianyuan Ancient City, and he is also the most outstanding offspring of the Lu family. It is said that he has achieved the Dao Palace realm at a young age. He has now become a prominent disciple of the Xuantian Sect. In 3 days, it will be the 500th birthday of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Hongmeng, and I've heard that Lu Yunxiao will return to celebrate. Han Qingshan pondered before speaking. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's brows slightly furrowed, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. This is quite intriguing. It seems this individual harbors ill intentions. With a swift motion, a bright spiritual light flashed, and the note in hand was instantly reduced to powder. 3 days later, he would represent the Grand Commander Zhao Xianxiao to attend the birthday celebration of the Lu family. What might transpire should he encounter Lu Yunxiao, who feeds on demons? Was that person plotting against Lu Yunxiao, or was he scheming against him? Lin Wudao found himself somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the fox's tail would soon be revealed. With this thought, Lin Wudao's gaze fell upon the demon transformation water in his hand. Name, demon transformation water description. The nemesis of demons effect. Sprinkling the demon transformation water can reveal the true form of demons below the 8th tier. A rather useful item. It may come in handy in the future. As he spoke, he stored the demon transformation water in the system space. Young master, I recently ventured around Tianyuan Ancient City and encountered a follower of the late master named Xiaomeng. This individual is fiercely loyal and possesses strength at the other shore realm. Would you like to meet him? At this moment, Han Qingshan hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Xiaomeng. Lin Wudao glanced at him. Indeed, currently, I am in need of manpower. Having someone of the other shore realm at my disposal would be quite advantageous. Where is he located? Well, 10 years ago, after the master passed away, Hongmeng left the Demon Suppression Division and has since remained in Xuantian Ancient City, where he established a Huangquan pavilion, specializing in affairs concerning the deceased. Affairs concerning the deceased? Yes. This primarily includes preparing corpses, selling coffins, handling funerals, tomb raiding, and occasionally accepting bodyguard contracts. He is an honest man. As they conversed, the two of them departed from the Demon Suppression Division. During this time, listening to Han Qingshan's introduction, Lin Wudao developed a certain interest in Hongmeng. Their businesses overlapped significantly. A natural ally. Chapter 28, $1 million business, digging up ancestors. The Huangquan building is located on the eastern street of the ancient city of Tianyuan. After a brief half-hour journey, under the guidance of Han Qingshan, Lin Wudao arrived at this place. Upon lifting his gaze, the so-called Huangquan building did not possess the grandeur suggested by its name. It was merely a modest two-story structure. Unremarkable in appearance. Moreover, it was rather small. Within the dim interior, coffins and various items used for funeral arrangements were displayed, confirming it as a venue dedicated to the business of death. Boss, come out to greet the guests. Han Qingshan bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. As the echo of his voice faded, the heavy sound of footsteps approached, revealing a man towering over 10 feet tall, with a physique as formidable as a prehistoric beast. His muscles rippled with explosive strength. In his massive hand, he wielded an ancient blade the size of a door, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Old Han, you've come. Upon seeing Han Qingshan, the man, resembling a savage beast, broke into a grin. However, coupled with his fierce countenance, it imparted an unsettling sense of murderous intent, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Wudao's impression of him was that of a born warrior, and indeed, his prowess was as Han Qingshan had described. Having reached the late stage of the other shore, he was considerably more formidable than several deputy governors of the Demon Suppression Division. Name, Hongmeng. Identity, owner of Huangquan building cultivation level, late stage of the other shore physique, ancient barbarian king body talent, barbarian king possession techniques, ancient dragon capture sutra. Volume 1 skills, dragon capture hand, overlord blade technique, mighty bull demon fist items, demon slaying blade remark, a steadfast follower of Lin Daoshan. Through the insight of the divine eye, a wealth of information regarding Hongmeng was unveiled. After perusing it, Lin Wudao could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, he possessed extraordinary talent. In comparison to Hongmeng, his own qualifications felt woefully inadequate. Hongmeng, allow me to introduce you to the young master, Lin Wudao. He has recently succeeded the position of the master of the Demon Hunting Hall, having previously slain a demon and 10 remnants of the Huangquan demon sect at the Liyang prince's residence. Currently, the young master is in need of manpower. Han Qingshan hinted fervently. Upon hearing this, Hongmeng's fierce gaze immediately fixated on Lin Wudao. Boom. Without further ado, he unleashed a punch. The sheer force of his blow caused the air to explode. This punch, delivered with only 70% of his strength, would be unbearable even for an ordinary practitioner at the other shore. Hongmeng, what are you doing? Han Qingshan exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with anger and anxiety. Just as he prepared to sternly reprimand Hongmeng, Lin Wudao, too, met the challenge with a punch of his own. Bang! A sharp explosion resonated through the air as Lin Wudao's strike landed, sending Hongmeng's massive form flying backward. Simultaneously, the formidable punch shattered the items within the Huangquan tower into fragments. Even the entire structure was pierced by a single blow. Astonishingly, it was even more powerful than the Hall Master. Hongmeng rose from the ruins, his gaze towards Lin Wudao filled with awe. Thud. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately knelt before Lin Wudao. I pay my respects to the young master. I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. I hope the young master will not hold it against me, he stated solemnly. Hongmeng held a belief in the supremacy of strength and martial prowess. Even though Lin Wudao was the son of Lin Daoshan, if he could not earn his acknowledgement, he would never submit. Talents possess their own pride. Rise. Lin Wudao said with a faint smile. He was quite pleased with Hongmeng's qualifications and strength, recognizing his substantial potential for growth in the future. What is your current strength, Hall Master? Can you guess? Well, I have already cultivated to the late stage of the other shore. Even using merely 70% of my strength, it is far beyond what an ordinary other shore cultivator can withstand. Hall Master, not only did you endure my punch, but you also hurl me away. Your strength must be at least at the late stage of the other shore, if not peak, Hongmeng remarked, his eyes gleaming with intensity. To this, Lin Wudao simply smiled and remained silent. Since you have chosen to follow me, there is no need to keep the Huangquan Tower open. Please tidy up and accompany me to the Demon Suppression Division. Understood. Zhao Meng nodded in agreement. As he prepared to clean up, a mysterious figure suddenly arrived at the Huangquan Tower. "Is the owner here?" a voice called out. And a man cloaked in a black robe, his face concealed by a ghostly mask, appeared before him. An eerie aura emanated from his entire being. "What business do you have?" Zhao Meng inquired, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the enigmatic figure. His instincts warned him that this person was not ordinary. Similarly, Lin Wudao regarded the cloaked individual with a peculiar gaze. "I have a business deal worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would Zhao Boss be interested?" A deal worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng felt a jolt of surprise. Having operated a shop in the Xuantian Ancient City for a decade, he had never encountered such a substantial business, especially now that he was about to close down. "What kind of deal is it?" "Well," the cloaked man glanced at Lin Wudao, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Observing this, Lin Wudao was unfazed, beckoning Han Qingshan as he exited the Huangquan Tower. "Can we speak now?" Zhao Meng's tone darkened, sensing that this so-called grand business was anything but ordinary. "I've heard that Zhao Boss specializes in dealings concerning the deceased and possesses formidable strength. I wonder if you would be interested in the ancestral grave of the Lu family." "What? You intend to excavate the Lu family's ancestral grave?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's eyes widened in shock. The Lu family was a prestigious clan in Xuantian Ancient City. It is said that the lineage has been passed down for over a millennium. Its venerable ancestor, Lu Hongmeng, is now a practitioner of the great perfection on the other shore, merely a shade weaker than the Grand Commander Zhao Xianshao of the Demon Suppression Division. Such prowess undoubtedly marks him as a formidable master, given Zhao Meng's late-stage cultivation on the other shore. Attempting to disturb the ancestral grave of such a family is sheer folly. "What, is Boss Zhao afraid?" The mysterious figure seemed to perceive Zhao Meng's trepidation and could not help but let out a sneer. In response, Zhao Meng chuckled coldly. "Indeed, fear is present. Lu Hongmeng, the ancestor of the Lu family, is a practitioner of the great perfection on the other shore. With my current capabilities, to think of invading his ancestral grave? It's akin to seeking one's own demise. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. This business I shall not engage in." With that, Zhao Meng prepared to take action to expel the intruder. However, the mysterious man merely chuckled, as if everything was anticipated. "Lu Hongmeng is currently in seclusion and has reached a critical juncture. It will be at least 3 days before he emerges. Now is the opportune moment. Tonight at the hour of the rat, I shall await you at Panlong Ridge." With that, the man disregarded Zhao Meng's reaction and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Zhao Meng scoffed coldly. Sneaky and underhanded. It is evident he harbors ill intentions. The ancestral grave of the Lu family is likely a trap. I would never fall for it. He cursed as he exited the door. Just then, Lin Wudao emerged from a nearby alley. "Finished with your conversation?" "Yes. I encountered a madman. I know not what he is, but he absurdly wishes to invite me to excavate the Lu family's ancestral grave. It is nothing short of courting death. Did you accept?" "How could I? It is clearly a trap. Would I be so foolish? Besides, my Yellow Springs pavilion is closed. Why should I concern myself with such matters?" Zhao Meng replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, a hint of perplexity flickered in his eyes. "This individual is undoubtedly from the Lu family. How can you tell?" "Because I had previously visited the Lu family, where I detected a peculiar fragrance. And that man bore the same scent. Though the aroma is exceedingly faint, imperceptible to most, my innate keen sense of smell renders me highly sensitive to such scents. Therefore, it is highly likely that he belongs to the Lu family," Zhao Meng stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a smile. "You are correct. That man is indeed from the Lu family. His true identity is Lu Yunqing, the 9th son of the Lu family." "The useless Lu Yunqing?" Zhao Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. If he is from the Lu family, why would he wish to disturb his own ancestral grave? Has he lost his mind? Perhaps it is for revenge. Revenge? Zhao Meng grew increasingly bewildered. He could not fathom the deep-seated enmity between Lu Yunqing and the Lu family. If you wish to know, why not visit Panlong Ridge tonight and uncover the truth? At that moment, Lin Wudao's calm voice resonated. We are going to see Lu Yunqing excavate an ancestral grave?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng instantly became intrigued, his excitement evident as he rubbed his hands together fervently. Chapter 29. Rest assured, I will handle it on the Panlong Ridge. The ancestral grave of the Lu family lies. At the stroke of midnight, Lin Wudao and his companions had arrived early, carefully concealing themselves not far from the Lu family tomb. Their chosen location was exceedingly discreet. Coupled with the dim night and the surrounding environment, it perfectly obscured their figures. Even with deliberate searching, they would be exceedingly difficult to detect. At this moment, Zhao Meng's eyes widened as he intently gazed at the distant tomb. The grave of the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianxiu. Several powerful ancient characters came into view. "Master, I have heard that Lu Tianxiang, the ancestor of the Lu family, was renowned for his great fortune in his early years. A millennium ago, he was a prominent figure in the Jiuzhou realm. It is said that by the time of his passing, he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Zhao Meng softly narrated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded slightly, his expression exceedingly calm. Master, do you truly believe that Lu Yunxing will come? He will. However, that fellow is a notorious failure in Tianyuan Ancient City, a source of shame for the entire Lu family, which prefers not to speak of him. Yet, judging by today's circumstances, he does not appear to be a failure at all. Perhaps he possesses his own fortuity, Lin Wudao replied with a hint of indifference. As soon as he finished speaking, his ears twitched slightly, and he immediately gestured for Zhao Meng and Han Qingsnow to be silent. He had sensed approaching presence. Sure enough, just as Lin Wudao signaled for silence, two furtive figures emerged from the darkness. Cloaked and masked, their features remained obscured. However, Lin Wudao, with his divine sight, could see them clearly. One was Lu Yunxiang, and the other was his recruited ally, named Chao Zhan, who had achieved the pinnacle of Dao Palace. At this moment, Lu Yunxiang glanced at the time and began to scan the surroundings, seemingly lost in thought. It appears your plan has faltered. That scoundrel Zhao Meng has not arrived, remarked the other cloaked figure, his voice hoarse and grating, akin to the sound of a saw. Who says my plan has failed? In truth, whether Zhao Meng comes or not is inconsequential. My aim is merely to pin the blame on him. If he comes, all the better, my scheme will run even smoother. If he does not, I can still succeed in placing the blame for the grave desecration squarely upon him. Then why venture to Huangquan Tower in search of him? It seems unnecessary. I have heard that Han Qingshan, by Lin Wudao's side, has already approached Zhao Meng. If you provoke that god of death, it could lead to trouble. Chao Zhan expressed with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiang let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Even if Lin Wudao were to learn of our actions, he would be powerless against us, for beneath the heavens, no one can discern our identities. His confidence was unshakable. Yet, it is prudent to exercise caution. We are taking an enormous risk this time. Should we falter, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Zhan harbored some trepidation. In response, Lu Yunxing merely scoffed, dismissing the concern. The hour grows late. Let us proceed with haste. We shall act according to plan. As long as no unforeseen events arise, all shall be well. One can only hope. As darkness enveloped the night, Zhao Zhan removed his cloak and subsequently took off the ghostly mask that obscured his face, revealing a somewhat simple expression. He began to chant incantations, his hands weaving a mysterious spell, and soon, his form began to swell, growing tall and imposing. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent a rapid transformation. Moments later, Zhao Zhan's physique and visage had become indistinguishable from that of Zhao Meng. Cursed be it! How dare he deceive me? That treacherous wretch harbors ill intentions. In the distance, upon witnessing Zhao Zhan's actions, Zhao Meng's expression twisted with fury. His massive fists clenched tightly, yearning to rush forth and obliterate both Zhao Zhan and Lu Yunxing. Do not act rashly. Let us observe first. Lin Wudao shot him a cold glare. At this, Zhao Meng was compelled to suppress the raging inferno within and continued to conceal his presence as he gazed into the distance. At this moment, the two had readied themselves. Engage. With a resounding crash, Lu Yunxing produced an ancient cauldron, unleashing its formidable might as he struck it down upon Lu Tianxiang's tomb. The sheer force shattered the tomb, revealing vast fissures. A human spirit weapon. Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Yunxing possessed such a rare artifact. The human spirit weapon, though slightly inferior to the imperial spirit weapon, was nonetheless a treasure in the expansive realm of Jiuzhou. Even the esteemed Taishan sect seemed to possess only one complete human spirit weapon, an ancient token of their founder. Lu Yunxing exuded an aura of profound antiquity. If all were as it appeared, he must have acquired the favor or legacy of an ancient powerhouse. Lin Wudao pondered silently. With a thunderous crash, as Lin Wudao remained in doubt, Lu Yunxing's black cauldron struck the tomb once more. The tomb, already marred by cracks, could not withstand the renewed assault and collapsed spectacularly, revealing a gaping hole. Enter. Without hesitation, Lu Yunxing beckoned and immediately plunged into the ancestral grave. Zhao Zhan followed closely behind. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao's eyes gleamed with a cold, ruthless light. Such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Lu family. Wait here. Do not act recklessly. I have matters to attend to. With that, before Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan could respond, Lin Wudao vanished in an instant. The moment he stepped into the darkness, he employed the origin stone to manifest a doppelganger, silently infiltrating the tomb. Meanwhile, a tremendous commotion on Panlong Ridge had also alarmed the Lu family. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Something was amiss at the ancestral grave. In an elegantly antiquated chamber, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Qingsnow, gazed at the shattered jade pendant in his possession, his expression shifting dramatically. When the Lu family constructed their ancestral grave, they had enlisted the aid of a master. Through secretive arts, they intertwined the grave's energy with a jade pendant, which was regularly worn by the family head. Thus, any anomaly at the grave would be immediately detected. Now, with the pendant shattered, it was evident that the ancestral grave had been violated. Could it be that someone dared to disturb my ancestral resting place? A chilling thought surged within him. As he contemplated this, Lu Qingsnow was engulfed not only in shock but also in profound anger. He swiftly convened several elders of the family and, with utmost urgency, they hastened towards Panlong Ridge. Just as they approached with fervor, Lin Wudao had already followed Lu Yunxing into the depths of the tomb. The tomb's expanse was immense. As practitioners above the Dao Palace realm, they were well versed in nocturnal vision. Consequently, the environment and artifacts within the tomb were vividly clear to them. Following Lu Yunxing's lead, Lin Wudao soon found himself in the main crypt. At that moment, Lu Yunxing demonstrated exceptional skill and technique, deftly neutralizing various concealed mechanisms within the tomb before effortlessly arriving at the coffin of Lu Tianqiong. With no hesitation whatsoever, Lu Yunxing forcefully pushed open the massive bronze coffin. Instantly, a myriad of eerie crimson lights surged forth. Chapter 30. The Royal Dao Material, the Celestial Demon Ore. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon captivated Lin Wudao's attention. Through the vast and eerie crimson glow, he discerned within the bronze coffin a male corpse, inexplicably preserved, appearing as lifelike as any living being. In the man's grasp lay a fist-sized, diamond-shaped ore, its surface a deep crimson black. His merely casting a glance at it, Lin Wudao was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of malice, surging forth like a tidal wave. It seemed as though within that tumultuous bloodlight resided an infinite number of vengeful spirits, exuding an almost celestial dread. The Celestial Demon Ore. An echo of information resonated back. Name, Celestial Demon Ore. Level, Royal Dao Material. Description: the Celestial Demon Ore is born from the resentment and malevolence of heaven and earth. Capable of attracting and consolidating various malevolent energies, it possesses the potential to evolve into extreme Dao material. Note: in 10,000 years, it may transform into extreme material. To think it is a royal Dao material, Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a treasure could be found within Lu Tianxiong's tomb. Despite its inherently sinister nature, this celestial demon ore, when combined with the skill of an adept weaponsmith and various spiritual materials, could undoubtedly forge a royal Dao spirit weapon. However, due to the malevolent nature of the celestial demon ore, it has the capacity to corrode the minds of living beings, plunging them into ceaseless madness and slaughter. Even if a royal Dao spirit weapon were crafted from it, the average individual would struggle to wield it. In fact, it might unleash calamity upon the world. Perhaps Lu Tianxiong was acutely aware of this, which is why he entombed the celestial demon ore within the coffin. Lin Wudao speculated. Lu Tianxiong had noble intentions, yet his descendants proved ungrateful. Behold the likes of Lu Yunxiong, a true scourge. At last, he had found it. Now, gazing at the celestial demon ore within the bronze coffin, Lu Yunxiong's masked face revealed an overwhelming joy. Without hesitation, after a moment of scrutiny, he seized the celestial demon ore in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. As the celestial demon ore was grasped, it seemed to awaken. Waves of resplendent bloodlight surged forth, flooding the entire tomb. Meanwhile, the terrifying royal Dao aura bore down upon Lu Yunxing, rendering him nearly breathless. We must flee. With utmost haste, he secured the celestial demon ore into a mysterious box, beckoning to Zhao Zhan, who was searching for treasures, as he prepared to depart. Now, with the celestial demon ore in hand, his plan had achieved a significant milestone. Next, by employing the secret method to siphon the royal Dao power from the celestial demon ore, his cultivation would surely ascend. With this thought, Lu Yunxing's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yet, fate had other designs. Boom. As Lu Yunxing had just turned around, a terrifying palm imprint suddenly struck from the void, enveloped in overwhelming power, and forcefully landed upon him. A scream escaped his lips as the unprepared Lu Yunxing was sent flying. Even the celestial demon ore in his grasp fell to the ground. Who dares to thwart my plans? Everything transpired in an instant. Faced with this unforeseen twist of fate, Lu Yunxing was filled with both rage and boundless fear. He raised his head to gaze around, only to find no one in sight. I'm still alive? At that moment, a cold, merciless voice suddenly echoed from the void, causing Lu Yunxing's pupils to constrict in terror. Celestial demon disintegration. Just as Lin Wudao's terrifying palm imprint descended once more, he swiftly formed a mysterious seal with his hands, and in an instant, transformed into an eerie black light, vanishing from his original position. Boom. Before his departure, he clearly witnessed that the unfortunate Zhao Zhan, unable to escape, was crushed by the palm, his body shattered beyond recognition. All life within him was extinguished. Whoever hinders my ambitions, I curse you to an untimely demise. A voice filled with profound hatred echoed from afar. At that moment, Lu Yunqing's heart brimmed with infinite rage and resentment. To acquire this celestial demon, or he had meticulously plotted and prepared. Now, it seemed his desires were within reach. Yet who would have imagined it would all be for naught? This outcome filled him with unbearable anguish. However, with danger looming, he could hardly concern himself with the fallen celestial demon, and immediately employed the secret technique of the celestial demon to escape. Humph, do you think you can evade my gaze? Given your remaining utility, I shall spare you for now. Once I have extracted every ounce of value from you, your existence will no longer be necessary. Lin Wudao's gaze was frigid. Bang! As he spoke, he retrieved the coffin of the celestial burial and placed Zhao Zhan's corpse within. Ding! You have collected Zhao Zhan's corpse and received 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After system enhancement, you have acquired 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The familiar notification rang out abruptly. To this, Lin Wudao remained indifferent. The probability of such spirit stones appearing was exceedingly high. As long as he continued his collection of corpses, he would ceaselessly amass vast quantities of spirit stones. Thus, Lin Wudao was destined to never lack for wealth. Regarding spirit stones, he held little interest. Instead, it was the celestial demon or within the box that captivated his attention. System, can this item be enhanced? No. It cannot. The host can only acquire items belonging to or associated with the deceased. This celestial demon or was discovered by the host himself and was not obtained through the system's collection of corpses. Therefore, it cannot be enhanced. The system provided its explanation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a flicker of realization. What if I return this celestial demon or to Lu Tianxiang? Would that allow for enhancement? The items acquired by the host are determined randomly. Even if you were to return the celestial demon, or it might not guarantee extraction. In that case, wouldn't it be a significant loss? Lin Wudao resolutely abandoned this notion. The celestial demon or was undoubtedly the most valuable possession of Lu Tianxiang. Should it be returned and later retrieved without success, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. It seems that seeking shortcuts is out of the question. He sighed. Whoosh. At that moment, he sensed a sharp sound slicing through the air, rapidly approaching. Looking up, he saw that members of the Lu family were nearing. Upon this realization, a cold smile crept onto Lin Wudao's lips. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Lu Yunsheng, if you wish for others to take the blame, I shall do the opposite. With that, he transformed his doppelganger's form and visage to resemble Lu Yunsheng, then hoisted Lu Tianxiang's bronze coffin onto his shoulder and strode out of the tomb. Outside Panlong Ridge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, led by Lu Qingho, a group of formidable Lu family experts arrived at the ancestral grave with great fervor. Upon seeing this, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan were taken aback. This is bad. Lu Qiho has arrived. The hall master is still within the tomb, if they encounter him. Zhao Meng dared not contemplate further. He fervently prayed in his heart that the awkward and thrilling scene would not unfold. Similarly, Han Qingshan appeared anxious and worried, his heart in his throat. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two were consumed by concern, a series of heavy footsteps resonated from within the tomb. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, a figure emerged, bearing the bronze coffin and striding forth. He collided directly with the newly arrived Lu Qingho. Chapter 31. The Fallen Demon Lord and the Burial Copper Coffin. Alas, witnessing the impending collision between the two figures, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, who were lurking in the shadows, were instantly struck with horror. At that moment, their spirits plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. However, just as they were engulfed in dread, the approaching Lu Qingho stood frozen in place, his gaze firmly fixated on the figure before him, particularly the bronze coffin resting upon his shoulder. Lu Yunsheng? Boom. As he beheld the man, who strode forth from the ancestral grave with the bronze coffin upon his shoulder, Lu Qingho felt as though a thunderclap had shattered his world. Leaving his mind in utter disarray, Lu Yunsheng had exhumed the ancestral grave? With this realization, his body began to tremble violently, his eyes ablaze with overwhelming rage. Yet, in the face of Lu Qingho's furious and menacing gaze, Lu Yunsheng displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he grinned widely. It was this very smile that nearly drove Lu Qingho to the brink of apoplexy. You wretched. Swish. Just as he prepared to voice his outrage, Lin Wudao did not afford him the opportunity, stepping forward with the bronze coffin, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from Panlong Ridge. Only after a moment did Lu Qingho emerge from his profound shock and fury. Lu Yunsheng, you cursed wretch. Our family is doomed. His face contorted with rage. He looked as if he longed to rend Lu Yunsheng into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, an elder of the Lu family, sensing the familiar presence, spoke up, Patriarch. That person just now. Silence. An elder's inquiry was met with Lu Qingho's ferocious roar. This matter is not to be mentioned by anyone. Dispatch secret orders for the entire clan to search for Lu Yunsheng's whereabouts. Upon discovery, do not act recklessly. I shall personally deal with that scoundrel. Furthermore, if anyone dares to leak news of the ancestral grave being disturbed, they shall face merciless execution, Lu Qingho declared with a murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the gathered elders fell into a deep silence. They understood the gravity of the situation. In 3 days, the 500-year birthday celebration of their ancestor, Lu Hongmeng, would commence. If news of the grave disturbance were to emerge at that moment, the Lu family would undoubtedly suffer a loss of face. They could not afford such disgrace. With this thought, a wave of anger and hatred surged within the hearts of those present towards Lu Yunsheng's actions. Such a flagrant act of rebellion was utterly unworthy of a son. Cursed wretch. Devoid of conscience. Once captured, you shall be subjected to the harshest of punishments, and the family shall be cleansed of your presence. Fortunately, you are not my son, for otherwise, I would surely be driven to despair. Lu Yunsheng must die. The assembly was filled with resentment. Subsequently, they restored the shattered ancestral grave to its original state before gradually departing. After all the individuals, including Lu Qingho, had departed, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, their once tense hearts now at ease. They had just experienced an unnerving encounter. How could this be? I distinctly witnessed the Lord enter the ancestral grave, yet it was that scoundrel Lu Yunsheng who emerged. Zhao Meng rubbed his face, bewilderment evident on his features. Hearing this, Han Qingshan appeared equally perplexed. You look at me, but how could I possibly know? Perhaps the Lord employed some sort of trick. He murmured with a sense of resignation. Ever since Lin Wudao returned from the divine ruins, he had undergone a dramatic transformation, rendering even Han Qingshan unable to comprehend him. So, what now? Let's head back for the time being. Are we not waiting for the Lord? The young master does not require your concern. You should focus on your own well-being, Han Qingshan retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. With that, the two cautiously departed from Panlong Ridge. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in a canyon, Lu Yunsheng's disheveled figure plummeted from the sky, his body marred by traces of blood. Upon removing the mask from his face, he revealed an extremely pallid complexion. Cough, cough. Do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I, Lu Yunsheng, vow to turn you to dust. A voice laced with deep-seated hatred echoed fiercely. At that moment, Lu Yunsheng's expression was contorted with rage. He could not fathom where his meticulously crafted plan had gone awry, nor the identity of the assailant who had attacked him from the shadows. The heavenly demon or within the ancestral grave was a material of imperial significance, and now it was lost to him. The prospect of retrieving it seemed exceedingly bleak. In the throes of his anguish, an eerie black light suddenly surged from his brow, coalescing into a mysterious and grand figure. This being was both divine and demonic, exuding an aura that was both chilling and terrifying. Where's the heavenly demon or demon lord? The heavenly demon or has been taken by someone. Lu Yunsheng spoke through clenched teeth, bitterness lacing his words. Taken by someone? The enigmatic figure seemed momentarily taken aback, yet chose not to elaborate further. It appears that you are fated to be without that treasure. Since it has been seized, continue your search for other rare materials. The world is vast, and it does not lack for heavenly demon or egg. With a cold utterance, the figure swiftly merged with Lu Yunsheng, embedding itself deep within his consciousness. Witnessing this, Lu Yunsheng took a deep breath, forcibly calming the tempest of rage within him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered away. As he departed, Lin Wudao's strange doppelganger materialized from the void. Observing Lu Yunsheng's retreating figure, his gaze was devoid of warmth. As expected, Lu Yunsheng indeed harbors secrets. The fallen demon lord, a peerless powerhouse from 80,000 years ago, was contemporaneous with the great emperor Jiang Taichu. And it is a remarkable coincidence that he was ultimately slain by Jiang Taichu himself. Unexpectedly, the great emperor Jiang Taichu has passed away. Yet a remnant of his soul lingers in the world, now bound to Lu Yunsheng. It appears he seeks to leverage Lu Yunsheng to resurrect himself. Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Since departing from Panlong Ridge, he has been tracking Lu Yunsheng's aura, which has led him here. Indeed, a significant issue has been uncovered. Although the fallen demon lord has perished, leaving behind only a sliver of true spirit, such an ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, undoubtedly possesses numerous hidden cards. To eliminate him is no simple task. Even Lin Wudao dares not act recklessly. However, he is not without means. Bang! With a sweeping gesture, the ancient Xuantian bronze coffin materialized before him, exuding an aura of primordial vastness, as if it had withstood the test of countless epochs. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the divine, Lin Wudao gleaned some information. Name: Xuantian bronze coffin level, unknown description. During the mythic era, the Kunlun immortal emperor discovered this supreme artifact at the terminus of a grand world, its origins and material unknown, untainted by causality, unaffected by celestial mandate. Evaluation: once possessed, one shall seek nothing further in this life. Function 1. Suppresses all. Anyone entombed within the Xuantian bronze coffin shall be subdued. Even the exalted immortal emperor would meet his demise therein. Function 2. Unknown. Function 3. Unknown. Function 4. Unknown. Concise information presented itself before him. Upon reading, Lin Wudao was momentarily lost in thought. This Xuantian bronze coffin surpassed his imagination. Even the eye of the divine could not penetrate its secrets. Its origins appear to be more terrifying than that of the immortal emperor himself. He mused inwardly. Having said that, a brilliant divine light erupted from his gaze. Although the origins of the Xuantian bronze coffin remain a mystery, its dreadfulness is indisputable. It can even subdue an immortal emperor. If the true spirit of the fallen demon lord enters within, it too shall be obliterated. If that is the case, Lu Yunsheng could indeed be of assistance. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Boom. As he spoke, Lin Wudao raised his hand and directly collected the corpse of Lu Tianxiong into the coffin. Chapter 32. The Saint's Law, the Celestial Binding Incantation. A chilling notification echoed. You have collected the corpse of Lu Tianxiong, acquiring a fragment of the ancient Taoist scripture. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you now possess a complete page of the ancient Taoist text. Upon it, a formidable ancient technique was inscribed, the Celestial Binding Incantation. Capable of confining all of creation upon its invocation. The cold sound of the notification abruptly resonated. The Celestial Binding Incantation? A profound curiosity welled up within Lin Wudao. It was known to him that the ancient Taoist sect was an extraordinarily ancient and powerful entity, having once borne a mandate of heaven, and was bestowed with the Tome of Tao. This tome contained numerous miraculous and potent secret arts and divine abilities. In the era when the Taoist sect reigned supreme, it was the most formidable force in the world. Even now, a mere page of scripture, inscribed with such a technique, must be extraordinary. Moreover, this technique had been amplified tenfold by the system. Suppressing the tumult within, Lin Wudao began to examine the details of the Celestial Binding Incantation. Name: Celestial Binding Incantation. Type: Technique. Rank: Saint's Law. Description: derived from the ancient Taoist technique of body confinement, enhanced tenfold to elevate it to a saint-level art, capable of imprisoning all beings in the world. When cultivated to the ultimate realm, it can confine entities one major realm above oneself. The Saint's Law? Gazing at the displayed information, even Lin Wudao, with his usual composure, felt a tremor in his heart. This was indeed the law of saints. Only those forces that had birthed saints or ancient noble clans possessed a complete saint's law. Previously, he had gathered the remains of the Emperor Jiang Taichu and acquired a heavenly emperor's technique. Now, he had collected Lu Tianxiong's body and obtained a saint's law. This filled Lin Wudao with delight. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a saint's law. According to the rules of corpse collection, the secret arts and divine abilities obtained will be automatically cultivated to the pinnacle by the system. Celestial Binding Incantation. Pinnacle. Upon invocation, it can confine beings one minor realm above oneself, encompassing both body and soul, with a confinement duration of 3 breaths. Indeed, Lin Wudao praised inwardly. As a saint's law, the power of the Celestial Binding Incantation was beyond question. Although, at the pinnacle state, it could only imprison for 3 breaths. That was ample time. Any cultivator subjected to such confinement of both body and soul for 3 breaths would undoubtedly perish. Currently, the Celestial Binding Incantation was merely at the pinnacle, capable of confining beings one minor realm above oneself. However, should its cultivation reach the peak, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. With this thought, Lin Wudao's heart stirred. System: how much fortune is required to elevate the Celestial Binding Incantation to its peak? 1 billion. Such a vast sum? Lin Wudao gasped inwardly. Host: although the Celestial Binding Incantation is merely a saint's law, its extraordinary nature allows it to rival the great saint's techniques. Even a saint would require considerable time to cultivate it to its zenith. 1 billion units of fortune are not an excessive amount. With this method at hand, a sage could reverse the odds and slay a saint king. Sensing Lin Wudao's astonishment, the system could not help but elaborate. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. This divine destiny incantation is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, if he were to rely solely on his own cultivation, He could only speculate on how many years it would take to reach the peak of his realm. By the way, how much fortune value does this celestial demon hold? Suddenly, Lin Wudao produced the celestial demon organ. This item would be of no use to him, so it would be better to offer it as a sacrifice. 20,000. Well, let's proceed with the sacrifice. Although the celestial demon ore possesses the potential to become a supreme material, for now, it is merely a royal grade material, requiring another 10,000 years to transform into a supreme substance. By that time, Lin Wudao might have already attained the path to immortality. Ding! You have sacrificed the celestial demon ore and gained 20,000 units of fortune. A familiar voice echoed. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Master of the Demon Hunting Hall. Cultivation, late stage of divine transformation technique. Ancient Emperor Scripture skills, Savage Dragon Palm, peak. Great Thunder Palm, peak. Mystic Sky Sword technique, peak. Within reach of heaven and earth, peak. Divine Destiny Incantation, peak. Items, Morning Heaven Copper Coffin, Origin Stone, Corpse Concealment Map, Mystic Sky Ancient Sword. Longevity Elixir, 1/3 of the Dragon Burial Map, Infinite Creation Pill, Reversal Pill. Lifespan, 12,736 years. Fortune value, 35,100. Numerous details unfolded before him. After perusing this information, Lin Wudao fell into a contemplative silence. System, enhance the Savage Dragon Palm. Ding. Consuming 30,000 fortune points. Successfully cultivated the Savage Dragon Palm to Pinnacle Realm, capable of unleashing the strength of 20 ancient savage dragons with a single strike. The power of the palm can penetrate 200 zhang. With the host's late-stage divine transformation cultivation, a single strike can effortlessly slay a peak divine transformation practitioner, contending with a consummate divine transformation without defeat. The strength of 20 ancient savage dragons? Lin Wudao was exceedingly pleased. According to the system's assertions, his current combat prowess was unrivaled among divine transformation practitioners. However, the hard-earned fortune points had dwindled once more. Fortune value, 5,100 Sai. I must strive even harder. In 3 days, it will be the 500th birthday celebration of the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Hongmeng. At that time, Lu Yunxiao will return to pay his respects. If he truly becomes a vessel for the devil, it would provide another lucrative opportunity. Lin Wudao mused inwardly. Having concluded his thoughts, he promptly departed the canyon, pursuing the aura of Lu Yunxiang. Presently, Lu Yunxiang should still be unaware of the events transpiring atop the Panlong Ridge. If that is the case, he may still believe that his identity remains concealed. Consequently, he would inevitably return to the Lu family. Meanwhile, Lu Qingho had already issued a capture order. Once Lu Yunxiang returns to the Lu family, it would be akin to walking into a trap. At that moment, how would the enraged Lu Qingho choose to deal with him? I surmise that Lu Yunxiang may indeed meet a grim fate. Lin Wudao's lips curled into a chilling smile. In truth, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. After meandering through the ancient city of Tianyuan, Lu Yunxiang made his way directly to the Lu family estate, unaware of any impending peril. However, his movements had already been detected by those within the Lu family. The Lu family. In the grand hall, the family head, Lu Qingho, sat with an imposing presence, his cold visage marred by shadows of anger and an aura brimming with murderous intent. His piercing gaze scrutinized the assembled clan members below him. Have you not yet located him? The emotionless voice resonated sharply. At this, the crowd trembled. Returning to the family head, all available members have been dispatched. Yet thus far there has been no word of the 9th young master. We suspect he may no longer be within Tianyuan city, one elder spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho's countenance darkened further. Continue the search. Even if it necessitates overturning the entire Dali dynasty, we must locate that wretched Lu Yunxiang. I shall personally flay him to appease the spirits of our ancestors. To dare disturb our ancestral graves, this scoundrel is utterly devoid of conscience. Our family's forebears fought valiantly through hardship and bloodshed to establish the foundation we possess today and to forge the Lu family's current prestige, only for it to be jeopardized by that miscreant. He must be found and subjected to the harshest of our clan's laws. Lu Qingho bellowed fiercely. In response, the elders gathered in the hall bore solemn expressions, yet dared not defy Lu Qingho's commands. They promptly prepared to venture forth once more in search of him. Just then, a guard rushed in, breathless. Family head, we have located the 9th young master. What? Found him? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho sprang to his feet in an instant. Where is that scoundrel? The 9th young master. He is on his way home. The guard stammered fearfully. What? That wretch dares to return? He clearly shows me no respect. With this realization, Lu Qingho's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied light. At that moment, Lu Yunxiang, as per usual, swaggered through the grand entrance. Chapter 33. Filial Piety and 20 Years of Hatred. Boom. As I stepped into the Lu family residence, a thunderous sound resonated. And upon glancing back, I saw the grand entrance being firmly shut by two imposing guards. Simultaneously, amidst a throng of clan elders, Lu Qiho emerged from the main hall. Wielding an ancient, formidable blade, his demeanor exuding an overwhelming ferocity. His stern visage was etched with a chilling intent to kill. Witnessing this, Lu Yunshin's heart sank. What is the meaning of such a grand display? Could it be that they have discovered my excavation of the Lu family's ancestral grave? Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, but it was swiftly dismissed. Impossible. I am cloaked in a spectral mantle and adorned with a mask that conceals my presence. There is no way anyone could ascertain my identity. Furthermore, Qiaozhen had been slain. If that were the case, why would Lu Qingho emanate such terrifying murderous intent? Lu Yunshin was perplexed. At that moment, he was utterly unaware that he had fallen victim to Lin Wudao's scheme. The matter of the ancestral grave had long been exposed. Meanwhile, Lu Qingho harbored no semblance of kindness towards Lu Yunsheng, the wayward scion. Upon seeing him daring to return, the murderous rage in his eyes intensified. What have you been up to? I merely took a stroll, Lu Yunsheng stammered, feigning trepidation, presenting himself as anxious and fearful of Lu Qingho's authority. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Qingho's gaze ignited with a tempestuous ferocity, allowing no room for explanation. And he raised his hand to deliver a ferocious strike. Swish! With this blow, Lu Qingho unleashed all his might. The ferocious blade light surged directly towards Lu Yunsheng's face. Damn it! The old man intends to kill me. Boom! In the nick of time, Lu Yunsheng could no longer conceal his strength. As the menacing blade light approached, driven by instinct, he retaliated with a powerful punch. The sheer force erupted, shattering the incoming blade light with raw power. The great perfection of Dao Palace? You wretched scion, indeed it was you who disturbed the ancestral grave. Observing the strength Lu Yunsheng displayed, Lu Qiho was engulfed in shock. Yet his anger prevailed, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew ever more palpable. Simultaneously, Lu Yunsheng's countenance transformed dramatically. This old man has figured it out. With that thought, he attempted to evade, but the surrounding clan elders had long been waiting, encircling him to thwart his escape. They unleashed their most formidable attacks, determined to suppress him. Heavenly demon disintegration. Confronted by the multitude of powerful clan elders, Lu Yunsheng felt the looming threat to his life. Thus, he sought to employ the supreme secret technique imparted by the fallen heavenly demon lord to hastily escape this perilous situation. However, events unfolded contrary to his desires. At that moment, not only the members of the Lu family desire his demise, lurking in the shadows is also a Lin Wudao. Heavenly binding spell. Just as Lu Yunsheng was about to unleash the secret art of heavenly demon disintegration, an invisible force suddenly descended from the heavens, imprisoning both his body and soul entirely. He was utterly immobilized. Damn it! Who is it that seeks to harm me? Lu Yunshin's heart roared with madness. In that moment, his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. Wretched spawn, perish! Whoosh! At the very instant Lu Yunshin was bound, Lu Qiho charged forth with fierce intent, plunging his blade straight through Lu Yunshin's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. An endless wave of agony enveloped him. Lu Yunshin's once cold visage twisted into a grotesque grimace. His gaze brimmed with hatred. Speak. Why did you disturb our ancestors' graves? From where did your Dao Palace consummate cultivation originate? Ignoring the hatred in Lu Yunsheng's eyes, Lu Qingho pressed the cold blade against his forehead, demanding answers. At this inquiry, Lu Yunsheng couldn't help but let out a cold, derisive laugh. Why would I disturb our ancestors' graves? Do you truly not know, Lu Qiho? Since the day of my birth, have I ever experienced the privileges of a Lu family scion? Just because I am a born illegitimate child with mediocre innate talent. You wish for my death? Since Lu Yushao is your eldest son, gifted beyond measure. You severed all my chances for cultivation to prevent me from tarnishing his name and the family. To elevate Lu Yushao, you not only shattered my meridians but also destroyed my dantian, rendering me a complete waste. I am also your son. Why do you treat me thus? Lu Yunsheng roared fiercely. In that moment, the fury and hatred he had harbored for 2 decades finally erupted. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho's body trembled slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. His gaze returned to its previous icy demeanor. Your life was granted by me, and I possess the authority to reclaim it. Lu Yunshao is the most outstanding descendant of the Lu family in a millennium, now having reached the late stage of the Dao Palace. Given time, he will surely revitalize our lineage. Compared to him, you are but a firefly beside the bright moon. Though you are also my blood, if I must choose, I will naturally select the better one. Should I pin my hopes on a waist to uphold the entire Lu family? Lu Qiho sneered. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxing clenched his fists, a look of desolation upon his face. I now possess the strength of the Dao Palace consummate in the future. I too can revitalize the Lu family. Why must you still kill me? Because you are born with a rebellious nature, harboring excessive ambition. After enduring years of torment and humiliation, once you gain power, how could you possibly spare Lu Yunxiao? At that time, it would inevitably lead to infighting, resulting in the collapse of our family. To prevent such a scenario, I must eliminate you. Only in your death can the Lu family find peace. Lu Qingho spoke without any hint of emotion. It became evident that you never regarded me as your son, nor did you ever believe in me. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Yunxing erupted into a maniacal laughter. At this moment, he was utterly despondent and had completely lost hope. Whoosh! Just as he laughed despairingly, Lu Qingho, disregarding everything, his eyes blazing with ferocity, wielded his great blade and struck fiercely towards Lu Yunxing's throat. He could not allow any potential threat to linger for his family. Seeing Lu Qingho advance with lethal intent, Lu Yunxing seemed to have surrendered all hope for life. He did not evade, but instead closed his eyes, allowing the deadly blade to descend. Buzz! At the critical moment, a strange black light erupted from his brow, shattering the great blade in Lu Qingho's grasp. Immediately, a tempest materialized from thin air, intent on whisking Lu Yunxing away. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wudao, who had been lurking in the shadows, acted without hesitation and opened the coffin of the celestial burial. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lu Yunxing and the tempest were entirely absorbed within. Ah, what in the world is this? A chilling scream echoed faintly in Lin Wudao's ears. However, the sound lasted but a moment before vanishing entirely. In its place came the familiar notification sound of the system. Ding! You have collected the body of Lu Yunxing, earning 100 fortune points, which after system enhancement becomes 1,000 fortune points. You have collected a remnant soul of the fallen demon lord, earning a doomsday sword talisman, which after system enhancement becomes a great annihilation sword talisman. The great annihilation sword talisman, when shattered, can unleash the might of the great annihilation sword chi, rivaling a strike from a sage. A series of notification sounds continued to resonate. What a treasure! Lin Wudao exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, he guided his avatar to depart from the Lu family in silence, leaving behind a dazed Lu Qingho and others, standing foolishly in place. Chapter 34. The Fear of the Mortal Realm's Master. Has Lu Yunxing met his demise? Who could be responsible for such an act? Confronted with this sudden upheaval, Lu Qingho's countenance darkened to an extreme, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, murderous intent. He could not fathom who the perpetrator might be or the rationale behind their actions. Master, could it be that someone is scheming against Lu Yunxing? Or perhaps they are targeting the Lu family? After a moment of heavy silence, an elder of the clan broke the stillness, speaking forth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingho shook his head in bewilderment. The matter reeked of enigma, and he was momentarily at a loss. Send out orders to bolster our defenses. In 3 days, we shall celebrate our ancestors' 500th birthday. We cannot afford any unexpected incidents. Regardless of who that individual is or their intentions, we shall not concern ourselves with them for now. They dwell in the shadows while we remain in the light. For the time being, we can only wait and observe, he commanded in a deep voice. Understood. The assembly responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Furthermore, regarding the disturbance at our ancestral grave, the entire clan is forbidden from disclosing any details. Should anyone dare to utter even a single word that tarnishes the Lu family's dignity, they shall face merciless retribution. Lu Qingho's face was a mask of wrath. Having spoken, he cast a cold glance over the gathered elders before turning on his heel and departing. Witnessing this, the elders sighed in unison, refraining from further discourse. At this moment, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. The incident involving Lu Yunxing was undoubtedly no coincidence, and it was possible that further turmoil awaited them in 3 days. If that were to occur, it would spell disaster. With such thoughts, they departed, each bearing a visage of worry. In Xuantian Ancient City, at the Mortal Realms Tower, just as Lu Qingho and Lu Yunxing were embroiled in their conflict, a tall, distinguished man clad in green attire made his way to the Mortal Realms Tower. Trailing closely behind him was a formidable elder, whose cultivation had evidently reached the mid-stage of transformation. Young master, as per your instructions, I have dispatched the items to the Demon Control Office in Yuanzhou, and they should now be in Lin Wudao's possession, the elder in dark robes reported with a bow. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us prepare to witness the unfolding drama. Given Lin Wudao's notorious ruthlessness, once he learns that Lu Yuxiao has become a sacrificial offering to the demons, he will surely not let this opportunity slip away. The Lu family will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Once they engage in conflict, our plan will come to fruition. At this juncture, a conspiratorial smile graced the young man's lips. Young master, you are the foremost disciple of the Taixian sect and the sole heir to its leadership. Why stoop to Lin Wudao's level? If you are concerned that he may obstruct your path, I could eliminate him directly, sparing us the need for such elaborate schemes. Is it truly worth it for the likes of Jiang Qingsnow? Young master, with your talents and status, Jiang Qingsnow is hardly a worthy match for you. The elder in red furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the young man's actions. Zhou Lao, my intentions behind this course of action are not without purpose, came the young man's measured reply. In truth, like Jiang Qingsnow, I am merely a servant to others. If Lin Wudao does not perish, then it shall be I who meets my end. What? A servant to others? The crimson-clad elder was taken aback by this revelation. It is important to note that Li Longxiang is the foremost disciple of the Taixian sect and the sole heir of the current sect leader, Li Tiandu. What manner of person could compel him to perform such service willingly? Furthermore, the consequence of failure is death? Who is this individual? A wave of profound astonishment surged within the crimson-clad elder. That Jiang Qingsnow's curse is also. Otherwise, how could a mere scion of a small clan possess something akin to an ancient curse? Regarding this matter, Li Longxiang seemed reluctant to elaborate. After briefly mentioning it, he stepped into the human realm pavilion. Behind him, the crimson-clad elder followed closely. My lord, we have a guest, exclaimed Tu Shanlinger joyfully. Understood, came a languid voice as Jun Qianma emerged, holding an unnamed ancient tome. I have met the pavilion master. Li Longxiang and Shou Qichen both bowed in greeting. What inquiries do you have? Came a calm voice from behind the desk. Upon hearing this, Li Longxiang respectfully stepped forward. Pavilion master, I have come to ask about the current demon hunter hall master, Lin Wudao. What is his cultivation level? Lin Wudao? Upon hearing this name, Jun Qianmo raised his head. After a moment of calculation, he arrived at an answer. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I shall reveal the answer. Very well. Li Longxiang had anticipated this and promptly produced the spirit stones. Subsequently, he awaited Jun Qianma's revelation with great anticipation. At that moment, after receiving the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jun Qianma began to deduce. Lin Wudao's current cultivation level is suddenly. As he uttered Lin Wudao's name, and even merely hinted at the term transcendence, a terrifying backlash of power surged forth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly waned. Concurrently, the skies above the human realm pavilion erupted with countless thunderclaps, an overwhelming pressure as if it sought to obliterate him entirely. His heavens backlash. Who on earth is Lin Wudao, and why does he disallow my calculations? I have merely mentioned transcendence and already faced such dire horror. Should this continue, my demise is inevitable. At this moment, an unprecedented fear filled Jun Qianma's heart. He no longer dared to deduce Lin Wudao's fate. Pavilion master, are you unwell? Seeing the sudden turn of events, Li Longxiang was startled and inquired with concern. To this, Jun Qianma waved his hand. Cough, I am fine. I merely practiced too fervently, leading to a slight mishap. Pavilion master, you are constantly in the throes of cultivation? Li Longxiang and Shou Qichen were instantly filled with boundless admiration. The host, I have another matter to discuss. Speak. I would like to request that you publish a message on the Tongtian Baojian in 3 days. Is it once again regarding Lin Wudao? No. It concerns Lu Yunxiao of the Tianyuan Ancient City. I wish to ask you to announce that Lu Yunxiao is feeding the demons with his own body. May I inquire how many spirit stones this will require? Li Longxiang asked cautiously. Lu Yunxiao? Feeding demons with his own body? This time, Jun Qianma calculated for a moment and confirmed that it was indeed unrelated to Lin Wudao. Thus he nodded with a cold expression. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. So much? Faced with this staggering price, Li Longxiang was taken aback. If you don't want to pay, then leave. A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, Li Longxiang felt a surge of dread. No, please do not be angry. I merely momentarily lost my composure. Saying this, he respectfully placed 1 million low-grade spirit stones on the counter. Host, in 3 days, the truth will be revealed. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Do not return here again. Boom. With that, Jun Qianma did not give Li Longxiang and his companion any chance to resist, sweeping them away with a wave of his hand. Bang! With a resounding crash, the doors of the human realm pavilion slammed shut. Watching this scene, Li Longxiang was left in a daze. He had no idea where he had offended Jun Qianma. Young master, perhaps the host has encountered an unexpected setback in his cultivation and urgently requires healing? Yes, that must be it. Now that the matter is settled, let us proceed directly to the Tianyuan Ancient City. I never expected Lin Wudao to possess such advanced cultivation. I truly underestimated him. With that, Li Longxiang and Zhou Qingshan steered their spirit vessel away at a breakneck speed. Young master, They have departed. In the human realm pavilion. After the two left, Tushan Lingo accompanied Jun Qianma to the backyard, her small face filled with concern. Young master, how did you get injured? It was merely a minor accident. By the way, Linger, for the next few days, I shall be in seclusion and refuse all visitors, except for Lin Wudao. All right, though confused, Tushan Lingo obediently agreed. Alas, this time I have suffered a great loss. It seems that henceforth, I must refrain from any matters related to Lin Wudao. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to immense terror. This time, I was fortunate, merely receiving a warning, should there be a next time. It may very well result in my demise. Jun Qianma, filled with trepidation, dared not contemplate who Lin Wudao truly was. Only knowing that engaging with him would bring disaster upon himself. Such a person must be approached with goodwill. I hope to mend this karmic relationship. He sighed inwardly. With that, he retreated to his room to begin healing. Regarding all that transpired in the human realm pavilion, Lin Wudao remained oblivious. After leaving the Lu family, he returned directly to the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 35. Sacrificing oneself to the demons. 3 days later, as the 500th birthday of the venerable ancestor Lu Hongmeng approached, the atmosphere in Xuantian Ancient City was infused with a festive spirit, with numerous guests arriving in droves. At the Demon Suppression Office, Lin Wudao had also made his preparations, intending to convey congratulations to the Lu family on behalf of Zhao Xianxiao. Just as he stepped out of the star-picking courtyard, he encountered Li Bigtian and his two companions approaching in unison. "Congratulations, Brother Lin," they exclaimed, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. Each face radiated with brilliant smiles. Seeing this, Lin Wudao felt a twinge of confusion. What was the cause of their joy? "Brother Lin, are you unaware? The King of Liang and our Yuan Province Demon Suppression Office have reported your valorous deeds in slaying demons and suppressing the remnants of the demon sect to the imperial court of the Dali dynasty. It is said that His Majesty holds you in high esteem. With the King of Liang's strong recommendation, you are poised to be promoted to the position of Deputy Commander. This matter is virtually assured, and within half a month, the imperial decree shall arrive. You are set to become the fastest individual to ascend within the ranks of our Yuan Province Demon Suppression Office in history." Li Bingtian and his companions spoke fervently. Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Office? Upon hearing this news, Lin Wudao nodded calmly. It seemed that the King of Liang had indeed spoken the truth. He had influence within the Dali imperial court. "Thank you for your support, esteemed commanders." Lin Wudao expressed his gratitude courteously. "Brother Lin, do not be so formal. We are all serving the Dali dynasty. We are like family. Your achievements are evident to all. Moreover, that Jiang Taichu fellow is truly unworthy of his position. Indeed, one must help their own kind. It is only right." The others chimed in agreement. Lin Wudao was powerful, and forging a good relationship with him was undoubtedly essential. In the future, they might very well find themselves relying upon him. "By the way, Brother Lin, are you planning to visit the Lu family for the birthday celebration?" "Indeed. The Grand Commander asked me to represent him, so I must make an appearance." Lin Wudao nodded slightly. "In that case, let us accompany you." With this, along with Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, the 6 of them left the Demon Suppression Office. Laughing and chatting, the Lu family was not far from the Demon Suppression Office. Half an hour later, Lin Wudao and his companions arrived at their destination. Looking up, they beheld the Lu family adorned with colorful decorations, the sounds of drums and music echoing, and a continuous stream of guests arriving. Every face wore a gentle smile, creating a jubilant atmosphere that permeated the air. "Ah, Deputy Commander Li, Deputy Commander Yan, Deputy Commander Dugu, Master Lin, you have all arrived. The Lu family is truly honored. Please come inside." An elderly steward, exuding an air of respect, greeted them warmly. With that, he personally escorted the group into the grand hall of the Lu family. At that moment, a myriad of guests had gathered here. And upon the arrival of Li Bingtian and his companions, each rose to extend their greetings, casting several curious glances towards Lin Wudao, the newly appointed master of the demon hunting pavilion, whose reputation had soared. His name had already resonated throughout the ancient city of Tianyuan and even reached the capital of the Dali dynasty, where countless cultivators revered him as a hero in the battle against demons. Simultaneously, his ruthless methods instilled a sense of trepidation among many, prompting them to maintain a respectful distance from this cold-faced harbinger of death. Lin Wudao, unfazed, followed Li Bingtian into the grand hall. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed Lu Qiho welcoming the arriving guests outside, while an ancient chair at the head of the hall appeared to be reserved for Lu Hongmeng. Furthermore, given the extensive network of the Lu family, Lin Wudao spotted several practitioners at the Dao Palace realm among the attendees, and even a few at the Beyond realm. Amidst Lin Wudao's observations, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd outside. followed by the appearance of a sprightly elder clad in splendid robes. Although he bore the marks of age, a formidable aura radiated from him, evoking expressions of reverence among the guests. A complete mastery of the Beyond Realm. Lin Wudao cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. This elder from the Lu family was only slightly inferior to Zhao Xianxiao of the Demon Suppression Division, qualifying him as a peak expert within the Tianyuan ancient city. Is Yunxiao not back yet? Lu Kangmeng inquired without turning his head, addressing Lu Qiho, who stood nearby. Ah. He is en route and should arrive shortly. Please wait a moment, ancestor. Lu Qingho replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Kangmeng maintained a tranquil demeanor, choosing not to elaborate further. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly scrutinized the individuals present, his profound gaze sweeping past Li Bingtian and others, pausing momentarily upon Lin Wudao. Ancestor. This is Lin Wudao, the newly appointed master of the Demon Suppression Division. Not long ago, he vanquished a demon and quelled the remnants of the Huangguan demon sect. It is said that he is soon to be promoted to the position of vice-governor. Lu Qingho whispered in introduction. In response, Lu Kangmeng nodded. Master Lin is indeed accomplished at a young age, with a future that knows no bounds, he remarked approvingly. Lin Wudao, however, merely cast a glance, his expression remaining impassive. Achieving fame at a young age often breeds arrogance. Lu Kangmeng chuckled lightly before shifting his attention away from Lin Wudao. In his eyes, Lin Wudao was merely a talented youth who had fortuitously slain a demon and subdued a few insignificant remnants of a demon sect. Once fame was attained, he would likely be consumed by hubris. Such individuals seldom travel far, and their future achievements were destined to be limited. Thus, he chose not to focus further on Lin Wudao. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, ultimately transforming into an ancient spiritual vessel. Hovering above the Lu family, upon it stood a young man clad in splendid garments, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Yunxiao had returned. It was said that he was the most outstanding descendant of the Lu family in a millennium. Having ascended to the realm of Dao Palace at such a tender age, truly a paragon of genius. Moreover, he had taken a revered master from the Xuantian Sect as his mentor. Amidst the crowd, numerous murmurs arose. Just then, Lin Wudao, drawn by the commotion, turned his gaze in that direction. With the eye of the divine, he perceived visions that others could not. At this moment, as Lin Wudao cast his glance, he immediately discerned a formidable aura of demonic energy ascending skyward, coalescing behind him into a monstrous ape with 9 heads, its visage utterly grotesque. This creature was even more powerful than the previous lady of the Liang, having reached the upper echelons of the 7th tier. Indeed, Lu Yunxiao was feeding the demons. A glint of cold ferocity ignited within Lin Wudao's eyes. Simultaneously, he recalled the mysterious note delivered to him earlier, along with the water from the demon. Now, he harbored grave suspicions regarding the intentions and motives of the sender. Was it to contend with Lu Yunxiao? Or was there a hidden agenda directed at him? For the moment, Lin Wudao remained in the dark about these matters. Yet soon, the answers would likely be revealed. Unbeknownst to Lu Yunxiao, he remained oblivious to Lin Wudao's lethal intent. At this time, amidst the throngs of admirers, he made his way directly to the Grand Hall. Grandson pays respects to the ancestor, wishing for eternal prosperity and radiance. Lu Yunxiao reverently bowed. Upon witnessing this, a radiant smile blossomed on the aged visage of Lu Kangmeng. Splendid! 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 My Lu family's Qilan son has returned. Let the feast commence. His booming voice resonated throughout the Lu residence. In that moment, everyone could distinctly feel the joy and elation emanating from Lu Kangmeng. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 uninvited guests had stealthily mingled among the crowd. Observing the festive and harmonious scene within the grand hall, Li Longxiang wore a chilling smile upon his lips. Since the feast is underway, let the show begin. He produced the celestial treasure mirror, upon which a message had already materialized. Breaking news. Inner disciple of Xuantian Sect, Lu Yunxiao, the eldest son of the Lu family in the ancient city of Tianyuan, uses himself as a furnace to nurture a 7th-tier upper-level demon, the 9-headed demon ape. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 36. Bold Lu Yunxiao, you truly are not human. In the grand hall of the Lu family, under the guidance of the family head Lu Qiho, a multitude of descendants respectfully gathered to celebrate the longevity of their esteemed ancestor, Lu Kangmeng, while presenting gifts of reverence. The atmosphere was jubilant and lively. Within the expansive hall, the hearty laughter of Lu Kangmeng resonated continuously, however, amidst the revelry of the celebrations. A sudden and shocking roar erupted from the crowd. What in the world? How is this possible? Lu Yunxiao is actually feeding demons? Boom. The unexpected outburst startled everyone. As they turned to locate the source of the voice, they beheld a frail man clutching a celestial tome, his face contorted with profound shock. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Lu Yunxiao was imbued with palpable fear. Thud, thud, thud. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, He frantically pushed through the assembly, as if possessed, escaping the Lu residence with terror in his heart. What is happening? The peculiar behavior of this individual attracted considerable attention. Immediately, many began to retrieve their celestial tomes, eager to discern the nature of the announcement that had incited such dread. Yet, upon reading, they were met with overwhelming astonishment. What? Lu Yunxiao is feeding demons? This cannot be. Is Lu Yunxiao not a distinguished disciple of the Xuantian Sect? How could he engage in such acts? How outrageous, to nurture monsters. Is this truly happening? Are demons lurking among us? The revelation from the celestial tome instilled a profound sense of terror in the crowd. In an instant, they distanced themselves from Lu Yunxiao, recoiling as if they had encountered a ghost. Indeed, many timid souls fled the Lu residence in panic. This sudden upheaval shattered the festive atmosphere of the longevity celebration. Not only was Lu Qingho trembling, but even Lu Hongmeng now stared wide-eyed, their expressions rife with disbelief as they gazed upon Lu Yunxiao. Damn it. Why would a figure of such prominence take notice of a mere nobody like me, who is scheming against me from the shadows? The revelation at this longevity celebration that I am feeding demons is a plot to doom me. Lu Yunxiao's heart seethed with rage. At this moment, he harbored an intense loathing for the one orchestrating this conspiracy against him. However, despite the turmoil within, Lu Yunxiao maintained a facade of calm. Even under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, he exhibited no signs of panic, for he understood that revealing any semblance of distress would only serve to solidify the accusation against him. Thus, even if the claim bore truth, he could not concede. Furthermore, his symbiotic existence with the nine-headed demon ape rendered him undetectable to even the most adept cultivators of the celestial realm. How could these ordinary onlookers discern any clues? As long as he does not admit it, no one can bring him to justice. Upon this thought, Lu Yunxiao regained his composure. You shall. The Tongdian Baojian states that you have fed the demons with your own flesh. What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Lu Hongmeng's grave voice resounded. His piercing gaze bore into Lu Yunxiao, as if seeking to uncover some trace of the demonic within him. In response, Lu Yunxiao was well prepared and remained unruffled. Ancestor. This is merely a fabrication by the earthly lord, entirely unfounded. Who in this world does not know that nurturing demons is an unforgivable sin? Not even a humble Dao Palace cultivator like myself would dare to engage in such acts, let alone a celestial being of great cultivation. This is all mere nonsense. It is evident that someone has approached the earthly lord to deliberately spread rumors in the Tongtian Baojian to slander and undermine me. They are attempting to destroy me. Lu Yunxiao feigned a pitiful expression. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged glances. Could the earthly lord possibly disseminate false information? Nonsense. For so many years, the earthly lord has never erred. If he has announced this matter in the Tongtian Baojian, it must be true. Nurturing demons is a grave sin. Lu Yunxiao would certainly not dare to admit it. Is there not a way to verify whether he has indeed fed the demons? The crowd buzzed with conversation. In contrast to Lu Yunxiao's solitary defense, they were far more inclined to trust the reputable earthly establishment. Thus, despite Lu Yunxiao's frantic justifications, he could not alter the doubts harbored by the assembly. Furthermore, many began to suggest verifying his identity. With this thought, the attendees involuntarily turned their gazes toward Lin Wudao's position. This man is indeed formidable. If Lu Yunxiao has truly fed the demons, he would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Ah, indeed, the focus has shifted onto me. Lin Wudao's eyes turned icy. He was certain that this incident was aimed directly at him. As he pondered, a hoarse voice suddenly broke the silence. The lord of the demon suppression department, Lin, is exceedingly sensitive to demons. I have heard that he possesses a special water capable of revealing the true form of demons, once sprinkled upon them. It will expose their real nature. Whether Lu Yunxiao has nurtured demons can be ascertained with a simple test. The voice echoed ethereally, although it resonated within the grand hall. Its source remained elusive. Observing this, Lin Wudao's murderous intent surged. Swiftly, he discreetly extended his hand behind him, and in an instant, a beam of divine light from the source stone silently merged into the void, transforming into a shadowy doppelganger. In the darkness, it traversed both within and outside the hall, seeking out any suspicious individuals. Moments later, with the assistance of the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao guided the doppelganger to lurk beside Li Longxiang. Just then, at that precise moment, a voice emerged once more from Li Longxiang's lips. Master Lin, since young Master Lu claims to be innocent, might you lend your assistance in verifying this? The Demon Suppression Division, having long been in contact with various fiends, would undoubtedly discern the truth. Indeed, it is you. Observing Li Longxiang's mouth movements, Lin Wudao's heart ignited with a murderous intent. Once dealt with Lu Yunxiao, you shall be next. Having uttered these words, Lin Wudao regained his composure. At that moment, he noticed that all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. Even Lu Yuxiao was no exception. However, unlike the anticipation mirrored in others' gazes, a flicker of inexplicable anxiety and trepidation stirred deep within Lu Yuxiao's eyes. Since it is the consensus, let us proceed with the verification. Lin Wudao rose slowly. As he spoke, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he produced a palm-sized jade vial and approached Lu Yuxiao step by step. This vial contained the water of demonic revelation, capable of unveiling the true forms of fiends. Should an individual harbor any demonic essence, once doused with this water, all would be laid bare. Lu Yuxiao, do you dare to partake? Lin Wudao wore an expression of indifference. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and fierce aura surged forth, enveloping Lu Yuxiao. Faced with the water of demonic revelation, unease washed over him. His complexion shifted rapidly. What, do you lack the courage? Thus, it seems you have indeed been harboring fiends? With a swift motion, a cold long blade materialized in Lin Wudao's hand, its menacing gleam sweeping across the entire hall. Witnessing this, Lu Yuxiao's fury flared. Humph. I have not been nurturing any fiends. How could I possibly be afraid? If that is the case, let us proceed with the trial. With a resounding clap, Lin Wudao immediately cast the water of demonic revelation. No, stop. Lu Yuxiao cried out in terror, his expression steeped in panic. Yet it was all too late. The water had already drenched him completely. Accompanied by a piercing scream, torrents of dark demonic energy erupted from Lu Yuxiao's form. Roar. Simultaneously, a fiend with 9 heads manifested from his back. At this spectacle, everyone was gripped by sheer terror. Bold Lu Yuxiao, you are indeed not human. Suddenly, a chilling roar erupted, reverberating through the air. At the instant the voice struck, Lin Wudao, without a moment's hesitation, swung his blade with the intent to strike. Chapter 37. I shall personally slay this abomination. With a ferocious swing, Lin Wudao's blade descended towards the exposed demon, Lu Yuxiao, who no longer concealed his true nature. A fierce roar erupted from his throat, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloped him. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, transforming him into a figure indistinguishable from the demon behind him. He had truly become a vessel for the demon. It was indeed terrifying that Lu Yuxiao was nurturing demons within himself. One could hardly discern the depths of a person's heart. Outwardly, he appeared to be an extraordinary genius. Yet behind the facade, he harbored demons, wreaking havoc upon the world and consuming countless lives. Such a wicked being must not be spared. The moment Lu Yuxiao's true form was revealed, the surrounding crowd erupted in outrage. Nurturing demons is a grave sin. Every living being in this world is entitled to seek justice against him. In this instant, the guests, amidst their shock and horror, directed furious glares at Lu Yuxiao, wishing for him to be cleaved in two by Lin Wudao's blade. In truth, although Lu Yuxiao was not a true demon, having merged with the 9-headed demon ape, he was at least half demon. He possessed not only the formidable power of a demon but also astonishing physical defenses. Boom. Upon merging with the demonic form, his strength surged to the late stage of the other shore, exuding a terrifying ferocity. However, this did not deter Lin Wudao's blade. With a resounding crash, Lin Wudao's strike descended, rendering Lu Yuxiao's late-stage power feeble and causing him to vomit blood as he was hurled backward. A horrific gash marred his chest. Had it not been for his formidable demonic form, that strike would have cleaved him in two. Not dead, Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. He had exerted merely 30% of his strength. Expecting to slay Lu Yuxiao with a single blow, he now realized the astonishing resilience of the demonic form, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a transformation realm expert. With this thought, Lin Wudao stepped forward, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Stop! At the critical moment, a thunderous shout rang out as Hongmeng brandished an ancient longsword, standing resolutely before Lin Wudao. Lu Yuxiao's nurturing of demons warrants death. Do you truly intend to shield him, Lu family? Lin Wudao's gaze was icy. Upon hearing this, Hongmeng clenched his fists tightly, anguish evident in his eyes. Nurturing demons is an unforgivable crime. Even if Lu Yuxiao were a genius of the Lu family, I shall not shield him from the consequences of his heinous actions. My intention is to afford Lord Lin the convenience of allowing me to personally execute this abomination. You wish to kill Lu Yuxiao yourself? The crowd was taken aback, astonished by Hongmeng's ruthless resolve. However, unlike the other guests, a faint smirk of amusement played upon Lin Wudao's lips. Do you truly intend to slay Lu Yuxiao with your own hands? Indeed, my Lu family shares an eternal enmity with demons. Whosoever nurtures these fiends must meet their demise. Humph. As he spoke, Hongmeng swiftly plunged his sword into Lu Yuxiao's chest. My ancestor, why don't you save me? Lu Yuxiao's face twisted in agony, his eyes brimming with hatred and despair. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, he exhaled his last breath, collapsing amidst a pool of blood. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were profoundly shaken. He truly killed him. The ancestor of the Lu family is indeed a ruthless individual. Humph, dying like this is truly too lenient for him. Alas, what a prodigy, why would he choose to nurture demons? The crowd buzzed with murmurs. They felt no sympathy for Lu Yunxiao's death, merely lamenting that he had strayed down a misguided path, thereby ruining his promising future. Among them, only Lin Wudao observed with a cold detachment. Bring down Lu Yunxiao's corpse. At that moment, Lu Kangmeng summoned several guards to remove Lu Yunxiao's body. Upon seeing this, Lin Wudao bellowed, "Halt!" He brandished his blade to block their path, his icy gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Kangmeng. Lord Lin, Lu Yunxiao is already dead. Does my Lu family not even possess the right to reclaim his body? Lu Kangmeng growled darkly, his expression filled with torment. Yet, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. Who claims Lu Yunxiao is dead? Though his voice was low, it struck the hearts of those present with astonishment. What? Lu Yunxiao is not dead? In an instant, all eyes turned back toward him. Simultaneously, upon hearing Lin Wudao's words, Lu Kangmeng's body trembled slightly, a fierce hatred flickering deep within his eyes. What does Lord Lin mean? Everyone witnessed that I personally executed Lu Yunxiao, and he has indeed ceased to breathe, devoid of any sign of life. With the situation as it is, do you still doubt his death? Are you deliberately attempting to humiliate my Lu family in public? Lu Kangmeng questioned harshly. Boom. As he spoke, the imposing aura of a perfected realm surged forth, suffocating the crowd. However, Lin Wudao remained impervious to its effects. Throughout, he coldly observed Lu Kangmeng's display. Since you assert that Lu Yunxiao has been slain by your own hand, dare you to sever his head? Demons excel at disguise. Feigning death is their forte. Should you have the courage to publicly behead Lu Yunxiao, then I shall believe you have indeed killed him, Lin Wudao stated icily. You go too far. At that moment, Lu Kangmeng's visage darkened to the extreme, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. In that moment, the desire to rend Lin Wudao into a myriad of pieces was palpable. Yet, do you not dare? I implore you, Lord Lin. The deceased must be treated with utmost respect. Given that the individual has already departed this world, why do you relentlessly pursue this matter? Could you not allow my son to retain a complete form? At this juncture, Lu Qiho, who had remained silent, erupted with fury, casting a venomous glare at Lin Wudao. Ah, preserve a whole body? Do you truly believe that such trifling ghostly tricks could deceive my discerning eye? It is nothing short of absurd. Lu Yunxiao is not dead. He has become a vessel for demons, his very anatomy having undergone a transformation that renders him no longer human. The moment he chose to feed the demons with his own flesh, his heart was devoured by the fiends. Pray, I ask, can one devoid of a heart perish from a mere blade's thrust? A chilling voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted in astonishment. All gazes turned incredulously towards Lu Kangmeng and the prostrate Lu Yunxiao. Could it truly be that Lu Yunxiao yet lives? A voice cried out in disbelief. Perhaps. For after all, Lord Lin is an expert in such matters. If he is indeed alive, would not a single strike reveal the truth? It seems that the old rogue Lu Kangmeng dares not proceed. If he hesitates, it would imply Lu Yunxiao's survival. He must be employing such tactics to deceive us all and rescue Lu Yunxiao. How cunning this old wretch is. In that instant, the regard of the crowd toward Lu Kangmeng shifted dramatically, their earlier reverence evaporating, replaced by a palpable lack of sympathy or compassion. Witnessing this turn of events, Lu Kangmeng trembled uncontrollably. The old man inhaled deeply, steeling himself against the mounting pressure of the crowd, and with trembling hands raised his sword to deliver the fatal blow to Lu Yunxiao. However, there was one swifter than he. Swoosh! A fierce and merciless arc of blade flashed through the air, as Lin Wudao preemptively struck, severing Lu Yunxiao's neck with brutal precision, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. A head tumbled to the ground at Lu Kangmeng's feet. Chapter 38. This grudge cannot be shared. Yunxiao. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the severed head rolling before him, Lu Kangmeng's eyes widened in anguish, his frail body trembling uncontrollably, brimming with boundless sorrow. This was the most illustrious descendant of the Lu family in a millennium. Now, he lay dead before his very eyes. Lu Kangmeng found this outcome utterly unacceptable, a blow too great for him to bear. In an instant, his aged eyes were filled with a ferocious glare. His hatred for Lin Wudao reached its zenith. Not only him, but Lu Qiho beside him bore an equally menacing countenance, his gaze directed at Lin Wudao infused with unending malice and resentment. All of today's calamity stemmed from Lin Wudao. Had it not been for him, Lu Yunxiao would not have been discovered to have fed upon demons. Had it not been for him, Lu Yunxiao would not have met such a tragic demise. It can be said that Lin Wudao has doomed the Lu family's future. This enmity, this hatred, is irreconcilable. However, in stark contrast to the grief and hatred of Lu Kangmeng and Lu Qiho, the onlookers in the grand hall erupted in astonished gasps. Indeed, Lu Yunxiao had not perished. Lu Kangmeng seemed intent on deceiving the heavens. Lu Yunxiao's act of feeding demons was an undeniable fact, a sin unforgivable, and yet he dared to shield him? Alas, he believed he could deceive them, only to be seen through by Lord Lin. Lord Lin is indeed ruthless and fierce. Whispers filled the air. Although they harbored no sympathy for Lu Yunxiao, who had fed demons, they felt a pang of pity for the entire Lu family's plight. What a splendid birthday celebration had devolved into such chaos. Who could have imagined that the seemingly exceptional Lu Yunxiao would resort to such an act? Who could foresee his exposure at this moment? When the heavens wish to bring someone to ruin, they first drive them to madness. Having fallen to such depths, Lu Yunxiao had brought this upon himself. Sighs of lament echoed throughout the hall. Amidst the astonishment and murmurs of the crowd, Lin Wudao paid no heed. After severing Lu Yunxiao's head, he prepared to drag the corpse away. Halt! Lin Wudao, what are you doing? That is my son's body. Where do you intend to take it? Lu Qiho bellowed in rage, his visage twisted with hatred, wishing to see Lin Wudao ground to dust. In response, Lin Wudao uttered a cold snort. Lu Yunxiao had transformed into a demon. His corpse would continuously exude demonic energy to prevent attracting other demons to Tianyuan Ancient City. It was imperative to dispose of the body. Rest assured, I am quite adept at handling corpses. No need for thanks. With that, without waiting for Lu Qingho to react, he dragged Lu Yunxiao's corpse and strode out. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingho's rage reached a breaking point. As others realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they began to depart one after another. Moments later, once a bustling grand hall, it now lay desolate, occupied solely by Lu Kangmeng and Lu Qiho, both engulfed in boundless sorrow and resentment. Lin Wudao, this grudge, this hatred, cannot coexist with life. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces to assuage my heart's fury. With a crash, as the last of the attendees departed, Lu Kangmeng could no longer contain the tempest of hatred surging within him. He raised his hand and smashed the teacup before him onto the ground. His visage twisted with rage. At this moment, he blamed the entirety of his calamities on Lin Wudao. Issue orders. Keep a vigilant watch over Lin Wudao's every move. I must see him dead. I swear, I shall not live as a man if this vengeance goes unavenged. Lu Kangmeng declared, his fists clenched in fury. Having uttered these words, he stormed out of the hall. In stark contrast, Lin Wudao paid no heed to Lu Kangmeng's boundless animosity. However, behind him, Li Bingtian and the others were filled with apprehension. Lin, my brother, today you have slain Lu Yunxiao. Though he brought ruin upon himself, it is still our duty within the Demon Suppression Division. Yet, you have irrevocably offended the Lu family. Just now, I witnessed the hatred in Lu Kangmeng and Lu Qingho's eyes. They are likely to seek ruthless retribution against you, sighed Li Bingtian. He had not anticipated that attending a mere birthday celebration would lead to such an unpleasant turn of events. Equally concerned were Yin Shaoqing and Du Gashan, who echoed his sentiments. Li is correct. Lin, you must exercise caution. If possible, refrain from leaving the Demon Suppression Division, lest you provoke their vengeance. Lu Kangmeng is evidently driven to madness. As long as you remain within our territory, he would dare not act recklessly. While Lin Wudao held their concerns in disdain, he nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, that old fool cannot harm me. Zhao Meng, Hanbo, you should accompany Governor Li back to the Demon Suppression Division. I will dispose of Lu Yunxiao's corpse and attend to other matters. Lord, are you certain you do not require our company? If Lu Kangmeng comes after you, I have my ways of dealing with him. With that, without heeding their reactions, Lin Wudao strode away, dragging the corpse behind him. After a brief while, he found a secluded spot devoid of any witnesses. Lin Wudao began to excavate Lu Yunxiao's body, extracting a black demon core the size of a thumb from within. Subsequently, he placed the corpse into the copper coffin of burial heaven. Ding! You have collected Lu Yunxiao's corpse, earning 500 luck points. After the system's enhancement, you receive 5,000 luck points. The familiar notification resonated in his mind. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation, late stage of transformation luck points, 11,000 5,000 luck points? Not too shabby. Lin Wudao mused, nodding slightly. He then grasped the black demon core in his hand, scrutinizing it intently. This magical elixir, having not undergone systematic enhancement, cannot be compared to the 8th tier elixir previously acquired from the body of the Serene Moon. The elixir before him is merely of the 7th tier. The reason Lin Wudao chose to extract it from Lu Yunxiao's body, rather than placing it into the burial heaven copper coffin, is that he could not guarantee that he would be able to extract this elixir after the body was collected. A failure to extract it would result in significant loss. As it stands, his choice proves to be sagacious. After retrieving the corpse, he indeed did not uncover the elixir, but instead garnered 500 fortune points. System. How much cultivation can this elixir be exchanged for? 200 years. Ah, it has been sacrificed. Boom. Harnessing the power of the elixir necessitates the consumption of fortune points. After expending 2,000 points, waves of pure energy surged into Lin Wudao's body, further augmenting his cultivation. He is now one step closer to breaking through the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Although Lin Wudao felt a twinge of regret regarding this outcome, he did not dwell on it further. Next, it was time to deal with Li Longxiang. One who dares to conspire against me in the shadows cannot be allowed to continue existing in this world. A fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. With that, he promptly followed the guidance of his doppelganger and pursued relentlessly. Chapter 39. Those who harm me shall perish. Young master, shall we return to the Taishan Sect now? Not so fast. The Tianyuan ancient city is, after all, a grand city steeped in historical allure. It would be a shame to leave without exploring it further, he replied. Moreover, everything is unfolding according to plan. Lin Wudao publicly exposed Lu Yunxiao as a vessel for demons and even severed his head. The Lu family will undoubtedly hold him accountable for this. Following this, it is only natural that Lu Kangming will retaliate against Lin Wudao with fervor, and that will surely make for an intriguing spectacle. Li Longxiang said with a sinister grin. At present, everything lay firmly in his grasp. However, in contrast to Li Longxiang's machinations and confidence, Zhou Qichen felt a lingering sense of unease. Young master, I still believe we should swiftly eliminate Lin Wudao. Only then can we eradicate any future threats. He cautioned solemnly. To this, Li Longxiang merely curled his lip in disdain. Old Zhou, you have many admirable qualities, but you are far too cautious. Lin Wudao is merely a trifling opponent. Even if he possesses some skills, can he truly overturn the heavens? I have not only the Taishan Sect behind me, but also the enigmatic Mr. Yin standing alongside me. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he is destined to meet his demise. Rest assured, he cannot escape my grasp. But, enough with the buts. Old Zhou, just sit back and enjoy the unfolding drama. Li Longxiang said dismissively. At that moment, he paid no heed to Lin Wudao. Unbeknownst to him, however, a mysterious figure lurked in the depths of the dark void, shadowing his every move. Every word exchanged had reached Lin Wudao's ears. Mr. Yin? It seems that besides Li Longxiang, there are others scheming against me. A murderous intent radiated from him. Lin Wudao was never one to show mercy to his enemies. Boom. He revealed himself, raising his hand to strike down Zhou Qichen with ferocity. In an instant, the power of 20 ancient savage dragons surged forth, an overwhelming aura that even Zhou Qichen, at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, found utterly terrifying. Young master, be careful, there's an enemy. Zhou Qichen shouted in alarm. He reached for his weapon to defend himself, but Lin Wudao offered him no such opportunity. The palm imbued with the strength of 20 ancient savage dragons descended, obliterating his body entirely. At the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, he was utterly defenseless. Old Zhou, how is this possible? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Zhou Qichen being annihilated in an instant, Li Longxiang's expression shifted from calm to panic in the blink of an eye, his heart gripped by fear. At the very moment Zhou Qichen fell, he prepared to invoke a secret technique to escape. However, as he turned, he found himself ensnared. Simultaneously, a monstrous hand emerged from the void, seizing his neck with an iron grip. With a slight exertion, his meridians and dantian were shattered by a surge of force. He was rendered more incapacitated than a mere invalid. The endless agony caused his entire being to convulse. Who are you? At that moment, Li Longxiang beheld a fierce figure emerging from the void, with a pair of icy eyes that glimmered with boundless ferocity. Unaware that it was Lin Wudao due to the altered visage of the doppelganger, Li Longxiang remained oblivious. Without further ado, Lin Wudao seized him by the throat and transported him to a desolate and secluded place, where he severed both the tendons of his hands and feet. Only then did he reveal his true appearance. You, Lin Wudao? Boom. Upon recognizing the familiar countenance before him, Li Longxiang was struck with a thunderous shock, his mind turning blank. Subsequently, an unprecedented terror surged within him, for Lin Wudao's cold blade had already descended upon his neck. Speak. Why did you conspire against me? I don't know. Just as Li Longxiang attempted to defend himself, the flash of the blade severed his left arm cleanly. Why do you wish to harm me? The voice remained as frigid as ever. The excruciating pain radiating from his left arm rendered Li Longxiang's visage grotesque with fear and trepidation. It was not my doing. His right arm was likewise severed. The unending torment blurred his consciousness. Truly, it was not me. It was Mr. Yin who instructed me to act. Li Longxiang replied weakly. Who is Mr. Yin? I do not know. He is a terrifying curse master. Recently rescued from the brink of death by my father, Li Tiandu, and then he placed a curse upon us. The one who truly desires your demise is he, a curse master? Lin Wudao felt a chill run through him. His knowledge of curse masters was scant. He had only heard that they were exceedingly enigmatic and sinister, capable of stealthily implanting curses from afar, inflicting malevolence upon their victims from miles away. Once entangled with a curse master, the outcome was invariably dire. So, does this mean that the curse Jiang Qingsnow placed upon me also originated from that Mr. Yin? Yes. Yes, Mr. Yin is incapacitated and seemingly at death's door, hence he entrusted us with the task of eliminating you. Knowing she is your fiancée, Upon reaching this juncture, Li Longxiang hastily fell silent, his eyes filled with regret and terror. In a state of overwhelming fear, he inadvertently revealed the truth. It seemed his life was now forfeit. Indeed, after hearing the intricate details, the ferocity in Lin Wudao's gaze intensified. That Mr. Yin, is he still at Taixian Sect? Yes, yes. Crack no sooner had he spoken than a terrifying hand descended swiftly, crushing his neck with a brutal finality. Li Longxiang has lost all value. If one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it will sprout again with the spring breeze. It seems necessary to pay a visit to the Taixian Gate. Lin Wudao murmured softly. Having said that, he did not immediately collect Li Longxiang's corpse, but instead temporarily placed it within the confines of the system space. For the time being, his body still held significance. After completing this, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment before commandeering a spirit vessel, swiftly departing from the ancient city of Tianyuan. Before long, he returned to the ancient city of Qingyuan, once again arriving at the human realm pavilion. Prior to taking action, he needed to ascertain the particulars of his adversaries. The door is closed? Observing the tightly shut entrance of the human realm pavilion, Lin Wudao felt somewhat taken aback. Bang, just as he was about to inquire of someone, the previously sealed door of the human realm pavilion was suddenly swung open. Subsequently, a small girl-ass had peeked out. It was none other than Tu Shanlinger. Big brother, are you here to see my young master? She asked timidly. In response, Lin Wudao nodded. Is your young master not here? He is. The young master has long instructed that recently he would only receive you, big brother. Only receiving me? Lin Wudao was somewhat astonished. Though puzzled, he refrained from further questioning. At that moment, under Tu Shanlingo's guidance, he proceeded directly to the back courtyard of the human realm pavilion. At this moment, Jun Qianma was leisurely enjoying a book and sipping tea beneath an ancient tree. Chapter 40. The Ancient Scriptures of Crossing Hardships. Young master, Lord Lin has arrived, Tu Shanlinger announced. Oh, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome the esteemed Lord Lin. Please, take a seat. Upon the arrival of Lin Wudao, Jun Qianma set aside the ancient scroll in his hands, his chiseled features blossoming into a warm smile that enveloped one like a gentle spring breeze. Noticing this, Lin Wudao felt no need for formality and promptly seated himself opposite Jun Qianma. The master of the building seldom leaves his abode yet remains acutely aware of worldly affairs. Such omniscience is indeed commendable. Lord Lin bestows excessive praise. I merely seek to earn my daily sustenance, far from the grand future that awaits you. Jun Qianmo replied with a chuckle. This marked their second encounter, and with each meeting, Lin Wudao found Jun Qianmo increasingly enigmatic. Similarly, Lin Wudao's divine eye, which scrutinized Jun Qianmo, yielded little in terms of useful information. He understood that Jun Qianmo was no ordinary individual. Lord Lin, I presume you have come to inquire about those who conspire against you from the shadows? Indeed. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such a meager sum? Lin Wudao expressed astonishment upon hearing the price. Previously, when seeking information about the strongest member of the Taixian Sect, he had to part with a hefty 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, this enigmatic Mr. Yin, a mysterious curse master, demanded only 100,000? It seemed rather inexpensive. Though he remained uncertain of Jun Qianma's motives, Lin Wudao refrained from further discourse and promptly produced the required 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Regarding your inquiry, it pertains to the grievances of a bygone generation. To my knowledge, the one who plots against you is named Yin Tianjue. He originally hails from the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division and, 20 years ago, was a peer of your father, Lin Daoshan, both serving as hall masters. Moreover, they were rivals in love. Approximately 30 years prior, Lin Daoshan and Yin Tianjue both entered the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, and their intertwined fates gradually evolved into enmity. Compounding this, your mother, Nian Qingxin, further soured their relationship, rendering it nearly irreconcilable. Subsequently, due to Yin Tianjue's treachery against your mother, he became the target of your father's relentless pursuit, ultimately being cast into the abyss of death. However, Yin Tianjue was not destined to perish. Instead, he fortuitously acquired the legacy of an ancient curse master, thereby mastering the art of curses. Jun Qianma took a sip of tea and continued to speak slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao listened intently. Through Jun Qianma's narration, he gained a clearer understanding of the animosity between Lin Daoshan and Yin Tianjue. And then, well, after obtaining the inheritance from the Curse Master, Yin Tianjue believed he had found a means for vengeance. Thus, he diligently practiced the art of curses within the abyss of death. A month ago, he encountered the current leader of the Taishan Sect, Li Tiandu, who guided him out of the abyss of death, and since then, he has been concealing himself within the Taishan Sect, recuperating. Meanwhile, he was also inquiring about your father's whereabouts. Upon learning of your father Lin Daoshan's untimely demise due to an unfortunate incident, he unleashed the pent-up hatred within him upon you. At this juncture, Jun Qianma paused slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Wudao. Noticing his impassive demeanor, he resumed his discourse. Through the Taishan Sect, Yin Tianjue discovered your existence. Consequently, he instilled a curse upon Li Tiandu and Li Longxiang, and via Jiang Qingsnow, he affixed upon you an ancient curse, the decay of life. Initially, Li Tiandu intended to eliminate you directly. However, Yin Tianjue opposed this, for he desired to torment you mercilessly, ensuring that your suffering was profound and unending. He aspired to vent all of his animosity towards your father upon you. In truth, even if you had refrained from entering the divine ruins, Yin Tianjue would not have allowed your demise. As your life approached its twilight, he would lift the curse. Alas, you have disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Is that so? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes, giving a slight nod. Had it not been for Jun Qianma's mention, he would have remained oblivious to this hidden secret. I have heard that Yin Tianjue is not long for this world. After a moment of silence, Lin Wudao inquired. Indeed, Yin Tianjue has long suffered from the malevolence of the abyss of death, and he himself has been afflicted by the curse of an ancient sorcerer, thus he has little time left. At most, he has 1 month before he meets his end. Jun Qianma replied. Should you wish to seek him out at the Taishan Sect, it is not impossible. However, time is of the essence, and his powers have been compromised by the curse. As long as you exercise caution to avoid falling victim to his curse, you should remain unscathed. By the way, I once chanced upon a remarkable tome, the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations, which expounds upon the supreme method of refining the golden body of crossing tribulations. By forging this golden body, one could suppress all forms of malevolent entities in the world, including curses. Governor Lin, having long dealt with demons and monsters, may find this ancient scripture of crossing tribulations to be of great assistance. At this moment, Jun Qianma produced an ancient and fragmented jade slip from his sleeve. Speaking earnestly, the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations? A flicker of interest ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. Currently, with the origin stone fortifying his corporeal form, his physical defenses are unparalleled, rendering him impervious to destruction. However, his soul remains exceedingly frail, particularly against curses, which are both insidious and malevolent. This tome holds significant value for him. Under the gaze of divine insight, information about the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations immediately materialized. Title: Ancient Scripture of Crossing Tribulations. Level: Immortal Path Technique. Status: Fragmented, Mortal Volume. Synopsis: The ancient scripture of crossing tribulations is an age-old immortal technique, originating from the mythical era's first epoch, comprising 3 pages of fragmented scriptures that have been disseminated from the immortal domain. This page is classified as the mortal volume. Function 1. Refine the golden body of crossing tribulations, suppressing all evil in the world. Function 2. Invulnerable to all evils, imperishable through all laws. Function 3. It records a formidable offensive technique, the Great Sun Divine Spell. Cultivating this technique to its utmost depth allows one to condense 10 brilliant suns, illuminating the ancient heavens and possessing the power to obliterate all things in the world. The path of immortality? Lin Wudao's spirit was greatly shaken. Initially, he believed that acquiring the ancient emperor's scripture from Jiang Taichu was already an extraordinary achievement. Little did he know, he now encountered the legendary immortal path. This pertains to the secrets of Ascension. Is Jun Qianma truly unaware of its immense value? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wudao suppressed the tumult within his heart. At this moment, he found it difficult to decipher Jun Qianma's intentions. This treasure is far too precious for me to bear. Ultimately, Lin Wudao quelled his inner desires. He understood deeply that in this world, there are no free lunches. Acquiring certain things invariably requires sacrifice or payment of a price. The value of this ancient scripture of crossing tribulations far exceeded his imagination. Even with his intense longing, he dared not accept it lightly, for doing so might lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Seemingly perceiving Lin Wudao's apprehensions, Jun Qianma could not help but chuckle lightly. Rest assured, Governor Lin, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to befriend you with this ancient scripture of crossing tribulations. This treasure indeed came to me by chance. If you feel unworthy of receiving it or uneasy in your heart, I would only ask that you grant me a favor in the future when I might require assistance. Of course, everything would be within your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fixed his gaze upon Jiang Qingsnow for a long while, yet discerned no clues. If that is the case, I might accept it after all. After much contemplation, Lin Wudao ultimately accepted the ancient scripture of crossing tribulations, recognizing its profound assistance to him. Chapter 41. The Assault on Taixian's Sect. Lin Wudao exuded a commanding presence. Jiang Qingsnow offered a compliment with a smile. Subsequently, under Lin Wudao's inquisitive gaze, he produced an item from his sleeve, a stack of yellow paper. The yellow paper, imbued with an ancient charm, bore mysterious engravings. A mere glance was enough for Lin Wudao to discern that it was no ordinary object. Name, Spirit Calling Paper. Description, a remarkable creation by Jiang Qingsnow of the mortal realm. Function, by inscribing content upon the Spirit Calling Paper, messages can be transmitted instantaneously across vast distances of billions of miles. Note, each sheet of Spirit Calling Paper is for one-time use only. Truly a wondrous item. Upon receiving the feedback from the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao couldn't help but express his admiration. This Spirit Calling Paper was extraordinarily convenient for relaying messages. Is this item for sale, esteemed host? Indeed. If Lin Wudao is interested, it will be 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per sheet. I would like 100 sheets, Lin Wudao declared, promptly producing 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Earlier, while collecting corpses for the Lin clan, he had amassed a substantial amount of spirit stones, approximately over 10 million. Money was of no concern to him. For him, spirit stones were merely a numerical value. Conversely, this Spirit Calling Paper was a rare treasure, unattainable elsewhere. 100 sheets would suffice for a considerable time. By the way, Lin Wudao, I am about to depart from the Jiuzhou region to explore other territories. Should you have any inquiries in the future, you may contact me through the Spirit Calling Paper. Furthermore, I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you, Lin Wudao. Henceforth, I shall divulge not a single detail regarding you to anyone. Jiang Qingsnow's unexpected declaration left Lin Wudao momentarily taken aback. He was puzzled by the motivation behind it. However, it was a boon for him. Thank you very much. I shall remember your kindness, esteemed host. He nodded solemnly. Having concluded their conversation, he exited the Mortal Realm building and set sail from Xuantian Ancient City aboard his spirit vessel. Young master, are we leaving? At that moment, Xuanling approached, her voice bright and inquisitive. Indeed, we can no longer linger in the Jiuzhou region. Otherwise, calamity is certain to ensue in the future. Let us venture elsewhere. Jiang Qingsnow sighed. With Lin Wudao's ascendance, it was evident that chaos would soon engulf the Jiuzhou region, attracting countless individuals seeking information about Lin Wudao. To divulge such details would surely incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to inevitable doom. Yet to withhold information would tarnish his own reputation. To avert such a predicament, Jiang Qingsnow deemed it prudent to leave this place of turmoil post-haste. Young master, where shall we go next? Let us proceed to the central celestial domain. That place is the very heart of the divine land, a convergence point for countless prodigies and formidable powers. Let us venture there first. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingsnow spoke. The central celestial domain? Upon hearing this, Xuanling seemed to recall something, and her delicate visage suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile. Hooray! Let us go to the central celestial domain. Young master, I shall gather my belongings at once. With that, she hurriedly dashed away. Observing her retreating figure, Jiang Qingsnow chuckled and shook his head, then leisurely settled beneath a grand tree, engrossed in an ancient tome. The Taixian Sect. As a prominent force within the realm of the 9 provinces, it boasts an illustrious history spanning 18 centuries, with formidable depth and strength. Its sacred grounds are situated in Qingzhou, a staggering 800,000 miles from Yuanzhou, where Lin Wudao resides. Whoosh! After a lengthy journey, Lin Wudao navigated his spirit vessel to arrive here. Upon reaching Qizhou, he first sought a location to gather information regarding the Taixian Sect and meticulously prepared himself before setting off alone. This time, Lin Wudao's objective was crystal clear, in Tianjue. After donning a new guise, Lin Wudao adorned an ominous bronze mask, wielding the royal spirit weapon, the Xuantian Ancient Sword, and marched towards the Taixian Sect with fierce determination. At that moment, as the sun reached its zenith, thousands of Taixian Sect disciples were fervently practicing on a vast plaza, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly grand. Bang! After casting a cursory glance, Lin Wudao produced the corpse of Li Longxiang, channeling all his strength to hurl it onto the plaza. Boom! The resounding crash and splattering blood startled the assembled disciples. In an instant, a clamor erupted across the square. Hiss! Is this brother Li Longxiang? Someone gasped in disbelief. The horrified murmurs drew the attention of all disciples and sect members present, who flocked to the scene. Upon recognizing the lifeless form of Li Longxiang, their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Li Longxiang is actually dead? Who could have done this? Quick! Inform the sect master. The sight of Li Longxiang's body being thrown forth indicated that the assailant was likely lurking nearby. They must dispatch individuals to conduct a thorough search, ensuring the perpetrator does not escape. After all, Brother Li is the only heir of the sect master. His demise would surely incite the master's wrath. Who could have slain him? The crowd was engulfed in shock. Following a thorough examination, their faces turned pale with fear. For Li Longxiang's meridians and dantian had been utterly shattered. Even his tendons had been severed. What unimaginable torment had he endured? The assailant was dreadfully ruthless. Witnessing this outcome, many gasped in horror. However, in response to the shock and terror of the disciples of Taishan sect, Lin Wudao, who had been lurking in the shadows, maintained his usual icy demeanor. He paid little heed to the life or death of Li Longxiang. His true objective was Li Tiandu. Thud, thud, thud. The ploy of using Li Longxiang's lifeless body as bait proved effective. Shortly thereafter, summoned by the disciples' reports, Li Tiandu arrived at the square. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked corpse of Li Longxiang, he was instantly frozen in place, an abyss of sorrow welling up in his eyes. My son is dead? He murmured in a daze. Li Longxiang was his only offspring, one upon whom he had pinned high hopes to inherit the position of the Taishan sect leader. Yet, how could it be that he had perished after merely stepping out? This outcome was unbearable for Li Tiandu. Who did this? He bellowed with fury. Observing his reaction, the assembled disciples shook their heads in dismay. Leader, Senior Brother Li's body was thrown over from outside. We have dispatched personnel for a thorough search, but no results have emerged. Furthermore, Senior Brother Li's meridians and dantian were shattered. Even his hands and feet were severed, suggesting he endured cruel torment. One disciple, summoning courage, reported with trembling trepidation. Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing this, Li Tiandu cast a venomous glare at Li Longxiang's corpse, his rage nearly shattering his bones. The former aura of authority had vanished, replaced by an endless ferocity and a palpable thirst for vengeance. This matter undoubtedly pertained to Lin Wudao. They had set out to eliminate Lin Wudao in Xuantian Ancient City, and now, with his son slain and Zhou Qingshan missing, he surely also faced misfortune. Once I find you, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder and your bones ground to dust. Only then can my heart's hatred be quelled. Li Tiandu growled fiercely, his eyes ablaze with animosity. After taking several deep breaths to suppress his grief, he trembled as he cradled Li Longxiang, stepping away slowly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao hesitated not a moment. He emerged directly from the void and raised his hand to deliver a crushing blow aimed at Li Tiandu. Chapter 42. The Destruction of Li Tiandu. Beware, Sect Master. Cursed be it, someone is launching a surprise attack. In an instant, chaos erupted. A menacing figure emerged from the void, barreling towards Li Tiandu with unrestrained fury, causing the disciples of the Taishan sect to gasp in horror. Simultaneously, Li Tiandu sensed an overwhelming murderous intent approaching from behind. With a thunderous roar as Lin Wudao's terrifying hand descended from the sky, a black belt, imbued with an ancient aura, shot forth from Li Tiandu, enveloping him entirely. Boom! Lin Wudao spared no effort in his assault. The combined might of 20 ancient barbarian dragons crashed against the black bell, producing a monumental resonance that reverberated throughout the void. Some weaker disciples of the Taishan sect were so profoundly affected by the bell's toll that they spat blood on the spot. The human Dao spirit weapon. The Xuan bell. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Xuan bell, the sect master's heirloom weapon, had attained the status of a human Dao spirit weapon. Inscribed with 64 human prohibitions. Even among its kind, it was considered among the finest. The defensive capabilities of the Xuan bell were extraordinarily formidable. A cultivator at the other shore stage could withstand attacks from the transformation stage, while a transformation stage wielder could resist assaults from the heavenly ascension stage, rendering them nearly invincible. At this critical juncture, Li Tiandu revealed the sect master's exclusive weapon. Thanks to the Xuan bell's formidable defenses, Lin Wudao's ferocious strike did not instantly obliterate him. However, Lin Wudao, a master at the late transformation stage, wielded the combined might of 20 ancient barbarian dragons, rendering his combat prowess nearly unparalleled. Bang! Even without invoking the power of the origin stone, Lin Wudao's strike sent the Xuan bell, along with Li Tiandu, hurtling through the air, causing him to spew blood. His body was riddled with cracks, and torrents of crimson blood flowed from him like a spring. Gasp! Had the sect master been bested? A single blow had sent the Xuan bell flying, nearly obliterating the sect master's very being. What kind of power was this? Surely, it was at least that of the late transformation stage. Truly terrifying. This brutal scene left the onlooking disciples of the Taishan sect in utter shock. That was a human Dao spirit weapon, primarily for defense. Yet now, it had nearly been shattered by a single strike. Who on earth was this person? A hush fell over the crowd as fearful gazes converged upon Lin Wudao. Nonetheless, Lin Wudao paid them no mind. Do you think possessing a human Dao spirit weapon can preserve your life? Naive. With a swift step, he closed the distance to Li Tiandu and raised his hand, delivering a crushing blow. Seeing this unfolding scenario, Li Tiandu instinctively attempted to defend himself. Yet this time, Lin Wudao showed no mercy. Boom. With a powerful strike, Li Tiandu's Xuan Wu bell, along with one of his arms, was sent flying. Immediately after, Lin Wudao's terrifying hand descended upon him. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Under the watchful gaze of the numerous disciples of the Taishan sect, half of Li Tiandu's body was obliterated. The immense force of the barbarian dragon's hand seal transformed a palace 100 feet away into mere ruins. The ground appeared as though it had been plowed. Silence. An oppressive silence. Witnessing Lin Wudao's devastating blow that annihilated Li Tiandu, the surrounding disciples of the Taishan sect were paralyzed with horror, their faces etched with profound fear. Li Tiandu was a master at the divine transformation stage. Yet now, even with the human-grade spiritual weapon, the Xuan Wu bell, he had been struck down without the slightest chance to retaliate, falling victim to merely 2 strikes. Utterly ruthless. Terrifyingly so. They had never before encountered such a brutal individual. As for the terrified gazes of the Taishan disciples, Lin Wudao cast a cold glance but paid them no heed. With a resounding thud, he waved his large sleeves, effortlessly sweeping up the lifeless body of Li Longxiang, the remnants of Li Tiandu, and the Xuan Wu bell that had been sent flying, all of which were absorbed into the spatial system. After accomplishing this, Lin Wudao proceeded deeper into the Taishan sect. Previously, through the Eye of the Divine, he had distinctly captured the sinister aura emanating from Li Tiandu, undoubtedly linked to Yin Tianjue. Thus, relying on the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao followed the trail of this malevolent presence step by step. Hurry, inform the elder. The sect leader has been slain. Just as he departed, a disciple shouted fervently from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under Lin Wudao's watchful eye, many disciples hurriedly left the square, presumably to summon the ancestors of the Taishan sect. Observing this, he smirked coldly and continued onward. Moments later, tracing the lingering malevolent aura of Li Tiandu, Lin Wudao arrived directly at the back mountain of the Taishan sect. Ultimately, he halted before a secret chamber. According to the revelation of the Eye of the Divine, Yin Tianjue was indeed within. In order to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Wudao concealed his true self and utilized the origin stone to craft a doppelganger, stealthily entering the secret chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dimly lit space. At the center stood an ancient altar. Beneath it sat a peculiar figure, exuding an aura of wickedness. Name: Yin Tianjue Cultivation, Late Divine Transformation Technique. Curse Book, Volume 1 Skills. Killing Curse, Blood Defeat Curse, Soul Dispersal Curse, Spirit Snatching Curse Items. Ancient Altar. Curse Book, Volume 1. Soul Banner, Seed of the Soul, Killing Blade. Lifespan, 28 days. Remarks. 1. Cursed by an ancient curse master. Life is short. 2. All power is cursed. 3. Unable to move. A wealth of information lay before him. At long last, I have found you. Lin Wudao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In that moment, he was poised to strike down Yin Tianjue, determined to eliminate any future threats. Yet, just then, the ancient altar beneath Yin Tianjue began to stir, emanating a strange black light that enveloped him entirely. Lin Daoshan's little whelp, I am aware of your arrival. I can already sense your father's aura upon you. A raspy and chilling voice suddenly echoed. What? He can detect my presence? Lin Wudao's gaze sharpened. The hand he was about to raise halted abruptly. However, he remained concealed, motionless in the depths of the void. He did not place any trust in Yin Tianjue's words. Indeed, after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, noticing that there was still no reaction from his surroundings, Yin Tianjue furrowed his brow. The curses that had been placed upon Li Longxiang and Li Tiandu had all dissipated, and he could no longer sense their life forces. It was evident that they had perished. The fierce battle outside must have signaled Lin Wudao's arrival. It appeared he dared not confront me directly, perhaps fearing the curses I wield. A series of cold chuckles escaped Yin Tianjue's lips. If you are afraid, then I still have a chance. I shall lay down various terrifying curses here. Should you dare to step into this chamber, you will undoubtedly suffer the consequences, leaving you with no place to rest in death. Even if I must perish, I shall drag you down with me. Ha ha ha, he proclaimed, laughter echoing with madness. With that, he began to weave his curses. Just as he initiated his actions, an ancient bronze coffin suddenly shattered the void. leaving him no room for resistance as it engulfed him along with the ancient altar. In the distance, Lin Wudao faintly heard a piercing scream. However, it was swiftly followed by an eerie silence, replaced by the sound of the system's notification. Chapter 43. The Seed of the Primordial Spirit. Beep. You have collected the corpse of Yin Tianjue and obtained the rare item, the Soul Seed. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired the divine object, the Seed of the Primordial Spirit. You have sacrificed an ancient altar and gained 100,000 fortune points. The two consecutive notifications echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's spirit soared. What exactly is the Seed of the Primordial Spirit? Curiosity piqued. He immediately delved into the relevant information. Name: Seed of the Primordial Spirit level, divine object evaluation, rare and sought after. Description 1. The Seed of the Primordial Spirit is derived from the Soul Seed, enhanced tenfold, and is a seed imbued with extraordinary power. When planted within the soul, it can safeguard the soul from destruction. Description 2. Once successfully planted, the cultivator's soul or primordial spirit will rival beings of 3 major realms or higher. Description 3. The Seed of the Primordial Spirit can withstand soul attacks. Description 4. Nurtured by the power of the soul, the Seed of the Primordial Spirit can gradually grow, bloom, and eventually evolve into the tree of the Primordial Spirit, rendering the soul immortal and indestructible. What a remarkable treasure! After perusing the introduction to the Seed of the Primordial Spirit, a brilliant light shimmered in Lin Wudao's eyes. This item was immensely beneficial to him. With the Origin Stone, his physical defenses were unparalleled. No one in the world could shatter his corporeal form. However, his soul remained exceedingly fragile. He had long harbored concerns about the possibility of a soul attack, which could lead to soul damage. After all, once the soul was injured, recovery would be an arduous endeavor. Now, this Seed of the Primordial Spirit arrived at the perfect moment. If he could plant it within his soul, it would not only strengthen his own spirit but also provide protection against soul attacks, alleviating his lingering worries. His final weakness would finally be addressed. Naturally, Lin Wudao was overjoyed. Beep. A divine object, the Seed of the Primordial Spirit, has been detected. Will the host consume 100,000 fortune points to plant it within the soul? 100,000 fortune points? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao wore a peculiar expression. He had just sacrificed the ancient altar to gain 100,000 fortune points, and now to plant the Seed of the Primordial Spirit. It required exactly that amount? Was this mere coincidence too fortuitous? Let us plant it. With no other options available for his safety and future, Lin Wudao made his decision. But as soon as he uttered the words, the Seed of the Primordial Spirit vanished from his hand, only to reappear integrated deep within his soul. Moreover, it had transformed entirely. As the Seed of the Primordial Spirit floated within the ocean of his soul, it emanated profound radiance, continuously nourishing Lin Wudao's spirit. He could distinctly feel that, with the planting of the seed, his soul had grown exponentially stronger. System. What is the current strength of my soul? On par with a tribulation transcending cultivator. Tribulation transcending? Lin Wudao's heart surged with exhilaration. He has now reached the stage of transformation, and beyond lies the realm of ascendancy, returning to truth, tribulation, and the great completion. Attaining the level of tribulation signifies one as a formidable cultivator. Truly, as a divine being of heaven and earth, it is indeed remarkable, Lin Wudao exclaimed. By the way, now is the perfect opportunity to gather the corpses of Li Longxiang and Li Tiandu, to see if I can acquire anything of value. As he spoke, Lin Wudao promptly retrieved the bodies of the two and placed them into the copper coffin of burial heaven. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Li Longxiang, obtaining 3 million low-grade spirit stones. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 30 million low-grade spirit stones. You have collected the corpse of Li Tiandu, obtaining 2,000 fortune points. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 20,000 fortune points. Indeed, a disciple from a prestigious sect like Li Longxiang possesses considerable wealth. With 30 million low-grade spirit stones credited to his account, Lin Wudao merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest. In comparison to the spirit stones, the 20,000 fortune points thrilled him even more. After all, for him, this was the true currency. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation level: late transformation. Fortune points: 31,000. These fortune points are earned swiftly, yet spent just as rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they have vanished again. He knew he had to strive even harder. Gazing at the information on the system panel, Lin Wudao sighed quietly. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the outside world. Has the Taixian Sect summoned their ancestor? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. According to prior intel, the esteemed elder of the Taixian Sect, Wang Jiansheng, had achieved the pinnacle of transformation. Now that he was here, it was the perfect chance to capture him as well. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth. With that, Lin Wudao commanded his avatar and swiftly exited the secret chamber. Bang! Just as he emerged, he witnessed his true self being suppressed by Wang Jiansheng with a single palm, sent flying hundreds of feet away. Fortunately, his physical form was invincible. Otherwise, he would not have withstood such a ferocious attack. However, now that Lin Wudao's consciousness returned to his true self, the tide was about to turn. Bold thief, perish. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Wang Jiansheng, seeing that Lin Wudao had suffered no harm, was filled with rage and immediately spread his palm. In an instant, an ancient black cauldron manifested. Rumble. Powerful imperial energy surged forth like mighty rivers, sweeping across the surrounding space. It even stirred the winds and clouds above. This was an imperial spiritual weapon, inscribed with 81 imperial prohibitions, having reached the pinnacle of such artifacts, even more powerful than the Xuantian Ancient Sword in Lin Wudao's possession. However, this black cauldron was damaged. It had lost the might of its peak period, yet it remained formidable, beyond what human spiritual weapons could compare. Xin Yuanding? Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with divine light. Although this imperial spiritual weapon was damaged, its quality was exceedingly rare, and thus he was unwilling to let it slip away so easily. Boom. Just as Wang Jiansheng summoned the Xianyuan cauldron to suppress him, Lin Wudao did not hesitate for an instant. He directly activated the invincible attribute of the Origin Stone. In a fleeting moment, his combat power surged to an entirely new realm. From the late stage of divine transformation, he ascended to the late stage of Ascension. Bang! A colossal force transformed into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, forcefully extinguishing the formidable assault of the Xianyuan cauldron and firmly grasping it in his palm. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jiansheng's expression changed dramatically. How could you ascend? In an instant, an unprecedented terror surged within his eyes. However, as he stood in shock, a terrifying hand, infused with the overwhelming power of the barbaric dragon, struck him fiercely. No, seeing the massive hand descending upon him, Wang Jiansheng was gripped by the utmost fear. He attempted to escape using secret techniques, but to his horror, he found himself utterly immobilized. Ultimately, with a piercing scream, the foremost expert of the Taishan sect, Wang Jiansheng, was obliterated by a single palm strike, half of his body shattered, all vitality extinguished. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples of the Taishan sect surrounding them were rendered speechless in shock. The esteemed elder, is he dead? Someone murmured in disbelief, their expression filled with profound terror. That was a complete master of divine transformation, wielding an imperial spiritual weapon, and yet he was slain with a single strike? How terrifying! Woe is me, the heavens have abandoned the Taishan sect. In that moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of anguished wails. They were engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Ignoring the shock and fear of the Taishan sect disciples, Lin Wudao cast a cold glance before striding towards the sect's treasury. After a thorough rummaging, he offered up all the useless items as sacrifices. In the end, he obtained 300,000 fortune points. Chapter 44. The Supreme Dao Spirit Weapon, the Great Desolate Cauldron. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Master of the Demon Hunting Hall Cultivation Level. Late Stage of Transformation Techniques, Ancient Emperor Scripture. Ancient Passage Scripture, Mortal Volume Skills, Savage Dragon Hand Seal, Peak. Xuantian Sword Technique, Major Achievement. Great Thunder Palm, Major Achievement. Distance of Heaven and Earth, Major Achievement. Fixed Heaven Spell, Major Achievement. Items, Stone of Origin, Burial Heaven Copper Coffin, Corpse Concealment Diagram, 1/3 of the Dragon Burial Diagram, Xuantian Ancient Sword, Longevity Elixir. Wuji Creation Pill, Return to Heaven Pill, Great Annihilation Sword Talisman, Summoning Paper, Seed of the Primordial Spirit, Xuan Wu Bell, Xian Yuan Cauldron Fortune Value, 331,000. A myriad of new information unfolded before him. Upon reading it, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. Within less than a month of defying fate, he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the late stage of transformation, simultaneously acquiring a multitude of fortuitous encounters. This transformation was indeed monumental. All of this stemmed from his diligent efforts in collecting corpses. His arduous labor had finally yielded rich rewards. After a moment of silence, he carefully placed the corpse of Wang Jiansheng, the esteemed elder of Taishan sect, into the Burial Heaven Copper Coffin. Ding, you have collected the corpse of Wang Jiansheng, esteemed elder of Taishan sect, and obtained the Imperial Dao Spirit Weapon, Xian Yuan Cauldron. After system enhancement, it has been upgraded to the Supreme Dao Spirit Weapon, the Great Desolate Cauldron. What? The Supreme Dao Spirit Weapon? The sudden notification sent a tremor through Lin Wudao's mind. Instantly, he hastened to open the introduction regarding the Great Desolate Cauldron. Name, Great Desolate Cauldron Level, Supreme Dao Spirit Weapon Quality, Lowest Grade Description 1. derived from the ultimate imperial Dao spirit weapon, Xianyuan Cauldron, enhanced tenfold. Description 2. The Great Desolate Cauldron can suppress a region or a void, serving as an offensive tool capable of collapsing mountains and obliterating great peaks. Description 3. It bears 9 ultimate prohibitions, categorizing it as a lowest grade supreme Dao spirit weapon. Status: damaged remarks. Can be restored using fortune value. Indeed, it is a supreme Dao weapon. Upon seeing the information displayed by the system, a radiant light burst forth from Lin Wudao's eyes, and the calm surface of his heart was stirred by ripples of excitement. This was the most powerful weapon he had acquired through his efforts in corpse collection. Although its quality was merely the lowest grade, it was still a supreme Dao weapon. The might it unleashed was far beyond that of an imperial Dao spirit weapon. The two were worlds apart. Does the system categorize the quality of supreme Dao spirit weapons? Certainly. Every divine artifact or treasure in the world possesses a classification of quality. The current Great Desolate Cauldron bears only 9 ultimate prohibitions, placing it in the category of lowest grade. Each additional 9 prohibitions engraved upon it enhances its quality by 1 minor level. Should it bear 81 ultimate prohibitions, it would be classified as a top-tier supreme Dao weapon. Oh, now I understand. Through the system's explanation, Lin Wudao gained a general understanding of supreme Dao weapons. But why was this Great Desolate Cauldron in a damaged state? Because it was originally damaged. The system merely amplified its level tenfold. Therefore, even after the enhancement, it remained in a severely damaged state. The host could utilize fortune points to restore it. How much? Lin Wudao cautiously inquired, glancing at his fortune points. Not much. 250,000. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Wudao felt a pang of discomfort. He had just scavenged the treasures of the Taishan Sect, acquiring only 300,000 fortune points in total, and now, to repair the Dahuang Ding, he would have to part with more than half? It hadn't even warmed up yet. Host, please note that the Dahuang Ding is currently in a critically damaged condition. Should it fail to withstand the onslaught of extreme powers, it is highly likely to shatter. Is it imperative for me to restore it? System. May I inquire how many fortune points are required to cultivate the first layer of the ancient sutra of crossing tribulations? 100,000. Such a substantial amount. Although he had anticipated this, he could not help but feel a tremor upon hearing the number. After all, the ancient sutra of crossing tribulations was of an exceedingly high level, belonging to the celestial path. Even the most rudimentary mortal scroll required immense wisdom and perseverance to master. Given his talents, if he relied solely on arduous training, it was likely he would never succeed in cultivating the mortal scroll. With my current fortune points, to which layer can I advance? To the second layer. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. The ancient sutra of crossing tribulations, mortal scroll, comprised 12 layers. And only upon reaching the third layer could one be considered to have entered the threshold, beginning to coalesce the golden body of crossing tribulations. At present, his fortune points were only sufficient to cultivate to the second layer, which evidently fell short of Lin Wudao's aspirations. Let us proceed with the restoration of the Dahuang Ding. Ultimately, he chose to repair the Dahuang Ding, for it was an extraordinary weapon that would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Ding. The host has consumed 250,000 fortune points and successfully restored the extreme path spiritual weapon, Dahuang Ding. Was accompanied by the system's notification sound. A thread of mysterious light swept across, and the terrifying cracks on the Dahuang Ding vanished in an instant. As the light dissipated, an ancient Ding, exuding a magnificent aura of the extreme path, hovered in the system space, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Indeed, under the influence of this extreme aura, Lin Wudao's very soul trembled. The power of extreme weapons is indeed fearsome. He inhaled deeply. Only by truly mastering such weapons could one appreciate their might. With it in hand, Lin Wudao felt empowered to vanquish even those in the realm of return to truth. With 81,000 fortune points remaining, what should he do next? Lin Wudao glanced once more at the system panel. Ultimately, he chose to continue enhancing the Man-Dragon's Great Hand Seal. Possessing formidable strength is always advantageous. System, how many fortune points are required to cultivate the Man-Dragon's Great Hand Seal to perfection? 100,000. Not enough. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. I shall sacrifice the Xianyuan Ding. Ding. You have sacrificed the imperial spiritual weapon, Xianyuan Ding, and gained 50,000 fortune points. Enhancing the Great Hand Seal of the Barbarian Dragon. Ding. You have expended 100,000 fortune points and successfully cultivated the Great Hand Seal of the Barbarian Dragon to its ultimate perfection, enabling you to unleash the might of 30 ancient barbarian dragons with a single strike. The host currently possesses late-stage transformation prowess, and by employing the Great Hand Seal of the Barbarian Dragon, he can contend with early-stage celestial beings, standing invincible. Unable to vanquish? Lin Wudao felt somewhat surprised. The disparity between the transformation realm and the celestial realm appears to be quite substantial, he murmured to himself, though slightly disappointed. He did not dwell excessively on it. After meticulously assessing the gains from his journey to the Taishian sect, Lin Wudao steered his spirit vessel, taking the better part of the day to ultimately return to the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. Star-picking courtyard. Upon Lin Wudao's arrival, he found Hongmeng and Han Qingshan anxiously awaiting him. "Young master, you have finally returned," exclaimed Hongmeng. "Palace master, you have been missing for a day. I feared you had fallen victim to the Lu family's retaliation." The two breathed a sigh of relief. "I merely took a stroll," Lin Wudao replied. "Next, we may depart from the ancient city of Tianyuan and head to the territories governed by the Demon Hunter Palace. Prepare yourselves for departure at any moment." "Yes." Hongmeng and Han Qingshan bowed in acknowledgement. "By the way, Hongmeng, your strength remains inadequate. I happen to have acquired a primordial transformation pill, which can significantly enhance your cultivation. I hope you will not disappoint me." As he spoke, Lin Wudao produced a jade vial from his palm and presented it to Hongmeng. "Primordial transformation pill?" Hongmeng's heart surged with astonishment, his eyes reflecting boundless joy. "Thank you, Palace Master," he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Rise," Lin Wudao replied, before entering his chamber to immerse himself in tranquil cultivation. Chapter 45, The Great Demon of Tushan. The Lu family. Upon learning that Lin Wudao had returned to the Demon Suppression Division, Lu Qingho hurriedly made his way to the courtyard of Lu Kangmeng, his demeanor still exceedingly grim, with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Ancestor, Lin Wudao has returned to the Demon Suppression Division. Do you know where he has gone?" "I am unaware," Lu Qingho replied, shaking his head. In truth, they had been trailing Lin Wudao, yet he had mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving them in the dark as to how he had disappeared. Lu Qingho could only attribute this to Lin Wudao's extraordinary capabilities. Continue to observe closely. This Lin Wudao is exceedingly ruthless and venomous. The grudge for the demise of our Lu family's prodigies must not be overlooked. I shall ensure he pays for his blood debts in kind. But ancestor, there are no buts. I have my own means to deal with Lin Wudao. You need not concern yourself with this matter." With that, Lu Kangmeng disregarded Lu Qingho's incredulous expression and strode out of the courtyard. A moment later, he arrived at a hidden chamber in the back mountain. The chamber was not large, devoid of any elaborate furnishings, and filled with a putrid air, evidently untouched for many years. In the center lay a black silk cloth, seemingly concealing something. With a sudden resolve, Lu Kangmeng took a deep breath and tremblingly pulled down the black silk cloth. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious stone statue came into view. The statue was grotesquely fearsome. From its exterior, it appeared not to be a creature of humanity. It bore the body of a dragon and the head of a man, emanating an ancient and malevolent aura. The great demon of Tushan gazing at the enigmatic statue before him, Lu Kangmeng's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The Lu family had long upheld a family edict. One must not worship the great demon of Tushan unless absolutely necessary. A millennium ago, Lu Tianxiong, the ancestor of the Lu family, rose to prominence across the realms and founded the family's thousand-year legacy precisely because he had acquired the statue of the great demon of Tushan from an ancient ruin. According to the oral secrets passed down through the Lu family, the great demon of Tushan is an unparalleled existence that transcends the mortal realm. As long as beings revere him and offer their lives or souls as sacrifices, they can attain immense power. The Lu family has endured for 1,000 years. Throughout this time, they have faced numerous perils, relying on the sacrificial offerings to the great demon of Tushan to survive until today. Though the cost is terrifying, the results are undeniably profound. To eliminate Lin Wudao and avenge the fallen, Lu Kangmeng found himself with no other recourse but to place his final hope in the great demon of Tushan. Yet, once a soul is sacrificed, he shall be left without a burial place. Filled with trepidation at this thought, Lu Kangmeng's heart was soon overwhelmed by limitless hatred. Lin Wudao poses too great a threat to the Lu family. He must be eradicated. Otherwise, peace shall elude him. After much hesitation, Lu Kangmeng finally summoned the courage to kneel beneath the statue of the great demon of Tushan. With a swift motion, he cut his palm, using his own blood as a medium to communicate with the demon. "Great demon, I beseech your descent upon the mortal realm," he prayed fervently. As his blood mingled with the stone, the once silent statue seemed to heed his call, emanating a faint black glow. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, leaving Lu Kangmeng gasping for breath. "What do you seek?" A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated deep within Lu Kangmeng's heart. Startled, he trembled in awe before the enigmatic great demon. "My lord, I desire immense power." "Indeed. However, you are over 5 centuries old. A mere husk of your former self, with little life remaining. To acquire such power, a sacrifice of your soul is required. What? What kind of power will I gain by sacrificing my soul? Lu Kangmeng inquired cautiously. Initial stage of transformation. Is that all? Upon hearing this response, Lu Kangmeng inhaled sharply, filled with shock. To exchange his soul for merely a slight elevation in strength seemed an unfathomable bargain. A moment of hesitation overtook him. Foolish mortal, your soul holds no value in my eyes. Were it not for the Lu family's millennia of devotion to me, your wretched soul would not even warrant this conversation. You have 3 breaths to decide. If you refuse, I shall claim half of your soul. The cold voice echoed ominously. At this, Lu Kangmeng's heart sank. This was not what his ancestors had foretold. I offer. Ultimately, under immense psychological pressure and the weight of boundless hatred, Lu Kangmeng acquiesced. In that very moment, a strange black light surged forth from the statue, penetrating the deepest recesses of his soul. I have marked your soul. From now on, it belongs to me. You have half a month to settle your affairs. Once the time passes, I shall claim my offering. With the finality of those words, a powerful force surged forth from the soul imprint, elevating his cultivation from the pinnacle of the other shore to the initial stage of transformation. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Kangmeng felt both astonishment and profound dread. The methods of the great demon of Tushan were beyond his wildest imaginings. I have only half a month left. With my current strength at the initial stage of transformation, attempting to force my way into the Demon Suppression Bureau to eliminate Lin Wudao will be exceedingly difficult. After all, Zhao Xianyao is not to be underestimated. Should they catch wind of my intentions, all hope will be lost. For now, I must seek an alternative path. After a moment of terror, he resolved to plot his next move. Lu Kangmeng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Soon, a brilliant idea struck him. He had heard that Lin Wudao was about to ascend to the position of deputy governor of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou, which presented an opportunity to leverage the influence of Prince Liang. Lin Wudao had also slain his beloved queen. Thus, they shared a common adversary. As he pondered this, Lu Kangmeng meticulously devised a plan, altering his appearance and garb before stealthily making his way to the prince's residence. Upon Lu Kangmeng's unexpected arrival at the Prince Liang's mansion, the prince was taken aback. After all, this was an exceedingly sensitive time. With the entire Tianyuan ancient city aware of the Lu family's fervent desire for vengeance against Lin Wudao, who would have imagined that Lu Kangmeng would seek him out? Elder Lu, your uninvited visit is quite unusual. What brings you here? The prince inquired. To eliminate Lin Wudao, Lu Kangmeng replied bluntly. At this revelation, the prince's pupils constricted. If you wish to kill Lin Wudao, you ought to confront him directly. What purpose does my residence serve in this matter? Do you expect me to aid you in this endeavor? Indeed, that scoundrel Lin Wudao has murdered your most cherished queen. Do you not harbor a deep-seated hatred for him? Do you not desire to see him torn asunder and his remains scattered? Lu Kangmeng emphasized the word cherished with great weight. At this, the prince's expression darkened. I do not comprehend your words. I seek rest, and if you have no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. He began to rise and usher Lu Kangmeng out. However, Lu Kangmeng remained resolute, unyielding in his stance. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Is that the transformation of God? The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I have attained the realm of transformation of God. If you could assist me with a minor task, the elimination of Lin Wudao would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Assist you? The prince fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Lu Kangmeng's formidable power stirred his ambitions. He too longed to rid himself of Lin Wudao, yet had always lacked the strength. Now, with Lu Kangmeng breaking through to the realm of transformation of God, was an opportunity finally at hand? Nevertheless, the prince remained cautious, uncertain of Lin Wudao's true capabilities. What do you propose I do to assist you? After a prolonged silence, the prince, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, resolved to hear Lu Kangmeng's plan. Quite simply, I have learned that an imperial decree is forthcoming, appointing Lin Wudao as the deputy governor, succeeding Jiang Taichu. We can take advantage of this moment to host a grand banquet in his honor, with you as the host. At that time, I shall orchestrate the means to eliminate Lin Wudao. Lu Kangmeng's expression was fierce as he spoke. As he concluded, he produced a jade vial from his robe and gently shook it. What is this? Transformation powder. It originates from the palace of medicine sovereigns, devoid of color and scent, capable of silently dissolving a person's cultivation in an instant, effective against all levels below the celestial realm. At that moment, should Lin Wudao come into contact with it, his chances of recovery would be utterly extinguished. Is there no antidote? Only two exist. With a flick of his hand, Lu Kangmeng revealed 2 azure-red pills nestled in his palm. Upon witnessing this, King Liang fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. Let me give it a try. Success or failure shall depend on fate. Satisfied with his desired objective, Hongmeng did not linger and promptly departed from the Liang royal residence. Watching his retreating figure, King Liang clenched his fists in silence. Lin Wudao, you are exceedingly arrogant. Until you are vanquished, I shall find no peace, he murmured softly. Having spoken, he immediately summoned a royal guard. Hastened to the capital and urged them to ensure that the decree for Lin Wudao's appointment as deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau reaches us within 7 days. Otherwise, unforeseen changes may occur. Yes. The guard responded with a bow before swiftly departing aboard a spiritual vessel, leaving the ancient city of Tianyuan. Everything seemed to lie within their control. Finally, 3 days later, a messenger from the capital arrived at the Demon Suppression Bureau. Chapter 46. There will always be malicious individuals seeking my downfall. By imperial decree, Lin Wudao, the master of the demon-slaying hall, has slain demons and apprehended the remnants of the demonic sect, rendering significant contributions to the court. With his individual efforts, he has safeguarded the populace, thus becoming a pillar of the nation. In recognition of his merits, he is hereby promoted to the esteemed position of Deputy Governor of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuanzhou. So be it. In the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division, the sound of the proclamation echoed. At this moment, led by the Grand Governor Zhao Xianshao, high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division, including Li Bingtian and Lin Wudao, gathered to hear the edict from the capital of the Dali dynasty. The proclaimers, a benevolent-looking elderly eunuch named Mu Tiangsang, stood before them. According to Lin Wudao's gathered intelligence, although this individual hailed from the royal city department of the Dali dynasty and held a modest position, his cultivation had indeed reached the realm of transformation. Congratulations, Governor Lin. Upon hearing of your deeds in the ancient city of Tianyuan, His Majesty has expressed immense admiration for you, praising you as a pillar of the dynasty. Your future prospects are bound to be limitless. Henceforth, I hope you will remain diligent and not disappoint His Majesty's expectations, Mu Tiangsang remarked with a gentle smile. As he spoke, his profound gaze subtly scrutinized Lin Wudao, as if attempting to see through him. However, regardless of Mu Tiangsang's probing, he could glean no useful information from Lin Wudao. This outcome caused him to furrow his brow slightly. This visit served dual purposes, to convey the imperial edict and to discern the true nature of Lin Wudao, the ruthless master of the demon-slaying hall. Initially, he believed that with his discerning eyes, he could easily uncover Lin Wudao's secrets. Yet, upon closer interaction, he realized he had underestimated him. Lin Wudao was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Thank you for your Majesty's kindness. Lin Wudao replied calmly, offering a slight bow. He paid no heed to Mu Tiangsang's scrutiny. My dear Grand Governor, it has been quite some time since we last met. And Yuanzhou's Demon Suppression Division has indeed produced a formidable talent. With Governor Lin in our midst, I trust that your days of prosperity are soon to arrive, remarked Mu Tiangsang, subtly implying that the Emperor had been concerned about the Grand Governor. In response, Zhao Xianshao nodded without further comment, his expression suggesting a lack of fondness for the eunuch from the royal city department. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the King of Liang promptly stepped forward. Congratulations, Governor Lin. To celebrate your promotion to Deputy Governor, I have arranged a banquet at Lingyun Pavilion. I sincerely invite you to grace us with your presence. It is fortuitous that Eunuch Mu has also come from the capital. This is an excellent opportunity for us to welcome him properly. The King of Liang said with a warm smile. For my celebration? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast a curious glance at the King of Liang. However, he discerned no ulterior motives from his expression. Governor Lin, the cuisine at Lingyun Pavilion is renowned throughout Yuanzhou and its surrounding regions, boasting an array of exquisite delicacies. Among them are the mystical Wuji soup, which can rejuvenate one's muscles and marrow, the soul-purifying divine tea, the pure spirit water that amplifies one's spiritual energy, and the enlightening spiritual feast that enhances comprehension. Upon arriving at the ancient city of Tianyuan, Governor Lin must not miss the opportunity to visit Lingyun Pavilion. It is said that ascending to Lingyun Pavilion grants one boundless blessings and the ability to soar through life. Perhaps Governor Lin should consider a visit? Seeing that Lin Wudao remained unmoved, King Liang, after a moment of silence, made another earnest invitation. Lingyun Pavilion? Lin Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly intrigued. Since this is King Liang's heartfelt intention, let us pay a visit. Besides, this time the prince has spoken highly of the governor in front of His Majesty. At that moment, Mu Tiansang's voice chimed in. Excellent. After exchanging glances with the two, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, King Liang was instantly elated. I shall lead the way. And so, the group set forth from the Demon Suppression Division with great momentum. Due to Grand Governor Zhao Xuandao's imminent breakthrough, He did not accompany them, which was something King Li Yong secretly relished. Lingyun Pavilion is situated in the bustling heart of the ancient city of Tianyuan, not far from the Demon Suppression Division. Moments later, under King Li Yong's guidance, the group arrived at Lingyun Pavilion. Gazing up, they beheld the ancient architecture of Lingyun Pavilion, its three-tiered structure imposing and exuding a powerful ethereal aura. A splendid place indeed, Lin Wudao remarked. Through the eye of the divine, he observed that the architecture and layout of Lingyun Pavilion were meticulously designed, intricately entwined with the surrounding climate and the Earth's energy. Moreover, the entire pavilion served as a grand spirit-gathering array, significantly enhancing the efficacy of one's cultivation within its confines. Such an arrangement was undoubtedly the work of a master. Governor Lin, please, King Li Yong gestured as they entered Lingyun Pavilion, leading Lin Wudao and the others to the center of the grand hall. At that moment, a lavish banquet was already laid out before them. Surrounding them were other guests who, at a glance, were either affluent or accomplished cultivators. The atmosphere was vibrantly lively as everyone gathered. My prince, are there no private rooms available at Lingyun Pavilion? Why choose the grand hall? Li Bingtian inquired. Compared to this bustling environment, he preferred a more tranquil setting. Naturally, King Li Yong could not divulge that this was a deliberate arrangement to facilitate Lin Wudao's demise. The more chaotic the surroundings, the easier it would be to achieve his goal. Governor Li, the grand hall is just perfect, a chance to revel with the people. He replied with a sly grin. Once Lin Wudao and the others took their seats, King Li Yong promptly produced a flask of wine and personally poured a drink for Lin Wudao, his demeanor radiating warmth and hospitality. This wine is quite extraordinary, Li Bingtian observed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The wine before them shimmered with a hue reminiscent of blood. Moreover, there emanated an inexplicable aura of authority. I had heard that 3 centuries ago, the Grand Commander of the Imperial City had slain a 9,000-year-old demon dragon, using its dragon blood as a key ingredient to brew a legendary elixir. For cultivators, it offers immense benefits. Could it be that this is the fabled dragon blood brew? Li Bingtian's expression was one of astonishment. Upon hearing this, King Liang revealed a look of approval. Indeed, Commander Li is a connoisseur. Yes, this is the much-rumored dragon blood brew. In my earlier days, my royal brother once gifted me a jar, which I have cherished without consuming. Today, in celebration of Commander Lin, I have decided to present it. As he spoke, he rose to toast Lin Wudao. Commander Lin, congratulations on your promotion to Deputy Commander of the Demon Subduing Division. May your future be as splendid as the brocade, soaring straight to the 9th heaven. With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Observing this, Lin Wudao calmly regarded him for a moment before reaching for his own cup. However, as his gaze fell upon the dragon blood brew, his eyes instantly narrowed. Name, Dragon Blood Brew Quality, Superior Description, crafted from the blood of a 9,000-year-old demon dragon. Blended with numerous precious herbs, it enhances vitality and strengthens spiritual power for cultivators below the Ascendant Realm. Remarks. This cup contains dragon blood brew mixed with dissolution powder. Should it be consumed, all cultivation will vanish in an instant. Dissolution powder? Upon seeing the displayed information, a fierce glint ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. There are always troublesome individuals intent on my demise. He sighed, then slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 47, A Fatal Strike. Root out the problem. The dragon blood brew is indeed a remarkable elixir. It is said that consuming it not only enhances one's vitality, making it more vigorous, but also amplifies spiritual power, saving years of cultivation effort. For practitioners, it is immensely beneficial. Lin Wudao raised his cup, feigning admiration. His voice resonated loudly, as his words echoed. Numerous cultivators in the hall turned their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with intense desire. Observing this, King Liang felt a shiver run down his spine. He struggled to comprehend Lin Wudao's intentions. Governor Lin possesses keen insight. This dragon blood brew, as the governor has asserted, indeed possesses miraculous effects in boosting vitality and enhancing spiritual power, making it a precious remedy for cultivators in the world. Since the governor holds it in such high regard, why not sample it publicly and witness its effects? It would certainly broaden our horizons, King Liang earnestly urged. His words immediately garnered the support of many. One by one, they clamored for Lin Wudao to personally test the wondrous effects of the dragon blood brew. In response, Lin Wudao merely smiled lightly. No rush, Your Highness. There remains an entire jar of dragon blood brew. I have ample opportunities to savor it. Such a rare treasure. How could it be solely mine to enjoy? Today, since His Highness has extended such hospitality and advocates for shared joy, it is only fitting that everyone partakes in this fine brew. With that, before King Liang could react, he poured another cup of dragon blood brew, holding it aloft. King Liang invites all to partake in the dragon blood brew. Who among the gallant heroes dares to drink this cup to the dregs? His booming voice reverberated throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, King Liyang's expression changed dramatically. At present, the brew in the jar had been laced with a transformative powder. Should anyone else consume it, they would undoubtedly reveal their true nature. If exposed, all would be lost. Realizing this, he could no longer remain seated. Governor Lin, this dragon blood brew. What is it, Your Highness? Just moments ago, you proclaimed your desire to share joy with the people. Do you hesitate to share this brew? Or do you deem the assembled heroes unworthy of tasting it? King Liyang's eyes widened, panic causing him to break into a sweat. At this moment, he frantically pondered ways to salvage the situation. However, Lin Wudao had already discerned his schemes. How could he allow them to succeed? With a swift motion, a surge of spiritual power erupted, sending the cup in his hand flying. Ultimately, that cup of dragon blood brew was caught deftly by a slender man with a pinnacle mastery of the Dao Palace, who stood out as the most powerful in attendance. Upon securing the brew, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. "Thank you, Governor Lin. Thank you, King Liyang," he exclaimed, raising his cup in deep gratitude. With that, he was about to gulp down the dragon blood brew in one go. Witnessing this scene, the King of Liyang was instantly struck with terror, his soul seemingly fleeing. "No, do not drink," he bellowed, desperately attempting to prevent the man from consuming the dragon blood brew. Yet, it was all in vain. With a resounding gulp, the man disregarded Liyang King's cries, subconsciously believing that the king was merely reluctant to part with the exquisite brew. Thus, he downed it in one swift motion, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his features. The dragon blood brew truly, Initially, the man appeared to revel in the experience. But after consuming the brew, he suddenly felt his spiritual energy wildly dissipating within him. His cultivation, once at the pinnacle of Dao Palace, plummeted to the wheel platform realm at a visible pace. And still, it continued to decline. Damn it, what is happening? Why is my cultivation falling so rapidly? Panic engulfed his expression. This dragon blood brew is poisoned. Suddenly, it seemed he had an epiphany, and he shouted with ferocity, his fierce gaze locked onto Liyang King. "Liyang King, why would you betray me? Your heart is truly wicked, to have infused the brew with a dissolving powder that obliterates my entire cultivation." His voice, filled with bitterness, echoed throughout Lingyun Pavilion. "What's this? The brew contains dissolving powder?" Upon hearing this, the assembled cultivators in the hall were struck with shock at the sight of the man's anguished and woeful demeanor. The dissolving powder was the nightmare of cultivators. Once afflicted, decades of hard-earned cultivation could be lost in an instant. The treacherous Liyang King harbored a truly malicious intent. How terrifying. I am fortunate not to have seized that cup of dragon blood brew. Otherwise, I too would have faced the obliteration of my cultivation. The despicable Liyang King is utterly inhumane. From the crowd emerged voices brimming with loathing. At that moment, the image of Liyang King shattered completely. From being a highly esteemed royal, he was suddenly reduced to a figure despised by all. Faced with the collective fury and curses of the crowd, Liyang King found himself speechless, rendered utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Lin Wudao would, by a twist of fate, escape unscathed while he himself found himself ensnared in a predicament of irreversible doom. Just then, as anxiety gripped him, Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept over him. "Liyang King, what is the meaning of this? Why does your dragon blood brew contain dissolving powder? Was your intention in inviting me to this banquet to strip me of all my cultivation?" "No, it is not like that." Liyang King stammered, desperate to explain. Boom. However, just as he was about to speak, a formidable figure surged forth from the crowd, wielding an ancient, menacing blade, and with a speed that defied belief, launched a lethal strike towards Lin Wudao. "Return my grandson's life." The voice, filled with hatred, reverberated throughout Lingyun Pavilion. Lu Kangmeng? The sudden emergence of this powerful figure left Li Bingtian and the others aghast. They had never anticipated that Lu Kangmeng would lie in ambush here. "Be careful." Boom. No sooner had the warning been uttered than Lu Kangmeng's thunderous strike descended with devastating force. Governor Lin. The onlookers were powerless to intervene, their eyes wide with horror as the terrifying blade descended upon Lin Wudao. Just when they believed Lin Wudao was destined for death, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through Lingyun Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, they beheld Lin Wudao gripping the descending blade with an ironclad hold, rendering it immovable. Simultaneously, a monstrous hand struck fiercely against Lu Kangmeng. Boom. An unmatched force erupted like a raging dragon as a single palm pierced through Lu Kangmeng's chest, leaving a gaping wound. How can you have transcended? In his final moments, Lu Kangmeng struggled to draw breath, staring incredulously at Lin Wudao, his eyes reflecting both shock and an abyss of terror. "To attempt to kill me, you are woefully unqualified." Crack. Standing before Lu Kangmeng, Lin Wudao crushed his neck beneath his foot, extinguishing all remnants of life. Lu Hongmeng, audacious beyond measure, dared to assault this governor in public, a crime of the gravest nature. Zhao Meng, immediately take your men to the Lu family, arrest everyone, and charge them with treason. By noon tomorrow, they shall all face execution. The cold decree swept through the assembly. Understood. Zhao Meng bowed in acceptance. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he departed Lingyun Pavilion, brimming with murderous intent. King Liyang, it is now time to settle our accounts. Suddenly, a chilling blade pressed against the throat of King Liyang. Chapter 48. This matter has nothing to do with me. Commander Lin, this is a misunderstanding. How could I possibly conspire with Lu Hongmeng to harm you? I am utterly opposed to evil, King Liyang exclaimed in a panicked shout. At this moment, he was completely unsettled. The cruelty and tyranny of Lin Wudao had been witnessed by countless corpses. Should suspicion fall upon him, his life would surely be in jeopardy. Thus, King Liyang desperately defended himself, seeking to extricate himself from the situation. However, could Lin Wudao be so easily deceived? A misunderstanding? Absolutely not. It is well known that the Lu family has harbored resentment towards you due to the incident involving Lu Yunxiao, and they have long sought an opportunity for revenge. He must have learned of my banquet at Lingyun Pavilion and had laid in wait. Commander Lin, this matter has nothing to do with me. King Liyang feigned a pitiful demeanor, his face etched with grievance, portraying himself as a victim. To this, Lin Wudao responded with a series of cold laughs. What a splendid performance. But do you take me for a fool? With a chilling flash of steel, an arm was severed from King Liyang's body in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Mu Tiangsang, who had been observing from the sidelines, could not contain his fury. Lin Wudao, your audacity knows no bounds. King Liyang is of royal blood. Even if he is heired, it should be left to His Majesty to decide. You are merely the deputy of the Demon Suppression Division who grants you the authority. He reprimanded sternly. Boom. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged forth, pressing down upon Lin Wudao. Yet, in the face of this formidable pressure, Lin Wudao stood unwavering. Like a steadfast pillar, his expression as frigid as ever, his gaze emanating an aura of death. Lord Mu, are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? The Demon Suppression Division operates under imperial sanction. It is a matter of striking first and reporting later. King Liyang has conspired with Lu Hongmeng to plot against me. Evidence of this treachery is irrefutable. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Is this a threat? Mu Tiangsang retorted. Not a threat, but rather a warning. The disdain in Lin Wudao's eyes fueled Mu Tiangsang's fury. To Lin Wudao, Mu Tiangsang was of no consequence. King Liyang, I grant you one last opportunity. If you reveal the truth, I assure you before all present that I shall not trouble you. Really, truly? Of course. Then I shall speak. This entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by Lu Hongmeng. Ever since Lu Yunxiao was slain, he has harbored deep resentment and sought to exact revenge upon you. He approached me, proposing a banquet of treachery to eliminate you and settle his vendetta. Since Lu Hongmeng has already reached the transformation realm, I was unable to resist and could only acquiesce to his machinations. I assure you, this was never my intention. I too have been threatened. King Liyang has shifted all the blame onto Lu Hongmeng. Hiss as these words escaped his lips, the onlookers were engulfed in a wave of astonishment. While Li Bingtian and his companions wore expressions darkened to the utmost. Even at this moment, they remained haunted by dread. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped disaster. Thankfully, someone had consumed the dragon blood brew in advance, exposing the wickedness of the dissolution powder. Otherwise, their hard-earned cultivation would have been utterly obliterated. Decades of arduous training could have been lost in an instant. The mere thought of such a dreadful outcome filled them with profound loathing for King Liyang. Such a person is exceedingly malicious. Commander Lin, I have disclosed the entire truth to you. You previously assured me that you would not put me in a difficult position. At this juncture, King Liyang forcibly suppressed his inner resentment and spoke with palpable panic. In response, Lin Wudao nodded. I indeed made such a promise. Rest assured, I, Commander, am a man of my word, having stated that I would not trouble you. I shall certainly not bring you to harm. May I take my leave then? Indeed, Lin Wudao replied in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, King Liyang disregarded the pain that plagued him, struggling to rise and desperately seeking to flee from this place. However, fate had other plans. Just as he turned, a swift and fierce blade of light sliced through the air, severing his neck with a speed that rendered him unable to react. In an instant, a head rolled to the ground. The assailant was none other than Han Qi-shan, who stood behind Lin Wudao. Commander has stated he would not trouble you. Yet alas, others do not share the same sentiment. Farewell. King Liyang, a calm voice echoed softly. At this moment, Lin Wudao approached King Liyang as if nothing had transpired. Reattaching his head to his body, This scene profoundly shocked Mu Tianxing. Lin Wudao is excessively ruthless and brutal. He will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Upon returning, I must report to the Grand Commander and devise a means to eliminate this individual. He contemplated silently. Having spoken, Mu Tianxing bid farewell and departed from the Lingyun Pavilion without looking back. He sensed that remaining here could spell danger. In fact, he was correct. Lin Wudao had long prepared a doppelganger stationed outside the Lingyun Pavilion. Boom. Just as Mu Tianxing stepped out of the Lingyun Pavilion, preparing to board his spirit vessel, a ferocious and unmatched hand descended from above, wielding terrifying power. A chilling scream reverberated through the air. The doppelganger of the Origin Stone possessed the same combat strength as Lin Wudao's true self. With a single strike, Mu Tianxing's body was obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd rushed out of the Lingyun Pavilion, witnessing the shattered spirit vessel in midair and the blood rain cascading down. Hiss! Has Mu Tianxing perished? The crowd was struck with horror. With a sudden gesture, they all turned their gaze towards Lin Wudao, who feigned a look of confusion. This matter has nothing to do with me, he declared with a cold snort. Indeed, it was clear to all that Lin Wudao had been with him the entire time, making it impossible for him to have had the opportunity to slay Mu Tianxing. That old rogue is actually favoring King Liyang. He deserves to die. One among them exclaimed. I believe it must be the enemies of Mu Tianxing who are responsible. It certainly is. The crowd, each voicing their thoughts, collectively shifted the blame for Mu Tianxing's demise onto his adversaries. Indeed, that is the case. As the relationships were unraveled, it became evident that Lin Wudao was indeed a potential foe of Mu Tianxing. Lordly, we should take our leave. This place is perilous. Who knows if another Lu Kangmeng might emerge? Lin Wudao remarked as tranquility returned. His companions, including Li Bingtian, nodded in agreement. Consequently, the group swiftly departed from Lingyun Pavilion. As they made their way halfway, Zhao Meng hastened to meet them. Lord, all members of the Lu family have been apprehended. Lu Qiho fought fiercely. He has been slain on the spot. Lin Wudao responded with a nonchalant him. Moreover, we discovered a peculiar stone statue in the secret chamber behind the Lu family's mountain, resembling some sort of demon, possibly used for sacrificial purposes. A demon statue? At these words, Lin Wudao paused in his tracks. Let us go and take a look. He followed Zhao Meng, arriving swiftly at the secret chamber to indeed find the strange statue. Xuan the great demon? The information relayed by the eye of the divine spirit caused Lin Wudao's brow to furrow deeply. Suddenly, the statue seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus. Erupting with an eerie black light. Boom. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Chapter 49, The Supreme Tao Symbol, City of the Heavens. O humble mortal, offer your soul, and I shall bestow upon you formidable power. Suddenly, an ethereal voice emanated from the statue, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The immense force descended. And while Lin Wudao remained unperturbed, Zhao Meng, standing behind him, instinctively gasped in shock. His imposing figure trembled violently, and his eyes reflected unprecedented panic and terror. Under the oppressive aura of the great demon of Xuan, his body involuntarily inclined to kneel, conjuring illusions. With a sweeping motion, Zhao Meng was abruptly hurled from the chamber. In response, Lin Wudao produced the Grand Wilderness Cauldron, unleashing a torrent of supreme power that struck the statue of the great demon of Xuan with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the air, sweeping across the surroundings. Under the suppression of this immense power, the statue of the great demon of Xuan began to display visible cracks, which continued to spread. A supreme spiritual weapon? How could a mere junior possess such fortune? It seems you are indeed a person of great destiny. Once I consume you, my strength shall increase yet again. A cold and sinister voice echoed within the chamber. In an instant, a brilliant beam of black light erupted from the statue, transforming into a terrifying hand that surged directly towards Lin Wudao. Observing this, a fierce glint ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. Huh, you wish to devour me? You overestimate yourself. You are nothing but a wretched stray dog, daring to covet my essence? Let us see who consumes whom. The Grand Wilderness Cauldron descended. However, even with the might of this supreme spiritual weapon, it could not shake the great demon of Xuan. Lin Wudao had anticipated this outcome, harboring no grand expectations. After all, the great demon of Xuan was a legendary terror, capable of overpowering the ages, and although it was merely a fragment of consciousness manifesting in this realm, it was not a force to be easily suppressed. As the hand of the great demon descended upon him, Lin Wudao, fully prepared, pressed down with great force. And in an instant, an ancient bronze coffin appeared before him. With a deep, resonant crash, an ancient and boundless will descended, obliterating the hand of the great demon with sheer force. What in the world is this? faced with the sudden emergence of the burial heaven copper coffin. Even the great demon of Tushan was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread and fear. However, just as he was taken aback, Lin Wudao's hand descended decisively, maneuvering the burial heaven copper coffin to contain the bizarre statue. In that moment, Lin Wudao heard a piercing scream. Within the statue resided a fragment of the true spirit of the great demon of Tushan, which was now mercilessly extinguished under the unparalleled might of the burial heaven copper coffin. The burial heaven copper coffin was indeed a supreme divine artifact. Even the eye of the gods cannot discern its origins. The supreme celestial emperor, upon entering, would meet an untimely demise, let alone the mere true spirit of the great demon of Tushan. If there were no assurance, how could Lin Wudao dare to confront him? Ding! You have collected an immortal true spirit of the great demon of Tushan and obtained a golden Dao talisman. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired a supreme Dao talisman. You have sacrificed the imperial statue of the great demon of Tushan, gaining 80,000 fortune points. The system's notification suddenly resonated in his mind. A supreme Dao talisman? Lin Wudao was momentarily taken aback. From its name, it seemed to be something extraordinary. At that moment, he began to examine the information regarding the supreme Dao talisman. Name: Supreme Dao talisman level. Supreme description 1. Enhanced tenfold from the golden Dao talisman. Description 2. With this supreme Dao talisman, one can enter the city of all heavens, enjoy the highest privileges, and purchase any item at a 90% discount. Description 3. The supreme Dao talisman is a symbol of identity across the myriad realms. Evaluation: beyond the reach of all beings. Note: the city of all heavens. A trading place crafted by an unparalleled existence, where one can acquire everything in the world. So wondrous? Gazing at the description of the supreme Dao talisman, Lin Wudao felt an insatiable curiosity arise within him. With a thought, a strand of noble purple light streaked through the air, manifesting a palm-sized purple token exuding an ancient and profound aura before him. The front of the token bore the inscription Supreme. The reverse was marked with the word All Heavens, utterly mysterious. How should this be used? Lin Wudao scrutinized it for a long while, but could not discern the method to enter the city of all heavens. Subsequently, he attempted to infuse a strand of spiritual power into the supreme Dao talisman. Whoosh! In an instant, a resplendent divine light erupted, striking the void above. Rumbling under the influence of the supreme will, a mysterious passage was instantaneously opened, leading to the unknown. Behind this passage lies the city of all heavens? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow in contemplation. The void passage resembled a colossal black hole, seemingly capable of devouring all. After a prolonged silence, Lin Wudao used the origin stone to manifest a clone, altering its appearance before stepping forward, inch by inch, into the passage. Boom! Upon entering the passage, Lin Wudao felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and when he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The first sight that greeted him was an immense and ancient city, grand beyond measure. Its height and expanse were unfathomable. A glance revealed a timeless vastness. Standing before it, Lin Wudao felt an overwhelming aura of supremacy surging towards him. Had he not possessed an indomitable physical form, the mere emanation of that aura could have obliterated him. At this moment, above the city of all heavens, dazzling divine light occasionally streaked across the sky, where towering deities and majestic ancient vessels coexisted, alongside various world-destroying treasures, all shimmering in the celestial expanse. Witnessing such a spectacle, Lin Wudao felt akin to a rustic villager entering the grand city for the first time. Everything here transcended his comprehension and imagination. Ah, my dear brother, it appears this is your inaugural visit to the city of all heavens? Just as Lin Wudao was lost in the magnificence of the city, a strikingly handsome young man with sword-like brows approached him. His starry eyes were filled with curiosity as they surveyed Lin Wudao. May I inquire your name? Lin Wudao asked. I am Jiang, the guide of the city of all heavens, dedicated to assisting esteemed newcomers like yourself in navigating its wonders. I have served as a guide for 80,000 years, and there is no one more familiar with this realm than I. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Within the city of all heavens, there is no corner I do not know, nor any information beyond my grasp. Jiang smiled warmly, although his regal and powerful aura remained subdued, exuding utmost respect and humility. For anyone who could enter the city of all heavens bore significant status, be they legendary prodigies, formidable sovereigns, or unparalleled entities. Yet as a guide, Jiang possessed merely a common white jade talisman, his rank the lowest, relegating him to the role of a mere guide. Even after an existence of 80,000 years within these walls, he could only indulge in the most ordinary offerings of the city, though, in the outside world, such items would be deemed divine treasures. Hence, Entering the city of all heavens was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune, a fact Lin Wudao remained oblivious to. It is indeed my first time in the city of all heavens. I have heard that one can procure anything imaginable here. Lin Wudao inquired with intrigue. In response, Mu Jiutian nodded with a smile. Indeed, theoretically, that is accurate. In this city, as long as your divine stones, celestial stones, and Tao stones are sufficiently abundant, you can acquire whatever your heart desires. However, I must note that the more precious the item, the steeper the price. Lin Wudao pondered this information thoughtfully. By the way, brother, since this is your first visit to the city of all heavens, is there anything you seek? Might you guide me in exploring the city? Certainly. However, my rank is limited, so I can only escort you through the first tier of the city of all heavens. As for the second tier and beyond, I lack the qualifications to enter. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded slightly. At that moment, he followed Mu Jiutian and stepped into the city of all heavens. Chapter 50. One word, poverty. By the way, my friend, what is your esteemed surname? Dongfang. Lin Wudao randomly fabricated a surname. In this chaotic city of myriad realms, he could not possibly reveal his true identity. Who knows what kind of beings inhabit this place? Should he inadvertently expose his identity, he might attract catastrophic misfortune. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution. Ah, so you are brother Dongfang. Mu Jiutian did not press further about Lin Wudao's name. Anyone arriving in the city of all realms is a figure of considerable stature, and what is known to others is generally a faade. Here, no one would divulge their true information or identity. Brother Dongfang, as a newcomer, allow me to introduce the rules of the city of all realms, so you may avoid inadvertently transgressing any taboos. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded. As he strolled along the ancient streets of the city of all realms, he listened attentively to Mu Jiutian's exposition. There are numerous regulations within the city of all realms, but among them, several immutable laws must not be violated. Transgressions could result in permanent expulsion or, in severe cases, annihilation. First, no fighting or killing is permitted within the city of all realms. Second, all transactions must be conducted on-site. Credit is not allowed. Third, those possessing ordinary white jade talismans may only remain in the city of all realms for one day, with the exception of guiding messengers. Fourth, private transactions are strictly forbidden. Fifth, no one is allowed to disclose the existence of the city of all realms to anyone. Sixth, entry into unpermitted areas is prohibited. Mu Jiutian continued his earnest explanation, and Lin Wudao listened with equal seriousness. After a brief period, through his concise introduction, Lin Wudao gained a rudimentary understanding of the rules governing the city of all realms. In essence, this city serves as a marketplace for beings from countless realms to engage in trade. Beyond trading, everything else is strictly disallowed here. By the way, you mentioned that there is a second tier to the city of all realms? Indeed, the city of all realms adheres to a rigorously enforced hierarchy. Without sufficient rank or status, one is not permitted to tread into other domains. The first tier is capped at the level of the Heavenly Emperor. To ascend to the second tier of the city of all realms, one must possess the cultivation and strength of a true immortal. While only immortal kings may step into the third tier. As for the fourth tier, only the supremely exalted immortal emperors are allowed. Guess the formidable Heavenly Emperor is confined to the fourth tier? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's mind was profoundly shaken. The great demon of Tushan possesses the golden talismans of the city of all realms. It appears his identity and power are far more terrifying than I had imagined. He mused inwardly. From that statue, he could glean only the most rudimentary information. Apart from the name of the great demon of Tushan, little else was discernible. Through Mu Jiutian's narrative, Lin Wudao recognized that the great demon of Tushan is undoubtedly a preeminent existence. As for the extent of his power, he was uncertain. By the way, brother Dongfang, in the chaotic city of all heavens, would you like to procure a set of gear to conceal your identity and aura? At this moment, Mu Jiutian suddenly turned around and spoke. With a swift motion, just as Lin Wudao was enveloped in confusion, he manifested a black cloak and a ghostly mask in his hands. These items are available for purchase in the city of all heavens. They are named the Cloak of Avoidance and the Mask of All Heavens. Once donned, no matter who you are or your level of cultivation, your identity and origins remain imperceptible. Considering the bond of brotherhood between us, I shall offer them to you at a mere 10 billion supreme divine stones. Mu Jiutian gazed intently at Lin Wudao. 10 billion supreme divine stones? Lin Wudao stood frozen in place. Divine stones. He was merely a late-stage transformation practitioner. How could he possibly possess such esteemed treasures? Moreover, it was a sum of 10 billion. This price was astronomical for Lin Wudao at that moment. Brother Dongfang, you wouldn't be unable to produce even a trifling 10 billion supreme divine stones, would you? Mu Jiutian blinked. his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. To him, 10 billion supreme divine stones was hardly significant. In the city of all heavens, even the smallest expenditure he encountered far exceeded that amount. "I didn't bring any money today." "What? You come to the city of all heavens without any divine stones?" Mu Jiutian appeared increasingly bemused. He scrutinized Lin Wudao closely, realizing he did not seem to be lying. Sighing, he decided to act as a benefactor. "In that case, I shall lend you this cloak of avoidance and mask of all heavens temporarily. Remember to bring along the supreme divine stones when you visit next time to return them." As he spoke, Mu Jiutian directly thrust the cloak and mask into Lin Wudao's hands. "Thank you. No worries. Merely 10 billion supreme divine stones is not a matter of concern. The more friends, the more paths to tread. Perhaps in the future, I may require your assistance. Brother Dongfang." Mu Jiutian smiled nonchalantly. He truly did not regard such a trivial sum with any seriousness. However, Lin Wudao took note of this kindness. He was not fond of being indebted to others and vowed to repay it when the opportunity arose. With this thought in mind, he promptly donned the cloak of avoidance and the mask of all heavens, continuing onward with Mu Jiutian. Along the way, Lin Wudao's eyes were opened wide in astonishment. He encountered a myriad of wondrous items. Any single one of them, if placed in the divine wasteland, could be deemed an unparalleled treasure or divine artifact, driving even emperors and heavenly sovereigns to madness. "Brother Dongfang, if you wish to purchase something, I can take you to have a look. When you come next time, you can buy it directly. Do you have anything suitable for mortals?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wudao spoke up. Mortals?" Mu Jiutian stood frozen in place. Below the true God, all are referred to as mortals. In the city of all heavens, it seems that mortal possessions are relatively scarce. Available only in the mortal region of the 9th Avenue. "Allow me to show you." "Very well." Lin Wudao silently noted the location. At that moment, Mu Jiutian produced an ancient divine vessel, intending to take Lin Wudao to the 9th Avenue of the first heaven. Boom. However, just as the two were about to embark on their journey, a resounding and majestic bell tolled from the boundless ancient sky. Moreover, it was accompanied by an unparalleled authority. "What is happening?" Lin Wudao's gaze sharpened. Turning his head, he noticed that Mu Jiutian's expression was equally grave. This after many years. The legendary bell of all heavens has sounded once more. It seems that a significant event is about to unfold in the city of all heavens. Mu Jiutian furrowed his brow and remarked, "The bell of all heavens?" Lin Wudao expressed confusion. "Brother Dongfang, the so-called bell of all heavens is a supreme divine artifact that tolls whenever a significant event occurs in the city of all heavens. I recall the last time it rang was during the first era of the mythical age. That was several epochs ago. From this, it is evident that whatever is to transpire this time is of great magnitude." As he spoke, Mu Jiutian raised his gaze towards the vast void. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by an overwhelming force, countless profound truths manifested. Ultimately, a sacred light screen coalesced in the void. By the decree of the city lord, from this day forth, the 10th supreme being is born in the city of all heavens. Those in possession of the supreme Tao talisman shall enjoy the highest privileges in the city of all heavens. All purchases shall enjoy a discount of 90%. Validity, permanently effective. A series of enigmatic ancient inscriptions appeared out of thin air. With a final flourish, when the last character fell, an ancient talisman inscribed with the word supreme condensed from the void. In that moment, all beings within the city of all heavens widened their eyes. Each face reflected boundless awe and longing. A new supreme being has emerged in the city of all heavens. Chapter 51. The Treasure Pavilion and the Ninefold Nirvana Pill. After countless eons, someone has once again attained the path of eternity. Morong Jiutian exclaimed. At that moment, his eyes radiated boundless reverence, as if he longed to kneel and worship. What is supremacy? Although he was already aware of the extraordinary nature of the supreme Tao talisman and its significant implications, Lin Wudao, a newcomer, remained oblivious to the levels and hierarchies associated with the talismans. He was even less informed about the identity and significance of a supreme Tao talisman bearer. In response, Morong Jiutian did not withhold information and patiently began to elucidate. In the city of celestial realms, talismans are employed to distinguish identity and status. The stronger one's capabilities, the higher the grade of talisman one possesses. The lowest is the white jade talisman, the most common of all. A white jade talisman merely grants the right to purchase items within the city of celestial realms, without any privileges or discounts. In this city, 99% of the populace wields a white jade talisman. Above the white jade talisman, there exists the black iron talisman, the bronze talisman, the silver talisman, the gold talisman. And the highest, the supreme talisman. The black iron talisman holds a certain status, affording a 10% discount. The bronze talisman offers a 20% discount. The silver talisman a 30% discount, and the gold talisman a 50% discount. The higher the grade of the talisman, the greater the corresponding identity, status, and strength. Morong Jiutian spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in realization. At last, he comprehended the extraordinary status of the supreme talisman within the city of celestial realms. It was akin to an ascension to the heavens. The great demon of Tushan, as a gold talisman bearer, was indeed formidable, he mused to himself. As they conversed, Morong Jiutian piloted the divine vessel towards the 9th Avenue. Whoosh! A brilliant divine light cleaved through the void, and standing atop the vessel, Lin Wudao beheld the grandeur and magnificence of the city of celestial realms more clearly. Here lay an unfathomable existence. Moments later, under Morong Jiutian's guidance, Lin Wudao arrived at the so-called 9th Avenue. Raising his gaze, he beheld an expansive street that stretched endlessly, resembling a galaxy beneath the vast starry sky, radiating an infinite array of mysterious colors. As far as the eye could see, there were various shops brimming with an astonishing array of goods. Eastern brother, this is the 9th Avenue, where mundane items are sold. From the most basic physical realm to the utmost pinnacle of the true God realm, anything related to cultivation can be found here. The city of celestial realms offers only the finest divine artifacts and treasures. Ordinary items are not permitted entry, so you need not worry about counterfeit goods. All items here undergo rigorous scrutiny. As he spoke, Morong Jiutian began to guide Lin Wudao through the 9th Avenue, where he encountered a multitude of remarkable products. Regardless of the circumstance, within the realm of the divine wasteland, any of these matters would undoubtedly stir up a considerable uproar. Are there treasures that can enhance one's qualifications? At this moment, Lin Wudao inquired suddenly. Enhance qualifications? Mu Jiutian cast a puzzled glance at him before nodding. Indeed. The marvel of the city of all heavens lies in the ability to procure anything you desire, even if such an item does not exist. You may offer a handsome price for a custom order. As long as the price is sufficiently high, there will certainly be someone to fulfill your request. Along the 9th Avenue, there exists a Wanbao Tower, a place that sells the finest celestial treasures or rare artifacts at the mortal level, albeit at a slightly elevated price. Mu Jiutian gestured towards the distance. Subsequently, he guided Lin Wudao aboard the divine vessel, descending before an ancient and grand 9-story pavilion. Oh, the Emperor of Heaven has arrived. A lean man dressed as a servant approached with a smile. Dongjio, is your master present? Indeed. Well, this time I have brought a friend who wishes to explore treasures that enhance qualifications. The man, known as Dongjio, displayed great enthusiasm. Observing this, Mu Jiutian did not hesitate and promptly led Lin Wudao inside. Who would have thought my brother Mu is also an Emperor of Heaven? Huh. My title of Emperor is merely a means of survival in the city of all heavens. Here, one could casually toss a brick and strike a multitude of emperors. Isn't it said that attaining the title of Great Emperor is exceedingly rare, and achieving the status of Emperor of Heaven is even more arduous? Pfft. Brother Dongfang, is it not true that becoming an emperor merely requires the right means? Such circumstances exist only in resource-depleted or exceedingly low-tier worlds. In any high-level world, emperors are akin to ordinary mortals. Mu Jiutian scoffed. Emperors akin to mortals? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a profound shock within. In the divine wasteland, emperors are exceedingly rare, synonymous with strength, yet, in Mu Jiutian's words, they seem trivial, indistinguishable from common mortals. This clearly suggests that Mu Jiutian hails from a higher-tier world. Simultaneously, it indirectly affirms that the level of the divine wasteland is relatively low. Upon entering the Wanbao Tower, an overwhelming brilliance enveloped them. A cascade of resplendent divine lights dazzled Lin Wudao, blinding him momentarily. Brother Mu has arrived? I hear from Dongjio that your friend seeks to purchase treasures for enhancing qualifications. Just as Lin Wudao was surveying his surroundings, a jovial man clad in sumptuous garments approached. Brother, this is Qian Rumming, the proprietor of Wanbao Tower. We affectionately call him Fat Qian. Whatever you desire, feel free to express it to him. He can procure nearly anything at the mortal level. Mu Jiutian introduced. Qian Rumming? What an intriguing name. Lin Wudao cast a discreet glance at him, nodding gently. I seek divine artifacts capable of enhancing one's innate qualities without inflicting any adverse effects upon oneself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. May I inquire what level you require, young sir? There exists a myriad of divine artifacts that can elevate one's innate potential, each varying in grade and quality. Some can bestow the qualities of an emperor, while others can grant the attributes of a celestial emperor. Furthermore, there are artifacts that can propel one directly to the realm of true immortals, and even those befitting a celestial king. Qian Rumming cautiously inquired. Is the minimum standard the qualities of an emperor? Lin Wudao felt a jolt within. Young sir, Would you like me to select a few for your consideration? Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Qian turned and departed. Soon after, he returned, his grand sleeve sweeping through the air, releasing boundless divine light that manifested an array of divine artifacts and treasures, as if reflecting the myriad heavens. Each artifact exuded an immense aura. Lin Wudao's divine eye scanned the items, and a wealth of information instantly unfolded before him. Name: Taichu sword bone. Description: an unparalleled root bone refined from primordial Taichu energy, harmonizing with oneself to forge a Taichu sword body. Upon mastery, it can evolve into a Taichu sword realm. Remark: forcefully extracted from the Taichu divine sun. Upon fusion, it bestows the qualities of an emperor. Price: 10 billion premium divine stones. Name: Xuantian divine water. Description: a primordial divine artifact from a high-level great world, originating at the dawn of creation. It can cleanse one's innate talents and roots, aligning them with the cosmos to forge a primordial Tao body. Remark: qualities of a celestial emperor. Price: 100 trillion premium divine stones. Name: eternal imperial blood. Description: derived from the Tao source of a medium-level great world. This divine artifact has evolved through countless epochs. Upon integration, it can forge a primordial Tao divine body. Remark: obtained by slaying a Tao entity. Upon fusion, it grants the qualities of a true immortal. Price: 1 trillion premium divine crystals. A plethora of divine artifacts and treasures left Lin Wudao in a state of bewilderment. Before him lay remarkable items, yet the prices soared into the billions of premium divine stones, and even divine crystals were counted in the hundreds of millions. After a cursory glance, Lin Wudao felt his perspective was woefully limited. He was utterly impoverished. Is the youngster dissatisfied? Qian, noticing Lin Wudao's silence, assumed he was unhappy. Not to worry. This is merely a small selection. There are many more divine artifacts to choose from. Take your time, and surely one will suit your needs. As Lin Wudao remained reticent, Qian was about to present another batch of artifacts when he was halted by Mu Jiutian, who raised a hand. He was aware that Lin Wudao had come without any money today. Master Qian, I recall that there exists a substance known as the 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill in your esteemed Wanbao Tower. Might you present it for my brother to examine? It is said that this 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill possesses the extraordinary capability to elevate one's innate talents to that of an immortal emperor. I wonder if it is still available? Mu Jiutian inquired solemnly. Is there truly a divine item that bestows the qualifications of an immortal emperor? Lin Wudao expressed his curiosity. However, upon hearing the mention of the 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill, Qian's expression grew somewhat awkward. What? Is it no longer available? Mu Jiutian voiced his disappointment. Not at all. We do have it, yet there remains but a single 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill, and it is sold separately. Each consumption of the pill enhances one's innate talent by 1 tier. Only after consuming all 9 can one's potential and qualifications be elevated to that of an immortal emperor. The rarity of the 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill increases with each subsequent tier, and its refinement is exceedingly arduous, requiring a considerable amount of time to gather materials and to engage skilled artisans for its creation. Currently, our Wanbao Tower possesses one that is suitable for mortals, once ingested. It can amplify one's innate talent and roots tenfold. As for the pills beyond the first tier, they would necessitate a custom order. Qian elucidated. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a delicate jade vial, from which he poured forth a thumb-sized pill radiating divine light. The mere inhalation of its fragrant aroma invigorated Lin Wudao immensely. Name: 9 Rebirth Nirvana Pill, first tier. Description: an unparalleled divine medicine suitable for mortals, capable of enhancing one's innate talent tenfold. Beyond the second tier, the enhancement continues to multiply tenfold based on the original foundation. Note: after 9 tiers, it can forge the qualifications of an immortal emperor. Price: 800 premium divine stones. Having perused the details, Lin Wudao fell into silence once more. This might be the most affordable item in Wanbao Tower, yet he remained unable to procure it. Chapter 52. The 9 Heavens Merchant Alliance. The first-grade Nirvana Pill is priced at 800 exquisite divine stones. Even with Lin Wudao possessing the Supreme Talisman, which grants him a 10% discount, he would still need to produce 80 exquisite divine stones to make a purchase. Currently, he does not possess a single exquisite spirit stone, let alone exquisite divine stones. Arriving in the City of All Heavens, he realized just how impoverished he truly was. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As he spoke, he forcibly diverted his gaze from the first-grade Nirvana Pill, intending to leave the Wanbao building. However, at that moment, a voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. I shall take this first-grade Nirvana Pill. With resolute decisiveness, Mu Jiutian produced 800 exquisite divine stones and placed them before Qian. Brother Mu also desires this item? Qian Rumming inquired, somewhat perplexed. I intend to purchase it as a gift for a junior of mine. He possesses the potential of an emperor, perhaps with this nirvana pill. He might elevate himself to the status of a heavenly emperor, Mu Jiutian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qian Rumming cast a glance at Lin Wudao, seemingly surmising something, yet chose not to elaborate further. By the way, how long would it take to obtain a custom-made second-grade nirvana pill, and what would the price be? Approximately a year. Qian Rumming responded. The main ingredient required for the second-grade nirvana pill, the nirvana flower, takes 3,000 years to mature, so we must wait a while longer. Moreover, few are willing to refine such pills, and it requires substantial expenditure to hire someone for the task. Thus, the price will be rather steep. If you are genuinely interested in commissioning one, the flat rate is 8 million exquisite divine stones. Really? The price escalates 1,000-fold for merely the second grade? Lin Wudao thought to himself, astonished. Well, I shall gather more information and discuss it later. With that, Mu Jiutian grasped the first-grade nirvana pill and turned to exit the Wanao building. Brother Dongfang, this is for you. Upon exiting, Mu Jiutian directly handed the nirvana pill to Lin Wudao. I have no money to give you today. Lin Wudao protested. Oh, it's just 800 exquisite divine stones. A trifling sum for me. I've already given you the heavenly cloak and the celestial mask valued at 10 billion exquisite divine stones. Do you think I care for such small change? When you have the means, simply return it to me. It's no great matter. Mu Jiutian remarked nonchalantly. He held no concern for the mere 800 exquisite divine stones. Are you not afraid I might renege on the deal? What if I leave the city of all heavens and never return? Lin Wudao teased. In response, Mu Jiutian merely scoffed. If you truly act in such a manner, it would only indicate that I, Mu Jiutian, have misjudged your character. If a few hundred exquisite divine stones can reveal one's true nature, then it is indeed worth it. However, we are merely strangers who have crossed paths. My greatest passion is to forge connections with the heroes and elites of the world. In a sense, it paves the way for my own future. In life, one inevitably encounters moments of difficulty. Today, I lent you my assistance, and who knows, perhaps tomorrow you may find yourself in a position to help me in return. It is through mutual support that we traverse the path of existence and reach greater heights. Ultimately, I perceive you, my brother from the East, to be a person of integrity, said Mu Jiutian with a warm smile. In response, Lin Wudao simply sighed softly, choosing not to speak. My brother from the East. Having arrived here in the city of all heavens, why not allow me to escort you to an intriguing locale while the day is still young? Where might that be? The Jiutian Tower. This establishment, part of the Jiutian Merchant Alliance, stands as the largest auction house within the first tier of the city of all heavens, hosting grand auctions at the end of each month. At these auctions, extraordinary items unseen in the outside world are showcased. Each event transforms into a breathtaking spectacle. A clash of identities, statuses, strengths, and wealth. Once we arrive, prepare to be utterly astonished. I hear that this time, something truly remarkable will be presented at the auction. Mu Jiutian continued enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's curiosity was piqued. With a swift motion, guided by Mu Jiutian, the two maneuvered their divine vessel, racing towards the Jiutian Tower. It was an island suspended in the void. Boom, 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 as they gazed upon it. The surroundings of the Jiutian Tower were alive with myriad phenomena, the essence of the universe manifesting subtly, as towering figures of unparalleled might stood sentinel in every direction, exuding grandeur. At that moment, coinciding with the monthly auction, countless beams of divine light traversed the skies as powerful figures arrived, riding celestial rainbows and walking upon the heavens. Finally, under the reverent gaze of numerous beings, they entered the Jiutian Tower. The time is drawing near. We must hurry. With a call, Mu Jiutian piloted the divine vessel, landing gracefully before the Jiutian Tower. Subsequently, the two proceeded step by step into the grand edifice. Upon entering the Jiutian Tower, Lin Wudao discovered that it was a realm unto itself. Within this expansive void, millions of beings had been waiting for quite some time. At the center stood a colossal auction stage, surrounded by private boxes where ancient and powerful entities were seated. Let us find a place to sit. The auction is about to commence, Mu Jiutian suggested, leading Lin Wudao to a suitable spot. Brother Mu. Just as they settled in, a familiar figure descended with a radiant beam of divine light, revealing none other than Qian Rumming from the Wanbao Tower. Brother Mu, are you also interested in this auction? Indeed. I have heard that there will be splendid items available this time. Should something suitable arise, I would certainly like to partake, Mu Jiutian replied with a smile. You have indeed arrived at the perfect moment. Today's auction will feature imperial treasures of unparalleled significance. His imperial treasures? Mu Jiutian gasped in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with brilliant light. These imperial treasures are intrinsically linked to the path of immortality. After ascending to the 9 heavens of the Celestial Emperor, should one attain the human Tao's ultimate realm, the imperial Tao's pinnacle, and the heavenly Tao's zenith, one could achieve an immortal form. If these imperial treasures truly materialize, a breathtaking contest will undoubtedly ensue. Acquiring them will demand an exorbitant price. Mu Jiutian remarked, his expression a blend of shock and yearning. It seems that Mu Jiutian's identity and origins are indeed extraordinary. Lin Wudao cast a sidelong glance, contemplating silently. Those who can partake in this auction are all from the most prestigious families, if imperial treasures are genuinely at stake. Even the typical powers of the Celestial Emperor may find themselves unable to participate. At the very least, one must possess the strength of the immortal Tao. After all, auctions are battles of foundation and financial prowess. In this regard, it appears that Mu Jiutian lacks nothing. With this thought, Lin Wudao felt a flicker of intrigue rise within him. He remained silent, discreetly surveying his surroundings while awaiting the commencement of the auction. Dong. At last. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Accompanied by a resounding and majestic chime, the previously raucous Jiutian tower fell into a sudden hush. Whoosh. A beam of divine light descended, revealing a woman in exquisite palace attire, embodying ethereal beauty, gradually materializing before the assembly. Chapter 53. The Supreme Treasure of the Imperial Path. With a resounding clamor, the appearance of the woman caused an immense stir within the 9 heavens tower. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her. Ah, is that not the foremost goddess of the 9 heavens merchant alliance, Jiang? She has actually arrived at the 9 heavens tower to personally preside over this auction? A gasp rippled through the crowd. Indeed. She holds the esteemed title of the foremost goddess. Wasn't Jiang always overseeing the immortal path tower in the 2nd heaven? How has she suddenly descended to the 1st heaven? The entire 9 heavens merchant alliance is under her dominion. She can go wherever she pleases. It is rumored that Jiang has attained the status of a true immortal. It seems so. She has only cultivated for a mere 180 years. A chorus of astonishment echoed as whispers filled the air. A true immortal? Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Lin Wudao felt a subtle tremor in his heart. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had encountered formidable beings, such as the Emperor Jiang Taichu, the fallen demon lord, and the great demon of Tushan. Yet he had only engaged with them through the aftermath of their deeds, never having truly witnessed a living immortal. Now, upon arriving in the city of all heavens, he stood before a living true immortal. This realization left Lin Wudao in profound awe. The first goddess of the 9 heavens merchant alliance had achieved immortality in merely 180 years, indicating her extraordinary aptitude. Moreover, the resources at her disposal are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He silently lamented in his heart. Some individuals are born standing at the pinnacle of existence, such as destiny, incomparable and unchangeable. He had often heard that one's birth is a study in itself, and now it was clear that it indeed holds true. Amidst his contemplations, Lin Wudao suppressed the tumult within and directed his tranquil gaze back towards the auction platform. At this moment, Jiang cast a casual glance. Her delicate hand gently raised, and the entire venue fell into an immediate hush. No one dared to utter another word. Today's auction will be presided over by me. According to the rules of the 9 heavens tower, for the items auctioned, the highest bidder shall prevail. No credit shall be extended, no retractions allowed, and no deceit tolerated. Otherwise, the 9 heavens tower reserves the right to permanently expel any rule breakers from the city of all heavens. Her cool and composed voice resonated throughout the venue. Upon hearing her words, the crowd maintained a respectful silence. They were already well acquainted with the 9 heavens tower's regulations. Therefore, there was no resistance whatsoever. Since everyone understands the rules, let us commence. Next, I invite the first auction item. Whoosh. As Jiang's voice resonated, a streak of icy divine light suddenly pierced through the void, carrying an overwhelming imperial might, and materialized upon the auction stage. It was an ancient sword, pitch black in hue. This item is known as the Heavenly Wasteland Emperor Sword. It was forged during the era of the Burial Emperor by the Great Emperor of Heavenly Wasteland, crafted from the primordial celestial gold as the primary material, combined with 36 types of supreme materials, and took 3,000 years to create. Among its features, it bears 81 imperial prohibitions, classifying it as one of the most exceptional supreme imperial weapons. The starting bid is set at 100 trillion supreme divine crystals, with each subsequent increase not less than 10,000 supreme divine crystals. Jiang slowly elaborated. The Heavenly Desolation Emperor? Is that not the unparalleled emperor ranked 9th on the emperor's list during the era of the Burial Emperor? Has someone truly discovered the imperial weapon he spent 3 millennia forging? An uproar arose among the crowd. The first auction item is indeed the most prestigious extreme Dao imperial weapon. It seems that this final item may genuinely be the legendary royal treasure. Mu Jiaotian furrowed his brows and murmured. Likewise, Lin Wudao felt a surge of astonishment within. At this moment, he finally sensed the grandeur of the Jiaotian Tower. To debut with the most elite extreme Dao imperial weapon is a notion unimaginable in the divine desolation great world. I bid 110 trillion. A voice rose to place the first bid. I bid 120 trillion. 130 trillion. As the initial bidder commenced, the price of the heavenly desolation emperor's sword surged at a visible rate. Soon, under Lin Wudao's watchful gaze, the price of the heavenly desolation emperor's sword soared beyond 200 trillion, and this was in supreme divine crystals. This is an item of a level even higher than supreme divine stones. Lin Wudao could scarcely fathom the true value it represented. One fixed price. 500 trillion. Bang. Just as the crowd was fervently contending for the heavenly desolation emperor's sword, a domineering voice emanated from a private box atop the auction stage. Lin Wudao turned toward the sound, only to find it was box number 3. Clearly, it belonged to an ancient and formidable power. 600 trillion. At this moment, a calm voice resonated from box number 2. Evidently, this individual also harbored some interest in the heavenly desolation emperor's sword. 800 trillion. Faced with the competition from box number 2, box number 3 showed no hesitation and directly increased the bid by 20 trillion supreme divine crystals, propelling the price to 800 trillion. How foolish. Truly a case of having more money than sense. Mu Jiaotian clicked his tongue, appearing to relish the spectacle. What is the actual worth of this heavenly desolation emperor's sword? At most 1 trillion. If it could be acquired for 800 trillion, it would neither be a significant gain nor a loss. However, encountering someone who genuinely desires it would change the price entirely. After all, there will always be individuals in this world who cherish something known as sentiment. Mu Jiaotian remarked with a hint of implication. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Indeed, faced with the lofty offer of 800 trillion from box number 3, box number 2 fell silent for a moment before finally raising the bid to 900 trillion supreme divine crystals. However, box number 3, clearly intent on securing the heavenly desolation emperor's sword, escalated the price by another 100 trillion. Ultimately, it was successfully acquired for a staggering 1 trillion supreme divine crystals. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Wudao could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Today, he has truly broadened his horizons. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in the third private box, who has successfully acquired the heavenly desolate emperor's sword. Dong! A resounding chime echoed from the auction platform. Next, we present the second auction item. The voice of Ji Ruyue resonated once more. Whoosh! Another divine light descended, transforming into a delicate jade vial no larger than a thumb. This item is known as the water of life. Its greatest effect is to prolong life. Within this jade vial, there are 3 drops of water of life, each capable of extending life for 18,000 years. The starting bid is set at 100 trillion supreme divine crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 100,000 supreme divine crystals. It is particularly noteworthy that these 3 drops of water of life are only effective for beings below the heavenly emperor realm. This is indeed a valuable treasure. Lin Wudao could not help but sigh inwardly. A single drop of water of life is even more precious than the true dragon's immortal elixir he had previously obtained. For those ancient emperors of 10,000 years, it is nothing short of a divine remedy. 110 trillion. 120 trillion. Treasures of such caliber are not hard to sell. Soon, the price of the water of life soared, skyrocketing to 300 trillion supreme divine crystals in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the bids continued to rise. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Wudao and Mu Jiaotian sat quietly in the audience, observing the frenzied competition among the powerful factions. The back and forth continued. After a fierce contest, the 3 drops of water of life were ultimately secured by the second private box at an astronomical price of 1,500 trillion. Congratulations to the second private box for successfully acquiring the 3 drops of water of life. The next item to be auctioned is a heavenly emperor transformation pill, which, when consumed and refined, can break the shackles of the emperor and elevate one to the heavenly emperor realm. The starting bid is set at 300 trillion supreme divine crystals, with each increment requiring a minimum of 300,000 supreme divine crystals. On the auction platform, Ji Ruyue conducted the proceedings with unruffled composure. Below, Lin Wudao attentively observed, adopting the role of an outsider to enjoy the lively scene. Beside him, Mu Jiaotian appeared somewhat disinterested, engaging in idle conversation with Qian Rumming, occasionally casting a glance at the auction platform. Clearly, the treasures currently on offer did not captivate him much. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. After a considerable duration, following a series of bids for various divine artifacts and treasures, The auction finally reached its pinnacle moment. Ji Ryue unveiled the pièce d'argent of this auction. There was only one such item, a rare imperial treasure, aptly named, the Heaven and Earth Xianwang fruit. Suddenly, Ji Ryue's cool voice resonated from the auction platform. Well, at her words, all eyes in the hall instantly converged, accompanied by a beam of divine light. A mysterious fruit, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a golden hue, appeared upon a jade plate. It emanated an extraordinarily profound aura of cosmic loss. Is this the law of heaven? Below, some are astonished. With the endorsement of the law of heaven, it is indeed a supreme treasure. This heavenly yellow fruit possesses such a rich aura of rules. If one could consume it, they would undoubtedly forge a ninefold celestial emperor, achieving the golden body of the sovereign path in a single leap. With this item in hand, the sovereign path could reach its pinnacle. Such a treasure of this caliber has not appeared in many years. One wonders what the opening bid will be. At this moment, all eyes are fixed upon the heavenly yellow fruit. Even the drowsy Mu Jiutian abruptly lifts his head, his gaze fixed intently, an overwhelming desire shimmering in his eyes. Are you interested in this item? Of course. This is a rare sovereign path treasure, scarcely seen even in the first heaven of the city of all heavens. I have already cultivated to the pinnacle of humanity. If I could acquire this item, I would surely forge a ninefold celestial emperor, achieving the golden body of the sovereign path. At that time, I could glimpse the extremes of the law of heaven. The brilliance in Mu Jiotian's eyes surged. Having said that, he began to assess his own financial resources. This competition for the sovereign path treasure will undoubtedly be fiercely intense. One can only imagine the astonishing final price. He must prepare in advance. Seeing this, Lin Wudao did not intervene. He merely took on the role of an observer, quietly watching. The sovereign path treasure, the heavenly yellow fruit, is an innate divine object evolved from the law of heaven. After use, it allows one to achieve the golden body of the sovereign path and glimpse the extremes of the law of heaven. The opening bid is 1 billion pounds of superior divine essence, with each subsequent bid not lower than 100 million pounds of superior divine essence. Moments later, Ji Ryue's voice resounded from the auction stage. Divine essence? Lin Wudao felt a tremor in his heart. As he understood, divine essence is a cultivation resource exclusive to those above the celestial emperor level, containing terrifying innate spiritual power, far surpassing that of divine crystals. 1 billion pounds of superior divine essence is exceedingly precious, even among ancient forces of the celestial emperor level. Ordinary factions simply cannot produce it. Truly a grand gesture, Lin Wudao remarked, and then he focused intently on the proceedings. At this moment, after a brief silence, the bidding for the heavenly yellow fruit commenced. 1 billion 100 million pounds, 1 billion 200 million pounds, 1 billion 500 million pounds, 2 billion pounds. Enormous shouts echoed in the void. The competition was exceptionally fierce. Often, before one price was fully settled, another high bid would emerge. In merely 10 breaths, the heavenly yellow fruit soared to an astronomical price of 5 billion pounds of superior divine essence. 5 billion 500 million. Mu Jiotian could no longer sit idly. He shouted out. 6 billion. A voice emerged from the third box marked Tian. 7 billion. Mu Jiotian, unwilling to concede, continued to grit his teeth and bid. 8 billion. 9 billion. Following Mu Jiotian, one exorbitant offer after another drowned out his voice. Damn! Mu Jiotian cursed vehemently, clenching his fists, his eyes brimmed with helplessness and sighs. Eventually, he despondently sank into his seat. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. How much supreme divine essence do you possess? Huh? Upon hearing this, Mu Jiotian lifted his head, gazing at him in bewilderment. 100 billion Jin. Brother Dongfang. Why do you ask this? Oh, it's nothing. That should be sufficient. Lin Wudao murmured softly. Huh? Sufficient? What do you mean by sufficient? Mu Jiotian was utterly perplexed by Lin Wudao's words. However, Lin Wudao paid him no mind, continuing to observe the fierce competition unfolding in the auction hall with an expression of indifference. Unbeknownst to them, the price of the heavenly mysterious yellow fruit had soared to 300 billion Jin of supreme divine essence. At this juncture, the only ones still bidding were the 3 private boxes of the Tian class. Chapter 54, 100 billion, I want a discount. What kind of price could treasures of imperial significance, like the celestial and earthly Xianhuang fruit, fetch in times past? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao turned to his companion, Mu Jiotian, inquiring. That is not easily determined. Treasures of imperial significance are effective only for those at the extreme realms of humanity above the heavenly emperor or beings of the imperial realm, each possessing distinct benefits. Ultimately, they serve to aid the heavenly emperor in achieving the imperial golden body. The human realm forges the human golden body, The imperial realm forges the imperial golden body. The heavenly realm forges the heavenly golden body. Only when these three golden bodies unite can one generate immortal energy and forge an immortal form. The last time a treasure of imperial significance appeared, it astonishingly fetched a price of 800 billion units of supreme divine source. Mu Jiutian reflected before responding. 800 billion? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Wudao nodded lightly. As he spoke, he continued to observe the fierce competition unfolding in the auction hall. At this moment, the bidding for the celestial and earthly Xian Wang fruit among the three private boxes labeled with the character Tian had reached a fever pitch. I bid 400 billion units of supreme divine source. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the third box. It was as if victory was already assured. However, the other two boxes were equally unwilling to yield. 500 billion. 600 billion. Two voices rang out in quick succession. In an instant, the crowd's attention collectively shifted to the first box marked Tian. It was evident that the occupant of this box possessed far greater resources. 700 billion. After a moment of silence, a deep voice emerged from the second box. 800 billion. The calm bid continued to resonate. Upon hearing this price, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wasn't the previous treasure of imperial significance sold for this same price? Someone exclaimed. This celestial and earthly Xianhuang fruit is of superior quality compared to the last treasure of imperial significance. If all goes as expected, the price will undoubtedly exceed 800 billion. Indeed, among the ancient powers at the level of the Heavenly Emperor, few can muster 800 billion units of supreme divine source. As the crowd speculated, Lin Wudao remained a detached observer. 850 billion. Faced with the high bid from the first box, the second box seemed to struggle. After a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and offered the high price of 850 billion. 880 billion. Curse it, I'm out. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from the second box. Witnessing this turn of events, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disappointment. They had anticipated a thrilling contest. Yet the second box had unexpectedly retreated. It seems that this time, the celestial Xianhuang fruit is destined to belong to the first distinguished box. Everyone marveled. 880 billion pounds of supreme divine essence. Even the most ancient heavenly emperor forces would find it challenging to muster such resources without compromising their foundation. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? With the second distinguished box having relinquished their bid, Ji Ruyue at the auction stage surveyed the crowd and inquired indifferently. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Faced with the staggering price of 880 billion, they all lacked the requisite strength. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao below wore a mysterious smile. I bid 900 billion pounds of supreme divine essence. Suddenly, without turning his head, he addressed Mu Jiutian beside him. What? Startled by this declaration, Mu Jiutian was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon transformed into one of utter astonishment. Brother Dongfang, did you just say, for me to raise the bid? Indeed. Lin Wudao nodded gently. However, I only possess 100 billion pounds of supreme divine essence, and it has already soared to 880 billion. My meager financial resources are utterly insufficient. He wore a bitter expression. Naturally, he yearned for the imperial Dao treasure. Yet in the face of such an exorbitant price, he could only lament in despair. It was simply beyond his reach. In response, Lin Wudao remained composed. Do not worry about the bidding. I have a plan. You have a plan? Mu Jiutian was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom where Lin Wudao's confidence stemmed from. Brother Dongfang, if the bidding escalates and we actually win, we would be permanently expelled from the city of all heavens if we fail to produce such a vast amount of supreme divine essence. I am aware. If you wish to obtain this celestial Xianhuang fruit and trust me, then continue to raise the bid. Otherwise, let it go. His calm voice resonated softly. Mu Jiutian inhaled sharply, internally grappling with turmoil. At that moment, Ji Ruyue on the stage had already begun her second round of inquiries. The first distinguished box has bid 880 billion pounds of supreme divine essence. Is there no higher bid? As her voice fell, the venue remained silent. 880 billion for the third time. If there are no higher bids, I bid 900 billion pounds of supreme divine essence. Boom. Just when everyone assumed the celestial Xianhuang fruit would belong to the first distinguished box, a thunderous shout erupted from below. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Mu Jiutian. At that moment, he became the center of attention. Even Qian Rumming beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Mu. That is 900 billion. Have you lost your mind? Qian Rumming exclaimed in shock. He could hardly believe that such words had emerged from Mu Jiutian's lips, based on his years of understanding. Mu Jiutian did not possess such financial means and could not possibly produce 900 billion pounds of supreme divine essence. Oh, is it really Mu Jiutian? The mere guide of the city of all heavens possesses such remarkable financial resources? It is truly astonishing. Could it be that he is merely throwing out random prices? Humph. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Tower, who would dare to make arbitrary bids? Such an act would result in permanent expulsion from the city of all heavens. It seems this guide is deeply concealing his true capabilities. Within the assembly, nearly everyone is acquainted with Mu Jiutian. Hence, when he audaciously declared a staggering price of 900 billion, an uproar erupted among the crowd, a cacophony of incredulous gazes engulfing him like a relentless tide. In response, Mu Jiutian felt a surge of trepidation. Now, he could only fervently pray that Lin Wudao truly held a solution. Otherwise, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Simultaneously, as Mu Jiutian announced the exorbitant price of 900 billion pounds of premium divine source, Ji Ruyue at the auction stage cast a slightly astonished glance in his direction. For her, 900 billion pounds of divine source was not particularly significant. However, for the forces of the first heaven, it was an astronomical sum. Not every faction could possibly afford such a price. With Mu Jiutian's bid of 900 billion pounds of premium divine source, there was yet a higher offer. 920 billion. After a moment of silence, a price was reluctantly uttered from the first-class booth. Observing this, Mu Jiutian shuddered and turned his gaze to Lin Wudao beside him. Brother Dongfang, please continue. 930 billion. This figure was nearly shouted out with all the strength Mu Jiutian could muster. Likewise, within the Nine Heavens Tower, one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was tense to the utmost degree. 950 billion. The offer shot up to 1 trillion. Lin Wudao's calm voice resonated once more. 1 trillion. At this moment, Mu Jiutian had completely committed himself, directly proclaiming a price that left all present breathless. Simultaneously, the gazes of the attendees gravitated towards Lin Wudao. They could discern that Mu Jiutian was following the intentions of this mysterious figure to place his bid. Who is this individual, possessing such formidable financial strength? It appears that Mu Jiutian has indeed secured a significant patron this time. 1 trillion. Such profound wealth is truly fearsome. At this juncture, the focus of the crowd had shifted once again. Is there a higher bid for 1 trillion pounds of premium divine source? Ji Ruyue inquired as per usual. The scene fell into silence. 1 trillion, first call. 1 trillion, second call. 1 trillion, third call. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully acquiring the celestial Xian Wang fruit. Bang! Ji Ruyue's gavel struck decisively. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiutian felt as though his heart had plummeted into an abyss. He turned to Lin Wudao with all his might, hoping for the promised solution. In contrast, Lin Wudao remained entirely unfazed. Esteemed guests, please make your payment of 100 billion prime divine sources. At this moment, an imposing elder clad in red approached, cradling a jade box. Brother Dongfang. The voice of Mu Jiutian trembled at this juncture. Is there a possibility for a discount? Upon uttering these words, a palpable stillness enveloped the room. However, it was swiftly replaced by an electrifying energy as all eyes fixated intently on Lin Wudao. It is essential to understand that in the city of celestial realms, one's status and identity are entirely dictated by the level of their Dao symbols. Those who possess the authority to grant discounts are invariably significant figures. Even Ji Ruyue, upon hearing the mention of a discount, adopted a more solemn demeanor. Certainly, please present your Dao symbol. And Jiutian Tower shall extend to you the corresponding discount as per the regulations of the city of celestial realms. The red-clad elder spoke with utmost reverence. He knew well that individuals endowed with discount privileges were not to be trifled with. Brother Dongfang, do you possess a discount Dao symbol? At this moment, Mu Jiutian struggled to articulate his words. Initially, he believed Lin Wudao to be merely an ordinary individual who had recently acquired a Dao symbol, completely unaware that he also held the authority to grant discounts. This revelation far exceeded Mu Jiutian's expectations. In stark contrast to Mu Jiutian's astonishment, Lin Wudao maintained an expression of indifference. With a swift motion, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he revealed a majestic purple Dao symbol and presented it before the red-clad elder. Boom! The instant the elder beheld the Dao symbol, he appeared as if confronted with an unspeakable terror, collapsing to his knees in sheer fright, his eyes betraying an unprecedented fear. Chapter 55, The 10th Supreme. In the gaze of countless onlookers, the elderly man in red knelt with unparalleled reverence and sincerity, bowing deeply before Lin Wudao. His aged frame trembled incessantly. What? Supreme? As the red-clad elder's voice resonated, and witnessing his sudden homage, everyone within the Nine Heavens Tower was engulfed in an overwhelming shock. They instinctively fixed their eyes upon the purple Dao talisman. Boom! In that moment, a cacophony echoed within their souls. A surge of unprecedented panic and dread rising from the depths of their being, sweeping over them like a tempest. The supreme Dao talisman? They were astounded. It was beyond belief. In the city of all heavens, the supreme Tao talisman was revered above all, its bearer enjoying the highest status, power, and authority. Previously, only 9 such talismans existed, and now another had appeared, according to the announcement from the city of all heavens. The latest promoted supreme possessed a talisman identical to the one before them. Could it be that this individual was the newly ascended supreme? It's with this realization, everyone present instinctively gasped in astonishment. Thud, thud, thud. Subsequently, they hastily knelt, filled with boundless fear and reverence, each one bowing fervently before Lin Wudao. Salute to the supreme! Salute to the supreme! Salute to the supreme! The thunderous sound of their prostration reverberated through the heavens. Even Jiang, the foremost goddess of the 9 heavens merchant alliance, was taken aback upon seeing the supreme Tao talisman, her expression changing drastically, her heart filled with trepidation. At that moment, she led all the members of the merchant alliance within the 9 heavens tower to kneel in homage. Supreme, exalted above all. Only they understood that this not only represented the highest privileges and benefits in the city of all heavens, but also embodied the pinnacle of power from the outside world. Only those who had attained the eternal Tao could possess the supreme Tao talisman. Such beings had existed only 9 times since ancient times. Supreme? On the other side. Witnessing this sudden spectacle, Mu Jiutian's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Lin Wudao's method would be this. The supreme Tao talisman could offer a discount. The current auction price for the celestial Xian Wang fruit was 1 trillion pounds of top-tier divine essence, with a discount. It would only require 100 billion pounds of top-tier divine essence. Thus, with his financial resources, he could indeed afford it. However, the magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Initially, Mu Jiutian believed that even if Lin Wudao had the authority to offer discounts, it would merely pertain to an ordinary black iron Tao talisman, with a 10% discount being the utmost limit. Little did he know, he possessed the highest grade supreme Tao talisman. This outcome shattered Mu Jiutian's previous understanding. Not only him. Even the ever-cautious Qian Rumming was now utterly petrified. He was actually a supreme being? Just moments ago at the Wanbao Tower. He had been fortunate enough to refrain from any impudence or offense. Otherwise, Qian Rumming dared not dwell on the thought. At this moment, all that filled his heart was boundless reverence and trepidation. Is this the authority of the supreme Tao talisman? Truly terrifying indeed. Observing the prostrated figures of Ji Ruyue and others, who were filled with utmost awe, Lin Wudao couldn't help but reflect in silence. At this instant, he fully grasped the unparalleled authority of the supreme Tao talisman. It was beyond imagination. Even the exalted true immortals must kneel before him. All of this was due to his possession of the supreme Tao talisman. Let us proceed with the transaction, a calm voice emerged. Why yes, the elderly man in red replied, trembling with fear, not daring to raise his gaze towards Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, he felt no need to verify the talisman's rank. The supreme Tao talisman was beyond imitation. Your Excellency, according to the regulations of the city of all heavens, with the supreme Tao talisman in your possession, you are entitled to a 90% discount on all items. This celestial primordial fruit requires a payment of 10 billion pounds of top-tier divine essence. The elderly man spoke, his body quaking. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao merely acknowledged with a sound. Provide the payment. Why yes. It was only upon Lin Wudao's reminder that Mu Jiutian regained his senses from the overwhelming shock. He quickly produced 10 billion pounds of top-tier divine essence and then knelt once more upon the ground. Let us depart. With the transaction completed and having experienced the supreme authority of the Tao talisman, Lin Wudao lost interest in continuing to browse. He turned and exited the Jiutian Tower, hands clasped behind his back. Witnessing this, Mu Jiutian took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the boundless excitement within him, and reverently followed, cradling the celestial primordial fruit. It was only after they had left for quite some time that the others finally exhaled in relief, rising from the ground. Wow! I never imagined I would encounter the legendary supreme being. This is the highest existence that certifies eternal truth. The Jiutian Tower has truly been graced today. To have encountered a supreme being is an unparalleled honor, enough to boast about for generations. Alas, Mu Jiutian's luck is simply extraordinary. To have the fortune of guiding a supreme being, what kind of karmic fortune must that be? That lad is destined for greatness. Countless murmurs echoed from within the Jiutian Tower. Lin Wudao remained oblivious to this. Whoosh! Upon exiting the Jiutian Tower, he was soon transported back along the original path by Mu Jiutian, aboard a divine vessel. Before long, they arrived outside the city of all heavens. I shall take my leave. We shall meet again next time. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Wudao raised his hand, conjuring a beam of spiritual light, instantly opening a void passage. Your Excellency, your celestial primordial fruit. Mu Jiutian reminded. That belongs to you. Consider this as my repayment for returning the celestial cloak and the masks of the heavens, as well as for the favor of procuring the 9 turns nirvana pill. A calm voice resonated from the void. Boom. As the words fell, the spatial passageway collapsed, leaving Mu Jiutian standing dazed, gazing at the heavenly and earthly Xian Wang fruit in his hand, unable to regain his senses for a long while. At that moment, he felt as if he were in a dream. It was not until much later, when Mu Jiutian finally came to his senses, that he discovered numerous figures had already gathered around him, each gazing at him with awe and envy. At the forefront stood Ji Ruayue, Taoist friend Mu, greetings. Ji Ruayue greeted with a smile. Upon seeing this, Mu Jiutian was instantly filled with anxiety. Goddess Ji, you flatter me. I am merely a guide in the city of all heavens and hardly deserving of such honor. He was somewhat taken aback. It is nothing, my friend. You are more than capable. To be able to guide the Supreme is an unparalleled honor. From this day forth, throughout the city of all heavens, everyone will surely treat you with utmost respect. Accompanying the Supreme, your future prospects are boundless. Ji Ruayue generously praised him. In response, Mu Jiutian repeatedly waved his hands, insisting he did not deserve such accolades. Friend, this is the latest divine shopping card from my Jiutian Merchant Alliance. Holders of this card can enjoy a 50% discount at any establishment under my alliance. I wish to use this item to forge a friendship with you, and I hope you will not disdain it. As she spoke, Ji Ruayue produced a gilded metallic card and presented it to Mu Jiutian. Observing this gesture, Mu Jiutian's heart trembled. There is no profit without effort. He understood Ji Ruayue and the intentions of the Jiutian Merchant Alliance. They merely wished to cultivate a relationship with him, having seen him in the company of the Supreme. It was a means of leveraging the Supreme's prestige for their own gain. Goddess Ji, at this moment, my connection with the Supreme is merely a fleeting encounter. The next time the Supreme visits the city of all heavens, he may not seek me out again. Haha, as I have said. This has nothing to do with the Supreme. I simply wish to befriend you, Taoist friend, if you refuse to accept it. Do you perhaps look down upon my Jiutian Merchant Alliance? No, how could that be? Then please accept it. Well, very well. Faced with no alternative, Mu Jiutian reluctantly accepted the divine shopping card. This scene elicited envy from the onlookers. By the way, I heard you accompanied the Supreme to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion earlier? At that moment, Ji Ruayue's soft voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Mu Jiutian sighed inwardly, knowing that this was Ji Ruayue's true intention. Yes, I previously accompanied the Supreme to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. He sought divine objects and treasures to enhance and improve his qualifications, likely for some junior. After careful selection, the Supreme had set his sights on the 9-turn Nirvana pill. Regrettably, there was but a solitary one within the 1-hour building, and it was merely the first turn. Subsequent ones would necessitate a special order. Mu Jiutian hinted at the matter, then excused himself and departed in his divine vessel. The 9-turn Nirvana pill? Ji Ruayue's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 56, Selling Ancestry. The highest bidder prevails. A gentle hum resonated, as the void rippled with subtle waves. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wudao stepped forth from the spatial passage. At this moment, he found himself still within the secret chamber of the great demon stone statue of Xuan. What a remarkable journey it had been. A whisper escaped his lips, as he reflected on his experiences in the city of all heavens, his heart brimming with disbelief, especially regarding the supreme Dao talisman that had left an indelible mark upon him. Indeed, his eyes had been opened wide. Simultaneously, after visiting the city of all heavens, Lin Wudao's foremost realization was his own impoverishment. Even the most inexpensive items in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were beyond his means. It seemed he must exert himself even further. With those thoughts, he composed himself and stepped out of the chamber. Governor, are you well? Upon seeing Lin Wudao emerge, Xiaomeng, who had been waiting outside, hurried to him. Return. Tomorrow, we shall eradicate all remnants of the Liu family as a deterrent. Understood. Xiaomeng bowed in affirmation. The two then proceeded directly back to the Demon Suppression Department. In the star-picking courtyard, Lin Wudao dismissed Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, laying out the 3 items he had acquired from the city of all heavens: a first-order Nirvana pill, a heavenly avoidance cloak, a mask of all heavens. These 3 treasures undoubtedly ranked among the pinnacle of artifacts in the vast realm of divine wilderness, particularly the heavenly avoidance cloak and the mask of all heavens, which were likely unparalleled. Muttering softly, Lin Wudao lifted the first-order Nirvana pill and swallowed it whole. Boom, boom, boom. As the Nirvana pill dissolved upon entry, Lin Wudao felt waves of mysterious power surge forth, coursing through his body and fervently cleansing him. Gradually, under the potent influence of the Nirvana pill, Lin Wudao distinctly sensed a profound transformation within himself. Rumbling. He attempted to channel the ancient emperor scripture, and in an instant, pure spiritual energy surged from all directions, racing to converge within him. The efficiency had indeed increased tenfold. Truly, it was a divine object, and its effects were formidable. Even the first-order nirvana pill possessed such terrifying efficacy. One could only imagine the overwhelming power of the second, third, or even ninth-order nirvana pills. Lin Wudao's spirit was stirred. Only by personal experience could one comprehend the miraculous nature of the nirvana pill. With each order, one's innate talents would amplify tenfold. Thus, by this reckoning, a ninth-order nirvana pill could bestow him with the aptitude of an immortal emperor. It appeared that he must seize the opportunity to return to the city of all heavens. Such nirvana pills, from the first order onward, required customization. I must hasten to earn money. Lin Wudao clenched his fists. Previously, he had held the spiritual stones obtained from collecting corpses in disdain. However, upon visiting the city of eternal heavens, he discovered that this object was indeed alluring. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only spirit stones and was still far from the 8 million exquisite divine stones required to purchase the second-tier nirvana pill. Contemplating this, Lin Wudao felt an overwhelming desire to collect several corpses of emperors. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Emperors were not as common as cabbage, easily gathered at whim. With his current cultivation and strength, it would take a considerable time to reach such a level. Cultivation was not as simple as eating and drinking. It required a painstaking progression, step by step. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the celestial cloak and the mask of the heavens. Name: Celestial Cloak. Description: a special item from the city of eternal heavens. When worn, it conceals all of one's aura, rendering one undetectable, untraceable, and unfathomable. Note: effective only against beings below the true immortal realm. Name: Mask of the Heavens. Description: a special item from the city of eternal heavens. When worn upon the face, no one can discern your true identity. Note: effective only against beings below the true immortal realm. The detailed information lay before him. Indeed, these were remarkable items. Lin Wudao praised their utility. With the celestial cloak and the mask of the heavens, he could now undertake more discreet or private endeavors without fear of revealing his identity. Now that matters concerning the Demon Suppression Division had reached a conclusion, it was time to explore the 3 major provinces under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hunting Palace. To pacify those regions would also constitute a significant achievement. At that point, a substantial influx of fortune values would follow. At this juncture, Lin Wudao suddenly recalled his promotion to Deputy Governor of the Yuan Province's Demon Suppression Division. Why had he not seen any notifications from the system? System: I have been promoted to Deputy Governor. Where is my fortune value? Indeed, it has already been automatically added to your total. Please check for details. Out of curiosity, Lin Wudao opened the system panel. Name: Lin Wudao. Cultivation. Late stage of transformation. Fortune value: 114,000, an increase of 3,000. Upon observing the figure in the fortune value column, Lin Wudao shook his head. Too slow. This is utterly insufficient. By the way, wasn't the corpse hiding map upgraded previously? I recall that within it, there was a powerful being's burial site that required 100,000 fortune values to unlock. Now that I have met the conditions, I might as well take a look. With this thought, Lin Wudao retrieved the upgraded corpse hiding map. After a thorough search, his gaze fixed upon a red mark. Character: Lu Tsongming. Identity: Supreme Elder of Xuantian Sect. 800 years ago. Cultivation: perfected human realm. Burial location: unknown. Status: deceased. Unlock cost: 100,000 fortune values. System: unlock Lu Tsongming's burial site for me. Ding. Having consumed 100,000 fortune points, the burial site of Lu Tsongming has been successfully unlocked, located at Jiuzhou, Xian Prefecture, Dian City. For detailed directions, the host may refer to the burial map. The system's notification sounded sharply. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao focused his gaze and indeed observed that the information regarding Lu Tsongming on the burial map had changed. The previously vague burial site now clearly displayed a designated route. Xian Prefecture was not too far away. Having confirmed the location, Lin Wudao immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. The following day, he summoned Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan to his side. I must attend to some matters. It may take as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 10 days to half a month. You two should proceed to the 8 desolation counties. Once I have completed my affairs, I will come to find you. Understood. The two responded respectfully, observing their compliance. Lin Wudao provided a few more instructions before deftly boarding a spirit vessel and swiftly departing from the Demon Suppression Division. Half a day later, he arrived at Dian City in Xian Prefecture. To avoid drawing attention, he donned the cloak of avoidance and the mask of all heavens, concealing his identity. Dian City. An ancient fortress renowned throughout the Jiuzhou region for the Dian sect that flourished 8,000 years ago, it is now a territory of the Xuantian sect. Upon entering Dian City, Lin Wudao took out the burial map and followed the recorded route in search of his destination. After approximately an hour, he found himself on a bustling street, where his attention was suddenly captured by a disheveled Taoist. The Taoist was clad in tattered robes, grasping an ancient whisk. His hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, reeking of alcohol. At that moment, he leaned against an ancient bronze coffin, leisurely cradling a wine gourd while resting his eyes. Beside him stood a tattered banner adorned with bold characters, selling ancestors, highest bidder wins. Chapter 57, The Mad Taoist. The Tomb Raider Terminator. The eccentric behavior of the disheveled Taoist attracted much attention in Dian City. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. How astonishing it is that in this vast world, there exists someone who would sell their own ancestors. Some were utterly incredulous. A disgrace. A filial impostor. This Taoist is clearly no good. To unearth and sell one's own forebears. What dire straits must one be in? Have they burrowed into the depths of avarice? Utterly devoid of conscience, they are even worse than beasts. Various curses echoed through the crowd. However, in the face of the relentless jeers and scorn from those around him, the disheveled Taoist seemed oblivious, continuing to lean against the bronze coffin, sipping wine and indulging in his own thoughts. He appeared to be ensconced in a realm of his own. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Through the eye of the divine, he gleaned a wealth of information about the disheveled Taoist. Name, Mad Taoist, Qi Shuming, Identity 1, heir of a tomb-raiding family from the Central Celestial Domain. Identity 2, member of the Terminator organization, Tomb Raider Terminator. Identity 3, outer disciple of the Supreme Taoist Sect cultivation level, early stage of the Heavenly Connection realm talent, Universal Law I technique, Great Tomb, Heavenly Scripture skills, Invisibility, Disguise. Wall passing, 5 elements escape technique, Diamond technique, Dragon Elephant Ancient Fist, Divine Movement technique, Great Spatial Shift. Items, Destruction Goddess Pick, Burial Tome, Volume 1. 3,000 Puppets Lifespan. 6 months Remarks. 1. Bold and reckless in his endeavors, he has a penchant for grave robbing. As his cultivation of the Great Tomb, Heavenly Scripture accelerates with each grave he digs. 2. Excessive grave robbing depletes his moral virtue, undermines his fortune, and shortens his lifespan. 3. There is no grave in the world that he dares not to excavate. A plethora of information lay before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao couldn't help but express his astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a peculiar individual as the Mad Taoist. The more graves one digs, the faster their cultivation improves. Reading about the Mad Taoist practices, Lin Wudao felt an intense curiosity regarding the Great Tomb, Heavenly Scripture. Could there truly exist such an extraordinary technique in this world? Moreover, the Mad Taoist's identities and background were remarkably extraordinary, with 3 distinct personas encapsulated within one individual. Whether it be the tomb-raiding family from the Central Celestial Domain or the Supreme Taoist Sect, both are renowned powers that have endured for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. As for the Terminator organization, Lin Wudao had never heard of it. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored a vague sense that this so-called Terminator organization was likely even more enigmatic than the tomb-raiding families and the Supreme Taoist Sect of the Central Celestial Domain. Truly, a remarkable person. Lin Wudao shook his head in amusement. With that, he stepped closer to the Mad Taoist, his gaze falling upon the bronze coffin. According to the burial map, the body he sought was within that very coffin. Lu Tsongming was the esteemed elder of the Xuantian sect, dating back 8 centuries. And it was utterly impossible for him to be the ancestor of the madman. Could it be that he has unearthed someone else's ancestral grave? Lin Wudao thought in astonishment. How much do you sell your ancestor for? A low voice escaped his lips. Upon hearing someone seemingly addressing him, the madman groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Wudao's attire, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. A fellow practitioner? He couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Are you looking to buy? Indeed. Within this lies my family's ancestor, who achieved the pinnacle of human cultivation in his lifetime. He must harbor great treasures within. If you truly wish to purchase, then offer me 1 million top-tier spirit stones, the madman stated nonchalantly. 1 million? In top-tier spirit stones? Lin Wudao frowned slightly. Such a substantial sum of spirit stones was far beyond his means. What's the matter, lacking the means? Noticing Lin Wudao's silence, the madman seemed to sense his predicament and quickly adopted a different demeanor. If spirit stones are unavailable, I am open to barter. As long as you can present a treasure that satisfies me, I shall sell you my ancestor. The madman wore a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt a surge of temptation. He then assessed the items he currently possessed, retrieving the 3,000-year-old longevity elixir from his belongings. Is this sufficient? His longevity elixir? Upon seeing the elixir Lin Wudao produced, particularly one that was 3 millennia old, the madman's eyes widened with desire. A 3,000-year-old longevity elixir is of immense value. If he were to consume it, he could extend his life by 30 years, allowing him to plunder more graves in the future. I'll trade. Without the slightest hesitation, the madman snatched the longevity elixir and contentedly tucked it away. In that moment, his face radiated an exceptionally brilliant smile. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Lin Wudao became notably kinder. You are indeed blessed with fortune and will surely have a promising future. A fair exchange. From this moment forth, the coffin and the remains of my ancestor belong entirely to you. Also, take heed not to let the people of the Xuantian Sect see you. I harbor enmity with them. Those rascals are always scheming to seize my ancestor. The madman expressed indignation. The Xuantian Sect wishes to seize your ancestor? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao couldn't help but smirk coldly within. It was evidently he who had desecrated someone else's grave. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Business must continue. In the future, I shall acquire similar treasures. I have no other hobbies than collecting the ancestors of others, Lin Wudao remarked lightly. What? You take pleasure in collecting the ancestors of others? The madman was left utterly astonished. However, immediately thereafter, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. You possess quite the interest. It seems you are also a kindred spirit. How fortuitous. My sole passion lies in unearthing the ancestral secrets of others. In the future, we shall have ample opportunities for collaboration. The madman exhibited an exuberant demeanor, as if he had encountered a soulmate. Boom. Just as he intended to converse further with Lin Wudao, an overwhelmingly potent aura suddenly surged from the distant sky. Quick, surround Dian City. That accursed madman is on the street ahead. This time, we cannot allow him to escape. Once captured, I shall ensure his utter destruction. Roars reverberated from afar. Drawing nearer. This is dire. The scoundrels of Xuantian Sect have returned. I must take my leave. As he spoke, the madman took a step forward and vanished from sight in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the madman departed, figures exuding a menacing aura descended from the sky. Encircling Lin Wudao, their gazes were fixed intently upon the bronze coffin. Chapter 58. The Taiyuan Sword Formation. It is the coffin of our ancestors. Gazing upon the ancient bronze coffin before them, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect were invigorated. Ever since the madman unearthed Lu Songming's grave, the entire sect had been engulfed in outrage, and nearly all disciples had been dispatched. Now, fortunate circumstances had led them to discover Lu Songming's coffin ahead of others. Should they succeed in bringing it back, it would surely be a monumental achievement. With this thought in mind, a young man in green stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, reaching out toward the bronze coffin, disregarding Lin Wudao standing nearby. Boom. However, just as he approached the coffin, a terrifying handprint suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. A piercing scream echoed as the young man's body was obliterated, transforming into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Witnessing this, the others were struck with horror. This is my possession, you cannot touch it. A chilling voice emerged from beneath a cloak. What? Your possession? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect were enraged. Nonsense. This is clearly the coffin of our ancestor from 800 years ago. How can you claim it as yours? A furious elder in red, resembling a caretaker, erupted. Because I purchased it. Purchased it? The crowd's fury intensified. So, you are an accomplice of that madman. In that case, you shall perish as well. Boom. As he spoke, the elder in red, Li Qingyun, unleashed his full power in an attempt to suppress Lin Wudao. As an outer sect steward of the Xuantian Sect, he had reached the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, a formidable presence within the entire Xianzhou. Moreover, among those present were 10 disciples of the Xuantian Sect, all equally adept in the Tongtian realm. Capturing Lin Wudao should have been a trivial task. Yet, while their thoughts were optimistic, reality proved to be harsh. Boom. Just as Li Qingyun raised his hand to strike, the terrifying hand descended once more, effortlessly extinguishing his attack with overwhelming force. Then, before the gaze of the onlookers, a cold hand seized his neck. Crack. The sharp sound of bones fracturing resonated through the air. Li Qingyun, the outer sect steward of the Xuantian Sect, had no time to scream before Lin Wudao's powerful grip shattered his neck. Bang! The ancient bronze coffin fell to the ground, instantly enclosing Li Qingyun's lifeless body within. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 10 disciples of the Xuantian Sect were filled with dread. That villain is terrifying. Flee quickly. Retreat. Hurry to find the elders. In their panic, they paid no heed to anything else, scattering in all directions at breakneck speed. Yet, it was already too late to escape. Thud. As they began to take their first steps, Lin Wudao's ferocious hand swept through the air once more, directly subduing everyone. Subsequently, his fingers abruptly converged. The piercing screams resounded through the realms. The members of the Xuantian Sect who arrived were all crushed to death by Lin Wudao, their bodies, along with Lu Songming's, collected into the coffin of the heavens burial. Ding, you have collected Lu Songming's corpse and obtained 3 sets of the Xuantian Sword formation talismans. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 3 sets of the Taiyuan Sword formation. You have collected Li Qingyun's corpse and gained 1,000 fortune points. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained 10,000 fortune points. Regrettably, you have received nothing. Regrettably, you have received nothing. You have collected Feng Lian's corpse and obtained 500,000 inferior spirit stones. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 5 million inferior spirit stones. Regrettably, a continuous stream of notifications echoed in his mind. There were still some empty ones. Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he encountered a situation where he received absolutely nothing after collecting corpses. Moreover, the probability seemed rather high. This time, the Xuantian sect had sent a total of 12 individuals. Aside from Li Qingyun and Feng Lian who had minor gains, the rest had received nothing. It appeared that collecting corpses also depended on luck. Clearly, today was not his lucky day. Lin Wudao frowned, though somewhat disappointed. He did not dwell on it for too long. With a thought, he shifted his gaze to the 3 sets of Taiyuan sword formations. Name: Taiyuan sword formation description. Derived from the Xuantian sword formation and enhanced tenfold. Shattering the talisman can unleash the formidable sword formation inscribed within. Capable of slaying early-stage mythic beings. Note: single-use item. This is indeed a remarkable item. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. The previous losses were compensated by Lu Songming. The corpse collection map promised treasures. He was rather satisfied with this outcome. Just as he was examining the Taiyuan sword formation, an eccentric and disheveled figure suddenly appeared before him, eyes wide with disbelief. It was none other than the mad Taoist. TSK, your strength is truly impressive. Although Li Qingyun was merely an outer sect steward of the Xuantian sect, he was undeniably at the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm. You effortlessly subdued him. That is quite remarkable. I, the old Taoist, am thoroughly impressed. The mad Taoist exclaimed, a lewd grin plastered across his face. To this, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent. Why haven't you left yet? Well, I was actually on my way, but the old Taoist couldn't bear to leave you. Fearing that you might be harmed by that bunch of scoundrels from the Xuantian sect, so I hurried back. He feigned a righteous demeanor. Lin Wudao, of course, did not believe the words spoken. He had already retrieved the body of Lu Songming, thus achieving his objective. With a cold glance cast at the madman, he prepared to depart from Dian City. However, just as Lin Wudao turned to leave, he was halted by the madman's voice. Please, stay a moment. Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept over. At this sight, the madman felt a shiver run through him. I have a lucrative proposition, and I wonder if you might be interested? Suddenly, with a mysterious demeanor, the madman leaned closer and whispered, a lucrative proposition? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao recalled the earlier mention of Lu Yuxing, which also pertained to a significant opportunity. Do you not relish collecting the ancestors of others? I know of a place that will surely leave you satisfied. One that rivals even the esteemed ancestors of the Xuantian sect. Might you be interested? Exhumation? Lin Wudao's expression shifted slightly. Which ancestors' grave do you intend to disturb? Let us not frame it so harshly. Disturbing graves is not my intent. I am merely lending a helping hand. Consider it, those powerful old beings, buried in the darkness of the earth, accompanied by treasures of various kinds. Is this not a tremendous waste? Since they did not utilize them in life, and have no need for them in death, allow me to assist, and thus, they may still serve a purpose, the madman declared earnestly. In response, Lin Wudao remained inscrutable, neither rejecting nor accepting the proposal. Are you familiar with the Dian sect? The madman suddenly inquired, uttering a name shrouded in mystery. The Dian sect? Lin Wudao's heart stirred. Are you referring to the sect that, 8,000 years ago, was renowned throughout the 9 provinces? Indeed. 8,000 years past, the Dian sect towered over the 9 provinces, teeming with formidable beings. Within its ranks, there were over a dozen celestial realm experts, not to mention those of legendary status. According to my investigations, the ancestral grounds of the Dian sect lie hidden within this very Dian city. Shall we explore this opportunity together? The madman urged, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Wudao. Chapter 59, The Imperial Sword of the Celestial Sovereign. Why have you sought me? Confronted with the fervent gaze of the mad Taoist, Lin Wudao maintained his characteristic composure, his demeanor devoid of any discernible emotion. In response, the mad Taoist's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Is it not that we are kindred spirits? He remarked. You have a penchant for collecting the ancestors of others, while I relish the excavation of these ancestors from their graves. We are, by nature, fellow travelers on this path. I believe that collaborating with you will undoubtedly yield great prospects in the future. Furthermore, grave digging is no trifling endeavor. It demands both skill and formidable strength. Thus, your power combined with my expertise is truly a match made in heaven, the mad Taoist extolled without reserve. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao remained unmoved. I have never engaged in endeavors devoid of benefits, he replied, his voice cold, emanating from beneath his cloak. In response, the mad Taoist promptly gave a thumbs up. Great minds think alike. I, too, have never partaken in ventures lacking an advantage. However, the Dian Sect is different, since its demise 8,000 years ago. It has remained buried beneath the earth. Are you aware that within the ancestral grounds of Dian City lie not only the graves of the esteemed ancestors of the Dian Sect, but also the existence of supreme weapons? Supreme weapons? Lin Wudao's interest was piqued. Are you certain? Indeed. The Dian Sect has been sealed for 8 millennia, never unearthed by the outside world. The supreme weapon known as the Jiang Sword, dating back 8,000 years, surely lies within the ancestral grounds. The mad Taoist assured with unwavering confidence. If that is the case, I find myself somewhat intrigued, Lin Wudao mused with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the mad Taoist's face blossomed with a radiant smile. He had known that Lin Wudao would surely be intrigued. The Dian Sect, buried beneath the earth for 8,000 years, is concealed within an ancient secret realm, and to unlock it, one requires the sect's token of heritage. That token is the imperial sword of the celestial sovereign, bestowed by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, who ruled the Azure Sky domain 8,000 years ago. Following a great catastrophe, the Dian Sect fell, and the token, the imperial sword of the celestial sovereign, was shattered, its fragments scattered across the 9 provinces. Subsequently, after fierce contention among various factions, the majority of the fragments of the imperial sword of the celestial sovereign were collected, with the Xuantian Sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Studio each possessing 1/3. However, despite these 3 factions having gathered all the fragments of the celestial sovereign sword, they still could not access the ancestral grounds of the Dian Sect. They cannot access it? Lin Wudao inquired, curiosity evident on his face. What is still missing? Indeed, the mad Taoist replied with a triumphant smile. It is well known that the imperial sword of the celestial sovereign serves as the key to the Dian Sect's ancestral grounds. Yet few understand that the imperial soul within the sword is of paramount importance. Without the imperial soul, the sword is devoid of spirit and thus loses its significance as a key. Oh, I see. After the madman's narration, Lin Wudao finally comprehended the intricacies involved. A thought crossed his mind, and his profound gaze fell upon the madman. The imperial essence must be in your possession, correct? The madman chuckled without reply. Observing his expression, Lin Wudao discerned the truth. Are you planning to invite the Xuantian Sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Studio to jointly unlock the Dayin Ancestral Land? Indeed, to access the Dayin Ancestral Land, we cannot lack the Emperor's Sword itself or the crucial imperial essence. Only when they are all gathered can we enter the ancestral realm. We require the assistance of the 3 major forces, and conversely, they too seek the imperial essence. Thus, we share a common interest. Furthermore, once the Xuantian Sect and the other forces enter the Dayin Ancestral Land, with careful planning, we need not fear significant gains. You have a penchant for collecting others' ancestors. Do you not? The opportunity has arrived. Once the 3 major forces arrive, you can gather to your heart's content, the madman said with a smile, his expression laced with an ominous aura. Yet, Lin Wudao found it quite appealing. It appears the Dayin Ancestral Land is indeed a blessed ground. What do you intend to do? Of course, we shall invite them into the trap. Once the imperial essence of the Emperor's Sword makes its appearance, the Xuantian Sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Studio will certainly be restless. We shall simply wait here in Yin City. I am confident they will soon come knocking. The madman exuded confidence. In that case, I shall await your good news. With that, Lin Wudao pointed to a tea house across the street and stepped inside. Am I perhaps bringing back an elder? The madman scoffed. He then cast a deep glance at Lin Wudao, donned a black cloak, and proceeded to disseminate the news. Natural residence. The name of the tea house across the street. He had been residing there for the past couple of days, patiently awaiting the madman's promising news. Sure enough, the madman indeed possessed some skills. It was unclear what methods he employed, but within these 2 days, the streets and alleys of Dayin City were abuzz with discussions about the Dayin Ancestral Land and the imperial essence. Everyone was aware that the imperial essence resided in Dayin City. Boom. In an instant, the attention of the entire Jiuzhou realm converged here. Numerous cultivators sprang into action. Soon, another day passed. At this moment, the madman returned. From the smile on his face, Lin Wudao understood that matters were largely settled. Everything was under control. The Xuantian Sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Studio had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to come, barring any unforeseen events. We would soon be able to enter the Diyin ancestral land. The madman took a sip of tea with a grin. Lin Wudao nodded faintly. After a long while, as if sensing something, his gaze turned towards the direction outside Dian City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling stream of light tore through the sky, accompanied by a formidable aura. Raising his eyes, he beheld enormous spiritual vessels sailing in from the distant void, each one brimming with powerful figures. The guests had arrived. Feng Daran inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. At that moment, 2 men and a woman entered the natural abode together. They were the supreme elder of Xuantian Sect, Lu Qingming, the vice leader of the great Sun Demon Sect, Nan Batian, and the head of Tianxin Sword Manor, Su Tianxin. Upon a swift glance, the information of the 3 emerged before him. They were all formidable beings at the celestial realm. The realms of Tongtian, Guazian, Dujia, Deshang, Tianren, and Myth were separated by a significant 4 major levels. It appeared that only the most distinguished individuals had come. The thought of collecting their corpses filled Lin Wudao with anticipation. He was prepared to set a trap to ensnare them all. The Dian ancestor land would be their demise. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingming and the others, under Feng Doran's enthusiastic invitation, the group made their way to the private chamber of the natural abode to discuss important matters. Where is the royal Dao essence? Nan Batian, with his notoriously fiery temper and ruthless disposition, cut straight to the point once seated. Of course, it is in my possession. Feng Daran replied with a smile. I summoned you all here to jointly unlock the Dian ancestor land from 8,000 years ago. You possess the royal Dao Emperor sword, and I hold the royal Dao essence. Neither can be absent. Once we enter the Dian ancestor land, our fates will be at the mercy of heaven. What do you all think? Sounds good. However, the group fell into a brief silence before responding in unison. If that is the case, let us commence our actions. First, based on my investigation, the Dian ancestor land lies hidden beneath the ancestral grave of the Xuantian Sect. It was only after the Xuantian Sect caught wind of a trace of information regarding the Dian Sect that they established their sect there, hoping to one day discover the means to enter the Dian ancestor land. Thus, to access it, we must breach the Xuantian Sect's ancestral grave. Feng Daran feigned difficulty as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Nan Batian let out a cold, sinister laugh. Since the location is confirmed, we shall act directly. If they resist, we shall eliminate them. Boom. With those words, he wielded a long rainbow and charged aggressively towards the Xuantian Sect. Chapter 60. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. As South Overlord departed, Lu Qiming of the Xuantian Sect and Su Tianxin of the Heavenly Heart Sword Sect followed suit, soaring through the air like streaks of radiant light. Observing this scene, the mad Taoist could not suppress a barely perceptible smirk. He then approached Lin Wudao. How shall I address you, esteemed sir? Ran Wuxing came the exceedingly plain voice from beneath the cloak. Ah, it is Brother Ren. What a formidable name you bear. Exuding an air of regality. Unlike myself, who has always been perceived as eccentric, earning me the monikers of the Mad Taoist or Old Madman. He chuckled lightly. Upon finishing his words, he presented a mysterious azure jade talisman to Lin Wudao. Brother Ren, this is an invisibility talisman. I have inscribed the stealth technique within it. Once shattered, it will grant invisibility. Under the myths, nothing can detect you. The journey to the Diyin ancestor land is fraught with peril as the Xuantian Sect, the Daylight Demon Sect, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Sect are formidable forces. Do not be deceived by their outward amiability, they strike ruthlessly when provoked. We must exercise caution. The Mad Taoist advised in a hushed tone. Invisibility talisman? Lin Wudao gazed at the object in his hand, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. Indeed, he replied softly. Subsequently, the two trailed closely behind South Overlord, heading straight toward the Xuantian Gate. The Xuantian Gate, located to the east of Dian City, was bustling with activity as the sun began to rise. Thousands of disciples were engaged in cultivating spiritual energy or practicing various secret techniques in the Sect's square. Elders on the high platform occasionally offered guidance, creating an atmosphere of harmonious diligence. Suddenly, a terrifying hand, imbued with overwhelming power, descended upon the square, striking the ancestral stone tablet of the Xuantian Gate with a thunderous impact, shattering it to pieces. Screams erupted as disciples caught off guard near the stone tablet were swept away by the immense force, meeting a tragic end, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, some even having their bodies obliterated. What is happening? The chaos unfolded in the blink of an eye. In the face of this sudden cataclysm, not only were the Xuantian disciples thrown into disarray, but even the elders of the sect were aghast. At this moment, they sensed a terrifying aura descending from above. Who dares to challenge the Xuantian? An elder at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm attempted to demand an explanation. Boom. However, as his voice echoed, another colossal hand descended, leaving no room for resistance. It crushed him with a single blow, his body exploding in a rain of blood. This scene left the surrounding Xianjin disciples utterly stunned. Whoosh, 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 as powerful rays of radiant light descended. The imposing and ruthless figure of Nan Batian came into view under their terrified gaze. Following him were Lu Qiming and Su Tianqing. Hiss, they were. The supreme elder of the Xuantian Sect, Lu Qiming, the deputy leader of the Daylight Demon Cult, Nan Batian, and the head of the Jiang Sword Sect, Su Tianqing. Damn it, our Xianjin sect has always been reclusive. Why must they act thus? The heavens wish to obliterate my Xianjin sect. Numerous disciples trembled in fear. At this moment, their eyes, fixed upon Nan Batian and his companions, were filled with terror and dread. Compared to the formidable powers of the Xuantian sect, the Daylight Demon Cult, and the Jiang Sword Sect, the Xianjin sect was but an insignificant insect, easily extinguished. Nan Batian, you ought to temper your temper. These are innocent souls. Why must you take their lives? Witnessing the grim scene before her, Su Tianqing could not suppress a cold snort. In response, Nan Batian wore a sinister smile. Ha! The mere Xianjin sect is but a swarm of ants. What is there to pity? To die at the hands of this leader is their fortune. Besides, I am a demon. There is no need for any talk of benevolence or morality. The Daylight Demon Cult operates thus. Those who follow thrive. Those who oppose perish. His exceedingly arrogant voice resonated in all directions. Boom. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of the celestial realm swept through the Xianjin sect like a tempest, causing all disciples to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker cultivators were even struck dead on the spot. Witnessing this scene, though furious, Su Tianqing refrained from intervening. At present, the most pressing matter was the Dian ancestral land. She saw no reason to engage in a grand conflict with Nan Batian over such trivialities. Doing so would not bode well for either the Daylight Demon Cult or the Jiang Sword Sect. It would only benefit others. With this thought, Su Tianqing forced herself to suppress her discontent, gesturing for the nearby disciples of the Xianjin sect to retreat from the area. Hypocritical benevolence. Nan Batian spat. His face one of disdain. In response, Su Tianqing chose to ignore him. Just then, another ray of light descended, revealing a refined middle-aged man clad in green, who appeared in the square. It was none other than Zhao Chongqing, the leader of the Xianjin sect. He quickly surveyed the scene before fixing his gaze firmly on Nan Batian and the others. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my Xianjin sect? The Dian ancestral land. Nan Batian replied succinctly. What? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Chongqing's complexion changed drastically. Indeed, it could not remain concealed. He sighed in resignation, his expression laden with bitterness. Ever since the Xianjin sect chose this location, he knew the matter of the Dian ancestral land could not be hidden forever. It would ultimately be discovered. However, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Since you have come for the Grand Yin ancestor land, I shall refrain from further discourse and inquiries. As long as you do not harm the disciples of the Xianjin sect, that suffices. With these words, he turned his gaze towards the disciples present. Everyone, leave at once. Master, they have slain so many of our disciples. How can we withdraw? A disciple's voice, filled with indignation, was abruptly silenced by Zhao Chongqing's stern command. Witnessing this scene, although the crowd was brimming with anger and frustration, they dared not defy him. Thus, they all retreated from the square. Once it was confirmed that all disciples had departed, Zhao Chongqing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master, this Grand Yin ancestor land is indeed a source of calamity. Alas, our Xianjin sect once gained a sliver of fortune from the Grand Yin sect, enabling us to establish ourselves. Who would have thought that today we would suffer misfortune because of the Grand Yin sect? Perhaps this is fate. The elders sighed in unison. In the face of this predicament, Zhao Chongqing felt utterly powerless. In comparison to figures like Nan Batian, he and the entire Xianjin sect were but insignificant ants, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Thus, he resolutely chose to abandon the Grand Yin ancestor land to safeguard his disciples. He issued a command for all disciples to evacuate the Xianjin sect immediately, preferably leaving Grand Yin City, with the intention of returning once the storm had passed. I fear that the fiend Nan Batian may act recklessly. Understood, Master. The assembly bowed in response. They hastily dispersed all disciples of the Xianjin sect. After ensuring everyone had left, Zhao Chongqing, accompanied by the elders, departed the Xianjin sect without a backward glance, exiting Grand Yin City. He harbored an ominous premonition that the Xianjin sect would soon face a catastrophic disaster. Remaining there was akin to awaiting death. A bunch of cowardly wretches. Nan Batian scoffed at Zhao Chongqing's actions. As his words fell, he raised his fist and struck. shattering the square and revealing the ancestral grave of the Xuantian Sect, with numerous ancient coffins coming into view. What purpose do coffins serve when the people are long gone? With a thunderous crash, he flung all the coffins from the grave. Observing this, Lin Wudao extended his hand, collecting all the coffins into his system space. Chapter 61. The Ancestral Land of Dian. Attack. Lin Wudao's sudden action instantly captivated the attention of Nan Batian and the others, drawing their gazes towards him. Filled with curiosity as they scrutinized him. At this moment, they began to examine Lin Wudao seriously. However, upon closer inspection, their pupils constricted in surprise. They found themselves unable to penetrate his aura. As their eyes fell upon Lin Wudao, it was as if they were enveloped in a veil of mist. Even as formidable beings of the celestial realm, they gleaned not a shred of useful information. Are you still interested in these coffins? Nan Batian remarked with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In response, Lin Wudao apathetically nodded. I possess rather peculiar interests. I particularly enjoy collecting the ancestors of others. If you have any ancestors that require handling, you may entrust them to me. His calm voice echoed softly. You enjoy collecting the ancestors of others? Upon hearing this, both Lu Qiming and Su Tianqin displayed expressions of utter astonishment. What an eccentric hobby. They mentally scoffed at the absurdity of it all. In stark contrast to their bewilderment, Nan Batian clenched his fists, his icy gaze fixated intently on Lin Wudao. Were it not for the inscrutable nature of Lin Wudao, he likely would have already acted. Let us not squander time. The ancestral grave of the Xuantian Sect has been opened. We should promptly attend to our affairs. At this juncture, the mad Taoist interjected, seeking to diffuse the tension. Upon hearing this, Nan Batian snorted disdainfully, choosing to disregard Lin Wudao. Subsequently, the three of them retrieved fragments of the Imperial Tao Emperor Sword, assembling them into a blade over 3 feet long, radiating a formidable aura of imperial authority. This was undoubtedly a top-tier imperial spiritual weapon. Observing this scene, the mad Taoist wasted no time, producing the Imperial Tao essence. With a flourish, he opened his palm, and a dazzling light surged forth, transforming into a miniature jade sword that merged seamlessly with the Imperial Tao Emperor Sword. Boom, boom, boom. As the Imperial Tao essence integrated, the overwhelming might of the Imperial Tao erupted, unleashing waves of celestial sword energy imbued with tremendous brilliance, shattering the entire square and leaving behind a desolate ruin. Thud. Once the Imperial aura subsided, the Emperor's Sword appeared to be activated by some unseen force, instantly transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the ancestral grave of the Xuantian Sect. Witnessing this, Nan Batian and the others hesitated not for a moment, stepping forward to pursue. Let us enter as well. Be cautious. These individuals are not to be trifled with, the mad Taoist whispered. With that, the two companions ventured into the ancestral grave of the Xuantian Sect. Rumbling. Upon entering the grave, the first sight to greet them was an ancient portal. At this moment, with a gentle sweep of the Imperial Tao Emperor Sword, a sharp radiance burst forth, accompanied by gentle ripples, as a spatial passageway coalesced in midair. A deluge of ancient and decayed aura surged forth, the Grand Yin ancestral land. The crowd was invigorated. Whoosh, whoosh. As the putrid essence dissipated, Lu Qiming, Su Tianqin, and Nan Batian transformed into a streak of radiant light, rushing into the passage. Witnessing this, the mad Taoist and Lin Wudao exchanged glances and followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they crossed the threshold, 3 terrifying figures materialized in the void, unhesitatingly unleashing their formidable power to strike them down. Be careful. Those treacherous bastards intend to pull the bridge after crossing the river, the mad Taoist exclaimed loudly. In that moment, he swiftly produced a puppet, positioning it before him, while simultaneously shattering the invisibility jade talisman in his grasp. I am here to eliminate you, he declared. From the shadows, a chilling voice echoed from Nan Batian. Boom. A terrifying hand descended, instantly obliterating the manifested portal and the mad Taoist's puppet substitute into countless particles of dust. A puppet? Nan Batian seethed with rage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately searched for the whereabouts of the mad Taoist and Lin Wudao. Yet his fierce gaze swept the surroundings, revealing no signs of their presence. It seems they were prepared. Lu Qiming narrowed his eyes and remarked. At that moment, even Su Tianqin's delicate face bore a trace of coldness. They possessed the essence of imperial authority. They certainly would not allow themselves to be slaughtered so easily. The fact that they had not been eliminated already raised their alertness. Achieving success again was unlikely. Furthermore, they were in the light while their adversaries lurked in the shadows, necessitating caution against them. Su Tianqin furrowed her brow. If I had known earlier, I would have simply slain those 2 bastards outside. Putting an end to it all, Nan Batian fumed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In response, Both Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin shook their heads. Engaging in combat outside would yield the same result. Indeed. Moreover, such an approach would have prevented us from entering the Grand Yin ancestral land at all. The two lamented. They too desired to eliminate the mad Taoist and Lin Wudao, yet fate had other plans. After all, resources within the Grand Yin ancestral land were limited. With one more person, they would receive one less share. And matters concerning their own interests compelled them to remain obstinate. Thus, they temporarily formed an alliance. Shall we act together next, or separately? Let us proceed together for now. According to the map within the Imperial Dao Sword, the Grand Yin ancestral land comprises 3 layers. The place we currently stand is merely outside the gate of the Yin Sect. To reach the innermost 3rd layer is where the true fortune lies. Moreover, according to ancient lore, 8,000 years ago, within the Yin Sect, there existed a dragon raising pool, which once nurtured a Jiao dragon as the sect's guardian beast. Although 8 millennia have passed, one cannot ascertain whether the dragon still lives. If it persists, its power must be formidable, necessitating utmost caution in our dealings. The mention of the dragon raising pool tightened the hearts of Su Tianxin and Nan Batian. Even if that dragon was merely a hatchling 8,000 years ago, it has likely matured by now, its strength undoubtedly exceeding that of the celestial realm, perhaps even more terrifying. Given this, let us proceed together. Once we reach the 3rd layer of the ancestral grounds, we shall act separately, Su Tianxin proposed. Upon hearing her words, Nan Batian grunted in acknowledgement, offering no objections. Subsequently, the trio followed the map inscribed within the Emperor's sword, journeying deeper into the ancestral grounds. After they had departed for some time, a disheveled figure materialized in midair, none other than the mad Taoist. Fortunately, the old sage had taken precautions. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly fallen victim to their treachery. By the way, where's Brother Ren? He pondered, seeking the whereabouts of Lin Wudao. As he turned, Lin Wudao suddenly appeared silently behind him, startling him greatly. Brother Ren, it's a relief to see you unharmed. I feared you. You would perish, yet I would remain unscathed. Ah, very well. The mad Taoist appeared speechless. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he chose not to dwell on it, instead casting a cold smile in the direction of Nan Batian and the others as they departed. Let us follow suit. At the 3rd layer of the Yin ancestral grounds, the Jiao dragon and the dragon raising pool must have flourished over the past 8 millennia. Ripe enough for us to savor. Who knows, we might even stumble upon some fortunate opportunities, he chuckled darkly. With that, he handed Lin Wudao a concealment talisman and hastily followed after them. Chapter 62, The Ancient Abomination, the 3-Headed Dragon. The ancestral land of Dian has become a desolate wasteland. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the map contained within the Imperial Dao Sword, Nan Batian and his companions traversed the gates of the Dian sect, entering the sacred grounds unimpeded. However, as Lin Wudao followed in their wake, he was greeted by a scene of ruin. The once magnificent ancient palaces lay shattered. The ground was riddled with terrifying chasms. Even after 8 millennia, the haunting remnants of a past battle were starkly evident. Furthermore, the grand mountains within the Dian sect had been severed or crumbled by overwhelming forces. What had transpired here? Observing the ravaged landscape of the ancestral land, curiosity flickered in the eyes of Nan Batian and his companions, as well as Lin Wudao and the mad Taoist trailing behind. Nonetheless, they did not linger on these thoughts. With the 1st and 2nd levels of the ancestral land reduced to ruins, the group made their way effortlessly to the 3rd level. At this juncture, a massive crescent-shaped lake obstructed their path, the dragon raising pool. Upon gazing at the lake and the stone tablet standing nearby, the expressions of Nan Batian and his comrades shifted dramatically. This was indeed the dragon raising pool of the Dian sect. It was said that in ancient times, the sect had nurtured a dragon within this very pool, and if that dragon still lived, it must have achieved a formidable stature, perhaps even transcended to the realm of legends. To fly across? Nan Batian pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin cast him a disdainful glance. This pool harbored a dragon. Who could ascertain if it were dead or alive? 8,000 years ago. The entire Dian sect was obliterated. A mere dragon. I refuse to believe it still breathes. Even if it does, should it obstruct my path, it must perish. A fierce glint filled Nan Batian's eyes. Boom. With that declaration, he raised his fist and struck the dragon raising pool with tremendous force. At this sight, Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin turned pale with alarm. Are you mad? Damn Nan Batian. If you wish to die, do not drag us with you. The two retreated in panic. In response, Nan Batian displayed an air of disdain. The best way to ascertain whether a dragon resides within the pool is to test it firsthand. Those of you who cower in fear will never accomplish great deeds. Indeed, you so-called righteous sects are merely a bunch of cowards. His mocking voice echoed coldly. However, in the face of Nan Baishan's derision. Both Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin refrained from making any rash moves, maintaining their distance. They appeared as though they feared a dragon might leap forth from the pool. Nevertheless, as Nan Baishan's powerful fist struck down, while the dragon-raising pool erupted in tumultuous waves, no response was forthcoming. It was as if it were a still, lifeless expanse. Upon witnessing this, to ensure safety, Nan Batian unleashed a series of powerful blows upon the dragon-raising pool, his terrifying destructive force nearly obliterating the entire area. Yet, there was still no sign of life. Humph, merely a stagnant pool. What is there to fear? Nan Batian wore a proud expression. Boom. As he spoke, he drew forth an ancient greatsword, unleashing the full might of his celestial realm presence, and then swiftly moved towards the opposite side of the dragon-raising pool. Before long, Nan Batian successfully reached the other shore. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qiming and Su Tianxin exchanged glances, their previously tense minds now at ease. It seemed the dragon within the pool had been slain, Lu Qiming remarked solemnly. Hearing this, Su Tianxin gazed thoughtfully for a moment and nodded in agreement. If a dragon truly existed within the pool, the commotion caused by Nan Batian would surely have drawn it out. Now that he had reached the opposite side, it indicated that the dragon had indeed been killed. The dragon-raising pool was safe. With this thought, the two took a deep breath and swiftly made their way across. Let us also proceed, the madman beckoned, eager to follow. However, just as he was about to take a step, a chilling voice from Lin Wudao interrupted him. If you wish to live, it would be wise not to go over there. What? Going over there could lead to death? The madman exclaimed in shock. Hadn't Nan Batian confirmed that there was no dragon in the dragon-raising pool? Were they merely worrying for nothing? He pondered. In response, Lin Wudao let out a cold snort. So, Nan Batian crossing the pool proves the dragon is dead? Beings that have transcended to such a state are not so easily dealt with. What? The dragon in the dragon-raising pool is still alive? The madman gasped in disbelief. But at that moment, just as he was about to voice his concerns, the once tranquil dragon-raising pool erupted violently, sending forth towering waves. Then came a thunderous roar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Suddenly, a terrifying black dragon, 1,000 feet long and as thick as a barrel, surged forth from the depths of the pool, its massive jaws agape as it lunged at Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin. Three-headed demon dragon. How is it possible that after 8,000 years it remains alive? Lu Qingming was taken aback. Likewise, Su Tianxin's delicate face was etched with profound shock. Before them lay the three-headed demon dragon, an ancient aberration. The most alarming aspect was its aura, which surpassed that of the celestial realm. Curse be this myth. Su Tianxin was engulfed in terror. Lynxy armor. In a moment of peril, a blue armor materialized around her, revealing itself as a royal-grade spiritual weapon. Moshanda. At the same moment, Lu Qiming pointed with a single finger, and in an instant, an ancient black pagoda, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, thunderously appeared. It surged forth with tremendous might, descending upon the three-headed demon serpent. Roar. The Demon Mountain Pagoda, a supreme imperial spiritual weapon, possessed the power to crush mountains. Under the influence of Lu Qingming's celestial strength, it could directly annihilate a peak celestial being. However, against the mythic three-headed demon serpent, such an assault was utterly insignificant. Boom. The ferocious dragon claws swung through the air, sending the Demon Mountain Pagoda crashing away, landing heavily upon Lu Qingming himself. A chilling scream echoed as Lu Qingming was struck, shattering half of his body. Moreover, the imperial spiritual weapon, the Demon Mountain Pagoda, was also riddled with cracks, nearly obliterated. Hissed truly, the might of myth is fearsome. The madman marveled. The power displayed by the mythic three-headed demon serpent was sufficient to rival that of a late-stage mortal great cultivator. Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin alone were clearly insufficient. Boom. After Lu Qingming was grievously wounded, Su Tianxin was swept away by a single tail strike, her spiritual armor shattering in an instant. A torrent of crimson blood surged into the air. It appeared that survival was impossible. How dare mere celestial ants disturb my slumber? They are simply courting death. I have not tasted flesh for 8,000 years. Today, I shall feast upon you. An icy voice resonated throughout the dragon-raising pool. As the three-headed demon serpent leaped forward, it stood before Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin, opening its gaping maw to devour them whole. However, at that very moment, a sudden turn of events transpired. Bang! Just as the three-headed demon serpent opened its mouth, an ancient bronze coffin plummeted from the heavens, enveloping Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin within. Coincidentally, the serpent's massive jaws clamped down hard upon the coffin. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as the demon serpent's fearsome teeth were violently shattered. Howl! The anguished roar reverberated throughout the ancestral grounds. Chapter 63. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. Who is it? Watching helplessly as its prey was snatched away right before its eyes. The three-headed demon serpent was consumed by unbridled rage. Having been nurtured by the Dian Sect in the dragon-raising pool for a staggering 9 millennia, it had finally broken free from its shackles and ascended to the realm of mythology. It had anticipated a feast, yet it encountered an insurmountable obstacle. At this moment, all of its teeth lay shattered, and torrents of blood gushed forth like a spring. An indescribable anguish and humiliation surged within it. The more it pondered, the deeper its fury grew, roaring, "Who dares to show themselves? I swear I shall rend you into pieces." The three-headed demon serpent bellowed madly. Boom. Waves of terrifying power swept through the space like a cataclysm, turning the already dilapidated Dian ancestral land into a desolate wasteland. This scene left the mad Taoist observing from a distance, wide-eyed in astonishment. Good heavens, how ruthless. A mythic serpent dragon daring to extract teeth just to gather a few corpses. Is it courting death? I have never encountered someone so relentlessly ambitious, the mad Taoist murmured in a daze. Lin Wudao's actions nearly terrified him to death. If the three-headed demon serpent were to uncover his concealment, he would become its next meal. Fortunately, despite his reckless behavior, Lin Wudao remained undetected. Meanwhile, witnessing the astounding turn of events involving Lu Qiming and Su Tianxin, Nan Batian, who stood across the dragon-raising pool, was struck with sheer horror. How could it be possible? There truly lies a serpent dragon within the dragon-raising pool, and after 8,000 years, it has not perished? Instead, it has ascended to the realm of mythology? Had it attacked me just now, then Nan Batian dared not contemplate further. At this moment, his heart was filled with trepidation and lingering fear, yet he silently rejoiced at having narrowly escaped disaster. However, his elation was short-lived. Roar suddenly, in a frenzy. The three-headed demon serpent, after a fruitless search, fixed its fierce gaze upon him. This is bad. Nan Batian's expression changed dramatically. Whoosh. Just as the serpent's tail swept towards him, he crushed a jade talisman, transforming himself into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of the Dian ancestral land. Boom. Behind him, the three-headed demon serpent roared and howled, causing the entire ancestral ground to be thrown into chaos. Moreover, in an instant, it closed the distance on Nan Batian. Damn it. Am I destined to perish here today? He let out a defiant roar. He desperately sought to escape the clutches of the three-headed demon serpent, yet his adversary offered him no opportunity for resistance. Sweeping forward with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. My life is forfeit. In the face of the mythical beast's onslaught, Nan Batian's cultivation at the celestial realm rendered him but a mere jest. Boom. Just as he resigned himself to despair, an ancient and enigmatic bronze coffin suddenly burst forth from the void, bearing immense power that crashed down upon the three-headed demon serpent. Howl. A piercing wail echoed once more. In Nan Batian's incredulous gaze, the three-headed demon serpent was sent hurtling away. Is it him? Gazing at the ancient and mysterious bronze coffin, Nan Batian recalled Lin Wudao, who had a penchant for collecting the ancestors of others. In this vast ancestral land, aside from him, Lu Qiming and Su Tianxin, only the mad Taoist and Lin Wudao remained. By all indications, the one manipulating the bronze coffin from the shadows was none other than Lin Wudao. Why is he helping me? There was no time for further contemplation. Witnessing the three-headed demon serpent being thwarted and having narrowly escaped death, Nan Batian dared not linger and immediately fled the ancestral land at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, after sending the three-headed demon serpent flying with the funeral bronze coffin, Lin Wudao completely concealed himself within the boundless void, refraining from further action. As for the three-headed demon serpent, it was consumed by fury. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by earth-shaking roars and howls, it rampaged through the ancestral land in a frenzy, seeking to uncover the mysterious figure who had schemed against it. Yet, Lin Wudao's objective had been achieved. Regardless of its enraged roars and destruction, he remained unfazed. Instead, the mad Taoist wore a puzzled expression. Brethren, why save that Nan Batian, who was on the brink of death? Such a person is a potential threat, he conveyed through thought. Had Lin Wudao not intervened at the last moment, Nan Batian would have surely become a meal for the serpent. The mad Taoist could not comprehend what merit lay in saving Nan Batian. To this, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. One Nan Batian's demise would mean little. However, if he could lead me to a multitude of ancestors, should I not spare his life? Upon hearing this, the mad Taoist spirit was invigorated. He grasped Lin Wudao's scheme. You mean to use Nan Batian to attract more individuals to the ancestral land? Indeed, the news of the ancestral land's opening has already spread throughout the 9 provinces, known to countless beings. Once the Xuantian sect, Day Demon Cult, and Tianqin Sword Pavilion learn of the developments here, they will undoubtedly send more formidable individuals. At that point, we merely need to wait in ambush. When they arrive, we shall ensnare them all at once. How delightful that would be. A tranquil voice gradually emerged. Upon hearing this, the madman gasped in astonishment. How ruthless. How brutal. Yet he relished it. A gleam of brilliance shone in his eyes as he increasingly felt a profound connection with Lin Wudao. They were indeed rare kindred spirits in life, sharing not only similar interests and hobbies but also a penchant for ruthless tactics. Ha ha ha, brethren, your plan is truly exquisite. Whether it be the three-headed demon serpent or the supreme weapon within the ancestral land of the Dian Sect, both are sure to entice the Xuantian Sect into a frenzy. And it won't be long before the big fish takes the bait. This is simply a bountiful opportunity. He laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. At this moment, the madman was wildly envisioning the tragic scenes of the Xuantian Sect, the dairy demon cult, and the formidable warriors of the Tianqin Sword Studio being ruthlessly harvested by them. Now, while the members of the Xuantian Sect have yet to arrive, let us first explore the ancestral land of the Dian Sect. Based on the traces left at the scene, it seems the Dian Sect did not survive the Great Cataclysm, leading to its complete annihilation. Their treasures must still be there. At this moment, Lin Wudao surveyed his surroundings and spoke in a low voice. The Great Cataclysm? The madman was taken aback. Alas, if that is the case, then the Dian Sect's misfortune has unjustly benefited us, he chuckled. With that, the two of them utilized the miraculous effect of the invisibility talisman to evade the three-headed demon serpent and swiftly made their way toward the innermost depths of the ancestral land. Chapter 64. The Sword of Great Transformation. Moments later, the madman and Lin Wudao, having evaded numerous perilous crises, arrived at the deepest recesses of the ancestral ground of Great Transformation. Before them lay not only the remnants of crumbling walls, but also a heavily damaged 9-tiered stone tower. Despite enduring the ravages of 8 millennia, it still emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura, faint traces of imperial might lingering in the air. An imperial spiritual weapon. The madman's eyes gleamed with excitement. At that moment, through the ruins of the ancient stone tower, he distinctly sensed a shimmering spiritual light and the presence of various treasures. Particularly, within the 9th tier of the tower, there resided an alarming and terrifying force, one that even an imperial spiritual weapon could not subdue. Witnessing this, the madman's eyes sparkled with intense fervor. The 9th tier of the tower surely concealed the legendary spiritual weapon of the Great Transformation Sect, the Sword of Great Transformation. As he spoke, he swiftly moved, stepping into the imperial stone tower. Ha ha. Soon, jubilant exclamations echoed from within. With a resounding roar, accompanied by a thunderous crash and flying debris, the madman wielded an ancient black hoe, forcefully shattering one of the tower's tiers. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual light erupted, illuminating the space around them. Inside the tower, it was filled with spiritual stones. Additionally, the shelves within held an array of rare spiritual herbs, extraordinary materials, divine weapons, and secret techniques. Although many of these items were damaged, a portion remained well preserved. Once, the Great Transformation Sect dominated the lands of the 9 provinces, instilling across the celestial domain. Their foundation was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, even the most ancient and powerful forces cannot escape the fate of extinction under the will of the heavens. Lin Wudao sighed with a sense of melancholy. As he spoke, he stepped forward, entering the interior of the tower as well. At that moment, the madman was vigorously digging into the corners of the stone tower with his black hoe, which even an imperial spiritual weapon could not withstand. This scene prompted Lin Wudao to narrow his eyes slightly. Name: Destruction God Ho. Description: a treasured legacy of the tomb-raiding families from the central celestial domain, possessing unparalleled destructive power. No matter how solid the material, it shall be obliterated before it. Remarks: created solely for destruction. This was indeed a top-tier divine artifact. Lin Wudao's eyes shone with brilliance. The treasured legacy from the central celestial domain's tomb-raiding families was truly extraordinary. At the very least, even an extreme-grade weapon might not possess such terrifying destructive capability. Clearly, the destruction god Ho had become the madman's supreme tool for grave robbing. While Lin Wudao felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he merely cast a glance before shifting his gaze away. He then proceeded directly to the 9th tier of the Imperial Stone Tower. Boom, boom, boom. As he stepped into the 9th realm, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth like the waters of the Milky Way, with a torrent of sword energy seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the void. Before him lay a stone platform, upon which rested a decayed corpse, beside which stood an ancient sword, entirely black in hue. This was the extreme Dao spiritual weapon, the Sword of Dian. A mere glance revealed to Lin Wudao the full extent of the ancient sword's significance. It was, without a doubt, The esteemed treasure of the Dian sect from days of yore, the Sword of Dian. It embodied an extreme Dao spiritual weapon, inscribed with 36 extreme Dao prohibitions, surpassing even the great wilderness tower in Lin Wudao's possession in terms of might. This marked his second encounter with an extreme Dao spiritual weapon. With a resonant clang, Lin Wudao, undeterred by the piercing sword energy, approached the Sword of Dian and effortlessly drew it from the ground. With a thunderous roar. The moment the Sword of Dian was lifted from the earth, it unleashed an unfathomable power, its sword energy surging forth and obliterating the imperial Dao stone tower. In the blink of an eye, the entire Ninth Realm was thrown into chaos. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao promptly summoned the burial heaven copper coffin and contained the corpse within. Ding, you have collected the corpse of the ancestor of the Dian sect, Xuantian. Gaining 80 years of cultivation. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 800 years of cultivation. Congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. A colossal wave of spiritual energy coursed through him, and in mere moments, Lin Wudao's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Quite impressive. As he felt the powerful force surging within, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This expedition to the Dian ancestral land had proven fruitful indeed. Seizing the moment, he also collected the corpses of Lu Qiming, Su Tianqing, and several ancestors of the Xuantian sect, all of whom he had gathered into the burial heaven copper coffin. Ding, you have collected the corpse of Lu Qiming. Gaining 2,000 fortune points. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 20,000 fortune points. You have collected the corpse of Su Tianqing. Gaining 1 year of cultivation. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired 10 years of cultivation. Regrettably, you have gained nothing. Regrettably, you have gained nothing. Regrettably, a multitude of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Did he truly fail to obtain anything yet again? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Could it be that his luck had been exhausted? The ancestors of the Xuantian sect had yielded nothing. This outcome left Lin Wudao feeling exceedingly disheartened. Please be advised, host. The system will undergo its first update in 10 breaths. During this time, it will be unavailable. Kindly await patiently. Suddenly, a chilling notification jolted Lin Wudao back to reality. An update for the system? He regarded it with astonishment. How long would it take? A day. As the voice faded, Lin Wudao realized that he was indeed unable to access the system. This entity required updates as well? Although he was filled with astonishment and surprise, he did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, he patiently awaited further developments. Meanwhile, outside the great Yin ancestor land, a tremendous uproar had erupted. Boom. At that moment, a multitude of cultivators had already gathered beyond the ancestral grounds. Just as everyone was brimming with anticipation for the great Yin ancestor land, a disheveled figure suddenly burst forth from within, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Nan Batian of the Daylight Demon Sect. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could the esteemed vice sect master of the Demon Sect, a legendary celestial being, appear in such a pitiable state? What had he encountered within the great Yin ancestor land? His evident panic and distress suggested that he must have faced a grave terror. The mere thought of something so fearsome as to frighten a celestial being into such a state was truly terrifying. Could it be that there existed a mythical great cultivator within the great Yin ancestor land? The onlookers were rife with uncertainty and curiosity regarding Nan Batian's ordeal. However, in stark contrast to the shock and speculation of the crowd, once Nan Batian had escaped the great Yin ancestor land, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, and then, as if fleeing from some horrific entity, he swiftly took to the skies aboard a spirit vessel, departing from the great Yin city. This scene unfolded before the eyes of countless cultivators. Soon after, wild conjectures regarding the great Yin ancestor land began to circulate feverishly throughout the Jiuzhou realm. Before long, the Xuantian sect in the Zichan Sword Pavilion had become aware of the situation. Simultaneously, through the soul lamps within their respective sects, they were informed of the deaths of Lu Qiming and Su Tianqing. Chapter 65, The Three Giants of the Nine Regions. The Xuantian sect. Upon learning of the extinguishment of the soul lamp of the esteemed elder Lu Qiming, the Grand Elder Ji Baiming's countenance changed dramatically. He hastily sought out the sect leader Fu Tianke. Sect leader, grave news. The soul lamp of esteemed elder Lu Qiming has been extinguished. At Ji Baiming's words, Fu Tianke, who had been immersed in his cultivation, was abruptly roused. The death of a person is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp. The soul lamp is an extraordinary object. Crafted through secret methods, it can house a fragment of a being's soul, binding it to their life. Once the soul lamp extinguishes, it signifies the demise of the being. Now, with Lu Qingming's soul lamp extinguished, it indicates he has perished. This revelation greatly unsettled Fu Tianke. After all, Lu Qingming was one of the esteemed elders of the Xuantian sect, possessing formidable strength at the celestial realm. The fact that he could be slain speaks volumes of the enemy's might. Recently, the esteemed elder had ventured to Dian City to investigate matters pertaining to the Dian Sect's ancestral grounds, and just moments ago, news had arrived that they had entered the ancestral site. So soon, the soul lamp has gone dark? It appears that the ancestral grounds of Dian must harbor unspeakable horrors. Fu Tianke furrowed his brow in contemplation. The loss of Lu Qiming would significantly impact the Xuantian Sect strength. Sect leader Su Tianqin of the Tianqin Sword Pavilion has also perished. Among the three who entered the Dian ancestral grounds, only Nan Badian has managed to escape. And according to those present, he was in a state of utter panic. They must have encountered tremendous terrors within the ancestral site. As for the truth of the matter, perhaps only Nan Badian is privy to it. Ji Biming spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianke nodded. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Soon, I shall personally visit the Dei Demon Sect. Lu Qingming cannot have died in vain. Yes, Ji Biming bowed respectfully in response. With that, he withdrew with deference. A similar scene unfolded at the Tianqin Sword Pavilion. Su Tianqin is dead? Upon receiving this news, the leader of the Tianqin Sword Pavilion, Fan Xingtian, was taken aback. His dignified visage quickly transforming into one of somber contemplation, his brows knitted tightly. A powerful being of the celestial realm has died under mysterious circumstances. What could they have encountered in the Dian ancestral grounds? Fan Xingtian was exceedingly curious. Whoosh. After a brief moment of reflection, he summoned a spirit vessel, propelling himself at great speed toward the Dei Demon Sect. At the Dei Demon Sect, the atmosphere was tense. At this moment, Nan Batian was respectfully kneeling before the sect leader Chao Inyang, the terror and unease instilled by the three-headed demon serpent still not fully abated. Who would have thought that after 8,000 years, the three-headed demon serpent once nurtured by the Dian Sect remains alive? Not only that, but it has also attained the mythic realm. This indicates that the downfall of the Dian Sect was not due to external foes. There has long been a rumor that the Dian Sect perished due to a great calamity from the heavens, and it now appears to hold a measure of credibility. Given that the three-headed demon serpent still survives, it is certain that the extensive heritage of the Dian Sect, along with its treasured artifact, the Jiang Sword, remains within its ancestral grounds. Xiao Yinyang's divine radiance is resplendent. He possesses evidently more information. Master, that three-headed demon serpent has achieved mythic status. Its power is formidable enough to rival the late-stage great cultivators of the mortal realm, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. Unless one employs an extreme weapon, it seems nearly impossible to vanquish it. At this moment, Nan Betian cautiously suggested, I have my own measures. By the way, apart from you, the Xuantian Sect, and the Xuantian Sword Studio, there is another who wields the imperial essence, and he has also entered the Dian ancestral grounds. Currently, Lu Qiming of the Xuantian Sect and Su Tianqin of the Xuantian Sword Studio have both perished. What has become of that mysterious individual? Suddenly, Xiao Yinyang posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Previously, upon learning of the imperial essence, he had harbored intense curiosity regarding the identity and origins of the mad Taoist. However, unable to decipher the truth, he refrained from rash actions. What is the current status of the mad Taoist? About that. Upon mentioning the mad Taoist, Nan Badian hesitated. Master, I am also unaware of the specific identity and origins of the one who wields the Emperor's sword's imperial essence. After we opened the Dian ancestral grounds, we initially intended to suppress him, but he was already prepared and managed to escape. Later, when confronting the three-headed demon serpent, a mysterious individual who seems fond of collecting corpses intervened and aided me in fending off an attack, allowing me to escape. Otherwise, I would surely have perished within the Dian ancestral grounds. Nan Batian recounted, still shaken by the memory. A mysterious individual who collects corpses? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinyang's brow furrowed slightly. Why would that person assist you? Well, I am not certain. Perhaps it is because he wishes to gather the remains of the three-headed demon serpent? Nan Batian offered a rationale. However, Xiao Yinyang scoffed at this notion. The desire to collect the remains of the three-headed demon serpent has no bearing on whether he would save you. Must he rescue you to procure those remains? Nan Batian was at a loss for how to respond. He truly did not understand Lin Wudao's motives. In light of this uncertainty, Xiao Yinyang, while equally perplexed, chose not to inquire further. Master, now that the Dian ancestral grounds have been opened, if the Dian sect truly fell due to the heavenly calamity 8,000 years ago, there must be numerous treasures and opportunities left behind. Should we not take action promptly? I fear for the Xuantian sect and the Tianqin Sword Studio. I have my own considerations. The Dian ancestral grounds are now accessible to all beings, and the three-headed demon serpent is no benevolent creature. Soon, I shall summon the extreme spiritual weapons of my dairy demon cult and personally venture forth to suppress it, Xiao Yinyang declared solemnly. What? Master? You intend to take action yourself? And bring extreme weaponry along? Nan Baishan's spirits soared at this revelation. As the leader of the great sun demon sect, Xiao Yinyang has ascended to the mid-mythical realm, and the sect's treasured artifact is extraordinarily formidable. If he were to confront the three-headed demon flood dragon personally, he would undoubtedly subdue it. At that moment, all the treasures and opportunities within the great Yin ancestor land would belong entirely to the great sun demon sect. It's just the thought of such a splendid vision sent a surge of fervor through Nan Baishan's veins. Master, we must hasten our efforts. There are still individuals within the great Yin ancestor land. Should they seize the opportunity before us, we would be left with nothing. Nan Baishan's expression was one of urgency. To this, Xiao Yinyang concurred. I shall retrieve the ultimate weapon and proceed to the great Yin ancestor land. With that, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, accompanied by a cataclysmic aura, two resplendent rainbows streaked toward the great sun demon sect, one after the other. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian. Master, it is the Xuantian sect and the Tianxin Sword Pavilion. They have undoubtedly come for the great Yin ancestor land. Nan Baishan's countenance changed dramatically. Indeed, you go and hold them off while I take my leave. With that declaration, Xiao Yinyang invoked a secret method and instantaneously vanished from the spot. Witnessing this, Nan Batian took a deep breath and, steeling himself, proceeded to greet Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian. Chapter 66, The Xuantian Seal and the Ancient Red Sky Sword. The Heavenly Demon Palace. When Nan Batian arrived at this place, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian had been waiting for quite some time. May I inquire what brings the two esteemed sect masters and the headmaster across such vast distances to my great sun demon sect? The relationship between the great sun demon sect, the Xuantian sect, and the Tianxin Sword Studio is not particularly amicable. Therefore, Nan Batian did not extend excessive courtesy towards them. Where is your sect leader? In seclusion. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak directly to me, and I shall relay your words to the sect leader. On his own territory, Nan Batian exuded confidence. In response, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian chose not to hold it against him. In truth, I have come today to ascertain what transpired within the Dian ancestral land, and why our Xuantian sect supreme elder has met an untimely demise, while you remain unscathed. Fu Tianke squinted, fixing a piercing gaze upon Nan Batian. Boom. As he spoke, a formidable pressure surged forth, crashing down like a mighty river. Humph. Indeed, Lu Qingming, Su Tianxin, and I entered the Dian ancestral land, but once inside, we separated. Thus, I am unaware of their circumstances. Sect Master Fu and Headmaster Fan, you seem to have mistaken the wrong individual. Were it not for your earlier comments, I would have remained oblivious to the fate of Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin. Sighing, Nan Batian lamented, alas, the Dian ancestral land is exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I fear I would have met a similar fate. When mentioning Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin, he feigned an expression of shock. In truth, however, his heart rejoiced. Both the Xuantian sect and the Tianxin Sword Studio were archenemies of the great sun demon sect, and the demise of their transcendent beings weakened their strength. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the great sun demon sect. Of course, to prolong the conversation, Nan Batian would naturally withhold the true circumstances of the Dian ancestral land from Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian. Consequently, both men wore somber expressions. Unconvinced by Nan Baishan's words, since Deputy Sect Master Nan is unwilling to speak plainly, I must assume that the death of our Xuantian sect supreme elder is linked to you. Today, I shall seek justice for Elder Lu. Boom. The instant his words fell, Fu Tianke's hand suddenly spread wide, and in that moment, an ancient, azure seal manifested amidst boundless spiritual radiance. It emanated a terrifying aura, causing the entire great sun demon sect to tremble uncontrollably. The ultimate spiritual weapon. Nan Baishan's pupils constricted. At that moment, beneath the overwhelming aura of the ancient seal, he felt as though an insurmountable divine mountain pressed down upon him, and an unfathomable dread and terror surged within him. Under the impact of the ultimate power, the blood and energy within Nan Baishan's body began to collapse violently, nearly leading him to asphyxiation. It appears that Su Tianxin of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is also related to the deputy leader of the Southern Sect. Boom. Following Fu Tianke's unveiling of the Xuantian seal, the nearby Fan Qingtian also acted without hesitation, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of supreme power. A crimson ancient sword levitated before him. The Xuantian Ancient Sword. Nan Batian was taken aback. This is yet another supreme spiritual weapon. Buffed under the relentless assault of the two supreme weapons, even his celestial realm cultivation could not endure. At that moment, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. His face as pale as paper. Who dares to act recklessly in my daylight demon sect? Boom. Just as Nan Batian felt he might be crushed, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated from outside the Temple of Heavenly Demons, followed by the arrival of an elderly man in red, riding a beam of rainbow light. He was none other than a legendary cultivator of the highest order. Bang! With a wave of his grand sleeves. The overwhelming might unleashed by the Xuantian seal and the Xuantian Ancient Sword was instantly subdued by more than half. Witnessing this, Nan Batian's joy knew no bounds. I pay my respects to the ancestor. He bowed deeply to the ground with utmost reverence. The elder before him, named Li Finchan, was one of the ancestors of the Daylight Demon Sect, possessing extraordinary strength, having reached the pinnacle of legendary cultivation. His arrival undoubtedly provided Nan Batian with a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, upon seeing Li Finchan, both Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian's expressions shifted slightly. However, there was no sign of fear. Armed with supreme weapons, they felt confident in contending even against a legendary cultivator, though they could not guarantee victory. They were certain of their self-preservation. Today, the Daylight Demon Sect must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise what? Li Finchan's expression darkened. Otherwise, my Xuantian sect shall declare war on the Daylight Demon Sect. Fu Tianke's gaze was icy. If we do not receive the answers we seek, my Heavenly Sword Pavilion will also be compelled to go to war with the Daylight Demon Sect. Fan Qingtian followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. As the words fell from their lips, an array of powerful auras suddenly erupted outside the Daylight Demon Sect, heralding the arrival of several legendary cultivators. Upon witnessing this, Li Finchan's expression slightly changed. Those revealing their presence were undoubtedly the ancestors of the Xuantian Sect and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If a conflict were to ensue, the Daylight Demon Sect would not fare well. After all, the harmonious balance among the three great powers exists for a reason. In truth, the purpose of our visit today is merely to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Lu Qingming and Su Tianxin and what transpired within the Dian ancestors' land. As long as the deputy leader provides us with a satisfactory answer, we have no intention of escalating tensions. After a moment of standoff, Fu Tianke took the initiative to break the silence, stating, this statement served as a means for both parties to de-escalate, as neither truly desired conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Finchan let out a cold snort, directing his gaze at Nan Batian. What exactly is going on in the Dian ancestors' land? In the heart of the Dian ancestral land resides a three-headed demon serpent, a creature that has survived for over 8 millennia, its power rivaling that of late mythology. Both Lu Qiming and Su Tianxin met their demise at its hands. Subsequently, Nan Batian recounted his experiences within the Dian ancestral land. Upon hearing the account, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian furrowed their brows, for it diverged from their anticipated outcomes. Nevertheless, they discerned that Nan Batian spoke the truth this time. Now that the truth is laid bare, our Dari Demon Sect shall not retain you any longer. You may depart as you came, declared Li Finchan, his countenance cold. In response, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian scoffed, their faces shadowed with displeasure as they ascended into the radiant light and departed. Once they had left, Li Finchan turned his gaze back to Nan Batian. What of Chao Yinyang? He inquired, reporting to the ancestor. The sect master has already set forth ahead to the Dian ancestral land, came the reply. Already gone? Li Finchan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A step ahead. A step ahead. As long as the resources and opportunities of the Dian sect fall into our Dari Demon Sect's hands, we shall no longer need to heed the expressions of the Xuantian sect and the Tian Xian Sword Studio. By the way, did Chao Yinyang go alone? Indeed. However, the sect master took our Dari Demon Sect's ultimate weapon with him. Li Finchan nodded lightly. I am not entirely at ease with this. No. I must follow to ensure everything is in order. With that, he summoned a radiant light and departed from the Dari Demon Sect. Simultaneously, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian, having exited the Dari Demon Sect, pondered briefly before reuniting with their own ancestor and making their way directly toward Dian City. At Tianren residence, Lin Wudao and the Mad Taoist, having plundered numerous resources, arrived to enjoy tea while awaiting a significant catch. Indeed, Nan Batian did not disappoint. He soon attracted the notable Chao Yinyang. Moreover, behind him followed Fu Tianke of the Xuantian sect and Fan Qingtian of the Tian Xian Sword Studio. Among others, 6 figures of mythic stature, accompanied by 3 ultimate weapons, a true bounty. This venture promised substantial rewards for Lin Wudao. At the same time, the Mad Taoist's gaze remained fixated on Chao Yinyang and his companions, his eyes shimmering with insatiable greed. Indeed, the big fish has arrived. Ren, what shall we do next? Let us first assess the situation. Since they have come, they shall not leave the Yin ancestral land alive. I desire their corpses and the ultimate weapons they bear, he replied. I shall take their lives, declared the mad Taoist, a glint of menace in his eyes. With that, he cast a concealment talisman and, alongside Lin Wudao, stepped into the Yin ancestral land. Before long, they arrived at the dragon-raising pool, with a thunderous roar. At this moment, Qingsnow, who had arrived first, was already engaged in a fierce battle with the three-headed demon serpent. Chapter 67, The Supreme Law of the Great Tomb. Boom, boom, boom. Above the dragon-raising pool, Lin Wudao and the mad Taoist concealed their forms deep within the void, completely suppressing their presence to the utmost degree. Simultaneously, Qingsnow was locked in a fierce battle against the three-headed demon serpent. In his grasp, he held an ancient black cauldron, from which ethereal light flickered, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power. Each time he summoned it, it resonated through the void with tremendous force. This was, without a doubt, an ultimate weapon known as the Sun Magic Cauldron. Under the explosive might of this extraordinary power, it appeared capable of refining all things in the world. The three-headed demon serpent was utterly suppressed, retreating in defeat as cracks emerged across its massive body, blood spilling into the air. A sight both tragic and harrowing. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Wudao and the mad Taoist were filled with brilliant light in their eyes. Lin Wudao coveted the Sun Magic Cauldron in Qingsnow's possession, as well as the corpses of the three-headed demon serpent, while the mad Taoist merely sought their lives. Brother Rin, should we eliminate Qingsnow first or wait for the others to arrive and capture them all at once? The mad Taoist inquired telepathically. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao pondered briefly and decided to eliminate Qingsnow first, for the others would not arrive for some time. It was imperative to slay Qingsnow first. His greatest reliance lay in the Taiyuan sword array. As long as it was a myth, all could be slain. However, if a practitioner of the perfected myth possessed an ultimate spiritual weapon, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass the mythic realm. At that point, even with the Taiyuan sword array at his disposal, it would be difficult to subdue the likes of Li Finchen and his companions. Thus, it was crucial to eliminate Qingsnow before they arrived, thereby weakening their strength. As he spoke, Lin Wudao seized the opportune moment and prepared to strike. Brother Rin, could you refrain from killing them outright? Perhaps leave them half dead, or first cripple their cultivation. I wish to claim a life first. The mad Taoist's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Claim a life? Lin Wudao was somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Well, you see, over the years of grave robbing, I have depleted my own yin virtue, consequently shortening my lifespan. However, I possess a peculiar talent. As long as I am within a tomb, I can absorb the lifespan of living beings to augment my own. Therefore, I wish to first seize the remaining life force of Qingsnow and the three-headed demon serpent, and then you can take their corpses. Would that not be a mutually beneficial arrangement? I hope Brother Rin can accommodate my request, the mad Taoist implored. His words were half-truths. While the mad Taoist did not possess the ability to absorb life force, the burial book and the great tomb scriptures he wielded might indeed hold such secret methods and powers. Very well, Lin Wudao readily acquiesced. Thank you, Brother Rin. Your friend, I have made a pact with the madman. Ha ha ha. The madman was filled with great joy. In response, Lin Wudao said little, for he observed that Qingsnow and the three-headed demon serpent were already locked in a fierce battle, reaching an intense climax. Seizing the moment, he immediately summoned the Taiyuan sword array. Boom. As the sword array manifested, a vast and unmatched sword aura instantly filled the space above the dragon-raising pool, enveloping both Qingsnow and the three-headed demon serpent within its grasp. The tremendous force unleashed by the sword aura sent the dragon-raising pool into chaos. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-raising pool collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Qingsnow was struck with alarm. This is bad. Are there others within the Xuantian Ancestor land? Could it be that corpse collector? Boom, boom, boom. Just as he began to piece together a clue, the boundless Taiyuan sword aura erupted violently, forming cascading rivers of sword energy that ruthlessly surged forth. As the sword energy struck him, Qingsnow was instantly left with lacerations upon his skin. In that moment, he desperately activated the daylight demon furnace in his hands, hoping to leverage the might of this ultimate spiritual weapon to forcibly break through the Taiyuan sword array. However, though his intentions were noble, his cultivation was far too weak. The daylight demon furnace could not unleash the full power of an ultimate weapon in his grasp at this juncture. His combat prowess was barely on par with a peak mythical cultivator. How could he possibly withstand the Taiyuan sword array? Bang! Before long, under the relentless assault of the terrifying sword energy, both Qingsnow and the three-headed demon serpent suffered grievous injuries. Moreover, under Lin Wudao's deliberate design, the fearsome sword energy pierced through Qingsnow's dantian, severing his limbs and meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Thud. The daylight demon furnace fell from his grasp. Observing this, Lin Wudao, who had long been waiting, effortlessly swept through the void and precisely seized the daylight demon furnace into his hands. Roar, who was plotting against me? Xiao Yiyang bellowed in a frenzy. Yet, Lin Wudao paid no heed to his anger and howls. After retrieving the daylight demon furnace, he coldly watched the madman. Swish. Just as Xiao Yiyang's mind was thrown into disarray, a hand suddenly emerged from the void, firmly pressing down upon the top of Xiao Yiyang's head. Supreme Tomb Technique. A whisper escaped the madman's lips. Rumble in an instant, strands of eerie black light erupted from the madman's hand, enveloping Xiao Yiyang entirely. Through the eye of the divine, Lin Wudao clearly witnessed the life essence of Xiao Yiyang being drawn into the madman's body at a frenzied pace. Name: Supreme Tomb Technique Level. Innate Divine Technique Description. An unparalleled divine method recorded in the Great Tomb Canon, whereby practitioners can forcibly extract the life force of all beings within a tomb to strengthen themselves. Notes: 1. The extraction process must not be interrupted. 2. The target must not have any capacity for resistance. 3. This technique must be performed within a tomb. It is ineffective outside. A plethora of information unfolded before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao was taken aback. In this world, such extraordinary secret arts truly existed? He marveled at it, then turned his divine eye to observe the transformations occurring in the Mad Taoist's form. Name: Mad Taoist, Qi Shuming. Identity 1. Heir of a renowned tomb raiding family from the Central Heavenly Domain. Identity 2. Member of the Terminator Organization, Tomb Raider Terminator. Identity 3. Outer disciple of the Supreme Taoist Sect. Cultivation level. Early stage of the Celestial Realm. Innate talent. Eye of all phenomena. Cultivation method. Great Tomb, Heavenly Canon skills. Invisibility. Disguise, Wall penetration technique. 5 elements evasion technique. Indestructible technique. Dragon Elephant Ancient Fist. Godly movement technique. Great teleportation technique. Items: Destruction Goddess Ho, Burial Book, Volume 1. 3,000 Puppets Lifespan. 40 years and 6 months for marks. 1. Acts with audacious recklessness. Has a lifelong passion for grave robbing, for the more graves he excavates, the faster his cultivation progresses due to the Great Tomb Heavenly Canon. 2. Excessive grave robbing diminishes his virtuous karma, tarnishes his fortune, and shortens his lifespan. 3. There is no grave he dares not to dig. Oh, has it already surged to 40 years? Observing the information relayed by the divine eye, Lin Wudao felt a tremor of astonishment. He had indeed underestimated the terrifying power of the supreme Great Tomb art. He recalled that when he first encountered the Mad Taoist, he had merely 6 months left to live. Later, after exchanging a 3,000-year longevity herb with him, his lifespan increased by 30 years. Thus, it should total 30 years and 6 months. Yet, merely a few breaths had passed, and the Mad Taoist's lifespan had surged by over 10 years, continuing to escalate at a horrifying rate. It was akin to a true dragon drawing in water. Moments later, under Lin Wudao's astonished gaze, all the life essence within Xiao Yiyang was entirely siphoned away by the Mad Taoist through the supreme Great Tomb art. At this moment, his lifespan had reached a staggering 836 years. Normally, a mythical figure of the human realm could live up to around 2,000 years. Lin Wudao had previously noted that Xiao Yiyang had over 1,600 years left. The conversion efficiency of the supreme Great Tomb art was approximately 50%. Such capability was utterly otherworldly. Chapter 68. Waiting for you. Haha, exhilarating. As the life essence of Xiao Yiyang was completely drained, an unprecedented exhilaration and satisfaction illuminated the face of the Mad Taoist, who could not contain his excitement and burst into hearty laughter. This substantial catch was indeed extraordinary. Merely absorbing the essence from Xiao Yiyang had granted him an increase of over 800 years to his lifespan. If he were to extract the life essence from the three-headed demon serpent, how much further could his lifespan extend? At that moment, an overwhelming greed ignited within the Mad Taoist's eyes. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded Xiao Yiyang's lifeless body and turned his sinister grasp towards the three-headed demon serpent, accompanied by a series of piercing screams. Torrents of immense life essence surged into the Mad Taoist body, akin to mighty rivers flowing into an ocean. Under the formidable power of the supreme art of the Great Tomb, the Mad Taoist lifespan surged once more. The three-headed demon serpent, at the mythic realm, possessed a lifespan even longer than that of Xiao Yiyang. It still had over 3,000 years remaining. Boom, boom, boom. As the Mad Taoist frantically siphoned away, the life essence from the three-headed demon serpent was swiftly depleted. Under the influence of the supreme art of the Great Tomb, it transformed into additional years of life for the Mad Taoist. An increment of 1,864 years. Name: Mad Taoist. Qi Shuming, cultivation, early stage of ascending heaven lifespan, 2,700 years. New information emerged. Upon reading it, even Lin Wudao could not help but marvel at the miraculous and extraordinary nature of the supreme art of the Great Tomb. It was truly a life-taking artifact. Moreover, it seemed as if it were crafted specifically for the mad Taoist. Congratulations on the sudden increase of over 2,000 years to your lifespan. Hee. Congratulations to us both, the mad Taoist grinned broadly. At this moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration and anticipation. With an increase of over 2,000 years to his lifespan, he no longer needed to worry about running out of time while digging graves. Now, he could truly unleash his full potential and embark on a grand endeavor. With this thought, the mad Taoist licked his lips, casting an eager gaze towards the distant void. There were still several more substantial catches awaiting him. If he could drain their life essence entirely, then, the more he pondered, the more intense the glimmer of greed in his eyes became. Likewise, Lin Wudao was also filled with anticipation. With Xiao Yinyang eliminated, it was now time for the members of Xuantian Sect and Tianqin Sword Sect to face their fate. Among them were 3 ancestors at the pinnacle of the mythic realm. He could not afford to be careless. I suspect they should be arriving soon. Let us proceed to the Royal Dao Tower to prepare their graves. Lin Wudao spoke in a grave tone. Excellent. The mad Taoist eagerly accepted this proposal. At once, the two swiftly tidied the battlefield and quietly departed from the dragon raising pool, heading directly towards the Royal Dao Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Wudao and the mad Taoist had barely departed when Fu Tianke, Li Finchin, and the others arrived, each exuding a formidable aura that pressed heavily upon the surrounding void, creating a palpable tension in the air. A fierce battle had just transpired here. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tianke noted the lingering, terrifying sword energy and the essence of the ultimate weapon in the atmosphere. The only one who could have preceded them was Qiao Yinyang. Humph, how swift of him. Fan Qitian cast a sidelong glance at Li Finchin of the Daylight Demon Sect, letting out a cold snort. They did not linger long at the dragon cultivation pool. Each immediately harnessed the radiant light and sped toward the third layer of the Dian ancestral land. However, in contrast to the urgency of Fu Tianke and Fan Qitian, Li Finchin wore a frown, a wave of profound unease swelling within him. As a peak mythical powerhouse, he too sensed the residual ultimate aura in the air, a remnant of their sect's treasured artifact. Likewise, the essence of Qiao Yinyang lingered. The 3-headed demon serpent was no longer in the dragon cultivation pool. It had either been slain by Qiao Yinyang or had ventured to the third layer of the Dian ancestral land. He silently prayed that all would be well. With that, he followed closely behind Fu Tianke and the others toward the ancestral land's third layer, the Royal Dao Tower, 9th level. Boom. Upon arriving, Lin Wudao immediately replaced the Dian sword in its original position. You're not keeping the ultimate weapon? The mad Daoist exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Wudao merely scoffed in response. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Within the Dian ancestral land, there exists only one ultimate weapon, yet 3 factions have arrived. If we do not devise a way to incite conflict among them, how could we possibly seize an opportunity? When they are mutually weakened, we shall emerge and capture them all. A chilling voice resonated from beneath the cloak. How marvelous. The mad Daoist clapped in admiration. With only one ultimate weapon at stake, the Daylight Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and Tianqin Sword Studio would undoubtedly clash fiercely over the Dian sword. At that moment, our chance would arise. With this thought, the mad Daoist and Lin Wudao concealed themselves within the void, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, accompanied by powerful auras, Fu Tianke and the others entered the Royal Dao Tower. Damn it, someone has beaten us to it. Observing the barren interior of the tower, the expressions of the group darkened. Qiao Yinyang was indeed remarkably swift. He feasted alone, while leaving us not even a drop of broth. How excessive. Fu Tianke's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. Humph, first come, first served. It is only natural. Li Finchin remained unfazed. At this moment, even he believed that the treasures within the Royal Dao Tower had been plundered by Qiao Yinyang. Thus within his heart, he was overjoyed. Let us proceed. If all goes as anticipated, Qiao Yinyang should be in the 9th level. Such advantages cannot be monopolized by him alone. Fan Qingtian's expression remained cold. As he spoke, he stepped forward, hastening towards the 9th level with utmost speed. However, upon the arrival of the crowd, each person furrowed their brow, for they did not behold the figure of Qiao Yinyang. Where is he? The assembly exchanged glances. Although their minds were rife with questions, they did not linger on this matter for long, for at that moment, their gazes were captivated by the distant Dian sword. The Dian sword. The group stirred with excitement, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. This sword was the treasured artifact of the former Dian sect, a supreme spiritual weapon inscribed with 36 ultimate prohibitions, of the highest caliber. Neither the Xuantian Sect's Xuantian Seal nor the Tianxin Sword Studio's Qishao Ancient Sword could compare. If one were to obtain it, their power would undoubtedly surge. The prospect of dominating the 9 provinces would be within reach. As this thought crossed their minds, a fervent avarice shone in their eyes. Boom. The allure of the ultimate weapon was immense. The moment Fu Tianke laid eyes on the Daiyan sword, he cast aside thoughts of Qiaoyong, summoning the Xuantian Seal to suppress it with great force. Observing this, Fan Chi Tian was unwilling to be outdone. He spread his palm, summoning the Qishao Ancient Sword, fiercely striking towards the Xuantian Seal. Boom. The collision of 2 ultimate forces in midair unleashed a terrifying might, reducing the already crumbling Imperial Stone Tower to mere ruins. Fan Chi Tian, what are you doing? Fu Tianke glared at him, his expression darkening. Everyone has a share. This Daiyan sword does not belong solely to you. Fan Chi Tian gripped the Qishao Ancient Sword, his demeanor icy. Do you think I wish to monopolize the Daiyan sword? Is that not your intention? Of course not. This Daiyan sword bears 36 ultimate prohibitions, and neither your Qishao Ancient Sword nor my Xuantian Seal can contend with it. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance to claim it. Why not suppress it first, and then decide its rightful owner? Fu Tianke proposed. Upon hearing this, Fan Qingtian regarded him thoughtfully for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. In that case, let us act in unison. With that, Fu Tianke immediately activated the Xuantian Seal, directing it towards the Daiyan sword. While Fan Chi Tian summoned the Qishao Ancient Sword, they aimed to harness the power of their respective ultimate weapons to forcibly subdue the Daiyan sword's overwhelming might. Yet, while their intentions were noble, reality proved to be unforgiving. The lurking Lin Wudao had been waiting for them. Boom. Just as the Xuantian Seal and the Qishao Ancient Sword were about to be released, a mysterious hand suddenly emerged from the void, seizing both extraordinary spiritual weapons with astonishing swiftness. Chapter 69. An Instant of Wealth and Death. Who is it? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the Xuantian Seal and the Qishao Ancient Sword being forcibly taken from right under their noses, both Fu Tianke and Fan Chi Tian stood frozen in disbelief. However, it was not long before they erupted into frenzied shouts. Damn it, show yourself. You scoundrel, return my supreme spiritual weapons. Boom. In unison, Fu Tianke and Fan Qingtian surged towards Lin Wudao's location, unleashing their might to suppress him. The power of the late mythical stage shook the very foundations of the Daiyan ancestral land. Yet, at that moment, Lin Wudao remained cloaked in invisibility, evading their detection entirely. Moreover, having snatched the Xuantian Seal and the Qishao Ancient Sword, he had already concealed himself within the boundless void. Indifferent to the frenzied roars of Fu Tianke and his companion, Die. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the ears of the crowd. Boom. As the words echoed, Lin Wudao shattered the formation diagram, and in an instant, a terrifying Taiyuan sword array materialized in the air, enveloping the entire Imperial Dao Stone Tower. Not good. It's a trap. Run. Panic seized the crowd. At this moment, they could no longer concern themselves with the Daiyan sword or the stolen supreme spiritual weapons. Fu Tianke, Fan Qingtian, and even the formidable Li Finchen began to flee with utmost urgency. However, how could Lin Wudao allow them to escape so easily? Boom, boom, boom. Just as they regained their senses, vast rivers of unparalleled sword energy manifested in the void, surging forth with extreme terror and intent to kill. The Taiyuan sword array sealed off the space completely. Even Li Finchen and the others, despite their attempts to escape using secret techniques, found themselves utterly thwarted. They could only watch helplessly as the boundless sword energy cascaded down upon them. Who could it possibly be? Fu Tianke bellowed in a frenzy. His face had lost all semblance of the earlier authority and composure, replaced instead with sheer panic and dread. The terror of the Taiyuan sword array far exceeded his imagination. Even with his late mythical cultivation, he was being mercilessly torn apart beneath the overwhelming sword energy, blood spilling from his wounds. Especially as the Taiyuan sword array seemed inexhaustible. If this continued, they would undoubtedly be unable to endure for much longer. The more he pondered, the more terror gripped Fu Tianke. Similarly, Fan Chi Tian and Li Finchen shared this sentiment. At this moment, they all realized they had been ensnared in a plot. Qiao and Yang? Fan Qingtian tentatively growled. At this, the others felt a chill in their hearts. Yet soon, they dismissed the possibility of Qiao Yingyang's involvement. For if he were truly orchestrating this from the shadows, he would not have targeted Li Finchen so ruthlessly. Who could it be? The crowd was left in bewilderment. With the passage of time, they were all marked by terrifying sword scars, each suffering immense injuries, their strength diminished by more than half. Yet, the hidden puppeteer lurking in the shadows showed no intention of sparing them. The endless Taiyuan sword aura pierced through their dantians, and soon after, the meridians in their limbs were forcefully severed, rendering them utterly incapacitated. It was only then that the madman emerged from the dark, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Haha, more big fish caught. 2 late-stage mythic beings, and 3 fully realized ancestors. Who would have thought that the bait of Nanbatian could attract so many at once? Yet, it is understandable. After all, no one can resist the allure of the great transformation sword. The evil voice echoed ominously. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianke and the others changed their expressions drastically. They had never anticipated that all of this was a trap. The opponent was willing to set a scheme using the great transformation sword merely to lure them to the ancestral land, intending to capture them all at once. Such malice was unfathomable. You have already taken the Xuantian seal and the Xuantian Ancient Sword. Why do you still not spare us? Fan Chi Tian demanded sternly. In response, the madman coldly chuckled. Spare you? A joke. From the beginning, our goal was never the extreme Dao spirit weapons in your possession, but rather, you yourselves. What? Us. The crowd was horrified. They could not comprehend the madman's intentions. Just then, as they were still reeling from shock, the madman swiftly appeared before Li Fenchen, his terrifying hand descending upon the latter's head. I require your assistance in my cultivation. Upon uttering these words, the madman immediately activated the supreme law of the Great Tomb, beginning to frantically siphon the life essence from Li Fenchen. A chilling scream resonated throughout the ancestral land, under the horrified gazes of Fu Tianke and the others. As a substantial amount of life essence was drained away, Li Fenchen began to visibly age at an alarming rate. Thud. In mere moments, he became a cold corpse. Yet, a look of satisfaction spread across the madman's face. Far inferior compared to Qiaoyinong. It seems that this old fellow's life essence is still too scant. In the future, I must seek out the younger ones, as they hold far greater value. The madman murmured with a frown. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the life essence he had extracted from Li Fenchen. Only an increase of 300 years of life. Now, it is your turn. His fierce gaze fell upon Fu Tianke and the others. Witnessing this scene, the remaining few were filled with terror. So you are consuming life essence to strengthen yourself. You are that old madman? The one who desecrated the ancestral grave of my Xuantian sect. Fu Tianke bellowed. Haha, you actually saw through me? However, even if you have discerned my identity, it is already too late. Fu Tianke, you should venture into the Yellow Springs and accompany the ancestors of your Xuantian sect. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying hand descended as the mad Taoist once again invoked the supreme arts of the Great Tomb. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life essence poured into his body, transforming into his own longevity. Before long, Fu Tianke followed in the footsteps of Li Fenchen. Subsequently, he employed the same tactics, draining the life essence from the bodies of Fan Qingtian and the others, who looked on in dread and despair. Once all was said and done, the Mad Taoist had gained over 2,000 years of life. Name: Mad Taoist, Qi Shuming cultivation level, initial stage of transcendence lifespan, 128 years. Now, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Aha, how delightful. With such an increase in lifespan, I shall no longer need to tread cautiously as I delve into graves and tombs. The Mad Taoist laughed heartily. This expedition to the Dayan ancestral land had proven immensely fruitful. Likewise, Lin Wudao had similarly benefited. Not only had he acquired the corpses of numerous mythic powerhouses, but he had also fortuitously obtained 4 supreme spiritual weapons. In terms of gains, his rewards were even greater than those of the Mad Taoist. This Dayan ancestral land truly was a treasure trove. Alas, this method could only be employed once. The Mad Taoist lamented. He longed for the opportunity to return. However, the current circumstances did not permit it. Following this precedent, neither the Daylight Demon Sect nor the Xuantian Sect, nor the Tianqin Sword Studio dared to set foot in the Dayan ancestral land again. Their attempts to orchestrate ambushes were rendered futile. Despite his profound regret, the Mad Taoist did not dwell overly on it. Thank you, my brother. Without your formidable sword array, we would have been unable to encircle and eliminate Xiao Yinyang and the others. It was a mutual benefit. Our success in deceiving them was also thanks to your invisibility talisman. Otherwise, this plan would not have been executed so flawlessly, Lin Wudao replied calmly. He acknowledged the Mad Taoist contributions. Brother Ren, are you interested in embarking on another grand venture? I know of a location that, while perilous and fraught with danger, is teeming with substantial rewards, with many like Xiao Yinyang lurking about. I would never dare to go alone, but with you alongside me, I am eager to explore. Furthermore, I have an organization. Within this organization, there are numerous extraordinary individuals, skilled in various wondrous abilities, who would surely not disappoint you. Suddenly, after a brief silence, the Mad Taoist spoke with an air of mystery. An organization? His words instantly conjured thoughts of the Terminator organization in Lin Wudao's mind, an undoubtedly enigmatic entity. What sort of place is this? He inquired with curiosity. I cannot divulge specifics. Brother Ren, allow me to present you with an invitation. Once I have prepared everything, I shall invite you to join me. At that moment, the invitation would naturally bear the necessary information. You merely need to acquiesce. With these words, the madman produced a peculiar black invitation and handed it to Lin Wudao. Having completed this act, he vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 70. The System's First Update. An invitation, exuding an air of mystery. It was unclear what material it was crafted from, but the pitch-black cover bore two ancient and enigmatic characters. Although Lin Wudao could not decipher them, he understood their meaning through the feedback of the divine eye. Astonishingly, they read end. Indeed, it was an invitation from the Terminator organization. The ability to create such a bizarre and wondrous item suggested that this organization was extraordinarily remarkable. One could only wonder what other extraordinary individuals, apart from the mad Taoist, might be involved. If the opportunity arose, it would be intriguing to encounter them. Lin Wudao murmured softly. As he spoke, he casually opened the invitation, only to find the interior completely blank, devoid of any writing. Observing this, Lin Wudao scrutinized it for a moment before storing it away. Subsequently, he did not leave the Diyin ancestral land but sought a quiet place to immerse himself in cultivation. A day later, Lin Wudao awoke from his meditation. Startled, the system had completed its update. Ding, the first update of the Invincible Corpse Collection system has been completed. The primary content of this update includes the following aspects. Please read carefully, host. 1. New definition of a stronger being. The target of the corpse collection must be at least one major realm higher than the host to be defined as a strong individual. Note, if the cultivation level is lower than that of the host, no items will be obtained after collecting the corpse. 2. New item synthesis function. Under this function, the host can synthesize items of the same type, extracting their essence while discarding the dross. 3. Reward. One corpse refining furnace. Capable of extracting part of the essence from corpses to enhance the host's cultivation. 4. Reward. 12 undertakers, exclusive attendance for the host. Note, undertakers are immortal and unyielding, and they will never betray. The host can expend a certain amount of fortune value to make them even stronger. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao remained silent for a considerable time, fully digesting the contents of the system's update. Firstly, the threshold for corpse collection had risen. Only by collecting the corpses of beings at least one major realm higher than himself could he obtain the items that the deceased possessed or encountered in life. Currently, Lin Wudao's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. According to the system's criteria for a strong individual, he must collect the corpses of beings at the true return stage to reap rewards. Anything below the true return would be ineffective, although Lin Wudao found this surprising. He did not harbor significant resistance. After all, the more powerful an individual was, the more precious the items they possessed or encountered. Thus, collecting from those at least one major realm higher fell well within the realm of acceptance. Furthermore, there was the item synthesis function. Lin Wudao felt an intense curiosity about this feature. With a thunderous motion, he waved his hand, bringing forth 5 supreme spiritual weapons he had in his possession. System, can these be synthesized? Yes. The host may select one supreme weapon as the foundation and then extract the essence from the remaining supreme weapons to enhance their quality. Is it truly possible? Lin Wudao felt as though he had discovered a new realm. After some contemplation, he resolved to merge the essences of the other 4 supreme spiritual weapons into the great wilderness cauldron, forging a formidable artifact. Ding. Insufficient fortune value. Synthesis is not possible. The synthesis of items requires fortune value as well? Lin Wudao frowned. He sacrificed all the resources obtained from the Diyin ancestral land. There was no alternative. Currently, he was impoverished, and to forge a more powerful supreme spiritual weapon, he had to relinquish the various resources scavenged from the Royal Pathstone Tower. After all, they were of no use to him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,280,000 fortune value. How much fortune value is required to merge the Jiang Sword, the Great Sun Demon Furnace, the Xuantian Seal, and the Red Sky Ancient Sword with the Great Wilderness Cauldron? 800,000. So much? Lin Wudao's brow furrowed even deeper. Nevertheless, he chose to proceed with the synthesis. Although the loss of 800,000 fortune value pained him, acquiring a top-tier supreme spiritual weapon would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Hence, Lin Wudao was filled with anticipation for this synthesis. Currently synthesizing, please wait, boom, boom, boom. Mysterious sounds of Dao reverberated in his ears. At this moment, Lin Wudao stared unwaveringly at the 5 supreme spiritual weapons before him, witnessing them enveloped in magnificent divine light, accompanied by the thunderous clash of metal. It seemed as if they were being reforged. Clang after a moment, as the brilliance dissipated, a grand and ancient black cauldron appeared before Lin Wudao, exuding immense supreme power. Pressing down on the void with a heavy gravity. Name, Great Wilderness Cauldron Level. Spiritual weapon quality. Top-tier supreme restrictions. 81 description. Synthesized from the essences and supreme restrictions of the Jiang Sword, Great Sun Demon Furnace. Xuantian Seal, and Red Sky Ancient Sword. Functions. 1. Suppresses a designated region. 2. Annihilates all, invincible among the supreme. 3. Can plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a cauldron of spiritual water to nourish spiritual herbs, accelerating their growth. Can also be utilized in cultivation to enhance one's own cultivation level. The new information unfolded before him. After reading it, Lin Wudao was profoundly shaken. The essence of the 4 supreme spiritual weapons, merged into the Great Wilderness Cauldron, had achieved the pinnacle quality of a supreme spiritual weapon. Furthermore, its 3 formidable functions were unparalleled. It was worth the expenditure of 800,000 fortune value. The synthesis of the 4 supreme spiritual weapons had indeed met his expectations. With it in hand, his power would be significantly magnified. Lin Wudao's gaze gleamed with intensity. After a prolonged examination, he finally stored the Great Wilderness Cauldron in the system space. Subsequently, the gaze once again fell upon the ancient corpse refining furnace. Boom. With a mere thought, an intricately designed ancient octagonal furnace materialized before him, towering 10 zhang high, exuding an enigmatic and inscrutable aura. Designation: Inferior Corpse Refining Furnace Quality, Lowest Grade Description. This object can refine the bodies of all living beings in the world, extracting 1/10,000th of their essence, transforming it into the user's cultivation. An inferior corpse refining furnace? 1/10,000th of essence? Upon seeing the information presented, Lin Wudao fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, an audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. In the present day, with the system's updates, only by collecting corpses of a realm significantly above his own could he obtain items. Those of lower cultivation would be wasted. What if he were to place those corpses into the refining furnace? Would that not be a form of recycling waste? In doing so, he could augment his cultivation. Though 1/10,000th seems rather meager, if the quantity of corpses is sufficiently abundant, it could still lead to a considerable enhancement in his cultivation. This could be a shortcut to advancement. With this thought, a brilliant light flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. At that moment, it felt as though a broad path had unveiled itself before him. If there exists an inferior corpse refining furnace, surely there must be higher quality ones as well? Indeed, once the host's cultivation reaches a certain level, or should the system update again, there would be a chance to acquire a superior corpse refining furnace. Moreover, the host may expend fortune points to upgrade the inferior furnace. It all circles back to the necessity of fortune points. By the way, what of the 12 morticians? They are servants bestowed upon the host, indestructible and eternally loyal, never to betray. Each possesses formidable combat prowess, invincible within their realm. The 12 morticians are led by one named Li Zongtian, whose cultivation is at the initial stage of the transcendent realm, capable of subduing those at the pinnacle of the transcendent and fighting against the true realm without defeat. For further specifics, the host may investigate on his own. Buzz. As the system's voice faded, the void before him suddenly rippled with a subtle wave. Following this, 12 figures, resembling deities or demons, materialized out of thin air before him. Chapter 71. City of Sin, a Disgrace. Li Zongtian, I pay my respects to you, master. Bang. As the cold and merciless voice resonated, a man towering nearly 10 feet tall, as formidable as a primordial dragon, bowed respectfully before Lin Wudao. His countenance was severe, and his gaze was filled with an unparalleled ferocity. He exuded an overwhelming aura of menace and murderous intent. Name: Li Zongtian. Identity: Leader of the 12 Undertakers Cultivation. Early stage of heavenly ascendancy. Remarks: 1. Unrivaled combat prowess within the Grand Realm. 2. Immortal and indestructible physical form. 3. Forever loyal solely to Lin Wudao. He obeys no one else. Is this what they call an Undertaker? Truly formidable. Lin Wudao could not help but marvel as he glanced over Li Zongtian and the 11 Undertakers behind him. A product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. These 12 Undertakers are born for slaughter. Their immortal bodies, coupled with their terrifying combat strength, render them unstoppable, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. They are Lin Wudao's sharpest blades, clearing all obstacles in his path. Rise. A calm voice resonated. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao presented the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the Xuantian Ancient Sword, to Li Zongtian. Use this sword for now. When a better one becomes available, I shall replace it for you. Thank you, master. Li Zongtian bowed and accepted it. Observing this, Lin Wudao nodded in satisfaction. These Undertakers, like all beings in the world, possess their own emotions, wisdom, and understanding of the myriad affairs of existence. These attributes are the most fundamental and significant aspects of sentient beings. It is time to return. With the threshold for collecting corpses raised, I must reevaluate my future development path. The current hierarchy of the Demon Suppression Division is still too low. Perhaps I should consider taking bolder steps? Lin Wudao pondered deeply. The constraints of the Demon Suppression Division have hindered his progress. It is time for a change. With this thought, Lin Wudao contemplated for a long while, then called to Li Zongtian and the others before commandeering a spiritual vessel, departing swiftly from Xianzhou. Half a day later, he returned to the realm of Yuanzhou. However, Lin Wudao did not head to the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou. Instead, he ventured to the 8 desolate county under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hunting Hall. Previously, he had dispatched Han Qingshan and Zhao Meng to gather information and assess the situation in 8 desolate county. Now, with considerable time having passed, he wondered how things had unfolded. 8 desolate county attracts the most vicious and malevolent individuals from the Great Li dynasty and surrounding regions, even across the entire realm of the 9 provinces. Although nominally under the Demon Suppression Division, they have never regarded it with any respect. The Demon Suppression Division is merely a facade. Even those with a modicum of strength can easily manipulate the division. Given this complex situation, Lin Wudao resolved to personally investigate. Whoosh! The spirit vessel cleaved through the void, carrying Lin Wudao and his 12 funeral bearers to the city of Sin within the 8 Desolation Prefecture. This place is the most sinister and malevolent in the 8 Desolation Prefecture, gathering the most terrifying villains from the entire Li dynasty and surrounding regions. As Lin Wudao stepped into the city of Sin with Li Zongtian and the others, a tempestuous wave of malevolence surged skyward. A glance around revealed that the streets of the city were rife with conflict and bloodshed, with blood and corpses strewn everywhere. The inhabitants here were devoid of virtue. Their faces etched with ferocity, any slight provocation could send them into a frenzy of violence without hesitation. Indeed, it was a den of iniquity, Lin Wudao mused. Suddenly, as he surveyed the surroundings, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His gaze fixated on the city tower in the distance, where 2 familiar figures hung suspended. Stripped of their garments, save for tattered trousers, their bodies were marred with numerous wounds. The sight was shocking. The crimson blood had long since congealed upon their skin. Looking at the 2 figures suspended from the tower, Lin Wudao's expression darkened instantaneously, a chilling ferocity igniting in his eyes. Those 2 were none other than Han Qingshan and Zhao Meng. They had been stripped and hung up for all to see, clearly intended as a humiliation directed at him in the Demon Suppression Division. Such audacity! With a swift motion, he brought his fingers together, channeling his spirit energy into a sharp blade that severed the chains binding the 2 men. Thud! Thud! Han Qingshan and Zhao Meng fell from the heights. Though they had endured inhumane torment, they remained alive, still clinging to a fragment of vitality. Observing this, Lin Wudao administered a revitalizing pill to them. Moments later, the injuries on their bodies healed at a visible pace, their vitality and blood energy surging robustly. Deduk, young master? Feeling the transformation within, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan sprang to their feet. However, upon seeing Lin Wudao before them, they bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's sudden intervention attracted a multitude of onlookers, each filled with suspicion and curiosity, their eyes glinting with mockery and an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. Who is this person, possessing such audacity? I wonder, based on what I've gathered, this man is Lin Wudao, the newly appointed deputy governor of the Yuan Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division, and the son of the former Demon Hunting Hall master, Lin Daoshan. Oh, so it's him. No wonder he intervened to rescue Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan. These 2, unaware of their own insignificance, dared to send them to the city of Sin. Truly, they are overestimating their own capabilities. I have heard that a powerful figure has orchestrated a scheme to give Lin Wudao a harsh lesson, resulting in the abduction of his subordinates, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, solely to embarrass him. The cacophony of discussions erupted from the surrounding crowd. Upon hearing this, the heads of the 2 men bowed even lower, their eyes filled with the utmost humiliation and shame. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's countenance darkened further. Who is responsible for this? We do not know, Zhao Meng replied, trembling. You do not know? Upon hearing this response, a chilling glint flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes, instilling such fear in Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan that they immediately knelt before him. Master, we have brought disgrace upon you. However, we genuinely do not know who is behind this. Their strength was overwhelming, and we were caught completely off guard. Then, at this point, Han Qingshan's voice trailed off abruptly. He felt his cheeks burn with shame, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth. 2 words echoed in his mind. Disgrace. Indeed. What a bunch of useless fools. How could you not even notice being hung from the city tower? And yet you dare to venture into the city of sin? Presumptuous. Seeking your own demise. It seems this Lin governor is not so formidable after all. What a disgraceful sight. Death would be a better fate. A chorus of derisive laughter and scornful remarks ensued. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's gaze turned icy in an instant. Li Zongtian, I command you to kill everyone within 100 feet. Understood. With a thunderous roar, the reapers, born solely for slaughter, sprang into action. As Lin Wudao issued his command, Li Zongtian waved his hand, and the 11 reapers under his command swiftly surrounded the area within 100 feet. In a flash, a sword beam of 100 feet sliced through the air, mercilessly annihilating all within its reach with a single strike. Chapter 72. Another villain seeks my demise. Hiss. How ruthless. A mere disagreement leads to violence, and everyone within 100 feet is mercilessly slain. This Governor Lin is truly ferocious. Humph. I have underestimated him. That sword strike possesses at least the might of the transcendent realm. In the distance, whispers arose from the crowd, all of whom were taken aback by Lin Wudao's sudden and brutal actions. A single servant wielding such formidable power suggests that Lin Wudao is far more enigmatic and powerful than they had previously anticipated. After witnessing such ruthless tactics, the onlookers fell silent, their expressions a mix of fear and awe, and one by one, they departed in haste. Soon, only Lin Wudao and his companions remained in place. Governor, young master, Xiaomeng and Han Qingshan wished to speak, but upon seeing Lin Wudao's exceedingly grim countenance, their words faltered at the brink of their lips. Let us proceed to the Demon Suppression Division. Yes. The two dared not hesitate and respectfully guided Lin Wudao directly toward the Demon Suppression Division. Tianxiang Tower. The most notorious den of iniquity in the city of sin. Here lies a paradise for those seeking indulgence. At this moment, within the premier room of Tianxiang Tower, a remarkably handsome and exceptionally charismatic young man reveled in the performances of dancers while savoring fine wine. Suddenly, a sharp knocking on the door shattered the enchanting ambience. Almost immediately, a cold, sinister figure in a tattered robe entered the room. Young master. Vice-Governor Lin Wudao of the Demon Suppression Division has arrived in the city of Sin and publicly rescued Xiaomeng and Han Qingshan. Furthermore, he commanded his subordinates to slay over 1,000 onlookers. His demonstrated power appears to be at the early stage of the transcendent realm, while Lin Wudao himself remains inscrutable. The tattered elder reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, the handsome young man merely responded with a subtle acknowledgement. Since Lin Wudao has arrived, we shall proceed according to our plan. You are to promptly deliver an invitation in the name of the Gongsun clan to the Demon Suppression Division, inviting Lin Wudao to attend my grand wedding ceremony in 3 days. Additionally, arrange for some healing potions to be sent along, claiming it is a gesture of goodwill from my Gongsun clan for Xiaomeng and Han Qingshan's recovery. Should he dare to come, he shall surely find himself with no means of escape. A sinister glint flickered in the young man's eyes. Hearing this, the tattered elder appeared somewhat hesitant. Young master. Lin Wudao was merely a waste from Xuantian Ancient City. It is said that after visiting the divine ruins, he soared to greatness and acquired immense power. Since then, his conduct has grown increasingly arrogant, as if he fears no one. I believe we should exercise caution. He pondered aloud. In response, the handsome young man let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Do not worry. We are merely tasked with drawing Lin Wudao into this scheme. Subsequently, the formidable forces of the Huangguan Demon Sect will deal with him. Behind the Huangguan Demon Sect looms the might of the Great Sun Demon Cult. How could a mere Lin Wudao possibly cause upheaval? This time, we need only to execute the instructions given by the eldest son, and in due course, the strength and status of the Gongsun family will surely rise. Both of us stand to gain immensely. At this juncture, a glimmer of yearning shone in the handsome man's eyes. However, in stark contrast to his aspirations, the elder in tattered robes harbored an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Young master, I feel. Enough, old Yun. Let us proceed with the plan as previously arranged. Should any mishaps occur, the Huangguan Demon Sect will bear the brunt. The handsome man spoke with unwavering confidence. Moreover, even if Lin Wudao possesses extraordinary abilities, the Gongsun family's millennia-old heritage is not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing this, the elder, despite his lingering unease, could only comply with the orders. By the way, I recall that the Vice Hall Master Chen Xuanqiu from the Demon Suppression Division is currently at the Tianxiang Tower, is he not? At this moment, the handsome man appeared to have recalled something and inquired. Indeed. Well then, go and instruct him to fabricate a pretext to detain Chen Xuanqiu, claiming that the Vice Hall Master was soliciting women at the Tianxiang Tower without compensation, attempting to renege on his debts. Then, spread this tale far and wide, and confront Lin Wudao at the Demon Suppression Division for payment. If he refuses, tear up the ticket. In essence, the greater the commotion, the better. I wish for all of Sin City to witness the spectacle of the Demon Suppression Division in Lin Wudao. Ha ha ha. The handsome man laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, the elder wished to voice his concerns, yet the sight of the man's arrogance and confidence silenced him. Thus, he bowed respectfully before departing from the Tianxiang Tower. Humph, Lin Wudao is but a mere wretch. What is there to fear? With that, he resumed his revelries. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, he remained oblivious to the exchange between the handsome man and the elder. At this moment, under the guidance of Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, he had arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. This outpost, situated in the heart of Sin City, was merely a base established by the Demon Hunting Hall, devoid of any significant presence amidst the nefarious denizens of this lawless city. Upon his arrival, Lin Wudao was greeted by the sight of a dilapidated three-story building, scarcely occupying a dozen paces, exuding an air of utter desolation that stood in stark contrast to the grandeur and dignity expected of the Demon Suppression Division. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Wudao stepped inside. Where are the agents of the Demon Suppression Division? Upon entering the building, he found only a few decrepit individuals, hardly resembling the capable demon hunters he anticipated. This prompted another frown to crease his brow. Governor, the current state of the Demon Suppression Division is, it is virtually deserted. Either they fled in fear or fell victim to the ruthless criminals of Sin City. Zhao Meng mustered the courage to respond. Fled? Killed? Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao's expression darkened further. Wasn't there still a deputy hall master, Qin Xuanqiu? He then recalled Qin Taiji's younger brother, Qin Xuanqiu. Governor, Deputy Hall Master Qin has not been slain, but rather, he has gone to Tianxiang Tower for leisure. Tianxiang Tower? Indeed, Governor. Tianxiang Tower is the foremost den of vice in the city of Sin, where one can find beauties of unparalleled charm, as well as culinary delights rivaling those of Lingyun Pavilion, not to mention various other services, as long as one is willing to spend. It is a veritable paradise for men, Zhao Meng explained in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's demeanor grew cold. It seems this deputy hall master is quite unfit for his role. As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode into the grand hall. At that moment, within the dilapidated hall, a young man of slender build, exuding an air of determination, was diligently sweeping the floor. His cultivation was modest, nearly at the dragon elephant stage. In this city of Sin, it would be hard to find anyone weaker than him. Wei Qingyin, are you not going to come forth and pay your respects to Governor Lin? Zhao Meng bellowed. Startled, the young man quickly ceased his work, anxiously approaching Lin Wudao and bowing deeply. Wei Qingyin pays his respects to the governor, he proclaimed, bowing his head. Your surname is Wei? Upon hearing his name, Lin Wudao's gaze flickered. This surname is somewhat peculiar, for the royal family of the Dali dynasty bears the surname Wei. As the divine eye swept across, information regarding Wei Qingyin promptly materialized. Name, Wei Qingyin. Status, 18th Prince of Dali cultivation, early dragon elephant bone structure, Taishian sword bone, excised, techniques, Zhou Tianjing items, Qi Feng sword lifespan, 36 years. Remarks, born with Taishian sword bone. He possessed extraordinary talent, yet tragically fell victim to his own family. At the age of 8, his bone structure was forcibly excised, leading to his expulsion from the Dali imperial city, left to fend for himself. His bone structure was actually excised? Lin Wudao was taken aback as he perused the displayed information. Wei Qingyin is not only the 18th prince of the Dali dynasty, but has also endured such a tragic fate. How has he survived all these years? Rise. Lin Wudao responded coolly, taking his seat at the head of the table. Now, enlighten me about the situation in the city of Sin. Yes. Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan exchanged glances before beginning to detail the state of affairs in the city of Sin. Governor, there are primarily 3 major factions within the city of Sin. They are the Huangquan Demon Sect, the Seven Killing Alliance, and the Valley of Villains. These 3 factions have consistently been at odds, embroiled in conflict over resources. Most of the rogues in the city of Sin survive under the aegis of these 3 powers. Furthermore, I have heard whispers that behind these factions lurk the shadows of the Great Sun Demon Cult, the Xuantian Sect, and the Xuantian Sword Studio, seemingly offering covert support. Zhao Meng divulged all the information he had gathered. Upon finishing, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent, betraying no signs of emotion. Suddenly, in the midst of the crowd's silence, a spirit vessel descended outside the gates of the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 73, The Mythical Path. The Great Art of Capturing Spirits. A resounding voice echoed, Gongsun clan seeks an audience with Governor Lin of the Demon Suppression Division. Within the Grand Hall, Lin Wudao's brow arched slightly as he cast a glance toward Zhao Meng beside him. The Gongsun clan? Zhao Meng inclined his head. The Gongsun clan is a formidable force within the city of Sin, boasting a legacy that spans over a millennium, rich in heritage. It is said that a formidable master of the Return to Truth realm resides among their ranks. Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. He promptly instructed someone to invite Yunsong from outside. Upon entering the hall, Yunsong scrutinized Lin Wudao with a composed demeanor, greeting him with a smile. He then presented a gilded invitation. Governor Lin, we of the Gongsun clan have heard of your remarkable prowess, a pillar of the Dali dynasty, who, upon your emergence, decisively vanquished several demons, earning widespread renown. Truly, you are an unparalleled hero of this realm. 3 days hence marks the grand wedding of our young master, Gongsun Meng. We earnestly hope that Governor Lin will grace us with your presence. Furthermore, our clan leader has learned of the unfortunate plight of your subordinate and has entrusted me with some fine healing supplies as a token of our goodwill. As he spoke, Yunsong gestured grandly, and several individuals entered the hall, each bearing a box filled with various healing items and some spiritual herbs. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao cast a dispassionate glance at Yunsong, his expression inscrutable. Thank you for your kindness. If time permits, I shall attend the wedding ceremony in 3 days. His voice was calm and unhurried. Upon hearing this response, Yunsong felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Lin Wudao agreed to attend, half of the plan would be accomplished. Then we of the Gongsun clan shall await your esteemed presence, Governor. Yunsong smiled, preparing to take his leave. Yet, just as he turned to depart, he seemed to remember something and hesitated, glancing back at Lin Wudao. Governor Lin, I recently heard a piece of news concerning the Demon Suppression Division, and I am uncertain if I should. Yunsong feigned a troubled expression. Lin Wudao remained composed. Feel free to share. As I was passing by the fragrant pavilion, I heard that the Deputy Hall Master Chen Xuanqiu of the Demon Suppression Division has apparently been detained, supposedly for soliciting women without payment. What? Chen Xuanqiu solicited women without payment? The shocking news made Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, who were beside him, widen their eyes in disbelief. This news is too explosive. Chen Xuanqiu is the Deputy Hall Master of the Demon Slaying Hall. How could he possibly fail to pay? Surely, you must be mistaken. Chen Xuanqiu is a Deputy Hall Master of our Demon Suppression Division. How could he lack such a trivial sum? Even if he did visit the fragrant pavilion, he would never neglect to settle the bill. This matter is utterly absurd. Zhao Meng scoffed. Although he held no fondness for Chen Xuanqiu, he could scarcely believe that he was capable of such an act. If it were true, it would surely bring disgrace to the Demon Suppression Division. I merely overheard it while passing by. As for the truth of the matter, only Vice Hall Master Chen himself knows. However, this incident has already spread throughout the city of Sin. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the Demon Suppression Division, Yunsong lamented. With that, he stifled the urge to laugh and promptly turned away from the Demon Suppression Division. Governor, Chen Xuanqiu could not possibly commit such an act. This is undoubtedly a deliberate setup aimed at framing him, likely intended to humiliate and mock you, given that you have just arrived in the city of Sin. And such an event occurs. What a coincidence. Zhao Meng clenched his fists and growled. At this moment, he recalled the tragic experience he and Han Qingshan had endured, being hung from the city tower, and now encountering the scandal of Chen Xuanqiu failing to pay for a woman. Everything seemed directed at Lin Wudao, designed to embarrass him. It was evident that this was a premeditated scheme. The more they contemplated, the more resentment Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan felt. Young master, this incident involving Chen Xuanqiu touches upon the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division. Clearly, someone is deliberately setting a trap for you. How should we respond? Perhaps we should expel Chen Xuanqiu from the Demon Suppression Division? Han Qingshan suggested cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent. You may withdraw for now. I have my own plans. Understood. Although filled with curiosity, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan dared not inquire further and promptly exited. After their departure, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment, then retrieved a piece of summoning paper. With a swift motion, he began to inscribe characters upon the summoning paper using his spiritual energy as ink. Now that he had just arrived in the city of Sin, a series of bizarre events had unfolded. Even a fool could discern that this was a deliberate setup. Thus, he must unveil the mastermind behind it. Relying on others would not suffice. He needed to consult the illustrious lord of the mortal realm, Jun Xianma. I wish to know who suspended Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan in the city of Sin, and who orchestrated the scheme against me through Chen Xuanqiu. With a flourish, as the final stroke was applied, the summoning paper suddenly radiated a mysterious azure light, and the ink he had inscribed vanished in an instant. Moments later, new characters began to materialize upon the summoning paper. The eldest son of the Huangquan demon sect, Fan Wujiao. The Gongsun clan, Gongsun Meng. The Gongsun clan harbors a 10th-tier demon. 3 pieces of information emerged from the summoning paper in succession. After approximately 10 breaths, these characters completely dissipated, and the summoning paper was incinerated, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that vanished from existence. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. The summoning paper proved to be remarkably effective. He uttered a word of praise. However, soon after, his expression turned cold. Huh? Are you attempting to play the trick of accusing the thief? Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall accompany you until the end. I only hope you can handle it. A chilling ferocity emanated from his eyes. Having said that, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment, then placed all the corpses he had gathered from the Deyin ancestral land into the bronze coffin of burial heaven. He had forgotten to collect the bodies earlier. Xiao Yinyang and the others were formidable beings of the mythical realm. One could only speculate what treasures they might yield. With this in mind, Lin Wudao was filled with anticipation. Ding, you have collected Xiao Yinyang's corpse, gaining the mythical technique, heart capture art. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired the technique, divine capture art, which allows you to manipulate the hearts and minds of living beings. You have collected Li Finchun's corpse, gaining 3,000 fortune points. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired 30,000 fortune points. You have collected the corpse of the ancient aberration, the three-headed magic serpent, gaining 800 years of lifespan. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired 8,000 years of lifespan. You have collected Fu Tiang's corpse, gaining a Xian Yuan transformation pill. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have acquired a celestial transformation pill, which grants temporary attainment of the celestial realm upon consumption. Regrettably, you have obtained nothing. A series of cold notifications echoed in his mind. Among the 6 mythical powerhouses and 1 ancient aberration, half yielded nothing. Ultimately, Lin Wudao had acquired a celestial transformation pill, 30,000 fortune points, the divine capture art, and 8,000 years of lifespan. He was quite satisfied with this outcome, particularly with the divine capture art, which was exceedingly mysterious. Once employed, it could manipulate another's heart and mind for a brief period, compelling them to act according to his will, all unbeknownst to them. Essentially a method of killing unseen. However, the divine capture art, despite its marvel, bore a critical flaw. It could only control beings of lesser cultivation than oneself and could last for a maximum of 10 breaths. Though the limitations were significant, the effects were astonishing. If given the opportunity, he would certainly attempt it. With that thought, Lin Wudao sought to master the divine capture art before calling for Wei Qingyin. I pay my respects to the governor. Take me to the Tianxiang building. I have heard that our deputy hall master, Chen Xuanqiu, has been engaging in illicit activities without paying. This matter concerns the dignity and reputation of our demon suppression division. I must investigate. Yes, Wei Qingyin replied with a bow. Thus, he led Lin Wudao and Li Zongtian, along with others, towards the Tianxiang building. Chapter 74. A Farewell to Death. Tianxiang Tower, situated at the heart of the city of Sin, stands as a beacon of opulence, drawing forth the myriad energies and connections from all corners. A constant stream of practitioners traverses its threshold as Lin Wudao arrived aboard his spiritual vessel. A magnificent 9-story pavilion, steeped in ancient charm, came into view. The air thrummed with boundless spiritual energy, promising unparalleled cultivation opportunities. This place bore striking resemblance to Lingyun Pavilion of the ancient Tianyuan city, undoubtedly crafted by the same masterful hand. Governor, we have arrived at Tianxiang Tower. Lin Wudao responded nonchalantly, leading Li Zongtian and the others down from the vessel. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, their eyes were suddenly drawn to a towering stone pillar, upon which a figure was firmly bound. It was none other than Chen Xuanqiu. Surrounding the pillar were numerous cultivators, their voices rising in a cacophony of gossip and speculation. Alas, the Demon Suppression Division is truly unfortunate. Just moments ago, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan were dangling from the city walls, and now the vice master of the Demon Hunting Hall finds himself bound here at Tianxiang Tower. I've heard it was due to Chen Xuanqiu's failure to pay for his carnal pleasures. Huh? Do you really believe that? The esteemed vice master of the Demon Suppression Division would never stoop so low. Even if Chen Xuanqiu were shameless, would the division allow such disgrace? Someone must be setting a trap. Do you think Governor Lin will come to his rescue? That's hard to say. The crowd buzzed with fervor, many reveling in the misfortune of others. They were uncertain about the truth of Chen Xuanqiu's financial dealings and cared little for the details. They merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, awaiting the response of the Demon Suppression Division. Should they remain indifferent, the division's reputation would surely suffer, and its authority would be irrevocably tarnished. Conversely, if they sought to redeem him, they would likely fall victim to a scheme. It seemed an inescapable predicament. It appears the stage has already been set, awaiting my performance. Lin Wudao's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Bang! At that moment, a resounding bell tolled from within Tianxiang Tower. Shortly thereafter, a mesmerizing woman clad in exquisite robes emerged, captivating all with her ethereal grace. Behind her, two elderly figures, one clad in black and the other in white, followed closely, their cultivation having reached the pinnacle of mastery. Yunyang has emerged. Who would have imagined that a mere Xuantian would warrant her personal attention? What an impressive distinction. Rumor has it that Tianxiang Tower is backed by formidable forces. It seemed that Lin Wudao would think twice before making an appearance. Regardless of his presence, the Demon Suppression Division's reputation was already tarnished. The onlookers thrived on the chaos, eager for the spectacle to unfold. They all eagerly awaited Xuantian's next move. Qi Yunyang? Observing the elegantly dressed woman who emerged, Lin Wudao's expression remained indifferent. With a sweep of his divine eyes, he discerned all there was to know about Qi Yunyang. She hailed from beyond the realms of Jiuzhou and possessed formidable strength. Being in the early stage of the Return to Truth realm, in this city of sin, she could be considered a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao did not regard her with any concern. After observing for a moment, he proceeded toward her. Meanwhile, outside the Tianxiang Tower, Qi Yunyang glared frostily at Xuantian, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Deputy Hall Master Chen, there remains but a quarter of an hour until our agreed time. Should your Demon Suppression Division fail to deliver the Spirit Stones by then, we shall have to adhere to the rules and settle the debt with lives. Her indifferent voice resonated throughout the area. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuantian, bound to the stone pillar, was struck with alarm. Lady Qi, I implore you to show mercy. It is not that I lack the means, but rather, I am utterly unaware of the situation. These are merely ordinary expenses. How could I possibly owe 1 million spirit stones? You are clearly. Do you imply that my Tianxiang Tower has deliberately set a trap to ensnare you? Just as Chen Xuantian prepared to vehemently defend himself, Qi Yunyang's icy voice interrupted him once more. My Tianxiang Tower has always acted with fairness. All transactions are strictly voluntary and never coerced. However, should anyone attempt to evade their debts, the rules must be followed. Life for life. Deputy Hall Master Chen, you now face two choices. Either provide 1 million low-grade spirit stones or, upon the expiration of the time, forfeit your life as payment. It would be prudent to hope that someone comes to your rescue. Lest what would Lady Qi do? Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the crowd. Instantly, all present turned in unison toward the source of the sound. There stood an exceptionally tall and imposing young man, exuding an air of authority and detachment as he strode confidently toward the Tianxiang Tower. Lin Wudao? He truly has arrived? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, is he here to negotiate for someone else's release? But can the Demon Suppression Division truly provide such a hefty sum of 1 million low-grade spirit stones? The onlookers stirred with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and a touch of malice as they fixated on Lin Wudao. Similarly, Qi Yunyang directed her cool gaze toward him. However, as her eyes swept over Li Zongtian and the others behind him, her brow furrowed slightly. She sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. Those individuals appeared exceptionally formidable. Could this be the source of Lin Wudao's confidence? She mused, shaking her head in disbelief. In the realm of the celestial ascendancy, she regarded it with utter disdain. You must be Lin Wudao, the newly appointed vice commander of the Demon Suppression Division, am I correct? Chen Xuantian, as the deputy hall master of your esteemed division, has incurred a debt of 10 million low-grade spirit stones at my Tianxiang Tower. I wonder, shall this debt be settled by you, Commander Lin, or... Chen Xuantian is but my subordinate in his moment of financial constraint. It is only natural that I should settle this debt on his behalf. Boom. As he spoke, Lin Wudao extended his hand and promptly produced 10 million low-grade spirit stones, placing them before Tianxiang Tower. He genuinely paid the sum? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Initially, deep down, they had anticipated Lin Wudao would cause a great uproar, or at the very least, argue his case. Who would have thought he would be so uncharacteristically agreeable to dispense such a substantial sum so readily? The crowd was left in disbelief. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. In truth, not only the spectators were taken aback, but even Qi Yunyang herself was profoundly astonished. Nevertheless, there was no reason for her to refuse the spirit stones so conveniently offered. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the pile of 10 million spirit stones was instantly gathered into her possession. Is this all? I had expected Lin Wudao to be a formidable character. It turns out he is but a coward. The Demon Suppression Division will forever remain merely an ornament of the City of Sin. Indeed. He did not dare to utter a word. From the crowd, derisive laughter echoed, a torrent of scornful and disdainful gazes engulfing Lin Wudao. Yet, amidst it all, he maintained an expression of indifference. The payment has been made. Should Qi Hall Master not release the individual now? Of course. Someone, go and untie Vice Hall Master Chen. Qi Yunyang said with a beaming smile. Swish. As her words fell, An elderly figure clad in black emerged from behind, swiftly approaching Qin Xuanqiu to unfasten his bindings. Soul captivation technique. At that very moment, Lin Wudao harnessed the formidable power of the Origin Stone, temporarily elevating his cultivation to a grand level, achieving the pinnacle of celestial ascendancy. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the soul captivation technique upon the black-clad elder. What is happening? The instant the soul captivation technique descended, the elder felt an unmistakable disturbance. However, before he could comprehend the situation, his consciousness was already ensnared. Kill Qin Xuanqiu. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from within his very soul. Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder hesitated not for an instant, delivering a ferocious palm strike onto Qin Xuanqiu, unleashing an overwhelming force that pierced through his chest. A harrowing scream resonated as, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, Qin Xuanqiu's life force was extinguished, his body shattered beyond recognition. What is happening? He actually killed Qin Xuanqiu? Lin Wudao had already paid. So why resort to murder? This is against the rules of Tianxiang Tower. What is Master Qi planning? The crowd was taken aback, their astonished gazes directed towards Qi Yunyang in the distance. At that moment, Qi Yunyang herself was wide-eyed, rooted in disbelief. She had never given the order to kill Qin Xuanqiu. How audacious of Tianxiang Tower to dare assassinate the vice master of the Demon Suppression Division. Someone bind Qi Yunyang and her companions. Boom. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, a chilling roar abruptly pulled them back to reality. They then witnessed Li Zongtian and others beside Lin Wudao, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, rushing furiously towards Qi Yunyang to subdue her. Chapter 75. Without resolve, one cannot stand firm. What? Have I slain Qin Xuanqiu? At this moment, gazing at my handiwork, the elder in black at a distance widened his eyes in utter disbelief. He had merely come to untie Qin Xuanqiu. How could he have possibly killed him? Just moments ago, I felt as though something had descended upon me, rendering me utterly uncontrollable. Could it be that someone has plotted against me? In an instant, the elder in black contemplated a certain possibility. He inhaled sharply, his countenance darkening ominously. A conspiracy. This must undoubtedly be Lin Wudao's scheme. In a flash, the elder's thoughts raced as he pinpointed the suspect, Lin Wudao. However, just as fury consumed him, Li Zongtian and the 12 mourners had already approached him with an imposing presence. Boom. The mourners existed solely for the purpose of slaughter. Among them, 3 advanced towards the elder in black, uttering not a single word, raising their hands to unleash a frenzied suppression, their unparalleled strength shattering the very air around them. Complete mastery of the heavens? Feeling that overwhelming aura, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not hesitate. In that instant, he drew forth an ancient war spear, engaging in a frenzied battle with the 3 mourners. Boom, boom, boom. Though he possessed the same mastery of the heavens, the mourners were indestructible, unyielding to any attack or harm. Instead, their ferocious onslaught instilled a profound terror within the elder in black. In less than a breath of time, the elder emitted a piercing scream, his entire meridian system and all his bones shattered by the mourner's might. He had utterly lost his combat capability. Witnessing this scene, the gathered practitioners around Tianxiang Tower gasped in horror, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. This is utterly brutal. How can they disregard all forms of attack and damage? Why are these individuals' physical forms so formidable? Where on earth did Lin Wudao procure such beings? Voices of terror echoed incessantly. At this moment, the mourners' horrifyingly formidable physical defenses shattered their understanding of reality. They were simply not of this world. The elder in black, a master of the heavens, had been subdued in an instant, and the power displayed by the mourners was nothing short of terrifying. Simultaneously, Li Zongtian and his companions did not fail to meet Lin Wudao's expectations. Thunderous clashes erupted. As the battle raged on, Li Zongtian wielded the Xuantian Ancient Sword. Though his cultivation was merely at the early stage of mastery, the astonishing combat prowess he unleashed was enough to rival that of the returning to Truth Realm. Due to his indestructible body, Qi Yunyang's attacks could inflict no harm upon him. Thus, Qi Yunyang found herself relentlessly pressured. Gradually, she could no longer endure. Damn it, who are these people? Why is their physical form so terrifying? If this continues, I shall surely be subdued. The only course of action is to temporarily retreat from the fray. A sense of dread welled up within Qi Yunyang as she contemplated her predicament. She promptly produced a mysterious jade talisman, intending to shatter it and escape from this place. However, fate was not on her side. As she unveiled the talisman, Lin Wudao cast a binding spell, immobilizing both her body and soul in an instant. Boom. At that very moment, Li Zongtian swiftly appeared before her, delivering a devastating punch to her form. A piercing scream erupted. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Qi Yunyang's dantian was obliterated by a single blow, rendering her cultivation utterly devastated. Not only that, but her bones were also forcibly shattered. The excruciating agony caused her entire being to convulse. Lin Wudao. How dare you? Qi Yunyang's expression twisted in fury, her icy eyes filled with rage and hatred. In response, Lin Wudao remained dismissive. The audacity of Tianxiang Tower to brazenly slay the vice master of my demon suppression division in public, showing utter disregard for me. Someone, at once, behead Qi Yunyang and her companions as a public spectacle. His chilling voice resonated throughout the surroundings. What? To behead the people of Tianxiang Tower? The crowd, upon hearing these words, was struck with utter shock. At that moment, they widened their eyes, gazing at Lin Wudao in disbelief. This was madness. Qi Yunyang was the master of Tianxiang Tower, backed by formidable forces. In the entire city of Sin, no one dared to offend her. Yet now, Lin Wudao intended to execute her? Insanity. Utter insanity. How could a mere demon suppression division dare provoke Tianxiang Tower? They would not know how they perished. The audacity was staggering. The crowd was abuzz with astonished gasps. They were all stunned by Lin Wudao's declaration. To slay, one must be ruthless to establish authority. Lin Wudao paid no heed to the crowd's incredulity. Crack. As his words echoed, Li Zongtian and the other mourners forcibly subdued Qi Yunyang and her companions, swiftly bringing their blades down. Accompanied by splattering blood, 3 heads rolled away. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. As they witnessed Qi Yunyang and 2 other formidable cultivators being beheaded by Lin Wudao, the surrounding onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Their expressions frozen in shock as they stared at the severed heads, gasping in disbelief. They were utterly terrified by Lin Wudao's ruthlessness. In the first room above, Gongsun and Yun Song were also secretly observing. Upon witnessing Lin Wudao's execution of Qi Yunyang and the others, their pupils contracted, and they couldn't help but display intense astonishment. How could he dare? Behind Qi Yunyang stood a powerful force from beyond the 9 provinces. One that even the city of Sin dared not offend. Yet Lin Wudao had killed her outright? This man is too ruthless. Gongsun expression darkened. In that moment, he felt a deep-seated apprehension towards Lin Wudao. Similarly, beside him, Yun Song clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. Young master, Lin Wudao is undoubtedly a ruthless individual. If he discovers that you have schemed against him from behind, then Yun Song's voice trailed off. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. At present, we can only forge ahead with determination. Our actions are shrouded in secrecy, known to no one else. Hence Lin Wudao cannot trace it back to us. As long as we do not reveal any telltale signs, we shall be safe. Gongsun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic within. In response, Yin Song could only silently pray that Lin Wudao would not uncover their involvement. Otherwise, let us depart. We cannot remain at Tianxiang Tower. Lin Wudao's murder of Qi Yunyang will surely incite a furious retaliation. We shall merely await his demise, leaving everything else aside for the moment. With that, Gongsun stealthily exited Tianxiang Tower. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke my demon suppression division shall meet this fate. The cold voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Having said this, Lin Wudao cast a chilling glance around, gestured with his hand to collect the bodies of Qi Yunyang and the others, and strode away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 76. The Third Concealed Burial Site. In the hall of the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Wudao sat at the head of the table, his demeanor serene and his countenance austere, betraying not a hint of emotion. Governor, it is said that the Tianxiang Tower has an extraordinary origin, supported by a formidable power. Now, with the decapitation of Qi Yunyang and others, if retaliation ensues, then Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan displayed expressions of concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast a nonchalant glance in their direction. This matter requires no attention. By the way, I have thoroughly investigated the mastermind behind your humiliation on the city tower. It was none other than Gongsun of the Gongsun family. What? It was him? The revelation struck Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan with astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Gongsun family would audaciously shout to catch a thief. Behind the scenes, they had been subjected to humiliation, while outwardly, they feigned concern by offering spiritual herbs and healing supplies, presenting an image of benevolence. Reflecting on this now was utterly revolting. Had it not been for Lin Wudao exposing the true nature of the Gongsun family, they might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Those wretched scoundrels! If I ever have the chance, I will avenge this grievance. Zhao Meng seethed, his expression twisted with rage. Similarly, Han Qingshan shared his intense animosity towards Gongsun. Observing their ire, a mysterious smile crept onto Lin Wudao's lips. Do you wish to exact revenge? Ah, really? Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled with delight. Young master, do you have a way? Han Qingshan also displayed a glimmer of hope. In response, Lin Wudao nodded and produced a mysterious jade talisman, presenting it to Zhao Meng. This is an invisibility talisman. Its greatest effect lies in its ability to conceal one's body within the void upon shattering, rendering even a mythical expert unable to perceive it. In 3 days, it will be the day of Gongsun Meng's wedding, where he will undoubtedly be the center of attention among the gathered guests. Treat him as he treated you. Lin Wudao spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan were invigorated, having grasped the implication of Lin Wudao's words. Higi, this method is truly brilliant. If Gongsun Meng were to be publicly stripped of his garments on his wedding day, one can only imagine the expression on his face. Zhao Meng's face radiated wickedness. At this point, he was already envisioning Gongsun Meng's disgrace. Even Han Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, his expression fervent. Using his own methods against him. With this invisibility talisman, we can finally avenge ourselves. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, young master. The two, filled with excitement, bowed deeply in gratitude. You may leave now. With a wave of his hand, they bowed and departed. After their exit, Lin Wudao directly placed Qi Yunyang's corpse into the coffin of the burying heaven. The sound of a notification echoed. You have collected the body of Qi Yunyang, earning 1 million high-grade spirit stones. After being amplified by the system tenfold, you have acquired 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Is it truly spirit stones? Lin Wudao felt somewhat astonished. The owner of the Tianxiang Tower indeed possesses great wealth. According to the exchange rate in the cultivation realm, 10 million high-grade spirit stones equate to 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, which, in reality, is not an exorbitant sum. He shook his head inwardly. For a truly profound and influential power, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones are hardly worth mentioning. However, for Lin Wudao, this sum of spirit stones represents the greatest gain he has achieved since embarking on the grim task of collecting corpses. There is still much effort to be exerted. Contemplating the staggering wealth of the various realms, where one might encounter countless top-grade divine stones, divine crystals, and even divine sources, Lin Wudao was momentarily overwhelmed. Such financial prowess is far beyond his current reach. Taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within, Lin Wudao cast the bodies of the black-cloaked elder and his companions into the corpse refining furnace. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sounds of thunder and wind. Pure spirit power was extracted, drawn into Lin Wudao's body by an unseen force. Moments later, as the refining concluded, he sensed a significant increase in his cultivation level. This corpse refining furnace is indeed remarkable, Lin Wudao mused. With a thought, he opened his system panel. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Division of Yuanzhou Cultivation Level. Pinnacle of Transformation Talent. Eye of the Divine Techniques, Ancient Emperor Sutra. Ancient Passage Sutra, Mortal Volume Skills, Barbaric Dragon Palm, Pinnacle, Celestial Law Incantation, Major Achievement, Divine Capture Technique, Major Achievement, Reach for the Heavens, Major Achievement, Items, Stone of Origin, Coffin of the Celestial Burial, Corpse Concealment Scroll, Great Annihilation Sword Talisman, Great Desolation Cauldron, Divine Summoning Paper, Sky Avoiding Cloak, Heavenly Mask, Celestial Transformation Pill. Lifespan, 19. 736 Fortune Value, 534,000. A plethora of information unfolded before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao fell silent. With my current fortune value, how many levels can I cultivate the Ancient Passage Sutra, Mortal Volume? The second level. Completing the first level requires 100,000 fortune points. The second level requires 200,000. The third level requires 300,000. So many? Lin Wudao's heart stirred slightly. The Ancient Passage Sutra must reach the third level to condense the passage golden body, effectively resisting the malevolence of the world, and with his current fortune value, it is simply insufficient. I need to continue gathering corpses. He sighed. Next, he retrieved the corpse concealment scroll. With nothing else to occupy his time, he could only follow the scroll to collect more corpses. Upon a meticulous glance, Lin Wudao discovered that with his current fortune value, only 2 corpse collection entries were available for unlocking. Character, Li Qingyan. Identity, Master of the Supreme Demon Sect. 3,000 years ago. Cultivation, late stage of Cave Heaven. Burial location, unknown. Status, deceased. Unlock, 300,000 fortunes. Character, Li Chuanxiu. Identity, one of the 8 seats of the True Dragon Academy. Cultivation, perfected void heaven. Burial location, unknown. Status, deceased. Unlock, 500,000 fortunes. Which one to unlock? Lin Wudao found himself in a dilemma. Both Li Qingyun, the master of the Supreme Demon Sect from 3,000 years ago, and Li Chuanxiu, one of the 8 seats of the True Dragon Academy, were formidable beings who transcended the mythical realm. According to the rules of the corpse concealment map, once a body is collected, treasures are certain to follow. Presently, Lin Wudao could unlock either of the two. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Lin Wudao opted for the burial location of the demon sect's master, Li Qingyun. Congratulations, consuming 300,000 fortune points, successfully unlocked the burial site of Li Qingyun. For details, please consult the corpse concealment map. The system's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao directed his gaze towards the corpse concealment map, where the once hazy burial location had now been vividly revealed. Character, Li Qingyun. Identity, master of the supreme demon sect. 3,000 years ago, cultivation, late stage of cave heaven, burial location, setting sun battlefield, status, deceased. Note 1. The setting sun battlefield, located within the 10,000 Great Mountains, is one of the battlefields between the barbarian and human races. It was originally a blessed land, later shattered. Note 2. The setting sun battlefield will open in half a month. 10,000 Great Mountains? Setting sun battlefield? Gazing at the displayed information, Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. As far as he knew, the 10,000 Great Mountains bordered the mountain and sea county and were known as one of the most perilous locales in the Jiuzhou territory, harboring numerous great terrors. Currently, barbarian tribes were still gathered there. It seems he would have to wait another half-month. When the setting sun battlefield opens, it would undoubtedly attract many powerful beings. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Wherever there is conflict, there will be death. Thus, opportunities for my endeavors will arise. Lin Wudao murmured softly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With clarity regarding his upcoming actions, he immersed himself in cultivation. Soon, 3 days had passed. At dawn, Lin Wudao set forth towards the Gongsun family, accompanied by Li Zongtian and Han Qingshan. Chapter 77. The Day of the Grand Wedding, a Time of Great Sorrow. The Gongsun family, situated in the southeastern part of the sinful city, boasts a lineage that has endured for approximately 12 centuries. With an esteemed ancestor residing in the realm of the True Return, the family possesses considerable strength and heritage. Upon Lin Wudao's arrival, he beheld the Gongsun estate adorned with festive decorations, bustling with a steady stream of guests, each face illuminated by smiles. Today marks the grand wedding of Gongsun Meng. The atmosphere within the Gongsun family is permeated with joy. Ah, is that not the esteemed Lin Du governor from the Demon Suppression Division? Please, come inside. A warm voice interrupted Lin Wudao's observations. It was Yun Song, who greeted him with great enthusiasm, personally ushering him into the estate. Simultaneously, at Yun Song's call, numerous curious and astonished gazes converged upon Lin Wudao, each person observing him with palpable intrigue. Having become a renowned figure in the sinful city following the incident at the Tianxiang Tower, Lin Wudao was now a name known to all. In response, Lin Wudao maintained an air of calm, his expression betraying no emotion. Once inside the Gongsun estate, under Yun Song's guidance, he took a seat at the forefront of the grand hall where the wedding ceremony was to unfold. At this moment, the resplendent hall was already filled with guests. With Lin Wudao's arrival, the collective attention of the attendees swiftly turned towards him. Lin Du governor, we are honored by your presence. A dignified middle-aged man approached with a smile. Gongsun Xiong? Lin Wudao recognized him. The man before him was the current head of the Gongsun family, having reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, placing him among the elite of the expansive sinful city. Congratulations, Gongsun family head. You have indeed raised a remarkable son. Lin Wudao remarked with a cryptic smile. As he spoke, Han Qingshan stepped forward, presenting a prepared gift, a human-grade spirit weapon. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Please, take a seat. Gongsun Xiong replied with a beaming smile. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Wudao had already uncovered the Gongsun family's schemes and secrets regarding their dealings with demons. Today was not only a day of celebration but also one of profound sorrow. After Gongsun Xiong departed, Lin Wudao's gaze swept across the hall, and he noticed Zhao Meng had stealthily entered, utilizing an invisibility jade talisman, waiting in a corner for the opportune moment. Young master, has Zhao Meng arrived? Yes. Where is he? He is by the third column to the left, Han Qingshan responded, turning to look in that direction. However, due to Zhao Meng's concealed state, even with Lin Wudao's guidance, he remained unseen. This invisibility talisman is truly remarkable. Anticipation glimmered in Lin Wudao's eyes as he patiently awaited the unfolding of events. As time gradually slipped away, the moment of the grand wedding ceremony swiftly approached. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from outside the hall, silencing the previously bustling atmosphere in an instant. At this moment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of drums, a pair of figures, a man and a woman, gradually emerged from the throng of attendants, making their way toward the hall. The young master of the Gongsun family truly possessed an impressive demeanor. A dragon among men, a voice exclaimed. Young as he was, he had already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, a rarity indeed. Even when compared to the disciples of the Xuantian Sect and the Tianqin Sword Pavilion, he stood on equal footing. The Gongsun young master has an immeasurable future ahead. It is said that the bride, Feng Qingwei, is a direct disciple of the Huangquan demon sect, a beauty of unparalleled grace. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Such a talented couple is truly a rare find. In the crowd, praises and compliments flowed incessantly. At that moment, as the bride and groom made their entrance, the atmosphere surged to a peak. Master of the house, the auspicious hour has arrived. An elderly man in green garments approached Gongsun Xiong, respectfully delivering the message. Very well. Let the ceremony commence. Gongsun Xiong replied. The elder bowed in acknowledgement. Once Gongsun Yang and Feng Qingwei arrived at the center of the hall, he turned to face the assembly. The auspicious hour has arrived. The wedding ceremony begins. With the resounding proclamation, all eyes in the hall focused on Gongsun Yang and Feng Qingwei, each gaze filled with blessings. Witnessing this scene, a slight smile graced Gongsun Yang's lips, his eyes shimmering with pride and satisfaction. This moment belonged solely to him. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Moments later, as Gongsun Yang and Feng Qingwei stood at the center of the hall, the elder's solemn voice resonated throughout the space. Hearing this, Gongsun Yang, brimming with joy, bowed deeply to the void. Seeing this, Feng Qingwei hesitated for a moment before following suit. Next, we bow to our parents. After the first bow, the elder's voice rang out once more. Gongsun Yang led Feng Qingwei to kneel before Gongsun Xiong. Bow. The couple prostrated themselves deeply. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Gongsun Xiong laughed heartily, his authoritative visage illuminated by a radiant smile, his profound gaze filled with contentment. At this moment, to witness his son establish a family was an immense blessing for Gongsun Xiong. However, amidst the joy of the gathering, one individual stood out with palpable dissatisfaction, Zhao Meng. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, with only one final bow remaining, a sinister smile crept across Zhao Meng's face as he cautiously approached. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of the wedding reached its zenith. Now, the couple shall bow to each other. The elderly figure in azure, expending all his strength, let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, Gongsun Meng and Feng Qingwei faced each other and gradually knelt down. It was done. Upon witnessing the two kneeling in reverence, Gongsun Xiong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. In his view, having reached this juncture, the wedding was a foregone conclusion, with no unforeseen events likely to arise. Not only he, but the rest of the assembly shared the same sentiment. However, the designs of fate are inscrutable. Often, the events deemed least likely to transpire are the very ones that occur. Just as everyone was enveloped in elation, a sudden, piercing sound of tearing echoed throughout the hall. Subsequently, all present distinctly heard a panicked shriek. The source of this distressing cry was none other than Gongsun Meng. What transpired? Startled by Gongsun Meng's scream, the crowd immediately turned in unison to the source of the sound. Yet, upon doing so, they were rendered utterly speechless. For the groom, Gongsun Meng, had been publicly stripped of his garments. At that moment, Gongsun Meng stood utterly bare, exposed in the center of the hall, confronting the gaze of all assembled. Chapter 78, Kill First, Report Later. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room, as the guests beheld Gongsun Meng stripped bare. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, each face betraying a profound shock. In that moment, one could almost hear a pin drop. Every gaze was fixed upon Gongsun Meng. Who dares to harm me? Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing stares, Gongsun Meng was consumed by a tide of humiliation. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, yet he found himself publicly stripped of his dignity. A grievous insult. An unthinkable disgrace. His heart seethed with indignation. Boom. At that moment, Gongsun Xiong, seated at the head of the table, snapped back to reality, his shock morphing into action. He leapt to his feet and swiftly draped a garment over Gongsun Meng's shoulders. His fierce gaze swept across the room, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority, akin to a raging river. Who was responsible for this? He bellowed, seeking the mastermind lurking in the shadows. However, Zhao Meng, concealed by his stealth, remained undetectable to Gongsun Xiong's keen senses. Thus, despite the depths of his fury, Gongsun Xiong was blind to any clues, unable to uncover the hand behind this treachery. Retribution indeed. Observing the humiliated Gongsun Meng and the furious Gongsun Xiong, Han Qingshan maintained an air of nonchalance, yet inwardly, he reveled in delight. Gongsun Meng, who could have imagined you would face such a fate? This is a poetic justice, a fitting return for your earlier misdeeds. One should not be excessively wicked, lest they invite their own downfall. He smirked inwardly, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction at Gongsun Meng's plight. Today, They had finally avenged their grievances, allowing Xuanmeng to experience the immense humiliation they had previously endured. Master, we must swiftly escort the young master away. There are surely thieves lurking in the shadows. It is unsafe to remain here. At that moment, the elderly figure, who had presided over the wedding ceremony, approached Gong Sun and whispered urgently. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun jolted into action. Yes, quickly take the young master and young mistress away. Given such upheaval, the ceremony could no longer continue. The only course of action was to temporarily retreat Gong Sunmeng to shield him from further machinations of the hidden foe. Yet, despite their intentions, reality proved harsh. Zhao Meng, kill Gong Sunmeng. Suddenly, a chilling command reached Zhao Meng's ears. Upon receiving the order, a fierce glint ignited in Zhao Meng's eyes. He swiftly drew a spear and, in an opportune moment when Gong Sunmeng was unaware, plunged it mercilessly into his chest. A piercing scream reverberated through the Gongsun family estate. As the crowd turned towards the source of the sound, they beheld the sight of Gong Sunmeng's chest pierced by a spear, his body gruesomely impaled to the ground, a torrent of blood gushing forth. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as the guests' pupils dilated in shock. They had not anticipated such ruthless ferocity from the hidden hand, who not only publicly humiliated Gong Sunmeng, but also took his very life. What kind of enmity could provoke such a brutal act? A palpable fear enveloped the attendees. At that moment, witnessing Gong Sunmeng's lifeless body nailed to the earth, Gong Sunxiong's face contorted with rage, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that reverberated through the air. What was meant to be a joyous occasion had transformed into one of profound sorrow. This dramatic scene left the guests in a state of lamentation. They harbored both hatred and dread towards the unseen perpetrator, their eyes darting around in panic, terrified of meeting the same fate as Gong Sunmeng. What a calamity this was, a wedding turned into a nightmare. Surely, Gong Sunmeng had offended someone of considerable power. Such cruelty was unfathomable. It was beyond their capability to confront this menace, and they were left in the dark as to the identity of the aggressor, with no avenue for retribution. They felt compelled to depart from this ominous place. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of despair and anxiety resonated. Soon after, several guests began to vacate the Gongsun family estate, fearing that lingering there might lead to their own demise. Young master, we should leave, Lin Wudao urged, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a funeral bearer, exuding an aura of menace, approached with great urgency. I report to the governor that the Demon Suppression Division has received word that the Gongsun family harbors demons. The funeral bearer presented a letter of accusation to Lin Wudao. What? The revelation that the Gongsun family concealed demons stunned the departing guests, causing them to halt in disbelief. Their incredulous gazes fixed upon Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, upon hearing the funeral bearer's words, Gong Sunxiong, still engulfed in grief, felt a wave of terror wash over him. His expression shifting dramatically. Damn it, who is scheming against the Gongsun family from the shadows? That demon, even I am not fully aware of. How could it be known to the outside world, let alone reported to the Demon Suppression Division? This is a plot to annihilate my family. Gong Sunxiong seethed with fury, his once dignified visage twisting into one of rage. On the other hand, after receiving the funeral bearer's report, Lin Wudao calmly opened the letter of accusation. Upon reading its contents, his expression turned grave. Indeed, someone had reported that the Gongsun family was harboring demons, and not just any demons, but a 10th-tier demon. What? The mention of a 10th-tier demon left the assembly aghast, their faces a tableau of shock and horror. The 10th-tier demon is indeed a terrifying entity that can rival the realm of true return. Governor Lin, could there be a mistake? How could the Gongsun family possibly harbor such a demon? If it truly existed, the aura emitted by a 10th-tier demon would be impossible to conceal. It would inevitably be detected. This report must be a fabrication, right? Yes, it seems someone is deliberately framing the Gongsun family. The crowd expressed their opinions in unison. Clearly, they did not believe that the Gongsun family would harbor a demon, especially one of such caliber. In response, Lin Wudao let out a cold smile. Whether the Gongsun family is truly hiding a demon will be revealed once I conduct my investigation. Bring forth the search. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Wudao prepared to enforce his search. However, at that moment, a stern-faced man of extraordinary presence in black attire rose from the foremost seat in the hall. With a cold expression, he strode to the center of the hall. It was Fan Wujiao, the eldest son of the Huangguan demon sect. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and a chorus of reverent gazes fell upon him. Simultaneously, upon seeing Fan Wujiao rise to intervene, Lin Wudao's countenance darkened. Who are you to dare obstruct the affairs of my Demon Suppression Division? He barked. I am Fan Wujiao of the Huangguan demon sect. To the best of my knowledge, there are no demons in the Gongsun family. That report is entirely fictitious and utter nonsense. It is evident that someone is conspiring against them, Fan Wujiao stated with a composed demeanor. His icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Wudao, filled with a warning. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao was undeterred. Boom. Just as Fan Wujiao finished speaking, Lin Wudao raised his hand and struck down with force. Chapter 79, The Gongsun Clan, Annihilated. Humph. As the eldest scion of the Huangquan demon sect, Fan Wujiao was distinguished in both talent and innate abilities, having already cultivated to the late stage of divine transformation at a tender age. In the vast realm of Jiuzhou, he could certainly be deemed a prodigy. The prison dragon tower. As Lin Wudao approached with an overwhelming aura, Fan Wujiao's stern countenance underwent a transformation. With a swift motion, a time-worn azure pagoda soared into the air, enveloped in a tremendous force, ready to confront Lin Wudao. Imperial Dao Spirit Weapon. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd at the appearance of the prison dragon tower. Imperial Dao Spirit weapons are exceedingly rare, possessed only by formidable and long-established powers. Although this particular prison dragon tower was of a lower grade, inscribed with merely 9 Imperial Dao prohibitions, it was nonetheless a genuine Imperial Dao Spirit weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic Imperial might surged forth, rendering the onlookers breathless, their faces awash with shock. However, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. With a resounding crash, he unleashed his full power. A terrifying imprint, reminiscent of a savage dragon's hand, descended, infused with the might of the origin stone. Even an Imperial Dao Spirit weapon could not contend with its ferocity. Thud as the palm struck, the prison dragon tower let out a mournful cry, instantly hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Fan Wujiao, as its wielder, was also struck by the overwhelming force, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Lin Wudao's strike had rendered him utterly incapacitated. His left shoulder was shattered beyond repair. Bold and audacious commoner, daring to obstruct the affairs of my demon suppression division, you are courting death. Seize Fan Wujiao at once. With a cold command, 2 enforcers swiftly approached Fan Wujiao. One incapacitated his entire cultivation, while the other shattered all his bones. Lin Wudao, you seek death. I am the eldest son of the Huangquan demon sect. Ack. Faced with Lin Wudao's merciless suppression, Fan Wujiao, unable to accept this outcome, immediately roared in fury, his eyes brimming with boundless rage and malice. He attempted to intimidate with the name of the Huangquan demon sect, yet Lin Wudao remained wholly unimpressed. Crack. Just as his threatening words echoed, an enforcer's hand descended forcefully, abruptly snapping his neck. In an instant, he became a lifeless corpse. Witnessing this brutal scene, the onlookers collectively gasped, their eyes wide with intense shock and terror. Fan Wujiao was, after all, the esteemed eldest son of the Huangquan demon sect. How could he be slain? Heavens, how ruthless! Lin Wudao's audacity knows no bounds. First, he beheaded the owner of Tianxiang Tower, Qi Yunyang, and now he has decisively quelled Fan Wujiao. Does he truly fear retribution? Damn! This fellow is too merciless to contend with. The crowd was engulfed in sheer terror. In that moment, their reverence for Lin Wudao reached an apex. Search the area. Since there have been reports of the Gongsun family concealing demons, for the safety of the beings in the city of Sin, I must clarify the matter. Whether there are demons hidden away can be determined with a simple investigation. As he spoke, Lin Wudao waved his hand, and Li Zongtian and others charged aggressively into the depths of the Gongsun residence. Upon witnessing this scene, Gongsun Xiong was enraged. Lin Wudao, why do you have to search my Gongsun family? He scoffed. My demon suppression division is committed to exterminating demons and maintaining peace in the world. Wherever there are demons, we have the authority to intervene and govern. The city of Sin belongs to the territory of the Great Li dynasty. Do you dare defy this? His icy gaze locked onto Gongsun Xiong. To hell with the Great Li dynasty, I will not comply. With a thunderous roar, Gongsun Xiong, consumed by fury and desperate to protect the secrets of the Gongsun family, launched a fierce strike towards Lin Wudao. The power he unleashed, at the pinnacle of his strength, was undeniable. However, Lin Wudao regarded this power with utter disdain. With a single, forceful strike, he unleashed the might of the ancient barbarian dragon, overwhelming Gongsun Xiong and leaving him no room for resistance, swiftly suppressing him with a single palm. The impact reverberated as Gongsun Xiong was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, spewing blood as he crashed through a vast expanse of structures. The spectators fell into a stunned silence, too shocked to utter a word. Lin Wudao paid no heed to their astonishment and terror. After subduing Gongsun Xiong with a single blow, his divine eye swept across the Gongsun residence, clearly capturing the demonic aura emanating from within. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he began to stride towards the back mountain of the Gongsun family. However, Scarcely had Lin Wudao taken a few steps when a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by furious shouts. Boom, boom, boom. The group of mourners advancing towards the back mountain to conduct a search were abruptly overwhelmed by an immense force, their bodies plummeting from the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Those who offend the Gongsun family shall die. Suddenly, an angry, ancient voice resounded, shaking the heavens. Following this, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, an ancient bronze bell soared from the back mountain, carrying with it an overwhelming imperial might, descending directly upon Lin Wudao. This was indeed an imperial spiritual weapon of considerable quality, engraved with 72 imperial prohibitions, categorizing it among the finest of such artifacts. Naturally, the power it unleashed was incomparable to Fan Wujiao's prison dragon tower. Furthermore, as the bronze bell appeared, the crowd beheld an elder clad in red, striding through the air, enveloped in an extraordinarily potent aura. The ancestor Gongsun, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The Gongsun family, with a lineage spanning a millennium, indeed had an ancestor of the returning true realm presiding over them. Under the relentless provocations of Lin Wudao, the long-concealed late-stage ancestor of Guasian could no longer remain passive. Clutching a supreme imperial spiritual weapon, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Yet, in Lin Wudao's eyes, Gongsun was merely a corpse. As the bronze bell descended to suppress him, Lin Wudao calmly retrieved a celestial transformation pill and consumed it. In an instant, his cultivation soared to the peak of the celestial realm. With a mighty thrust of his hand, he effortlessly extinguished the bell's assault and drove it deep into the ground. Subsequently, Lin Wudao's hand surged forth, traversing the void with overwhelming force, ensnaring Gongsun within his grasp. How is this possible? You are a celestial. Gongsun, feeling the terrifying strength emanating from Lin Wudao, was utterly aghast. He attempted to resist with all his might. However, Lin Wudao offered him no opportunity for defiance. With a thunderous clap, his fingers converged, and Gongsun body was brutally crushed, reduced to mere dust scattered across the sky. Late-stage Guasian? In the face of his celestial perfection, it amounted to nothing. Bold demon, reveal yourself. Boom. After subduing the ancestor, Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept across the void, his celestial power surging forth as he annihilated the entire Gongsun clan. In an instant, the rear mountain was obliterated by a single palm, unveiling a sinister black abyss beneath. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a fierce roar erupted from within. Suddenly, a strange beam of black light shot forth, coalescing before Lin Wudao into a 10-jong-tall, 8-armed demon. Its fearsome maw lunged directly at Lin Wudao. Is this truly a demon? The onlookers gasped in shock. As the 8-armed demon revealed its true form, panic swept through the crowd, and they hurriedly fled in all directions. This 8-armed demon had reached the 10th tier, an embodiment of terror. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao regarded it with indifference. Die. A hand descended, transforming formidable power into an immense palm that crushed the 8-armed demon, sending its colossal head flying into oblivion, reduced to mere dust. Demons must be eradicated. The Gongsun clan's harboring of demons was an unforgivable crime. Seize the members of the Gongsun clan and behead them at noon tomorrow as a warning to others. His cold voice echoed throughout the realm. Without acknowledging the horrified expressions of those around him, Lin Wudao seized the corpse of the 8-armed demon and strode out of the Gongsun clan. Chapter 80. The Primordial Treasure Map. Lin Wudao traversed the bustling streets, causing pedestrians to hastily retreat, as if evading a harbinger of doom. He remained unruffled, his eyes betraying no emotion. The leader of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, if memory serves, was named Fan Tianjue, correct? Suddenly, Lin Wudao appeared to recall something and inquired of Han Qingshan without turning around. Indeed, young master. Han Qingshan nodded affirmatively. What is the relationship between Fan Wujiao and him? They are father and son. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. He then raised his head and commanded, Li Zongtian, you shall immediately transport Fan Wujiao's corpse to the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, and inform them that this is my offering of respect. Very well, Li Zongtian replied, turning to procure a coffin, placing Fan Wujiao's remains within, and shouldering it as he strode towards the Yellow Spring Demon Sect. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingshan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Young master, what is your intention? Naturally, it is to avenge you, the puppeteer behind your ordeal on the city tower. Apart from Gongsun Miao of the Gongsun family is Fan Wujiao of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, although he is now deceased. My enmity with the Yellow Spring Demon Sect remains unresolved. Since we have severed ties, let us bring this matter to a decisive end. The indifferent voice resonated slowly. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan and Zhao Meng exchanged glances, each perceiving the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Lin Wudao intends to declare war against the Yellow Spring Demon Sect. What merit have I to warrant such treatment from the young master? Han Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. His hands clenched tightly as his heart brimmed with remorse. Similarly, Zhao Meng felt the weight of the situation. Since aligning with Lin Wudao, he had achieved no notable accomplishments. Instead, his ineptitude had led Lin Wudao to amass formidable enemies. This reality filled Zhao Meng's heart with guilt and unease. A soldier lives and dies for his confidant. With such regard from the governor, I shall repay with my life. Zhao Meng silently vowed. Lin Wudao, however, paid no heed to their reactions or thoughts. At this moment, he was contemplating future developments. The demon suppression office is no longer a viable option. It is too confining. Presently, it cannot keep pace with his ambitions, nor does it contribute to his growth and strength. It is time to sever ties with the demon suppression office. Perhaps I could seize control of the city of Sin, establishing my own power, and later, unite the forces of the world to pay homage. Lin Wudao mused inwardly. After careful consideration, he deemed it worth a try. Zhao Meng, you are to immediately head to the Gongsun family and inventory all available resources, then return them to me. Understood. Zhao Meng bowed respectfully before departing. Han Bo, if you have no other matters, please assist as well. Of course. Han Qingsnow nodded, promptly following in Zhao Meng's wake. After they departed, Lin Wudao wandered alone through the ancient streets, making his way directly towards the Demon Suppression Division. The Yellow Spring Demon Sect lies 3,000 miles west of the city of Sin. At this moment, upon the tranquil and elegant grounds of Yellow Spring Mountain, two figures leisurely sipped tea and engaged in a game of chess, seemingly merging with their serene surroundings. The scene was remarkably harmonious. Master Qiming, it has been nearly 30 years since we last met, has it not? After a prolonged silence, a stern-looking man in a black robe broke the stillness, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, exuding the demeanor of one in a position of power. He was none other than the current leader of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, Fan Tianjue, a formidable figure who had attained the pinnacle of the returning to true realm. It was even rumored that he had 1 foot poised to step into the realm of tribulation. Opposite him sat a man in green robes, whose refined visage and tranquil aura evoked an instinctive desire for closeness. His cultivation and prowess were equally at the returning to true pinnacle, rivaling that of Fan Tianjue. However, in stark contrast to the ostentatious presence of Fan Tianjue, the aura of Master Qingming exuded an extraordinary calmness, imparting a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. 30 years, 8 months, and 12 days. Master Qiming stated as he moved a piece, responding with an unhurried demeanor. Ah, you remember quite well. Fan Tianjue remarked with a scoff, immediately countering with his own move to thwart Master Qingming's advance on the chessboard. It is seldom one visits the Hall of Three Treasures without purpose. Your arrival at the Yellow Spring Demon Sect is not merely a nostalgic visit, is it? I suspect it pertains to the imminent opening of the Sunset Battlefield? Indeed. In 12 days, the Sunset Battlefield will commence, and I have returned for this very matter. I require your assistance to retrieve something from the battlefield. Seeking my help? At these words, Fan Tianjue internally scoffed. 30 years ago, you severed ties with the Yellow Spring Demon Sect and joined the Daylight Demon Sect. All these years have passed, and in terms of cultivation and strength, you have not surpassed me. It appears your time in the Daylight Demon Sect has not been particularly fruitful. Indeed, during my 30 years in the Daylight Demon Sect, I largely drifted through my days. However, it was not without its rewards. By a stroke of fortune, I discovered an ancient treasure map in the Scripture Pavilion. It details an immense opportunity. I have come to seek your companionship to the Sunset Battlefield to seize that chance and fortune. An opportunity? Upon hearing this, Fan Tianjue narrowed his eyes, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Such a remarkable prospect, and you would share it with me? If you doubt me, see for yourself. With a swift motion of his sleeve, an ancient, mysterious treasure map appeared on the chessboard, meticulously outlining the route to a hidden realm, complete with markers along the way. Upon this treasure map lies the record of a wondrous substance known as primordial purple qi, which was meticulously crafted by an ancient master through the establishment of the primordial great array. Every millennium, a single strand may be condensed. The principal function of this primordial purple qi is to cleanse the self, enhancing one's aptitude and innate potential. Once refined, it can elevate one's capabilities 100-fold. In due time, the competition for the disciples of the Great Sun Demon Sect will commence, and should I possess the primordial purple qi, I shall undoubtedly transcend to the tribulation realm. At that moment, the prospects for true disciples will be bright. And you, should you gain the enhancement of 100-fold aptitude, what worries could you possibly have about ascending to greater heights? In a city as vast as the sinful city, who could stand against you? The Master Qiming softly murmured. Primordial purple qi? 100-fold enhancement of aptitude? Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of radiant light ignited in Fan Tianjue's eyes. He grasped the treasure map from the board, scrutinizing it closely, yet he could discern no clues. For the map was merely half. Why seek me out? The great Sun Demon Sect has countless disciples, many of whom are far more powerful than I. Why go to such lengths? Fan Tianjue furrowed his brow. In response, Master Qiming sighed. Though the great Sun Demon Sect is formidable, the competition is excessively fierce and ruthless. Should I reveal the news of the treasure map, I would surely meet a dire fate. In all of the 9 provinces, you are the only one I can trust. The primordial great array has endured thousands of years. Undoubtedly, the primordial purple chi it has condensed is not insignificant. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, we might consider involving a few more individuals, each at least possessing the peak of the returning to truth realm. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianjue gazed at him intently for a long while before finally nodding in contemplation. If what you say is true, this matter could indeed be maneuvered effectively. The leader of the 7 Kills Alliance and the chief of the Valley of Villains both possess the strength of the peak of returning to truth. We can invite them to join the treasure hunt. Such a celestial object as primordial purple chi is beyond their capacity to refuse. Perhaps, in due course, we may achieve a lasting resolution. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. In response, a faint smile played upon Master Qingming's lips, as if he had anticipated Fan Tianjue's intentions. In that case, let us prepare forthwith. When the sunset battlefield opens, I shall seek you out. With that, Master Qiming left behind the half of the treasure map and departed upon his spiritual vessel. Just as he left, a disciple from the Yellow Spring Demon Sect hurriedly arrived at the courtyard, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. I report to the Sect Master. The eldest son has been slain by Lin Wudao. His body has now been delivered to the Sect. What? My son Fan Wujiao is dead? Upon hearing this, Fan Tianjue was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened toward the Yellow Spring Great Hall with utmost urgency. Chapter 81. The Sinful City and the Three Rogues. The Hall of the Underworld, the most formidable domain of the Demon Sect. At this moment, in the center of the ancient and grand hall, a lifeless body lay prominently displayed, surrounded by fierce and powerful figures, each furrowing their brows and wearing somber expressions. They were all high-ranking members of the Underworld Demon Sect, having rushed here upon hearing the news of Fan Wujiao's demise. Indeed, they were met with the sight of Fan Wujiao's corpse. That despicable Lin Wudao has gone too far. One elder bellowed, his aura radiating malevolence. Humph. That Lin Wudao is utterly reckless, daring to disregard the Underworld Demon Sect and repeatedly provoking us. He must be subdued as a warning to others. It was said that Lin Wudao had just annihilated the Gongsun family and had even slain a 10th-tier demon with a single strike. Could it be that his strength rivals that of the true realm? This matter requires careful deliberation. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions. Just then, accompanied by a streak of radiant light, the figure of the sect leader, Fan Tianjue, appeared in the hall of the underworld. Leader! Leader! We must eliminate Lin Wudao to avenge Wujiao. They clamored. Lin Wudao must perish. Upon seeing Fan Tianjue, everyone immediately gathered around him. However, at that moment, Fan Tianjue's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the lifeless form at the center of the hall. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of Fan Wujiao, an overwhelming wave of sorrow engulfed him. He then staggered forward, step by trembling step, his body quaking violently. His beloved son had perished just like that. The more he pondered, the deeper his grief became. He stood motionless, gazing at Fan Wujiao's corpse, rendered speechless for an extended period. Observing this, those around him dared not utter a word, and the atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Someone, find a suitable place to lay my son to rest. It was unclear how much time passed before Fan Tianjue reopened his eyes, suppressing his anguish as he commanded. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the others did not hesitate. A few individuals carefully lifted Fan Wujiao's body and respectfully exited the hall of the underworld. You may all leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Yes. They exchanged glances and gradually withdrew. Boom. Once everyone had departed, the hall was instantly filled with the sounds of violent smashing. In a frenzy of uncontainable rage, Fan Tianjue could no longer suppress the grief and hatred within him, and he began to wreak havoc. As he smashed, he roared, Lin Wudao, you shall await your doom. I vow I will not rest until I have ground your bones to dust. His thunderous roar echoed throughout the surroundings. Hearing this, countless disciples of the underworld demon sect trembled in fear, hastily retreating from the hall of the underworld, unwilling to provoke Fan Tianjue's wrath at such a moment. It was not until half a day later that Fan Tianjue finally reopened the hall of the underworld and emerged. At that moment, though it appears to have calmed significantly, the fierce glint in his eyes remains undiminished. At that moment, 2 ancient spirit vessels suddenly pierced through the void, hovering above the Yellow Spring Demon Sect. Subsequently, 2 menacing figures materialized before Fan Tianjue. Tu Qinxiu, Chu Kuangren, have you come to witness my misfortune? Fan Tianjue's voice was laced with icy disdain as he regarded the 2 men. just after the demise of his son. The leaders of the Seven Kills Alliance and the Evil Man Valley had conveniently arrived. Such coincidences are hardly believable. It was evident that they had come to relish his humiliation. After all, the relationships among the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, the Seven Kills Alliance, and the Evil Man Valley were far from amicable. Naturally, even if they truly intended to mock him, they would never admit it. Brother Tianjue, how could you say such a thing? The untimely death of your esteemed nephew has left us equally astonished and sorrowful. Why would we come here to mock you at such a time? Humph, is that so? Indeed. In truth, my brother Chu and I have come to the Yellow Spring Demon Sect primarily to discuss strategies against Lin Wudao. That scoundrel has stirred up tremendous chaos since his arrival in the City of Sin. His brutality and arrogance are excessive. If this continues, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our standing and interests in the City of Sin. Thus, we must eliminate him before he grows stronger to prevent future calamities. Tu Qianxiu declared, his words dripping with intent to kill. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianjue's cold gaze swept over the two men, and with a disdainful snort, he turned and entered the grand hall of the Yellow Spring. Observing this, Tu Qianxiu and Chu Kuangren promptly followed. You speak the truth. Lin Wudao must be dealt with. I have devised a plan that requires your assistance. Furthermore, upon its success, I can extend an invitation to share a monumental opportunity with you both. Once seated, Fan Tianjue's icy voice resonated immediately. As he spoke, he revealed a fragment of the primordial treasure map. Brother Tianjue, what is this? The two men looked on with confusion. This is a primordial treasure map, passed down for thousands of years, detailing a grand opportunity known as the primordial purple chi. By refining and absorbing it, one can enhance their innate talents 100-fold. In 12 days, the sunset battlefield will open. I wonder if you both would be interested in embarking on this treasure hunt together? Primordial purple chi, 100-fold enhancement? Upon hearing these words, Tu Qianxiu and Chu Kuangren's eyes ignited with fervent interest. They scrutinized the map, only to find it was merely a fragment. And the other half? It lies in the possession of a friend of mine. If you agree to join the treasure hunt, we can also invite Lin Wudao along. Invite Lin Wudao? Tu Qianxiu and Chu Kuangren exchanged perplexed glances. Brother Tianjue, that Lin Wudao is the one who killed the esteemed nephew Wuju. Do you truly intend to share treasures and opportunities with him? Humph, does he even deserve it? The reason for summoning him, of course, is to eliminate him. Oh, I am eager to hear more. The two became intrigued. I have studied Lin Wudao's past. Prior to this, he was merely a worthless individual in the ancient city of Qingyuan. However, with the opening of the divine ruins, he obtained an astonishing fortuitous encounter, rising swiftly to prominence. Previously, his aptitude was significantly inferior even to that of an ordinary mortal. If he were aware of the existence of the primordial purple energy, a miraculous boon for enhancing one's talent, how could he remain unmoved? As long as he ventures into the sunset battlefield, I am confident in my ability to subdue him. Fan Tianjue's eyes gleamed with ferocity. So this is your intention? Tu Qianxiu and Chu Kuangren exchanged knowing glances. If the primordial purple energy truly possesses such extraordinary efficacy, Lin Wudao would undoubtedly take the bait. How do you plan to kill Lin Wudao? After a moment of silence, Tu Qianxiu inquired with curiosity. The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. Regardless, I hold absolute confidence. Fan Tianjue replied, his countenance shrouded in mystery. He was unwilling to divulge any details about his hidden cards. In light of this, Tu Qianxiu and the others ceased their probing. Since we three are united in our endeavors against Lin Wudao, we must not engage in infighting. We must vow with our hearts to refrain from turning against one another once we enter the sunset battlefield. At this moment, the previously silent Chu Kuangren spoke up. Upon hearing this, Tu Qianxiu and Fan Tianjue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them each swore an oath with their hearts, binding themselves to not harm one another within the sunset battlefield, allowing them to proceed with assurance. Brother Tu, it is essential for you to extend the invitation to Lin Wudao. Simply state that you have come across this fragment of the primordial treasure map and invite him to join you in seeking treasures in the sunset battlefield 12 days hence. And observe his reaction. Very well. Tu Qianxiu pondered for a moment before stowing away the half map. Thereafter, the three conferred on various details before parting ways. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, he remained oblivious to the conspiracy of the Hall of Yellow Springs. At this moment, he had returned to the Demon Suppression Division, immersing himself in quiet cultivation. 3 days later, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan presented the resources gathered by the Gongsun clan before him. Chapter 82. I Shall Revolt. After acquiring the entirety of the Gongsun clan's resources, Lin Wudao selected a portion for Zhao Meng and his companions to utilize in their cultivation. The remainder, however, was entirely offered as a sacrifice to the system. Beep. Congratulations, you have sacrificed numerous resources and treasures, gaining 888,000 fortune points. A chilling voice resonated within his mind. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation. Perfected transformation fortune points. 114,000 at last. He had surpassed 1 million. Observing the fortune points displayed on the panel, Lin Wudao felt a flicker of satisfaction. It had not been an easy journey. System. Immediately commenced the cultivation of the ancient scriptures of crossing tribulations, mortal volume. Beep. You have expended 100,000 fortune points to cultivate the ancient scriptures of crossing tribulations, mortal volume to the first layer. You have expended 200,000 fortune points to cultivate the ancient scriptures of crossing tribulations, mortal volume to the second layer. You have expended 300,000 fortune points to cultivate the ancient scriptures of crossing tribulations, mortal volume to the third layer. Congratulations. You have successfully forged the golden body of crossing tribulations. A series of prompt sounds echoed continuously. After consuming 600,000 fortune points and harnessing the system's immense power, Lin Wudao finally cultivated the ancient scriptures of crossing tribulations, mortal volume to the third layer. The golden body of crossing tribulations had barely reached the entry-level stage. Boom, boom, boom. With the initial condensation of the golden body of crossing tribulations, Lin Wudao distinctly sensed an extraordinarily mysterious force flowing within him, imbued with boundless righteousness. Ensuring his mind remained clear and tranquil. Golden body of crossing tribulations, entry level, effectively immune to the erosion of worldly evil substances and curses below the realm of cave heaven, ineffective. A straightforward description presented itself before him. After reading it, Lin Wudao felt a slight sense of relief, although the effects of the golden body were still rather feeble. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. After all, this was merely the entry-level state of the golden body of crossing tribulations. Should he refine the golden body to a level of great success or perfection in the future, its power and effects would undoubtedly become vastly more formidable. However, this would require a substantial accumulation of fortune points. Currently, Lin Wudao had a mere 514,000 remaining, which was far from sufficient to elevate the golden body to the small success stage. After some contemplation, he resolved to enhance the strength of Li Zongtian and the others. Would you like to expend 500,000 fortune points to elevate the Requiem Master Li Zongtian's cultivation to the initial stage of returning to truth? A direct advancement by an entire realm? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. Yes. After a moment of consideration, he acquiesced. Beep. Li Zongtian's cultivation has been elevated to the initial stage of returning to truth. Rumbling at this moment, Li Zongtian stood before Lin Wudao. And under the system's great power, Lin Wudao could distinctly perceive powerful forces surging within Li Zongtian's body. In but a brief moment, his cultivation had been raised by an entire realm, achieving the initial stage of returning to truth. With his combat prowess, he could vanquish those at the peak of returning to truth and contend against tribulation cultivators without defeat. Lin Wudao felt quite pleased with this outcome. Does enhancing the cultivation of other mourners also require 500,000 fortune points? Indeed. The cultivation of mourners can be elevated by one major realm each time. So the fortune points remain insufficient. Lin Wudao lamented internally. With 11 mourners remaining, raising their cultivation to the returning truth realm would demand 5,500,000 fortune points. Alas, this is indeed a voracious consumer of resources. 1 million fortune points vanish in the blink of an eye. This weighs heavily on Lin Wudao's mind. The speed at which he accumulates fortune points is utterly inadequate to match the consumption. The other mourners shall have to wait. After a brief contemplation, he subsequently cast the corpse of the 10th tier demon into the corpse refining furnace. Boom, boom, boom. Under the furious melting of the furnace, streams of pure energy flowed forth like mighty rivers, merging into Lin Wudao's body, gradually enhancing his cultivation. Thud. Moments later, accompanied by a sound akin to tearing silk. It seemed as if some shackles within Lin Wudao were shattered, successfully advancing his cultivation into the celestial realm. Once he had absorbed all the essence of the 10th tier demon, Lin Wudao took another step forward, reaching the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The effects of the nirvana pill were indeed remarkable. Had he relied on his previously abysmal aptitude, breaking through to the celestial realm would have been exceedingly difficult. He couldn't help but reflect deeply. His expedition to the Gongsun clan had yielded abundant rewards. Thunderous. Just as Lin Wudao was assessing his gains, a sudden, overwhelming aura surged from outside the demon suppression division. A glance revealed a spirit vessel piercing through the air. I report to the governor. Emissaries from the Great Li dynasty have arrived. They claim to bear the emperor's decree, instructing you to receive it immediately. Zhao Meng approached and stated respectfully. The The will of Wei Changtian? Lin Wudao responded, somewhat taken aback. It seems my actions in the city of Sin have indeed attracted the attention of the Great Li dynasty. Regardless, I had already resolved to sever ties and establish my own path. Since you have come, let us proceed with this matter directly with that. He promptly led Li Zongtian to the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Moments later, upon Lin Wudao's arrival at the Grand Hall, he observed 3 figures awaiting him. One of them was an elderly eunuch. His aura was as profound as an abyss, imparting an impression of unfathomable depth. However, through the insight of Lin Wudao's divine eye, the eunuch's cultivation and strength were laid bare before him. Indeed, he was at the initial stage of returning truth. As for the other 2, one was named Chu Shanhe and the other Zhou Fengtian. Both were esteemed servants of the Great Li dynasty's imperial city, their cultivation having reached the consummate stage of returning truth. Swish, swish, upon Lin Wudao's appearance. The sharp gazes of the 3 individuals instantly fixated upon him, their expressions brimming with scrutiny. In the town of Yuanzhou, Deputy Governor Lin Wudao received an imperial decree. After a thorough examination, he discerned no clues. The elderly eunuch extended his hand, producing a bright yellow edict, gesturing for Lin Wudao to kneel and receive it. However, Lin Wudao feigned ignorance. Ignoring the 3 eunuchs entirely, he strode across the grand hall and seated himself in the highest position. Go ahead. I am listening, he remarked, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Seeing his frivolity and disregard for the majesty of Emperor Wei Changtian, the eunuch's expression darkened instantly. Governor Lin, this is the emperor's command. According to the protocols of the Great Li dynasty, one must kneel to listen. Kneel? I beg your pardon, but I have no intention of bowing to anyone. If you wish to proclaim Wei Changtian's decree, I might begrudgingly lend an ear. If you are unwilling to read it, then be gone. His voice was flat and unyielding. What? You dare to tell me to leave? At this proclamation, the eunuch erupted in fury. Lin Wudao, do you dare to defy the emperor's command? Are you plotting rebellion? He bellowed. To this, Lin Wudao nodded solemnly. You are correct. I indeed intend to rebel. From this moment forth, I sever ties with the Great Li dynasty and the Demon Suppression Division. You may depart. He waved his hand dismissively. Bold, a treacherous minister, deserving of execution. In an instant, the eunuch's countenance turned icy. With a thunderous roar, the royal city's officer, Zhu Shanhe, stepped forward, advancing menacingly toward Lin Wudao. Yet, as fierce as his advance was, there was someone even more formidable. In a flash, a terrifying sword light, 100 feet long, tore through the air, striking him down. A chilling scream echoed as Zhu Shanhe, at the pinnacle of his power, was cleaved in 2 by a single sword strike. A bloodied head soared high into the air. Chapter 83. Do you wish to be emperor? How could this be possible? Everything transpired in an instant. Witnessing the demise of Chu Shanhe, who had achieved the great perfection of return to truth, at the hands of Li Zongtian's sword, the old eunuch's expression changed dramatically, his once cold eyes now filled with shock and terror. Not only him, even Zhou Fengtian beside him found his pupils constricting, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within him. Chu Shanhe, a master of such formidable cultivation, was actually slain by a single sword strike. This individual's power undoubtedly surpassed the tribulation stage. The 2 gazed at Li Zongtian in sheer horror. At that moment, their previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by unending trepidation. If Li Zongtian could dispatch Chu Shanhe with ease, he could just as readily eliminate them. With this thought, despite the old eunuch's fury towards Lin Wudao, he dared not utter another word. Both of their bodies trembled incessantly. Clearly, they feared that Li Zongtian might, in a fit of rage, dispose of them as well. However, Lin Wudao harbored no interest in them. With a cold glance, he extended his hand, retrieving the imperial edict that the old eunuch had dropped, and began to peruse it intently. Rebellion? Lawlessness? And the treasonous minister of the nation? Even suggesting that I be apprehended and returned to the capital of the Dali dynasty? As he read the contents of the edict, Lin Wudao couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Boom. Upon witnessing this, the old eunuch immediately fell to his knees. Lord Lin, spare me. This is the emperor's decree. I am merely acting on orders. He frantically bowed, his aged face etched with panic and fear. Oh, simply because I have slain the denizens of Tianxiang Tower and the treasonous scions of the Gongsun family who harbored demons, Wei Changtian wishes to apprehend me? What is he truly afraid of? Lord Lin, you may not be aware, but Tianxiang Tower is. It is a property of the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce from beyond the 9 provinces. Our Dali dynasty is utterly incapable of confronting it. To avoid the wrath of the Qingtian Chamber, the emperor intends to capture you, Lord Lin, to appease their anger. The old eunuch stammered, trembling with fear. The Qingtian Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this name, a cold smile crept across Lin Wudao's lips. To his knowledge, it was a colossal entity, dominating the Xuantian domain. This merchant association had a legacy spanning over 8,000 years, boasting immense strength and depth. In the grand scheme of the Xuantian domain, it was a behemoth. A mere Dali dynasty was naturally no match for it. Yet, Lin Wudao felt no fear whatsoever. The emperor's incompetence had led to the Dali dynasty's decline. With millions of subjects growing disloyal, the land crumbling, and demons wreaking havoc, it seemed that Wei Changtian, the ruler of Dali, was rather unfit for his position. His calm voice resonated steadily. As upon hearing these words, the old eunuch and Zhou Fengtian both drew in a sharp breath. At this moment, deep within their hearts, a terrifying thought surged forth. Lin Wudao intended to usurp the throne. What level of power does the mightiest of the Dali dynasty possess? Just as the two were lost in their musings, Lin Wudao's calm voice resonated once more. Reporting to the governor, as far as this old servant knows, the current strongest individuals of the Dali dynasty are the royal ancestor and the esteemed first-ranking offerings of the royal city. They both possess the cultivation of the Great Ascension realm, numbering at least 10 or more. The old eunuch hastily replied, "The Great Ascension realm?" Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. He then fell into contemplation. "I believe the Dali dynasty is decayed beyond repair, causing the populace to suffer. It is time for a new master to rise. Will you assist me in this grand endeavor?" After a moment, Lin Wudao suddenly spoke. You truly intend to plot for the throne and commit acts of rebellion?" The old eunuch's face turned pale with fear. "Governor, you wish to. How do you not wish to?" Lin Wudao's eyes glinted ominously. "If that is the case, I shall not force you. Li Zongtian, dispose of him and throw the body to the dogs." No. I am willing to serve the governor as my master." Witnessing Li Zongtian's fierce demeanor, the old eunuch was terrified beyond reason and immediately began to prostrate himself fervently. Similarly, Zhou Fengtian dared not show any resistance. Li Zongtian took both of them into custody, and they were to sign a slave contract. If they were to serve as my masters, they must show sincerity. What? A slave contract? Upon hearing this, the old eunuch and Zhou Fengtian were struck with horror. Once they signed the slave contract, they would be bound as Lin Wudao's slaves for life, unable to rise again. "Governor," the old eunuch attempted to say something. However, just as he opened his mouth, he caught sight of Lin Wudao's fierce gaze sweeping over him, instantly causing him to swallow all his words. Subsequently, he was escorted away by two fearsome undertakers. "Bring Wei Qing in here." "Yes." An undertaker outside the door bowed in response. After he left, Lin Wudao retrieved the copper coffin of Zongtian and carefully placed the body of Chu Shana inside. "Ding. You have collected the body of Chu Shana, obtaining an ancient tribulation puppet. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have acquired an ancient Great Ascension puppet." Great Ascension puppet, a battle puppet crafted by ancient weapon masters using unparalleled spiritual materials, combined with a unique secret technique. Once released, it possesses the full combat power of the Great Ascension realm. Note: usable only 3 times. Chushana possessed such a remarkable item? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. This battle puppet likely did not belong to Chushana, but rather was something he had once encountered. Otherwise, Li Zongtian's sword just now would have surely been fatal. A flicker of enlightenment arose within him. Boom. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, a mysterious puppet, towering over 10 feet tall, clad in black battle armor and wielding an ancient spear, materialized within the grand hall, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The moment it appeared, Lin Wudao felt a palpable pressure. Indeed, it was a remarkable creation, he mused inwardly. Just as he scrutinized the combat puppet, Wei Qingyin arrived at the hall, visibly anxious, and knelt before him with utmost reverence. "I pay my respects to the governor," he proclaimed, bowing deeply. Observing this, Lin Wudao gave a slight nod. "Rise," he commanded. "I have a matter to discuss with you. Do you wish to be emperor?" Emperor?" The unexpected query left Wei Qingyin momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Lin Wudao. This sudden revelation filled him with immense trepidation. "Governor, did you just say that you want me to be emperor?" After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure, his voice trembling with anxiety. In response, Lin Wudao smiled faintly. "Indeed, I am fully aware of your true identity. You are the 18th prince of the Great Li dynasty, exiled from the royal family after your Tianxian sword bone was removed, left to fend for yourself. Now, I intend to select a worthy emperor for the Great Li dynasty to restore its glory and stability. If you are willing, I can elevate you to that position. But I am merely a cripple. How could I possibly become?" What of being a cripple?" Lin Wudao's voice resonated with unwavering authority. "If I say you can, then you shall." The undeniable conviction in his words resonated deeply within Wei Qingyin. Upon hearing this, he clenched his fists. and a flicker of hope ignited in the depths of his eyes. I shall leave all matters to the governor. With this, he fervently prostrated himself on the ground. Seeing this, a smile graced Lin Wudao's lips. Excellent. Prepare yourself, for you will accompany the offerings from the imperial city to the capital of the great Li dynasty shortly. Additionally, this formidable combat puppet, at the level of the Great Ascension, is bestowed upon you for your protection. He gestured towards the imposing black puppet beside them. Chapter 84. Each with their calculations. Battle puppet? Wei Qingyin revealed a look of confusion. With his limited perspective, he could not perceive the rarity and power of a puppet at the Great Ascension stage. This combat puppet possessed the complete combat prowess of the Great Ascension realm. I have sent you to the capital of the Dali dynasty to re-enter the royal family, but with your mere dragon elephant stage cultivation, you wouldn't even know how you would perish. If you had this battle puppet, you could not only ensure your survival, but also instill fear in Wei Changtian, deterring him from rash actions. For now, your task is to return to the Dali royal family and establish your footing. As for the subsequent matters, I shall arrange them in due course. Lin Wudao spoke calmly. Is it truly the combat prowess of the Great Ascension? Upon hearing this, Wei Changyin instantly displayed a look of immense excitement. Although he had been deprived of the Xuantian sword bone and was now but a cripple, he still possessed some knowledge of the cultivation world. The Great Ascension stage, such a formidable force, could dominate a region, even in the Dali dynasty. The strongest were merely at the Great Ascension realm. Thank you, General, for this rebirth. Realizing the value of the Great Ascension puppet, Wei Qingyin immediately bowed deeply, filled with boundless gratitude. At this moment, he regarded Lin Wudao as his reborn parent. Rise. You are an intelligent individual and should comprehend my intentions. The reason I elevate you is merely to make you my spokesperson. As long as you remain loyal, you shall forever be the ruler of Dali. Conversely, while I can elevate you, I can also destroy you. The cold, merciless voice resonated within his soul. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyin took a deep breath. I understand. In this life, I am willing to die for the general. He bowed earnestly. Very well, you may withdraw. Shortly, accompany Zhou Fengtian and the others to the Dali dynasty. They have become my subordinates, and you are all on the same front. Should you require assistance, seek them out. Yes. Wei Qingyin respectfully acknowledged, then stored the Great Ascension puppet and exited the hall. Whoosh. Half a day later, a spiritual vessel sliced through the sky as Zhou Fengtian departed with Wei Qingyin, leaving the city of Xin behind. Observing their receding figures, Lin Wudao revealed a faint smile. Wei Qingyin, this pawn, had already infiltrated the Dali dynasty, having slain Xuantian and possessing that Great Ascension puppet. Even if Wei Changtian harbored countless grievances and anger, he would not dare to provoke me again. Simultaneously, out of fear of me, he would not lay a hand on Wei Qingyin either. Once I have dealt with the affairs of the setting sun battlefield, I can begin to rectify the Dali dynasty and swiftly absorb the entirety of the Yuanzhou territory. At that time, with the whole province under my control, I should be able to acquire considerable fortune, I reckon. Lin Wudao quietly calculated within. Everything was within his grasp. He harbored no fear of Wei Changtian or the potential disintegration of his control over the Great Li dynasty. Should the time come, he would not hesitate to overturn the table. Violence has always been the most immediate means of resolving issues. Master, the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Tu Qingsnow, seeks an audience. Just as Lin Wudao was lost in contemplation, a mourner appeared before him, delivering the message. The Seven Kill Alliance? Lin Wudao's expression reflected his confusion. At present, he seemed to have no connection with the alliance. Please, come in. Before long, under the guidance of a mourner, Tu Qingsnow arrived in the grand hall of the Demon Suppression Department. Tu Qingsnow of the Seven Kill Alliance pays respects to Lord Lin. Have a seat. Lin Wudao gestured toward a nearby chair. With a swift glance, Tu Qingsnow's intelligence was relayed back to him. Likewise, he scrutinized Lin Wudao with subtlety. However, with his capabilities and strength, he could glean no useful information. When his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, it felt as though he were shrouded in mist. Neither his cultivation nor any other aspect was discernible. Indeed, he was not an ordinary individual. Tu Qingsnow internally lamented, feeling a heightened sense of caution and wariness towards Lin Wudao. I wonder, what brings Alliance Leader 2 to my Demon Suppression Department today? After a brief silence, Lin Wudao broke the tranquility with an unruffled tone. In response, Tu Qingsnow chuckled. I have indeed come for an important matter I wish to discuss with Lord Lin. Might you have heard of the Sunset Battlefield? Startled by the question, Lin Wudao cast a surprised glance at him. It seems Lord Lin is aware of it. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. Recently, a friend of mine visited unexpectedly, bringing with him a fragment of the Taichu treasure map. According to the map's records, within the Sunset Battlefield lies a divine artifact known as Taichu Purple Qi, which possesses the astonishing ability to reshape one's fate. Its most remarkable effect is to enhance a person's aptitude by over 100-fold. I wonder if Lord Lin would be interested in joining me on this treasure hunt? Tu Qianqiu said with a smile. Taichu Purple Qi? 100-fold enhancement in aptitude? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. What he lacked was precisely aptitude. If the Taichu Purple Qi truly possessed such miraculous properties, enhancing his aptitude 100-fold would allow him to be considered a genius, making his cultivation significantly easier. Is what you say true? Certainly. With your reputation in the Sin City, even if I had 1,000 daring hearts, I would not dare deceive you. As he spoke, he presented a carefully prepared half of the treasure map to Lin Wudao. Upon seeing this, Lin Wudao's keen eyes swiftly scanned the map, revealing the information and origins regarding the Taichu treasure map with clarity. Title: The Primordial Treasure Map, Half Synopsis. 1. At the twilight of the ancient era, a great transcendent left behind a treasure map, which concealed a grand formation known as the primordial array on the battlefield of the setting sun, gathering a wisp of primordial purple qi every millennium. 2. A single wisp of primordial purple qi can enhance one's aptitude 100-fold. Remarks. 1. The other half of this treasure map resides with Qi Ming Shangren, an outer disciple of the Great Sun Demon Sect. 2. Each individual may only draw upon one wisp of primordial purple qi. It truly exists. Gazing at the primordial treasure map in his hands, Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to Tu Qianqiu. Since you possess this treasure map, why not venture to the battlefield of the setting sun alone in search of treasure, instead of seeking my company? It is, of course, for the sake of safety. Surely, the governor is aware that the battlefield of the setting sun is fraught with peril, home to great terrors. It is said that many formidable beings perished during the cataclysmic battle 3,000 years ago. With just my friend and me, it is likely that we may depart with a promise, yet return with none. Having an additional ally is always advantageous. Tu Qianqiu wore a candid expression. However, Lin Wudao remained skeptical of his words. When a pie falls from the sky, it usually heralds misfortune. Tu Qianqiu undoubtedly harbors other schemes. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, Lin Wudao refrained from probing further. His physical body was invincible, having forged the golden body of transcendence. Even if Tu Qianqiu had ulterior motives, he felt no fear. At present, his confidence was unshakable. Who else is involved? Besides my friend who provided the primordial treasure map, there are 2 others, both possessing the strength of the great completion of Return to Truth. Yes, that works. Lin Wudao nodded slightly. He was indeed eager for the so-called primordial purple qi. If that is the case, then it is settled. In 12 days, the battlefield of the setting sun will officially open. We shall embark together. With Lin Wudao taking the bait, Tu Qianqiu's heart brimmed with joy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took his leave. Watching Tu Qianqiu's departing figure, a cold glint ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. Swish. After pondering for a moment, he immediately conjured a doppelganger and stealthily followed. Chapter 85. Under the True God, those who touch shall perish. After departing from the Demon Suppression Division, Tu Qianqiu did not return to the 7-Kill Alliance. Instead, he made his way to the Huangquan Demon Sect. Indeed, a conspiracy was afoot. Observing Tu Qianqiu ascend Huangquan Mountain, Lin Wudao's eyes gleamed with a cold, lethal light. The Huangquan Demon Sect bore a grudge against him. The relationship between the 7-Kill Alliance, to which Tu Qianqiu belonged, and the Huangquan Demon Sect was far from amicable. One might even describe it as hostile. Only through mutual interests could they find common ground. As for what those interests entailed, Lin Wudao had formed a preliminary conclusion in his mind. That was to eliminate him. After all, his formidable emergence posed a severe threat to the interests of the Huangquan Demon Sect, the 7-Kill Alliance, and the Valley of Villains. The only way to eradicate future troubles was to find a means to remove him. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly do the same. However, Lin Wudao was curious about the schemes of Fan Tianjue and Tu Qianqiu. What plans did they possess to ensure his demise? With this thought, he concealed his presence within the depths of the boundless void, stealthily trailing Tu Qianqiu until he reached the courtyard unimpeded. At that moment, Fan Tianjue was leisurely savoring tea, though the presence of Chu Kuangren was conspicuously absent. Had the matter been resolved? Upon seeing Tu Qianqiu's arrival, Fan Tianjue's spirits were instantly lifted, his eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Yes, I have followed your suggestion. Using the primordial purple qi as bait to invite Lin Wudao to the sunset battlefield in 12 days, he has agreed. Just as you predicted. His thirst for talent surpasses our own. This indicates that his innate abilities are rather mediocre. Tu Qianqiu took a sip of tea, smiling lightly. Hearing this, Fan Tianjue breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had felt somewhat assured, but was still concerned that Lin Wudao would not take the bait. Now that Lin Wudao had consented, the success of his plan was already halfway secured. Next, they merely needed to await the opening of the sunset battlefield to execute their scheme. With this thought, A fierce killing intent erupted from Fan Tianjue's eyes. The enmity of a slain child is unforgivable. No matter the cost, he must reduce Lin Wudao to ashes to relieve his pent-up hatred. Then let us proceed according to our plan. My friend will arrive when the sunset battlefield opens. At that time, I shall assume a different guise and identity to avoid arousing Lin Wudao's suspicion. Once he enters the sunset battlefield, his death is assured, Fan Tianjue declared with unwavering confidence. Upon witnessing this, Tu Qianxiu couldn't help but express his curiosity. Brother Tianjue, what formidable trump card do you possess that guarantees Lin Wudao's demise? What if, by chance, we fail? If he escapes, given his ruthless nature, it is likely he would pursue vengeance relentlessly. Rest assured, he is undoubtedly doomed. Fan Tianjue remained reticent. Yet, the more he withheld, the more unsettled Tu Qianxiu became. This matter pertains to his very life. Thus, it must be approached with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. No, unless you elucidate your intentions, I shall remain uneasy. Lin Wudao decisively crushed the Gongsun family, displaying a level of power that transcends the ordinary realm of Goasian, possibly even reaching the threshold of tribulation. Should we fail to eliminate him, it is our lives that are forfeit. Brother Tianjue, if you are unwilling to divulge some of your confidence, it would be impossible for me to collaborate with you. As he spoke, Tu Qianxiu made to depart. Wait. Unable to resist, Fan Tianjue pondered for a moment before finally relenting. Subsequently, under Tu Qianxiu's eager gaze, he produced an ancient and enigmatic black scroll. Boom. The instant the scroll appeared, an aura of extreme malevolence surged forth, causing Tu Qianxiu's countenance to change dramatically as he began to retreat frantically. Simultaneously, hidden deep within the void, Lin Wudao's eyes glimmered with ferocity, for that scroll was unmistakably a curse. Name, Celestial Restraint Curse. Description, a fearsome curse inscribed by an ancient curse master, afflicting any creature it touches, no matter how exceptional the talent or genius. They shall be stripped of their cultivation and spiritual power, reduced to mere mortals. Note, this curse is remarkably effective against beings below the realm of true God. To come into contact with it is to court death. A plethora of information unfolded before him. Upon comprehending its contents, even Lin Wudao could not help but inhale sharply, his expression turning grave. The celestial restraint curse was indeed terrifying. Fortuitously, he had come along. Otherwise, upon entering the setting sun battlefield, he might have been oblivious to the peril that awaited. Although I have attained the golden body of tribulation, I am still merely at the threshold, incapable of withstanding such a horrific curse. If Fan Tianjue were to plant it upon me, would I not revert to a mere mortal? Gasping at the thought, Lin Wudao's heart trembled profoundly. After enduring a long and arduous journey to reach his current level, to have it all rendered null by the celestial restraint curse would be an unbearable fate. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable. Fan Tianjue, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for the consequences. At this moment, he had steeled himself to eliminate Fan Tianjue. However, Fan Tianjue remained oblivious to Lin Wudao's murderous intent. He was engrossed in presenting the celestial restraint curse to Tu Qianxiu, his cold gaze shimmering with excitement. This is an exceedingly terrifying curse. What? A curse? Upon hearing those two words, Tu Qianxiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated beyond the courtyard, his eyes filled with profound terror. He was well aware of the implications of a curse. Regardless of the type, once afflicted, there was but one inevitable fate, death. Initially, he had anticipated Fan Tianjue's trump card, but upon witnessing it firsthand, he was overwhelmed by boundless fear. Brother Tu, do you now believe that with this object in my possession, I can eliminate Lin Wudao? Indeed, absolutely. Brother Tianjue, it is truly unexpected that you possess such a terrifying weapon. Tu Qianxiu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If it weren't for the primordial purple qi, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in this matter. After all, it is exceedingly frightening. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. However, in response to his panic and fear, Fan Tianjue remained unperturbed, instead caressing the scroll in his hand with a smile. This is my trump card. Were it not for Lin Wudao's heinous act of slaying my son Wujiao, I would never have been inclined to utilize it. The curse inscribed upon it guarantees death to anyone beneath the realm of true divinity. Should Lin Wudao fall victim to this curse, all his cultivation and power will be mercilessly stripped away, rendering him a mere mortal devoid of strength. At that juncture, could he possibly escape? Fan Tianjue sneered. To this, Tu Qianxiu expressed his wholehearted agreement. With such a dreadful curse, eliminating Lin Wudao would pose no challenge whatsoever. Brother Tu, are you at ease now? Yes, yes. I am completely at ease. Tu Qianxiu nodded emphatically. In that case, let us proceed according to our plan. Once we have disposed of that thorn in our side, we shall celebrate in grand fashion. Excellent. With that, Tu Qingsnow wasted no time and swiftly departed Huangquan Mountain, riding a beam of radiant light. As he observed the retreating figure, Fan Tianjue's eyes glinted with malicious glee. A mere pack of rabble dares to share in the primordial purple cheat with me? Once Lin Wudao is eliminated, it will be your turn. Fan Tianjue's expression turned icy. As his words fell, he prepared to stow away the curse scroll before him. However, at that moment, a strange hand suddenly emerged from the void, snatching the scroll away before Fan Tianjue's incredulous eyes. Boom. Simultaneously, he felt his body ensnared by an overwhelming force, and a terrifying hand descended upon him, piercing through his chest. Chapter 86. The Great Disguise Technique, securing 800,000 for nothing. Who has slain me? I. A wretched scream of endless agony emanated from Fan Tianjue. At that moment, his visage contorted in sheer rage, his icy eyes brimming with boundless fury and resentment, mingled with despair and confusion. He struggled desperately to turn around and glimpse the identity of his assailant. However, Lin Wudao did not afford him that opportunity. Boom. With a mighty gesture, a ferocious and violent force extinguished all traces of vitality within him. In the blink of an eye, the once proud Huangquan demon sect had been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Those who wrong me shall all perish. Emerging from the void, Lin Wudao's demeanor was cold and indifferent. He had never shown mercy to those who plotted against him from the shadows, and upon discovery, he would eradicate them without hesitation. Moreover, given that Fan Tianjue possessed the terrifying curse of the heavenly prodigy, Lin Wudao was resolute in denying him any chance to wield it. Subsequently, after thoroughly scavenging all valuable items from Fan Tianjue's corpse, Lin Wudao placed the body within the mourning heaven bronze coffin. Ding! You have collected the corpse of Fan Tianjue and acquired a divine-level disguise technique. After a tenfold system enhancement, you have obtained the method, Great Disguise Technique. Name, Great Disguise Technique Level, one of the 3,000 Great Arts. Description, upon its application, one may alter their form, appearance, and aura, disguising themselves as any creature in existence, thereby concealing their true identity from detection. Note, this disguise can only deceive beings whose power is within 3 major realms of the user. If the opponent's cultivation surpasses this significantly, the disguise will be unmasked. The Great Disguise Technique? Observing the information presented, Lin Wudao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that from Fan Tianjue he would acquire such a wondrous technique. One of the 3,000 arts. With it, future corpse retrieval endeavors would become exceedingly convenient. With this thought in mind, Lin Wudao prepared to conduct an experiment. After familiarizing himself with the Great Disguise Technique, he immediately transformed to resemble Fan Tianjue. In no time, a mysterious azure light dissipated, and Lin Wudao perfectly assumed Fan Tianjue's likeness, with no discernible difference in form, demeanor, appearance, or voice. Incredible! Lin Wudao exclaimed in awe. Next, to validate the miraculous powers of the Great Disguise Technique, he set forth, assuming the identity of Fan Tianjue, to the Huangquan Demon Sect. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Along the way, every disciple and follower of the Huangquan Demon Sect greeted him with utmost reverence, failing to detect any anomaly whatsoever. This Great Disguise Technique is indeed remarkable. Once the sunset battlefield is opened, I shall be able to masquerade as Fan Tianjue and engage in a game of subterfuge with Tu Qingsnow and the others. When the time comes, a chilling smile crept upon Lin Wudao's lips. He then began to meander through the Huangquan Demon Sect. Then, unexpectedly, he headed toward the treasure vault. As the sect leader, Fan Tianjue, it was quite reasonable for him to utilize some of his own treasures and resources. With a resounding crash, upon pushing open the grand doors of the vault, a dazzling array of resources and treasures flooded his vision, leaving Lin Wudao utterly mesmerized. The Huangquan Demon Sect, as one of the 3 titans of the Sin City, boasted a rich heritage accumulated over a millennium. The previous Gongsun family was utterly incomparable. A preliminary estimation suggested that if all the resources within the vault were sacrificed, it would yield at least over 1 million fortune points. This prospect made Lin Wudao's eyes glimmer with desire. However, as the most vital location within the Huangquan Demon Sect, the treasure vault was heavily guarded by numerous elders. Under their vigilant watch, Lin Wudao could not afford to act too recklessly. After all, the show must go on. Ultimately, he only took away approximately half of the resources. Leader, why do you require such a substantial amount of resources all at once? This represents nearly 800 years of accumulation for our Huangquan Demon Sect and should not be easily utilized. One of the guarding elders furrowed his brow. To this, Lin Wudao had already devised a countermeasure. You are surely aware that with my arrival, the entire Sin City has been thrown into disarray, and the power I have demonstrated is exceptionally formidable. I estimate it may even exceed the tribulation stage. If I am allowed to continue to grow unchecked, It will undoubtedly pose a threat to the interests of our Huangquan demon sect, perhaps even our very existence. Therefore, I intend to draw upon our 800 years of foundation to invite a powerful figure from the Daylight Demon cult to ensure our security. Moreover, with the imminent opening of the Sunset battlefield, I require an enhancement of my own strength. Although the resources I am taking are somewhat excessive, they are entirely for legitimate purposes, and you need not worry. Should any issues arise, I will bear full responsibility. Having said that, without waiting for the elders to regain their composure, he strode out of the treasure vault. He intends to invite a powerful figure from the Daylight Demon cult? The crowd exchanged glances, as they had not received this information. However, as Fan Tianjue was the sect leader of the Huangquan demon sect, they dared not question him further and could only temporarily accept his words. Lin Wudao, for his part, was untroubled by the prospect of being discovered. While the others shook their heads in sighs, he swaggered out of the Huangquan demon sect, laden with a vast amount of resources. Before long, he returned to the Demon Suppression Division. System, sacrifice all the resources obtained from the Huangquan demon sect. Ding. Sacrifice successful. You have gained 800,000 fortune points. 800,000? Lin Wudao's spirit sword. Merely half of the resources were worth 800,000. The Huangquan demon sect's foundational wealth was indeed vastly superior to that of the Gongsun family, two entities of entirely different realms. His endeavor was tantamount to obtaining 800,000 fortune points without cost. One word, exhilarating. Name, Lin Wudao cultivation level, mid-transcendence techniques, ancient emperor scripture, ancient passage scripture, mortal volume skills, primal dragon hand seal, great completion, celestial law incantation, great achievement, divine capture technique, great achievement, grand disguise art, great achievement, items, stone of origin, coffin of the heavenly burial, corpse concealment scroll, spirit summoning paper, sky avoidance cloak, celestial mask, great wilderness cauldron, supreme yuan sword formation, great annihilation sword talisman lifespan, 19, 736 years fortune value, 814,000. A plethora of information lay before him. After perusing it, Lin Wudao fell into deep contemplation. What should he do next? Well, since enhancing his cultivation was not an option, he might as well amplify his combat prowess. System. How much fortune value is required to elevate the primal dragon hand seal to the ultimate realm? 300,000. That is within an acceptable range. Lin Wudao nodded slightly. Subsequently, he decisively opted to enhance the primal dragon hand seal. Ding, congratulations, host. You have consumed 300,000 fortune value and successfully cultivated the primal dragon hand seal to the supreme ultimate realm, allowing you to unleash the power of 100 ancient primal dragons with a single strike. With the host's mid-transcendence cultivation, the primal dragon hand seal can contend with peak transcendence cultivators. Is the power of the ultimate realm merely this? Lin Wudao felt somewhat dissatisfied. System. Does the primal dragon hand seal, upon reaching the ultimate realm, only measure up to peak transcendence cultivators? It cannot even suppress those at great completion? This is rather feeble, isn't it? Ding. The inherent level of the primal dragon hand seal is relatively low, and as one ascends to the transcendence realm, the disparities between each stage become significantly vast. Thus, the primal dragon hand seal at the ultimate realm can merely contend with peak transcendence. The host may expend 500,000 fortune value to upgrade the primal dragon hand seal to the celestial dragon hand seal, which would enable a single strike to unleash the power of 10 ancient celestial dragons, rendering one invincible within the transcendence realm. Celestial dragon hand seal? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Let us upgrade it. Then, after a prolonged silence, he chose to proceed with the upgrade. After all, the primal dragon hand seal was indeed unable to keep pace with his rhythm and strength. He required a more formidable attack technique. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the primal dragon hand seal to the celestial dragon hand seal, allowing you to unleash the power of 10 ancient celestial dragons with a single strike, dominating the transcendence realm. Celestial dragon hand seal, entry level. Boom, boom, boom. As the system's notification faded, an array of insights regarding the celestial dragon hand seal instantaneously flooded his mind, as though he had practiced for decades. Chapter 87, The Lord of the Greatly, Wei Cha Tian. The heavenly dragon palm technique is undeniably far more formidable than the barbaric dragon palm technique. After assimilating numerous insights, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his combat prowess had indeed risen significantly. Should he unleash the heavenly dragon palm technique, he could sweep through the entire celestial realm with ease. Yet, the 800,000 fortune points he had just acquired vanished in the blink of an eye. Money flows like water. He sighed deeply, his expression laced with helplessness. Subsequently, After relocating the Demon Suppression Division to the Gongsun clan, Lin Wudao had his subordinates tidy up a bit before summoning Li Zongtian and Zhao Meng to his presence. In a few days, a secret realm known as the Sunset Battlefield will open within the 10,000 mountains of Shanhai County. Given your feeble strengths, it would be best not to join the fray. Focus on cultivating in the city of Sin, and when you have grown stronger, opportunities will abound. Additionally, I will be away for a while. If the people from the Huangquan Demon Sect, the Seven Kill Alliance, or the Evil Man's Valley come looking for me, simply inform them that I am not present, Lin Wudao instructed calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng and Han Qingshan, though puzzled, bowed in acknowledgement. After offering a few more instructions, Lin Wudao departed from the Demon Suppression Division, disguising himself as Fan Tianjue, and headed straight for the Huangquan Demon Sect. He intended to play a game of intrigue with Tu Qianqiu and the others, turning the tables on them. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. In the capital of the Great Li Dynasty, after 3 days of steady travel, Xuantian and his companions finally brought Wei Qingyin to the imperial city. At this moment, within the grand hall of the royal palace, Wei Qingyin was escorted directly here. In the imposing hall, seated at the highest point on a dragon throne, was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. Dressed in a robe adorned with 9 dragons and wearing a crown, his presence was profoundly regal. Merely sitting there, he emanated an overwhelming imperial pressure. This man was none other than Wei Changtian, the current ruler of the Great Li. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the tribulation, marking him as a powerful figure in his own right. Besides him, in the expansive hall, there sat a white-clad gentleman with a fair complexion and an elegant demeanor, considerably younger than Wei Changtian. His aura was extraordinary and unfathomable, particularly his deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others and discerning the myriad affairs of the world. This man was Enhancement, the national master of the Great Li, an individual steeped in mystery and wonder. With the arrival of Wei Qingyin, Enhancement, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His profound gaze, as deep as the abyss, fixated on Wei Qingyin, and a peculiar light seemed to flicker in his eyes. Old servant pays respects to your majesty. Minister pays respects to your majesty. The elderly eunuch Chao Jin and Zhou Fengtian, the palace attendant, bowed respectfully. Rise. A plain voice echoed, prompting the two to slowly stand. Who is this person? Wei Changtian's sharp gaze fell upon Wei Qingyin. Observing this, Chao Jin hurriedly stepped forward. Your majesty, this individual is the 18th prince, Wei Qingyin. What? Upon hearing this, Wei Changtian's brow furrowed deeply, his indifferent eyes scrutinizing from a position of superiority. He was well aware of this son. Initially, he believed that after banishing him from the imperial city, he had perished. Little did he know, he still existed in the world and had reappeared before him. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. The dragon elephant realm? It seemed that after having his Taishan sword bone extracted, he had been rendered utterly useless, destined to remain so for life. A chill enveloped Wei Changtian's heart. The root of all this lay in Wei Qingyin's lack of recognition by the De Li royal family. Although he bore the Taishan sword bone, he could merely serve as a tool for others. Even with his own son, Wei Changtian felt no tremor of emotion. He had plenty of sons. The absence of Wei Qingyin was inconsequential. However, Wei Changtian was curious as to why Chao Jin and the others had brought him back. Your Majesty, the 18th prince is currently working under Lin Wudao, who unexpectedly discovered his royal identity and thus returned him, Chao Jin explained. Moreover, Lin Wudao is exceedingly ruthless and arrogant. He even intends to sever ties with the De Li dynasty and establish his own rule. The esteemed Zhu Shanha from the Imperial City Division has already been slain by his subordinates with a single strike. He has also proclaimed that should your majesty dare to harm Wei Qingyin in any way, he will march upon the Imperial City and personally. At this point, Chao Jin's voice abruptly ceased, his face betraying immense fear. Personally what? Speak. Wei Changtian barked coldly. At his command, both Chao Jin and Zhou Fengtian jolted in alarm. Lin Wudao stated that if your majesty dares to harm Wei Qingyin, he will ascend to the Imperial City and personally behead your majesty. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Chao Jin collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, Wei Changtian was consumed by fury. His dignified countenance was shrouded in darkness. Well done, Lin Wudao. A mere deputy of the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division dares to disregard the De Li dynasty? He even audaciously threatens to kill me? This is sheer lawlessness and extreme arrogance. Does he believe himself to be someone of significance? As the ruler of a dynasty, am I to be slain at his whim? Wei Changtian was beside himself with rage. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented affront to his authority. Lin Wudao had utterly disregarded him. Moreover, he had begun to harbor resentment towards Wei Qingyin as well. Lin Wudao claimed I could not harm you in the slightest. Then today, I shall personally eliminate this wretched son, and let us see what he will do. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth. Boom. As the words hung in the air, Wei Chatian raised his hand and struck down fiercely at Wei Qingyin below. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Jin and Zhou Fengtian were taken aback. Your Majesty, please quell your fury. Your Majesty. The two attempted to intercede, yet in that moment, Wei Chatian was consumed by rage and could not heed their counsel. His assault only intensified. Looking on, Wei Qingyin's handsome visage was marred by a chilling smile. Indeed, the governor was correct. You are unworthy of being the ruler of the great Li. You wish to slay me? Such a fantasy. With a cold smirk. As Wei Changtian's hand ascended, Wei Qingyin produced a formidable battle puppet and thrust it forward with great force. A thunderous roar erupted. The terrifying aura instantaneously extinguished Wei Changtian's attack. Not only that, but it also caused Wei Changtian's blood to surge and his bones to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming terror emanating from the war puppet, as if any attempt to strike would result in immediate annihilation. Wei Changtian, I advise you to remain still. Otherwise, I may be compelled to take your life without hesitation. The cold, merciless voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Wei Changtian clenched his fists tightly, his authoritative countenance shifting between shades of green and white. Damn it, how could you possess such a thing? Ah, it is a gift from the governor. He foresaw your intent to harm me and provided me with this battle puppet for self-preservation. Even an ancestor at the pinnacle of the great completion would fall before it. Therefore, it would be prudent for you not to act, lest you not survive until the governor's arrival. Wei Qingyin's gaze was icy. Since Wei Changtian had disregarded their paternal bond, why should he extend him any courtesy? Lin Wudao was his greatest source of confidence and support. You wretched son. Had I known this day would come, I should never have spared you. I should have eliminated you at the outset to prevent future troubles. Wei Changtian seethed with fury. Since ascending as the ruler of the Great Li, he had never experienced such profound humiliation. Chapter 88. The Manipulative Shadow. In response to Wei Changtian's overwhelming fury, Wei Qingyin regarded him with a cold gaze. Since the removal of his Taishian sword bone and his subsequent exile from the imperial city of Dali, he no longer considered Wei Changtian as a father. Deep within, he harbored not a trace of affection for him. Were it not for the fear that his rash actions might disrupt Lin Wudao's plans, he would have relished the opportunity to subdue Wei Changtian, unleashing the torment and suffering he had endured over the years. Wei Changtian. The bond of father and son between us has long since withered. If you wish to take my life, feel free to do so. I shall await you at the Orchid and Pine Palace. The Orchid and Pine Palace was the dwelling of Wei Qingyin's mother. In the aftermath of the removal of his Taishian sword bone, his mother, Consort Lan, was promptly executed. This vendetta had remained etched in Wei Qingyin's memory. Now, having returned to the imperial city of Dali, those who had inflicted pain and humiliation upon him would soon face his most fervent retribution. With this thought, Wei Qingyin disregarded Wei Changtian's fury and menacing demeanor, swiftly retrieving the battle puppets from the ground before departing the Fengtian Hall with Qiao Jin and Zhou Fengtian. Cursed be that wretched spawn. As he watched Wei Qingyin depart, Wei Changtian's face turned a shade of purple from rage, his pent-up fury spilling over, and his once imposing countenance twisted in agony. He violently smashed the jade teacup upon the imperial desk to the ground. Subsequently, consumed by an endless wrath, he rampaged within the Fengtian Hall, as if only through such destruction could he alleviate the tumult of his anger and humiliation. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Wei Changtian regained his composure. With a heavy heart, he returned to the dragon throne, enveloped in a shroud of despair. Master Yin, you are renowned for your mastery of fate and your profound understanding of celestial secrets, possessing the ability to observe all matters of the world. Could you enlighten me on how to vanquish that treacherous rebel, Lin Wudao? Wei Changtian's eyes gleamed with hope upon uttering these words. In response, Yin Siming maintained a serene demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion. Does your majesty desire the truth or a falsehood? Certainly the truth. Wei Changtian replied without hesitation, his urgency palpable. The enigmatic figure of Yin Siming had remained shrouded in mystery, with not a single shred of information about him ever uncovered. Moreover, his abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. According to Wei Changtian's understanding, Yin Siming could discern the fates of all beings with his mystical eyes, possessing the remarkable prowess of foresight and the ability to avert calamity. Over the years, under his guidance, Wei Changtian had ascended to the pinnacle of power within Dali and had smoothly progressed to the late stage of tribulation. It could be said that his current achievements were entirely dependent on Yin Siming's support. Without Yin Siming, there would be no Wei Changtian of today. For him, Yin Siming was revered as a divine entity. He had never questioned his words. Thus, Wei Changtian was eagerly seeking his counsel to eliminate the rebel Lin Wudao. Yet, in the face of his eager gaze, Insiming appeared utterly unfazed. Since your majesty seeks the truth, I shall speak candidly. I observe that your fortune has greatly diminished, and soon, you may face a calamity of bloodshed. To avert this fate, it would be prudent to pass the throne to the 18th prince, Wei Qingyin. Thus, you may extend your life by another decade. What? Calamity of bloodshed? To pass the throne to that wretched son, merely prolonging my life for 10 more years? Thunderstruck. Upon hearing this, Wei Changtian felt as if struck by lightning. His mind blank. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Mr. Yin, could it be that you are merely trying to frighten me? He managed to utter with difficulty. At this moment, he seemed to believe that this was merely a jest from the realm of the dead. Your majesty doubts? It is not disbelief, but rather, it is too incredulous to accept. I am, after all, the sovereign of the great Li, bearing the fortune of the entire dynasty. Could I truly be outmatched by a treasonous rebel? Passing the throne to Wei Qingyin is utterly inconceivable. He is but a useless wretch. What qualifications or capabilities does he possess to govern the great Li? Wei Changtian seethed with indignation. His pride made it impossible for him to accept the grave pronouncement of Mr. Yin. In response, Mr. Yin's expression remained impassive. Your Majesty, although the relationship between you and the 18th prince is fraught with animosity, there still exists an opportunity for redemption. If you truly wish to alter the course of events, you must first stabilize Lin Wudao. First, proclaim to the world that Wei Qingyin is to be reinstated into the royal family, granting him all the honors and privileges of a prince. Second, refrain from any rash actions. You might consider inviting a formidable force to oversee the great Li, or perhaps eliminate Lin Wudao. If all else fails, passing the throne to Wei Qingyin may be your safest course. After all, you are his biological father. He would not truly harm you. The calm voice resonated softly. Upon hearing this, Wei Changtian furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering Mr. Yin's words. After a long pause, he let out a resigned sigh. Very well, let it be as you say. First, we must stabilize Lin Wudao and Wei Qingyin. Summon the attendants. As he spoke, he beckoned the eunuch waiting outside the grand hall. Convey my edict. As of today, the 18th Prince Wei Qingyin shall be restored to his royal status, receiving all the honors and privileges befitting a prince. The past transgressions were my own folly. Today, in the hall of Fotian, I shall confess my sins to the world. As commanded, the eunuch bowed in response. Afterward, he respectfully retreated to draft the decree. Mr. Yin, might I trouble you to visit Wei Qingyin? After all, he wields a terrifying battle puppet. Should it go berserk, I fear. Fear not, your majesty. I shall attend to it promptly, Mr. Yin replied with a gentle nod. With those words, he rose and walked steadily out of the hall of Fotian, heading towards the Orchid Palace. For now, it seems I must seek the aid of the esteemed figures from Xuantian. Wei Changtian sighed, furrowing his brow. The Great Li dynasty is indeed reliant upon Xuantian. Perhaps only the eminent masters of Xuantian can quell Lin Wudao. Thus, he contemplated. He promptly summoned a shadow guard, who, bearing his plea for help, hastened towards the Xuantian Sect. The words of Insiming instilled within him an overwhelming sense of impending peril. However, Wei Changtian remained oblivious to the fact that his most trusted confidant, Insiming, had already betrayed him. In a flash, as the shadow guard stepped outside the grand city of Dali, the enigmatic figure of Insiming appeared before him, raising a finger that swiftly dispatched him, leaving no trace behind. Having completed this grim task, Insiming nonchalantly returned to the royal city. In the Orchid and Pine Palace, not far from the Fotian Hall, Wei Qingyin was lost in thought, gazing at a portrait of a woman within the hall, his eyes reflecting deep nostalgia and longing. Your Highness, the National Master has arrived. Xiaoji reminded him in a hushed tone. The National Master? Startled from his reverie, Wei Qingyin turned to see the mysterious figure of Insiming before him. Instantly, a wave of intense vigilance and trepidation washed over him. From his youth, he had heard tales of the formidable reputation of this elusive National Master. What brings you here, National Master? Do you have any guidance for me? Wei Qingyin inquired cautiously, unable to quell the turmoil within as he faced the imposing figure. Your Highness need not be anxious. I am here to offer you counsel, Insiming replied with a smile. What? Counsel for me? What kind of counsel? Wei Qingyin's expression turned to one of bewilderment. Of course, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you not wish to become the ruler of Dali? I have come to assist you in swiftly realizing your aspirations. Just moments ago, I secured for you the legitimate status within the Dali royal lineage, granting you all the honors and privileges of a prince, and Wei Changtian has already issued a decree to proclaim this to the world. Furthermore, the shadow guard he dispatched for aid to the Xuantian Sect has been dealt with by me, so you need not worry about external threats. With my presence, Your safety is assured, Simon said, his tone cheerful. Hearing these words, Wei Qingyin felt no joy. Instead, he appeared unusually solemn. Why would the national master wish to assist me? Because I have high hopes for you, Simon replied. Is that so? Wei Qingyin expressed disbelief. Feeling unworthy of such attention from Simon. I am merely a useless individual, fortunate enough to have the governor's support, allowing me to speak boldly before Wei Changtian. Without the governor, I am nothing. Surely, the national master must have mistaken me for someone else. Upon hearing this, Simon simply smiled faintly. Indeed, all that you possess comes from Governor Lin. He is your greatest benefactor in life, and it is precisely because of him that I see potential in you. At last, Wei Qingyin comprehended the truth. It was not him that Simon valued, but rather the illustrious Lin Wudao who stood behind him. Chapter 89. Eliminate all rivals and you shall be emperor. The national master mused, isn't this a superfluous endeavor? No. At this moment, Governor Lin may not require my presence. Yet remaining by your side could still yield some benefit, Simon replied, shaking his head. In response, Wei Qingyin appeared somewhat perplexed but refrained from probing further. What does the national master believe I should do next? He earnestly inquired. Well, if my conjecture holds true, Governor Lin has sent you to the capital of the Great Li dynasty with the intention of helping you establish a firm footing, thereby paving your path to become its sovereign. Indeed, I am merely the governor's proxy, even if I were to become the ruler of the Great Li. I must still regard the governor with utmost respect. Wei Qingyin nodded slightly, fully aware of his position. Rather than languishing in the city of vice for a lifetime, he naturally aspired for a fleeting moment of glory. As long as Lin Wudao remained, his radiance would endure. Your insight is commendable. If your sole ambition is to control the meager Great Li dynasty, then you need do nothing but await Governor Lin's arrival to ascend to the throne. However, if you yearn for a life of greater brilliance and honor, you must achieve something significant before Governor Lin reaches the capital. At the very least, he must recognize that although your cultivation may be feeble, you are no mere mediocrity. Your capabilities extend beyond merely ruling the Great Li dynasty. Simon remarked with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyin seemed to grasp the essence, albeit with some uncertainty. Please, National Master, enlighten me. He knelt with utmost reverence. Your Highness, please rise. What I mean is that Governor Lin's influence and dominion will undoubtedly extend far beyond the confines of the Great Li dynasty. As his power continues to expand, numerous matters will arise. At that juncture, it will be imperative to identify someone capable to govern and manage these affairs. If you can leave a favorable impression on Governor Lin during this time, as his first proxy, your status may rise significantly. The opportunities for identity, position, power, and resources will be unimaginable. Thus, now is your prime opportunity. Simon calmly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyin finally comprehended. National Master, how might I earn the governor's recognition? Quite simply, prove your worth through your abilities. From this moment forth, you must ascend to the position of sovereign of the Great Li before Governor Lin's arrival. In doing so, he will surely regard you with newfound respect. Specifically, Your Highness may consider the following course of action. First, become the heir apparent of the Great Li dynasty. Though you may have many brothers, ultimately, only one may ascend to the throne. My counsel is to eliminate all who pose a threat to you. If the entire royal family of Dali is left with only you as the sole successor, even if Wei Changtian harbors countless grievances against you, he will have no choice but to acquiesce. Once this step is accomplished, we can then scheme for the imperial throne. Although Wei Changtian is currently in the prime of his life, we can orchestrate unforeseen events to hasten his journey to the netherworld. At that point, you shall smoothly ascend as the sovereign of Dali, Simon stated matter-of-factly. With the utterance of his words, Wei Qingyin could not help but inhale sharply. Simon's method was starkly simple and brutal. That is to eliminate everyone. As long as there are no competitors left, the throne shall rightfully belong to him. To achieve great deeds, one must possess a ruthless resolve. If you lack a modicum of extraordinary tenacity, even if you are entrusted with a vast domain and dynasty in the future, you will be unable to maintain control. I understand. Wei Qingyin clenched his fist. He felt little resistance to Simon's words. But how do we eliminate all the competitors? Well, I have already devised a plan. If your Highness follows my instructions, within half a month, all competitors will be thoroughly eradicated. As for Wei Changtian, I shall intervene as well. Once you become the crown prince, his end will be inevitable. Simon's demeanor remained composed and unruffled, with not a hint of emotion visible on his face. Excellent. I entrust everything to you, National Master. Once this is accomplished, Qingyin wishes to honor you as a second father. Wei Qingyin bowed once more. To this, Simon merely smiled faintly. The title of second father is unnecessary. In due time, your Highness need only regard me as your imperial teacher. Imperial teacher? although Wei Qingyin was perplexed. He nodded earnestly. Thereafter, he began to inquire about various matters from Siming, who appeared to genuinely regard him as a disciple, providing detailed explanations for every question posed. Subsequently, he meticulously adhered to Siming's guidance, step by step. In just 10 days, Wei Qingyin had eliminated the majority of his competitors and began to fervently advance towards the position of the sovereign of Dali. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Sin, Lin Wudao remained oblivious to these developments. In recent days, he had disguised himself as Fan Tianjue, residing in the courtyard of Huangquan Mountain, diligently cultivating while patiently awaiting the commencement of the sunset battlefield. Simultaneously, he awaited the arrival of the revered Qiming master. 2 days later, an ancient spiritual vessel sliced through the void and descended upon Huangquan Mountain. From it emerged an elegantly attired gentleman in azure robes. Qiming master? A glance revealed all pertinent information about the man instantly before him. Weren't you supposed to seek out Tu Qianxiu of the Seven Kill Alliance and Chu Quangren of the Evil Man Valley? Where are they? Let us wait a moment. They should be arriving shortly, Lin Wudao remarked, taking a sip of tea. Indeed, just as the celestial master Qiming settled into his seat, he beheld Tu Qianxiu and Chu Quangren approaching, each commanding a spirit vessel. However, the expressions on their faces were rather grim. What troubles you? Lin Wudao inquired, feigning ignorance. That scoundrel Lin Wudao has failed to keep his appointment. We had previously arranged to venture to the sunset battlefield together on the day it opened. Little did we anticipate that upon our visit to the Gongsun family, we discovered he had already departed. Tu Qianxiu's visage darkened further. Brother Tianjue, do you think Lin Wudao has sensed something amiss? Or perhaps he has chosen to go to the sunset battlefield alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao stifled a laugh within. While outwardly maintaining a facade of deep-seated grievances, it appeared that the fellow was exceedingly cautious. Thus, to eliminate him, one would have to bide their time for another opportunity. His face was a mask of resentment. Noticing the unfolding scene, the celestial master Qiming furrowed his brow slightly. What are you discussing? Oh, merely a shared adversary among our 3 families. We had intended to take advantage of this journey to the sunset battlefield to eradicate him once and for all, yet it seems he evaded our grasp. Having missed this opportunity, it may prove increasingly arduous to bring about his demise. Lin Wudao feigned a sigh. Upon hearing this, the celestial master Qiming nodded thoughtfully. Since no one else is arriving, let us set forth. Very well. Lin Wudao readily concurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, the group propelled their spirit vessels forward, racing toward Shanhai County with remarkable speed. Chapter 90, The Legend of the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the midst of the vast Wanshan mountain range lies the sunset battlefield. After a lengthy journey, Lin Wudao and his companions finally set foot in the territory of Shanhai County. Without a moment's pause, they plunged directly into the heart of the Wanshan Mountains. The opening of the sunset battlefield had captivated the attention of the entire Jiuzhou region. Consequently, following a multitude of cultivators, they effortlessly located the battlefield, situated on an expansive plain to the southeast. Upon their arrival, Lin Wudao and his companions gazed upward, only to behold countless figures of cultivators already gathered in the void. Enormous spiritual vessels hovered in the air, emanating a formidable aura. Among these, the 3 largest vessels at the forefront belonged to the Day Sun Demon Sect, the Xuantian Sect, and the Xuantian Sword Sect. It was unexpected that the 3 great powers of Jiuzhou had once again assembled in such a grand display. Their presence was unmistakably significant. It seemed that despite the fall of their leaders, grandmasters, and ancestors, their profound foundations remained unassailable, allowing them to continue dominating the Jiuzhou region. Lin Wudao's eyes shimmered with fierce determination as he contemplated the unprecedented allure of the sunset battlefield, which exceeded his expectations. This time, the formidable beings dispatched by the Day Sun Demon Sect, the Xuantian Sect, and the Xuantian Sword Sect were not to be underestimated. Each faction led by a powerful mythical figure. Additionally, there were numerous celestial beings, those of the Great Ascendancy, and those undergoing tribulations, a total of 36 extraordinary individuals. Their innate gifts and potential were of the highest caliber, far surpassing his own. If he were to cast them all into the corpse refining furnace, even drawing a mere fraction of their strength, the combined power could potentially propel him to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, perhaps even to complete mastery. As Lin Wudao meticulously plotted in his heart how to eliminate these unparalleled prodigies and mythical strongmen from the 3 great powers, a sudden tumultuous roar erupted from the vast heavens. It was as if a mysterious force descended, tearing open the void before the excited gazes of the multitude. The rift widened, ultimately transforming into a colossal gateway that reached from the heavens to the earth. Boom, boom, boom. From within the gateway emanated a primordial aura, replete with the essence of ancient epics. Concurrently, as the portal materialized, a resounding battle cry reverberated through the realms, accompanied by the thunderous clash of weapons. A wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth like mighty rivers, enveloping the world in an air of grim foreboding. The sunset battlefield had been unleashed. The crowd was invigorated. At this moment, a radiant light burst forth in the eyes of nearly everyone present, their faces brimming with intense yearning. It is said that this sunset battlefield was once a celestial paradise in ancient times, later becoming the ancestral grounds of several formidable sections. Throughout the ages, it has harbored numerous opportunities and transformations. Particularly, within the sunset battlefield lies a dragon transformation pool, constructed by an ancient master of great powers, which draws upon the essence of heaven and earth, possessing boundless potential for transformation. Any being beneath the mythic realm, upon stepping into the dragon transformation pool, can cleanse themselves, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of their cultivation. I have heard tales of a consummate celestial being who, after cleansing himself in the pool, immediately shattered his shackles and descended to the mythic realm. Amidst the nearby crowd, voices of longing emerged. The dragon transformation pool? A means to enhance cultivation? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. If that were the case, he must certainly take a look at the dragon transformation pool. He felt an overwhelming urge. It seemed that the subtle shift in Lin Wudao's expression did not escape the notice of the celestial master Qiming, who couldn't help but smirk lightly. Brother Fan, I advise you to abandon any thoughts regarding the dragon transformation pool. You simply have no chance. The moment these words were spoken, not only did Lin Wudao feel astonished, but Tu Qingsnow and Chu Kuangren beside him wore expressions of confusion. Why was there no chance? Chu Kuangren furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Celestial Master Qiming cast a glance his way, his demeanor unruffled. The sunset battlefield opens only once every 100 years, and the dragon transformation pool has long been claimed as the exclusive domain of the great sun demon sect, the Xuantian Sect, and the Heavenly Heartsword Hall. Each time it opens, these three powerful factions bring their most outstanding disciples to harness the essence of heaven and earth within the pool to enhance their cultivation and strength. Outsiders are entirely barred from sharing in this bounty. Unless you can subdue all the mythic masters of these three factions, any aspirations you hold are mere fantasies. His mythic masters? Upon hearing Celestial Master Qingming's words, Tu Qingsnow and Chu Kuangren shook their heads in unison, promptly dispelling any thoughts of approaching the dragon transformation pool. They were merely at the pinnacle of the returning to truth realm. A vast chasm of distance lay between them and the mythic realm. And even if they were 1,000 times stronger, hope was utterly elusive. How tyrannical. Tu Qingsnow murmured softly. If your 7-kill alliance possessed the formidable foundation and influence of the great sun demon sect, the Xuantian Sect, or the Heavenly Heartsword Hall, you too could exhibit such tyranny. This world, by its nature, is inherently unfair. The vast majority of resources are held in the hands of the strongest, while ordinary individuals are left to share the meager scraps they cast aside. Thus, this cruel reality perpetuates the dominance of the strong and the weakness of the feeble. At this point, Celestial Master Qingming was filled with emotion. His words bore a duality of yearning for the grand powers and those illustrious figures and prodigies, alongside the melancholy and helplessness of the frail human condition. Since the dragon transformation pool is beyond our reach, let us strive for the primordial purple chi instead. Surely, this treasure cannot be in high demand, can it? The madman of Chu suddenly spoke. Not at all. The map to the primordial treasure in my possession is the sole one, and it serves as the key to unlocking the grand primordial formation. Aside from us, it is unlikely that anyone else is aware of its existence. However, the sunset battlefield is fraught with peril, and we must proceed with utmost caution, intoned the celestial master, Qingming solemnly. Upon hearing this, Tu Qingsnow and the madman of Chu both exhaled in relief. As long as no one vies with them for it, they felt reassured. With their meager cultivation, should there be others competing against them, they would surely be annihilated in the treacherous sunset battlefield in the blink of an eye. When shall we enter the sunset battlefield? At this moment, the previously silent Lin Wudao finally spoke. Let us wait a while longer. We shall enter once the representatives of the three major powers have departed. Boom. Just as the words of the celestial master Qiming fell, an imposing figure suddenly blocked the entrance to the sunset battlefield, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Nangbation? Lin Wudao observed the man with some surprise, not expecting this individual to reappear before him. I spared your life last time, but this time, luck may not be on your side. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, Nangbation was oblivious to the murderous intent directed at him. Boom. After obstructing the entrance, he immediately unleashed the formidable aura of a perfected celestial, his bloodthirsty gaze sweeping across the surroundings with ferocity. No one is permitted to enter the sunset battlefield for the next 10 days. His domineering voice echoed throughout the vicinity. What? We must wait 10 days? The crowd erupted in uproar at this proclamation. That's outrageous. The sunset battlefield does not belong solely to your daylight demon sect. On what grounds can you deny us entry? Even if your three major factions wish to monopolize the dragon transformation pool, such unreasonable behavior is intolerable. Truly despicable. Curse you, Nang Beishan, may you meet a wretched end. A torrent of curses surged through the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Nang Beishan offered no words of retort. He simply raised his fist and crushed it downwards. Boom. The overwhelming force of his perfected celestial prowess cleaved through the throng, leaving a carnage of lifeless bodies and a deluge of blood in its wake. Now, who dares to defy me? His menacing voice reverberated across the expanse. In response, the crowd quaked in fear, even though their hearts brimmed with rage and resentment. They dared not voice their discontent. A pitiful lot. Nang Beishan scoffed, regarding the gathered ants with utter disdain. Having spoken, he prepared to summon the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect and made to enter the sunset battlefield. However, just as he turned, a terrifying hand, imbued with immense power, descended upon him with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 91. The Celestial Authority of the Great Xia. With a single strike, the vast void was pierced. The terrifying aura and force emanating from it seemed to shake the very heavens. Mythical ascendants. The onlookers within the vicinity were struck with profound astonishment. In this moment, they were enveloped in boundless trepidation and dread. Even the legendary powerhouses from the Daylight Demon Sect, the Xuantian Sect, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Pavilion furrowed their brows. One by one, they lifted their gazes towards the source. Boom. The hand swept through the void. And before Nan Batian could react, it struck him directly. A chilling scream echoed as he was obliterated by the force of the blow. His form reduced to fine dust scattered across the sky. Who dares to slay members of the Daylight Demon Sect? Bang! A thunderous roar erupted just as Nan Batian was annihilated, and from the ranks of the Daylight Demon Sect emerged a formidable elder clad in crimson. His fierce gaze and menacing countenance radiated a powerful aura that had reached the pinnacle of mythic strength, marking him as an ancient ancestor-level figure. Swish! Ascending into the void. His icy eyes swept across the surroundings, intent on identifying and eliminating the culprit responsible for Nan Beishan's demise. However, as his fury mounted, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly resonated from the distant sky, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of power. Whoosh! Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a disheveled figure was seen racing madly towards the battlefield at sunset. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred by ghastly wounds, blood cascading down. Simultaneously, behind the ragged figure, a group of 9 pursued him relentlessly, each one a mythical cultivator in their own right. The Mad Taoist? Observing the disheveled man, Lin Wudao could not conceal his astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering the Mad Taoist once more in this place since parting ways in the great Yin ancestor land. Moreover, he was now being pursued with fervor. This fellow must have disturbed someone's ancestral grave. However, it seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Wudao's lips. Without needing to ponder, he already understood what had transpired. After all, the Mad Taoist's peculiar hobby was grave robbing, a means by which he enhanced his cultivation and power. Yet, Lin Wudao was curious as to whom the Mad Taoist had provoked this time, to warrant such a formidable response from so many mythical cultivators. Furthermore, even the Mad Taoist's concealment techniques appeared ineffective. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Wudao chose to remain an observer, refraining from intervening. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Mad Taoist was desperately evading his pursuers. His speed was astonishing. Whenever it seemed he would fall into their grasp, he narrowly escaped, utilizing his concealment abilities to hide his form within the void. However, the capabilities of his pursuers were not to be underestimated. With a swift motion, one of the breathtakingly beautiful women clad in purple, exuding an aura of chilling grace, conjured an ethereal image of an ancient bronze mirror using her secret arts. A surge of spiritual energy struck the air. In an instant, a dazzling divine light erupted, illuminating the vast emptiness around. Beneath the reflection of the ancient bronze mirror, the madman could not escape. His previously concealed form was suddenly laid bare to the open air. The mirror, known as the Celestial Mirror of Upper Clarity, was an astonishing artifact, possessing extraordinary powers to reflect all things in the world. Under its influence, even the madman's stealth techniques were rendered ineffective. A splendid treasure indeed. It was a pity, however, that this was merely an illusion. Lin Wudao felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to witness its wonders firsthand, but it seemed that the opportunity had slipped away. Just as Lin Wudao pondered this, the madman, pursued by his relentless hunters, fortuitously found himself at the threshold of the battlefield at sunset. Madman, I advise you to surrender immediately. It may spare you from a gruesome end. Otherwise, You shall be ground to dust. A cold, merciless voice boomed. Upon hearing this, the madman scoffed derisively. Ha! You wretched lackeys of the imperial court of the great Xia. Do you truly believe you can compel me to capitulate? Not even your supreme leader would intimidate me. He laughed heartily. Come and try to capture me if you dare. With that, the madman transformed into an almost imperceptible shadow, dashing into the battlefield at sunset. Even the elder in crimson robes, a mythic figure at the pinnacle of power, was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his wits, the pursuers were already charging forward with fierce determination, riding the light of the rainbow. Stop! No ordinary individuals may enter the battlefield at sunset. The elder commanded, but he was met with a terrifying hand, imbued with overwhelming force, which struck him down into the depths below. His aged form was marred with cracks. The assailant was a middle-aged man at the zenith of mythic prowess, adorned with a golden sun embroidered upon his garments, encircled by stars and moons. Those of the imperial court of the great Xia are on official business. All others, step aside. The chilling voice resonated throughout. What? They're from the imperial court of the great Xia? Upon hearing this, the expressions of many powerful figures, including the elder in crimson, shifted dramatically. In an instant, their eyes mirrored a deep sense of fear and reverence. What manner of force is the imperial court of the great Xia? Lin Wudao inquired with curiosity. In response, Master Qiming took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. The so-called imperial court of the great Xia refers to a violent institution of the great Xia dynasty in the Azure Sky domain, akin to the demon suppression bureau of the Great Li dynasty. However, the influence, power, strength, and status of the heavenly authority cannot be compared with that of the demon suppression department. The heavenly authority is subordinate to the Son of Heaven of the great Xia dynasty, responsible for monitoring the officials within the imperial court, suppressing demons and malevolent spirits, and maintaining the stability and peace of the dynasty. They even carry out assassination missions and eliminate dissenters. Externally, the heavenly authority is tasked with intelligence gathering, accompanying military expeditions, and exploring mysteries. They oversee all matters concerning the interests of the great Xia dynasty. Their authority is granted by the Son of Heaven, allowing them to act first and report later. With a legacy spanning nearly 10,000 years, the heavenly authority possesses an unimaginable depth of heritage and strength. Those present, seemingly exalted figures, are merely regarded as the lowest tier within the heavenly authority, akin to the demon agents of the demon suppression department. Within the Azure Sky domain, the notorious reputation of the great Xia heavenly authority instills fear and trepidation in countless individuals, as explained in a hushed tone by the celestial master Qingming. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. This implies that those who provoke the heavenly authority are likely to meet a dire fate, does it not? Indeed. The probability of surviving is almost non-existent, replied the celestial master Qiming. He held little hope for the madman's outcome, even if he possessed 100 lives. It would not suffice to escape death after offending the great Xia heavenly authority. In response, Lin Wudao subtly furrowed his brow. Let us enter as well. Yet, that place is inhabited by the legendary figures of the 3 giants of the 9 provinces. We can simply follow behind those from the great Xia heavenly authority. Surely, they would not dare to obstruct us. As long as we avoid the dragon transformation pool and do not infringe upon their interests, we should be safe. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wudao swiftly trailed behind the members of the heavenly authority. Observing this, the celestial master Qiming exchanged glances with his companions, then gritted his teeth and followed suit. Let us go. We shall enter as well. If they can go, why can't we? As long as we steer clear of the dragon transformation pool. With Lin Wudao leading the charge, the multitude of surrounding cultivators began to stir with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Driven by the allure of fortune and destiny, they surged toward the sunset battlefield. Seeing this, the members of the Xuantian Sect and the Zichan Sword studio wished to intervene. Yet they could not possibly eliminate all the cultivators and could only watch coldly as they entered. Let us head to the dragon transformation pool. Rumble the legendary cultivators of the mythic realm waved their robes, hastily leading their disciples into the sunset battlefield, heading straight for the dragon transformation pool. However, as they just entered the sunset battlefield, they witnessed the members of the great Xia heavenly authority engaged in a frenzied battle with the madman. Chapter 92. The Royal Dao Ancient Spirit Weapon, a strike from the void. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and earth, engulfing all directions. At this moment, the 9 legendary figures of the great Xia Imperial Heaven Division positioned themselves in 9 distinct locations, surrounding the mad Daoist with unyielding determination, each launching frenzied assaults. The overwhelming force unleashed was so formidable that none dared approach the battlefield of the setting sun. All present were awestruck. They were not only astonished by the might of the great Xia Imperial Heaven Division, but also marveled at the mad Taoist's extraordinary capabilities. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the 9 legendary figures, the mad Taoist could no longer conceal his prowess. Above his head floated an ancient golden pagoda, emanating countless beams of golden divine light, forming a powerful barrier that enveloped him. No matter how fiercely they attacked, the defenses of the golden pagoda remained unbroken. The Supreme Linglong Pagoda. It was indeed a royal Dao ancient spirit weapon. The eye of the divine spirit scanned the scene, revealing Lin Wudao's astonishment. Though only a single character apart, the distinction between a spirit weapon and an ancient spirit weapon was vast, representing an entire tier of power. Ancient spirit weapons are ancient artifacts infused with the forces of heaven and earth, inscribed with the spiritual runes of the Tao. Capable of harnessing these celestial energies for their wielder's use, possessing terrifying might. The Supreme Linglong Pagoda, held by the mad Taoist, was a top-tier royal Tao ancient spirit weapon, inscribed with a staggering 72 royal spiritual prohibitions. Its defenses were immensely robust, although the mad Taoist's current strength was feeble, rendering him incapable of fully unleashing the power of the Supreme Linglong Pagoda. Even a fraction of its might was sufficient to ensure his invincibility. However, the cost of wielding a royal Tao ancient spirit weapon without sufficient cultivation was exceedingly high. Through the eye of the divine spirit, Lin Wudao could clearly perceive the mad Taoist's lifespan diminishing at a visible rate. Whose grave had he disturbed? In just half a month's absence. His transformation had been so profound, Lin Wudao was deeply intrigued. Name: Mad Taoist, Qi Shuming. Identity 1. Heir of the Central Celestial Domain Tomb Robbing Clan. Identity 2. Member of the Terminator's Organization, Tomb Robbing Terminator. Identity 3. Outer disciple of the Supreme Tao Sect Cultivation Level. Early stage of Tribulation Transcendence Talent. Eye of All Phenomena Technique. Great Tomb Heavenly Scripture Skills. Invisibility, Disguise. Wall Passing, Elemental Escape, Diamond Technique. Dragon Elephant Ancient Fist, Divine Movement Technique. Great Teleportation Technique. Great Life Sealing Technique. Items: Destruction God Shovel, Burial Book, Volume 1. 3,000 Puppets, Supreme Linglong Pagoda, Xuanwu Shield, Azure Edge Spear. Lifespan: 3,136. Remarks: 1. Acts recklessly, with a penchant for grave robbing. Due to cultivating the great tomb heavenly scripture, the more graves he excavates, the faster his cultivation progresses. 2. Excessive grave robbing harms his moral standing, undermines his fortune, and shortens his lifespan. 3. There is no grave he dares not to unearth. A wealth of new information unfolded before him. Upon reading, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. Due to the significant changes in the mad Taoist's cultivation and lifespan, a remarkable transformation has occurred. Previously, within the Daoyin ancestral ground, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. However, it has now advanced to the early stage of the tribulation, a rise of 2 substantial realms. Additionally, his lifespan has been drastically shortened by 2,000 years. His inventory has also acquired several treasures, including the Supreme Linglong Tower, the Xuanwu Shield, and the Qingfeng Spear, all of which are formidable imperial ancient spiritual weapons. Could it be that the mad Taoist has unearthed the ancestral tomb of the great Xia dynasty? Lin Wudao mused in astonishment. This transformation is truly astounding. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, the mad Taoist remains oblivious to his astonishment. At this moment, he fervently activates the Supreme Linglong Tower, continuously fending off the assaults from the 9 divine myths of the heavenly command. Due to the utilization of a certain secret technique, his lifespan is relentlessly diminishing. In just a brief moment, he has lost 300 years. Mad Taoist, resign yourself to fate. Hand over the treasures obediently and surrender, or face a fate worse than death. The imperial ancient spiritual weapons are beyond your current cultivation to wield. Once your lifespan is entirely depleted, your demise is inevitable. At this juncture, a middle-aged man clad in green bellowed sternly. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the divine myth, making him the strongest among the 9. However, in the face of his threat, the mad Taoist does not yield. Instead, he becomes increasingly ferocious. Great Life Forbidden Technique. Suddenly, he raises his hand and performs a mysterious seal, instantaneously sacrificing 2,000 years of his lifespan, temporarily elevating his cultivation by 3 realms to achieve the pinnacle of the divine myth. A terrifying aura, akin to a vast river, surged through all directions. Mu Tianfeng. Since you leave me no path to survival, let us all perish together. With an enraged roar, the mad Taoist brandishes the Xuanwu Shield in his left hand and the Qingfeng Spear in his right, with the Supreme Linglong Tower hovering above him. Stepping forward to confront Mu Tianfeng. Boom. With a thrust of his spear, a terrifying brilliance tore through the air, fiercely bearing down upon Mu Tianfeng. Pinnacle of the divine myth? Humph. To resort to forbidden techniques is utterly foolish. Mu Tianfeng scoffed disdainfully. Boom. With a single punch. The overwhelming brilliance was instantly extinguished by his formidable strength. 7 kills great law. At this moment, Mu Tianfeng also employed a powerful secret technique, stepping forward with a sudden force that doubled his aura. This technique is impressive, Lin Wudao remarked from a distance. He discerned that the 7 kills great law employed by Mu Tianfeng is indeed a potent method for enhancing combat strength. However, it demands an exceptionally robust physical constitution. The greater the strength of the body, the more formidable the 7 kills great law becomes. If the 7 kills great law were in his hands, its true potential would be magnificently displayed. As for Mu Tianfeng, he could only take 3 steps at most. Indeed, upon taking his first step, Mu Tianfeng advanced 2 more paces, thereby augmenting his combat prowess threefold. However, the madman was a formidable adversary. Boom. Just as Mu Tianfeng unleashed the 7-kill technique. Surging his power, he sacrificed 500 years of his lifespan, shattering the shackles of mythology and elevating his cultivation to the realm of cave heavens. Die. A spear thrust forth with ferocity, not only obliterating Mu Tianfeng's formidable assault, but also piercing through his very being. The fierce brilliance of the spear ruthlessly annihilated the 3 great mythic cultivators behind him. You madman. Mu Tianfeng was filled with dread, unable to fathom the madman's mercilessness. His willingness to exchange life for life in pursuit of his demise. Haha, I am indeed a madman. Those who wish to slay me shall face my wrath. Today, you shall all perish. The sinister voice echoed through the heavens. Boom. The moment the words fell, the madman, enveloped in the overwhelming power of the cave heaven realm, furiously charged toward the remaining members of the celestial command, intent on slaughtering them. Be careful, Mu Tianfeng bellowed. Just as the madman approached them, he suddenly produced a jade talisman and shattered it. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying hand coalesced from the void, striking the madman with tremendous force. But despite the protection of the supreme Linglong Tower, the unimaginable power dealt him a grievous blow. Blood erupting from his mouth and splattering into the air. The realm of void. The madman roared in fury. The jade talisman contained a powerful strike from the realm of void. Although he had sacrificed 500 years of his lifespan to forcibly elevate his power to the cave heaven realm, compared to the realm of void, he was but an ant. Had it not been for the formidable defense of the supreme Linglong Tower, that strike alone could have claimed his life. Quickly, kill him. From a distance, Mu Tianfeng shouted frantically. At this moment, the madman was at his most vulnerable, his lifespan dwindling to merely a couple of hundred years, incapable of enduring for long. Therefore, he must not be granted a moment's respite. In truth, without his prompting, the others understood the necessity of total annihilation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 5, wielding immense power, advanced toward the madman, intent on overwhelming him. My life is at an end witnessing this scene. The madman's eyes shimmered with intense unwillingness. At that moment, a great cultivator of the mythic realm, wielding an ancient crimson sword, approached him with deadly intent, preparing to strike down. The man's face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. Boom. However, just as he swung his sword down upon the madman, an ancient black cauldron, infused with boundless force, pierced through the void and crashed down upon his back before he could react. Chapter 93. Utterly humiliated. The explosive force of the supreme path erupted, and before the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the body of the mythic cultivator from the Yutian division was obliterated by the black cauldron. In an instant, it transformed into a sky filled with blood-red powder. His supreme path spirit weapon? As the overwhelming aura of the supreme path surged through the void, all spectators gasped in shock. This sudden turn of events left them utterly stunned, especially the remaining members of the Yutian division, who initially felt astonished but soon revealed expressions of profound fury. Who dares to oppose the great Xia Yutian division? A thunderous roar echoed across the sunset battlefield. Yet, no one responded. Instead, the madman, having narrowly escaped death, felt a flicker of hope ignite within his eyes. Brother Rin? He tentatively inquired. But just as his words fell, a mysterious figure cloaked in black suddenly emerged from the void, effortlessly lifting the black cauldron with one hand, unaffected by the terrifying force of the supreme path that washed over him. Who is this? As the enigmatic figure appeared, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that someone would dare to stand against the Yutian division. Are you all right? A cold, hoarse voice resonated softly. Upon hearing this, the madman grinned widely. Not dead yet. Brother Rin, I never expected you to be here on this battlefield at sunset. What a twist of fate. You truly have remarkable courage. Had I arrived a moment later, you might have perished without a trace. Hey, I'm still alive, the madman jested. To this, Lin Wudao snorted coldly. Let South leave this place first. Boom. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he swiftly pulled the madman away, vanishing from the spot. Earlier, when the madman was at a disadvantage, Lin Wudao had already prepared to intervene, secretly manifesting a clone through the origin stone. This was for this very moment. The old madman was the only one he found somewhat agreeable, and after their journey through the great Yin ancestral land, they had developed a bond. Lin Wudao could not bear to see him fall victim to the Yutian division. Moreover, he was still waiting for the madman to help him retrieve the corpses. Thus, he took action. Damn it, who was that person? Witnessing Lin Wudao take the madman away right beneath their noses, the remaining 4 Yutian envoys wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. The cooked duck had flown away. In this battle, they not only failed to eliminate the madman, but were instead countered, losing 3 mythic cultivators and 1 to a surprise attack from a supreme path weapon. It was a complete humiliation for the Yutian division. Boss, are you all right? The woman in purple approached Mu Tianfeng with concern. At this moment, on the chest of Mu Tianfeng, a gaping wound had manifested, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. A sight both harrowing and alarming. My injuries are exceedingly grave. The recent strike from the madman has inflicted damage at my very core. Although I hastily consumed the great rejuvenation pill to stabilize my condition temporarily, the prognosis remains bleak. At best, I can only endure for 3 days, he uttered weakly. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman and her companions displayed expressions of anxiety and concern. Boss, we will hastily escort you back. Once we reach the Imperial Sky Division, your life will surely be preserved. No. First, we must apprehend the madman. This mission is of paramount importance. Even the Emperor is exceedingly furious. If we return in failure, not only shall I perish, but all of you shall meet the same fate. Quickly, utilize the celestial mirror of the Xuantian Sect to observe the twilight battlefield. We must uncover the whereabouts of the madman and that mysterious figure and eliminate them. This time, it is either their demise or ours. Mu Tianfeng urged, his expression fraught with urgency, fearing that the madman and Lin Wudao might escape the twilight battlefield. Understood. Boss. Witnessing Mu Tianfeng's desperation, the purple-clad woman immediately activated her secret technique, and in an instant, an ancient copper mirror materialized before her, its light illuminating the void in all directions. However, to her disappointment, even with the celestial mirror pushed to its limits, the madman's trace eluded them. Could it be? They have already vacated the twilight battlefield? Someone pondered, frowning. Impossible. I can sense that the madman is still within the twilight battlefield. He must be concealed somewhere, rendering us temporarily oblivious. Moreover, I can vaguely perceive his residual aura. A slender man in black attire spoke. He could be seen sniffing the air, gradually seeming to discern something. In that direction, pursue. Suddenly, he pointed eastward and shouted. Upon witnessing this, the purple-clad woman and her companions exhibited no hesitation, swiftly taking Mu Tianfeng with them in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, on another front, after dragging the madman into the boundless void, Lin Wudao chose a random direction and hastily departed the scene. Madman, whose grave did you disturb to incite such frenzied pursuit from the Imperial Sky Division of the Great Xia? Haha. I merely excavated the tomb of a certain purple-clad marquis. A marquis? Lin Wudao expressed surprise. Surely, the grave of a mere marquis of the Great Xia would not warrant such madness. Could it be that this purple-clad marquis held another identity? Indeed, I have heard that the purple-clad marquis is rumored to be the illegitimate son of the Emperor of the Great Xia, a once-in-a-millennium genius, tragically fallen. Consequently, the Emperor bestowed upon him an elaborate burial, accompanied by numerous treasures. Since fate has brought us together, we must make the most of it, the madman chuckled. Wholly oblivious to the peril he had narrowly escaped from the hands of the Yutian division. You truly are a madman. One day, you shall meet your end in a grave, or be hunted down to your demise, Lin Wudao remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, the madman let out a laugh, seemingly undeterred. To him, the act of grave digging was the greatest joy of his existence. Should he perish in the pursuit, it would be a death worthy of his life. Brethren, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you for this. I owe you a life. Ah, I seek not your life. Simply introduce me to some corpse retrieval business in the future. You know well that I have a penchant for this, Lin Wudao replied. Not a problem. I have already submitted a request to the organization. A response should arrive in a few days. And I shall take you to a thrilling place where you can retrieve corpses to your heart's content. The two engaged in idle banter, when suddenly Lin Wudao's expression shifted. Not good. Someone is approaching. How can the Yutian division track us while we are concealed in the depths of the void? The madman questioned, bewildered. It must be your aura that has been exposed. Lin Wudao replied. What do we do now? The madman asked, panic creeping into his voice. Do not panic. I have a plan. Lin Wudao declared, removing the sky avoidance cloak from his person and tossing it to the madman. This cloak can conceal your aura. Not even the Emperor of the Great Xia could detect you. I shall lend it to you for the time being. I have matters to attend to and will seek you out once I am finished. The sky avoidance cloak? The madman expressed curiosity, quickly donning the cloak after a brief examination. By the way, where shall we meet later? At the dragon transformation pool. Lin Wudao's voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing this, the madman immediately shattered a piece of invisibility jade, carefully oriented himself, and made his way toward the dragon transformation pool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he departed, the figures of Mu Tianfeng and his companions materialized at the very spot he had just vacated. Chapter 94. The leader of the demon sect from 3,000 years ago. Alas, he has inexplicably vanished. The man clad in black furrowed his brow. Due to his exceptional innate abilities, his sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, enabling him to discern the faintest remnants of scents lingering in the air, which had always served him well. Previously, it was this keen olfactory sense that guided him to this very location. However, upon arriving, he was astonished to discover that the lingering scent of the madman had inexplicably dissipated, leaving no trace to pursue. This outcome cast a shadow over the countenances of those present, including Mu Tianfeng. Without the madman, their mission remained unfulfilled. Failure to complete the task meant only one fate awaited them: death. Yunzheng, could you search more thoroughly to confirm that the scent of the madman cannot be traced? Mu Tianfeng asked weakly. Upon hearing this, the man named Yunzheng once again attuned himself to the surroundings, yet disappointment washed over him as he found no new evidence. Just moments ago, I could distinctly sense the madman's residual scent, but upon arriving here, it vanished entirely. It appears he must have employed some extraordinary artifact to obscure his presence. Yunzheng's expression darkened. What shall we do now? Ziyin, could you employ the ascending mirror to see if you can locate the madman's trail? I have tried, but it yields no results. The woman in purple shook her head with a sigh. At this, the hearts of those present sank heavily. Leader, what should our next course of action be? Wandering about aimlessly like headless flies is not a viable strategy, especially now that both the ascending mirror and Yunzheng's keen sense of smell have proven ineffective. Continuing to search in this bewildered manner would only squander our time and energy. Furthermore, since the madman has escaped, it is certain he will not reveal himself. We may well return empty-handed. One among them spoke gravely. Alas, Mu Tianfeng furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes alight with anger and frustration. They had been so close to slaying the madman. Yet, at the crucial moment, their plans were disrupted by a sudden interloper cloaked in mystery, causing their efforts to slip away. The thought of returning without a satisfactory report to the Great Master and the Emperor filled Mu Tianfeng with dread. This was a matter of life and death. If they were to return to the Heavenly Commission with nothing to show, it would surely lead to their demise. Rather than await death in vain at home, it would be wiser to search further in this battleground at dusk. Earlier, Yunzheng mentioned that the madman's scent vanished upon their arrival. This implies he must be nearby. Moreover, he has likely employed some form of invisibility. Therefore, as long as we persist in utilizing the ascending mirror to illuminate the void, we shall inevitably uncover the madman's whereabouts. After all, invisibility is not without its temporal limitations. Once the madman reveals himself, we shall seize the opportunity to find him. Mu Tianfeng pondered. Indeed, as soon as these words were uttered, the spirits of the crowd were invigorated. They had completely overlooked the fact that the invisibility technique could not be sustained indefinitely. Once the madman could no longer maintain it, his true form would inevitably be revealed. At that moment, he would have nowhere to hide. Ziyin, the next task falls upon you. No problem. As long as the madman remains on the battlefield of the setting sun, I shall not let him escape. Ziyin replied coldly. With that, the group centered their search around their current position, meticulously scouring the area. At this point, Lin Wudao was oblivious to their actions. He had returned to the site of the previous fierce battle. Where are the bodies of the celestial envoys? He had intended to retrieve the corpses. But upon surveying the ground, he found that the bodies of the 3 mythic cultivators, previously subdued by the madman, had vanished without a trace. This left Lin Wudao feeling quite regretful. Brother Fan, you need not worry about the bodies of the celestial envoys. Although their comrades did not take them away, the scene was not devoid of formidable beings from the Great Ascension and celestial realms. It is unlikely that we could lay claim to the remains of mythic cultivators. They have long been collected. A light chuckle from Qiming Elder broke the silence. Indeed, those were mythic cultivators. Had we obtained their bodies, we surely would have found numerous valuable items. Alas, it is truly a pity. He sighed deeply, feeling as though he had missed out on billions. Enough with the lamentations. Currently, The three giants of the Jiuzhou have already proceeded to the dragon transformation pool, while our presence is unnoticed. We must swiftly acquire the primordial purple chi recorded on the treasure map. The battlefield of the setting sun can only be sustained for half a month. We must act promptly, Qiming Elder stated, his brow furrowed. He sensed that the battlefield was fraught with immense peril, and a moment's carelessness could result in a fate without burial. Similarly, Tu Qianqiu and Chu Kuangren agreed with this proposal. In that case, let us depart. At once. The few of them took to their respective spirit vessels and began advancing along the route depicted on the primordial treasure map. During this journey, Lin Wudao deliberately lagged behind, taking advantage of their inattention to pull out the corpse concealment map, which now revealed a clear route. However, to Lin Wudao's astonishment, the path displayed on the map nearly mirrored their own. Could it be that the burial site of the supreme demon Sect's leader, Li Qingyun, from 3,000 years ago, is also located in the vicinity of the primordial purple chi? Or was it that he had perished in search of it? Lin Wudao pondered deeply. No, that cannot be right. 3,000 years ago, during the cataclysmic battle between the human and barbarian races on the battlefield of the setting sun, Li Qingyun should have participated as well. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. He shook his head, suppressing the doubts that lingered in his mind. The journey continued. For individuals navigated a slender vessel, traversing a landscape marred by devastation, where desolation reigned supreme amidst the remnants of ruins, decayed corpses, and discarded weaponry. The scene before them was imbued with an air of despondent stillness. After a day's journey, they arrived at the threshold of an ancient ruin, where the contours suggested the presence of a grand palace. Surrounding them were crumbling walls, and the ground was strewn with putrid remains. Look over there. Suddenly, Tu Qianqiu exclaimed, pointing toward the distance. Following his gesture, they beheld a dark war spear impaling the corpse of a middle-aged man upon the ancient palace gates. Despite the passage of time, the body remained remarkably intact, devoid of any signs of decay. Li Qingyun, the leader of the demonic sect. Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering Li Qingyun's lifeless form on the quest for the primordial purple energy, to perish here, in the late stages of the cave heaven realm. Moreover, there was something peculiar about Li Qingyun's body. He refrained from approaching the corpse immediately, as his divine eye revealed other unsettling truths. However, Lin Wudao's hesitation did not deter the others from harboring their own intentions. As he scrutinized Li Qingyun's remains, the eccentric Chu Kuangren suddenly erupted into laughter. After all this time, this body shows no signs of decay. It must possess some extraordinary treasures. Allow me to see what it is. With that, Chu Kuangren swiftly advanced to the palace gates, his eyes gleaming with avarice, and yanked the spear from Li Qingyun's body. Do not touch him, roared the esteemed Qiming, his instincts warning him of the imminent danger that the corpse posed. Yet, it was too late. As Chu Kuangren extracted the black spear, an eerie black light erupted from the corpse, surging into his very being. Chapter 95. The Primordial Purple Chi. Alarmed by the ominous black light, Chu Kuangren was instantly struck with terror. Just as he contemplated discarding the spear in his grasp, it was already too late. The black light merged with him, transforming into a malevolent force that invaded his very soul. Following a piercing scream, Chu Kuangren's soul and consciousness were utterly devoured. Ha ha! I have waited 3,000 years. Today I have finally returned. The voice of the dark demon echoed with an air of triumph. This soul-snatching technique is indeed effective. Upon witnessing this scene, both Master Qingming and Tu Qianqiu were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically. Damn it, Chu Kuangren has been possessed. We must flee, Master Qingming exclaimed, his voice filled with dread. Without hesitation, he turned and fled at the swiftest pace. Tu Qianqiu followed suit. Humph, do you think you can escape? All of you shall remain here. Dying at my hands is your honor. A cold and menacing voice reverberated through the air. At these words, both Master Qingming and Tu Qianqiu were paralyzed with fear. Boom. At that moment, Li Qingyun, having successfully possessed Chu Kuangren, felt his aura surging at an alarming rate. In mere moments, he was on the verge of reaching the tribulation stage. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he aimed to suppress Master Qiming and Tu Qianqiu, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It was evident that Li Qingyun intended to devour them to augment his own power. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Wudao was also present. Celestial Binding Spell. Just as Li Qingyun was about to unleash his assault, Lin Wudao's mysterious figure appeared silently behind him. With a single incantation, Li Qingyun was instantly immobilized. Who dares to kill me? At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming danger and roared in desperation. However, no amount of struggle would avail him. Under the Celestial Binding Spell, both his body and soul were confined. Perish! A chilling voice resonated as Lin Wudao unleashed a formidable dragon hand seal, the immense power of the celestial dragon obliterating Chu Kuangren's body. You wretched child! How dare you thwart my plans? I shall devour you. In an instant, a strand of malevolent black light burst forth from the remnants of the destroyed body, racing towards Lin Wudao with blinding speed, seemingly intent on seizing him as well. Observing this, Lin Wudao did not flinch. Instead, a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips. You wish to possess me? Li Qingsnow, you overestimate yourself. With that, a seed of boundless divine mystery emerged from the depths of his soul, radiating countless brilliant beams of divine light. Directly, the remnant soul of Li Qingsnow was suppressed. Ah, what on earth is this dreadful entity? Young man, how could such a terrifying being be concealed within your soul? A piercing scream echoed, reverberating with madness. Under the illumination of the primordial spirit seed, Li Qingsnow's remnant soul dissolved at an observable pace, akin to pure spring snow melting away. Subsequently, the power of his remnant soul was transformed into strands of pure soul energy, merging into Lin Wudao's very essence. Moments later, Lin Wudao sensed a newfound strength within his soul. Only then did he step forward to the palace gates, collecting the Black War Spear and Li Qingyun's corpse into the system space. This scene was vividly witnessed from afar by Qingming Shangren and Tu Qianqiu. In an instant, both gasped in shock. Fan Tianjue, he actually subdued that individual? Tu Qianqiu's expression was one of disbelief. Not just him. Even Qingming Shangren was profoundly shaken. A strong sense of trepidation welled up within him towards Fan Tianjue. It was not until a long while later that they dared to approach Lin Wudao. Brother Tianjue, you have vanquished that person's remnant soul? Indeed. But who exactly was that individual? How could he endure the ravages of time for so long without perishing? This is utterly astonishing, Tu Qianqiu exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, his expression indifferent. That man was the leader of the supreme demon sect from 3,000 years ago. What? The leader of the demon sect from 3,000 years ago? Tu Qianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Surviving for 3 millennia is indeed a terrifying feat. It is fortunate that I did not succumb to greed. Otherwise, I might have met the same fate as Chu Kuangren. The thought filled him with dread and regret. Let us depart. This place is unsuitable for lingering. There may be other dangers lurking nearby. We should retrieve the primordial purple chi and leave promptly, Lin Wudao stated calmly. Very well. Very well. The two had no objections. Thus, the trio followed the route recorded in the primordial treasure map and entered the dilapidated palace. After traversing for most of the day, they finally arrived at the foot of an ancient divine mountain. The divine mountain towered over 10,000 feet. Standing at its base, Lin Wudao could distinctly sense the ancient aura emanating from it. A glance revealed that the mountain bore the scars of a cataclysmic battle. Its surface was riddled with countless wounds, nearly devoid of intact sections. Meanwhile, surrounding the divine mountain, there were ancient towering peaks in all directions, seemingly forming a grand formation. The primordial purple chi lies atop the divine mountain, Qingming Shangren exclaimed, his eyes scanning the treasure map with excitement. Indeed. Thus, the surrounding ancient peaks, along with the divine mountain beneath our feet, should constitute a natural grand formation. As he spoke, 3 individuals ascended the sacred mountain step by step. After a considerable duration, upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by an ancient and colossal stone tablet. The passage of time had eroded its inscriptions to the point of obscurity, leaving only 2 characters discernible: primordial beginning. Above this stone tablet, 3 wisps of violet energy, each resembling the thickness of a small finger, hovered gracefully, exuding an aura of boundless mystery and creation. Primordial violet chi. Both Xuantian and Ti Qin Qi were overwhelmed with excitement. Simultaneously, in response to the divine eye, information regarding this enigmatic violet energy materialized. Name: Primordial Violet Chi Grade. Innate Divine Artifact Description. An ancient master of great powers forcibly siphons the essence of heaven and earth through the primordial grand array, condensing a strand of primordial violet chi every millennium to integrate it within oneself, thereby enhancing one's aptitude 100-fold. Note: only 1 strand of primordial violet chi may be born by an individual. Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Lin Wudao's eyes shimmered with brilliant divine light. Brother Tianjue, surely this means we are safe now? Ti Qin Qi's eyes glowed with fervor. To this, Lin Wudao remained indifferent, offering no response. Instead, Xuanjian's expression grew slightly grave. The presence of primordial violet chi here seemed exceedingly illogical. There must be an underlying issue. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck forward. With a thunderous boom, a formidable force appeared to shake the very foundations of the sacred mountain. However, just as Xuanjian's seemingly powerful strike was about to make contact with the primordial violet chi, it was abruptly thwarted by an invisible force. Indeed, there is a problem. Observing this, the undeterred Xuanjian attempted several more times, only to meet the same fate. His assaults vanished into nothingness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, causing not a single ripple. How could this be? Both Qin Jiaming and Tichin Qi furrowed their brows in concern. Save your efforts. With your meager strength, it is utterly impossible to breach the primordial grand array. Suddenly, a voice, strikingly plain yet profound, resonated from behind the three. They turned to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in white. Her ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being, who had appeared behind them without their notice. Her tranquil gaze lingered upon them in quiet observation. Chapter 96. The Primordial Goddess, Yi Zhixian. Who is this person? When did she appear behind us? Gazing upon the ethereal figure of the woman clad in white, both Qingming and Tu Qianqiu's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. They had been utterly oblivious to her arrival. If she had chosen to strike just moments ago, what would have become of us? As this thought crossed their minds, their trepidation deepened. However, in stark contrast to their unease, Lin Wudao maintained an air of tranquility, his demeanor as composed as ever. The primordial goddess, Yi Zhixian, through the eye of the divine, he discerned a plethora of extraordinary information. Name, Yi Zhixian. Identity, primordial goddess. Cultivation, 10th stage divine being, demigod. Aptitude, unparalleled root bone, primordial emperor bone bloodline, imperial clan. Innate talent, eye of truth. Phenomenon, the 9 heavens of ancient Tao, the celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. Technique, primordial emperor. Scripture skills, great 9 heavens hand, vast sky imprint, great Zhou heaven star. Divine fist, divine law, painting the earth as a prison. Forbidden technique, exile of the immortal, mastery of flower and wood transformation, great forbidden technique, fleeting glory, treasures, Tao furnace, bill of divine desolation. Lifespan, 8,864 years. Fate, remarks, this life marks the 10th reincarnation. A wealth of information unfolded before him. As after perusing it, even Lin Wudao felt a tremor within his heart. It was his first encounter with such resplendent information. To think she hails from an imperial lineage. This Yi Zhixian is indeed formidable. Lin Wudao marveled internally. He had encountered individuals of imperial descent before. Previously, during the awakening of the divine ruins, he had met Jiang Lingyue from the ancient imperial clan, along with that extraordinarily powerful white-clad divine king. Although their identities and origins were remarkable in their own right, emerging from an ancient imperial bloodline, Lin Wudao sensed that even Jiang Lingyue from the ancient imperial clan could not be compared to Yi Zhixian before him. After all, Yi Zhixian was simply too breathtaking. Moreover, he discovered something astonishing. Yi Zhixian not only belonged to the primordial imperial clan, but this was also her 10th reincarnation. This implied that prior to this life, she had lived through 9 others. Her past lives must have been of an ancient nature. Achieving the status of a demigod at such a young age, one might wonder how she compares to Ji Ryue from the city of celestial heavens. What manner of existence were her previous 9 lives? Lin Wudao quietly contemplated. In truth, while the 3 of them were scrutinizing Yi Zhixian, she was observing them in return. Her gaze merely brushed over Qingming and Tu Qianqiu, but when it settled upon Lin Wudao, it lingered for quite a while. In her eyes, a flicker of peculiar brilliance seemed to pass. One could not help but wonder how this lady would introduce herself and what brought her here. As Lin Wudao and Yi Zhixian regarded each other, a moment of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, after a prolonged hesitation, the Qingming sage could no longer restrain herself and spoke. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Zhixian withdrew her gaze. "Ah, it is you, Miss Yi," she said, her tone calm and measured. "I wonder if you have come here for..." The Qingming sage gestured towards the distant strands of Tai Chi purple aura, her expression tinged with caution. After all, there were only 3 strands of Tai Chi purple aura. Originally, the 3 of them could divide it equally. If Yi Zhixian were to intrude, there would not be enough to share. In response to the Qingming sage's vigilance and concern, Yi Zhixian maintained an unruffled demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. The Tai Chi purple aura is a legacy left by my ancestors of the Tai Chi clan. It rightfully belongs to my kin. With the protection of the Tai Chi Great Array, it is impossible for you to breach it. To unlock the Tai Chi Great Array, one must use the blood of my clan, combined with the Tai Chi treasure map, as the key. With a swift motion, she elegantly beckoned, causing the Tai Chi treasure map, tightly held by the Qingming sage, to uncontrollably soar into her palm. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of ancient and profound energy surged forth, akin to an eternal river of the heavens, overwhelming the onlookers with its might. "Miss Yi, the Tai Chi treasure map has been lost for 3 millennia. It is time it returned to its rightful owner." After speaking, Yi Zhixian's tranquil gaze swept over Lin Wudao and the others. "I shall take but a single strand of the Tai Chi purple aura. The rest shall be left to fate." With a resounding thud, she raised her hand and let a drop of her blood fall onto the Tai Chi treasure map. In that moment, A beam of divine light erupted from the map, striking the void before her. A thunderous sound resonated as the fabric of reality before them suddenly collapsed, creating a rift. In an instant, as the Tai Chi Great Array activated, the 3 strands of Tai Chi purple aura, as if stimulated by an unseen force, erupted forth. Observing this, Yu Zhixian swept her hand through the void, capturing one of the strands of Tai Chi purple aura in her grasp. Subsequently, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Wudao before vanishing from her original position. The remaining 2 strands of Tai Chi purple aura, however, darted off in 2 distinct directions, racing into the distance. Simultaneously, following Yu Zhixian, Lin Wudao also made his move. With a powerful grasp, he accurately seized one of the strands of Tai Chi purple aura. Damn it! Seeing that in the blink of an eye, 2 strands of Tai Chi purple aura had already been claimed by Yu Zhixian and Lin Wudao. The Qingming sage and Tu Qingsnow were both astonished and furious. They dared not contest with the two and could only fix their gaze upon the last remaining strand of Tai Chi purple aura. In pursuit of the final opportunity and fortune, the Qingming sage and Tu Qingsnow engaged in a frenzied battle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao did not depart immediately. Instead, he stood silently in place, observing. He awaited the collection of the corpse. Although both Qingming Shangren and Tu Qingsnow possessed the cultivation of great perfection, when it came to depth and means, it was evident that Qingming Shangren excelled. A moments later, accompanied by a piercing scream, Tu Qingsnow's head was severed by a single stroke of Qingming Shangren's sword, leading to his demise. Swish! At the instant of Tu Qingsnow's death, Lin Wudao, who had been waiting at a distance, abruptly extended his hand, swiftly bringing both his head and body into the confines of the system space. Immediately, his cold gaze fell upon Qingming Shangren. At that moment, after an intense battle with Tu Qingsnow, Qingming Shangren had also sustained grievous injuries. His aura disordered and feeble. He appeared to be at the end of his tether. Fan Tianjue, out of respect for our past friendship, could you perhaps escort me out of the sunset? Fear not, I shall recover the corpse for you. A calm voice resonated softly. Upon hearing this, Qingming Shangren's eyes widened in fury, his face suddenly contorted with profound hatred. Fan Tianjue, I never expected you to be so heartless, abandoning me in my time of need. Had I known this, I should not have. Puffed he spat a mouthful of blood in his rage. In that moment, he was consumed by immense regret. He should never have ventured into the city of sin. Alas, if time could be reversed, I would undoubtedly. He sighed deeply, filled with sorrow. After speaking, he gazed upward at Lin Wudao with boundless resentment and unwillingness, as if intent on dragging his visage into the depths of hell. However, it was better that he did not look. When his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao's unfamiliar face, he was struck with shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. You are not Fan Tianjue. I am Lin Wudao. If there is a next life, may we never meet again. Bang, as the cold voice echoed, the coffin of the celestial burial materialized from the void, transforming into a terrifying black hole that engulfed him entirely. Simultaneously, the body of Tu Qingsnow was drawn in as well. Chapter 97, Sudden Wealth, Earning a Fortune of 100 million. Ping. You have collected the corpse of the Qingming Master and gained 30 years of cultivation. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 300 years of cultivation. You have collected the corpse of Tu Qingsnow and obtained the method, 2,000 fortune points. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have received 20,000 fortune points. You have collected the corpse of Li Qingyun and acquired a minor 5-element sword array. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have obtained a major 5-element sword array. A series of 3 prompt sounds reverberated in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. As the sounds fell, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly manifested within Lin Wudao, coursing wildly through his limbs and bones. In mere moments, it elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Yet, it was still too slow. 300 years of cultivation had merely advanced him by a minor realm, a result that left Lin Wudao deeply dissatisfied. Ping, a trace of primordial purple qi has been discovered, immensely valuable. Would you like to offer it as a sacrifice? Suddenly, another cold prompt echoed, pulling Lin Wudao back to reality. How much fortune points could be obtained by sacrificing this trace of primordial purple qi? 100 million. So much. Lin Wudao felt invigorated. It was the first time he had heard of such an abundance of fortune points. Truly, the value of a heavenly treasure that condenses only once every millennium is unparalleled. He praised. Would you like to sacrifice the primordial purple qi or retain it for now? Let us sacrifice it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wudao decided to proceed with the sacrifice, converting it into fortune points. After all, this was a hard currency. Moreover, he could only endure a single trace of primordial purple qi. Having more would yield no additional effect. so it was wiser to exchange it for something beneficial. Congratulations, host. You have successfully sacrificed a trace of primordial purple qi and received 100 million fortune points. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation, Pinnacle of the Heavenly Realm Fortune Points, 100, 034000. That string of zeros was extraordinarily dazzling. At this moment, witnessing such a vast amount of fortune points, even with Lin Wudao's composure, a hint of surprise inevitably surfaced within him. Next, how should he utilize such a plethora of fortune points? He fell into deep thought. 100 million fortune points, while seemingly abundant, were needed for his many ventures, such as the Seed of the Soul, the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Treasure Synthesis, Cultivation Methods, and the 12 Mourners. All of these required a substantial amount of fortune points. Once he began to spend the 100 million at his disposal, it would hardly be sufficient. System. How many fortune points are required for the Seed of the Soul to blossom? Paying the Seed of the Soul requires the condensation of 10 innate Tao patterns. The first innate Tao pattern, 1 million fortune points. The second innate Tao pattern, 2 million fortune points. The third innate Tao pattern, 3 million fortune points. The 10th innate Tao pattern, 10 million fortune points. The system provided an answer. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao discreetly calculated and discovered that to condense 10 innate Tao patterns from the seed of his primordial spirit, he would need to expend 55 million fortune points. He inquired, how formidable is a soul with 10 innate Tao patterns? On par with a true deity. Can it withstand curses? It cannot resist curses. But it can be immune to all soul attacks from beings below the true deity level, including possession, consciousness invasion, soul pressure, and soundwave assaults. It certainly sounded impressive. Hearing the system's response, Lin Wudao felt a surge of motivation. Previously, the reason he dared to disregard Li Qingyun's soul possession was due to the seed of his primordial spirit. If he could refine his soul to a strength comparable to that of a true deity, it would indeed be immensely beneficial. However, after much contemplation, he chose not to enhance the seed of his primordial spirit and instead turned his attention to the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume. How many fortune points would it take to cultivate the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume, to perfection? 72 million. Such a staggering amount. Lin Wudao felt a jolt within, for this represented the majority of his fortune points. What kind of curses and malevolent substances could a perfected Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume withstand? True deities. It would grant immunity to curses and malevolent substances? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into silence. Both the 10 innate Tao patterns of the seed of his primordial spirit and the perfected golden body of Crossing Tribulations were enticing prospects, each possessing distinct advantages. If only he had an abundance of fortune points, he would desire to acquire both. Unfortunately, with his current 100 million, he could either condense the 10 innate Tao patterns or cultivate the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume, to perfection, gaining immunity to the curses and malevolence of true deities. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. System. Elevate the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume, to the 12th level of perfection. After careful deliberation, Lin Wudao ultimately resolved to refine the golden body of Crossing Tribulations. After all, curses and malevolent substances are exceedingly insidious and difficult to guard against. Based on his recent encounters, honing a more powerful golden body of Crossing Tribulations would be more advantageous. As for the seed of his primordial spirit, that opportunity could wait. Suddenly, with Lin Wudao's declaration, a surge of mysterious power enveloped his body, fervently refining the golden body of Crossing Tribulations. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have expended 72 million fortune points and successfully cultivated the Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume, to the 12th level, achieving perfection in the golden body of Crossing Tribulations, granting immunity to true deity curses and malevolent substances. In that moment, Lin Wudao's fortune points were drastically reduced by 72 million, and he felt a sense of unusual transformation within himself. When the essence of Dewey attained a state of great perfection, his sinews, flesh, life, soul, and spiritual energy seemed to merge into a mysterious force, imbued with a sacred aura of purification. However, this force currently remained exceedingly feeble. The path to becoming formidable lay ahead, fraught with challenges. Lin Wudao sighed deeply. System, can the ancient scriptures of Dewey, volume for mortals, continue to evolve to higher realms? Indeed, 100 million fortune points are required to evolve to the ancient scriptures of Dewey, volume for deities. Upon hearing the staggering figure of 100 million, Lin Wudao's interest waned. By the way, how can the primordial purple qi be integrated into oneself? The host may refine it independently, which would take approximately 10 years. Alternatively, One can consume fortune points and utilize the power of the system to incorporate the primordial purple qi into oneself in merely 10 breaths. The disparity was astonishing. Lin Wudao silently mused. How many fortune points would that require? He inquired cautiously. Not much, merely 10 million will suffice. Hearing this figure, Lin Wudao's expression soured. Was this to deplete all his remaining fortune points? Although it pained him greatly, he resolved to rely on the power of the system. After all, he could not fathom how many 10 millions he might earn over 10 years. Purchasing a decade with 10 million fortune points seemed worthwhile. Ding. You have expended 10 million fortune points and successfully integrated a strand of primordial purple qi into your being, enhancing your aptitude 100-fold. Congratulations, host. You have now become a minor genius. Minor genius? Lin Wudao felt a stir within and immediately turned his gaze to the system panel. Name: Lin Wudao Cultivation. Pinnacle of Celestial Ascension Aptitude. Excellent remarks. 10 times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. At last, he had shed the mantle of mediocrity. Gazing at the displayed information, a smile of contentment graced Lin Wudao's lips. From this moment forth, as he collected corpses, his strength should increase at a quicker pace. After all, he could now justifiably consider himself a genius. Chapter 98. An utter annihilation, leaving not a single soul behind. By the way, while collecting the remains of Li Qingyun, it seems I have acquired a grand 5-element sword formation, which undoubtedly possesses formidable power. Boom. With a mere thought. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, a mysterious sword formation, composed of 5 ancient colossal swords, materialized before me in an instant. The sword formation hovered in the void, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled wave of 5 elements sword qi. Its astonishing brilliance and terrifying destructive force sent shivers down even Lin Wudao's spine. Name: Grand 5-element sword formation level. First rank description: enhanced tenfold from the minor 5-element sword formation. This array, once laid out, can release an immensely powerful wave of 5-element sword qi, capable of subduing those at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Remark: consumes fortune points, can be upgraded. The information regarding the grand 5-element sword formation unfolded before my eyes. What a remarkable treasure! Upon reading it, Lin Wudao could not help but exclaim in admiration. The locations recorded in the corpse concealment chart, upon successful recovery, are bound to yield treasures. This grand 5-element sword formation is extraordinarily powerful, adding yet another trump card to his arsenal. This expedition to the sunset battlefield has proven to be immensely rewarding. Next, it is time to visit the Dragon Transformation Pool, another splendid locale that harbors numerous legendary cultivators and great fortuity. It should significantly enhance my cultivation. As he spoke, Lin Wudao promptly stowed away the grand 5-element sword formation and commandeered a spirit vessel, soaring through the void with purpose. The Dragon Transformation Pool, situated at the very heart of the sunset battlefield, it appeared as a crescent-shaped pool merely 10 zhang in size, emanating pure spiritual energy in abundance. The water within was distilled from the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with wondrous fortuity. At this moment, a multitude of cultivators had gathered around the Dragon Transformation Pool. Seated in meditation, each striving to maximize their techniques as they greedily absorbed the pool's potent spiritual energy. At the core, the pool was blatantly dominated by the 3 titans of the 9 provinces: the Daylight Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and the Heart of Heaven Sword Studio. Their disciples encircling the pool, siphoning vast amounts of spiritual energy into their bodies. Gradually, under the refining essence of heaven and earth, their cultivation and strength steadily ascended. Not far away, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, observing intently. Indeed, the Dragon Transformation Pool is a remarkable place. Alas, it holds no value for me. The madman sighed. Having chosen to cultivate the great tomb heavenly scripture, he was doomed never to practice any other techniques, destined to tread a solitary path. Thus, he was fated to dig graves for the entirety of his life. Where has my brother gone? Why does he not arrive? After waiting for a considerable time without sight of Lin Wudao, the madman furrowed his brow. His invisibility technique could not be maintained indefinitely. Once its effect waned, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Yutian division, and then he would be in grave trouble. With these thoughts, the madman began to grow increasingly anxious. Whoosh! As another hour passed, just as he sensed the presence of the Imperial Heavenly Division drawing near, Lin Wudao's enigmatic figure suddenly appeared before him. Ren brother, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. The mad Taoist jested. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao let out a cold snort. Even in death, I would not perish. By the way, has everything remained uneventful? All is normal. I sense that the sycophants of the Imperial Heavenly Division have already begun their search in the vicinity. Thankfully, Ren brother, you have returned. Otherwise, once my invisibility technique faltered, they would undoubtedly detect me. The mad Taoist replied, his expression grave. The arrival of Lin Wudao instilled him with great confidence. By the way, Ren brother, the dragon transformation pool is a remarkable treasure. The waters within, refined from the essence of heaven and earth, greatly aid in enhancing one's cultivation. Would you care to give it a try? That is indeed my intention. However, let us first deal with the Imperial Heavenly Division, Lin Wudao stated. At this, the mad Taoist's interest was piqued. How shall we resolve this? Well, just as we did when we ambushed Fu Tianke and his men in the Grand Yin Ancestors' land, we will lure the Imperial Heavenly Division to the Dragon Transformation Pool. And then I shall summon the Taiyuan Sword array to ensnare them all, Lin Wudao explained. What a splendid idea, the mad Taoist applauded enthusiastically. He was wholeheartedly in favor of ambushing the Imperial Heavenly Division. Shall I then dispel the invisibility technique and draw them in? Yes. Lin Wudao nodded affirmatively. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, grasping the final array talisman containing the Taiyuan Sword array. Whoosh! As Lin Wudao prepared, the mad Taoist immediately dispelled his invisibility, and in an instant, he reappeared in plain sight. Meanwhile, at that very moment, not far from the Dragon Transformation Pool, Mu Tianfeng and others, who were desperately searching for traces, suddenly felt invigorated. At this instant, they had successfully captured the mad Taoist's whereabouts through the Xuantian Temple's celestial mirror. There. It's in the direction of the Dragon Transformation Pool, Ziyan exclaimed. Let us go. We will encircle the Dragon Transformation Pool and ensure that the mad Taoist does not escape, Mu Tianfeng urged fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of radiant light streaked across the sky as Yunzhang, Ziyin, and the others, imbued with potent mythical energy, hastened towards the Dragon Transformation Pool. The four of them took their positions at each cardinal point, standing ready for battle. Imperial Heavenly Division? What is happening? Their fierce demeanor raised questions among the surrounding cultivators and the mythical greats of the three giants of Jiuzhou, all displaying expressions of bewilderment. Clearly, they were unable to comprehend the intentions of the Imperial Heavenly Division. It was only after the sudden appearance of the mad Taoist that they awoke from their shock. What on earth is he doing here? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. It was no wonder that the Yutian division bore such a fierce countenance. The mad Taoist had been hiding within the Dragon Transformation Pool. Had his invisibility technique failed? It must have. Quick, take cover. I sense impending doom. At that moment, the mad Taoist seemed doomed to perish. Those of weaker cultivation hastily retreated, fearing to become collateral damage. Simultaneously, even the disciples of the three great powers of Jiuzhou, who had been in meditation, were roused and began to prepare to leave the Dragon Transformation Pool temporarily. If you have the guts, come and capture me, the mad Taoist provocatively declared. With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself directly above the Dragon Transformation Pool. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Yutian division were filled with rage. Kill him, Mu Tianfeng bellowed fiercely, with the echo of his voice. Yunzhang and the others had already readied themselves, unleashing their most formidable powers in an attempt to subdue the mad Taoist in one fell swoop. However, at that very moment, they were taken aback as the mad Taoist suddenly erupted into an eerie laughter. Damn it, perish, all of you. Brother Ren, it's your turn now. What? The mad Taoist has allies too? The crowd gasped in horror. Boom. Just as they were engulfed in panic, a terrifying sword formation materialized from the void, instantly enveloping 100 zhang of space, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. Shortly thereafter, the icy figure of Lin Wudao emerged from the depths of the void. With a sweeping gesture, he stirred the Taiyuan Sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. The unparalleled might of the Taiyuan Sword energy surged forth like a torrential flood. Chapter 99, The Fall of All Heroes, Ascension to the True. Alas, it is a trap. Flee quickly. As they gazed upon the surrounding void, the mysterious sword formation that abruptly ascended, and the terrifying sword energy surging forth. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Among them, Mu Tianfeng cried out hoarsely. In the next moment, they resolved to unleash their ferocious assault to forcefully shatter the Taiyuan Sword array. However, while their intentions were noble, the reality proved to be harsh. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Yunzhang, Ziyin, and the other formidable figures of the Yutian division, along with the three legendary cultivators from the Daylight Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and Tianxin Sword Sect, all launched a relentless onslaught. They poured forth all their strength and means, frantically striking at the Taiyuan Sword array. Yet, the final outcome left them utterly disheartened. No matter how fiercely they fought, they could not shake the Taiyuan Sword array. As the formation activated, the terrifying Taiyuan Sword chi surged forth like a relentless tide. Waves upon waves were shattered, seemingly endless. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Mu Tianfeng and the others darkened to an extreme, the panic and dread deep within their hearts growing ever stronger. For with the passage of time, The Taiyuan sword chi became increasingly formidable. Quickly, use the void teleportation talismans. Suddenly, Mu Tianfeng seemed to recall something and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, those desperately resisting the Taiyuan sword chi, including Yunzheng, felt as though they had received a sudden enlightenment. One by one, they hastily retrieved palm-sized azure talismans. The void teleportation talismans, crafted by the adept of the Yutian division, possessed a remarkable function to facilitate teleportation through the void. Although the talismans in their possession were of lower grade, capable of teleporting a maximum of 100,000 miles, their advantage lay in their immunity to spatial restrictions and barriers. At this moment, trapped within the Taiyuan sword array, their only hope rested upon these void teleportation talismans. Realizing this, the legendary cultivators of the Yutian division prepared to shatter the talismans and escape from this place. However, Lin Wudao, who had painstakingly drawn them in, would not allow them to flee so easily. He had anticipated such a scenario and was thoroughly prepared. Boom! Just as the members of the Yutian division were about to crush the void teleportation talismans, suddenly, Lin Wudao outside the Taiyuan sword array pressed down with his mighty hand. In an instant, an ancient black cauldron levitated in the void. Boom! 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 The terrifying power of the ultimate path surged forth, directly suppressing the spatial realm surrounding the transformation pool, rendering all other forces ineffective. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of this supreme force, the void teleportation talismans in their hands exploded. Yet, their bodies were not transported 100,000 miles away. They remained rooted in place. How is this possible? The void teleportation talismans have actually failed? Damn it, why is this happening? The crowd howled in rage, their words laced with panic and fear. Then, as if they had stumbled upon some profound revelation, they all simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the void, and in that fleeting moment, an ancient black cauldron came into view. The extreme Dao spirit weapon. Mu Tianfeng and his companions were filled with a rage so intense it seemed their eyes might burst. At that instant, their hatred for the unseen puppet master behind the scenes reached its zenith. The sudden appearance of the great wilderness cauldron had obliterated their last glimmer of hope for escape. Damn it! I curse you to an untimely demise. I, of the Yutian division, shall not coexist with you. You rogue, even if you slay us, you shall meet the same fate. They spat in fury. How despicable! You harbor a grudge against the Yutian division. Yet you seek to annihilate us of the Xuantian sect as well? The thunderous roars reverberated in all directions. Meanwhile, those ensconced within the Taiyuan sword array were gripped by sheer panic and terror, their hatred towards Lin Wudao, the mastermind orchestrating this chaos, reaching its peak. Yet, Lin Wudao remained utterly indifferent to their cries of rage and resentment. His demeanor was perpetually aloof. With a resounding crash, he pressed down upon the great wilderness cauldron, suppressing the void in all directions. With the other hand, he manipulated the Taiyuan sword array, unleashing waves of ferocious Taiyuan sword energy that mercilessly decimated the crowd. The fierce and unparalleled sword energy swept through the skies, striking every individual present, accompanied by anguished screams. Be they the legendary cultivators of the Yutian division or the formidable figures from the three giants of the 9 provinces, as well as their disciples, all were ruthlessly slain by the sword array. Moments later, when the Taiyuan sword array ceased its operation, not a single living soul remained. His observing this scene, even the mad Taoist could not help but draw a deep breath, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. This brother, indeed, was decisively ruthless and extraordinarily fierce. Henceforth, one must never offend him. Otherwise, the consequences would be utterly tragic. He silently pondered. Lin Wudao was a person to be reckoned with. Although Lin Wudao sensed the mad Taoist's trepidation, he paid it no mind. Mad Taoist, what are your plans? As it stands, all members of the Yutian division are deceased, and for the time being, no one poses a threat to you. Will you leave the sunset battlefield, or remain here temporarily? Lin Wudao directed his gaze toward the mad Taoist. Upon hearing this, the mad Taoist sighed and shook his head. I shall remain here for now. I feel safer in your company than outside. Once my injuries have healed, I shall depart. Are you not concerned that during this time, the Yutian division may come searching for you? I suspect that within the Yutian division, there exists something akin to a soul lamp. Therefore, it is likely they are already aware of Mu Tianfeng and the other's demise. If the Yutian division sends stronger reinforcements, how will you manage then? It might be wiser to leave sooner rather than later. With the power of your mysterious organization, securing a safe location should not be too difficult, right? Lin Wudao remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, the mad Taoist felt a sudden chill in his heart. Thank you for the reminder, brethren. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. Once the matter is properly arranged, I will certainly extend an invitation to you. With that, the mad Taoist removed the heavenly cloak he wore and vanished in a flash. Boom. After the mad Taoist departed, Lin Wudao waved his hand over the dragon transformation pool, collecting the corpses of Mu Tianfeng and others into the corpse refining furnace. Next, he intended to extract the essence from these bodies to bolster his own strength. Currently, through the acquisition of corpses, he had amassed numerous treasures and hidden cards. However, his cultivation and power remained insufficiently formidable. Thus, Lin Wudao chose not to place Mu Tianfeng's remains into the copper coffin of heaven's burial, but instead into the furnace. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the refining process. Boom, boom, boom. As the refinement proceeded, streams of pure power were drawn forth, transforming in midair into a river of spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Wudao's body. Although this inferior corpse refining furnace could only extract a mere fraction of the essence, the formidable cultivation levels of Mu Tianfeng and the others, coupled with their sheer numbers, significantly fueled Lin Wudao's gradual ascent in cultivation. Bang! It was unclear how much time had passed, but as the last wisp of essence was drawn from the furnace, Lin Wudao's body trembled suddenly, followed by a series of rippling sounds. His cultivation had made tremendous progress, reaching the initial stage of the true return realm. This inferior furnace was still too weak. Lin Wudao sighed. The power extracted from the 8 great cultivators of the mythical realm, along with numerous celestial beings and tribulation survivors, had only elevated him to the early phase of the true return realm. A conversion rate of 1 in 10,000 was far too low. Had he possessed a high-quality corpse refining furnace, he might have already transcended to the tribulation realm. Despite feeling a tinge of regret, Lin Wudao was not overly troubled. After all, aside from the corpse refining furnace, there lay a dragon transformation pool, which contained a substantial amount of the essence of heaven and earth sufficient for him to break through to the tribulation realm. With this thought in mind, Lin Wudao promptly set up the grand 5 elements sword array around the dragon transformation pool, focusing his mind and diligently practicing the ancient emperor's scripture. Rumbling, waves of overwhelming spiritual power surged forth from the dragon transformation pool, pouring relentlessly into Lin Wudao's body, propelling his cultivation ever higher. Time passed unbeknownst to him, and before long, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. Chapter 100, The Princess of the Great Li, Wei Qingxi. In the imperial city of the Great Li. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, the once formidable and spirited ruler of the Great Li, Wei Tian, now appeared diminished, his demeanor weary and his face gaunt. His eyes were filled with profound sorrow. In recent days, many princes of the Great Li dynasty had inexplicably met their demise. Some perished within the confines of their own palaces, others fell victim to thieves outside, their death shrouded in the guise of accidents, leaving no trace of foul play. 1 or 2 might be deemed unfortunate coincidences, yet the untimely and tragic deaths of over 10 of his sons within a mere fortnight could not simply be brushed aside. Wei Tian was acutely aware that a sinister plot was afoot. His primary suspects were but 2 individuals, Wei Qingyin and Lin Wudao, who resided far away in the city of Sin. Wei Qingyin remained under his vigilant gaze, never straying beyond the palace gates. Thus, he could not possibly be implicated. This left only Lin Wudao, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Great Li dynasty. Contemplating these matters, an overwhelming tide of anger and hatred surged within Wei Tian. The vengeance for the loss of his sons was a grudge that could not be overlooked. Lin Wudao, I shall see you torn asunder, your very bones scattered to the winds, to assuage my wrath. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Wei Tian's furious roar echoed. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he emerged from his sorrow and rage, redirecting his attention to the figure seated below, Siming. National Master, my sons have perished one after another. This calamity must surely be the work of Lin Wudao. I beseech you to instruct me on how to eliminate this fiend. Wei Tian seethed. Upon hearing this, Siming, having concluded his feigned slumber, met Wei Tian's gaze with an air of calmness. Has your majesty not already dispatched envoys to the Xuantian Sect for assistance? Alas, do not mention it. Wei Tian replied, frustration evident. I sought aid from the Xuantian Sect a fortnight ago, imploring them to send formidable warriors to subdue Lin Wudao. Yet to this day, I have received no response. It seems the Xuantian Sect has chosen to disregard our plight. As he spoke, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. The Great Li dynasty had long relied upon the Xuantian Sect, dutifully offering tributes, surrendering more than half of its resources in pursuit of their protection. Yet now, as the Great Li faced peril, the Xuantian Sect remained silent, inciting Wei Tian's ire and deepening his resentment towards them. Siming, observing the turmoil on his face, could not suppress a slight smile. Everything was unfolding according to his design. Your Majesty, perhaps the Xuantian Sect is preoccupied with its own troubles? Why so? Wei Tian inquired. Are you aware that recently, due to matters concerning the great Yin ancestors' land, both the sect leader Fu Tianke and an esteemed ancestor of legendary prowess perished therein? The recent events have left the entire Xuantian sect in a state of trepidation. The demise of both the sect leader and the ancestral figure has severely wounded the sect's vitality. Presently, the battlefield of the setting sun within the 10,000 Great Mountains has been activated, with the three major powers of the Jiuzhou realm dispatching the majority of their formidable warriors and disciples there. Thus, it is comprehensible that the Xuantian sect has not responded in a timely manner, as Yin Siming calmly stated. Upon hearing this, Wei Changtian's brow remained furrowed, clearly unable to accept such reasoning. Humph. Even if both the sect leader and the ancestral figure of the esteemed Xuantian sect are deceased, surely they can still muster a single powerful individual? They must have chosen to turn a blind eye to the crisis. Wei Changtian growled through gritted teeth. In response, Yin Siming refrained from further comment. This entire narrative was merely a figment of Wei Changtian's imagination, bearing no relevance to him. No, the Xuantian sect is unreliable. I must take matters into my own hands. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Wei Changtian lifted his head with fervor. Your Majesty, what brilliant plan do you have in mind? Does the national master know that aside from the numerous princes and princesses within the imperial city, there exists a lesser-known princess in the outside world? Her name is Wei Qingxi. From the day she was born, she was taken as a disciple by a revered master. Not long ago, I received news that Qingxi has already attained the great Ascension realm, and her master, the Lord of Xiang Cave, is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Cave Heaven realm, nearly achieving success. Wei Changtian spoke with a beaming smile. At that moment, a sense of pride and satisfaction radiated from him, as if his daughter, Wei Qingxi, had vindicated him, bringing him a sense of honor. Wei Qingxi, Lord of Xiang Cave? Upon hearing this, Yin Siming seemed somewhat taken aback. Subsequently, he discreetly calculated and instantly grasped numerous undisclosed pieces of information. Does your Majesty intend to summon Wei Qingxi to suppress Lin Wudao? He inquired. Indeed. However, she is merely at the Great Ascension realm. If she ventures to the Sin City, she may well be walking into the jaws of a tiger. Lin Wudao is not so easily dealt with. Yin Siming pretended to caution. To this, Wei Changtian paid no heed. There is no need for the national master to worry. Although Qingxi possesses only the cultivation of the Great Ascension realm, she alone cannot subdue Lin Wudao. However, to my knowledge, the Lord of Xiang Cave is accompanied by many powerful servants, including those of mythic caliber. If we could enlist one of them, subduing a mere Lin Wudao would be a trivial matter. I refuse to believe that Lin Wudao can withstand the might of a mythic figure. Wei Changtian scoffed coldly. In his view, if Lin Wudao truly possessed strength capable of contending with a mythic figure, given his notoriously arrogant and unruly nature, he would not be content to linger within a trifling establishment like the Yuanzhou Demon Suppression Division. It is likely that he would have long since stormed the capital of the Dali Empire. Therefore, he concluded that Lin Wudao was undoubtedly beneath the mythic threshold. As long as Wei Qingxi can summon the esteemed figures surrounding the master of Xiang Cave, she will undoubtedly be able to suppress Lin Wudao. However, the naive notion harbored by him elicited a covert smirk from Yin Siming. Your Majesty, are you not afraid that Lin Wu might also slay Wei Qingxi? Impossible. My daughter Qingxi, wise beyond her years, will certainly take all necessary precautions upon realizing the formidable nature of Lin Wudao. I refuse to believe that Lin Wudao possesses the capability to bring harm to her. What if he truly does? Yin Siming pressed. Should Qingxi meet her demise at the hands of Lin Wudao, it would signify the heaven's blind eye, permitting treasonous subjects to wreak havoc upon my people and undermine our ancestral temple and state. If she must die for the glory of the Dali dynasty, then she shall have died with purpose. I trust her master, the master of Xiang Cave, will avenge her. Wei Changtian declared, clenching his fist. Having spoken, he took a deep breath and turned to leave the Fengtian palace. Observing his retreating figure, Yin Siming shook his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What an astute calculation. To eliminate Lin Wudao, he is willing to sacrifice his own daughter as a mere pawn. Alas, I fear that once Wei Qingxi departs, she may never return. Your fate has indeed reached its conclusion. A barely audible whisper escaped his lips. Subsequently, without alarming anyone, Yin Siming arrived at the Orchid and Pine Palace. The national master has arrived. Wei Qingyin greeted, rising to welcome him. We should prepare to take action. I have just returned from the Fengtian Palace. Wei Changtian intends for Wei Qingxi to venture to the city of Sin to subdue Lin Wudao. In a few days, the sunset battlefield will close. At that time, after Lin Wudao deals with the matters in the city of Sin, he will surely make his way to the capital of the Dali dynasty. Now is the opportune moment to seize the throne. Yin Siming stated with an air of indifference. Wei Qingxi? Wei Qingyan expressed his confusion upon hearing this. Wei Qingxi is a little-known princess of the Dali dynasty, having been taken as a disciple by the master of Xiang Cave since her birth, and she has now reached the realm of great perfection. If she ventures to the city of sin, she is doomed. Therefore, you must take action. Yin Ming succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyi nodded. In that case, I entrust everything to you, National Master. He bowed respectfully. Indeed, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Wei Changtian will likely meet an untimely end in 3 days. Prepare yourself. Presently, you are the sole prince of the Dali dynasty, and the throne is rightfully yours. Having spoken, Yin Ming imparted a few more instructions before his figure vanished instantly from the spot. Whoosh. 2 days later, an ancient spirit vessel descended upon the city of Sin. Chapter 101. The Fortune Teller. You are about to die. Upon the ethereal vessel, 3 figures stood, 2 men and a woman. The woman, possessing an unparalleled beauty, radiated an aura of icy grace akin to a lunar deity. Adorned in a gown of pristine white, she appeared otherworldly, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. She was none other than the enigmatic princess of the Dali dynasty, Wei Qingxi. At this moment, her serene gaze swept over the city of Sin beneath her, her exquisite visage enveloped in an air of indifference. Accompanying her were 2 others, a stern-faced young man clad in black, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, and an elderly man in a red robe, whose vigorous spirit and profound presence spoke of a formidable character. The power of all 3 was immense. As the esteemed disciple of the master of Xiang Cave, Wei Qingxi possessed exceptional talent, having attained the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. The black-clad man beside her had reached the completion of the Great Ascension, just a step away from entering the realm of the Celestials. The red-robed elder, however, was the most powerful among them, standing at the pinnacle of mythic mastery. The trio's arrival captured the attention of many within the city of Sin. Wei Qingxi's breathtaking beauty and moon-like aura were irresistibly captivating. Coupled with the overwhelming presence of the red-robed elder, it was evident that their identities were extraordinary, prompting speculation among the cultivators of the city regarding their origins. In contrast, Wei Qingxi maintained a demeanor of calm detachment, while the black-clad man surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Junior sister, he remarked. I have heard that this city of Sin is a gathering place for countless fierce beings, steeped in boundless malevolence. Yet, it appears rather mundane. I have encountered few whose cultivation exceeds the true return stage. They are woefully weak. Even the menial workers of Xiang Mountain surpass them. His expression was one of disdain. As he spoke, he seemed to discover something intriguing, stepping forth to materialize in the chaotic streets. Ultimately, he arrived at a humble stall by the roadside. This stall did not engage in the trade of goods or wares. Its sole purpose was to tell fortunes. The stall was sparsely arranged, consisting merely of a rickety table and a chair, alongside the proprietor and a young attendant. Prominently displayed before the stall were the words Divine Fortune Teller, a striking invitation to passers-by. This was what had drawn the black-clad man's attention. He noted the continuous flow of cultivators seeking fortunes, each displaying expressions of profound admiration after their readings. Some even prostrating in reverence. Humph, merely a trickster's ruse, he scoffed. As practitioners of the way, we defy the heavens and contend with fate. If one could truly glimpse their destiny, what need would there be for the heavenly order? Today, I, Chun Xianfeng, shall unmask your deceit and expose your charade before all. With a cold laugh, he strode forward and boldly seated himself at the table. His gaze was icy, and his demeanor haughty. I have heard you are a master of divination. Can you truly perceive a person's destiny? He scoffed, his cold eyes fixed on the stall owner. The stall owner was a refined middle-aged man, exuding an air of ordinariness. Qin Shifeng cast a casual glance at him, noting that he possessed only the cultivation of an initial stage of transformation. To boldly claim the ability to divine fates at such a meager level was nothing short of audacious. At that moment, Qin Shifeng was convinced that the man before him was merely a charlatan. In response to his scornful remarks, the refined gentleman remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed. Fate is capricious. No one dares to presume too much or attempt to unravel its mysteries. However, glimpses may be obtained, he replied serenely. Very well. If that is the case, then do enlighten me, Chun Xianfeng declared with a voice that resonated loudly. With his words, a throng of cultivators gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Qin Xianfeng was unbothered by their presence, for he harbored no belief that anyone could truly divine fate. Ah, yet another challenger to the esteemed Master's authority. I wonder what fate awaits him this time. I dare say, his destiny cannot be favorable. The master is indeed a seer, and it takes courage to provoke him. Let us see if he maintains his bravado. The crowd of cultivators continued to swell. The refined gentleman was a notable figure in the city of Sin, renowned for his ability to divine fates, earning him the moniker the Seer. His true name, however, remained a mystery. Since his arrival in the city of Sin, many had attempted to confront him or cause trouble, but they all met with dire consequences. They were all curious about what fate Chen Xianfeng would encounter. Meanwhile, Wei Qingxi and an elderly man in red had also arrived on the street, discreetly observing the seer without gleaning any discernible clues. He appeared to be just an ordinary cultivator of transformation. "What would you like to inquire about?" the seer asked, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny. Hearing this, Chen Xianfeng smirked coldly, already plotting his course of action. Today, he had come specifically to provoke. He would not settle for anything simple. "Since you claim to possess the ability to divine fates, allow me to pose a few questions. However, each question will cost 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." "What? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. To them, this was an astronomical sum. Similarly, Chen Xuanfeng's expression darkened slightly upon hearing the price. "Is that truly the fee for your divinations?" "Certainly not. My husband practices fortune-telling, and his fees vary according to the individual. Different people possess different destinies, and naturally, the remuneration reflects that. While 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones may seem substantial, it is contingent upon your status and strength. Unless, of course, you believe your life is not worth that sum." Before Liao Rushan could utter a word, the attendant beside him hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, although Chen Xianfeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he did not consider his life to be undervalued at 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Thus, he readily acquiesced. "Very well. Should the Master's predictions prove accurate, I shall present the sum of 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, if your calculations are inaccurate, do not blame me for exposing this fraudulent charlatan," he declared vehemently. In response, Liao Rushan maintained his composure, unfazed. "Please, feel free to inquire." The first question arose. "When will I break through the shackles of the Great Ascension and ascend to the celestial realm?" "What? He is actually a formidable being of the Great Ascension?" As Chen Xuanfeng's words echoed, the surrounding crowd cast astonished glances. Subsequently, they unanimously turned their gazes toward Liao Rushan. "In this lifetime, you shall remain at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, with no connection to the celestial realm." "What? To remain at the Great Ascension in this lifetime?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xianfeng was instantly engulfed in fury. Such utter nonsense! Just as he was about to dismantle Liao Rushan's setup on the spot, he was restrained by Wei Qingxi behind him. "Senior brother, let us first hear what this master has to say." "Very well. Master, since you assert that I shall remain at the Great Ascension, could you provide a compelling reason for me to believe you?" His eyes glinted with frost. "Certainly. The reason you shall remain at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, devoid of a connection to the celestial realm, is that it is fated. You lack the destiny for it. Moreover, you are on the verge of death." Boom. At these words, Chen Xianfeng seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth. Liao Rushan was clearly cursing him. Chapter 102. The Prophecy of Liao Rushi. Death in 3 days. How absurd. Chen Xianfeng scoffed at Liao Rushi's ominous prediction, his face alight with intense fury. Yet, in the face of his vehement inquiries, Liao Rushi remained tranquil and composed, his refined demeanor betraying not a hint of unease. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astounded, casting curious glances at Chen Xianfeng. Is it possible that such a formidable figure, a paragon of the perfected realm, is on the brink of death? If the master has declared it, it must be true. Indeed, I knew his fate was dire. This is a harbinger of great misfortune. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions. They held Liao Rushi in the highest regard, leading them to believe that Chen Xianfeng was, without a doubt, a man marked for death. After all, Liao Rushi was never wrong. However, Chen Xianfeng could not reconcile this grim reality. He felt vigorous and full of vitality, with no mortal threats looming over him. How could he be on the verge of death? This must be the nonsensical ramblings of Liao Rushi. With this thought in mind, he moved to overturn the table before him. "Stop. My master's predictions are infallible and cannot be mistaken, since he has proclaimed that you are destined to remain unworthy of ascension and are soon to perish. It must be so. Instead of seeking my master's assistance, you dare to speak such nonsense. You are truly deserving of your fate," interjected a young acolyte with a youthful voice. "Unworthy of ascension in this life? When I departed from home, my master explicitly stated that upon my return from the city of sin, he would aid me in breaking the shackles of the perfected realm and elevate me to celestial status. Surely, this cannot be a falsehood?" Chen Xianfeng retorted, his anger morphing into mockery. The Lord of Xiang had promised him assistance upon his return from this city of vice, and preparations had already been made. Thus, he dismissed Liao Rushi's foretelling as mere superstition. Not only he, But even Wei Qingxi and the elderly red-robed man behind him furrowed their brows in disbelief. Master, might you elaborate? Wei Qingxi inquired respectfully. Upon hearing her, Liao Rushi glanced at her and shook his head. You have but 3 days left to live. Before noon on the 3rd day, you shall certainly meet your demise. Is there a way to avert this fate? Wei Qingxi pressed on. That is the second inquiry. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingxi produced 200,000 high-grade spirit stones and presented them to the young acolyte beside Liao Rushi. We beseech your guidance. Ah, fate is ever fickle. While each person's destiny is indeed predetermined, circumstances may shift due to various encounters or the assistance of benefactors. To save him, the best course of action would be to leave the city of Sin immediately, which might allow him to escape the impending bloodshed. Liao Rushi replied calmly. Leaving? Would that truly stave off the threat of death? Wei Qingxi questioned, her surprise evident. Not only was she astonished, but Qin Xianfeng wore a scornful expression. Junior sister. This person spouts nothing but nonsense. The strongest in this city of Sin cannot exceed the realm of returning to truth. What threat could he possibly pose to my life? In any case, I shall not believe a single word. He coldly declared. Since you refuse to believe, then if you possess any courage, do not leave the city of Sin. In 3 days' time at noon, everything shall become clear, the youth retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanfeng's temper flared. Very well. Since you dare to proclaim my death in 3 days, I shall defiantly remain here in this city of Sin and not depart. If I am still alive at noon 3 days hence, it will prove that you are nothing but a fool. At that time, not only will I dismantle your schemes, but I shall also demand your lives. If you have the audacity, do not leave either. I am eager to see how it is that I, in perfect health, could meet my demise. Qin Xianfeng bellowed in anger. His eyes, cold and piercing, fixated on Liao Rushi as if awaiting his response. Very well. Though it was but a single word, it clearly indicated his stance. Observing this, a triumphant smile crept upon Qin Xuanfeng's lips. Everyone has heard it, Mr. Liao Rushi has proclaimed that I shall surely die in 3 days. Let all bear witness. If I am alive then, we shall see how I will dismantle his schemes. With that, he let out a chilling laugh and swept away. Seeing this, Wei Qingxi cast a deep glance at Liao Rushi before following suit. Everyone may disperse now. Liao Rushi gestured as he watched their departing figures. Upon hearing this, the gathered onlookers bowed in respect and promptly scattered. Mountain Master, how will that person meet his end? After all had departed, a young boy presented a cup of tea and curiously inquired, Why are you so eager to know at such a tender age? Hee, I am merely curious, the boy replied. Mountain Master, that individual has already attained the pinnacle of the great completion, mere steps away from the celestial realm. His vitality is robust, akin to a dragon. He does not exhibit signs of an early demise. Thus, I surmise he must be killed by someone. To slay him, the assailant's strength must undoubtedly surpass his own. It must be a celestial. However, as far as I know, there are no celestials within this city of Sin, the boy remarked, his expression bemused. Upon hearing this, Liao Rushi smiled faintly. Indeed, you have guessed correctly for once. That person is named Qin Xianfeng, the foremost disciple of the Purple Young Mountains Cave Master. Both his talent and potential are exceptional, and he possesses the potential of a celestial, yet he lacks the fate of one. This city of Sin shall be his burial ground. Although there are no celestials here, who says he must necessarily be slain by one? This world is rife with infinite possibilities, and even within the mundane, great horrors may lurk. Is it not perished at the hands of the celestial beings? The youth was momentarily taken aback. Mountain Lord, are you suggesting that within this city of Sin, there exist individuals more terrifying than the celestial beings? Could they possibly be human? Or perhaps not human at all? In due time, you shall discover the truth. Liao Ruashin took a sip of tea, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further, for there are certain truths he can perceive but cannot articulate. This is the celestial principle, which cannot be transgressed. Mountain Lord, that young lady clad in white earlier, by my observation, she appears quite extraordinary. At this moment, the youth seemed to recall something and continued. Indeed, she is remarkable. A body of primordial lunar essence, not only in this remote land of the 9 provinces, but even in the realms of Qingtian and Central Tian. She could be deemed a peerless prodigy. Alas, what a pity. Liao Ruashin sighed and shook his head. Mountain Lord, what do you lament? The youth inquired curiously, eager to uncover secrets unknown to others. However, what awaited him was a swift slap from Liao Ruashin. The divination for today has concluded. It is time to pack up. With that, he rose and strode off into the distance. If you choose not to speak, then I shan't listen either. The murmured discontent of the youth trailed behind. As for the dialogue between Liao Ruashin and the youth, Qin Xianfeng and the others, who had long departed, remained oblivious. After leaving the divination stand, The trio wandered aimlessly through the chaotic streets. At this juncture, Chen Xiefeng still doubted Liao Ruoshan's prophetic words. In contrast, Wei Qingxi bore a hint of anxiety in her demeanor. "Senior brother, what do you intend to do?" "What is there to do?" Chen Xiefeng retorted. "Liao Ruoshan claimed you would face peril in 3 days, and since you have wagered with him, it is only prudent to prepare in advance. Senior brother, do you truly believe even you can dismiss Liao Ruoshan's nonsensical predictions?" Chen Xiefeng scoffed, visibly displeased. In response, Wei Qingxi gently shook her head. "No smoke without fire. I believe it wise to exercise caution." "Very well. Since you, dear junior sister, are inclined to believe that fortune teller, let us find a place to stay in the city of Sin for the next 3 days. We shall go nowhere, as long as I remain here." "Surely no one shall seek my life?" Chen Xiefeng stated matter-of-factly. Wei Qingxi found merit in this plan. "It is worth a try. In that case, you should find a place to settle, while Uncle Li and I investigate the true nature of Lin Wudao at the Demon Suppression Office." With this, Wei Qingxi prepared to depart. However, Chen Xiefeng stubbornly followed. "Junior sister, I shall accompany you. This city of Sin offers little amusement. I would find myself quite bored alone." "But, no buts. Did Liao Ruoshan not say that I would face danger only in 3 days? For now, I am safe." Which indicates that the threat does not lie with the Demon Suppression Office. Chen Xiefeng spoke in a carefree manner. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingxi pondered for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement. Consequently, after a brief inquiry, they strode purposefully towards the location of the Demon Suppression Department. Chapter 103, The 4 Symbols of Demon Extermination Array. After a considerable time, the 3 individuals arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. Ever since the Gongsun clan was annihilated, this place had been transformed into a stronghold of the Demon Suppression Division by Lin Wudao. Concurrently, through the practitioners in the city of Sin, they had learned numerous tales regarding Lin Wudao. With the backing of the dynasty and righteousness, he had first executed Qi Yunyang and others from the Tianxiang Tower, followed by the decisive eradication of the Gongsun clan, which had thrived for a millennium. Truly, Lin Wudao possesses a certain degree of capability. Outside the Demon Suppression Division, Chen Xiefeng jested. Despite the immense stir Lin Wudao's actions had caused in the city of Sin, to Chen Xiefeng, it was hardly noteworthy. In fact, it barely registered on his radar. He was confident that, had he been in Lin Wudao's position, he could have achieved the same feats, if not surpassed them. In his mind, Lin Wudao was inferior to him. "I have heard that Lin Wudao departed over 10 days ago and is currently absent from the Demon Suppression Division. I suspect he has ventured to the Sunset Battlefield. Junior sister, if Lin Wudao is not here, what purpose do we have in coming?" Chen Xiefeng questioned, perplexed. "It is precisely because he is absent that we must gather intelligence, to know ourselves and our adversaries." A cool, composed voice resonated. Boom. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, and 4 ancient stone pillars materialized from thin air. Subsequently, they transformed into 4 streams of light, soaring towards 4 distinct directions, enveloping the entire precinct of the Demon Suppression Division. The 4 symbols of Demon Extermination Array. Chen Xuanfeng's heart quaked. The 4 stone pillars that Wei Qingxi had conjured depicted the 4 revered spirits, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Intricately inscribed with a powerful formation, they could coalesce into a formidable 4 symbols of Demon Extermination Array. This array possessed immense power, capable of slaying beings at the pinnacle of mythological realms and contending with those in the cave heaven realm. According to Chen Xuanfeng's understanding, this 4 symbols of Demon Extermination Array was a cherished possession of his master, the Lord of Xiang Cave. Little did he expect it to be entrusted to Wei Qingxi. This realization stirred within him a mixture of yearning and envy. After all, he was the chief disciple of the Lord of Xiang Cave. Why were the benefits bestowed upon Wei Qingxi? This seemed utterly unjust. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. "Brother, the 4 symbols of Demon Extermination Array is something I borrowed from our master. Once we resolve the matter concerning Lin Wudao, I shall return it. After all, this is a treasured possession of our master, and I would never covet it. Our master has long made it clear that only you shall inherit his legacy in the future. I hope you do not harbor any misgivings." It seemed that Wei Qingxi sensed Chen Xuanfeng's unease and spoke up suddenly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng's spirit soared. Did our master truly say that? Indeed. I heard it with my own ears. It cannot be false. Ah, in truth, junior sister, your talents are unparalleled, and your future prospects are boundless. I believe the 4 symbols of Demon Extermination Array is more suited to you. Since the master has bestowed it upon you, there must be a reason, he proclaimed with righteous fervor. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingxi smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, after arranging the 4 symbols demon-slaying formation, they stepped into the Demon Suppression Division together. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon my Demon Suppression Division?" A towering man, over 10 feet tall and wielding a massive blade, appeared before them, his voice booming with authority. The intruder was none other than Hongmeng. With a swift motion, the commotion attracted the attention of Han Qingshan and Li Zongtian, along with a host of mourners, who rushed to the scene at the speed of light, their expressions unfriendly as they regarded the newcomers. Witnessing the situation, the trio exchanged quick glances. Late-stage transformation? Chen Xuanfeng's gaze fell upon Hongmeng, revealing his disdain. He then shifted his attention to Li Zongtian and the 12 mourners. Although slightly surprised, he dismissed them as insignificant, for he discerned that only Li Zongtian was at the true realm, while the rest were merely at the early stages of ascension. Such cultivation and prowess appeared to him as nothing more than ants, easily crushed. Whom do you seek? Li Zongtian inquired coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. As he met the scrutinizing gazes of the trio, we are wanderers from beyond the 9 provinces. Upon arriving in this city of sin, we heard tales of the esteemed Governor Lin of the Demon Suppression Division, and thus came to pay our respects. Wei Qingxi replied with a smile. Ah, here to pay respects? Hongmeng and Han Qingshan exchanged looks of astonishment as they encountered such a situation for the first time. My governor is not present. Please take your leave, Li Zongtian responded bluntly. Oh, what a pity. In that case, we shall return another day. With that, the trio turned and exited the Demon Suppression Division. Watching their retreating figures, Han Qingshan furrowed his brow. I sense they do not appear to be good people. Not good people? Hongmeng was taken aback. Old Han, are you suggesting they pose a threat? Indeed, from my years of experience. They do not seem to be here for a courteous visit. Rather, they appear to be probing for information, Han Qingshan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Probing for information? Hongmeng was momentarily stunned, his mind failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Since they may pose a threat, should we follow them? No. Their strength is exceedingly formidable. We are no match for them. I suspect they are foes of the young master. Until we ascertain the situation, we must not stir the grass to startle the snake. We shall wait for the young master to return. Han Qingshan spoke with deep concern, sensing immense pressure from Wei Qingxi and her companions. We must find a way to inform the governor. Otherwise, do you know where the young master has gone? I do not. Then that settles it. Han Qingshan cast a silent glance at him before resolutely closing the gates of the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, after departing from the Demon Suppression Division, Wei Qingxi and her companions engaged in a discussion. Junior sister, the strongest among the Demon Suppression Division is merely at the returning truth realm. It is not as formidable as you suggest. That Lin Wudao. Can he truly pose a threat to the royal family of Dali? Such claims seem rather exaggerated. Chen Xianfeng remarked with a shake of his head and a wry smile. He did not perceive any danger within the Demon Suppression Division. Similarly, Wei Qingxi had not gleaned much useful information. Lin Wudao was the crux of the matter. Upon his return, he would eliminate the threat without question, regardless of its existence. To prevent future troubles, the 4-symbol extermination array can withstand the might of the Cave Heaven realm. Lin Wudao shall undoubtedly meet his demise without a burial site. Let us find a place to stay for now, he suggested. With that, the group settled in a location not far from the Demon Suppression Division, allowing them to observe its every movement. Unbeknownst to Wei Qingxi and her companions, Lin Wudao was blissfully unaware of their actions. In the sunset battlefield, at the transformation dragon pool, boom, 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 Lin Wudao fervently absorbed the essence of heaven and earth within. Torrents of spiritual power surged within him, fierce as mighty rivers. 2 days later, a resounding thunder echoed from within him, as if some shackles had been shattered, and an immensely powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the void. After 13 days of cultivation and with the aid of the essence from the transformation dragon pool, his cultivation had finally experienced a remarkable surge, reaching the initial stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. It was no small feat. The sunset battlefield truly was a remarkable place, Lin Wudao mused. His experience in the sunset battlefield had yielded immense rewards. Whether it was the primordial purple chi or the staggering increase of 100 million in fortune value, or the breakthrough to the Tribulation Crossing realm, it was undeniably a fortuitous opportunity. Such occurrences are rare throughout the entire Jiuzhou territory. He felt a profound satisfaction with the outcome. Everything had come to a close. It was time to return. With that thought, Lin Wudao meticulously examined himself before steering a spirit vessel, swiftly departing the sunset battlefield. Chapter 104. A Sword Chi, Slaying Myths. After a day's journey, Lin Wudao returned to the city of Sin. Upon his arrival, he was met with the anxious gazes of Wei Qingxi and others who had been waiting for some time. Whoosh! A spiritual vessel sliced through the void, darting forth like an arrow, heading straight for the Demon Suppression Division. Every move of Lin Wudao was keenly observed by Wei Qingxi and her companions. Is this Lin Wudao? He appears rather unremarkable, does he not? In front of the window, Chen Xianfeng wore a smirk. He perceived no significant threat emanating from Lin Wudao. However, Wei Qingxi and the elder in red robes held a different opinion. This Lin Wudao is indeed extraordinary, remarked Li Tianshan, narrowing his eyes. Extraordinary? At this remark, Chen Xianfeng cast a perplexed glance. What is so extraordinary? I fail to see it. Have you not noticed that everything about Lin Wudao seems shrouded in a veil of mystery? His cultivation and innate talents remain unclear. Such a person cannot be trifled with. Furthermore, he has single-handedly compelled the great Li dynasty into such a predicament, instilling dread and trepidation even in the hearts of emperors. His capabilities are evident. Li Tianshan's gaze was profound. He could not see through Lin Wudao. Oh, it truly is so? Chen Xianfeng re-evaluated Lin Wudao and found the assessment to be accurate. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, upon returning to the city of Sin today, he shall have no place to bury his remains. I do not believe he can withstand the 4 symbols demon suppression array. If Lin Wudao possessed powers comparable to the Cave Heaven realm, he would have long since stormed the capital of the Great Li dynasty. Rather than languishing as a deputy commander of the demon suppression division in this city of Sin, clearly, he lacks the strength to confront the Great Li dynasty head-on. I estimate he is at most at the Great Ascension level, he scoffed. Li Tianshan nodded in agreement with Qin Xuanfeng's analysis. There is indeed some truth to that. Uncle Li, what shall we do next? Shall we directly storm in? No. You all wait here. I will first probe Lin Wudao's true capabilities. If he genuinely possesses only the strength of the Great Ascension level, I shall directly subdue him. Should I find myself unable to suppress him, it would mean that Lin Wudao is far more terrifying than we imagined. At that point, if you sense danger, swiftly depart the city of Sin. Understood. Chen Xianfeng and Wei Qingxi bowed in response. By the way, today marks the 3rd day of your wager with Rilishin, and noon is fast approaching. Xianfeng, you are to remain here and go nowhere. Better to be overly cautious than to regret later. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I understand. Chen Xianfeng nodded solemnly. When it comes to his life, he was well aware of the stakes. Although he had little faith in Rilishin's predictions, he dared not act recklessly. Once noon had passed, he would certainly dismantle Rilishin's scheme. As he contemplated this, Chen Xianfeng could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation within his heart. However, Li Tianshan paid no heed to his thoughts. Whoosh! After exchanging a few words, he rode a streak of rainbow light, fiercely heading toward the Demon Suppression Division. Within the Grand Hall of the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Wudao summoned Zhao Meng, Li Zongtian, and others before him. Has anything significant occurred during my absence? He inquired, taking a sip of tea with a casual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Han Qingshan stepped forward. Young master, nothing major has transpired. However, 3 days ago, a man and a woman arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, claiming to be travelers from beyond the 9 provinces, seeking an audience with you. From my observations, they did not appear to be mere visitors. Rather, they seemed intent on probing our defenses. Young master, could they be your enemies? 2 men and a woman? Seeking an audience? Lin Wudao's eyes widened in surprise. Do you know their origins and strength? I'm uncertain, Han Qingshan replied, shaking his head. On that day, I used your absence as an excuse to dismiss them. Yet, they seemed undeterred, stating they would return for a visit upon your arrival. Very well. In that case, I shall await their return. Lin Wudao remained unfazed, preparing to enjoy his tea once more. Boom. Just then, an extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly surged from the distant sky. Moments later, a red-robed elder appeared, riding the rainbow light, emanating an overwhelming presence. Li Tianshan, mythical pinnacle? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Young master, this person is one of them. Han Qingshan's grave voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao merely acknowledged with a faint hum. He then cast a cold, piercing gaze into the void, fixing it upon Li Tianshan. You have come here to seek me? Indeed. I have been ordered to kill you. Boom. As the icy words fell, an immense wave of murderous intent flooded forth like a torrent. Without hesitation, Li Tianshan raised his hand and unleashed a devastating palm strike, showcasing the full extent of his mythical pinnacle strength. His intent was clear, to deliver a fatal blow without granting Lin Wudao a moment's respite. However, the current Lin Wudao was not someone he could simply eliminate at will. Swish! Just as Li Tianshan made his move, Lin Wudao, having been prepared, suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, 5 ancient colossal swords materialized from thin air, coalescing into a grand 5-element sword array that enveloped the entire void. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword array activated, a deluge of 5 elements sword energy transformed into terrifying rivers of sword chi, tearing apart the void and obliterating Li Tianshan's attack entirely. How is this possible? Witnessing this horrifying scene, Li Tianshan's expression changed drastically. The sweeping sword energy of the five elements sent a shiver of unprecedented threat through him. Evidently, its power had transcended the realm of myth. This youth was indeed terrifying. Today, I shall meet my demise. While desperately fending off the oncoming sword energy, Li Tianshan retreated in a frenzy. In just a few breaths, one of his arms was severed, and his body was pierced by the terrifying sword aura. Witnessing this scene, his fear escalated to its zenith. Qingxi, Xianfeng, flee quickly. Suddenly, he exerted all his strength and shouted frantically. There are others outside? In an instant, Lin Wudao's icy gaze swept across the void, and indeed, he discerned the silhouettes of a man and a woman. At this moment, they were concealed in a hidden spot, secretly observing everything that transpired here. The Grand Princess of the Great Li, Wei Qingxi, the first disciple of the Xiang Cave Master, Chen Xianfeng. The information surged back. In an instant, his murderous intent surged. Die! With a wave of his hand. A formidable five elements sword energy swept through the void, directly striking down Li Tianshan before the astonished gazes of Wei Qingxi and Chen Xianfeng. How could he be this strong? Chen Xianfeng was gripped by an overwhelming dread. Li Tianshan was a peak mythical powerhouse, yet he was felled by a mere sword energy. At that moment, the sneers and disdain he held for Lin Wudao were cast into the abyss. Replaced by boundless panic and fear, his resolve shattered. Not good. Lin Wudao is coming for us. We must flee. As Lin Wudao, enveloped in a tempest of killing intent, charged towards them after slaying Li Tianshan, Wei Qingxi turned pale with fright. She swiftly grasped the terrified Chen Xianfeng and fled with utmost urgency. Simultaneously, to buy time, she activated the already prepared four symbols demon extermination array. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, terrifying sword energy swept across the void, transforming into countless colossal swords that surrounded Lin Wudao. The four symbols demon extermination array? The eye of the gods scanned the surroundings, and Lin Wudao perceived everything. Rumble. Facing the relentless barrage of colossal swords, he remained unperturbed, allowing the terrifying sword energy to strike him, the collision producing a sound akin to clashing metal. Then, he raised his hand with force, unleashing the supreme spirit weapon, the Great Desolation Cauldron, which soared through the void, carrying immense power that crashed into the air. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, the powerful four symbols demon extermination array was obliterated in a single blow. My heavens, a supreme weapon. Chen Xianfeng turned back, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. He could hardly believe that Lin Wudao wielded such a fearsome instrument of death. Moreover, what was even more dire was that he was relentlessly pursuing them. Chapter 105, Borrowing Your Life. Senior brother. I have a way to escape from Lin Wudao. Just as Chen Xianfeng was engulfed in sheer terror, the cool voice of Wei Qingxi suddenly resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianfeng was filled with overwhelming joy. Junior sister, what is your plan? He gazed at Wei Qingxi, brimming with excitement. However, the moment he looked at her, a chill ran down his spine. For at that moment, Wei Qingxi's expression was chillingly cold. Her indifferent eyes void of any emotion, resembling the gaze one might cast upon a corpse. Junior sister, you, senior brother. I need to borrow something from you to evade Lin Wudao's pursuit. What? Your life. The chilling voice reverberated through his very soul. What? You want my life? Upon hearing this, Chen Xianfeng stood frozen in disbelief, staring incredulously at Wei Qingxi. He could hardly believe that such words had come from her lips. Junior sister, I have attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, while you are merely at the mid-stage. How could you possibly think to take my life? Chen Xianfeng sneered coldly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. In an instant, a profound shock and disbelief swelled in his eyes. Boom. At that moment, within his astonished gaze, Wei Qingxi's aura suddenly surged, elevating her from the mid-stage of the Great Ascension to a realm beyond his wildest imagination. You, heavenly, celestial? This is not the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. How could this be possible? Chen Xuanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. This unforeseen turn of events shattered his understanding. Wasn't Wei Qingxi at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension? How could she have suddenly reached the celestial realm? Senior brother, this is my true cultivation level. I have endured for the sake of our master. Today, you shall sacrifice your life to shield me from Lin Wudao. Fear not, after your demise, I shall erect a monument in your honor. Her voice remained eerily calm. Boom. As her words fell, Wei Qingxi struck Chen Xianfeng with tremendous force, propelling him toward the advancing Lin Wudao. Meanwhile, she remained unperturbed, retrieving an ancient and enigmatic array map. Swish. A surge of spiritual power erupted, and the mysterious array map instantly radiated a brilliant azure light. The void before her rippled, and a passage through the fabric of space was opened. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xianfeng, who had been sent flying, was consumed with rage. Wei Qingxi, you treacherous wretch, I curse you to an ill fate. His furious roar shook the heavens, filled with boundless hatred and despair. Boom. Just as Chun Xuanfeng's voice echoed, an ancient black cauldron suddenly hurtled through the void, accompanied by overwhelming extreme power, crashing down upon him. A piercing scream echoed through the air, before the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Chun Xianfeng was obliterated by the great wilderness cauldron in a single strike, his body reduced to a cloud of crimson powder scattered across the sky. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the crowd was struck with terror, their spirits shaken. Even Wei Qingxi, with her exquisite porcelain-like visage, was now marked by panic. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant Chun Xianfeng perished, she stepped forward, plunging into the void created by the mysterious formation. Humph, trying to escape? Have you sought my permission? A cold, merciless voice resonated. In an instant, a terrifying five-element sword energy swept through the void with unmatched ferocity, directly targeting Wei Qingxi. As the formidable sword energy sliced through the air, a heart-wrenching cry of anguish echoed from within, accompanied by a drop of scarlet blood from the void. Through the divine eye, Lin Wudao clearly observed that the sword energy he unleashed had pierced through Wei Qingxi's chest. However, the subsequent events were obscured by the collapse of the void, and Lin Wudao could not witness them. Nevertheless, he was certain that after enduring such a monstrous strike, Wei Qingxi had at least a 99% chance of meeting her demise. To dare come and kill me, one must be prepared to face death. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. With that, Lin Wudao summoned the great wilderness cauldron back to him, casting a cold glance at the onlookers before vanishing from sight. Once he departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Yet their eyes remained filled with intense shock and dread. The horrific spectacle they had just witnessed was too terrifying. A peak grade Ascension expert had been annihilated in the blink of an eye, and Lin Wudao of the Demon Suppression Department was undeniably a figure of unparalleled menace. It was astonishing that he wielded a supreme weapon. The prophecy had proven true. Chun Xianfeng had indeed not survived until noon. How could they have engaged Lin Wudao in battle? It was clear they had come specifically to eliminate him, only to be met with a devastating counterattack. What a tragedy this was. The crowd buzzed with speculation, taking delight in the unfolding drama. They displayed no sympathy or compassion for Chun Xuanfeng's tragic fate. In this city of sin, slaughter and death transpired every moment. This time, however, it was a powerful Great Ascension expert who had fallen. Simultaneously, through this confrontation, they had come to a stark realization of the terrifying power of Lin Wudao, the governor of the Demon Suppression Department. It was a strength that was utterly appalling. Moreover, his methods were exceedingly ruthless and merciless. They had gained a profound understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, in a distant pavilion, two figures were also observing the astonishing battle that had just unfolded. Mountain Lord, was that man just now Lin Wudao of the Demon Suppression Department? Indeed. The atmosphere was charged with tension as he observed the ferocity of Chun Xianfeng, a being at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, being obliterated by a single strike of his black cauldron, a testament to the brutality of his methods and the immense power he wielded. The cauldron in his possession was no ordinary artifact. It was an exquisite piece of supreme spiritual weaponry. Such weapons were known to be exceedingly rare. Yet this particular black cauldron was unfamiliar to him. The youth, filled with awe, felt a thrill coursing through him despite the fear that gripped his heart. It was his first encounter with such exhilarating spectacle. By the way, Master of the Mountain, that beautiful lady earlier seemed to have utilized a formation diagram. Was it a teleportation array? He pondered aloud. That sword strike from Lin Duzhu was devastating. Is she dead? Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to you, came the curt reply. You should deduce it for yourself. Do not expect me to provide answers for everything. Now, let us pack up and depart from the city of sin at once. What? We're leaving? Upon hearing this, the boy's youthful face fell into a frown. Though Lin Duzhu may be a bit fierce, he is undeniably a true man. How I wish to possess such formidable strength. In due time, I too shall vanquish all foes that exist in this world. A sigh escaped his lips, as he lamented the uncertainty of when he might see Lin Duzhu again. His admiration for the man's commanding presence was palpable, and he clenched his fists tightly, casting lingering glances towards the direction of the Demon Suppression Division. His expression was one of profound reluctance, resembling that of a devoted admirer. Unperturbed by the commotion and discussion surrounding him, Lin Wudao returned to the Demon Suppression Division and promptly retrieved a piece of summoning paper. With his spiritual energy as ink, he began to inscribe hastily. He needed to ascertain whether Wei Qingxi was alive or dead. Although the formidable sword energy had pierced through her chest moments ago, he could not feel at ease until he laid eyes on her corpse. This matter required the insight of Jun Qianma. Pray tell, is Wei Qingxi alive or dead? With a flourish, a mysterious radiance erupted, and under Lin Wudao's gaze, the characters inscribed on the summoning paper began to dissolve at a visible pace. After a brief interval, another flash of light surged forth. The response from Jun Qianma arrived. Severely injured. On the brink of death. A sudden realization gripped him. On the brink of death? As he read the contents on the summoning paper, Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed instantaneously. Chapter 106, A Surge in Depth. The Lord of Sin City. On the brink of death? This implies that Wei Qingxi is still alive. Upon witnessing this outcome, Lin Wudao's eyes ignited with a cold and fierce light. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished by Wei Qingxi's capabilities. After enduring a formidable 5-element sword sheath from him and having her chest pierced by a sword, even a mythic peak expert like Li Tianshan would have perished instantly. Yet, Wei Qingxi had not succumbed? How had she achieved this? This woman is undoubtedly more complex than she appears, Lin Wudao murmured softly. As he spoke, he retrieved a summoning paper and inquired about Wei Qingxi's exact location. Pray tell, where is Wei Qingxi now? With a rustle, a mysterious radiance ascended. Soon, the summoning paper displayed Jun Qianma's reply. Qingtian Domain, Xuantian Sword Palace. Only 7 words. Xuantian Sword Palace? Upon seeing this name, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow slightly. His knowledge of the Qingtian Domain was still insufficient, and he had never heard of the Xuantian Sword Palace. However, judging by the name, it must be a formidable force dominating the region. Humph. Do they think that fleeing to the Xuantian Sword Palace will grant them peace? Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall march directly to the Xuantian Sword Palace and eliminate you. Lin Wudao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He had never harbored an ounce of sympathy or mercy for his foes. If he intended to kill, it would be to eradicate them completely. Many thanks to the host. When we meet again, I shall settle the cost of inquiries then. Not at all, it is but a trifling matter. Jun Qianma seemed rather unconcerned. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao etched this into his memory. He never owed anyone a favor, maintaining a clear ledger of debts. Now that the affairs on the battlefield of the setting sun had reached a conclusion, it was time to seize control of Sin City and transform it into his domain. Moreover, he coveted the entire Dali dynasty and the entirety of Yuan Prefecture. Following that, he would scheme for dominion over the entire 9 provinces. Lin Wudao had devised a clear plan for the path ahead. He would proceed step by step. Reflecting on this, he pondered for a moment and cast his gaze upon his fortune value. Name: Lin Wudao Cultivation. Early stage of Tribulation Transcendence Fortune Value: 19,834. 000 with nearly 20 million fortune points remaining, he could enhance the strength of Li Zongtian and the others, as their role as immortal undertakers was immensely valuable. With this thought in mind, he promptly summoned Li Zongtian and the others. System: how much fortune value is required to elevate the cultivation of Li Zongtian and the other 12 undertakers to the Tribulation Transcendence realm? 7 million, excluding Li Zongtian. For the remaining 11 undertakers to ascend to the Returning to True realm, each requires 500,000 fortune points. For all of them to advance from the Returning to True realm to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, each requires 600,000 fortune points. The system provided an explanation. Very well, proceed with the enhancement. In the present day, he possesses immense wealth. With over 10 million in fortune value at his disposal, he is far from lacking. Boom, boom, boom. With a mere command, and under the influence of the system, Lin Wudao's account was instantaneously deducted by 7 million fortune value. Immediately thereafter, the cultivation levels of Li Zongtian and the 12 funeral bearers surged at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, they all attained the Tribulation Crossing realm. Thanks to their attributes as funeral bearers, each individual became invincible at their respective realms, with Li Zongtian, the leader among them, even capable of contending with high-level cultivators. To this, Lin Wudao felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, their strength was sufficient within the City of Sin. Li Zongtian, you are to lead all the funeral bearers to the Huangguan Demon Sect, the 7-Kill Alliance, in the Valley of Villains, and subdue them all. Those who refuse to submit shall be executed. Furthermore, bring back all the resources from these 3 major forces to me. You have 1 day to accomplish this task. Lin Wudao instructed nonchalantly. Yes, master, Li Zongtian replied respectfully, then departed with the funeral bearers, exuding an overwhelming presence as they left the Demon Suppression Division. Xiaomeng, here, my subordinate is present. Upon hearing the summons, Xiaomeng, who had been waiting outside the Great Hall, hurriedly entered and bowed respectfully before Lin Wudao. Please issue your commands, Commander. You are to immediately spread the word that as of today, I am the new Lord of the City of Sin. All beings and resources within this city shall fall under my dominion. Additionally, I hereby decree a strict law from this day forth. No fighting or killing shall be permitted within the City of Sin. Those who violate this edict shall be executed without mercy. Secondly, all citizens of the City of Sin shall be under my protection. No one shall take it upon themselves to kill or judge without my consent. Anyone who violates this, regardless of their status, shall be subdued. Thirdly, gather artisans to construct a Grand Lord's mansion. It must be magnificent and imposing. Fourthly, the city of Sin shall not be affiliated with any faction. Fifthly, a thorough reorganization and cleansing of the city of Sin shall commence. With each command issued, they were conveyed in an orderly manner. Zhao Meng committed all to memory and then prepared matters alongside Han Qingshan. Once they had departed, Lin Wudao shifted his attention back to the system panel. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation, Early Stage of Tribulation Crossing Techniques, Ancient Emperor's Sutra. Ancient Sutra of Crossing Tribulations, Mortal Volume Skills, Heavenly Dragon Great Hand Seal, Beginner, Destiny Law Spell, Mastery, Spirit Capture Technique, Mastery, Grand Disguise Technique, Mastery. Items, Origin Stone, Coffin of the Funeral Sky, Corpse Concealment Map, Spirit Summoning Paper, Sky Avoiding Cloak, Celestial Masks, Great Wilderness Cauldron, Great Annihilation Sword Talisman. Great 5 Elements Sword Array, First Stage, Lifespan, 19, 736 years Fortune Value, 7, 134, 000. System. How much fortune value is needed to elevate the Heavenly Dragon Great Hand Seal to the Minor Achievement realm? 5 million. So much. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow lightly. After the upgrade, the level and power of the Heavenly Dragon Palm Seal had significantly increased. Yet the required fortune value had also surged tenfold. The expenditure was becoming increasingly burdensome. He sighed. Despite his reluctance, he chose to enhance it. After all, this was crucial to his strength. Ding, congratulations, host, you have consumed 5 million fortune points, successfully advancing the Heavenly Dragon Palm Seal to the Minor Achievement realm. Capable of unleashing the power of at least 100 ancient heavenly dragons, effortlessly overcoming tribulations. A prompt echoed in his mind. However, this time Lin Wudao keenly sensed a distinction from the past, as 2 additional words had been added, at least. System. What does it mean to unleash at least 100 ancient heavenly dragons? Does it imply that I can summon even greater and more powerful forces? Indeed, the Heavenly Dragon Palm Seal, after being upgraded from the Barbaric Dragon Palm Seal, will vary according to the host's own cultivation. With the host's current cultivation at the initial stage of tribulation, executing the Heavenly Dragon Palm Seal will grant the power of 100 ancient heavenly dragons. However, should the host utilize the Origin Stone to elevate his cultivation to the Great Completion realm, he would then be able to unleash 500 ancient heavenly dragons, effortlessly overcoming the Great Completion. Thus, it was revealed. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Wudao finally comprehended the implications. It was quite user-friendly and more attuned to the demands of combat strength. Otherwise, reaching the Great Completion realm with merely the power of 100 ancient heavenly dragons would indeed be inadequate. Truly formidable techniques must evolve in tandem with one's strength. Lin Wudao nodded inwardly. The expenditure of 5 million fortune points was indeed justified. However, having depleted 5 million at once, his fortune points were now reduced to a meager 200,000. Such a paltry sum was hardly sufficient for significant endeavors. Alas, he would need to continue gathering resources. For otherwise, he could not sustain these voracious beasts. He sighed once more. Subsequently, he expended 500,000 fortune points to unlock the 4th burial site on the corpse storage map. Chapter 107, The Mysterious Realm of Nine Nether. The Imperial Master of Insi. Character, Li Chuanxiu. Identity, one of the 8 great sects of the True Dragon Academy. Cultivation level, Perfected Void Heaven. Burial location, North Sea, Nine Nether Secret Realm. Status, deceased. Note 1. In 3 months, the once-in-a-century North Sea tide will emerge, at which time the Gate of Hell will reappear in the world, allowing access to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Note 2. Entry to the Nine Nether Secret Realm requires a quota. As the information regarding the 4th burial ground came into view, the mention of the Nine Nether Secret Realm caught Lin Wudao's attention. He furrowed his brow upon gazing at the content depicted in the burial map, for he had never heard of this ancient secret realm. Moreover, did entry into the Nine Nether Secret Realm necessitate a specific quota? Was there a finite number of entries? Lin Wudao pondered in astonishment. Speaking thus, he flipped his hand and retrieved the celestial treasure mirror. According to his previous recollections, the Lord of the Human Realm, Jun Qianma, seemed to have disseminated various secret realm details through the celestial treasure mirror, which might include information about the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Indeed, upon opening the celestial treasure mirror, the first message revealed was about the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Breaking news. On the 15th of July, in 3 months, the Gate of Hell shall widely open, and the once-in-a-century Nine Nether Secret Realm will re-emerge, presenting great opportunities and fortunes within. Nine Nether Secret Realm, originating from a small world before the ancient times. It shattered due to a great calamity of heaven and earth, with a fragment descending into the Qingtian domain, evolving over countless ages into an independent secret realm. 36,000 years ago, a sudden rift in the void allowed dark matter to infiltrate the secret realm, tainting numerous beings within and transforming them into demons. By slaying demons, one may plunder their power. Note: once tainted by evil matter, there is a significant likelihood of becoming a demon. Remark: the 9 Nether Secret Realm this time is organized by the Qingtian Domain Master S Office, with final interpretive authority belonging to the Domain Master S Office. Quotas for this 9 Nether Secret Realm: a total of 3,000 individuals. Conditions: above the Celestial Realm. Jiuzhou Territory, 36 individuals. True Dragon Territory, 236 individuals. Songxian Territory, 108 individuals. Tianhuang Territory, 300 individuals. Countless pieces of information unfolded before him. After perusing the details, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. The Jiuzhou Territory was allocated a mere 36 quotas. The Qingtian domain comprised 12 territories, and it appeared that the 9 Nether Secret Realm was organized according to the comprehensive strength of each territory. Thus, it was evident that the Jiuzhou Territory held the weakest position within the Qingtian domain. From the enumeration of quotas, Lin Wudao gained a rough understanding of the relative strengths among the 12 territories of the Qingtian domain. The Tianhuang Territory was the strongest. The Jiuzhou Territory was the weakest. With only 36 quotas, they represented merely about 1/9 of the allocations, rendering the Jiuzhou Territory the lowest in both strength and status. It seems that this time, the 9 Nether Secret Realm will witness numerous prodigies and formidable beings vying for supremacy. However, the minimum cultivation level required to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm is the Celestial Realm, and I am currently only at the early stage of tribulation, leaving me with a considerable distance to cover. Lin Wudao furrowed his brow, realizing that his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. In a realm with such stringent cultivation requirements, he was utterly unable to participate. With 3 months remaining, he should be able to make some progress. With additional effort, perhaps it would be feasible. He pondered quietly. As he spoke, his gaze shifted away from the 9 Nether Secret Realm, continuing to peruse other contents in the Celestial Treasure Catalog. Soon enough, Lin Wudao's attention was captured by 2 pieces of news. The first was concerning the Great Li Dynasty. Breaking news: in the realm of Jiuzhou, the sovereign of the Great Li Dynasty, Wei Chantian, has suddenly perished due to the resurgence of an old injury. His 18th son, Wei Qingyin, has ascended to the throne. Simultaneously, he has appointed Enhancement as his imperial mentor. Wei Qingyin has become the ruler of Great Li? Upon encountering this unexpected news, Lin Wudao felt somewhat astonished. Originally, according to his plans, he intended to address the affairs of the Great Li Dynasty after concluding the Sunset Battlefield, facilitating Wei Qingyin's ascension to the throne. Little did he know, Wei Qingyin had surprised him by seizing the position ahead of time. It seems he possesses some capabilities. Lin Wudao nodded subtly, gaining a new understanding of Wei Qingyin. However, who exactly is this imperial mentor, Enhancement? Perhaps Wei Qingyin's rise to power is attributed to Enhancement's guidance and assistance? If the opportunity arises, it would be worthwhile to become acquainted with this individual. Lin Wudao mentally noted the name Enhancement. Now, with Wei Qingyin having ascended to the position of ruler of Great Li, he had been spared some troubles. Lin Wudao found this situation quite satisfactory. As for the second piece of news, it was even more peculiar. Breaking news: in the realm of Jiuzhou, the newly appointed leader of the Daylight Demon Sect, Meng Qihan, has suffered a setback in his cultivation, resulting in a decline to the Great Ascension stage. And he is gravely injured. Meng Qihan has now resigned from his position as the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect. Following discussions within the Daylight Demon Sect, it has been decided to recruit powerful individuals from both within and beyond Jiuzhou. Those who pass the assessment may succeed to the position of leader of the Daylight Demon Sect. The Daylight Demon Sect is recruiting a leader? Lin Wudao wore an expression of disbelief. Although the Daylight Demon Sect had endured significant setbacks through the Great Yin ancestral land and the Sunset Battlefield, leading to the deaths of their leader, ancestor, and deputy leader, has it truly fallen to such a state? After all, it is one of the 3 giants of Jiuzhou. Boasting a powerful legacy spanning over 1,000 years, how could it be incapable of selecting a single leader? What mysteries lie within this situation? Lin Wudao found himself perplexed. Has the Daylight Demon Sect truly descended to the point of needing to recruit a leader? Regardless of whether others believe it or not, he certainly does not. If one could unravel the intricacies within, I might indeed endeavor to assume the position of the sect leader, which would be tantamount to acquiring a formidable power without effort. Lin Wudao mused inwardly. He harbored a certain intrigue regarding the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect. As Lin Wudao perused the trending stories in the Tongtian Treasure Mirror, a guard from the Demon Suppression Division suddenly approached with a respectful demeanor. Reporting to the governor. Visitors have arrived from the capital. Oh, have they finally come? Who are they? It is the Imperial Master, Qingsnow. Is it him? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. Please, show him in. Yes. The guard bowed and retreated. A moment later, under his guidance, a refined middle-aged man, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss and adorned with a jade crown, entered the grand hall. Qingsnow pays his respects to the city lord. Upon sighting Lin Wudao, he promptly knelt on the ground with a posture of utmost reverence. This is rather intriguing. Observing Qingsnow's unexpected gesture, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lin Wudao's eyes. At that instant, the eye of the divine spirit fell upon him. Name, Qingsnow. Identity, Imperial Master of Dali. Disfavored disciple of Tianqing Mountain cultivation, pinnacle of myth talent, extraordinary gift, eye of all beings bloodline, purple sky imperial clan, now severed, techniques, purple sky imperial scripture. True understanding of fate skills, void great shift, hand of contract, great life forbidden technique, fate severing, forbidden technique, dragon severing, universe strike, heavenly sacred law. Items, book of fate, ancient scroll of contract, destiny scepter, replica. Soul devouring ancient bell lifespan, 3 months fate attribute, true immortal qualification remarks, originally the foremost true disciple of Tianqing Mountain. He was permanently expelled for peering into the forbidden object of Tianqing Mountain, book of fate, and had all his cultivation severed. Remark 2. Due to the punitive measures imposed by Tianqing Mountain, his cultivation, fortune, and lifespan have all been permanently halved. Remark 3. Expelled from the Purple Sky Imperial clan for peering into the Book of Fate, severing his imperial lineage. Remark 4. Permanently banished, never to return. A plethora of information regarding Qingsnow flooded Lin Wudao's vision. After perusing it, he was greatly astonished. Chapter 108. The Grand Overseer of Sin. Once again, is there yet another scion of an imperial clan? Lin Wudao, upon observing the detailed information presented by Qingsnow, felt an overwhelming surprise. This marked the third individual of an imperial lineage he had encountered. Previously, he had met Jiang Lingwei of the primordial imperial clan in the Divine Ruins, followed by Zichan of the Taichu imperial clan on the Sunset battlefield. Now, following them, a figure named Qingsnow had emerged. Could it be that members of the imperial clans hold such little value? Moreover, what kind of power is Tianqing Mountain? It seems to exude an air of grandeur. Furthermore, what astounded Lin Wudao the most was that Qingsnow wielded the Book of Fate, one of the 9 celestial tomes of the world, reputedly linked to destiny. Being a forbidden artifact of Tianqing Mountain, it undoubtedly possesses immense significance. Having already encountered 2 of the 9 celestial tomes, he knew that apart from the Book of Fate, the Mad Daoists seemed to possess the upper half of the burial book. Each celestial tome holds the power to defy the heavens. He pondered whether Qingsnow's possession was indeed the genuine Book of Fate or merely a semblance. If it were the authentic tome, it would surely be an unparalleled fortune. Lin Wudao mused silently. Celestial tomes are not meant for the eyes of ordinary individuals. They demand fate. Without such fortune, not only is ownership unattainable, but even a mere glance could lead to one's demise. Clearly, Qingsnow possesses that fortune. Such a person must be brought under his wing. As Lin Wudao scrutinized Qingsnow, he continually calculated in his heart. In a similar vein, Qingsnow was discreetly observing Lin Wudao. With his eye of all beings, he could discern the fate and some trajectories of individuals. However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, he perceived not a trace of fate. This revelation left Qingsnow astounded. Deep within his eyes, a profound divine light surged. He is indeed a person without fate. The absence of a fate pattern implies that he is unbound by the constraints of the heavenly path, allowing for limitless possibilities in life. Such individuals either lead a life of obscurity, fading into the masses, or they transform into true dragons, soaring to the heavens, achieving monumental feats, and living a life of unparalleled brilliance. It is evident that Lin Wudao belongs to the latter category. It seems I have placed my bet wisely this time. Following in his footsteps will undoubtedly alter my fate. Qingsnow's heart brimmed with exhilaration. His prior guidance of Wei Qingyin to ascend to the position of the ruler of Dali was all orchestrated to attract Lin Wudao's attention and earn his recognition. Thus, he could harness Lin Wudao's illustrious life to reverse his own fate. Now, the first step has been accomplished. The next endeavor is to seek Lin Wudao's acknowledgement and closely follow his path. With this thought in mind, Qingsnow began to strategize. Lin Wudao remained unaware of his intentions, believing that Qingsnow was a formidable individual whose presence could prove invaluable in the future. A convergence of intentions arises when one seeks to enlist and another yearns to follow. Uncertain of the purpose behind the esteemed master's arrival, Lin Wudao was the first to break the silence, inquiring. Upon hearing this, Qingsnow respectfully bowed once more, replying, "Esteemed city lord, I come on behalf of His Majesty." Firstly, to express gratitude for your benevolent act of rebirth. His Majesty has declared that as long as he draws breath, he shall remain your servant. In this lifetime, he shall forever regard you as his sovereign. Although he has ascended to the throne of the Great Li dynasty belongs to you. He is merely your representative, bound to obey your commands and will. Secondly, in 7 days, His Majesty shall hold the grand ceremony of his ascension and wishes to invite you to witness this momentous occasion. As he spoke, Siming presented an exquisitely crafted invitation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao's expression brightened with satisfaction. Wei Qingyin is indeed commendable. I shall attend the ascension ceremony punctually in 7 days. By the way, your guidance must have played a significant role in Wei Qingyin's swift rise to the throne, correct? You flatter me, City Lord. I merely offered a few simple suggestions. It is all due to His Majesty's own capabilities and prowess, Siming humbly replied, maintaining a demeanor of respect throughout their exchange. Recognizing his attitude, Lin Wudao's thoughts became clearer. You possess unparalleled talents, which seem somewhat wasted in Wei Qingyin's service. Would you consider working for me? What does the City Lord imply? Indeed. I am contemplating a reorganization of the city of Sin, intending to establish it as a central hub for the powers of the realm to converge. I find myself in need of a capable administrator, and I believe your talents are exceptionally suited for this role, Lin Wudao stated calmly. To draw the powers of the realm to converge? Siming was taken aback, confirming his prior suspicions of Lin Wudao's extraordinary ambitions and grand aspirations. What is your inclination? It is my deepest wish. I dare not decline. Siming bowed deeply. Very well. Henceforth, I appoint you as the grand overseer of the city of Sin, responsible for all matters therein, heeding only my command. Their mutual understanding rendered the arrangement seamless. From this point onward, you shall oversee the planning of the city of Sin. You may freely mobilize any necessary resources. Understood. Siming responded with a bow, having successfully secured his position by Lin Wudao's side. By the way, are you familiar with the 9 Nether Secret Realm? Indeed, I know a little. I have heard that entry into the 9 Nether Secret Realm requires obtaining a quota. From where does one procure this quota? Lin Wudao inquired. City Lord, the 9 Nether Secret Realm is a unique domain within the Azure Sky region. To gain entry, one must possess a cultivation level of at least celestial being. As for the method of obtaining a quota, it primarily comes from the Azure Sky region's Lord's Manor. A month prior to the opening of the Secret Realm, individuals from the domain Lord's Manor will arrive in the Jiuzhou territory, where a competition will be held in the form of a tournament to determine the allocation of quotas. The 3 most exceptional among the 16 candidates from Jiuzhou will earn the right to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Historically, the majority of these quotas have been claimed by the barbarian tribes, responded Siming. Another emissary from the domain Lord's Manor? Lin Wudao mused, nodding thoughtfully. Isn't the cultivation limit in the 9 Nether Secret Realm unbounded? Indeed. According to past regulations, the minimum cultivation level must not fall below that of the celestial being, while the maximum cannot exceed the Void Heaven Realm. In essence, the 9 Nether Secret Realm serves as a sanctuary for the prodigies within the celestial domain to acquire opportunities and elevate their prowess, with the celestial being to Void Heaven Realm being the primary tiers. However, the realm is tainted by dark matter, housing terrifying demons that can inflict great terror upon the unwary, potentially leading to corruption. Yet, by vanquishing these demons, one can seize their power and enhance oneself. Siming elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's understanding of the 9 Nether Secret Realm deepened. There is another matter. I have heard that the Daylight Demon Sect is currently seeking a leader from the outside world. What is the reason behind this? Is it true that one of the 3 giants of Jiuzhou cannot even select a leader? Certainly not. Although the Daylight Demon Sect has suffered significant blows with the leader, the ancestor, and the deputy leader all perishing in succession, there are still individuals capable of maintaining the situation. The reason they are recruiting a leader is merely to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Please elaborate. Yes. Siming bowed in acknowledgement. City Lord. To my knowledge, in about half a month's time, the Daylight Demon Sect will reach its 1,500 years of existence. At that time, a calamity from the heavens will descend. A calamity from the heavens? Upon hearing these words, Lin Wudao instantly comprehended. I am somewhat familiar with the concept of the heavenly calamity, having witnessed it once before. However, isn't the heavenly calamity intertwined with the fortunes of the entire faction? When one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. Can the Daylight Demon Sect evade the impending disaster simply by presenting a leader as a scapegoat? He expressed his confusion. This seems different from the heavenly calamity I have observed. Chapter 109. The Realm of Extremity. 1,000 miles in a single step. City Lord, the celestial catastrophe of the Great Sun Demon Sect differs significantly from that of other factions. It truly is different? Lin Wudao expressed a curious demeanor. Please, continue. City Lord, in truth, the celestial catastrophe manifests in two forms. One binds the survival of the entire faction together, where all share in glory or suffer in loss. The other form entrusts the calamity to an individual. If this person can successfully navigate the celestial catastrophe, not only will they gain tremendous fortune, but their entire faction will also reap the benefits. As I understand it, when the Great Sun Demon Sect was established, it made a grand vow to the heavens, designating successive leaders as the subjects of this calamity. Therefore, the Great Sun Demon Sect's celestial catastrophe requires only the sect leader to bear the burden. Enhancement elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. He had been unaware of the individual approach to facing the calamity. The celestial catastrophe could indeed self-select its method of trial. Indeed, every faction must face the trial of the celestial catastrophe, and thus, at its inception, a faction will offer a sacrifice to the heavens to determine the method of trial. When the entire faction faces the calamity, the power of the celestial catastrophe is dispersed, making it easier to endure. Conversely, an individual facing the calamity requires extraordinary personal strength. Unless one possesses transcendent power or is willing to sacrifice themselves for their faction, they would opt for the individual trial, Enhancement slowly articulated. Through his narration, Lin Wudao gained a deeper understanding of the celestial catastrophe. This seems rather simplistic, does it not? If merely one person can withstand the celestial catastrophe, then when it descends, could one not simply present a scapegoat to pass unscathed? Theoretically, yes. However, the celestial catastrophe is governed by the rules set forth by the heavenly Tao. Whenever it descends, it assesses the chosen individual, and only those who pass the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao may become the subject of the calamity. Thus, it is not merely a matter of desire to take on the trial. Ah, I see. If it is a scrutiny by the heavenly Tao, then it stands to reason. Does this imply that the Great Sun Demon Sect's recruitment for a new leader is indeed a desperate measure? Has the newly appointed leader, Meng Qinghan, truly succumbed to a path of madness in his cultivation? Not at all. Meng Qinghan was aware that he could not survive the celestial catastrophe. In a bid to preserve his life, he severed his own cultivation and falsely claimed to have gone astray in his practice. This way, he could reasonably extricate himself from the position of sect leader. So he is merely fearful of death. Upon hearing Enhancements explanation, Lin Wudao instantly grasped the underlying intricacies. He then fell into contemplation. Enhancement, what do you think of my candidacy for the position of sect leader of the Great Sun Demon Sect? After a long pause, Lin Wudao fixed his gaze upon Enhancement. City Lord, are you serious? Of course. The impending celestial calamity of the Daylight Demon Sect is exceedingly terrifying, its power potentially surpassing one's own by 3 major realms. Do you possess the confidence to confront it, my lord? Indeed, I do hold a measure of confidence. The disparity of 3 major realms is not insurmountable, Lin Wudao nodded. His physical defenses are unparalleled. Not even the most exalted immortal emperor could inflict harm upon him, regardless of their superior realm. This fact instills in him considerable confidence. Furthermore, he wields numerous formidable trump cards. Should he face this trial alone, he would harbor no fear. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once I ascend to the position of the Daylight Demon Sect's leader, I can seize control of the sect and subsequently launch an offensive against the Xuantian sect and the Xuantian Sword Pavilion. In such a scenario, it will not be long before I encompass the entirety of the 9 provinces within my grasp. Lin Wudao's gaze gleamed with ambition. At this moment, he had already formulated a rough plan. You must remain cautious, my lord. The celestial calamity is not as simple as it appears. Since you have resolved to take on the mantle of the Daylight Demon Sect's leader, it is essential to prepare thoroughly for unforeseen circumstances, Enhancement cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, if there were no absolute assurance, I would not proceed thus. Very well, for the next 7 days. You shall remain in the city of Sin to devise plans for it. After 7 days, we shall journey together to the capital of the Great Li dynasty to participate in the coronation ceremony. Understood. Enhancement bowed in compliance. Subsequently, Lin Wudao provided a few more instructions before dismissing him. Meanwhile, he sought a secluded place to place the corpse of Li Tianshan into the corpse refining furnace. Quietly commencing his cultivation, time swiftly passed, and soon, 7 days had elapsed. During this week, numerous events transpired in the city of Sin. Firstly, Li Xuantian, leading a cohort of mourners, obliterated the Hongmeng demon sect, the 7-Kill Alliance, in the Evil Man Valley with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves throughout the city of Sin. Soon after, news spread that Lin Wudao intended to declare himself the lord of the city of Sin, even instituting new regulations that dictated death for transgressors. Ultimately, a mysterious and inscrutable grand overseer emerged, embarking on sweeping reforms within the city of Sin. All these developments incited a wave of anxiety among countless practitioners. Some of the most nefarious individuals, fearing retribution from Lin Wudao, seized the opportunity to flee the city of sin. While those who deemed their sins not too grievous chose to remain. Some fled in terror, while others saw an opportunity and readied themselves for action. The first task undertaken by Yin Siming was to recruit the unruly elements of the city of sin. He selected the most powerful among them, forming a formidable army of approximately 18,000, dedicated to maintaining order within the city of sin. Additionally, the Lord of the Underworld mobilized all cultivators of the city of sin, initiating a comprehensive renovation and cleansing of the city. Within a mere 7 days, the entire metropolis was transformed anew. Witnessing this remarkable outcome, Lin Wudao felt a profound sense of satisfaction, acknowledging the abilities of the Lord of the Underworld. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion, the former Demon Suppression Department had been completely restructured into the City Lord's mansion. Lin Wudao was meticulously cataloging the numerous resources confiscated from the Huangquan Demon Sect, the 7 Kill Alliance, in the Valley of Villains. After retaining a portion for himself, he sacrificed the remainder. Ding, you have sacrificed resources from the Huangquan Demon Sect, gaining 900,000 fortune points. You have sacrificed resources from the 7 Kill Alliance, gaining 1,500,000 fortune points. You have sacrificed resources from the Valley of Villains, gaining 1,450,000 fortune points. 3 notifications resonated in his mind. The 3 major factions had bestowed upon him a total of 3,850,000 fortune points, a substantial harvest indeed. Name, Lin Wudao Cultivation. Early stage of tribulation transcendence fortune points, 5,484,000. He had once again surpassed the 5 million threshold. Lin Wudao felt a sense of relief. System, enhance a step beyond for me. Ding, you have consumed 500,000 fortune points and successfully cultivated a step beyond to its pinnacle, allowing you to traverse 100 miles with a single step. Ding, you have consumed 1 million fortune points and successfully cultivated a step beyond to the realm of great perfection, enabling you to cover 1,000 miles with a single step. Ding, you have consumed 3 million fortune points and successfully cultivated a step beyond to the supreme realm, allowing you to traverse 10,000 miles with a single step. Traversing 10,000 miles in a single step was quite impressive. Lin Wudao nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the effectiveness of this technique. Suddenly, as he was familiarizing himself with a step beyond, he was interrupted by a series of steady footsteps. The Lord of the Underworld appeared before him, holding an enormous blueprint. Chapter 110, The Golden Pool of Fortune, Messenger of Xuantian. Esteemed City Lord, in accordance with your instructions, I have meticulously prepared a planning map concerning the City of Sin for your esteemed review. With utmost reverence, Yin Siming presented the scroll to the forefront. Subsequently, he gradually unfurled it upon the ground. At the sound of his words, Lin Wudao's profound gaze was immediately drawn to the map, revealing a grandiose ancient city, its design embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Within the city, a colossal central axis bisected the entire City of Sin. At the terminus of this axis stood the City Lord's mansion, a magnificent ancient divine edifice. Gazing upwards, one could see auspicious clouds swirling around, presenting countless extraordinary phenomena, exuding boundless nobility and unparalleled majesty. The Hall of Ascendance? Lin Wudao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the plaque at the center of the divine structure. He had not anticipated that Yin Siming would employ such a name. Is there anything amiss, City Lord? No, it is splendid. Your design of the City of Sin, along with the Hall of Ascendance, aligns perfectly with my intentions. This indeed demonstrates your extraordinary talent, Yin Siming, Lin Wudao remarked with a smile of approval. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the plaza of the Hall of Ascendance, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his eyes. For there, Yin Siming had ingeniously conceived a rectangular pool, beneath which a true dragon coiled, while within the waters bloomed mysterious golden lotuses. This pool extended from the palace gates of the Hall of Ascendance all the way to the central axis, measuring an estimated 800 zhang in length. It was evident that Yin Siming held it in the highest regard. What is the significance of this pool? He inquired, raising his hand to point at the illustration. In response to your query, City Lord, that is the golden pool of fortune I have designed. The golden pool of fortune? Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, City Lord, this golden pool of fortune is a singular existence in the world, endowed with numerous mystical properties. Firstly, it can condense the fortunes of heaven and earth. Secondly, it can harness the power of all living beings, enabling the City Lord to exert greater control over the myriad subjects of the City of Sin. Thirdly, the construction of this golden pool is predicated upon the foundation of all beings. The larger the dominion of the City of Sin and the greater the populace, the more fortified it shall become. Its most profound effect is that it renders one impervious to the calamities of the heavens. For the city of sin is intertwined with the fortunes of all beings. If the city of sin were to be destroyed, the multitude would likewise perish, as the laws of the celestial order do not permit such an occurrence. Thus, it inadvertently creates a protective shield. Enhancement expounded eloquently. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes shimmered with radiant brilliance, his gaze towards Enhancement filled with increasing admiration. Excellent. Is there more? Fourthly, the construction of the golden pool of fortune allows for the fortification of the subordinate forces and subjects through the gathered fortunes of the city of sin, thereby enhancing their strength. Specifically, it encompasses purifying one's innate essence, cleansing the bloodline, enhancing innate talents, elevating one's cultivation, prolonging life, dispelling calamities, and purifying the soul. The Lord of the Underworld enumerated numerous benefits. These are all tangible and observable. Continuing on. The fifth point, constructing a fortune gold pool to consolidate the energies of heaven and earth. Once the fortune of the city of sin reaches a certain threshold, the fortune gold pool will give rise to divine entities such as the fortune golden lotus and the true dragon of fortune. These entities possess unparalleled efficacy in dispelling curses and eliminating malevolent substances from the world. Excellent, Lin Wudao exclaimed in admiration. He had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary fortune gold pool held such profound mysteries. It was truly omnipotent. How long does it take to construct the fortune gold pool? That is currently unfeasible. Why? My lord, to construct the fortune gold pool, we must possess a specific item, one that can suppress the flow of fortune. Either a divine artifact or a supreme treasure. Only by suppressing the fortune and preventing its dissipation can we derive numerous miraculous benefits. Suppressing fortune? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Although he was unfamiliar with the construction of the fortune gold pool, he could discern that the item capable of suppressing fortune was likely no ordinary object. Though he had been collecting corpses for a while and had acquired many powerful treasures, he had yet to obtain anything that could suppress fortune. My lord, based on my calculations, deep within the 10,000 great mountains lies the ancestral land of the barbarians, where an artifact from the ancient Taichu kingdom, dating back 80,000 years, is located. It is known as the seal of all beings. This seal can suppress fortune. If we can obtain it, the issue of constructing the fortune gold pool will be easily resolved. At that moment, the voice of the Lord of the Underworld resonated suddenly. The ancient Taichu kingdom from 80,000 years ago? The seal of all beings? Lin Wudao's spirit surged. Do you know the precise location of the ancestral land of the barbarians? I know some details. In fact, the barbarians are currently seeking a way to access that ancestral land, lost for tens of thousands of years, within the 10,000 great mountains. They should succeed shortly. At that time, my lord may travel to the 10,000 great mountains to acquire the seal of all beings. The Lord of the Underworld bowed respectfully. How long until then? At most a month. In that case, I shall make a journey at that time. Lin Wudao nodded gently. After being lost for 80,000 years, could there be great treasures within? He expressed great anticipation. Is there anything else? No, that is all. Then let us set forth to the greatly imperial capital. Yes. Thus, Lin Wudao, accompanied by the Lord of the Underworld and Li Xuantian, boarded a spiritual vessel and swiftly departed from the city of sin. They traveled at great speed. After a brief half-day, they arrived at the imperial capital. Upon entering the capital, Lin Wudao was greeted by Zhou Fengtian and Xiao Jini. Greetings, my lord. They both bowed respectfully to the ground. Rise. By the way, where is Wei Qingyi? In response to the city lord's words, the emperor is currently preparing for the coronation ceremony and has dispatched this old servant, along with Zhou Gongfang, to welcome the city lord. I hope the city lord can forgive us. Please lead the way. Regarding this matter, Lin Wudao did not hold any grievances. Subsequently, under the guidance of Xiao Jin and Zhou Fengtian, the group arrived at the imposing imperial city. In the hall of Fengtian, thought as Lin Wudao entered the grand hall, he beheld Wei Qingyi, who had been waiting for a long time. Hastening towards him and kneeling with utmost reverence at his feet, Wei Qingyi pays respect to the city lord. With a soft acknowledgement, Lin Wudao took his seat at the foremost position in the hall of Fengtian. I have already heard from Enhancement regarding your affairs. You have performed admirably. At the very least, you have not disappointed me. It appears that appointing you as the Lord of Dali was indeed a prudent decision. You flatter me. City Lord, my achievements today are entirely due to your support and fortune, as well as the guidance of the imperial teacher. Without those, I could never have ascended to the position of Lord of Dali in such a brief time. Wei Qingyi's demeanor was humble. In response, Lin Wudao nodded appreciatively. You have indeed transformed significantly. From this day forth, as you have become the Lord of Dali, you must embody the demeanor and authority of a ruler. In times of trouble, do not panic, nor should you fear. I, along with the city of sin, shall be your staunchest support. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues or difficulties, you may speak to Yin Siming or report directly to me, yes. Wei Qingyin bowed deeply, his heart finally relieved of burdens. How long until the coronation ceremony commences? In about an hour. Very well, then go and make the necessary preparations. Lin Wudao nodded, indicating that he wished to dismiss Wei Qingyin. Whoosh! Just then, a piercing beam of light sliced through the void of the imperial city, transforming into an ancient spiritual vessel that descended before the hall of Xuantian. Upon it stood a stately man clad in white, the Emperor of Dali. Come forth to pay your respects. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed in the air. Your Majesty, envoys from the Xuantian Sect have arrived, Qiao Jin reported in haste. The Xuantian Sect? At the mention of this name, an unusual glimmer flickered in Lin Wudao's eyes. What business do they have here? Your Majesty. It is customary for the Xuantian Sect to send envoys whenever a new emperor ascends the throne, to preside over the coronation ceremony. This serves to showcase the Xuantian Sect's grandeur and authority, as well as to declare and remind that the Dali dynasty will forever remain a vassal of the Xuantian Sect. Qiao Jin respectfully explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyin turned his gaze towards Lin Wudao, seemingly seeking his opinion. Proceed, Lin Wudao replied. Yes, with his approval. Wei Qingyin promptly departed with Qiao Jin. City Lord, may I also go and take a look? Yin Siming suddenly spoke. Lin Wudao responded softly, then closed his eyes to rest. Upon witnessing this, Yin Siming bowed respectfully and promptly followed suit with large strides. Chapter 111, Sacrifice to the Heavens. To manifest one's intent, as Wei Qingyin stepped out of the Fengtian Hall, he was met by the imposing figure of a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, his countenance sharp and angular. At that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon the spirit vessel, exuding an aura of disdainful superiority over the world. Your Majesty, this is Lei Zongheng, the first vice master of the Xuantian Sect. His cultivation has reached the early stages of the mythical realm, and his temperament is as fiery as it is volatile, making him quite difficult to engage with, Qiao Jin introduced in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyin nodded thoughtfully and strode forward with a commanding presence. Wei Qingyin, greetings to Vice Master Lei, he proclaimed without subservience, yet with a dignified demeanor. Upon noticing Wei Qingyin's approach, Lei Zongheng swiftly directed his piercing gaze at him, scrutinizing him coldly before displaying a contemptuous smirk. The Great Li dynasty has truly declined, has it not? Have all its able men perished? To appoint a mere insect of dragon-elephant realm as the ruler of Great Li is nothing short of laughable. Lei Zongheng scoffed, his dissatisfaction evident. The Great Li dynasty, being a subordinate of the Xuantian Sect, occasionally represented their image. Thus, the selection of a mere insect of dragon-elephant realm as the new sovereign was a blow to the dignity and reputation of the Xuantian Sect. From the moment he laid eyes on Wei Qingyin, Lei Zongheng had not deemed him worthy of a proper glance, his disdain palpable. Witnessing this scene, Wei Qingyin furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not allow any trace of anger to surface. He remained steadfast and composed, allowing Lei Zongheng to examine him. The Xuantian Sect has become outdated. The realm now belongs to the city of Sin. Thus, regardless of Lei Zongheng's derisive laughter and scorn, Wei Qingyin paid it no heed. In his eyes, Lei Zongheng was already a remnant of the past. Vice Master Lei has traveled a great distance. Please, come in, he stated nonchalantly, proceeding into the Fengtian Hall without regard for Lei Zongheng's reaction. You seek death. Observing Wei Qingyin's blatant disregard and provocation, the prideful Lei Zongheng could scarcely endure such affront. He was poised to strike and impose the overwhelming authority of the Xuantian Sect upon him. However, just as he was about to act, the imposing figure of Yin Siming raised a hand lightly, and a powerful aura swept through the air, extinguishing Lei Zongheng's attack effortlessly. Vice Master Lei, such grandeur. This is the Great Li dynasty, not a place for your recklessness, a calm voice resonated. The peak of the mythical realm? When Lei Zongheng's gaze landed upon Yin Siming, his pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! How could such a remote place as the Great Li dynasty possibly have a peak mythical cultivator? Could it be that this individual is the legendary national master of Great Li? It seems the wings have indeed grown strong. Did you truly believe that with a mythical peak master at your helm, you could defy my Xuantian Sect? What a farce. Once I return to the Sect, I shall undoubtedly report to the ancestor and ensure your demise. Lei Zongheng seethed inwardly. He had already resolved that upon his return to Xuantian Sect, he would gather forces to eliminate Yin Siming. The majesty of Xuantian Sect is not to be trifled with. However, Yin Siming merely smiled faintly, dismissing his anxiety and apprehension. Vice Sect Master Lei, please proceed, he said, a cold snicker escaping Lei Zongheng's lips as he reluctantly stepped into the Fengdiang Hall. At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yin Siming. Yet, as he entered the hall, he was taken aback to find a young unfamiliar man seated at the head of the hall, observing him with keen interest. Wei Qingyin, who is this person? Observing Lin Wudao's demeanor and Wei Qingyin's attentive servitude, an ominous premonition surged within Lei Zongheng. Allow me to introduce, this is the Lord of the City of Sin, and simultaneously the sovereign of our Dali dynasty. From this day forth, upon my ascension, the Dali dynasty shall no longer be a vassal of the Xuantian Sect. Wei Qingyin stated calmly. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lei Zongheng's countenance darkened instantly. Presumptuous Wei Qingyin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You dare to declare your separation from my Xuantian Sect? Do you truly believe that with merely a national master, you can stand against the Xuantian Sect? How utterly foolish. His furious voice resonated within the Fengtiang Hall. He had originally come with high spirits, intending to showcase his own might and the formidable prestige of the Xuantian Sect. Little did he know, he would be the one humiliated. This outcome ignited a profound rage within Lei Zongheng. After a series of inquiries, he prepared to take his leave. However, since he had arrived, how could Wei Qingyin allow him to depart unscathed? Lord, today marks the grand ceremony of my ascension. Countless subjects of the Dali dynasty await eagerly. I propose that during this ceremony, we declare the subordinate relationship between the Dali dynasty and the City of Sin. Wei Qingyin suggested as he knelt upon the ground. What are your thoughts? Lei Zongheng inquired. Well, since Vice Sect Master Lei of the Xuantian Sect is present today, it presents a perfect opportunity. I propose we directly sacrifice Lei Zongheng to the heavens to signify the resolve of my Dali dynasty. To sacrifice Lei Zongheng to demonstrate his intent? Suddenly hearing this, both Siming and Lin Wudao cast astonished glances toward Wei Qingyin. They had not anticipated that Wei Qingyin possessed such audacity and resolve. Yet, although it was but a single word, it invigorated Wei Qingyin's spirit and simultaneously pronounced Lei Zongheng's death sentence. Wei Qingyin, do you dare to kill me? Boom! Upon hearing Wei Qingyin's audacious proposal to sacrifice him in order to affirm the subordinate relationship with the City of Sin, Lei Zongheng was both shocked and terrified. He immediately erupted in a fierce roar. He immediately activated a secret technique, seeking to escape this place. However, while the intention was noble, reality proved to be merciless. Do not waste your efforts. As a chilling voice resonated, Siming raised a hand and pointed, causing Lei Zongheng's body to freeze in place. With a resounding thud, Wei Qingyin unleashed a powerful blow, shattering Lei Zongheng's dantian. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Lei Zongheng's mythic cultivation was obliterated in an instant. His bones and sinews were also shattered, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Why you dare? Lei Zongheng roared, his voice dripping with venomous hatred as he glared at Wei Qingyin and Siming. Alongside this ire was an overwhelming sense of terror. Seize Lei Zongheng and bring him forth. He shall be executed at the coronation ceremony as a sacrifice to the heavens, to demonstrate the resolve of our Dali dynasty. Wei Qingyin commanded coldly. Yes. Chao Jin and Zhou Fengtian, who had long awaited outside, promptly entered Fengtiang Hall and dragged Lei Zongheng away. Prepare for the coronation ceremony. Wei Qingyin instructed. Yes. He bowed respectfully and retreated. Observing his departing figure, Lin Wudao's eyes glimmered with admiration. Is this also your teaching? He inquired without turning to Siming. In response, Siming shook his head. No. This appears to be his own initiative. At last, he possesses the means and resolve befitting a ruler. With further nurturing, he may become of great use. Having said this, Lin Wudao resumed his meditation. Time passed steadily. And soon, the hour of the coronation ceremony approached. Chapter 112. The Furious Execution of the Disloyal Minister. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Favor, the eyes of thousands were upon the scene. At that moment, a grand platform had been erected in the majestic square, specifically for the purpose of the coronation and the heavenly rites. Below the platform, civil and military officials stood in solemn formation, their expressions grave, their gazes fixed intently upon the distant Hall of Heavenly Favor. Today, they would witness the birth of a new emperor of the Great Li dynasty. As the appointed hour arrived, the coronation ceremony commenced. We humbly invite your majesty. A sharp voice from a eunuch resounded, and the previously closed doors of the hall began to open slowly. Then, with the sound of steady footsteps, the formidable figure of the new Emperor Wei Qingyin emerged from within the hall, followed by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. At last, under the watchful gaze of the assembled officials, Wei Qingyin ascended the platform for the heavenly rites. Let it begin. His calm voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, the attendant Chao Jin immediately turned to face the multitude of subjects present. In the past, the Emperor Cha Tian of the Great Li, revered across the seas, ruled with unparalleled might, bringing peace to the realm and harmony to its people. His illustrious achievements upheld the ancestral legacy and fulfilled the expectations of his subjects. However, the heavens turned a blind eye, and Emperor Cha Tian fell gravely ill, ultimately succumbing to his condition. The 18th son, Wei Qingyin, though of humble beginnings, possessed extraordinary talents and garnered the emperor's favor. Should he inherit the throne, he would undoubtedly ensure the safety of the nation and its people, establishing a foundation for eternity. Thus, by decree, Wei Qingyin was to be crowned emperor, the sovereign of the Great Li, ruling over countless subjects. The sharp proclamation echoed in all directions. With the imperial crown upon his head, he would bear the weight of the Great Li's state and protect the realm. As the words fell, someone immediately presented the crown of the peaceful heavens, reverently placing it upon Wei Qingyin's head. Then, another individual respectfully offered the imperial seal of the Great Li, symbolizing the majesty and authority of the dynasty. After the rites were completed, the subjects of the Great Li bowed before their new emperor. Bow. Thud. 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 The officials standing below the platform all knelt on the ground, showing their respect and reverent gestures. Rise. Bow again. The crowd repeated their previous actions. Rise. After 3 bows and 9 prostrations, everyone slowly rose to their feet. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Wei Qingyin, revealing a myriad of expressions: disdain, scorn, confusion, and even trepidation and fear. The reactions of the officials were varied. After all, everything had transpired so suddenly. Although it was widely understood that the sudden demise of Wei Changtian was intrinsically linked to Wei Qingyin, none dared to voice their accusations. For those who had opposed had all been executed. The new emperor performs the heavenly rites. Just as the officials were lost in their thoughts, the voice of Chao Jin suddenly rang out from the platform. Subsequently, under the gaze of all, a grand cauldron was lifted onto the platform, accompanied by numerous offerings, including rare treasures and exquisite herbs. In addition, another individual was led onto the high platform. That is, the first vice master of the Xuantian Sect, Lei Zongheng. Someone gasped in astonishment. Lei Zongheng is a formidable figure of the mythical realm. Yet he has been brought forth. What could His Majesty be planning? I wonder, could it be that he intends to sacrifice Lei Zongheng to the heavens? Suddenly, someone seemed to have discerned the truth, exclaiming in shock. What? To slay Lei Zongheng as an offering to the heavens? Upon uttering these words, the gathered ministers were engulfed in disbelief. Each face bore an expression of unprecedented shock and trepidation. This is utterly insane. This young Wei Qingyin, having just ascended as the sovereign of the Dali kingdom, dares to act with such audacity? Does he not fear the retribution of the Xuantian sect? This lad has lost his mind. The crowd murmured among themselves, shaken by this speculation. At this moment, all were struck by fear. Just then, atop the platform, Wei Qingyin's icy voice rang out with authority. For far too long, our Dali dynasty has been subservient to the Xuantian sect. Merely a puppet for their resource plundering, such a life of oppression must come to an end. I, having benefited from the patronage of the Lord of the City of Sin, have risen from humble beginnings to become the ruler of the Dali dynasty. Henceforth, the Dali dynasty shall regard the City of Sin with reverence. Effective immediately, all ties with the Xuantian sect shall be severed. To demonstrate the unwavering resolve of the Dali dynasty, I hereby decree that on the day of my ascension, I shall execute Lei Zongheng, the first vice master of the Xuantian sect, as a sacrifice to the heavens, that heaven and the subjects of Dali may witness this. What? He truly intends to slay Lei Zongheng as an offering to the heavens? Previously, it was mere conjecture. Now it has become a grim reality. This scene left the ministers in a state of utter horror. Your Majesty, this cannot be. A loyal subject cried out from the ground. Your Majesty, since the inception of the Dali dynasty, we have always relied on the support and protection of the Xuantian sect. This has been the ancestral tradition and the legal foundation of our dynasty. It must not be altered. An elderly official lamented. Indeed, Your Majesty, such a rebellious act must not be undertaken. The Xuantian sect is powerful. Should Your Majesty proceed to slay the vice master Lei in sacrifice, their wrath will inevitably bring calamity upon the subjects of the Dali dynasty. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy to the people of Dali and retract your command. Another loyal subject knelt and implored. Your Majesty, think carefully. You cannot execute Vice Master Lei. Please reconsider your course of action. Amidst the crowd, esteemed ministers emerged one after another, kneeling and pleading fervently. Witnessing this, Wei Qingyin's expression darkened. Young Wei, observe. Even your subjects possess greater wisdom than you. Recognizing the folly of your actions, release me, and perhaps you may spare the Dali dynasty from disaster. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lei Zongheng's boisterous laughter erupted suddenly. Hearing this, Wei Qingyin's countenance darkened further. Humph. What does it mean that the Dali dynasty has relied on the support and protection of the Xuantian sect since its inception? Must we, who were once slaves, remain slaves for eternity? In my view, you are utterly unworthy of being ministers of the Dali pillar state. He coldly reprimanded. However, the official seemed unfazed by his fury. Thud, thud, thud. As Wei Qingyin's voice faded, there remained some dauntless ministers who stepped forward from the crowd, kneeling on the ground, fervently pleading, "If your majesty does not grant us mercy, we shall perish here." The crowd cried out. Upon witnessing this, a fierce killing intent erupted in Wei Qingyin's eyes. "Since you all seek death so fervently, then I shall grant you your wish. Guards, take these ministers who plead for Lei Zongheng and execute them without exception." The cold command echoed from the high platform. "As you command." With a clatter, Zhou Fengtian led a group of men, their presence imposing, directly suppressing the pleading ministers with overwhelming force. "Tyrant, how dare you kill me? Wei Qingyin, you tyrant. The Dali dynasty shall surely perish at your hands. We are the esteemed ministers of the state. How dare you kill us? Tyrant, tyrant." The ministers roared in rage. Yet, Wei Qingyin paid them no heed. "Execute." With the order given, Zhou Fengtian and his men swiftly carried it out. Ah, ah, ah. Accompanied by anguished cries, all ministers who pleaded or resisted, including Lei Zongheng, were publicly executed. Bloodied heads rolled one after another upon the ground. Chapter 113. The Master of Xiang Cave, Morong Mountain. The gruesome spectacle of numerous loyal ministers being executed before the assembly left the remaining officials in utter shock, their hearts gripped by fear. Witnessing the severed heads rolling on the ground, every one of them gasped in horror, their faces betraying their astonishment. At that moment, in their eyes, Wei Qingyin appeared as a quintessential tyrant. Yet, Wei Qingyin remained indifferent to their sentiments. His expression was as frigid as ever, and his gaze was imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Was there still anyone willing to voice their dissent? The scene fell into a profound silence, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. In fact, none of them even dared to lift their eyes to meet Wei Qingyin's, fearing that a moment's misstep could lead to their own demise. Since no one opposed, it was clear that all acquiesced to my decree. Summon the emissaries. From this day forth, the Dali dynasty formally severs ties with the Xuantian Sect and acknowledges the City of Evil as its sovereign. Henceforth, all edicts from the City of Evil must be adhered to by the Dali dynasty. Those who defy this command shall face execution without mercy. His chilling voice reverberated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this proclamation, the assembly fell into a hushed stillness, each individual internally filled with a mix of trepidation and curiosity regarding the City of Evil. The City of Evil? Was that not the domain of Lin Wudao? It appeared that Lin Wudao had ascended to the position of Lord of the City of Evil, implying that the Dali dynasty was now subservient to him. Amidst the crowd, a formidable-looking middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes whispered quietly to himself. He was none other than Zhao Xianxiao of the Yuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Bureau. Having arrived at the Dali capital to pay homage to the new emperor due to Wei Qingyin's ascension, he had not anticipated witnessing such a terrifying scene. I had long suspected that Lin Wudao was no ordinary individual. Who could have foreseen that within just over a month, he would rise from obscurity to such heights? His future is truly boundless. However, his approach has been excessively ostentatious. I wonder how many enemies he will accumulate in the days to come. Zhao Xianxiao sighed inwardly, feeling both astonished and contemplative regarding Lin Wudao's rapid ascent. Previously, he had refrained from imposing restrictions, allowing Lin Wudao to flourish. In retrospect, his decision seemed astute. Yet, from this day forward, there shall no longer be a Governor Lin. Only the Lord of the City of Evil remains. I hope you can soar to great heights and achieve unparalleled glory, for such accomplishments would surely comfort your father's spirit in the afterlife. Zhao Xianxiao was filled with hope. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xianxiao, Lin Wudao was unaware of the lofty expectations placed upon him. At this moment, his attention was captivated by the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations, host. You have become the Lord of the City of Evil, gaining 1,000,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host. Wei Qingyin, the sovereign of the Dali dynasty, has publicly declared his submission and loyalty to you, making the Dali dynasty a vassal force of the City of Evil, gaining 5,000,000 fortune points. 5 million? Lin Wudao felt a surge of vitality. A thought crossed his mind. He activated the system panel, his gaze fixed on the section displaying his fortune value. Fortune value, 6,984,000. System. Grant me the seed of the primordial spirit. Ding, you have consumed 1,000,000 fortune points. The seed of the primordial spirit has successfully coalesced its first innate Tao pattern, manifesting divine consciousness that encompasses 1,000 miles. Ding. You have consumed 2,000,000 fortune points. The seed of the primordial spirit has successfully coalesced its second innate Tao pattern, expanding divine consciousness to a radius of 3,000 miles. Ding, you have consumed 3,000,000 fortune points. The seed of the primordial spirit has successfully coalesced its third innate Tao pattern, extending divine consciousness to a radius of 5,000 miles. Boom. As the system's prompt echoed, an invisible, formidable power instantaneously acted upon the seed of the primordial spirit, and in an instant, 3 mysterious innate Tao patterns crystallized upon it. Each pattern exuded boundless profundity and ultimate truths. Simultaneously, as the 3 innate Tao patterns coalesced, Lin Wudao felt a profound tremor in his soul, followed by an ineffably wondrous power unfurling, allowing him to perceive all within a radius of 5,000 miles. It was as if a deity were gazing down upon the mortal realm, an experience of unparalleled marvel. Is this divine consciousness? Lin Wudao felt as though he had unlocked another mysterious world. Suddenly, as his divine consciousness swept across the greatly imperial city, he detected a mysterious figure atop a pavilion not far from the Fengtian Hall. The figure was a middle-aged man clad in purple, exuding a chilling aura. His eyes were steadfastly fixed in the direction of the Fengtian Hall. Who is this person? With a mere thought, information regarding the individual materialized. Name: Morongshan. Identity: Master of Jiang Cave. True inheritance: disciple of the outer sect of the upper clear sword palace cultivation level. Early stage of cave heaven technique. Zhou Tianjing skills: 7-star ancient fist. Star plucking hand. Demon suppression great hand seal. Upper clear sword art. Volume 1. Heaven overturning palm. Basic spirit gathering technique. Void sword control technique. Item: 7-star ancient sword lifespan. 986 years. Remark: Minter of Wei Qingxi. Exceptionally promoted to true inheritance disciple of the outer sect of the upper clear sword palace for contributions in nurturing and recommending Wei Qingxi. So, he's the master of Jiang Cave? Gazing at the feedback, Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. At that moment, the master of Jiang Cave seemed to sense something. His expression slightly altered as he glanced towards the Fengtian Hall, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Observing this, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a cold smirk as he immediately activated a step across the heavens and pursued him. A step across the heavens, a step spanning thousands of miles. Although the master of Jiang Cave had attained the cave heaven realm, he could not escape the ultimate reach of Lin Wudao's divine consciousness. Boom. Just as Murongshan piloted his spiritual vessel 100 miles away, a cold and imposing figure suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. Simultaneously, a terrifying great 5 elements sword array enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Why do you obstruct my way? As he beheld the sudden appearance of Lin Wudao, along with the formidable sword formation radiating an aura of terror, Murongshan's expression darkened instantaneously. With a swift motion, he tightly gripped the Xuantian Ancient Sword, his demeanor rife with vigilance. I am Lin Wudao. What? You are Lin Wudao? Upon hearing this name, Murongshan's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, everything fell into place for him. So, you have come to kill me? A fierce glint erupted in Murongshan's eyes. In response, Lin Wudao revealed a mysterious smile. That depends on your willingness to cooperate. What do you mean? Murongshan furrowed his brow. It means that I am in need of someone to command, and your cultivation in the Dongtian realm is barely acceptable. If you are willing to serve me, you may preserve your life. Boom. As he spoke, Lin Wudao raised his hand, directly activating the great 5 elements sword formation. In an instant, terrifying torrents of sword energy surged through the air, each capable of slaying even the most proficient cultivators at the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm. This scene instilled a profound sense of dread within Murongshan. With such strength, why do you seek me? That is not for you to know. Now, you have 2 choices. Either submit, or I shall send you to your demise. Lin Wudao's tone was frigid. Upon hearing this, Murongshan clenched his fists, his heart in turmoil. It seemed he had no room for choice. Thud. Under the looming threat of death, he ultimately chose to yield, bowing respectfully before Lin Wudao. A wise man knows how to adapt. I appreciate individuals like you. He spoke, ignoring Murongshan's fear, and forcibly forged a slave contract with him. Return to the Xuantian Sword Palace. If Wei Qingxi is still alive, report all her movements to me. If possible, it would be best if you could eliminate her. What? Eliminate Wei Qingxi? Murongshan's head jerked up sharply. At that moment, he finally grasped Lin Wudao's objective. He sought to kill Wei Qingxi. If she could be slain, action could be taken. However, if she could not be killed, he was advised to refrain from acting recklessly and to report her every move to Lin Wudao. In due time, Lin Wudao would take matters into his own hands. As he spoke, Lin Wudao produced a stack of summoning papers and handed them to Murongshan. Having completed his directives, he stepped forward and vanished into thin air. Chapter 114. The National Treasure, the Book of All Beings. After subduing Murongshan, Lin Wudao returned directly to the royal city of Dali. The first matter upon his return was to collect the bodies of Lei Zongheng and his companions. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and accumulating a little can still enhance one's strength. In the Fengdiang Hall, Lin Wudao sat upright in the foremost position, while Li Zongtian stood expressionless beside him. Before him were Yin Siming and Wei Qingying. With the sacrifice of Lei Zongheng, you have definitively severed ties with the Xuantian Sect. To prevent them from acting in desperation, I shall remain here for a few days. Only after the crisis is resolved will I depart. During this time, Wei Qingyin, your primary task is to swiftly take control of the Dali dynasty and learn how to become a competent ruler. Enhancement. You shall assist him from the sidelines to stabilize the situation. A calm voice resonated slowly. Yes, we shall obey the lord of the city. Both men bowed in response. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw, Lin Wudao gestured with his hand. Having said that, he prepared to find a quiet place for focused cultivation. Lord of the city, I. As Lin Wudao seemed ready to leave, Wei Qingyin suddenly stepped forward. Appearing hesitant. Do you have something to say? It is like this, Lord of the city. While I was cataloging and organizing the belongings of Wei Qingsnow, I discovered something special, reportedly the national treasure of the Dali dynasty. However, I lack the discernment to ascertain its origin and purpose. Thus I wish to present it to you as a token of our Dali dynasty's sincerity. As he spoke, Wei Qingyin produced an ancient and exquisite box made of rosewood from his ample sleeves. A national treasure? At these words, Lin Wudao immediately became intrigued. Something considered a national treasure by the Dali dynasty must be extraordinary. At once, he took the box and opened it. Instantly, a piece of ancient, yellowed paper, about the size of 2 palms, came into view. A piece of paper? Observing the contents of the rosewood box, both Lin Wudao and Enhancement displayed expressions of astonishment. Wei Qingyin would not dare to deceive Lin Wudao. If he claimed that this ancient yellow paper was the national treasure of the Dali dynasty, then it surely was. Perhaps, it is not as simple as it appears. Curious, Enhancement began to observe it discreetly. However, with his knowledge and insight, he could discern nothing unusual. To him, the yellow paper seemed truly ordinary. Seeing this, Enhancement furrowed his brow. In contrast, Lin Wudao, possessing the eye of the divine, could barely perceive a hint of something unusual about the yellow paper, though it was quite limited. Name: The Book of All Beings Level. Unknown origin, unknown description. 1. With it, you shall possess the entire world. 2. Listen to the aspirations of all beings, and provide assistance within one's means through a compensated service for the myriad souls of this world. 3. All beings are me. And I am all beings. The Book of Beings? Observing the feedback from the divine eye, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. This seemingly ordinary yellow paper turned out to be an extraordinary treasure. It could actually listen to the needs and wishes of all beings in the world. Truly remarkable. Lin Wudao held the Book of Beings in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. At first glance, it bore no peculiarities. Perhaps this item harbors other wondrous uses, to be explored further by me. With that said, Lin Wudao dismissed the 2 individuals and proceeded straight to a side hall. System. How should I utilize the Book of Beings? Consuming 1 million fortune points will unlock the first restriction of the Book of Beings, subsequently establishing a preliminary bond with the host. 1 million fortune points? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao directed his gaze towards the system panel. Fortune points, 984. 000 not enough. It seems I must pay a visit to the treasury of the Dali dynasty. Contemplating this, he promptly instructed Li Zongtian to locate Wei Qingyin. Approximately an hour later, the vast resources accumulated over 1,000 years by the Dali dynasty were presented before Lin Wudao. Master, all resources have been placed within this spiritual ring. Li Zongtian offered an ancient storage ring. Lin Wudao nodded, as his divine consciousness probed into the ring. He indeed discovered numerous cultivation resources, including various rare spiritual herbs, divine weapons, and precious materials. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Wudao extracted 2/3 of the contents for offering. The remainder was reserved for the expenditures of the Dali dynasty. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 180,000 fortune points. A mere 180,000? Although Lin Wudao was somewhat surprised, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, the Dali dynasty, despite its millennium of history, had to pay tribute to the Xuantian each year, and considering the dynasty's expenditures, retaining such an amount was already quite commendable. System. Unlock the first restriction of the Book of Beings for me. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have preliminarily bonded with the Book of Beings and may now view the needs or wishes of beings within the realm of Jiuzhou. The cold prompt echoed in his mind. Suddenly, as the first restriction was lifted, the once silent yellow paper burst forth with resplendent divine light, emanating an overwhelming and vast aura. Following this, to Lin Wudao's astonished gaze, characters began to materialize on the yellow paper. Name, compensation method, scope, realm of Jiuzhou. Note 1. Once a request from a being is accepted, it must be fulfilled. Note 2. Neither party may retract or alter the terms of compensation midway. Note 3. During the task, life and death depend solely on fate. The Book of All Beings is indeed quite user-friendly. It resembles a platform for bounty hunters, where beings in distress can hire others to resolve their troubles. Quite intriguing. If I were to change the form of remuneration to that of the corpses of the strong, then I would offer my services to those in need, receiving the bodies as payment. This would create a new avenue for collecting remains. Upon this thought, a glimmer of brilliance ignited within Lin Wudao's eyes. The Book of All Beings is far simpler than the Corpse Concealment Manual. System, must the name in the Book of All Beings be a real name? No. The host can choose any name it will. Understood. Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. Soon, a splendid name emerged in his mind. Previously, he had used Ren-wishing. This time, he would choose Dongfang Bubi. With that, he began to inscribe his details in the Book of All Beings. Name, Dongfang Bubi. Form of remuneration, corpses of strong beings above the cave heaven realm. Scope, the 9 provinces, a multitude of information materialized. With a flourish. As Lin Wudao completed his basic information, the previous inscriptions vanished in an instant. The Book of All Beings returned to its original appearance. System, why is there no response? The Book of All Beings will randomly filter beings that meet the criteria. When someone requires the host's assistance, it will be presented in written form. The host can choose whether to accept the task based on the other's needs and the offered remuneration. Once accepted, the task must be completed without the option for withdrawal during the process. Oh, I see. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Wudao quietly practiced while patiently awaiting developments. However, unbeknownst to him, a mysterious force was at work, filtering suitable individuals throughout the entire 9 provinces via the Book of All Beings. Chapter 115. Digging the Ancestral Grave, Facing the Great Tribulation. Tianmo Ridge. This place serves as a sacred ground for the Daylight Demon Sect, housing the remains of every leader since the founding patriarch, as well as the revered ancestors who have transcended. At this moment, perched upon the precipice of Tianmo Ridge, sits an elderly man clad in red, his spirit remarkably vibrant. His profound gaze is fixed upon the distant sea of clouds, while his weathered visage bears the weight of concern. He is named Li Xianshan, one of the last 3 mythical ancestors of the Daylight Demon Sect, having attained a near-perfect state of mythical cultivation, just 1 step away from the realm of Dongdian. To date, he has devoted 2 decades to his cultivation on Tianmo Ridge. Only 7 days remain. Should he fail to find a suitable successor for the position of sect leader within this time frame, the impending heavenly calamity shall obliterate the millennia-long foundation of the Daylight Demon Sect. All souls shall face a fate devoid of burial. Li Xianshan sighed heavily, his anxiety deepening with each passing moment. In 7 days, the Daylight Demon Sect must confront its destined trial. According to ancient custom, an appropriate individual must be chosen to ascend as the new leader, thus ensuring the sect's survival through the tribulation. In that instance, the entire sect would not only evade death but could also experience a significant enhancement in power and cultivation. However, the noble intention remains unfulfilled. Thus far, no one has expressed a willingness to assume the mantle of leadership. With only 7 days left, if no successor is found, every member of the Daylight Demon Sect shall meet a grim end. This is the decree of the heavens, immutable by any means. The more he pondered, the greater Li Xuanshan's anxiety and concern grew. Congratulations! You have become a favored recipient of heavenly grace. Currently, a heavenly envoy named Dongfang Bubi has arisen in the land of Jiuzhou. If you sincerely pray to him and present offerings he favors, he may assist you in overcoming the calamity. Required offering: the corpse of a being of Dongtian realm or above. Will you invite Dongfang Bubi to succeed as the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect and aid you in overcoming the heavenly tribulation? Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated within Li Xuanshan's very soul. Who? The unexpected proclamation startled Li Xianshan, causing him to leap to his feet in alarm. His sharp gaze darted around wildly, yet he found no trace of any presence. Could it be an illusion? Li Xianshan furrowed his brow. With his formidable perception, he was acutely aware that he was alone on Tianmo Ridge. Will you invite Dongfang Bubi to succeed as the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect and aid you in overcoming the heavenly tribulation? Boom. Just as Li Xianshan began to dismiss it as a mere figment of his imagination, the enigmatic voice echoed once more. Who could possibly be speaking? His expression turned vigilant. No matter how diligently he searched, there were no clues to be found. That enigmatic voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind, utterly elusive. Could it be have I truly encountered an indescribable, mysterious entity? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged from the depths of Li Xuanshan's heart. How should I extend an invitation? After a moment of silence, Li Xianshan cautiously inquired. Offer the corpse of a powerful being above the Dongtian realm. Only then can you summon the indomitable Dongfang Bubi. The mysterious voice continued to echo. Hiss, I have indeed encountered a mysterious presence. Li Xianshan inhaled sharply, his aged visage reflecting both astonishment and an inexplicable fear. He was oblivious to the identity of this being. To invite Dongfang Bubi, one must present the corpse of a powerful individual above the Dongtian realm? If that is the case, perhaps it is worth a gamble. Li Xianshan clenched his fists tightly. In that fleeting moment, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the ancestral graves deep within the Tianma Ridge. There lay the remains of the great leaders of the Dei demon sect throughout the ages. Including many revered ancestors, even the founding master, Dugumye, rested among them. The corpses of powerful beings above the Dongtian realm were undoubtedly present. Could it be that I can truly summon Dongfang Bubi to assume the position of leader? Indeed. But can we survive the heavenly tribulation? Certainly. Let me ponder this. After thorough contemplation, Li Xianshan endeavored to suppress the shock within his heart. Although this matter seemed quite fantastical, what if it were true? Since a suitable candidate could not be found, why not attempt to extend an invitation? With this thought, Li Xianshan immediately took out a jade talisman and shattered it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before long, two formidable figures approached, riding beams of light. Li Laogue, what has transpired? The newcomers were an elder clad in green and another in dark garments. The elder in green was named Wan Jintian, while the elder in dark attire was Yuan Huaqin. Both were among the last remaining legendary ancestors of the Dei demon sect. Upon receiving Li Xuanshan's message, they assumed that a significant event had occurred at Tianmo Ridge, thus hastening their arrival with great urgency. Li Laogue, are you unscathed? Observing Li Xianshan standing there unharmed, Wan Jintian's expression darkened. Likewise, Yuan Huaqin shared his sentiments. They both suspected that Li Xianshan was deliberately toying with them. Do not be hasty. I summoned you both for a matter of great importance. What great matter could you possibly have? Unless you have found a suitable individual to succeed the leader, the two scoffed, dismissing Li Xuanshan's claim of a significant matter. However, following Yuan Huaqin's words, Li Xianshan nodded gravely. You are correct. I have indeed found someone who can succeed the leader and assist us in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. What? You truly found someone? Both were greatly astonished. Whoosh! Fiery gazes converged upon Li Xianshan, brimming with boundless astonishment and excitement. Pray tell, who is it? Is it one of our Dei demon sect, or an outsider? The two inquired eagerly. Neither, Li Xianshan replied. Just moments ago, I heard an enigmatic voice of unknown origin, which proclaimed that a celestial messenger has emerged in the realm of Jiuzhou. Its name is Dongfang Bubi. If I earnestly pray to him and offer the corpse of a being of the Dongtian realm or above as a reward, I can beckon him to aid us in overcoming the impending celestial tribulation. Li Xianshan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged incredulous glances. Li Laogue, are you truly serious? Are you certain you did not mishear? Both Wan Jintian and Yuan Huaqin wore expressions of disbelief. Such an extraordinary occurrence was entirely beyond their experience. Nonetheless, Li Xianshan solemnly nodded. I have confirmed it multiple times. The voice is indeed real. You summoned us for this matter? Li Laogue, you cannot possibly believe it, can you? And are you really considering exhuming the ancestral graves on Tianmo Ridge? Indeed. That is precisely my intention. What? Have you lost your mind? Upon seeing Li Xuanshan's affirmation, Wan Jintian and Yuan Huaqin were immediately astounded. The graves on Tianma Ridge housed the remains of all the sect leaders of the Dei demon sect throughout the ages, as well as many esteemed ancestors, including the tomb of the founding patriarch. Are you truly willing to disturb those sacred resting places for such an ethereal tale? Yuan Huaqin implored, unable to fathom Li Xuanshan's resolve. At this moment, in his eyes, Li Xianshan appeared utterly mad. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. If there is even the slightest chance, I am willing to attempt it. To traverse the celestial tribulation with the corpse of a being of the Dongtian realm is worth the risk. However, since the establishment of our sect, only the founding patriarch, Dugumye, has possessed the strength to reach the Dongtian realm. Li Laogue, you are not truly considering disturbing his grave, are you? Wan Jintian exclaimed, equally shocked. There is no alternative, unless you can find someone to succeed as the sect leader within 7 days. Upon hearing this, the two shook their heads. Where could they possibly find a suitable candidate at this juncture? What if we give it a try? What if it turns out to be true? Yuan Huaqin broke the silence after a long pause. At his words, Wan Jintian wrestled with his thoughts, yet ultimately succumbed to the harsh reality. Very well. We must treat this desperate measure as a last resort. He sighed in resignation. With that, the group convened for a brief discussion before hoisting their shovels and making their way deeper into Tianmo Ridge. Chapter 116. The coffin of our ancestor can no longer be suppressed. Deep within the heart of Tianmo Ridge lies an imposing tomb, standing 10 zhang tall. As Li Xianshan and his companions arrived, wielding their shovels, they were immediately engulfed by a wave of heavy, ancient energy that pressed upon them, leaving their expressions grave. Before the grand tomb, a monument bore the inscription, Grave of the ancestor of the great Sun Demon Sect, Dugumye, gazing upon this venerable and weathered sepulchre. Both Wang Jintian and Yuan Huaqin furrowed their brows, their confidence waning. Are we truly going to desecrate our ancestors' grave? Yuan Huaqin inhaled deeply, voicing his concern. What? Are you afraid? Li Xianshan scoffed. At this, Yuan Huaqin's countenance darkened. Fear is not the issue. However, Dugumye is the founding master of our great Sun Demon Sect. Digging up his grave seems rather sacrilegious, does it not? Moreover, if word spreads, our reputation will be utterly tarnished. His apprehensions were palpable. In contrast, while Wang Jintian also harbored some hesitation, he displayed considerably more resolve than Yuan Huaqin. What does it matter? As long as you keep silent, and I keep silent. Who will ever know we disturbed our ancestors' resting place? Besides, that Dongfang Bubi is our only hope now. Unless you wish for death, this grave must be unearthed. With a resounding thud, Wang Jintian steeled himself and struck the monument fiercely with the shovel, the force shattering it into countless fragments. Let us proceed. For the sake of survival, we must make this sacrifice. Following Wang Jintian's lead, Li Xianshan swung a shovel with fervor, digging into the earth with wild abandon. Witnessing this, Yuan Huaqin parted his lips, wishing to interject, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolutely joined in the excavation. Boom, boom, boom. The three, all formidable cultivators at the pinnacle of their craft, wielded their tools with remarkable strength. Within mere moments, they had successfully unearthed a passageway. Suddenly, an overpowering stench of decay surged forth. As the dust settled, they exchanged wary glances before brandishing their weapons and cautiously stepping into Dugumye's tomb. The chamber was remarkably spacious. Contrary to the anticipated gloom, it was instead brightly illuminated. Clap, clap, clap. After traversing several steps, they arrived at an expansive burial chamber. Before them lay a black bronze coffin, its ancient design striking. This coffin was extraordinarily weighty, bound by 9 iron chains, each as thick as a man's arm. Despite enduring the ravages of time for millennia, the chains showed no signs of decay, tightly enveloping the coffin and suspending it in midair. It appeared both sinister and mysterious. Within this copper coffin lies the remains of the venerable ancestor, Dugumye. Yuan Huaqin surveyed the scene with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Indeed, according to the records of the demonic sect, after founding the daylight demon cult, Dugumye had already shattered the confines of the void heaven realm, attaining a higher echelon of power. It is said that at the time of his demise, he possessed the strength of a perfect Zhoutian realm. Li Xianshan spoke in a grave tone. Perfect Zhoutian realm? Wang Jintian and Yuan Huaqin exchanged looks of disbelief. As the founder of a sect, Dugumye was exceptionally gifted, both in talent and potential, making his achievement of the perfect Zhoutian realm unsurprising. Such prowess would indeed classify him as a formidable figure even within the Qingtian domain. Alas, no matter how powerful one may be, they ultimately succumb to the ravages of time and fate. Dugumye, in the end, perished within the Zhoutian realm, unable to break through the barriers to extend his lifespan. Do you think there might be treasures hidden within the coffin of our ancestor? Suddenly, Wang Jintian's voice echoed in the vast tomb chamber. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin glanced at Wang Jintian, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. As the founding patriarch of the daylight demon cult, he surely possessed numerous valuable items. Shall we open the coffin and take a look? Yuan Huaqin expressed his eagerness. I share the same sentiment. We have already excavated the grave of our ancestor. It would be remiss not to lift his coffin and see if any fortuitous relics remain, which could aid in revitalizing the daylight demon cult. With that, Wang Jintian stepped forward, arriving at the black copper coffin. After a moment of appraisal, he drew forth an ancient, massive sword and struck it against the coffin with great force. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded, severing the 9 iron chains that bound it. Witnessing this, Yuan Huaqin was about to investigate further when boom, boom, boom. The ominous copper coffin began to shake violently. Then, to their astonishment, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin watched as Wang Jintian miraculously pried open the black copper coffin, and in an instant, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth. Alarmed, the three were struck with dread. This is bad. The ancestor's corpse has transformed. Quickly, move aside. Li Xianshan shouted frantically. He sought to rush forward and pull Wang Jintian away. However, it was too late. Accompanied by a chilling scream, a dark, eerie hand suddenly emerged from the coffin, seizing Wang Jintian by the neck and forcibly dragging him into the depths of the coffin. Ancestor, spare me. Faintly, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin heard an unsettling sound of devouring emanating from within the coffin. Booming. At the same time, the lid of the black copper coffin trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of being flung open. Alas, the ancestral coffin lid can no longer withstand the pressure. Yuan Huaqin was both astonished and enraged. Bang! Just as the massive force threatened to lift the lid of the bronze coffin, Li Xianshan swiftly leapt atop the dark bronze coffin. In a flash, he affixed a mysterious purple talisman to the front of the coffin. Roar as the purple talisman descended. The black coffin of Dugumye seemed to be subjected to some suppressive force, instantly falling silent. Few at that moment, Li Xianshan finally exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped disaster, Yuan Huaqin swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and dread. What on earth was that? I do not know. I suspect that the spirit of the ancestral Dugu has not yet been completely extinguished. Perhaps a remnant of consciousness is at play. Li Xuanshan's expression darkened. What? Dugumye has been dead for a millennium and is still not entirely gone? Yuan Huaqin's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, will he emerge now? Not for the time being. The talisman I possess, discovered at an ancient site, possesses formidable powers to suppress corpses, even if Dugumye is not entirely dead. He cannot emerge for now. However, given enough time, I cannot guarantee that. Li Xuanshan's demeanor grew grave. Upon hearing this, the worry on Yuan Huaqin's face intensified. We must hasten to summon Dongfang Bubi. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. If Dugumye's corpse rises, neither of us will survive, he urged anxiously. Very well. With that, Li Xianshan attempted to communicate with the mysterious voice from before. I wish to invite the celestial messenger Dongfang Bubi with the body of the founder of the Day Sun Demon Sect, Dugumye, to assist our sect in overcoming the celestial calamity. Dong, dong, dong. He knelt upon the ground, his posture humble and reverent. As he bowed to the heavens, ding. You have received an invitation from the Day Sun Demon Sect. The Cinder invites you to succeed the position of leader and assist in overcoming the celestial calamity. Reward, the body of Dugumye, the founder of the Day Sun Demon Sect. Do you accept the invitation? As Li Xianshan bowed, far away in the Dali Imperial City, Lin Wudao also received a message. Chapter 117, The Ancient Demon Technique, The 9 Deaths Celestial Demon Scripture. An invitation from the Daylight Demon Sect? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Wudao, who was engrossed in his cultivation, felt a surge of energy and swiftly retrieved the Book of All Beings. Indeed, at that moment, numerous characters began to manifest upon the ancient pages. The mythic ancestor of the Daylight Demon Sect, Li Xianshan, invites you to succeed the position of Sect Master and assist in overcoming the celestial tribulation. Reward, the corpse of the founding patriarch, Dugumye. Note, complete mastery of the Zhou Tian realm. To think it would be a powerful figure of the Zhou Tian realm. Could it be that Li Xianshan has unearthed the ancestral grave of the Daylight Demon Sect? Lin Wudao was astonished. Initially, he had planned to visit the Daylight Demon Sect in the coming days to apply for the position of Sect Master. Little did he expect that fortune would come knocking at his door so unexpectedly. What immense benefits might arise from either collecting or refining the corpse of a complete Zhou Tian realm master. Lin Wudao was filled with anticipation. Do you accept Li Xuanshan's invitation? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Boom. As Lin Wudao's words echoed, a series of subtle ripples undulated through the void before a bizarre black hole materialized out of thin air, its destination unknown. Simultaneously, at Demon Ridge, within Dugumye's grave, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin were anxiously awaiting developments. What is taking so long? Still no response? Let us wait a bit longer. Li Xianshan clenched his fists, feeling increasingly restless. In their desperation to survive, they had even excavated the ancestral grave of the Daylight Demon Sect. If they failed to summon Dongfang Bubi, it would be a monumental loss. As time ticked away, both Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin's anxiety grew heavier. It was after an indeterminate duration, just as their spirits sank to an all-time low, a peculiar black hole suddenly appeared in the void before them, followed by a tremendous force that directly swallowed Dugumye's coffin. Witnessing this strange and terrifying spectacle, both Yuan Huaqin and Li Xianshan stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. Congratulations, the sacrifice of Dugumye's corpse has moved the celestial messenger Dongfang Bubi. He has accepted your offering and agreed to your invitation. In 7 days, he will arrive at the Daylight Demon Sect to assist you in overcoming the celestial tribulation. Please await patiently. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated in Li Xianshan's mind. Upon hearing it, he was filled with elation. It worked. Dongfang Bubi has accepted our invitation and will descend upon the Daylight Demon Sect in 7 days to help us overcome the celestial tribulation. Li Xianshan laughed joyously, the weight of his concerns and the tension in his heart finally dissipating. He appeared significantly more at ease. Upon hearing Li Xianshan's words, Yuan Huaqin's aged face broke into a smile. Excellent. Hard work pays off. This matter has finally found resolution. The two exchanged knowing smiles. If a solitary corpse of Dugumye could secure their safety, as well as that of the entire Day Demon Sect, this transaction is undoubtedly worthwhile. We must now prepare diligently. In 7 days, during the celestial catastrophe, the members of Xuantian Sect and Tianqing Sword Sect will surely seize this opportunity. We must remain vigilant and on guard. Li Xianshan spoke gravely. In response, Yuan Huachan nodded solemnly. While the celestial catastrophe need not be a concern, external threats linger persistently. Once Dongfang Bubi departs, they would have to confront Xuantian Sect and Tianqing Sword Sect on their own. This will undoubtedly be a battle for survival. Reflecting on this, the weight of their predicament deepened. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao remained oblivious to their reactions and actions. In the great Li imperial city, boom, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Lin Wudao gazed in astonishment as an ancient black bronze coffin suddenly emerged from the black void. Affixed to the front of the coffin was a corpse-restraining talisman. Is this the body of Dugumye? How curious, a talisman meant to suppress a corpse. Could it be that Dugumye, who has been dead for over 1,000 years, has undergone a transformation? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes. Bang! After scrutinizing for a moment, he suddenly struck out with his palm, unleashing formidable power that sent the coffin lid flying. Instantly, an aura of extreme ferocity surged forth like a raging river. Even the coffin emitted a beastly roar. Boom! Just as Lin Wudao was taken aback, a towering figure, radiating a dense bloodlust, erupted from the coffin, enveloped in a powerful aura of death. This figure was none other than Dugumye. Despite the passage of over a millennium, his corpse showed no signs of decay. Beneath the thick, deathly energy, a tremendous vitality was concealed. Indeed, he has not perished completely. Upon witnessing Dugumye's condition, Lin Wudao's expression shifted slightly. Boom! Just as Dugumye burst forth from the coffin, Lin Wudao raised his hand abruptly, summoning the supreme spirit weapon, the Great Wilderness Cauldron, which descended instantly, enveloping the area in terrifying power, directly suppressing the entire side hall. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's gaze swept over Dugumye, acquiring information about him. Name: Dugumye. Identity: founder of the Dei Demon Sect cultivation level, perfected cycle of heaven technique, 9 deaths and heavenly demon scripture description, having practiced the ancient demonic technique. 9 deaths and heavenly demon scripture, he self-severed his body as he neared his demise, sealing himself within the coffin to preserve a sliver of his true essence, thereby drawing upon the spiritual forces of heaven and earth to reform his body. Note 1. 9 deaths and heavenly demon scripture. An ancient demonic path created by a great demon allows one to self-sever at the moment of demise and, after enduring 9 lives and deaths, to achieve nirvana and rebirth, thus obtaining great fortune. After achieving mastery in demonic arts, one ascends through 3 formidable realms. After enduring 1,336 years, Dugumye has cultivated the 9 death celestial demon scripture to the 8th transformation, reaching the realm of deathly energy, and merely requires the experience of life and death to reconstruct his being. A millennium of effort, thwarted at the last moment. The ancient demonic art. The 9 death celestial demon scripture? Upon receiving the feedback from the Eye of the Divine, Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. He had not anticipated that Dugumye was practicing an ancient demonic art, preserving a final vestige of unextinguished true essence, and upon achieving mastery, could reform his own existence. Truly remarkable perseverance. However, it is unfortunate that despite his meticulous calculations, he was ultimately undone by his own descendant who dug his grave. Lin Wudao shook his head. At this moment, Dugumye's consciousness remained dormant. He lingered on the precipice of death, effectively deceased. His continued activity was solely a matter of instinct. Nevertheless, this held no significance for Lin Wudao. All he desired was the corpse. Bang! Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, he promptly cast Dugumye's corpse into the corpse-refining furnace. In the distance, he seemed to hear a mournful scream. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all traces of it vanished without a trace. Boom! 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 Under the might of the corpse-refining furnace, pure energy was drawn from Dugumye's body, merging into Lin Wudao's own. Though it was merely 1/10,000th of the essence, Dugumye had been a pinnacle cultivator before his demise, having devoted a millennium to the 9 deaths celestial demon scripture, and thus his corpse was replete with immense spiritual power. Therefore, even 1/10,000th was remarkably substantial. Ultimately, after 3 days of relentless effort, Lin Wudao completely refined Dugumye's corpse, and after absorbing that 1/10,000th of essence, his cultivation experienced a breakthrough, advancing from the initial stage of tribulation to the latter stage of tribulation. Chapter 118. Movements from all sides. The great calamity approaches. My lord, did you not previously state your intention to journey to the Daylight Demonic Sect to apply for the position of sect leader? Now, with only a few days remaining until the impending calamity from above, In Siming arrived at the side hall and respectfully reminded. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao maintained an expression of indifference. I have changed my mind. I shall not pursue the position of sect leader. Instead, I will simply go to the Daylight Demonic Sect to observe the spectacle. What? You will not apply for the position? Yin Si-ming responded with surprise, yet refrained from further questioning. In a few days, you shall accompany me, Lin Wudao instructed. Understood. By the way, how is the situation in the Great Li dynasty? Can Wei Chengyin manage the circumstances? My lord, rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly. Wei Chengyin possesses commendable abilities. He is more than capable of governing the Great Li dynasty. Previously, he was as insignificant as an ant, holding a lowly position and daring not to entertain ambitions. Now, with your support, he is gradually exhibiting the demeanor of an emperor. With proper guidance, he may prove to be of great use in the future. Yin Si-ming answered respectfully. Very well, you may leave, Lin Wudao replied, returning to his cultivation. Days passed, and a spiritual vessel ascended from the Great Li imperial city, carrying Lin Wudao, Li Zongtian, and Yin Si-ming, departing with great speed. Today marks the day of reckoning for the Daylight Demonic Sect. Half a day later, upon their arrival at the Daylight Demonic Sect, they found the demon square bustling with practitioners gathered from all directions. A glance revealed a sea of people. They had all come, drawn by the news, to witness the Daylight Demonic Sect's tribulation. It was said that this upcoming calamity from above was exceedingly terrifying, and thus far, the Daylight Demonic Sect had failed to identify a suitable candidate to succeed the sect leader's position. After today, the 9 provinces might lose a significant figure. Amidst the crowd, voices of Schadenfreude echoed. What a necessary worry. Anyone facing the calamity from above must tread carefully. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Today, we shall see what fate befalls the Daylight Demonic Sect. Do you think the Xuantian Sect and the Xuan Sword Pavilion will take advantage of the chaos? Is that even a question? I would wager they are already en route. The sound of incessant discussions filled the air. Observing this scene, Lin Wudao stood expressionless atop the spiritual vessel, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the congregants of the Daylight Demonic Sect at the Demon Square. At this moment, as the calamity from above drew ever closer, every disciple of the Daylight Demonic Sect, from the esteemed Li Xianshan and Yuan Huachun, down to the ordinary outer disciples, was enveloped in anxiety and fear. In the face of such a calamity, all were treated equally. Should they fail to weather the storm, the entire Daylight Demonic Sect would face annihilation. Ancestor, will someone truly come to aid us in overcoming the calamity from above? An elder inquired with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have identified a suitable candidate. When the time of the grand calamity arrives, assistance will undoubtedly present itself, and there is no need for concern. Our current focus should be on the Xuantian Sect and the Xuan Sword Pavilion, lest they take advantage of our misfortune. Indeed, upon receiving Li Xuanshan's affirmative response, the elders and guardians surrounding him collectively exhaled, relieved to finally set down the weight that had burdened their hearts. At that moment, as they deliberated, a magnificent ancient spirit vessel suddenly pierced through the void, emanating an overwhelming aura as it approached with great momentum. The Xuantian Sect has arrived to observe. A resonant voice reverberated across the expanse. Boom. As the words echoed, the spirit vessel of the Xuantian Sect descended upon the giant demon plaza, bearing numerous formidable figures, each more powerful than the last, with the weakest being a celestial. At the forefront stood a black-clad man, exuding a fierce presence, albeit slightly aged. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of mythic perfection. Moyan, the mythic ancestor of the Xuantian Sect. Gasps arose from the crowd. In an instant, waves of astonishment and reverence fell upon him like a tide. Moyan, one of the legendary ancestors of the Xuantian Sect, had come, leading a host of mythic beings and celestials, undoubtedly with ill intentions. The Xuan Sword Pavilion has arrived to observe. Whoosh! Following the arrival of Moyan and his entourage, another thunderous voice resonated, and soon after, a colossal spirit vessel cleaved the sky, descending upon the Daylight Demon Sect. The visitors were none other than the Xuan Sword Pavilion. Leading them was an elderly man clad in green, with sharp eyebrows and a notable presence, known as Xuantian Yin, also a mythic ancestor of the Xuan Sword Pavilion. Equally as formidable as Moyan. As the Xuantian Sect and the Xuan Sword Pavilion arrived in succession, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of astonishment, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. After all, it was evident to all that while the Xuantian Sect and the Xuan Sword Pavilion claimed to come for observation, their true intent was to exploit the situation and annihilate the Daylight Demon Sect. They aimed to seize all its resources. With one less adversary, the vast territory of the 9 provinces would fall under the dominion of the Xuantian Sect and the Xuan Sword Pavilion. Such an unparalleled opportunity could not be overlooked. Humph. They truly come with malice. At the giant demon plaza, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huachun, the 2 elders, wore solemn expressions. They were acutely aware of Moyan and Xuantian Yin's intentions. However, The Daylight Demon Sect, as one of the major powers in the 9 provinces, would not be easily subdued. They had prepared themselves. Once the Grand Calamity concluded, they would eradicate them all to bolster the Daylight Demon Sect. Li Xianshan thought grimly. Having exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Huaqin, they both closed their eyes to meditate. Not far off, witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. City Lord, why not employ a strategy of a hidden bird in the rear? At this moment, Yin Siming remarked with a grin. Indeed. That is a viable option. First, let them engage in a fierce battle until both sides are utterly exhausted. Only then shall I step in to tidy up the aftermath. Now that they have arrived, none shall escape. Lin Wudao bore an expression of indifference. At this moment, in his eyes, both Mo Yin of the Xiantian Sect and Fan Tianyin of the Xuantian Sword Sect were already as good as dead. Ultimately, they would both find their way into his corpse refining furnace. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Wudao patiently awaited the unfolding events. Time passed slowly. And soon the moment of the celestial catastrophe arrived. Boom. Suddenly, from the depths of the vast firmament, a thunderous roar echoed. The originally clear sky turned ominously dark. Following this, an overwhelming celestial might descended furiously, enveloping all directions. The celestial catastrophe had come. At this moment, feeling the terrifying celestial pressure, an immense sense of panic surged within everyone, especially among the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect, who trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair, for up to this point, no leader had been chosen. Ancestors, what shall we do? Ancestors. The crowd cast desperate glances towards Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin at the forefront. However, confronted with the imminent arrival of the celestial catastrophe, both of them were equally filled with dread and unease, merely putting on a facade of calm through sheer willpower. In truth, they were uncertain whether that so-called invincible in the East could be relied upon. I hope it is true, otherwise, our Daylight Demon Sect is doomed. Li Xianshan clenched his fists, fervently praying within his heart. Boom. Just as the crowd was thrown into chaos, the vast firmament was abruptly torn asunder by a supreme will. In the gaze of countless onlookers, a colossal vertical eye materialized out of thin air. Emotionless, indifferent to all. The 500-year period has arrived. Please, the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect, step forward to face the calamity. Suddenly, a voice of authority and grandeur resonated from the heavens, echoing throughout the void. Upon hearing these words, all the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect were consumed by extreme fear, collectively directing their gaze towards Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin. Chapter 119. The Invincible One from the East arrives to face the calamity. Li Laogui, heavenly might descends, and Yuan Huaqin trembles uncontrollably. Previously, with unwavering resolve, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. However, as the divine calamity looms, upon sensing the overwhelming and terrifying celestial power, he realizes the extent of his insignificance and frailty. Under the heavens, all are akin to mere insects. With such a great calamity upon him, he is destined to perish without a grave. At this moment, the sole hope of the Daylight Demon Sect lies with the enigmatic Invincible One from the East. Just a little longer. What? We must wait? Hearing this, Yuan Huaqin's heart surged with alarm. Li Laogui, that Invincible One from the East, when will he arrive? The divine calamity is already upon us. If we delay further, we shall all perish. He cried out in desperate urgency, his visage contorted with anguish. In that instant, his features twisted in utmost fury. In their quest for survival, they had even excavated the grave of Dugumia, all in the hopes of summoning the Invincible One from the East to aid the Daylight Demon Sect through this celestial tribulation. Now, as the calamity has commenced, not even a shadow of the Invincible One has appeared. This rendered Yuan Huaqin furiously distraught and profoundly terrified. In truth, it was not only he who felt this panic and dread. Li Xianshan was similarly afflicted. At this moment, he fervently prayed in his heart for the arrival of the Invincible One from the East, yet disappointment lingered as no response was forthcoming. Damn it. Could this truly be a ruse? To invite you, I even unearthed my ancestors' graves, and now this is the outcome? Invincible One from the East, I implore you, manifest swiftly. The Invincible One from the East is their only lifeline. The fate of their sect hangs in the balance. Ah. It appears that the Daylight Demon Sect has failed to find a suitable leader. From the crowd, voices of Schadenfreude emerged. The calamity has descended. Lacking a leader to confront it, the Daylight Demon Sect is destined for annihilation. I shall patiently await the demise of the Daylight Demon Sect. Is there no one left? Then it seems we must await our doom. Everyone stood by to witness the spectacle. Yet, the Daylight Demon Sect was engulfed in sheer panic and terror. Each member appeared as though mourning a great loss. The 500-year period has elapsed. Please, the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect, step forth to face the calamity. As no one answered, a voice of immense authority resonated from the heavens once more. Boom. With the conclusion of the pronouncement, a wave of terrifying celestial might descended, enveloping all members of the Daylight Demon Sect, while those of lower cultivation were crushed under the weight of divine power. Even the likes of Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin, revered ancestors of legend, found their blood surging, crimson droplets escaping the corners of their mouths. Evidently, the heavens were enraged. According to the laws of celestial providence, should there be no response to the tribulation after 3 attempts, the entire faction shall be forcefully eradicated, leaving not a single soul behind. Observing the plight of the Daylight Demon Sect and the overwhelming terror and despair etched upon their faces, both Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin could not suppress their smiles. It appeared that the Daylight Demon Sect was utterly incapable of resistance. Once all had perished, this place would belong entirely to my Xuantian sect. Mo Yin secretly yearned for this outcome. Likewise, Fan Tianyin from the Heavenly Heart Sword Pavilion harbored similar ambitions. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Wudao was also biding his time in the shadows. System, why does the Daylight Demon Sect not choose to disband? Wouldn't that allow them to evade the looming catastrophe? In the distance, Lin Wudao furrowed his brow and inquired. This question had puzzled him for quite some time. In the past, the Lin family had also faced a similar celestial tribulation. Back then, he was still a member of the Lin clan. However, after being expelled from the family, he was spared from disaster. Even to this day, Lin Wudao remained perplexed by the reasons behind it. If the Lin family could act thus, why could the Daylight Demon Sect not do the same? Because the host is no longer considered a member of the Lin family. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. I'm not a member of the Lin family? Startled by this revelation, Lin Wudao pondered. Could it be due to my status as a transmigrator? Indeed, so that is the case. Though unexpected, this answer logically clarified everything. Now, it was time for me to make my entrance. Having unraveled the reasons behind the celestial tribulation, Lin Wudao vanished in a flash. Seeking an isolated spot where he donned the celestial mask and draped the cloak of evasion around himself. His doppelganger lacked the attributes of immortality. It appeared that confronting the celestial tribulation would require my true self to intervene, he mused. As he spoke, Lin Wudao utilized the origin stone to conjure a doppelganger identical to his true form, dispatching it to join In Siming and the others. Subsequently, he proceeded with his true self towards the Daylight Demon Sect to face the tribulation. At this moment, the members of the Daylight Demon Sect were teetering on the brink of despair. Particularly, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin found their hearts sinking into an abyss. Dongfang Bubi, please show yourself, they implored. If you can assist the Daylight Demon Sect in overcoming this calamity, I am willing to comply with any request and bear any cost. I beg of you. Thud, thud, thud. As the third inquiry from the heavens loomed, Li Xianshan, engulfed in despair, cast aside all dignity and fell to his knees, fervently bowing towards the sky. The same went for Yuan Huaqin, who was nearby. A Dongfang Bubi? Who is that? Observing the sudden and desperate actions of Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin, the onlookers present revealed expressions of bewilderment and uncertainty. Had the Daylight Demon Sect already encountered its destined challenger? The crowd was taken aback. Yet, Li Xianshan and his companion paid no heed, continuing their fervent worship. The 500-year period has arrived. We beseech the leader of the Daylight Demon Sect to emerge and face the trial. A resounding voice echoed for the third time across the heavens. Thunder rumbled as the chilling words reverberated. Myriad bolts of lightning began to coalesce from the depths of the vast void, an overwhelming force of celestial wrath suddenly cascading downwards. It was over. Feeling the terrifying aura, all members of the Daylight Demon Sect displayed expressions of despair. Even Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin, who were engaged in their devotions, succumbed to an overwhelming sense of despondency. Collapsing onto the ground, at this moment, they harbored no hope within their hearts. Indeed, there were no fortuitous blessings to befall them from the heavens. All was merely a product of their own delusions. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with profound sorrow and desperation, Li Xianshan burst into a haunting laughter directed at the sky. After uttering those words, he closed his eyes, prepared to embrace the impending death. Simultaneously, Mo Yin, Fan Tianyin, and the onlookers fixated their gaze intently upon them, seemingly eager to witness their demise firsthand. Many among the crowd even exhibited a bloodthirsty, covetous glint in their eyes. Awaiting the downfall of the Daylight Demon Sect, they would rise in a united assault. However, their intentions were destined to be thwarted. Whoosh! Just when all believed the Daylight Demon Sect was doomed, an enigmatic figure suddenly materialized in the midst of the giant demon square. The invincible one of the East has come to face the trial. A chilling voice resonated throughout the realms. Chapter 120. Congratulations. You have drawn the nightmare. Invincible East? At the moment the voice resonated, all present turned their gazes toward the source, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment and confusion. Who is this person? No one knew. They shook their heads in unison. Previously, Li Xianshan had been fervently bowing to the heavens, repeatedly uttering the name of Invincible East. Could this be the very individual? It seems that he has come to represent the Daylight Demon Sect in facing the impending calamity. I am eager to witness what abilities this individual possesses. A cacophony of discussions erupted from the surrounding crowd. Mo Yin, Fan Tianyin, and others simultaneously furrowed their brows. Their icy gazes fixed intently on the enigmatic figure, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. However, Lin Wudao was shrouded in the cloak of avoidance, making it impossible for even the most exalted of mortals, let alone those at the mythic realm, to discern his true nature. Salutations to the Eastern Messenger. Upon witnessing Lin Wudao's arrival, Li Xianshan, who had been engulfed in terror and despair, was instantly awakened by this unexpected and monumental surprise. In that moment, he rushed to Lin Wudao's side with the utmost haste, bowing deeply in reverence. His aged visage was suffused with boundless excitement. Could it be true what old Ghostly had said? Is this the celestial messenger, Invincible East? Our Daylight Demon Sect is saved. On the other side, Yuan Huachen was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. From despair to hope, he was experiencing such an exhilarating scene for the very first time. Likewise, not only Li Xianshan and Yuan Huachen, but numerous disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect in the Great Demon Plaza also erupted with unprecedented delight upon seeing Lin Wudao. This is the new leader of our Daylight Demon Sect, Invincible East. Do not hesitate to pay your respects. Suddenly, Li Xuanshan's resounding voice echoed. In an instant, all disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect knelt upon the ground. We pay our respects to the leader. We pay our respects to the leader. They bowed devoutly, their postures reflecting deep reverence. Although they were unaware of Invincible East's origins, anyone who could assist them in overcoming the celestial tribulation was worthy of their allegiance. Observing this spectacle, many secretly scoffed. Is it too late to seek help at the last moment? This individual appears shrouded in mystery. From where did Li Xianshan and the others find him? Can he genuinely aid the Daylight Demon Sect in weathering the celestial calamity? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Wudao maintained an expression of indifference, his cold gaze fixed upon the vast heavens. Invincible East has come to face the tribulation, with the declaration of his words. A resounding thunderclap reverberated from the storm clouds above, seemingly responding to Lin Wudao's presence. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xuanshan's worries were somewhat alleviated. The identity of the invincible leader of the Eastern faction had received the acknowledgement of the heavens. Consequently, he could take the place of the Daylight Demon Sect. Preparing for the impending calamity, the first hurdle had been narrowly overcome. Now, he was to face the true celestial tribulation. It remained uncertain which mode the Eastern Invincible would draw. One could only hope for a stroke of good fortune. Should he draw the simple mode, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Even if the difficult mode were to be drawn, with some sacrifices, they could still navigate through safely. However, should they draw the nightmare mode or the hell mode, it would spell catastrophic disaster. In the previous two tribulations, the Daylight Demon Sect had fortunately drawn the simple mode. One could only wonder what this time would bring. Li Xianshan was filled with trepidation. The heart that had just begun to rest was once again suspended in anxiety. Not only him. At this moment, all disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect gazed with immense anticipation at Lin Wudao. Simultaneously, they fervently prayed within their hearts, hoping for the simple mode. If, by ill fate, they drew the nightmare mode or the hell mode, the Daylight Demon Sect would be doomed to extinction. With this thought, a palpable tension gripped everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as they were engulfed in unease, 5 radiant beams of divine light streaked across the void, ultimately coalescing into 5 identical mysterious orbs of light. Even Lin Wudao's divine eye could not fathom their secrets. The selection of the tribulation mode was commencing. What kind of mode would the Daylight Demon Sect draw this time? Entrusting fate to others is utterly foolish. If one were to unwittingly draw the death mode, it would make for quite the spectacle. The crowd reveled in schadenfreude, eager for the unfolding drama. At this moment, for Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin, they could only wish for the Daylight Demon Sect to draw the death mode, thereby saving them considerable effort. Ignoring the surrounding jeers and discussions, Lin Wudao took a moment to observe before raising his hand to send a stream of spiritual light into the second orb on the left. Congratulations. You have drawn the nightmare mode. What? The nightmare mode? Upon hearing this result, the members of the Daylight Demon Sect were shaken to their cores, their expressions instantly darkening. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was extinguished once more. How could it be the nightmare mode? Was this the heavens' decree to annihilate the Daylight Demon Sect? Li Xianshan trembled uncontrollably. The chances of surviving the nightmare mode were but a mere 1 in 10. From here on, everything rested upon the Eastern Invincible. One could only hope for a miracle. The crowd fervently prayed. Nightmare mode? Upon witnessing this outcome, Lin Wudao was also taken aback. It seemed that fortune was not in his favor today. he chided himself. Boom. At that moment, the heavens above resounded with a cacophony of thunder. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning rent the void asunder, gradually revealing a colossal black hole within which boundless dread brewed. Whoosh! As the momentum reached its zenith, an unparalleled sword light cleaved through the heavens, mercilessly striking Lin Wudao. Boom! The resounding clash echoed as the sword light descended upon Lin Wudao, contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, who anticipated his immediate demise. Instead, upon contact with Lin Wudao's form, the formidable sword light from the void erupted in a cataclysmic burst. Yet, Lin Wudao remained unscathed. How is this possible? The spectators gaped in disbelief. The physical form of the invincible Eastern was indeed formidable, daring to withstand the divine calamity? Some gasped in astonishment. The power and might contained within that sword strike transcended mythic realms. Any other present would have been ruthlessly slain by its force. Yet, the invincible Eastern emerged unscathed. Where did Li Qianshan and the others find such a formidable individual? The crowd was both astonished and terrified. Such a powerful body was beyond their comprehension. Similarly, in the distance, Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin, upon witnessing Lin Wudao's terrifying physique, also changed their countenance. Initially, they had anticipated that the Daylight Demon Sect would surely perish in the divine calamity, allowing them to reap the benefits after all had perished. Little did they know that fate had other plans. The sudden emergence of the invincible Eastern completely disrupted their schemes. Just who was this being with such a powerful physique? It seemed that their hopes of reaping the rewards would be thwarted. Mo Yin mused inwardly, contemplating the necessity of altering their plans. With this thought, he exchanged a glance with Fan Tianyin from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and it seemed they reached a tacit understanding. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were reeling in shock, the divine calamity rained down furiously. Waves of thunderous lightning cascaded from the heavens, relentlessly battering Lin Wudao, each bolt surpassing the mythical realm. Additionally, fierce and unparalleled sword lights, suffused with the essence of annihilation and death, sought to engulf Lin Wudao, aiming to subdue him. Witnessing this, Lin Wudao offered no resistance, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing the thunder and sword light to strike him, exuding an air of invincibility that seemed to disdain the world. Observing this scene, the onlookers had become numb. The disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect, however, were elated beyond measure, their faces blossoming with smiles of survival after the storm. With the invincible Eastern present, this divine calamity was assuredly surmountable. Indeed, this proved true. Rumble. After enduring 81 terrifying bolts of thunder and sword lights, the apocalyptic visage above receded, and the heavenly might gradually abated. The calamity had finally been traversed in safety. Chapter 121. After the great calamity, great fortunes await. Having successfully weathered the divine tribulation, the members of the Sun Demon Sect were filled with exuberance. At the moment when the celestial wrath subsided, every disciple, including Li Qianshan and Yuan Huaqin, bore expressions of uncontainable joy. Surviving a catastrophe brings forth such relief. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, under Li Xuanshan's lead, they collectively knelt down. Thank you, Eastern Master. Thank you, Eastern Master. All present bowed deeply to Lin Wudao with utmost reverence and sincerity, their voices of gratitude echoing in waves, resounding through the air. The undefeated Eastern figure had saved their entire Sun Demon Sect. However, in the face of their boundless gratitude, Lin Wudao merely nodded nonchalantly. There is no need for such gestures. My assistance to the Sun Demon Sect during the tribulation was merely a transaction between Li Qianshan and myself. Now that the divine calamity has passed, I am no longer your master. You must take care of yourselves. With that, Lin Wudao disregarded the disciples' reactions and vanished in an instant. As his words lingered in the air, the many disciples of the Sun Demon Sect recovered from their shock, gazing at Li Qianshan with profound reverence and gratitude. Meanwhile, not far off, Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin were also engulfed in intense suspicion. A transaction? From where did Li Qianshan procure the undefeated Eastern Master? How had he effortlessly traversed the divine calamity with mere physical prowess? What was the extent of his true power? Furthermore, what had Li Qianshan and the undefeated Eastern Master exchanged? A multitude of questions arose. At this moment, they felt that an immense secret lay hidden within this encounter. If they could decipher it, perhaps they too would be bestowed with a grand fortune. Yet, regarding Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin's incredulity, Li Qianshan remained indifferent. He would not divulge the secrets of the undefeated Eastern Master to others. Moreover, he was unaware of the Eastern Master's true identity and origins. Now, with the divine calamity concluded, their transaction fulfilled, it was likely that they would never meet again. Contemplating this, Li Qianshan felt a tinge of regret. But more so, overwhelming joy. After the calamity, great fortunes shall arise. Boom, boom, boom. As the terrifying celestial wrath dissipated, moments later, A brilliant divine light surged forth from the heavens, enveloping all the disciples of the Sun Demon Sect. Subsequently, they were astonished to discover that under the baptism of this divine light, their cultivation soared at an alarming rate. First, it was Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin. As the last two living legendary ancestors of the Sun Demon Sect, their cultivation shattered the confines of myth and ascended to the realm of Dongtian. Beneath the realm of myth, the celestial beings have ascended by an entire grand tier. I have transcended into myth. I have surged from the late stage of celestial being directly to the pinnacle of celestial perfection, with only a single step remaining to attain the mythic realm. I have reached the zenith of celestial existence. Ha ha ha, I have elevated an entire grand tier. Leaping from the early stage of the great vehicle to the nascent stage of celestial being, I too have achieved a momentous elevation. The many disciples erupted in exuberant cheers. In this moment, each face radiated with profound excitement. The despair they once felt has now transformed into overwhelming joy. However, while they reveled in their triumph, the onlookers from the Xuantian and Zichan Sword sect wore expressions darkened by dread. They were gripped by an unfathomable terror. Previously, the strength of the Daylight Demon Sect was on par with their two sects. Yet, following the calamity, the Daylight Demon Sect has completely surpassed them. Now, the Daylight Demon Sect boasts two formidable experts in the Cave Heaven realm. How could they contend with such power? It was not merely a matter of seizing an opportunity. Even self-preservation seemed a daunting challenge. We must flee. Upon sensing the shifting tides, Mo Yin and Fan Tianyin dared not linger any longer, hastily summoning their spiritual vessel to escape the Daylight Demon Sect at the swiftest pace. However, Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin, having ascended to the Cave Heaven realm, would not allow them to depart so easily. Since they have come, they shall remain. Boom. Li Xianshan was the first to strike. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch, the overwhelming force of the Cave Heaven realm propelling through the air, obliterating the spiritual vessel piloted by the Xuantian and others in a single blow. The mythic ancestor Mo Yin found himself grasped tightly in Li Xuanshan's hand. What do you intend to do, Li Xianshan? Mo Yin exclaimed, terror-stricken. In response, a sinister smile crept across Li Xuanshan's lips. Of course, I shall end your life. Boom. As the words fell, Li Xuanshan's fingers converged, offering Mo Yin no time or chance to resist, and he brutally crushed his form into a sanguine mist. Simultaneously, Fan Tianyin and the others from the Xuantian Sword sect did not escape the lethal grasp of Yuan Huaqin. With a resounding thud, a single palm descended, annihilating them all on the spot. Witnessing this brutal and savage scene, the surrounding spectators widened their eyes in utter astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. How powerful! After the calamity, great fortune surely follows. The Daylight Demon Sect has struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, with both ancestors ascending to the Cave Heaven realm. The Xuantian and Zichan Sword sect are bound to encounter grave troubles. This is truly a cataclysmic disaster. The echoes of their astonishment reverberated incessantly. Just moments ago, the Daylight Demon Sect teetered on the brink of extinction, and now, in the blink of an eye, they have ascended to unparalleled heights, crushing the Xuantian and Zichan Sword sect. The entire process unfolded before their very eyes. It is precisely this that fills them with astonishment. Deep within, an inexhaustible envy lingered. Above the realm of myths, everyone experienced a slight elevation in their cultivation. At the level of celestial beings, all ascended by half a great realm. And beneath the celestial beings, there was a direct advancement of an entire great realm. What constitutes a grand transformation? This is it. Even the distant observer, Yin Siming, could not help but marvel. Who is that invincible figure from the east? He withstands the cataclysm of the heavens with mere flesh. Yet I am unable to discern any clues about him. It is evident that he is indeed an extraordinary individual. He pondered silently. As he spoke, Yin Siming cast his gaze towards Lin Wudao beside him, noticing the satisfied smile gracing his lips. In this divine calamity, he too had reaped significant rewards. Though it was merely a transaction, he represented the leader of the Sun Demon Sect. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the calamity, Lin Wudao also received a gift from the heavens, directly elevating his cultivation by an entire great realm. At present, he had reached the late stage of the Great Ascension. Lin Wudao was immensely pleased with this outcome. City Lord, shall we take action next? The Sun Demon Sect's power has surged, boasting two ancestors of the Cave Heaven, alongside numerous mythical beings and celestial beings. Perhaps we should deliberate further? Yin Siming suggested tentatively. Deliberate further? Lin Wudao shook his head. There is no time like the present. Since we are here today, let us seize the Sun Demon Sect. Boom. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and an ancient great five-element sword array immediately enveloped the surroundings, encompassing the entirety of the Sun Demon Sect. Thunderous roars erupted as the terrifying sword energy of the great five elements exploded forth. Chapter 122. I have always subdued others with strength. What is happening? Everything transpired in an instant. Witnessing the sudden emergence of the ancient sword formation, along with the terrifying sword energy sweeping through the void, the members of the demon sect, who were immersed in boundless astonishment and excitement, found their smiles abruptly frozen. In their place emerged intense panic and unease. Even Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin, the two venerable ancestors who had ascended to the realm of Dongtian, were taken aback at the appearance of the great five-element sword Qi. At this moment, they sensed an overwhelming threat and a tidal wave of murderous intent. Who dares to kill my great Sun Demon Sect? Yuan Huaqin bellowed, his fierce gaze sweeping across all directions in search of the hidden mastermind. At that moment, as the great five elements sword formation erupted, the onlookers around began to retreat in terror, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. What a terrifying sword energy! Who could be responsible for this? Someone exclaimed in shock. The great Sun Demon Sect had only just survived the heavenly calamity with the aid of Dongfang Bubi, and before they could even catch their breath, they were struck by a merciless blow again. The sequence of events was simply too swift. Clearly, someone was intentionally targeting the great Sun Demon Sect. How tragic. The sounds of shock echoed continuously. At this moment, nearly all the spectators lamented the misfortune of the great Sun Demon Sect. Just emerging from the wolf's den, they now found themselves in the tiger's mouth. This formidable sword formation was evidently a deliberate attempt to encircle and annihilate the great Sun Demon Sect. Would Dongfang Bubi come forth to aid them again? With this thought, the crowd observed from a distance. At the same time, they frantically searched for the orchestrator behind the scenes. Eventually, as everyone withdrew, their gazes converged upon Lin Wudao. For at this moment, only Lin Wudao, Yin Ximing, and Li Zongtian remained standing calmly in place, showing no sign of retreat. Who are you, and why do you seek to exterminate my great Sun Demon Sect? At this time, Yuan Huaqin within the sword formation seemed to discern some clues and immediately questioned Lin Wudao in a stern tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao cast a detached glance at him, his expression indifferent. I am Lin Wudao of the City of Sin. His calm voice resonated slowly. What? He is the Lord of the City of Sin? At the mention of this name, not only did the onlookers' hearts tremble, but even Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin's pupils constricted sharply. It was evident that they had heard of the upheaval in the Dali dynasty. Initially, they had not considered Lin Wudao significant, but the sudden turn of events had completely overturned their perception of him. So he is the Lord of the City of Sin. My great Sun Demon Sect has always coexisted peacefully with the City of Sin, without any enmity. Why has the Lord suddenly turned against my great Sun Demon Sect with such ferocity? Li Xianshan stated coldly. Indeed, there is no enmity. However, I have always acted without the need for justification. If one must exist, it is simply that I have taken a keen interest in the prowess of your Daylight Demon Sect. Thus, I intend to bring you under the dominion of my sinful city. The voice, devoid of emotion, continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huaqin could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Submit to the sinful city? On what grounds? Boom. No sooner had he uttered those words than a terrifying sword energy, embodying the five elements, swept through the void, severing his body with a single strike before he could even react. Is this not reason enough, given my strength? His sword energy had just obliterated Yuan Huaqin. He was a formidable being of the cave heaven realm. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment and dread. Their gazes towards Lin Wudao were filled with shock and terror. Even Li Xianshan was no exception. You have 10 breaths to contemplate. After this time, any dissenters shall be dealt with accordingly. The frigid voice swept across the expanse. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect fell into silence. Although their hearts brimmed with anger and hatred towards Lin Wudao, none dared to express it, let alone openly defy him. After all, Yuan Huaqin had just met his demise. With this thought, they instinctively turned their eyes towards Li Xianshan. I am willing to submit to the sinful city. Feeling the weight of the crowd's expectations, and glancing at the lifeless body of Yuan Huaqin, Li Xianshan was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His strength rendered him incapable of resistance. For the sake of survival, he had no choice. But ultimately, under the watchful eyes of countless witnesses, Li Xianshan respectfully knelt before Lin Wudao, ancestor observing Li Xuanshan's actions. The others were left speechless, unable to voice their thoughts. Thud thud thud. Subsequently, under the leadership of the elders, all disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect knelt upon the ground, choosing submission. Faced with the specter of death, they found themselves devoid of alternatives. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao wore an expression of satisfaction. Those who recognize the tides of circumstance are indeed wise. I commend your sagacity and decisiveness. Since you have chosen to submit, Li Xianshan, you shall lead your people to annihilate the Xuantian Sect and the Xuantian Sword Sect. Yes, Li Xianshan responded helplessly. Enhancement. Ensure they enter into a slave contract. Once I have constructed the fortune golden pool, the contract shall be annulled. Very well, City Lord. Enhancement nodded in affirmation. At that moment, he waved his hand, and countless glimmers of spirit light erupted, transforming into mysterious sigils that embedded themselves into the foreheads of the crowd, marking their souls. Once the slave contract is forged, rebellion becomes an impossibility. Now then, proceed with your tasks. I shall await your good news here. Having said this, before Li Xianshan and the others could respond, Lin Wudao took a step forward, collecting Yuan Huachen's corpse, and vanished from sight in an instant. Ancestor. As Lin Wudao departed, the multitude of disciples directed their sorrowful gazes towards Li Xianshan. In response, Li Xianshan let out a resigned sigh. After all, it was better to comply with his words. Living, after all, was a blessing. In that moment, a profound heaviness weighed upon his heart. He had initially believed that they had weathered the great tribulation from the heavens, and the Daylight Demon Sect was poised for a glorious future. Little did he know that the emergence of Lin Wudao would deliver them an even more crushing blow. Bound by the slave contract, they were now subjected to Lin Wudao's dominion. Though his heart brimmed with indignation and fury, Li Xianshan found himself devoid of the strength to resist. With a swift motion, after soothing the crowd, he steered the spiritual vessel towards the direction of the Xuantian Sect. Lin Wudao, however, paid no heed to the anger and hatred emanating from Li Xianshan and the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect. Discontent? Simply suppress it with force. Violence, after all, has always been the most effective means of resolution. At the Heavenly Demon Palace, after forcibly subjugating the Daylight Demon Sect, Lin Wudao commanded Li Zongtian to venture into the sect's treasury and procure 2/3 of its resources. Subsequently, he sacrificed them without hesitation. Congratulations. You have subdued the Daylight Demon Sect with a thunderous approach, gaining 5,000,000 fortune points. Congratulations, you have sacrificed 2/3 of the Daylight Demon Sect's resources, gaining 3,000,000 fortune points. 2 system notifications resonated within his mind. Name, Lin Wudao cultivation level, late stage of Great Ascension fortune points, 9,784. 000. The acquisition of 8 million fortune points from a single Daylight Demon Sect was a testament to its status as one of the 3 great powers in the Jiuzhou realm. Lin Wudao mused about the substantial fortune points he would gain once he subjugated both the Xuantian Sect and the Heavenly Heartsword Pavilion. System. How many fortune points are required to elevate Li Zongtian's cultivation from the Tribulation Realm to the Void Heaven Realm? Great Ascension Realm, 700,000. Celestial Being Realm, 1,000,000. Mythical Realm, 1,500,000. Cave Heaven Realm, 2,000,000. Void Heaven Realm, 3,000,000. A staggering 8,200,000. Upon seeing the figures laid before him, Lin Wudao couldn't help but shake his head. Although the Undertaker was formidable, it was, indeed, a true gold-devouring beast. Even he could not afford to sustain it. Enhance it. Despite the pang of reluctance, Lin Wudao chose to proceed with the enhancement. After all, he needed a powerful ally by his side. It was impractical for him to tackle every challenge alone. Chapter 123. The Ancient City of Blackwater and the 9th Young Master. The great leaders of the 9 provinces, Xuantian Sect, as Li Xianshan, accompanied by the formidable disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect, approached with an imposing demeanor. A majestic and ancient spiritual vessel sliced through the sky, descending before the gates of the Xuantian Sect. Upon this vessel stood 2 exceptionally poised young men. One of them, with strikingly handsome features and an ethereal presence, radiated an extraordinary aura, exuding the essence of a true dragon among men simply by standing there. This individual was none other than Mo Yunxiao, the current sect leader's son. The other man possessed sharp, sculpted features akin to a finely carved statue, his eyes sparkling like stars, deep and unfathomably profound. Unlike Mo Changfeng, he lacked a conspicuous brilliance. Instead, he emanated a quiet, innate nobility, reminiscent of a dragon lurking in the depths of an abyss. When he chose to speak, it was nothing short of astonishing. Brother Qingfeng, welcome to our Xuantian Sect. Since you've made this arduous journey, you must stay longer so we can revel together over fine wine. Mo Yunxiao proclaimed with grand exuberance. In response, Li Qifeng raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings before nodding in agreement. The Xuantian Sect is indeed a treasure, he remarked. With that, the 2 companions made their way to the grand hall of the sect. At this moment, the current sect leader, Mo Changkong, was convening the elders and protectors of the sect, evidently engaged in discussions of significant matters. A glance around revealed even the legendary ancestor was present. As Mo Yunxiao and Li Chifeng stepped into the hall, the ongoing discussions abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards them in unison. Salutations to the ancestor, the sect leader, and esteemed elders. Mo Yunxiao bowed respectfully. Yunxiao, who is this by your side? Mo Chongkong inquired. Father, this is a friend I met during my travels, named Li Chengfeng. He hails from the ancient city of Black Water and is known as the 9th young master of that place. What? Upon hearing this, Mo Chongkong could no longer remain seated, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Similarly, the legendary ancestor of the Xuantian sect reacted with equal astonishment. The ancient city of Black Water was an ancient power with a legacy spanning 5 millennia, a true behemoth within the realm of the 9 provinces, belonging to the hidden forces. Although the Daylight Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and Jiang Sword Sect were superficially recognized as the 3 giants of the 9 provinces, their actual status was somewhat precarious, mere names without substance. The true titans were those ancient families, hidden sects, and illustrious clans endowed with profound heritage, formidable strength, and deep roots. They seldom intervened in the conflicts of the 9 provinces, yet their foundation was the most formidable. For the Xuantian sect, the strongest among them was a mere figure at the mythical realm. Such cultivation was already considered to belong to the ranks of the ancestors. However, in the hidden powers of the ancient city of Black Water, practitioners of the mythical realm are merely the most ordinary of clansmen. Any prodigy among them possesses strength at least at the level of the cave heaven realm. As for their ancestors, their depth is unfathomable. Outsiders are aware that the 9 provinces are governed by 3 major powers. However, they remain oblivious to the numerous concealed sects, ancient families, and hidden clans that truly dominate the 9 provinces. Even the 3 major powers treat these hidden forces with utmost caution, fearful of offending them. Today, as Mo Yunxiao returned with the 9th young master from the ancient city of Black Water, how could this not astonish Mo Chongkong and the others? Mo Chongkong had met the 9th young master before. The arrival of the 9th young master at our Xuantian sect is indeed a great fortune. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, Mo Chongkong hurriedly vacated his seat, welcoming him warmly. In response, Li Chengfeng merely smiled lightly. There is no need for such formality, Sect Master Mo. Yunxiao and I are friends. Let us be at ease with one another. With that, he directly seated himself beside, exuding a demeanor of humility, neither servile nor arrogant. Witnessing such poise, Mo Chongkong could not help but inwardly commend him. Truly, he is a noble scion emerging from a prestigious family, embodying extraordinary lineage. By the way, Father, what significant matters are you discussing? After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Yunxiao inquired with curiosity. Hearing this, Mo Chongkong nodded, his expression turning serious. We were just deliberating about the Daylight Demon Sect and the City of Sin. What has transpired with the Daylight Demon Sect? And isn't the City of Sin merely a refuge for criminals within the 8 desolations of the Great Li Dynasty? What is there to discuss? Mo Yunxiao questioned, puzzled. Have you not heard during your travels that today marks the Daylight Demon Sect's reckoning against the Celestial Tribulation? Our Xuantian sect has already dispatched Ancestor Moyan to address this. If feasible, we aim to seize this opportunity to unite with the Heavenly Heart Sword Sect and obliterate the Daylight Demon Sect. As for the City of Sin, under Lin Wudao's machinations, it has surprisingly gained influence, and now it does not regard our Xuantian sect with any respect. Just a few days ago, with the support of the City of Sin, the Great Li Dynasty publicly declared its separation from our Xuantian sect. We are currently discussing how to respond. Mo Chongkong spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Mo Yunxiao furrowed his brow. He had not heard of these developments. After all, he had been outside the 9 provinces during this time. Is there any news regarding the Daylight Demon Sect? Not yet. As for the City of Sin, cannot we simply send strong practitioners from our sect to suppress them? Mo Yunxiao asserted with conviction. It is not so simple. Lin Wudao of the City of Sin possesses unknown strength and capability, and when the Great Li Dynasty announced its separation from the Xuantian sect, they even killed Deputy Sect Master Lei as a sacrifice to the heavens. It is evident that Lin Wudao's influence is not inferior to that of our Xuantian sect. Is Lin Wudao truly that formidable? Mo Yunxiao exhibited a look of astonishment. Initially, in his understanding, the City of Sin was merely a gathering place for rogues, posing no threat to the Xuantian sect, which could easily suppress it with a mere wave of the hand. Little did he know, the reality was far from this. How do Father and the ancestors intend to deal with the City of Sin? Surely, they cannot allow it to continue its arrogance unchecked? Should there be a need for my assistance, I shall not hesitate to contribute, Mo Yunxiao asserted resolutely. Observing this, Mo Chongkong felt a sense of relief. Not for the time being. Once we devise a specific strategy, there will be ample opportunity for my son to showcase his capabilities. With that, Imo Changkong prepared to continue the discussion. However, at that moment, two disciples burst into the hall in a state of panic. Sect Master, grave news. The Sun Demon Sect has appointed a new leader named Dongfang Bubi, and he has successfully weathered the heavenly catastrophe. Li Xianshan and Yuan Huaqin have both advanced to the Dongtian realm. Moreover, the cultivators of the Sun Demon Sect at the celestial level have elevated their prowess by half a realm. Those below the celestial level have ascended by an entire major realm. What? The Sun Demon Sect has survived the heavenly catastrophe? Li Xianshan has ascended to Dongtian? Boom. Upon hearing this, Imo Changkong and the others were taken aback. Who is Dongfang Bubi? No one seems to know his exact origins or background. It is said that he was brought in by Li Xianshan, the disciple reported. As his words fell, another disciple, even more terrified, prostrated himself on the ground. Sect Master, we have just received word that the Sun Demon Sect has been forcefully suppressed by Lin Wudao of the city of Sin. Currently, Li Xianshan has led his men and is advancing towards us. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice trailed off, an overwhelming aura surged from the distant horizon, sweeping forth with great force. Brilliant streaks of light sliced through the sky, and moments later, numerous spirit vessels descended outside the gates of the Xuantian Sect. Chapter 124. One escape, one annihilation. Come forth. Surround the Xuantian Sect and allow not a single soul to escape. The fierce roar reverberated through the realms. In an instant, a multitude of disciples from the Daylight Demon Sect received their orders, skillfully navigating numerous spiritual vessels to encircle the entire Xuantian Sect. A chilling aura of malevolence surged forth like a tidal wave. The Sect Master, Li Xianshan, has led the Daylight Demon Sect's forces to besiege us. A disciple reported in a state of panic. Upon hearing this, Imo Changkong and the others were struck with alarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the group propelled themselves through the grand hall of the sect with great haste. As they raised their eyes, they beheld the mountain gates surrounded entirely by the disciples of the Daylight Demon Sect, each emanating an overwhelming presence, their strength vastly superior to that of the Xuantian Sect. At the forefront stood none other than the ancestral figure of the Daylight Demon Sect, Li Xianshan. Li Xianshan, who bestowed upon you the audacity to invade my Xuantian Sect. Imo Changkong bellowed with authority, his countenance shrouded in shadows. Yet within, a profound sense of dread and unease began to brew. The might displayed by the Daylight Demon Sect indicated that the Xuantian Sect was hopelessly outmatched. Imo Changkong, surrender. Given your sect's current strength, it is patently futile to contend with my Daylight Demon Sect. Heed my counsel and cease your pointless struggles. The consequences of resistance will only be graver. Li Xianshan stood imperiously atop his vessel, his expression devoid of emotion. Huh? Surrender? Imo Changkong retorted with a scoff. The outcome of this confrontation remains to be seen. If you possess the capability, extinguish my Xuantian Sect. He stood firm, undaunted even in the presence of the celestial realm. Witnessing this, Li Xuanshan's expression turned frigid. Humph. Obstinate fool. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a devastating strike toward Imo Changkong. The formidable power of the celestial realm laid bare. Father, be careful. Imo Yunxiao shouted in alarm. At this moment, Imo Changkong, with only mid-level mythic cultivation, stood no chance against Li Xianshan of the celestial realm, akin to an egg striking a stone. Just as he prepared to shield Imo Changkong, a pristine hand, as white as jade, extended forth, gently pressing into the void, causing Li Xuanshan's powerful assault to shatter instantaneously. Brother Chifeng? Imo Yunxiao's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he recognized the owner of that hand. Simultaneously, Li Xianshan's gaze fixated on Li Chifeng, astonished. This person is also of the celestial realm? His heart raced. That previous strike had consumed all his strength, yet Li Chifeng had effortlessly nullified it, displaying power that could only belong to the late stages of the celestial realm. Where had the Xuantian Sect unearthed such a formidable being? Li Xianshan's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Li Chifeng intently. Although the other party appeared to be calm and unperturbed, he evoked a profound sense of threat within him. May I inquire who you are? Uncertain of Li Chifeng's true identity, Li Xianshan refrained from making any rash moves. In response to his apprehension, Li Chifeng merely offered a faint smile. I have come as a guest to the Xuantian Sect. A guest? Li Xianshan was unconvinced. You must be acting on the orders of the malevolent city lord. Today, as it happens, I am also a guest at the Xuantian Sect, and I cannot idly stand by while you seek to annihilate it. Might you, for the sake of my humble reputation, reconsider this matter? Li Chifeng spoke calmly. Boom. As he spoke, an overwhelming and terrifying aura was suddenly unleashed. Void Realm? Li Xuanshan's face paled in shock. His gaze towards Li Chifeng was filled with astonishment. Where had the Xuantian Sect found a powerhouse of the Void Realm? He clenched his fists. With a Void Realm expert present, It was utterly impossible for him to obliterate the Xuantian sect. At that moment, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Since you wish to stand up for the Xuantian sect, let today's affair come to an end. We shall depart. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianshan swiftly led the disciples of the Daylight Demon sect away from the Xuantian sect. Within moments, they vanished from sight. Witnessing this development, Mo Changkong and others breathed a sigh of relief, yet their hearts were heavy with regret. Brother Qingfeng, why did you not take the opportunity to eradicate the Daylight Demon sect just now? Allowing them to leave today will surely become a significant threat. Mo Yanxiao lamented. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. He felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. In truth, it was not only him. Mo Changkong and the other disciples of the Xuantian sect shared similar sentiments. They all hoped that Li Qingfeng would take action to eliminate the Daylight Demon sect entirely, eradicating any future threat. Allowing them to depart today would inevitably lead to their resurgence. When that time comes, it would signal the end of the Xuantian sect. With this thought, the hearts of the crowd brimmed with anxiety. Regarding their fears and unease, Li Qingfeng sighed. The rules of the Blackwater Ancient City prohibit me from interfering in the disputes of the 9 provinces. Anyone who participates will be permanently expelled from the Blackwater Ancient City. Therefore, I cannot assist you. Out of respect for my friendship with Brother Mo, I have made an exception this time to help you fend off the threat. From this day forth, the Xuantian sect must rely on itself. Brother Mo, let us part ways here. Li Qingfeng clasped his hands in farewell. Whoosh. With that, he disregarded the trepidation and unease of Mo Yunxiao and the others, directly boarding a spiritual vessel to leave the Xuantian sect. Observing Li Qingfeng's departing figure, the anxiety in the eyes of the onlookers intensified. Sect Master, the Daylight Demon sect will surely return. While they have temporarily retreated, should we not disband the Xuantian sect to evade the storm? At this moment, an elder suggested. Hearing this, Mo Changkong fell into deep contemplation. Elder, what do you think? Alas, this is indeed a viable strategy. Given our current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for us to contend with the Daylight Demon sect. Should they return, we would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. For the time being, let us abandon our sect. As long as the Green Hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. A venerable elder clad in azure sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Mo Changkong inhaled deeply and nodded. Summon the others. Immediately issue a command. The forces of the Daylight Demon sect are formidable, and to avoid unnecessary casualties, each of you must flee for your lives. When the time is ripe, we shall re-establish the Xuantian sect. Understood. The disciples responded in unison. Thus, the order was disseminated, 10 spreading to 100. The entire Xuantian sect reacted swiftly, gathering all that could be carried away. Subsequently, they each fled for their lives. In less than half an hour, the Xuantian sect was deserted. Ancestor, the members of the Xuantian sect have abandoned the mountain gate and fled. A disciple of the Daylight Demon sect reported respectfully to Li Xianshan, 1,000 miles away. Indeed, the Xuantian sect has forsaken their mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan was momentarily taken aback. What transpired? Did they not have a powerful being in the Void Realm to safeguard them? Why would they abandon their stronghold and flee? Reporting to the Ancestor, that powerful Void Realm expert departed after you left. What? Departed? Li Xianshan seethed, nearly crushing his bones in rage. Return, now. With a thunderous roar, everyone turned their direction and charged fiercely towards the Xuantian sect. However, upon their arrival, they found the place completely deserted. Simultaneously, all resources of the Xuantian sect had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I've been played. Li Xianshan was consumed by fury. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have lain in wait outside the Xuantian sect. Now, with all members having fled, how could he return to explain to Lin Wudao? The more he pondered, the greater his dread became. Ancestor, the departure of the Xuantian sect has become a reality. We must hasten to the Zichan Sword studio with utmost speed, seizing the opportunity before they can respond. And subdue them. If they escape as well, it will be even more difficult to account to the city lord. An elder spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. You speak wisely. Everyone, to the Zichan Sword studio at once. We cannot allow them to escape. He bellowed. With that, he led the disciples of the Daylight Demon sect at a rapid pace towards the Zichan Sword studio. Fortunately, the Zichan Sword studio had not yet received word of the events unfolding. Ultimately, under the weight of their overwhelming strength, they subdued all who resisted and seized control of the Zichan Sword studio. After accounting for all resources, Li Xianshan then returned with his followers to the Daylight Demon sect. Chapter 125, The Invitation of the Madman. At this moment, Lin Wudao sat cross-legged on the foremost mat of the heavenly demon palace, his expression as tranquil and stagnant as a still pond, devoid of any disturbance. Suddenly, two chilling system notifications echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host. Your subordinates have obliterated the Xuantian Sword Sect, gaining 4,000,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully seized control of the three major powers in the Jiuzhou realm, becoming the foremost force in plain sight, gaining 5,000,000 luck points. Name: Lin Wudao. Identity: Lord of the Sinful City. Cultivation level: late stage of Great Ascension. Luck points: 10,584,000. What? The abrupt notifications jolted Lin Wudao from his meditative state. Upon observing the details displayed on the system panel, he could not help but furrow his brow. Why was there no notification regarding the Xuantian sect? A look of confusion crossed his face. Logically, with the current strength of Li Xianshan and the others, obliterating the Xuantian sect should have been a trivial task after vanquishing the Xuantian Sword sect. Yet, only the Xuantian Sword sect had been destroyed, and there was not a word about the Xuantian sect. Could it be that an unforeseen incident occurred? A thought arose in Lin Wudao's mind. Master, Li Xianshan has returned. At that moment, Li Zongtian approached, respectfully reporting. Allow him to enter. Yes. Soon, Li Zongtian led the anxious Li Xianshan into the heavenly demon palace. Salutations, City Lord. His frail body trembled as he prostrated heavily on the ground. Why was only the Xuantian Sword sect destroyed? What happened to the Xuantian sect? Lin Wudao inquired directly. Ah? City Lord, you already know? Li Xianshan raised his head in shock, his face expressing fear. Reporting to the City Lord, there was an unforeseen incident at the Xuantian sect. According to your command, we had originally proceeded to the Xuantian sect, intending to eradicate it in one fell swoop. However, there was a powerful presence of the Void Heaven realm stationed there, and we returned empty-handed. Upon receiving further news, we discovered that all disciples of the Xuantian sect had abandoned their sect and fled with their resources. He replied, trembling. After speaking, he prostrated himself on the ground, his body shaking as if awaiting Lin Wudao's judgment. The Xuantian sect possesses a presence from the Void Heaven realm? Everyone fled? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed instantly. Are you certain it was from the Void Heaven realm? Why, yes. I am certain. Do you know their identity or background? That I am also unaware. Li Xianshan shook his head in trepidation. As he spoke, he recounted, in meticulous detail, the encounter with Li Chengfeng. After listening, Lin Wudao's frown deepened further. The City Lord pondered, suggesting that the cultivator of the Void Realm did not appear to wish to trouble Li Xianshan. Perhaps he was merely a guest of the Xuantian sect, without any particular ties to it. At this moment, Yin Siming, standing nearby, spoke thoughtfully. Hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Indeed. If a cultivator of the Void Realm truly intended to support the Xuantian sect, even someone at the Cave Heaven level would find it impossible to return alive. You would have been subdued right on the spot. His expression darkened. Allowing the Xuantian sect to escape had cost them over 10 million in fortune value, a significant loss. City Lord, should we not send someone to search the Jiuzhou territory? With so many disciples of the Xuantian sect fleeing at once, there must be some traces left behind. Unnecessary. This matter shall be handled by me. Li Xianshan, your next task is to tally and consolidate the forces and resources of the Daylight Demon Cult, the Xuantian sect, and the Xuantian Sword sect. You must bring them under the dominion of the City of Sin in the shortest time possible. Any resistance shall be met with decisive force. If this task is not executed properly, the consequences need not be elaborated. The cold, unfeeling voice resonated slowly. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, City Lord. I will ensure the completion of the task. Li Xianshan declared resolutely. Very well. Now, let us see how you perform. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianshan presented all the resources of the Xuantian Sword sect and then cautiously exited the demon hall. After his departure, Lin Wudao dismissed those around him. He then took out a divine summoning paper. Pray tell, who is the cultivator of the Void Realm affiliated with the Xuantian sect? With a flourish, a radiant light erupted. Moments later, words began to manifest upon the summoning paper. He of the Blackwater Ancient City, the ninth young master, Li Chengfeng. Blackwater Ancient City? Upon seeing this name, Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes slightly. He was aware that there were many hidden forces within the Jiuzhou territory, and Blackwater Ancient City was one of them, boasting an ancient heritage of nearly 5,000 years. Its foundation and strength were exceedingly robust. Ninth young master Li Chengfeng. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek an audience with you. You have caused me a loss of nearly 10 million in fortune value. This debt must be repaid. Lin Wudao's gaze turned icy. Li Chengfeng had thwarted his plans. If compensation could not be provided, then a life must be forfeited in its stead. With this thought, Lin Wudao reined in his emotions and turned to the Book of All Beings, hoping to see if there were any souls in need of assistance. Alas, it was a blank slate. It was just as disappointment set in, a sudden tremor emanated from within the system space. Swish. With a mere thought, a mysterious invitation appeared in his hand. An invitation from the Mad Taoist? Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He recalled that the madman had previously mentioned taking him to a mysterious place to collect the corpses of powerful beings. Had there been a conclusion? Contemplating this, he promptly opened the invitation. With a flourish, a burst of azure light erupted, ultimately coalescing into a line of small characters. Brethren, I am planning to visit the Blackwater Ancient City soon. Are you interested in joining me for a grand endeavor? I assure you, we will acquire a multitude of powerful corpses. The weakest will be at the Void Heaven Realm. Agreed. Decline. A grand endeavor in the Blackwater Ancient City? Lin Wudao was greatly astonished by the information presented in the invitation. What a coincidence. He mused and immediately selected agree. Wonderful. Brethren, we shall collaborate once more. You head to the Blackwater Ancient City and wait for me. I still need to prepare some items. And once everything is ready, I will contact you. By the way, this undertaking may be somewhat perilous, so it would be wise for you to prepare as well. At least to be unafraid of threats from the Zhoutian realm. What is the purpose of this? Lin Wudao grew increasingly intrigued. Given the madman's serious admonitions, he sensed that this matter was likely significant. Could it be that they were to excavate the ancestral tombs of the Blackwater Ancient City? He chuckled softly, shaking his head at this far-fetched notion. Despite the madman's eccentricities, he lacked the capability and strength for such an endeavor. Nevertheless, in light of the madman's warnings, Lin Wudao felt it prudent to make some preparations. At that moment, he offered up all the resources of the Xuantian Sword abode. Congratulations. You have sacrificed all resources of the Xuantian Sword abode, gaining 5,200,000 fortune points. Name, Lin Wudao fortune points, 15,784,000. System. How many fortune points are required to elevate Li Zongtian's cultivation to the Zhoutian realm? 4 million. Proceed with the enhancement. A mere 4 million. Now that Lin Wudao's wealth was considerable, he did not regard it with concern. Currently, his own cultivation was progressing slowly, and he could only rely on Li Zongtian for assistance. After completing this, Lin Wudao pondered for a moment. To solidify the influence of the city of Sin, he expended an additional 770,000 fortune points, elevating the cultivation of the remaining 11 undertakers to the Great Ascension realm. Having accomplished all this, Lin Wudao glanced at his remaining fortune points and ultimately consumed 4 million more, coalescing a primordial Dao pattern, extending the range of his spiritual awareness to a radius of 10,000 miles. Next, once the forces of the Great Sun Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and Xuantian Sword abode were consolidated, he could confidently proceed to the Blackwater Ancient City. With his plans laid out, he resumed his cultivation. Chapter 126. The Ancient City of Blackwater and the Corpse Retriever. 7 days later, having consolidated the powers of the Great Sun Demon Sect, the Xuantian Sect, and the Heavenly Heart Sword Pavilion into the City of Sin, Lin Wudao provided instructions to Li Xianshan and others before setting off for the Ancient City of Blackwater. Accompanied by Li Zongtian and Insiming, I recall that the Ancient City of Blackwater is not far from the 10,000 Great Mountains, is it? On the spirit vessel, Lin Wudao inquired of Insiming without turning around. Indeed, my lord. The ancient city of Blackwater adjoins the 10,000 Great Mountains and is situated by the Northern Sea, named for the ancient Blackwater River that flows through it. This city has existed since the age of antiquity, thus possessing an extraordinary heritage, along with myriad ancient secrets, opportunities, and fortuitous encounters. Insiming nodded gently. At this juncture, he paused slightly. To my knowledge, the Li family of the ancient city of Blackwater has a lineage spanning over 5,000 years, with formidable heritage and strength, as its members predominantly reside above the Cave Heaven realm. Furthermore, the legendary path to heaven will manifest in 3 days within the ancient city of Blackwater, attracting exceptional beings from across the 9 provinces and even the celestial domain. It is said that whoever reaches the end of the path to heaven shall ascend to greatness. The path to heaven? A flicker of interest ignited in Lin Wudao's eyes. What precisely is the path to heaven? The so-called path to heaven is said to have been established by ancient supreme beings, with some legends suggesting its innate existence. Along the path to heaven lie 5 celestial gates, which test cultivators in aspects of strength, aptitude, fortune, perseverance, and fate. Each gate open grants blessings from the heavens. According to ancient lore, opening 1 gate signifies royal potential, 2 gates indicate divine potential, 3 gates denote sage potential, 4 gates reveal great sage potential, and 5 gates bestow the potential of an emperor. Throughout history, Those who have reached the end of the path to heaven are celebrated heroes of the divine wasteland. Having attained the status of emperor, the path to heaven in the ancient city of Blackwater is but one of many such paths scattered across the divine wasteland. Whenever the path to heaven descends upon the world, it signifies a grand competition of talents on a global scale. Only the strongest of the age can seize unparalleled fortune. Enhancement elucidated patiently, hailing from the Zichan imperial clan and being the foremost true disciple of Destiny Mountain. He possessed a deeper understanding of the secrets surrounding the path to heaven than most. It appears every millennium? Indeed. Does that not imply a multitude of participants for the path to heaven? Yes. However, the path to heaven imposes stringent conditions. One must not exceed the age of 30. And one's cultivation must not fall below the great completion realm. Such strict requirements? Lin Wudao expressed his surprise. Then, how many individuals successfully open all 5 celestial gates each time? Not many. Essentially, it is a rare occurrence, akin to a person emerging once every 10,000 years, who successfully penetrates the 5 celestial gates and reaches the pinnacle of the path to the heavens, thus becoming the foremost individual of their era. Such a person inherently possesses the qualifications to attain the status of an emperor. Simon chuckled wryly and shook his head. The emperor. Within the vast expanse of the divine wilderness, one is already among the pinnacle of levels and combat prowess. Throughout history, the number of extraordinary talents has been vast. Yet those who can achieve the status of an emperor remain exceedingly few. This is because, in this grand world, the emperors are limited in number. Only upon the death or downfall of an emperor can a vacancy arise for a new imperial position, thereby gaining the approval of the heavenly Tao and the endowment of celestial power. In the absence of such vacancies, even those with the combat strength of an emperor cannot attain the emperor's realm. The distinction between the two is fundamentally profound. Simon refrained from elaborating these matters to Lin Wudao. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Wudao's vision had already transcended that of an emperor. Within the city of all heavens, he had encountered beings of the true immortal tier, and the number of heavenly emperors he had witnessed was countless. Thus, he held no significant regard for the title of emperor. Sooner or later, he too would reach that realm. By the way, City Lord, in the past few days within the ancient city of Blackwater, aside from the impending arrival of the path to the heavens, there is another intriguing matter. That is the Black River corpse retrieval. At this moment, it should have already commenced. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Simon remarked with a smile, Black River corpse retrieval? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's spirit was instantly invigorated. Although he was unaware of the specific implications, anything pertaining to corpses was, to him, a fortuitous matter. Please elaborate. Indeed, City Lord, the so-called Black River corpse retrieval refers to the act of salvaging corpses from the Blackwater River. Ancient legends tell that many powerful beings from before the ancient times are interred within the Blackwater River. Whenever the tide rises, numerous corpses are washed ashore. Upon these corpses lie various opportunities and fortunes. With a stroke of luck, retrieving the body of a formidable being could lead to instantaneous elevation. Simon spoke with unbridled enthusiasm. As he elaborated, Lin Wudao's eyes shimmered with increasing brilliance. It appears that the ancient city of Blackwater is indeed a treasure trove. Whether it be the once-in-a-millennium path to the heavens or the Black River corpse retrieval, he found both matters immensely intriguing. Whoosh! The spirit vessel was propelled to its utmost limits, carving a brilliant streak of light across the void. Finally, after a day of relentless travel, they arrived at the ancient city of Blackwater. Upon casting his gaze upward, the ancient city of Blackwater resembled an ancient, savage beast, sprawling between heaven and earth, harboring untold malevolence beneath its dark and grand exterior, as if it sought to devour those who ventured near. Due to the advent of the path to the heavens, the number of cultivators within the ancient city of Blackwater had multiplied exponentially, their figures filling the landscape. Meanwhile, outside the ancient city, a mysterious and eerie Black River also captured Lin Wudao's attention. Boom, boom, boom. Through the eye of the divine, he perceived an overwhelming aura of malevolence surging from the Blackwater River, ascending into the heavens. Moreover, within the enigmatic depths of the river lay numerous terrors, specifically entities that fed on souls. Even his divine consciousness, upon making contact with the river, was obstructed by an uncanny substance, subsequently devoured. How peculiar indeed. Lin Wudao inhaled deeply, refraining from further exploration. My lord, shall we venture to the banks of the Blackwater River? The corpse retrieval specialists not only recover bodies from the river, but also trade various items found upon them. Over time, this has transformed into a marketplace, where one might serendipitously discover valuable treasures. As he spoke, the trio swiftly piloted their ethereal vessel to the riverbank. At that moment, the ancient and broad thoroughfare was already teeming with countless cultivators. Some had set up stalls along the sides of the street for trading among practitioners, while others gazed intently at the ancient and mysterious Blackwater River. There, floating in the obsidian waters, were eerie skeletal boats, with individuals leaping from them into the depths, only to resurface moments later. Time did not exceed a quarter of an hour. Observing this spectacle, Lin Wudao felt a surge of interest. Are these the corpse retrieval specialists? He inquired. Indeed. Siming nodded. Yet, it appears they have made little progress. After watching for some time, Lin Wudao noted that, although many were engaged in the retrieval efforts, the actual successful recoveries were few and far between. Even when bodies were found, they often belonged to individuals of weak cultivation, hardly meeting his requirements for a worthy corpse. My lord, the Blackwater River conceals great horrors, and its waters inflict severe harm upon the souls of cultivators. A moment's carelessness could lead to an unmarked grave. Only those left with no alternatives would resort to becoming corpse retrieval specialists. To find the remains of a true powerhouse, one must rely on fortune. Siming elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Through the eye of the divine, he was fully aware of the river's dreadfulness. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a tremendous uproar erupted from the distant crowd. Could it be that someone had retrieved the body of a powerful being? A spark of intrigue ignited within Lin Wudao. In an instant, he, along with Siming and Li Zongtian, hastened towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 127. The child of fortune fallen to the mortal realm. Amidst the throngs of people, Lin Wudao found himself in a vast square, now teeming with the silhouettes of cultivators. Following their gaze, he beheld a gaunt and indifferent figure clad in coarse linen, a young man, perhaps in his 20s. Thud, thud, thud. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he emerged from the depths of the Blackwater River, bearing the weight of a blackened ancient corpse, step by deliberate step, until he reached the center of the square. Thereafter, he produced a mysterious black cloth bag, from which he extracted an array of peculiar items, laying them upon the ground before him. These artifacts included decayed divine weapons, unidentified bones, tattered materials, and elixirs from an ancient era, all of which had largely lost their former potency. Li Heishui had indeed retrieved the corpse of a powerful being from the Void Sky realm? Such extraordinary fortune! Whispers of envy rippled through the crowd. Although ancient corpses from the Blackwater River were often unearthed during high tides, securing one was an exceedingly arduous task, a veritable gamble with the king of hell himself. Some shook their heads in lamentation. Li Heishui was born under an ill omen. While others feared the river's corruption, he was unperturbed. Indeed, he was naturally suited for this endeavor. Over the years, he had salvaged numerous ancient corpses from the Blackwater River, presumably gaining some fortuitous opportunities along the way. Alas, no matter how hard he toiled, he remained a cast-off of the Li family. The Li family undeniably owed him a measure of justice. The gathered spectators engaged in fervent discussion, their words laden with sympathy and pity for Li Heishui. From their discourse, Lin Wudao gleaned that this Li Heishui had endured a rather tragic existence. Was he also of the Li family from the ancient city of Blackwater? At that moment, Siming turned to a nearby cultivator and inquired, "What of Li Heishui?" "Ah, he was once a member of the Li family, and of no ordinary standing. He was originally a young scion of the family, but alas, after his father failed in a bid for the family headship, they were cast out. Moreover, his father, mother, and fiancée all met untimely deaths, leaving only him and his sister, Li Qiqing, to rely on one another. It is said that all of this stemmed from the power struggles within the Li family." The individual spoke in hushed tones. "And why is he considered an ill-fated individual?" "Well, it is said that when Li Heishui was born, the flowers in the Li family wilted, and all life faded. Moreover, at the very moment of his birth, an elder of the family perished. Additionally, his soul is reputed to be exceedingly peculiar, inherently attuned to sinister energies, particularly the eerie and terrifying essence of the Blackwater River, which bears no effect upon him. Wherever he treads, calamity seems to follow. Thus, he is deemed an ill-omened personage." Initially, the Li family justified their expulsion of Li Heishui on this very premise. In truth, these were mere rumors. Although Li Heishui exhibited some peculiarities, he had resided in Heishui Ancient City for many years without any reports of calamity attributed to him. This was merely an excuse fabricated by the Li family. A person scoffed coldly, seemingly holding the Li family's actions in contempt. Furthermore, many harbored doubts that the withering of flowers, the decay of all things, and the death of the ancestor were all concocted tales spun by the Li family, solely to cast Li Heishui out. If this were indeed the case, then Li Heishui was quite the pitiable figure, citing Siming. As they conversed, Lin Wudao also directed the eye of the divine toward Li Heishui. In an instant, a myriad of hidden truths unfolded before him. Name: Li Heishui. Status: abandoned scion of the Li family. Cultivation: mythical perfection. Talent: extraordinary physique, true demon bone. Innate gift: demonization techniques. Ancient Scripture of Fortune. Volume 1 Skills. Great Celestial Fortune Stealing Art. Dragon Elephant Ancient Fist. Dragon Demon Great Hand Seal. Chasing Stars and Catching the Moon. Metal Sword Chi Items. Heavenly Treasure Mirror. Sage's Shroud. Universe Bag. Lunar Demon Sword Lifespan. 936 Fortune. 85, 600 Remarks. 1. Inherent True Demon Bone. Impervious to all anomalies and malevolence. 2. Cultivating Ancient Scripture of Fortune. He siphons the wandering fortunes of the world and others to augment his own strength and cultivation. 3. Ancient Scripture of Fortune, Volume 1, has been cultivated to perfection. To transcend limitations, he must seek the method for Ancient Scripture of Fortune, Volume 2. 4. A natural-born child of fortune. A wealth of information lay before him. Upon concluding his review, Lin Wudao was taken aback. Could it be that Li Heishui was indeed a child of fortune? Moreover, the fact that he could seize fortunes to enhance his own cultivation and power was truly remarkable. Such an extraordinary talent, and the Li family was blind to it. He silently lamented. Li Heishui was, without a doubt, enigmatic. To the naked eye, he appeared as a mere mortal, utterly devoid of any cultivation. Had it not been for Lin Wudao's eye of the divine, he too might have fallen for the facade. Lord City Master, this Li Heishui is exceptionally remarkable. If he were to find a path suited to him, or encounter a benefactor, his future achievements would be boundless. At that moment, Yin Siming spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was extraordinary. A child of fortune such as him should not languish in such circumstances. This insignificant Heishui ancient city was not a stage. City Master, might you consider bringing him under your wing? Let us deliberate on it later. Although Lin Wudao greatly admired Li Heishui's talent and potential, he refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead for further observation. One must also discern the intentions of Li Heishui. With this thought in mind, he maneuvered through the throng and approached Li Heishui's stall. Is this corpse for sale? Is there truly someone interested in purchasing a corpse? Lin Wudao's abrupt action raised eyebrows among the surrounding crowd. A decayed corpse, having endured the passage of time, holds no value. What purpose could it serve? Are they fools with too much money? The onlookers secretly scoffed at the notion. However, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. His gaze steadfastly fixed upon Li Heishui and the lifeless body of the powerful being from the void heaven realm. To others, the decomposed corpse may indeed be worthless. Yet to him, it held significance, although its essence had long since dissipated. Storing it within the copper coffin of the buried heaven would allow him to acquire the belongings or experiences of the deceased. This transaction would undoubtedly yield profit. Simultaneously, upon hearing Lin Wudao's desire to purchase the corpse in his possession, Li Heishui looked up, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is yours. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones? The crowd gasped at this price, incredulous. Had Li Heishui lost his senses in pursuit of wealth? How audacious to demand such a sum for a mere decayed corpse. Exclamations of disbelief echoed. This price is indeed exorbitant. Li Heishui must be dreaming. Only a fool would entertain such an offer. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. In their eyes, this rotting corpse from the void heaven realm was certainly not worth 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Perhaps even for free, it would find no takers. Yet, Lin Wudao was undeterred by the steep price. Very well, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I shall take this corpse. As he prepared to retrieve the money, a discordant voice suddenly pierced through the air. Wait, I offer 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 128. The Shroud of the Sage. A sudden bid of 110,000 medium-grade spirit stones caught the attention of the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the crowd was a strikingly handsome young man clad in fine robes, accompanied by an elderly man with a gaunt visage and piercing eyes. Both were practitioners of the void realm. The young man was merely in the early stages, while the elder boasted the formidable strength of the peak stage. Their rapport appeared to be quite amicable. Masterly Li Qingsnow. A chorus of exclamations rippled through the crowd. As they spoke, they instinctively parted to allow the duo passage, their eyes filled with profound reverence. For this individual was none other than the 8th young master of the Li family, Li Qingsnow. He was also the 3rd son of the current clan leader, Li Xiandao. Li Qingsnow exhibited remarkable talent from a young age, his cultivation surpassing that of the 9th young master, Li Chengfeng. Furthermore, being the offspring of the clan leader bestowed upon him an exceptional status. His prominence was undeniable, both within the Li family and in the ancient city of Heishui. As for the elderly man in black robes, he was unfamiliar to the crowd. However, his peak-level cultivation in the void realm clearly indicated his extraordinary nature. The corpse alchemist? Lin Wudao gleaned information about the black-clad elder with a single glance. He was, indeed, a practitioner who had mastered the art of corpse refinement. At this moment, it seemed the elder had taken an interest in the void realm corpse before him. Li Heishui, I shall take this corpse, Li Qingsnow stated as he approached the stall, casting a fleeting glance at Li Heishui. In response, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Heishui's eyes. This corpse has already been sold. If you wish to acquire it, you must first ascertain his willingness. Li Qingsnow's gaze fell upon Lin Wudao, who was being scrutinized with indifference. I offer 110,000 medium-grade spirit stones for this corpse. What say you? Not for sale. Lin Wudao firmly shook his head. 120,000. Not for sale. 150,000. My dear sir, this corpse holds no value for you. Why not allow it to come into my possession, and we may forge a friendship? Li Qingsnow proposed, his words laced with an implicit threat. However, Lin Wudao was not easily intimidated. I apologize, but this corpse holds great significance for me. I cannot relinquish it with that. Lin Wudao extended his hand to retrieve the void realm corpse. Yet, at that moment, the corpse alchemist could no longer contain himself. He shattered Lin Wudao's outstretched hand with a single palm strike and swiftly seized the corpse for himself. Brat, I offer 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones for your corpse. With a flourish of his sleeve, 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones materialized at Lin Wudao's feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao's expression remained impassive. No one has ever dared to snatch anything from my hands. A calm voice softly resonated. Whoosh. As his words fell, a terrifying sword aura suddenly cleaved through the void, decapitating the celestial corpse in an instant before it could react. The assailant was none other than Li Zongtian. Hiss, a single sword strike eliminated a peak expert of the celestial realm? Where did this formidable person emerge from? The onlookers were struck with bewilderment. Even the eighth young master, Li Qingsnow, displayed profound astonishment in his eyes, his handsome face clouded with dark shadows. The celestial corpse was his guest. Yet now, right under his very nose, he was slain by another. In that moment, Li Qingsnow felt both horrified and deeply humiliated. Your actions are utterly excessive. The celestial corpse is a guest of the Li family, and you have slain him, disregarding my family's honor. He clenched his fists, questioning, aiming to intimidate Lin Wudao with the Li family's prestige. Unfortunately, he had misidentified his adversary. Are you seeking vengeance for your friend? I suggest you vanish immediately while I am still in a good mood. Otherwise, should my disposition change, you too may meet your demise. By then, even the Li family will be unable to protect you. A voice, devoid of warmth, slowly emanated. What? Even Li Qingsnow would be killed? The crowd exhibited expressions of disbelief. They had never witnessed such audacity. Such grandiose claims. In this Blackwater ancient city, no one has ever dared to disregard the Li family. Li Zongtian. Eliminate him. Boom. At the moment Lin Wudao's voice resonated, Li Zongtian wasted no time, raising his hand to deliver a fierce sword strike. Not good upon realizing that Li Zongtian truly dared to kill him, Li Qingsnow was struck with fear. Crack. In an instant, he hastily shattered a green jade talisman. As Li Zongtian's terrifying sword aura descended, his figure transformed into a beam of azure light, vanishing from the spot. Damn it, just wait. The air reverberated with a roar of hatred. To this, Lin Wudao remained unfazed. If he genuinely desired to eliminate Li Qingsnow, even with the teleportation talisman in hand, there would be no escape for him. City Lord, since you have already offended him, why not simply kill him? Siming inquired, perplexed. Patience is key. I seek to catch a bigger fish. A mere Li Qingsnow is hardly worth consideration. If I can lure forth stronger members of the Li family, it would prove far more valuable than his immediate demise. Besides, he is destined to perish sooner or later. For now, I merely grant him a brief reprieve. Lin Wudao maintained a face of indifference. I see. Upon hearing this, Siming nodded thoughtfully. He understood that Lin Wudao was plotting further against the Blackwater ancient city. Li Heishui, would you sell the tattered burlap you wear? Ignoring the shock of those around him. After Lin Wudao meticulously secured the remains of the void sky realm and the corpse of the celestial corpse master, his gaze swiftly shifted to the tattered burlap draped over Li Heishui. This item was anything but ordinary. It was a shroud imbued with the aura of a sage. In other words, this burial cloth had once enveloped a sage. Undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Even the tattered cloth on someone's person is worthy of such attention? Who exactly is this individual? As Lin Wudao's interest in the burlap intensified, the onlookers could not hide their astonishment, their expressions contorting into a myriad of peculiar looks. In truth, it was not just them. Even Li Heishui was taken aback. This item is not for sale, he declared, shaking his head. The sage's shroud was a precious find from the depths of the Blackwater River, although he did not fully comprehend its nature. Draping it over himself offered protection against the lurking terrors at the riverbed. It was his safeguard for survival. Naturally, he was unwilling to part with such an item. What a pity. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Lin Wudao could not suppress a sigh upon hearing Li Heishui's refusal, as if he had missed out on a fortune. This shroud is something I could never sell. However, aside from this one, I possess others. Would you be interested? More burial cloths. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao, who had initially felt disappointment, suddenly perked up. Of course. Are they similar to the one you possess? No, they are of a more ordinary nature. As he spoke, Li Heishui, under Lin Wudao's eager gaze, reached into the black pouch at his waist. Moments later, he pulled out a piece of tattered burlap, stained with faint golden blood. A demigod's burial cloth? Lin Wudao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as the divine essence scanned the item. This one, too, seemed quite remarkable. Chapter 129. Congratulations. You have received the favor of heaven. How much for this burial shroud? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Heishui pondered for a moment before raising his head to speak. Hiss. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this exorbitant price, the onlookers were taken aback. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they gazed at Li Heishui. They simply could not fathom how an ordinary piece of tattered linen could possibly be valued at such a steep price. However, Lin Wudao wholeheartedly agreed with this valuation. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were indeed worth it. While speaking, he produced 10 exquisite spirit stones and handed them to Li Heishui. By the heavens! Are those truly exquisite spirit stones? A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. At that moment, their gazes toward Lin Wudao underwent a significant transformation. Anyone capable of producing exquisite spirit stones was undoubtedly of illustrious status and standing. This individual seemed to possess a background even grander than Li Qingsnow. Is that even a question? Who among the ordinary would dare to use exquisite spirit stones? No wonder he could disregard the Li family of Heishui Ancient City. It appeared he had formidable backing. Had he truly severed Li Qingsnow with a single stroke, the Li family would likely have remained silent. Who could this young master possibly be? The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding Lin Wudao's identity and origins. As for Lin Wudao, he paid no heed to their conjectures. At this moment, his gaze upon Li Heishui was notably gentle, as if he beheld a great treasure. In the future, should I come across such rare items or the corpses of formidable beings, they shall all be mine. Very well. Li Heishui nodded slightly. He too discerned that Lin Wudao was no ordinary person. Both the exquisite spirit stones and the slaying of the peak of the void sky realm, Li Zongtian, were sufficient proof of Lin Wudao's noble identity and background. At the very least, he clearly did not regard the Li family with any measure of respect. With the imminent arrival of the path to heaven, the waters of Heishui Ancient City were growing increasingly profound. Watching Lin Wudao's departing figure, he sighed. Then, he redirected his gaze to the exquisite spirit stones in his hand, excitement blooming in his eyes. With these 10 exquisite spirit stones, Qingqing's cultivation should ascend to new heights. At that point, the breakthrough to the void sky realm would be one step closer. If only I could knock upon the heavenly gate on the path to heaven and receive the great fortune bestowed by the heavens. Li Heishui's eyes shimmered with longing. Ever since the untimely deaths of his parents and fiancée, he had placed all his hopes upon his younger sister, Li Qingqing. His greatest aspiration in life was to cultivate Li Qingqing into a formidable being. At that time, he would exact vengeance for their departed parents. Yet, the path to heaven was more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Given his own aptitude and strength, the hope of knocking upon the heavenly gate and obtaining the great fortune granted by the heavens seemed rather dim. He fervently hoped for divine favor, wishing for a celestial gateway to be opened for him. Deep within his heart, Li Heishui continually prayed. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble reverberated through his mind, as if an unparalleled will had descended upon his very soul. Congratulations, you have received the blessing from the heavens. In the realm of Jiuzhou, a celestial messenger has just been born. By offering the corpse of a powerful being from the upper cave heaven realm or above, you may gain his assistance. The celestial messenger is named Dongfang Bubi. By presenting the corpse of a strong individual as a sacrifice, you can summon him to the mortal realm, aiding you in opening the celestial gate along the path to transcendence and obtaining great fortune. You may also invite him to avenge your grievances. Simply present the corpse of a powerful being and pray earnestly, and you shall receive a response. A series of grand and authoritative voices resonated within Li Heishui's very essence. Dongfang Bubi, the celestial messenger? Faced with this sudden and mysterious voice, even Li Heishui's composure faltered. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread, his icy gaze swept swiftly around him, yet he found nothing amiss. In fact, he began to question whether he was merely hallucinating. Do you wish to invite Dongfang Bubi? Abruptly, the enigmatic voice echoed once more. This time, Li Heishui perceived it with unmistakable clarity, an unknown, mysterious entity was indeed communicating with him. This revelation sent a jolt through his spirit. Simultaneously, a bold thought emerged from the depths of his mind. Can Dongfang Bubi fulfill any of my requests? Not necessarily. You merely need to prepare the corpse of a powerful being as a sacrifice and articulate your desired assistance. Should Dongfang Bubi accept your invitation, he will come forth to grant your wish. The more formidable the sacrificed corpse, the greater the likelihood of successfully summoning Dongfang Bubi. 7 days prior, Dongfang Bubi aided the Daylight Demon Sect in successfully navigating the nightmare mode of the Celestial Cataclysm, assuring his formidable strength. You may rest assured. The Celestial Cataclysm? And the nightmare mode? Upon hearing this, Li Heishui's heart quaked. He possessed some understanding of the Celestial Cataclysm, and the trials of the nightmare mode were akin to a harrowing brush with death. Enduring it safely was exceedingly arduous. Yet, Dongfang Bubi had aided the Daylight Demon Sect in overcoming such tribulations, underscoring his immense power. With this precedent, Li Heishui felt a measure of faith stirring within him. Over the years, as I fished for corpses in the Heishui River, I may not have acquired other fortunes or opportunities, but I have amassed a considerable collection of powerful corpses. If I can use a corpse as a sacrifice to invite Dongfang Bubi to assist me, that would be an unparalleled boon. Why not give it a try? What if it is indeed true? He mused to himself. Thus, he returned to his dwelling and unearthed an ancient corpse that had lain buried for many years from the vacant ground of his backyard. Despite the ravages of time, the body, having been washed by the waters of the Black River, retained the visage of the deceased in life, showing no signs of decay. Moreover, the corpse unearthed was even more formidable than the one retrieved from the river moments earlier. It was unmistakably that of a being of the Zhoutian realm. How should I proceed with the sacrifice? Please hold on. I am currently inviting the invincible Dongfang. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui did not rush, but instead patiently awaited further developments. The Mythical Inn, the largest establishment in the ancient city of Blackwater, offers a plethora of services. It is said to be a force not inferior to the esteemed Qingtian Merchant Association within the Qingtian domain, boasting a vast array of enterprises. Its name signifies that those who stay at the Mythical Inn shall become part of a legend. After parting ways with Li Heishui, Lin Wudao, under the guidance of the Yin Si Ming, checked into the Mythical Inn in the Qing Mountain Villa. Just as Lin Wudao settled down, he received a notification from the system. Ding! You have received an invitation from Li Heishui. Please check it promptly. Li Heishui? Upon hearing this name, Lin Wudao paused for a moment. Was it the same Li Heishui from earlier, or merely a coincidence of names? In his bewilderment, he promptly opened the Book of All Beings. Instantly, the specific details of the invitation unfolded before his eyes. Inviter, Li Heishui, wish, unknown, reward. The corpse of a Zhoutian powerhouse. A surge of mysterious light emerged, and Li Heishui's visage was vividly manifested upon the Book of All Beings. Indeed, it was he. Lin Wudao was taken aback. Then, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. You have fished for corpses in the Black River for so long, there must be quite a number of survivors. In that case, it is time to reap the rewards. With that thought, he readily accepted Li Heishui's invitation. What would you like this seat to assist you with? Has the invitation truly been granted? Hearing the mysterious voice in his mind, Li Heishui felt invigorated. After a brief silence, a glimmer of intense hope shone in his eyes. I wish to ask the Dongfang messenger to journey to the path to heaven, knock upon the 5th heavenly gate, and retrieve the celestial water of restoration as the final reward from the heavens. May I request this? Taking a deep breath, Li Heishui voiced his most audacious desire. Chapter 130. Take your belongings and attend to your affairs. You dare to request my assistance in opening the 5th heavenly gate to the road of Ascension? How audacious of you. Upon hearing Li Heishui's request, Lin Wudao couldn't help but shake his head. Moreover, what is this heaven-mending divine water? Although he was not entirely certain, anything placed beyond the 5th heavenly gate could not possibly be trivial. It must be an extraordinarily precious divine object or treasure. A mere corpse of the Zhoutian realm, and you expect me to assist you in opening the 5th heavenly gate? With such scant remuneration, it is quite challenging for me to oblige. Lin Wudao outright refused. This transaction was wholly inequitable. Naturally, he would not acquiesce. At the same time, after hearing the voice of the invincible from the east, Li Heishui fell silent. He was well aware that to open the 5th heavenly gate, one must reach the pinnacle of the road of ascension, becoming the foremost individual since time immemorial. This endeavor required not only formidable strength, but also unparalleled talent, fortune, perseverance, and destiny. A Zhoutian realm corpse was indeed insufficient. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Heishui cast his gaze toward the deepest recesses of the rear courtyard. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. I am willing to offer a demigod's corpse as a sacrifice. Would that be acceptable? A demigod? Upon reading this statement, Lin Wudao's heart quivered. He had just acquired a shroud for a demigod, And now another demigod's corpse had emerged? Indeed, Li Heishui possessed quite a number of valuable items. Lin Wudao silently praised him. Messenger of the East, my demands are not excessive. If you can open the fifth heavenly gate, reach the end of the road of Ascension, and obtain the heaven-mending divine water, I require only half of it. The heaven-mending divine water bestowed by the heavens is sufficient to enhance the qualities and roots of 2 individuals. Any more would be ineffective. Noticing the lack of response, Li Heishui gritted his teeth and revealed a fragment of information. The heaven-mending divine water is used to enhance one's qualities? Lin Wudao was greatly astonished. If it were sufficient for 2 individuals, it could indeed warrant further consideration, he pondered. With that, he summoned Siming. Greetings. City Lord, please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Road of Ascension, including the trials of the 5 great heavenly gates and any pertinent details to note. Certainly. Siming bowed in acknowledgement. He then organized his thoughts and began his exposition. City Lord, there are 5 great heavenly gates along the Road of Ascension: the King's Heavenly Gate, the True Goddess Heavenly Gate, the Sage's Heavenly Gate, the Great Sage's Heavenly Gate, and the Emperor's Heavenly Gate. To open the 5th heavenly gate symbolizes possessing the potential of an emperor. At that point, one would reach the end of the Road of Ascension and receive the supreme blessings granted by the heavens. The King's Heavenly Gate tests the perseverance of the cultivator. Beyond the 1st heavenly gate, there are 3,000 steps. Only by traversing all the steps can one open the King's Heavenly Gate. The True Goddess Heavenly Gate tests the strength of the cultivator. At that time, beyond the Heavenly Gate, there will be 81 miraculous golden bells. By their own power, they will ring all the golden bells, thus granting access to the true divine gate. The Sage's Gate tests the qualifications of practitioners. For a being must possess formidable aptitude and foundation to achieve greatness. This gate will present numerous esoteric methods. As long as one cultivates these methods to a certain level within the stipulated time, they will pass. The Great Sage's Gate evaluates the practitioner's fortune. The more abundant the fortune, the more favored one is by the heavens. After reaching the Sage realm, while personal aptitude remains significant, fortune becomes even more crucial. Only those with great fortune can knock upon the Great Sage's Gate. The Emperor's Gate tests the practitioner's fate. One's destiny and achievements are determined by their fate, and a higher fate correlates with greater potential. Indeed, after listening to the introduction of the Yin-Si fate, Lin Wudao gained a more comprehensive understanding of the 5 gates along the path to transcendence. He then fell into contemplation. The 1st gate tests willpower. Though the 3,000 steps are extensive, I believe I can pass smoothly. The 2nd gate assesses combat strength with the Origin Stone, which can elevate my cultivation by a significant realm. I foresee no issues. The 3rd and 4th gates can also be easily surpassed with sufficient fortune points. The crucial matter lies with the 5th gate, which tests fate. System, what is my fate? Uncertain, Lin Wudao could only inquire the system. Host, you possess no fate. What? I have no fate. Upon hearing this response, Lin Wudao was taken aback. What do you mean? Was it not said that everyone in this world possesses fate? Why am I devoid of it? Is it because I am a transmigrator? He questioned incredulously. Not at all. The host lacks fate because you are not bound by the great Tao. Without fate, it implies that all possibilities are open. Then can I pass the test of the 5th gate? This was the question of utmost concern for Lin Wudao. Indeed, though it was but 2 words, they provided him with reassurance. So, I am currently lacking in fortune points? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Please leave for now. Yes. Once Yin-Si fate departed, he took out the half-divine burial cloth, examined it for a moment, and then directly offered it as a sacrifice. Congratulations. You have sacrificed a half-divine burial cloth and gained 10 million fortune points. 10 million? Hearing this figure, Lin Wudao's spirit soared, with 10 exquisite spirit stones. He exchanged for 10 million fortune points. What a lucrative deal. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Lord of Sin City Cultivation, late stage of Great Ascension fortune points. 10,084. 000. Gazing at the series of numbers on the system panel, Lin Wudao felt immensely satisfied, yet he sensed it was still insufficient. One must seize every opportunity to gain an advantage. Li Heishui possessed a sacred burial cloth of a saint, and if he could acquire it and subsequently offer it as a sacrifice, he would undoubtedly reap a greater fortune and luck. With this thought, Lin Wudao suddenly conceived a plan. A mere demigod's corpse is hardly sufficient for me to assist you, unless you can present me with an extraordinary divine artifact or a treasured relic that stirs my desire. After all, I am not here to take your possessions. Rather, I intend to utilize your belongings to fulfill your needs. Lin Wudao spoke languidly. Is a demigod's corpse not enough? Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Li Heishui furrowed his brow. He possessed divine artifacts and treasured relics. For instance, the heavenly treasure mirror. It was indeed an unparalleled divine item. However, That object was his very foundation for existence, and he could never part with it. Aside from the heavenly treasure mirror, there was only, in a flash. Li Heishui's gaze fell upon the sacred burial cloth of the saint draped over him, his heart filled with conflict. What if I also offer a sacred burial cloth of a saint? After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and inquired, a sacred burial cloth of a saint? This item seems to bear the essence of a saint. Its value is somewhat acceptable. The voice of Dongfang Bubi responded in his mind. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui couldn't help but exhale in relief. He had genuinely feared it would still be insufficient. If I were to offer a demigod's corpse alongside a sacred burial cloth of a saint, would that guarantee my acquisition of the divine water for mending the heavens? Absolutely. My credibility and prowess are assured. You need not worry. Very well. I trust you. With that, Li Heishui promptly removed the sacred burial cloth from himself and placed it beside the demigod's corpse, waiting in silence. Chapter 131. Ascending to the heavens, directly entering the realm of the cave. Buzzed before him, the void shimmered with subtle ripples. And in the astonished gaze of Li Heishui, a peculiar black hole materialized out of thin air, swiftly engulfing the demigod's corpse in the sacred shroud that lay upon the ground. 3 days hence, when the path to heaven is unveiled, I shall descend upon the ancient city of Heishui, breaching the 5th heavenly gate to procure the divine water for mending the heavens. Suddenly, the ethereal voice of Dongfang Bubi resonated within his mind. In 3 days, Qingqing, you shall become an unparalleled prodigy, a figure of legend, with a future that promises boundless possibilities. With this, I can rest easy. A smile graced Li Heishui's lips. This was the sole act he could perform for Li Qingqing. By the way, Dongfang Envoy, while the path to heaven has yet to descend upon the world, may I request one more favor using this corpse of a Zhou Tian realm expert? Speak your mind. It is thus. I wish to implore the Dongfang Envoy to escort me to the Xianyu Lake within the illusory forest. I harbor a grudge against Li Qinzhou, and I seek to bring about his disgrace and ensure he finds no resting place. Of course, it is best that none become aware of this. Li Heishui declared with a glint of malice in his eyes. To eliminate Li Qinzhou? Within the mythical tower, Lin Wudao squinted at the desires inscribed in the Book of All Beings, a smile creeping upon his lips. Perfectly. He too held disdain for Li Qinzhou. This matter is indeed feasible. It can be done. What do you intend to do? Well, upon reaching Xianyu Lake, the Dongfang Envoy will understand. How mysterious. Surely, there are ulterior motives at play. Although Lin Wudao was filled with curiosity, he refrained from probing further. When do you plan to journey to Xianyu Lake? At noon. Very well. I shall personally come to escort you. Simply await my arrival. With that, Lin Wudao utilized the Book of All Beings to retrieve the corpse of the Zhou Tian realm expert. Then, he severed the connection. With approximately an hour remaining until noon, he decided to first organize the corpses he had acquired. Bang with a sweeping gesture, the copper coffin of burial appeared before him. Subsequently, he gathered the demigod's corpse, the void heaven realm corpse, the Zhou Tian realm corpse, as well as the corpse of the celestial corpse expert, and stored them all within. Ding! You have collected a corpse of the void heaven realm, gaining 8,000 fortune points, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, grants you 80,000 fortune points. You have collected a corpse of the Zhou Tian realm, acquiring a millennium-old longevity elixir, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, transforms into a 10,000-year longevity elixir, capable of extending one's lifespan by 100 years upon consumption. You have collected the corpse of the celestial corpse expert, obtaining the technique, soul-searching art, which, after system enhancement by tenfold, evolves into the profound technique, grand soul-searching method. You have collected the remains of a demigod and acquired a small ascension pill. After a tenfold enhancement by the system, you have obtained a great ascension pill. A series of notifications echoed in your mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao felt an exhilarating surge of energy. He paid little heed to the fortune value, the millennia-old life-prolonging elixirs, or the soul-searching techniques. What truly captivated his attention was the gain from the demigod's remains. Name, Great Ascension Pill Level, Spiritual Pill Quality, Supreme Description, derived from a small ascension pill enhanced tenfold. Consuming and refining it will elevate one's strength by 3 major realms, provided they are below true god level. 3 major realms of enhancement? As Lin Wudao gazed at the information presented, a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. The joy arrived unexpectedly. Although he was aware that collecting the demigod's corpse might yield extraordinary rewards, he never anticipated that it would be a great ascension pill. For beings of the mundane realm, this was nothing short of a divine treasure. Truly, luck was on his side. With his current cultivation, refining this great ascension pill would allow him to ascend 3 major realms, propelling him to the late stage of the cave heaven realm. He had been troubled by the lack of means to enhance his cultivation, yet here it was, arriving so swiftly. Lin Wudao beamed with delight. System. How long will it take for me to completely refine and absorb this great ascension pill given my aptitude? 1 month. So long? Lin Wudao furrowed his brow. Using fortune value can expedite the process. How much fortune value is required to refine the great ascension pill in half an hour? 1 million. Very well. Assist me in refining it. Lin Wudao readily agreed. Now, with his ample resources, he was not lacking in that million fortune value. Boom, boom, boom. Under the system's influence, the moment the great ascension pill entered his stomach, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, coursing through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lin Wudao's cultivation began to rise at a visible pace. Peak of the great ascension, perfected great ascension, celestial being, myth, cave heaven. One major realm after another was surpassed. Thought it was unclear how much time had passed, but as the last vestige of the great ascension pill's potency was exhausted, Lin Wudao's cultivation had precisely increased by 3 major realms, reaching the late stage of the cave heaven realm. At this moment, a tremendous power surged around him. Should he harness the invincible attribute of the origin stone, his combat prowess would rival that of cultivators at the late stage of the void sky realm. It was indeed a true ascent to greatness. Lin Wudao was immensely satisfied with this acquisition. He also possessed a sacred shroud of the sage. He wondered how much fortune value he would gain after the sacrifice. With a thought, he directly offered the sacred shroud. Ding! You have sacrificed a sacred shroud of the sage, earning 1 billion fortune value. 1 billion? Lin Wudao was taken aback. Li Heishui truly is my fortunate star. Just our first encounter has brought me such immense benefits. Aside from the imperial corpses collected within the divine ruins, this acquisition is undoubtedly my greatest gain. A smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. As for Li Heishui, he was becoming increasingly agreeable in his eyes. Having reaped such substantial rewards from him, it would be prudent to assist him further. With this thought, Lin Wudao began to channel the ancient Emperor Sutra, familiarizing himself with the surging power and cultivation he had recently attained. Before long, half an hour had passed, by the banks of the Heishui River. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Li Heishui was anxiously clenching his fists, filled with both anticipation and uncertainty. Could that Dongfang booby truly be real? It was already midday. Would he arrive? If he did, in what manner would he present himself? If he failed to come, I would have wasted a sacred burial cloth. Henceforth, I fear I may no longer venture to the Heishui River to retrieve corpses. He paced restlessly, occasionally glancing beyond the courtyard walls. Just as Li Heishui awaited with bated breath, the void before him suddenly rippled with barely perceptible undulations. In that instant, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak and adorned with an enigmatic mask materialized within the courtyard. Are you Dongfang Booby? Li Heishui gulped nervously and inquired cautiously upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the enigmatic figure. Indeed, I am quite pleased with your offering. As per your request, I shall now take you to the Xianyu Lake in the Forest of Delusions. As he spoke, Lin Wudao raised his hand and tossed a concealed jade talisman. Such items were plentiful in his possession, all bestowed upon him by the mad Taoist. Shattering, it would shroud one's body in the void, rendering them invisible to ordinary eyes. Is it truly that marvelous? Li Heishui exclaimed, astonished. With a decisive crunch, he shattered the jade talisman, and in an instant, a mysterious force enveloped his form, concealing him in the depths of the void. All right, let us proceed. Without acknowledging Li Heishui's astonishment, Lin Wudao waved his hand, whisking him away, vanishing from sight. Chapter 132. Li Qingsnow, your doom is certain. The Forest of Delusion lies to the west of the ancient city of Heishui and is adjacent to the Li family. According to the revelations inscribed in the Book of All Beings, Lin Wudao comprehended that the Forest of Delusion is an exceedingly perilous locale within the ancient city of Heishui, shrouded in numerous mysteries. Ever since the Li family has taken control of the ancient city, even after millennia of exploration, the true nature of the Forest of Delusion remains elusive. Anyone daring to enter must tread with utmost caution. However, Lin Wudao harbored no such trepidation. With a swift application of the distant horizon technique, he stepped forth into the Forest of Delusion. Gazing upward, he beheld the ancient, sprawling woods engulfed by a dense mist. The ethereal fog was exceptionally eerie, impenetrable to the gaze of ordinary individuals. What secrets lie hidden within the Xianyu Lake? At this moment, could Li Qingsnow be found in that very place? Lin Wudao inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui responded with a slight acknowledgement. Xianyu Lake is an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Its waters harbor a mysterious power capable of purifying impurities, rendering both the physical form and spiritual essence more pristine. To my knowledge, during this time of year, the esteemed young lady Luo Qing'an from the Qingyi Marquisate of the Great Xia dynasty frequents the Xianyu Lake to cleanse herself. Each year, she dedicates half a month to cultivation in this very spot. The Great Xia dynasty? The Qing Marquis, Luo Qinghan? At these words, a flicker of intrigue passed through Lin Wudao's eyes. What connection does this have to Li Qinzhou? He pressed on with his inquiries. Indeed, there is a connection. I have acquired a clandestine secret through special channels, revealing that Li Qinzhou has been visiting Xianyu Lake at noon for several days now. Today is no exception. Li Qinzhou will also be present? What could his purpose be? Is he here to purify himself, to refine his body and spirit? Certainly not. Li Heishui shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips, a smile that only a man could comprehend. You mean to say that Li Qinzhou intends to? Suddenly, Lin Wudao appeared to have an epiphany, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. In response, Li Heishui nodded. Whether it is true or not, the Eastern envoy shall soon witness for themselves. 20 years ago, Li Qinzhou's father ascended to the position of clan leader through deceitful schemes, resulting in the tragic demise of my parents and fiancée. This enmity is irreconcilable. I vowed to ensure that Li Xiandao and his son pay for their blood debts with blood. Today, I have finally seized an opportunity. Henceforth, I shall bring Li Qinzhou to disgrace and ensure he finds no resting place in death. As he spoke, a fierce hatred glimmered in Li Heishui's eyes, his countenance transforming into one of grotesque intensity. In the past, he lacked the strength to avenge his grievances, but now, with the assistance of the celestial envoy, Dongfang Bubi, and having secured leverage over Li Qinzhou, it was inevitable that he would not easily let him go. Li Heishui had thoroughly contemplated the subsequent plans. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Heishui's words, a flicker of anticipation emerged in Lin Wudao's eyes. He was curious about how Li Heishui intended to orchestrate Li Qinzhou's downfall, leading to his utter disgrace. With such thoughts in mind, guided by the Book of All Beings, Lin Wudao stealthily accompanied Li Heishui toward Xianyu Lake, unbeknownst to anyone. Upon their arrival at the lake, they noticed a figure, a woman garbed in palace attire, sitting cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, quietly observing her surroundings. Clearly, she was safeguarding Luo Qinghan, a practitioner at the Zhoutian realm. It seems that the influence of the Qing Marquis is indeed formidable. Lin Wudao mused to himself. Subsequently, he and Li Heishui, aided by the invisibility talisman, deftly evaded the woman's scrutiny and successfully reached Xianyu Lake. Through the eye of the divine, Lin Wudao indeed perceived a striking figure within the lake. Name, Luo Qinghan. Status, young lady of the Qing Marquis. Cultivation, pinnacle of the void heaven realm. All pertinent information regarding Luo Qinghan unfolded before his eyes. After reviewing it, Lin Wudao found nothing unusual about her. Rather, it was the lake itself that sparked a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze. Everything was precisely as Li Heishui had described. The waters of Xianyu Lake possessed a miraculous power to cleanse oneself and purify spiritual energy. If given the opportunity, I too would like to experience this. As he surveyed the lake, his peripheral vision was suddenly drawn to some nearby bushes, where he distinctly spotted a mysterious figure concealed within. This individual was cautiously peering at Xianyu Lake. The presence was so well concealed that an ordinary person would be utterly oblivious to it. Moreover, the fog of the bewildering forest obscured any trace of his whereabouts. If it were not for Lin Wudao's eye of the divine, capable of piercing through all illusions, he would have never discerned the presence of another behind the thicket. It was indeed Li Qinzhou. Lin Wudao's interest was piqued. Now, he understood Li Qinzhou's intentions. He was lurking in the shadows, spying on Luo Qinghan as she bathed. TSK. Who would have thought that the illustrious 8th young master of the Li family harbored such peculiar interests? What an oddity. Similarly, Li Heishui bore a cold smile as he gazed toward the location of Li Qinzhou, seemingly already aware of his hiding spot. Soon after, Lin Wudao observed Li Heishui cautiously approach. What do you intend to do? One is the esteemed young lady of the Qing Marquis, and the other, the renowned 8th young master of the Li family from Xuantian Ancient City. One would never imagine that Li Qinzhou would secretly observe others bathing, especially the esteemed young lady of the Qing Marquis. Oriental envoy, what kind of uproar do you think would ensue if this matter were to be divulged? Li Heishui remarked with a malevolent grin. Are you planning to expose this incident? Lin Wudao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Li Heishui could be so ruthless. Both Luo Qinghan and Li Qinzhou held significant status and standing. Should news of Li Qinzhou's clandestine peeping at Luo Qinghan while she bathed come to light, it would undoubtedly create a scandal of monumental proportions. At that point, Li Qinzhou would be utterly disgraced, and even the Li family would struggle to shield him from the repercussions. After all, the Qing Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty is not to be trifled with. Is this your scheme? Li Heishui continued. The Qing Marquis enjoys the emperor's favor and wields considerable power and prestige within the dynasty. As the young lady of the Marquis, Luo Qinghan is extraordinary. Once this event is revealed, Li Qinzhou will meet his doom. However, I shall not allow him to perish so easily." As he spoke, Li Heishui produced a jade slip he had prepared in advance and began to inscribe the scene with a secret technique. Despite the mist obscuring the view, one could still discern Luo Qinghan's visage and the lurking figure of Li Qinzhou amidst the grass. Of course, certain crucial areas were conveniently concealed by the lake's waters, much to Lin Wudao's regret. After a brief interlude, once Li Heishui had meticulously documented the scene, he carefully scrutinized his work. Then, in Lin Wudao's astonished gaze, he stealthily approached Li Qinzhou from behind. At that moment, Li Qinzhou was hidden in the underbrush, captivated by the sight of Xianyu Lake. Luo Qinghan is truly a beauty beyond compare. I never imagined Li Qinzhou, would have the chance to behold such a splendid view. If only I could savor her charm, it would be worth dying for. His expression was filled with longing. Observing this scene, Li Heishui, standing behind him, curled his lips into a cold smile. Since you wish to indulge in her charm, I shall grant your desire. With a thunderous crash, seizing the moment, Li Heishui delivered a powerful kick to Li Qinzhou's back. The tremendous force propelled him into Xianyu Lake, landing fortuitously before Luo Qinghan. Chapter 133. The Accompanying Treasure, the Heavenly Treasure Mirror. Who is it? Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment Li Qinzhou plunged into the Xianyu Lake, he abruptly startled Luo Qinghan, who had been engrossed in her cultivation. She turned her gaze towards the sound, resembling a frightened deer. Boom! Upon catching sight of Li Qinzhou's visage, an intense shock instantaneously flashed across her exquisitely beautiful face. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Li Qinzhou would appear in this place. Even more alarming was the fact that she was completely unclothed, leaving her in a state of vulnerability as Li Qinzhou beheld her. This realization ignited a mixture of astonishment and fury within Luo Qinghan. In an instant, murderous intent surged. "Damn you, scoundrel! You shall perish!" With a thunderous roar, Luo Qinghan raised her hand and unleashed a powerful strike towards Li Qinzhou, her fierce and overwhelming force cascading forth like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, Li Qinzhou turned pale with fright. "This is bad. I've been caught in the act." Whoosh! Just as the moment arrived for Luo Qinghan's strike to descend, an ancient azure bell suddenly materialized above Li Qinzhou's head, descending a myriad of brilliant azure rays to envelop him in protection. Dong! Luo Qinghan's furious blow struck the azure bell, producing a resounding chime that echoed through the air. Puffed despite the formidable defense of the azure bell, Luo Qinghan's terrifying strike did not instantly vanquish Li Qinzhou. However, the immense rebound force inflicted considerable injury upon him. This woman possesses terrifying strength. She must be at the pinnacle of the void heaven realm. I cannot linger here. I must make my escape. Crack! With no time for further contemplation, after successfully evading Luo Qinghan's wrathful strike, Li Qinzhou swiftly shattered a mysterious teleportation jade talisman. In an instant, he transformed into an enigmatic azure light, vanishing from sight. Damn it! Witnessing Li Qinzhou's successful escape right beneath her nose, Luo Qinghan's exquisite face was enveloped in an unprecedented chill and frost. Her eyes brimmed with a fierce murderous intent. Whoosh! At that moment, a woman in palace attire, alerted by the commotion outside, hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Luo Qinghan's eyes, she too was taken aback. "Qinghan, what transpired?" "Yui, someone was lurking in the shadows, spying on me." Luo Qinghan spoke with venomous resentment. "What? Someone was spying?" Upon hearing this, Yu Fu Rong's expression shifted dramatically, her sharp gaze sweeping across the surrounding space. "Do not search any longer, Yui. That person has already fled." Luo Qinghan sighed. Upon hearing this, Yu Fu Rong's countenance grew even colder. "How audacious! Qinghan, did you clearly see the face of the one who was spying?" "Indeed." Luo Qinghan nodded. Though the situation had been chaotic, she had seen Li Qinzhou's face distinctly. Who was that person? If I am not mistaken, it should be the 8th young master of the Li family from Heishui Ancient City, Li Qinzhou. The 8th young master of the Li family? In an instant, a murderous glint flickered in Yu Fu Rong's eyes. "Qinghan, you should return to the mythology pavilion first. I shall go to the Li family and seek justice for you. I will ensure that the vile Li Qinzhou is dragged out and executed. Our Qingyi Hofu is not to be trifled with." Having said that, Yu Fu Rong prepared to storm towards the Li family. However, just as she turned to leave, she was promptly restrained by Luo Qinghan. "You auntie, it is futile. Li Qinzhou is no fool, having seen through his true nature. He will surely not dare return to the Li family. Even if you go now, you will gain nothing. Moreover, this matter concerns my reputation and the honor of the Qingyi Hofu. It is not suitable for public knowledge." Luo Qinghan tightened his grip and spoke gravely. Can we simply let this matter rest? Of course not. However, the path to heaven is about to descend upon the world. And tomorrow marks the 800th birthday of the Li family's ancestor. We must represent the Qingyi Hofu properly. After the path to heaven concludes, we shall seek an explanation from Li Xiandao. He would not dare to shield Li Qingzhou. The cold voice resonated across Xianyu Lake. With that, Luo Qing'an gestured, and a set of garments appeared upon her. She stepped forward and vanished from sight. Li Qingzhou, do not let me find you. If I do, you shall meet a fate worse than death. Yu Forong's eyes gleamed with killing intent. As her words fell, she closely followed Luo Qing'an. Was after the two departed for a considerable time, Lin Wudao and Li Heishui ceased their stealth and revealed themselves. At this moment, a calculating smile adorned Li Heishui's lips. Are you preparing to return to Heishui Ancient City and expose this matter? Lin Wudao asked with interest. In response, Li Heishui shook his head. No. Now is not the time. Tomorrow is the 800th birthday of Li Duantian, the ancestor of the Li family. Guests from all corners will gather. Not only from Heishui Ancient City, but also notable figures from the 9 provinces will come to offer their congratulations. Even the great Xia dynasty will send representatives. At that time, I will reveal this matter during Li Duantian's birthday celebration and watch how the Li family handles it. Moreover, I will bring Li Qingzhou to the feast. I do not believe he can escape death. Li Heishui's expression was icy, his eyes filled with hatred, devoid of sympathy or compassion. To achieve his goal, he would stop at nothing, sparing no expense. In response, Lin Wudao remained silent. All of this was Li Heishui's own idea and decision. He would not intervene personally. Li Qingzhou has already fled and will surely not dare return to the Li family. How do you plan to bring him to the birthday celebration tomorrow? Do not worry about the Eastern envoy. I have my methods. With a mysterious smile, Li Heishui deftly produced an ancient, majestic square copper mirror, the celestial treasure mirror. As his gaze swept across it, Lin Wudao's heart trembled with astonishment. Name, Celestial Treasure Mirror. Rank, Divine Artifact. Description: 1. A congenital divine object evolved through countless epochs in the divine wilderness. Capable of discerning the myriad affairs of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of all living beings. 2. At the cost of life, it grants glimpses of fragments of the future. 3. The companion treasure of Li Heishui. Note: this object can be utilized solely by Li Heishui. It is ineffective in the hands of others, even if obtained. The information regarding the celestial treasure mirror unfolded before his eyes. Upon finishing his review, Lin Wudao was profoundly impressed. This artifact was indeed even more formidable and extraordinary than his divine eye. Particularly noteworthy was its ability to perceive glimpses of the future. Just this single aspect would render it incomparable, even to the ultimate imperial weapons of the imperial lineage. Regrettably, the celestial treasure mirror was Li Heishui's companion treasure, and no one else could wield its power. A fleeting sigh crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. This object, even to him, was exceedingly desirable. Alas, divine artifacts do not serve dual masters. It would eternally belong solely to Li Heishui. Such a remarkable item must not fall into the hands of others. Although I cannot possess it, Li Heishui must be persuaded to bring it under my command. If that proves impossible, then he must be eliminated. Lin Wudao harbored no intentions of sparing anyone or anything that might pose a potential threat to him. After all, this world is fraught with peril, and many seek to do him harm. Unbeknownst to Lin Wudao, Li Heishui was currently engrossed in operating the celestial treasure mirror, searching for the whereabouts of Li Qingzhou. Chapter 134. A Dual Talent. At last, it has been discovered. The celestial treasure mirror, a tool for examining the myriad affairs of heaven and earth. Following a series of actions by its master, Li Heishui, the once dormant ancient bronze mirror radiated a brilliant light. Shortly thereafter, a vivid image emerged. At this moment, Li Qingzhou was cloaked in a black mantle, skillfully navigating his spirit vessel, swiftly departing from the confines of Heishui Ancient City. It was evident he sought to seize the opportunity to escape. Truly remarkable. After witnessing the capabilities of the celestial treasure mirror firsthand, Lin Wudao could not suppress his admiration. Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness swept across Heishui Ancient City, soon locking onto Li Qingzhou's whereabouts. However, he did not act immediately. Matters must be kept distinct. The previous corpse of the Zhou realm was merely a means to assist Li Heishui in reaching Xianyu Lake, and did not include the task of capturing and subduing Li Qingzhou. Therefore, additional compensation was required. Noticing Lin Wudao's inaction, Li Heishui seemed to grasp the situation. Could the Eastern Messenger assist me in capturing Li Qingzhou? I am willing to offer another corpse of a Zhou realm expert as payment. However, it must be alive, he stated cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded indifferently. Certainly. It appears your demands are rather numerous. If you have any other wishes or require further assistance, feel free to express them, and I shall accommodate. Indeed, there is one more matter. Tomorrow morning, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Chutian, will return to Heshui Ancient City from beyond the 9 provinces. I wish to request the Eastern Messenger's help in eliminating him. Li Heshui declared with a glint of malice in his eyes. In response, Lin Wudao remained impassive, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. What is Li Chengtian's cultivation level? At the pinnacle of the Void Sky Realm. Well, if you can provide 2 corpses of Zhoutian realm experts, I shall take care of this task for you. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Heshui readily consented. Over the years of collecting corpses, he had amassed quite a stockpile. However, this transaction would soon deplete his reserves. Return and await my word. Within half an hour, I shall present you with the living Li Qinzhou. Just prepare a Zhoutian realm corpse. With that, Lin Wudao vanished in an instant, disregarding Li Heshui's astonishment and bewilderment. Watching the direction of his departure, Li Heshui wore an odd expression. This Eastern messenger is indeed a peculiar individual. While others covet wealth, he seems to relish the collection of powerful corpses. One wonders what purpose he has in mind. As these thoughts lingered, he attempted to utilize the celestial treasure mirror to glean information about Lin Wudao. Yet, no matter how forcefully he tried, the mirror yielded no response. Could it be that he truly is a messenger of the heavens? A chill of dread coursed through Li Heshui's heart. At this moment, he felt a profound reverence for the invincible East, as even the heavenly treasure mirror could not reveal any information about it. Its origins undoubtedly transcended his understanding and imagination. Lin Wudao was perplexed by Li Heshui's actions. Whoosh! After departing from the Forest of Delusions, he headed straight toward the direction in which Li Qinzhou had fled. Meanwhile, at that moment, Li Qinzhou had already exited the Blackwater Ancient City. He exhaled deeply as he soared out of the city, his tense spirit finally relaxing at that instant. He had narrowly escaped danger. Just moments earlier, it had been exceedingly perilous. He had barely eluded capture by that girl, Luo Qinghan. Had he fallen into her clutches, he would have met a tragic end. Returning to Blackwater Ancient City was out of the question. He resolved to seek refuge elsewhere for the time being. Waiting for the situation to calm before devising a plan, he continuously calculated in his mind. He still held a sense of awe toward the Qingyi Marquis house of the Great Xia. Their power and foundation were far more formidable than that of the Li family. And they enjoyed the favor of the Great Xia Emperor, a level of influence that the Li family could not hope to rival. If the incident of him peeping at Luo Qinghan while she bathed were to come to light, the Li family would certainly be unable to protect him. For now, his only course of action was to leave Blackwater Ancient City. Once the storm had passed, he would think of a way to return. However, while his thoughts were optimistic, reality proved to be cruel. Boom! Just as Li Qinzhou reveled in his escape aboard the spirit vessel, an overwhelmingly terrifying hand suddenly descended from the heavens, shattering the vessel beneath him. What the hell is happening? Could it be that Luo Qinghan discovered my whereabouts and has caught up to me? The sudden turn of events left Li Qinzhou in a state of shock. Crack! With no time to investigate the situation, he hastily crushed the last teleportation talisman on his person, intending to forcefully escape. The earthbinding spell. The teleportation talisman had never failed him before. However, this time, he encountered Lin Wudao. With a swift application of the earthbinding spell, Li Qinzhou's body and soul were forcibly shackled in place, rendering the teleportation talisman utterly ineffective. Upon witnessing this, Li Qinzhou was gripped by sheer panic and terror. How could this be? Who was trying to harm me? He was paralyzed with fear. Slap! Just as he was engulfed in dread, a cold hand descended from behind, clasping his neck, and before he could react, he lost consciousness. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao's figure appeared. Tomorrow, a grand spectacle awaits. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With that, he vanished from sight. Whoosh! Moments later, when Lin Wudao re-entered the courtyard of Li Heshui, he found, apart from himself, a stunningly beautiful woman, radiating ethereal grace, as if she were a celestial spirit. At this moment, 2 individuals were gathered around a table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, creating a scene that was both warm and harmonious. Upon encountering the strikingly beautiful woman, Lin Wudao's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, the divine gaze swept across, revealing information about Li Qiqing. Name, Li Qingcheng. Identity, disciple of the True Dragon Academy. Cultivation, perfected realm of the Cave Heaven. Talent, exceptional bone structure, divine king bone technique, great wilderness true dragon scripture skills, 7-star sword technique, great demon suppression hand, supreme shin sword chi, precious elephant seal, mountain river seal, diamond seal arts, celestial fire meteor, earth escape technique, rejuvenation technique. Treasure, heaven subduing bottle lifespan, 1086 years fortune, 186,000 remarks, possesses unparalleled talent in the realm of arts, with but a glance at any technique. She can instantly comprehend its essence and, within a remarkably brief period, cultivate it to mastery. Another peerless genius? Lin Wudao's expression was one of astonishment. Li Heishui, a favored son of fortune, was one thing, but to discover that his sister, Li Qingsnow, was also an exceptionally rare talent, a family of dual prodigies. Even among the ancient aristocratic families, few could rival them. Could this be what is known as the favored by the heavens? Both individuals possessed remarkable treasures, given time. They were destined for greatness. Lin Wudao silently marveled. This family was extraordinary. May I inquire who you are? Just as Lin Wudao was assessing Li Qingsnow, her curious gaze landed upon him. Hearing this, Li Heishui was instantly roused, respectfully approaching Lin Wudao. Eastern Messenger, you have returned? Indeed. The person you desired has been brought back, Lin Wudao replied, abruptly throwing Li Chunzhou to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Li Heishui's eyes gleamed with excitement. Thank you, Eastern Messenger. He quickly retrieved 3 corpses of powerful figures from the Zhou realm from his spatial bag. Additionally, I will take care of the other matter for you by tomorrow morning. With that, Lin Wudao cast a glance at Li Qingsnow before vanishing from sight. Chapter 135. I have sought an extraordinary favor for you. Brother, who was that person just now? I noticed you seemed quite respectful towards him. After Lin Wudao departed, Li Qingsnow fell into a brief silence before casting a curious glance at Li Heishui beside her. In response, Li Heishui chuckled softly, a flicker of reverence crossing his countenance. Qingsnow, that man is a celestial envoy from the Jiuzhou realm, known as Dongfang Bubi. I'm not entirely certain of his precise identity or origins. Previously, while I was retrieving corpses from the Heishui River, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated in my mind, claiming that if I offered the corpse of a powerful being as a sacrifice, I could summon Dongfang Bubi to assist me. Initially, I was skeptical. However, with a mindset of experimentation, I presented a demigod's corpse along with a piece of burial cloth I had retrieved from the river and ultimately succeeded in inviting Dongfang Bubi. What you see before you now is the result of my entreaty. Li Heishui gestured towards the figure of Li Qingsnow lying on the ground. A celestial envoy? Dongfang Bubi? A powerful being's corpse as a sacrifice? Listening to Li Heishui's account, Li Qingsnow was filled with astonishment, as it was the first time she had encountered such bizarre and extraordinary matters. Her gaze then fell upon the familiar face of Li Qingsnow, and she was immediately struck by shock. Li Qingsnow? Brother, you summoned Dongfang Bubi to subdue Li Qingsnow? Indeed, Li Heishui candidly acknowledged. Why would you subdue Li Qingsnow? He is the 8th young master of the Li family. If discovered, the Li family would surely not let this matter rest. Li Qingqing's expression turned grave. In response, Li Heishui snorted coldly. You need not worry, Qingqing. The Li family is entirely unaware of this affair. Furthermore, the Li family is currently struggling for survival. Whether they can continue to exist in Heishui Ancient City after tomorrow remains uncertain. Even if they became aware of Li Qingsnow's existence, they would not dare to act against us, for I hold the leverage of the Li family's fate in my hands. What? You possess leverage over the Li family? Hearing this, Li Qingqing's astonishment deepened. She had been away for merely half a year, yet upon her return, she found herself unable to comprehend her brother. Brother, the leverage you speak of, is it related to Li Qingsnow? Yes. However, I cannot disclose this matter to you at present. It pertains to my grievances with the Li family, and you need not involve yourself. Just focus on your cultivation. As he spoke, Li Heishui presented the 10 exquisite spirit stones he had obtained earlier to Li Qingsnow. Exquisite spirit stones? Li Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. As a disciple of the Zhenlong Academy, she possessed a refined perspective and understanding, and even within the academy, such exquisite spirit stones were non-existent. Where did Li Heishui acquire these? These exquisite spirit stones were acquired from my ventures in corpse retrieval. Previously, I was fortunate enough to unearth a body from the Void Heaven realm in the Blackwater River and combined with an old shroud. I sold them to a mysterious gentleman. Originally valued at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, he offered merely 10 exceptional spirit stones. Li Heishui remarked with a faint smile. Although 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and 10 exceptional spirit stones are equivalent in value, the latter proves far more potent for cultivation purposes. Brother, you truly struck gold this time. These exceptional spirit stones are even beyond the reach of the true Dragon Academy. The enigmatic buyer of your corpse must possess an extraordinary identity and background to trade such treasures. Cultivating a good rapport with him could be beneficial for you. Li Qingqing pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui merely smiled enigmatically. That individual is shrouded in mystery. If I can obtain more quality corpses in the future, it would be worth selling to him again. By the way, little sister, I have procured a tremendous opportunity for you. In a few days, Your life and fate shall undergo a profound transformation. You will undoubtedly become a true disciple of the True Dragon Academy. Furthermore, when the time is right, I shall guide you to a sacred ground for your cultivation. Even the scion of that holy place would pale in comparison to your potential. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Li Heishui spoke with an air of delight. Ah, you have secured such a grand opportunity for me? A true disciple of the True Dragon Academy? Upon hearing Li Heishui's words and witnessing his earnest expression, Li Qiqing felt a sense of absurdity. Brother, you must be out of your mind. How can you speak such nonsense? Currently, I am merely at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. To become a true disciple of the True Dragon Academy, one must possess at least the cultivation of the Zhoutian realm. Such status and prestige are beyond my aspirations. Li Qiqing shook her head, skeptical of this unrealistic notion. Seeing her reaction, Li Heishui only smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. At present, the path to the heavens has yet to be unveiled, and all remains uncertain. Once Dongfang Bubi retrieves the celestial water for mending the heavens, that will truly be a grand opportunity and transformation. Until then, Li Heishui refrained from elaborating further. Qiqing, your return to the Blackwater ancient city is surely for the path to the heavens, is it not? Indeed, the path to the heavens is an extraordinary event, and it is said that anyone who knocks upon the heavenly gate shall receive great blessings from the heavens. Thus, we have come with eager anticipation to witness it. Li Qiqing replied with a smile, a glimmer of yearning sparkling in her intelligent eyes. She was immensely excited for this once-in-a-millennium celebration. This time, it shall be exceedingly lively. By the way, regarding the celestial messenger Dongfang Bubi and the matters concerning Li Qinzhou, do not speak of them to anyone to avoid unnecessary troubles. Understood? Rest assured. My brother, I shall not speak recklessly. She nodded solemnly. Whether it be Dongfang Bubi or Li Qinzhou, it is imperative that outsiders remain oblivious to their existence. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly invite catastrophic consequences. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Regarding Li Qiqing and Li Heishui, she felt a measure of assurance. Soon after, the two engaged in casual conversation for a brief while, before he took hold of Li Qinzhou's body and strode purposefully towards the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Wudao returned to the mythical tower and summoned Yin Siming. Lord City Master, you called for me? Yin Siming bowed respectfully. Indeed. Upon my observation, it appears that your lifespan is gravely insufficient. You may not survive beyond 3 months. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Siming was instantly shaken, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Lord City Master, you are aware? Naturally. I shall not pry into your past, but as long as you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to serving me, I will address any troubles or burdens you bear. While I am here, no one shall harm you. As he spoke, Lin Wudao gestured grandly, presenting a jade box to Yin Siming. The eternal life elixir? Yin Siming exclaimed in astonishment. This was an unexpected acquisition. Consuming it will extend your life by a century. Although it may not be a rare divine treasure, it will certainly replenish some of your lifespan. In the short term, your life shall be free from peril. As for the future, there will be even better offerings than the eternal life elixir. Furthermore, once the fortune golden pool is completed, with the aid of fortune, your condition will likewise improve. Remember, as long as you remain loyally by my side, a splendid future awaits you. Lin Wudao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Yin Siming's eyes sparkled with profound joy and gratitude. Thank you, Lord City Master. I would gladly give my life in your service. With a heavy thud, he prostrated himself on the ground. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yes. After a respectful bow, Yin Siming exited the room. Once he departed, Lin Wudao immediately began to assess his recent gains while preparing for the actions ahead. Chapter 136, The Killing of the Li family's eldest son. Firstly, he diligently placed the 3 corpses of the Zhoutian realm, obtained from Li Heishui, into the copper coffin of morning heaven. Ding! You have collected Zhao Youwei's corpse and gained a century of lifespan. After system enhancement, you have acquired a millennium of lifespan. Regrettably, you have not obtained anything. The 3 Zhoutian corpses only yielded a millennium of lifespan. Although Lin Wudao felt a tinge of disappointment at this outcome, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, an increase of 1,000 years of life was still a boon. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the system panel. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Lord of the Sinful City Cultivation, late stage of the Cave Heaven Realm potential, exceptional techniques, Ancient Emperor's Canon. Ancient Scriptures of Crossing Tribulations, Volume for Mortal Skills, Heavenly Dragon's Great Hand Seal, Minor Accomplishment, Distance of Heaven and Earth, Extreme Path, Fixed Heaven's Incantation, Major Accomplishment, Divine Capture Method. Major Accomplishment, Great Disguise Technique, Major Accomplishment, Soul Searching Method, Major Accomplishment. Items, Origin Stone, Copper Coffin of Morning Heaven, Corpse Concealment Map, Great Wilderness Cauldron, Great Annihilation Sword Talisman, Summoning Paper, Sky Avoidance Cloak, Heavenly Masks. Great 5 Elements Sword Array Lifespan, 2736 Fortune Value, 1009, 164,000. A multitude of information lay before him. Gazing at the 10-digit fortune value, Lin Wudao felt a surge of immense accomplishment within. Since he had begun collecting corpses, he had never witnessed such an abundance of fortune. 1 billion fortune points should surely suffice to unlock the 4th heavenly gate on the path to the celestial realm, he mused internally. System. How many fortune points are required to elevate the heavenly dragon's great hand seal to major accomplishment? 10 million. Oh, such a staggering amount? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Wudao couldn't help but take a deep breath. The higher the level of the divine abilities or techniques, the more challenging their cultivation becomes, thereby necessitating ever greater fortune points. If he were to rely solely on his own comprehension, the time and energy required to cultivate the heavenly dragon's great hand seal to major accomplishment would be utterly daunting. Hence, Lin Wudao opted to depend on fortune points. Congratulations, host. You have expended 10 million fortune points and successfully cultivated the heavenly dragon's great hand seal to major accomplishment, capable of unleashing the strength of at least 1,000 ancient heavenly dragons with a single strike, combined with the invincible properties of the Origin Stone. It can suppress early-stage Xuantian realm cultivators. At least 1,000 ancient heavenly dragons? Lin Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Such combat prowess was indeed formidable. If he were to add the Great Wilderness Cauldron into the mix, even a perfected Xuantian realm expert would not pose a threat. Now, he awaited the arrival of the Mad Taoist. He couldn't help but wonder where exactly he met. The Mad Taoist, in his eccentricity, had declared this corpse collection endeavor to be perilous, indicating it was anything but trivial. Perhaps he truly dared to excavate the ancestral grave of the Li family. However, this is merely the whimsical musings of Lin Wudao. The specifics of the matter will only become clear upon the arrival of the Mad Taoist. With this thought in mind, he promptly settled into a tranquil state of cultivation. The following morning, Lin Wudao set forth, following the route indicated by the Book of All Beings, departing from the ancient city of Heishui to intercept Li Qingtian, engaged in a task for another. A matter of loyalty. Having received the remains of Li Heishui, it was only natural for him to ensure the completion of this duty. Duanhuan Ridge, located 30,000 miles to the east of the ancient city of Heishui, is renowned as a place of peril. It is said in ancient lore that Duanhuan Ridge is a cursed ground, imbued with ominous energy. Any creature traversing this ridge faces a grim fate, with more than half likely to meet an untimely demise within its confines. Over time, it has become a realm of unparalleled danger. Typically, individuals, unless compelled by urgent circumstances, would take the longer route to avoid the malevolent influence of the ridge, lest they become one of its lost souls. However, according to the Book of All Beings, Li Qingtian's route upon his return necessitated passage through Duanhuan Ridge. Clearly, he was pressed for time. After all, today marks the 800th birthday celebration of the Li family's esteemed ancestor, Li Duantian. As the foremost scion of the Li clan and an extraordinary talent, his presence was indispensable. Thus, to arrive punctually at the Li residence, he had no choice but to take the shortcut. 100,000 miles away, an ancient and majestic spirit vessel sliced through the void like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the ancient city of Heishui. Before long, it reached the vicinity of Duanhuan Ridge. Young master, ahead lies Duanhuan Ridge, a place of great peril. For safety's sake, let us circumvent it. A cautious guard advised from aboard the spirit vessel. The notorious reputation of Duanhuan Ridge was well known throughout Heishui. The countless bones strewn about attested to its fearsome nature, harboring profound terror. Those who were stubbornly resolute often met their end there. Yet, to avoid Duanhuan Ridge would mean a significant delay. By the time he returned to the ancient city of Heishui, the ancestral celebration would likely have concluded. Li Qingtian furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the ridge. Under ordinary circumstances, he would certainly not opt for this path. However, with the urgency of attending the birthday celebration, traversing Duanhuan Ridge was the most expedient route. For a moment, he hesitated. Young master, for the sake of safety, it is wise to exercise caution. It is better to be safe than sorry. The guard continued to urge. Naturally, he wished to dissuade Li Qingtian from crossing the ridge, deeming it unnecessary to risk life for the sake of a mere fraction of time. Very well. We shall not enter Duanhuan Ridge, but rather proceed along its periphery, which should pose no issues. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingtian proclaimed. The guard readily acquiesced to this decision. With that, he cautiously maneuvered the spirit vessel, beginning to speed along the edge of Duanhuan Ridge. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes has long been observing their every move with clarity. Has he arrived? Upon the arrival of Li Qingtian, Lin Wudao did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear aboard the spiritual vessel where Li Qingtian stood. "Who are you?" Li Qingtian exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. At that moment, a sense of unprecedented peril enveloped him, compelling him to muster all his strength in defiance. However, Lin Wudao afforded him no such opportunity. With a thunderous crash, without uttering a single word, Lin Wudao raised his hand and delivered a crushing blow, a ferocious force that instantly subdued his opponent. In an instant, he twisted the neck of Li Qingtian. "Young master, who dares to kill?" The guard, regaining his wits, let out a deafening roar. Yet, scarcely had his voice echoed before he was met with Lin Wudao's merciless hand. A devastating strike obliterated the guard, his form disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. Having surpassed the prowess of a mere mythic realm, Lin Wudao awaited the spectacle to unfold. In the midst of this, he stored Li Qingtian's lifeless body within the system's space and returned to the ancient city of Heishui. With a resounding thud, Lin Wudao cast Li Qingtian's corpse at the feet of Li Heishui. "I have completed all that is required of me. Thank you, Eastern Messenger." Li Heishui bowed in reverence, his eyes sparkling with profound astonishment. "By the way, the shroud of the saint you offered has deprived you of its protection. It seems you can no longer venture into the Heishui River for corpse retrieval. Would you be interested in working elsewhere?" Suddenly, Lin Wudao appeared to have a revelation and turned to Li Heishui with his inquiry. "Work elsewhere? What do you mean?" Li Heishui asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Eastern Messenger, what do you mean by that?" "Let me explain. You possess commendable qualities. However, remaining in this modest Heishui city may lead to a life devoid of achievement. I know someone who can undoubtedly offer you a brilliant future. If you are willing to serve under him, your prospects will be boundless. You have met him before, the one who previously purchased your corpse. Your ancient scripture of fortune is merely the first volume. Without the subsequent cultivation methods, you will be trapped in the mythic realm for eternity. This individual can not only provide you with the following teachings of the ancient scripture of fortune but also bestow upon you considerable fortune, far surpassing the act of plundering from others. He is a friend of mine and will certainly not treat you poorly," Lin Wudao stated with serene conviction. "Is it he?" Upon hearing this, Li Heishui's heart quaked, and Lin Wudao's visage swiftly materialized in his mind. "Eastern Messenger, may I take some time to consider this?" "Of course. Before the conclusion of the path to heaven. I shall await your answer." With that, Lin Wudao vanished in an instant, leaving behind the siblings Li Heishui and Li Qingqing, who stood in a daze, lost in thought. Chapter 137. The Coffin Shop of the Underworld. "Qingqing, do you think I should agree to this matter?" After a prolonged silence, Li Heishui turned to Li Qingqing and inquired. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingqing was initially taken aback, but soon nodded thoughtfully. "Brother, I believe we should give it a try. First of all, your method of retrieving corpses from the Blackwater River is not a sustainable solution. Now that the shroud is gone, the dangers involved are beyond imagination. Furthermore, remaining in this ancient city of Blackwater confines you to a mere corner of the world. Why not broaden your horizons and explore a more expansive stage? Perhaps it could lead to an extraordinary life. Lastly, the Eastern Messenger possesses remarkable abilities. His means and strength are far beyond our comprehension. Since he is a friend, he must be someone of significant stature. This is evident from his willingness to trade with the Supreme Spirit Stone. Since the Eastern Messenger has extended an invitation, why not accept it? I believe he would not jest with mere mortals like us." Li Qingqing articulated her thoughts with deliberation. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui merely smiled, remaining silent. "I will consider it. By the way, brother, is this the corpse of Li Qingtian? Did you instruct the Eastern Messenger to kill him?" Suddenly, Li Qingqing pointed at the corpse of Li Qingtian on the ground, her expression one of shock. "Indeed, it was I who instructed the Eastern Messenger to do so. Brother, what are you implying?" "Humph, it is naturally to avenge our father and mother. I once vowed to make Li Xiandao and his son pay a bloody price. Li Xiandao caused our parents' demise. Thus, their deaths are warranted. Wait, you are not to go anywhere. Just stay at home obediently. I will take care of the rest." After speaking, without waiting for Li Qingqing to respond, Li Heishui waved his hand, swiftly placing Li Qingtian's corpse into a spatial bag. He then strode out of the courtyard. A moment later, he disguised himself, enveloping his form beneath a black cloak, and approached a coffin shop leisurely. The Coffin Shop of the Underworld. "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest?" A young attendant in a green outfit stepped forward to inquire. "I require a coffin." With a resounding clap, Li Heishui placed 10 inferior spirit stones heavily onto the counter. "What material does the guest desire?" The shop offered a range of coffins, from ordinary ironwood coffins to superior bronze coffins, exquisite Nama coffins, and even glazed jade coffins. The most ordinary ironwood coffin will suffice. Very well, the attendant promptly collected the spirit stones and disappeared into the depths of the shop. emerging moments later with a completely blackened, ancient ironwood coffin. Is the guest only in need of a coffin? Our shop also provides various funeral services, including music, lamentations, coffin carrying, burial, feng shui consultations, and even impersonating filial children, among others. A comprehensive service at reasonable prices, guaranteed to satisfy. The attendant continued to enthusiastically present the offerings. As he spoke with fervor, Li Heishui listened intently. It seemed he was truly preparing for a grand funeral. The services provided by the small establishment were undoubtedly unparalleled in the ancient city of Heishui, both in terms of capability and pricing, offering honest dealings for all. They promised a full-service arrangement, ensuring complete satisfaction. Of course, the price might be a tad steep. The young attendant wore an enthusiastic expression. Upon hearing his words, a smile unconsciously crept upon Li Heishui's lips. Does your Huangquan coffin shop truly offer such exceptional service? Absolutely. Whatever kind of service you require. Feel free to express your needs, and our Huangquan coffin shop will deliver, guaranteeing your satisfaction. If not, a full refund, the attendant proclaimed, thumping his chest. Seeing his serious demeanor, Li Heishui's interest was piqued. I do have a significant funeral to arrange, but the identity of the deceased is somewhat peculiar. And I fear your Huangquan coffin shop might hesitate to take on such a task. Hesitate? You certainly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. Suddenly, a dark, mocking laugh reverberated through the air. Boom. To Li Heishui's astonishment, a towering figure, as formidable as a savage beast, appeared behind him, exceeding 10 feet in height. With an ancient black copper coffin hoisted upon his shoulder, his countenance was fierce. Who are you? Boss, you're back? Just as he pondered, the young attendant approached with reverence. The owner of the Huangquan coffin shop? Li Heishui's astonishment deepened. The man before him bore little resemblance to a coffin shop proprietor. Rather, he appeared to be an unparalleled menace. Merely standing in his presence instilled a sense of dread, causing Li Heishui's very soul to tremble involuntarily. Esteemed guest, this is our Huangquan coffin shop's owner, Qin Daofu. You may also refer to him by another name, the cleaner. We specialize in funerals and resolving troublesome matters. Whatever your needs, feel free to present them to our boss. The attendant chuckled. After speaking, he effortlessly lifted the heavy black copper coffin and strode into the Huangquan coffin shop without the slightest delay. With Li Heishui's discerning eye, he could tell that the coffin was extraordinarily heavy, a burden he instinctively felt he could not bear. Yet, a mere attendant from the Huangquan coffin shop managed to accomplish this with ease. What sort of power was this? In that instant, Li Heishui realized that this seemingly ordinary Huangquan coffin shop was far from simple. Now you comprehend the capabilities of our Huangquan coffin shop? Qin Daofu appeared quite pleased with Li Heishui's reaction. Young man, earlier you boasted that there was no funeral we couldn't handle. Pray tell, what kind of service do you offer? Qin Daofu inquired, arms crossed. I can handle anything, even the funeral of the emperor of the Great Xia, as long as the price is right. Do you truly dare to undertake the emperor's funeral? Such audacity. Li Heishui was astounded yet intrigued. Since you are so confident, allow me to be forthright. The eldest son of the Li family in Heishui ancient city, Li Qingtian, recently met an untimely demise on his return journey. As his friend, I wish to arrange a grand funeral to ensure he departs this world in peace. I wonder, does your Yellow Spring coffin shop dare to take on this task? Li Qingtian has passed? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Daofu's eyes. He scrutinized Li Heishui with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. In this world, any funeral is within the capabilities of my Yellow Spring coffin shop. Is that so? Do you question the prowess of my establishment? Qin Daofu boomed. Speak plainly. What kind of services do you desire? Be it music, lamentation, the procession, or the construction of a mausoleum, I shall see to it all with utmost precision. Should you have any additional requests, feel free to voice them. My shop will cater to your needs until you are entirely satisfied. His bravado suggested he held no regard for the Li family. Emboldened by his confidence, Li Heishui decided to take a gamble. Wait. During the celebration of my family's ancestors' longevity, I require you to carry Li Chengtian's coffin with great fanfare to our home to honor him. Will you accept this challenge? By heavens, you are indeed audacious. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qin Daofu's eyes. Of course I shall accept. Why would I decline? For 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, I will ensure this task is accomplished. Can you guarantee its success? Absolutely. Should there be any mishap, feel free to come and dismantle the sign of my Yellow Spring coffin shop. Very well. Li Heishui was a man of his word. He promptly retrieved 1 million medium-grade spirit stones from his bag and handed them to Qin Daofu. Following that, he placed Li Chengtian's body into an ironwood coffin. Wait outside the Li family estate for my signal, he instructed. Understood. You are a man of decisiveness. I, old Qin, shall ensure this affair is executed splendidly. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall await the grand funeral you promise, Li Heishui declared before departing without a backward glance. Once he was gone, Qin Daofu shouldered the ironwood coffin and entered the yellow spring coffin shop. He then produced a mysterious yellow paper and began to inscribe rapidly with spiritual energy. Work is afoot, brothers. Heishui Ancient City, Li family. With a flourish, the yellow paper ignited into ashes, and a flurry of energy surged forth. Before long, formidable and powerful figures emerged from the void, materializing within the Huangquan coffin shop. Each one of them radiated an exhilarating gleam in their eyes. Chapter 138. The 800th Birthday Celebration, Families Gather. For Li Heishui, the Huangquan coffin shop was a delightful surprise. Initially, he had intended to bear the weight of Li Qingtian's coffin himself and make his way to the Li family to celebrate. However, encountering the Huangquan coffin shop serendipitously alleviated his burden. He discerned that the shop was not ordinary. Allowing them to transport the coffin to the Li family was indeed a prudent choice. Nevertheless, the matter concerning Li Qingzhou still required his personal intervention. Contemplating this, Li Heishui pondered for a moment and began to summon Dongfang Bubi in his mind. Messenger of the East, are you there? What is it? Speak. At the mythical building, Lin Wudao had just settled down, preparing to accompany Li Zongtian and Yin Siming to the Li family to witness the festivities. However, at that moment, the Book of All Beings displayed a message from Li Heishui, which caught him by surprise but also filled him with anticipation. After all, Li Heishui was a significant benefactor. If he reached out, it certainly indicated a request for assistance. Where there is demand, there are corpses. Therefore, Lin Wudao displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Messenger of the East, do you still possess that invisibility jade talisman you gave me before? I do. Really? Could you sell me a few? One invisibility jade talisman for a corpse of the Zhoutian realm. Very well. I want 3. Upon realizing that Dongfang Bubi still held the wondrous invisibility jade talismans, Li Heishui was overwhelmed with joy. Without delay, he hastily returned to his courtyard. Under the puzzled gaze of Li Qingqiang, he seized a hoe and headed towards the backyard. Brother, what are you doing? Digging for corpses. Huh? Have you made another deal with the Messenger of the East? With a faint response. Li Heishui swung the hoe vigorously, fervently excavating the ground. Shortly thereafter, he unearthed the final 3 corpses. Sacrifice. In his heart, he silently chanted, and in an instant, a peculiar black hole manifested, swiftly engulfing the 3 Zhoutian realm corpses. Moments later, 3 azure jade talismans emerged from the void. Seeing this, Li Heishui eagerly grasped them in his hands. Qi Cheng, keep these 2 jade talismans safe. In times of danger, shatter them. Brother, what are these? Invisibility jade talismans. I acquired them from the Messenger of the East. I have experienced their magic firsthand. They are truly remarkable. Once shattered, they render you invisible. Even formidable Zhoutian realm experts would be unable to detect your presence. These talismans could be life-saving in critical moments. Remember to safeguard them and refrain from using them lightly. Li Heishui cautioned earnestly. Invisibility jade talismans? Upon hearing Li Heishui's description, Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Although she had encountered various wondrous and esoteric secret arts within the True Dragon Academy, it was her first time witnessing something as peculiar as the invisibility jade talisman. The Eastern Messenger truly possesses immense capabilities. Li Qingqing sincerely praised. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Subsequently, after issuing a few more instructions, he strode out of the house, carrying the unconscious Li Qingzhou, and headed directly towards the Li family. Meanwhile, at the mythical tower, Lin Wudao had summoned Yin Siming and Li Zongtian to his presence. After consuming a plant of millennia-old life-giving herb, the vitality emanating from Yin Siming noticeably intensified. However, due to the previous sanctions imposed by the forbidden techniques of Destiny Mountain, his lifespan had been permanently halved, along with his fortune and cultivation. Thus, even after ingesting the millennia-old herb, it only extended his life by an additional 50 years, merely half of the expected effect. The sanctions of Destiny Mountain were indeed terrifying. Lin Wudao mused inwardly. The ability to permanently diminish one's lifespan, cultivation, fortune, and more, such a miraculous yet appalling power sent shivers down even Lin Wudao's spine. Should it befall him, even with his perfected golden body of crossing tribulations, he would surely be unable to withstand it. I have heard that today marks the 800th birthday of the Li family's ancestor, Li Duantian. Surely, many formidable powers and prominent figures will grace the birthday celebration. Come, let us join in the festivities. Yes, Yin Siming and Li Zongtian replied, bowing respectfully. With that, under Lin Wudao's lead, the trio made their way to the Li family. The Li family, located in the eastern part of the ancient city of Heishui, occupied an impressive expanse of land exceeding 1,000 feet, presenting a magnificent sight. With the identity of the evil city lord, Lin Wudao easily entered the Li family's estate. Upon entry, he was greeted by a hall filled with guests, all possessing at least the strength of the Cave Heaven realm. At that moment, the Li family's estate was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. The sounds of drums and music resonating throughout, exuding an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Within the grand and imposing purple cloud hall, laughter and chatter filled the air, with smiles adorning every face. After entering the estate, Lin Wudao glanced toward the direction of the purple cloud hall and distinctly saw an energetic elder clad in red seated at the head of the hall. It was none other than Li Xuantian. As the ancestor of the Li family, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Zhoutian realm. Only one step away from breaking through the shackles and ascending to a higher level, the Luotian realm. The Li family boasted several such individuals, showcasing their extraordinary heritage. Just then, the seventh young master of the Beihai aristocracy, Qi Changqing, approached to congratulate the Li family's elder. As Lin Wudao observed, a booming voice suddenly resonated from the distant sky. In an instant, a colossal spiritual vessel pierced through the air, laden with gifts and drawing the attention of all present. Upon the ethereal vessel, there stood a remarkable young gentleman clad in resplendent attire. He held a folding fan in his hand, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance. At first glance, he radiated an approachable demeanor. Is the esteemed Beihai clan gracing us with their presence? Murmurs of intrigue rippled through the crowd. I have heard that the Beihai clan and the Li family of Xuantian Ancient City have long harbored animosities. Who would have imagined they would send someone to celebrate Li Duanqian's birthday? Indeed, the two families, residing within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains and neighboring the North Sea, have historically been adversaries. Their conflicts have persisted for millennia, making the prospect of a congratulatory visit from the Beihai clan rather surprising. Yet, they have dispatched the illustrious seventh young master, Qi Changqing. He is renowned as an unparalleled genius of the Beihai clan, boasting cultivation that has reached the late stage of the Void Heaven realm, tantalizingly close to its peak. Oh. Despite being rivals, these ancient powers, steeped in tradition for thousands of years, still extend courtesies to one another. A facade of civility conceals the deeper currents of their rivalry. In truth, the relationship between the Panlong clan and the Li family is even more tenuous, teetering on the edge of outright hostility. Do you think the Panlong clan will come to offer their congratulations? I highly doubt it. The Panlong clan is notorious for their fiery tempers. If they were to come, wouldn't they just clash with the Li family? I agree. The crowd echoed in unison. Suddenly, when all presumed the Panlong clan would remain absent, a piercing sound sliced through the air. In an instant, a formidable spirit vessel, radiating immense power, approached from the distance. Upon it stood a robust man wielding a war spear, exuding an aura of ferocity. Moreover, behind him loomed a deep-spirited elder clad in black. Their arrival sent shockwaves through the assembled onlookers. The individuals who were not expected to appear had indeed come. Chapter 139. The 5 Great Clans of the 9 Provinces. Has the Panlong clan truly arrived? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Just moments ago, they were engaged in speculation about the potential appearance of the Panlong clan. Little did they know, before their words had fully settled, the members of the Panlong clan had descended upon them. Who is this individual? He appears rather formidable, someone cautiously inquired, observing his demeanor and attire. It must be Zhao Longxiang, the third son of the Panlong clan, known for his innate strength and rumored to possess the courage of 10,000 men. Furthermore, he is acclaimed as invincible among those of his realm. Even within the pinnacle of the virtual sky realm, the eldest son of the Li clan, Li Zhoutian, might find it difficult to subdue him. Zhao Longxiang, the foremost rogue of the 9 provinces? Indeed, it is he. Amidst the gathering, whispers erupted. At this moment, whether among the esteemed guests, the Qi Changqing of the Beihai clan, or the powerful figures and kin of the Li clan, all eyes were fixed upon Zhao Longxiang. Zhao Longxiang, what brings you here? After a brief silence, the current patriarch of the Li clan, Li Xiandao, stepped out of the Ziyun hall, his countenance darkened with displeasure. Clearly, the unexpected visit from the Panlong clan was unwelcome. Yet, in response to Li Xiandao's frosty inquiry, Zhao Longxiang remained unfazed, a haughty smile curling at the corners of his lips. What brings me here today? Naturally, I come on behalf of the Panlong clan to extend birthday wishes to your ancestors. Do you mean to say that our long journey is unwelcome in your Li clan? Zhao Longxiang jested. Upon hearing this, Li Xiandao snorted. As a fellow clan of the 9 provinces, if you come to celebrate my ancestor's birthday, my Li clan would indeed be most welcoming. However, should you intend to stir trouble, know that my Li clan is not to be trifled with. His words dripped with warning. To this, Zhao Longxiang merely chuckled nonchalantly. Fear not. While the Li clan may lack decorum, the Panlong clan maintains our dignity. I assure you, I come in peace. With a thunderous crash, he flipped his hand to reveal a colossal beast carcass, slamming it onto the ground with a resounding thud. The Panlong clan comes to celebrate the birthday of the Li clan's ancestor. This beast, a Qingsnow, is a gift I recently hunted in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Though not extravagant, I hope the elders will not find it lacking. His booming voice echoed throughout the Li clan's grounds. A Qingsnow? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the massive beast before the Ziyun Hall. This ancient creature is said to possess a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast Xuantian, making it exceedingly powerful, rivaling those of the Luotian realm. Could Zhao Longxiang, at the pinnacle of the virtual sky realm, truly have hunted such a beast? Doubts surfaced among the crowd. Surely, that is impossible. One remarked, "Did you not see the black-clad elder behind Zhao Longxiang? I can confidently assert that this Qingsnow was subdued by him." Then, does that mean this individual possesses strength rivaling that of the Luotian realm? Uncertain. However, it is undoubtedly no less formidable than the ancestors of the Li family. The crowd murmured among themselves, casting glances filled with profound reverence towards the black-clad elder behind Zhao Longxiang. Similarly, the sudden appearance of Zhao Longxiang and his companion had also captured Lin Wudao's attention. Name: Zhao Zhouyang. Identity: third protector of the Panlong family. Cultivation: perfected Shotian realm. The city lord mused that the foundation and strength of the Panlong family appeared to be significantly more potent than that of the Li family. Suddenly, the voice of Siming resonated, affirming this observation. Indeed, Zhao Longxiang, merely the third son of the Panlong family, possessed the cultivation of the pinnacle of the void sky realm, while Li Chutian, the eldest son of the Li family, shared the same level of prowess. When it comes to the strength of their offspring, the Li family undoubtedly fell short. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the Li family's influence is inferior to that of the Panlong family. After all, the two families have been in conflict for millennia. If the Li family lacked any strength or trump cards, they would have long been consumed. Lin Wudao remarked coolly. To this, Siming nodded in agreement. What is outwardly visible is merely for the sake of appearances. As for the hidden depths of strength and resources, only the families themselves are privy to such knowledge. However, it is certain that they are far more formidable than they appear on the surface. By the way, in the realm of Kyushu, aside from the Heishui family, the Beihai family, and the Panlong family, what other hidden forces and families exist? There is also the Langya family to the south, and the Penglai family residing by the eastern sea. The five ancient families of Kyushu have legacies spanning over 5 millennia. The Heishui family ranks last, the Beihai family fourth, the Panlong family third, the Langya family second, and the Penglai family first. Among these 5 families, the Penglai family boasts the most ancient lineage and the strongest foundation, yet they remain exceedingly mysterious and low-key, never involving themselves in any conflicts. The Beihai family maintains a close relationship with the Panlong family, while the Heishui family aligns with the Langya family, sustaining a relatively balanced situation for thousands of years. Siming elaborated. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. So, the conflicts among the families are somewhat confined within certain boundaries? Indeed, although contention and bloodshed are inevitable in the struggle for resources, they adhere to the rules of the game, for breaking this balance would lead to crisis. At that point, families could face ruin. Moreover, when one family is threatened, others may extend their assistance. The major families perpetually maintain a remarkably delicate equilibrium. Whoosh! Just as the two were conversing, a massive spiritual vessel suddenly appeared in the distant sky, adorned with the emblem of an ancient sword. The Langyupe family has arrived, Siming whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Thereupon, he beheld that the grand spiritual vessel was not only laden with numerous gifts but also carried several formidable practitioners of the Zhoutian realm. The leader of the group is a young man named Pei Jians, the third son of the Langya clan. His cultivation is even more formidable than that of Zhao Longxiang. Although he currently stands at the pinnacle of the Void Heaven realm, Lin Wudao observes that Pei Jians will likely break through the barriers and attain the completion of the Void Heaven realm within a month. The Langya clan is here to celebrate the venerable ancestor of the Li family. A resounding voice echoed throughout the area. Upon hearing this, Li Xuandao's face blossomed with a radiant smile as he warmly welcomed the guests. With your arrival, the Li family is graced with honor. Please take your seat at the Ziyun Hall. As he spoke, he personally led Pei Jians towards the Ziyun Hall. In the meantime, Chi Cha-Ching maintained a calm demeanor, while Zhao Longxiang let out a cold snort, seemingly uninterested in Pei Jians. Will the Pelai clan be attending? Lin Wudao inquired curiously. They likely will not, came the thoughtful response from Siming. The Palai clan has resided by the Eastern Sea for generations, with its members often traveling incognito or disguised. They conduct themselves discreetly and refrain from engaging in any disputes. Even the celebration of the venerable ancestor of the Li family on his 800th birthday could not attract the Palai clan. Perhaps they will make an appearance during the forthcoming heavenly path. Suddenly, a powerful and majestic voice announced the arrival of the Daxia dynasty, specifically the Qini Marquis mansion. Oh, Luo Qinghan has arrived? Lin Wudao's spirits lifted upon hearing this imposing voice, and he immediately looked up. With a whoosh, a beautifully crafted ancient spirit vessel descended from the sky, revealing Luo Qinghan and Yu Furong standing aboard. Simultaneously, Lin Wudao noticed Li Heishui, who had stealthily entered the estate. Utilizing the effects of an invisibility jade talisman, the grand performance is finally about to commence, he thought, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 140, a time for celebration, a moment for reckoning. The unexpected arrival of the Qi Marquis at the birthday celebration of Li Shuso astonished the crowd. Though the Qi Marquis is considered a moderate power within the Daxia dynasty, it undeniably surpasses the Li family of Heishui ancient city in strength. Moreover, the Qi Marquis enjoys the favor of the Daxia emperor, heralding a promising future. What connection could there be between the Qi Marquis and the Li family? There must be some link. It is said that the first generation of the Qi Marquis once received life-saving assistance from an ancestor of the Li family. Hence, the relationship between the two families has been maintained over the years. Although they rarely interacted, a bond of kinship still lingered. As the realization dawned upon the gathered assembly, Li Xiandao, after escorting Page Yin to the Ziyun Hall, hurriedly emerged with a beaming smile to welcome the guests. The arrival of the Qi Marquis brought great honor to the Li family. Lady Luo, please, take a seat in the Ziyun Hall, Li Xiandao graciously invited. However, in response to his warm reception, Luo Qinghan remained composed and aloof, exuding an air of indifference. In contrast, the nearby Yu Furong's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Her gaze towards Li Xiandao icy. Sensing this chilling demeanor, Li Xiandao furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not fathom where he had offended Luo Qinghan or the Qi Marquis. Lady Luo, may I inquire if your eighth young master, Li Qinzhou, is present? Li Qinzhou? The sudden inquiry left Li Xiandao even more perplexed. To be honest, I have not seen Qinzhou in the past couple of days. However, you should make an appearance at the birthday ceremony shortly, I presume. May I ask why you seek him? He inquired with curiosity. In Li Xuandao's recollection, there appeared to be no significant connection between Li Qinzhou and Luo Qinghan. Why would she specifically seek him out? He pondered silently, sensing there might be something he was unaware of. Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it further. After ushering Luo Qinghan and Yu Furong into the Ziyun Hall, he proceeded to greet the other guests. After an indeterminate passage of time, the long-awaited birthday celebration commenced with a resounding and majestic bell tolling. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the festivities begin. I invite the descendants and clansmen of the Li family to pay their respects to ancestor Li Duantian. Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated throughout the estate. With that proclamation, the Li family's sons, direct descendants, and clansmen gathered outside the Ziyun Hall, prepared to pay their respects to Li Duantian in an orderly fashion. Upon witnessing this, Li Xuandao's gaze swept over the assembly, and he immediately frowned. Only 7 of the 9 most outstanding sons of the Li family had arrived. Among them, the first son, Li Qingtian, and the 8th son, Li Qinzhou, were both conspicuously absent. Particularly concerning was the fact that both were his offspring. Qingtian was known for his prudence, and there had been prior communications indicating that he should have arrived by this morning at the latest. Why, then, was he still unaccounted for? Could it be that he encountered some misfortune along the way? And as for Li Qinzhou, that wayward child, today marked the 800th birthday of the ancestor. How could he also have vanished without a trace? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Li Xiandao became. Thus, he summoned the steward, Li Shanha. Why has Qingtian not yet arrived? Was it not reported that he would be here this morning? Well, this old servant is unsure, Li Shanha replied. Patriarch, could it be that the eldest son was delayed by some matter on the road? To this, Li Xiandao shook his head. Xuantian possessed a clear understanding of the gravity of situations. Even if he did encounter an issue, he would certainly have sent word in advance. There is no need for concern. The eldest son will surely be fine. Let us hope so. Oh, by the way, what of Li Qinzhou? I have not seen him in recent days. Well, Patriarch, I too have not caught sight of the 8th son these past couple of days. Ever since Miss Luo Qinghan from the Qingyi Marquis arrived, he has been elusive. Luo Qinghan again? Upon hearing this, Li Xiandao furrowed his brow even more. Previously, Miss Luo had inquired about Li Qinzhou's whereabouts, and now to learn that he had been so mysteriously absent, seemingly linked to her presence. raised his suspicions about the nature of their relationship. Patriarch, the ancestral birthday celebration has commenced, and neither the eldest nor the eighth son has returned. Should we not allow the other sons and clan members to pay their respects to the ancestor? Very well. You shall immediately dispatch someone to search for them, he ordered. Yes. Li Shan bowed in response and promptly arranged for numerous individuals to seek out Li Qingzhou. Unbeknownst to the Li family, Li Heishui, lurking in the shadows, observed everything with clarity. Oh, you wish to find Li Qingzhou? You shall soon behold him. It is nearly time for his performance. At this moment, within the imposing and majestic Ziyun Hall, the celebration was fervently underway. Li Qingyin approached the ancestor, wishing him eternal vitality and everlasting glory. A distinguished gentleman adorned in splendid robes was the first to kneel before Li Duantian, presenting a beautifully crafted ancient jade box containing a rare dragon blood Ganoderma, aged 30,000 years, whose rich medicinal fragrance permeated the hall. Your gift of the dragon blood Ganoderma is truly thoughtful, Qingyin, Li Duantian remarked with a smile, clearly pleased with the offering. Following Li Qingyin, Li Qingjin also approached the ancestor, extending his wishes for the ancestor's journey through life to be ever prosperous and unaging. Once again, a dignified gentleman clad in splendid attire approached Li Duantian, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, he presented a longevity gift, a superior rejuvenation pill. Upon consumption, it could restore the youthful appearance of any being below the celestial realm by 300 years. This item is indeed remarkable. The ancestor will be most pleased. Li Duantian beamed with joy. After all, retaining a youthful visage is a desire shared by all. Li Qingyuan greeted the ancestor, wishing him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. Li Qingwei followed suit, extending his wishes to the ancestor. And so did Li Qingshan. As the longevity ceremony progressed, distinguished scions of the Li family appeared one after another, respectfully paying homage to Li Duantian while offering their own gifts. Li Qifeng bowed before the ancestor, wishing for the ancestor's vitality to remain undiminished and for the seasons of spring and autumn to endure eternally. Suddenly, a voice caught Lin Wudao's attention. Li Chengfeng, the ninth young master of Heishui Ancient City? In an instant, Lin Wudao's gaze fixated upon him. Just previously, this individual had caused him to incur nearly 10 million in fortune value losses. Lin Wudao had always kept this name in mind. If given the chance, he would ensure that this young man repaid him for his lost fortune value. If that proved impossible, he would settle the debt with the resources of the Li family. He calculated secretly in his heart. After a moment of observation of the longevity celebration within the Ziyun Hall, Lin Wudao's attention shifted to the hidden figure of Li Heishui. At this moment, he had silently infiltrated the Ziyun Hall and wore a cold, sinister smile. Where are Xiandao, Tritian, and Qinzhou? At that moment, Li Duantian's voice of inquiry resonated within the Ziyun Hall, reporting to the ancestor. Tritian may have encountered a minor mishap on the road and will return to Heishui Ancient City shortly. As for Qinzhou, he is said to be out searching for a longevity gift for you, ancestor, and has yet to return, replied Li Xiandao respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Duantian smiled and shook his head. These two children are quite worrisome. When they return, do remember to inform me. Yes, rest assured, ancestor. If all goes well, Qingtian and Qunzhou will be back shortly. Boom. Just as Li Xuandao's voice faded, a disheveled figure suddenly plummeted from midair, landing squarely at Li Xuandao's feet before the watchful eyes of all present in the Ziyun Hall. Chapter 141. Scandal Exposed. Li Qinzhou? Observing the disheveled figure that suddenly appeared within the Ziyun Hall, both the guests present and Li Xiandao, as well as the venerable ancestor Li Duantian, displayed expressions of astonishment. Just moments ago, Li Xiandao had skillfully crafted a lie to mislead Li Duantian. Yet, before he could further stall for time, Li Qinzhou had made his entrance. The timing was quite impeccable, was it not? At this moment, all eyes in the hall were drawn to Li Qinzhou. Among them, two pairs of eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Li Qinzhou, how dare he return to the Li family? Now that he has arrived, there shall be no escape. The glint of malice shone brightly in Yu Furong's eyes. Similarly, upon witnessing Li Qinzhou's figure, the exquisite visage of Luo Qinghan darkened ominously. Her palm clenched tightly. A fierce killing intent was brewing within her. However, amidst this tension, Li Qinzhou remained blissfully unaware. At present, he was awakening from a stupor. Huh? Where am I? Why does this place seem so familiar? Father? Ancestor? In a daze, as he opened his bleary eyes, he was met with an unexpected sight. Curse it, this is Ziyun Hall? Observing the familiar surroundings and the recognizable faces of Li Xiandao, Li Duantian, and even the figure of Luo Qinghan, Li Qinzhou was struck with sheer terror. How could this be possible? Had Ti already departed from Heishui Ancient City? How did I suddenly find myself in Ziyun Hall? Right, I remember now. I must have been ambushed by a mysterious assailant as I left Heishui Ancient City. So, I was set up? The thought sent a chill down Li Qinzhou's spine. If all of this was a deliberate scheme, he could scarcely imagine the consequences that awaited him. After all, Luo Qinghan was presently in Ziyun Hall. If he wished to escape this time, it seemed exceedingly unlikely. Moreover, the incident of peering at Luo Qinghan while she bathed must never be exposed. Should it come to light, not only would he suffer immense humiliation, but the entire Li family would also be shamed. In such a scenario, he would surely meet a fate worse than death. Even the Li family would be powerless to protect him. The more he pondered, the greater his anxiety grew. At this moment, he dared not raise his gaze to meet Luo Qinghan's eye, for he could distinctly sense the two icy killing intents approaching from behind. What to do? I absolutely cannot let Luo Qinghan seize me. If that happens, I am finished. Li Qinzhou was in a state of frantic desperation. Yet, as fate would have it, just when he was engulfed in panic, a voice suddenly resounded. Li Duantian's voice cut through the tension. Qinzhou, I just heard your father mention that you went out to find a birthday gift for me? How did you end up in such a wretched state? Searching for a birthday gift? Upon hearing these words, Li Qinzhou felt a surge of spirit. He discreetly cast a grateful glance towards Li Wudao and nodded vigorously. Indeed, my esteemed ancestor, I ventured forth to seek a birthday gift for you. Previously, I received reliable intelligence indicating that a creature of auspice, seemingly an adult white deer, had been discovered within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Consequently, I set out immediately, intending to capture the white deer as a tribute to celebrate your longevity. However, the treacherous terrain of the 10,000 Great Mountains proved perilous. Just as I located the deer's trail, I encountered a formidable beast of the Zhoutian realm. Exhausting every ounce of my strength, I narrowly escaped. Alas, I have disappointed you this time, esteemed ancestor. Li Qinzhou feigned a look of unwillingness. A white deer. As Li Qinzhou recounted his tale, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Could it truly be that a white deer exists within the 10,000 Great Mountains? Who knows? I seem to recall someone mentioning it before. Since the 8th young master has witnessed it firsthand, it is likely true. A white deer, indeed a creature of auspice, capable of bringing fortune. The crowd murmured among themselves, their words laced with regret. Even Li Duantian shared in this sentiment. A creature as rare as the white deer is seldom encountered in this world. For us mortals, to have a single chance to meet such a being is already a tremendous fortune, let alone to capture it. Such aspirations are but the dreams of a fool. Qinzhou, your intentions are deeply appreciated. I am already greatly comforted. You may return and freshen up now. Li Duantian spoke with warmth and kindness. Upon hearing this, Li Qinzhou felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Thank you, esteemed ancestor at once. He bowed respectfully and prepared to depart from the Ziyun Hall. Fortuitously, he had successfully evaded disaster. His heart brimmed with joy and his steps quickened. However, just as Li Qinzhou believed he could escape unscathed, an unexpected and earth-shattering turn of events suddenly emerged. Seeking to leave? Li Qinzhou, savor the grand gift I have prepared for you. Today, even if you possessed 100 lives, you shall meet a fate without burial. No one can save you, mark my words. In the shadows, Li Heishui's voice whispered ominously. Crack. As his words fell, he immediately shattered the jade slip he had previously recorded. In an instant, a radiant light materialized above the Ziyun Hall. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of the guests, a vivid image gradually unfolded. What is this? I have no idea. Could it be the birthday gift Li Qinzhou prepared for Li Duantian? A surprise of monumental proportions? Perhaps. We shall see. I wonder what Li Qinzhou has truly prepared. Curiosity painted the faces of the crowd. Simultaneously, it was not only they who were intrigued. Even Li Wudao and Li Duantian turned their gazes toward the sky. My son possesses such thoughtfulness? He wishes to surprise his grandfather? Curiosity stirred within Li Wudao as he pondered what else this young man might have prepared, aside from the elusive white deer. Suddenly, a moment arrived. All individuals within the Purple Cloud Palace focused their gaze intently upon the air above. However, as the scene unfolded, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The image clearly depicted a serene lake, but more alarmingly, a figure was bathing within it. Was this truly the birthday gift prepared by Li Qinzhou? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Many guests exhibited expressions of utter bewilderment. Notably, the Panlong and Beihai families, who had long been at odds with the Li family, could not stifle their mocking laughter upon witnessing the scene. Who could have imagined that the 8th young master of the Li family harbored such peculiar inclinations as to spy on someone bathing? Furthermore, he had the audacity to record it as a gift. Did he intend to invite us to view it together, or perhaps offer it for the amusement of his ancestors? Suddenly, the audacious Zhao Longxiang erupted into laughter. Rascal! With his outburst, Li Duantian's fury ignited. A formidable aura surged forth, pressing towards Zhao Longxiang. Yet it was easily subdued by Zhao Jiuyang standing behind him. "My lord speaks the truth. It seems we have struck a nerve," Zhao Jiuyang smirked. At this, Li Duantian's expression shifted to one of shock and rage, his fierce gaze directed at Li Qinzhou. However, in that moment, Li Qinzhou was far too preoccupied to notice Li Duantian's wrath. The thunderous impact of realization struck him as he beheld the image suspended in the air, leaving his mind blank. For the scene unveiled his act of voyeurism at Xianyu Lake, where he had been caught spying on Luo Qinghan bathing. At this moment, it had been publicly exposed. How could this be? Who was the wretched soul orchestrating this betrayal? Who? Li Qinzhou's mind screamed in anguish. Simultaneously, not far away, Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Qinzhou. A torrent of murderous intent surged towards him, akin to a flood. With that, she raised her hand, determined to shatter the image suspended in the air. Yet, as she acted, the scene froze, capturing the expressions of both her and Li Qinzhou in stark clarity. In an instant, all eyes widened in astonishment. Within the purple cloud palace, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 142. I demand your son's death as apology. How could this be? Li Qinzhou was actually peeking at Luo Qinghan while she bathed? The surprise was utterly unforeseen. Witnessing this abrupt scene, all the guests present were left in a state of shock. They could never have anticipated that this so-called birthday gift would be so scandalous. Li Qinzhou, the eighth son of the Li family, would stoop to such shameless behavior? At this moment, within the Ziyun Hall, everyone fell silent, gazing at Li Qinzhou with incredulous expressions. Who was the scoundrel behind this betrayal? Faced with the peculiar stares from the crowd, along with the snickers and derisive comments that drifted through the air, Li Qinzhou felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over him, his face burning with shame. Internally, he was engulfed in an abyss of disgrace. At this moment, he felt as though he had been stripped bare. The incident of peeking at Luo Qinghan had been exposed, leading to the complete obliteration of his reputation and dignity. Simultaneously, the entire Li family faced utter disgrace. From this point onward, whenever this matter was mentioned, he would be inextricably linked to it. Consequently, both he and the Li family would become the laughingstock of the world. The mere thought filled Li Qinzhou with an immeasurable dread. How utterly unexpected it was that the esteemed eighth son of Hishui ancient city would engage in such behavior, a disgrace to his lineage, with interests so peculiar. At this juncture, Zhao Longxiang's loud laughter echoed once more. His purpose in attending was not to celebrate Li Duantian's birthday. Given the strained relations between their families, he sought to thoroughly humiliate the Li family. Similarly, following Zhao Longxiang's lead, Qi Chongqing from the Beihai family nodded in agreement. The actions of the eighth son indeed warranted a fresh perspective. We must now reevaluate our understanding of the eighth son, he said with a leisurely demeanor. The two exchanged barbs, inciting a furious reaction from Li Xiandao and the others. Had gazes been lethal, Zhao Longxiang and Qi Chongqing would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over. However, the two paid no heed, continuing their mockery. Yet, they refrained from prolonging the taunts, recognizing the involvement of the Qing Eho mansion. While they relished in discrediting the Li family, provoking the Qing Eho mansion would be an unwise endeavor. Thus, after indulging in their verbal jabs, the two shared a tacit understanding and fell silent, directing their attention toward Li Qinzhou and Li Xiandao. At this moment, curiosity permeated the crowd, eager to see how the Li family would address this debacle. Li Xiandao, your family must provide us with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, the Qing Eho mansion is not to be trifled with, spoke Yu Rong, her eyes brimming with menace. Upon hearing this, Li Xiandao's body trembled. His fists clenched tightly. He felt an intense rage toward the individual orchestrating their family's downfall. Nevertheless, this situation demanded a resolution. Otherwise, the matter concerning the Qingyi Marquisate shall undoubtedly remain unresolved. You wretched fool, hasten to apologize to Miss Luo. With a thunderous fury, Li Xiandao delivered a forceful kick, sending Li Qinzhou sprawling to the ground as he bellowed in rage. Upon hearing these words, Li Qinzhou, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, hurriedly approached Luo Qinghan, and, before the multitude, knelt before her. I beseech Miss Luo for forgiveness, imploring you to pardon my unintentional misstep, he earnestly proclaimed, bowing deeply. His demeanor radiated sincerity. However, in response to his prostration, neither Luo Qinghan nor Yu Furong displayed the slightest abatement of their icy demeanor or murderous intent. Li Xiandao, your son has committed such a shameless act. Do you truly believe that a mere apology can absolve him? How naive of you. Do you genuinely think that the Qingyi Marquisate is so easily trifled with? Yu Furong's eyes blazed with fury. As she spoke, she produced an ancient imperial weapon, signaling her readiness to unleash a bloodbath at the slightest provocation. Witnessing this, Li Xuandao's expression darkened ominously. What is it that you desire? Li Qinzhou must die. This matter has already been laid bare, and it won't be long before it stirs a tempest throughout the city. How shall my lady maintain her dignity then? What of the prestige of the Qingyi marquisate? Thus, Li Qinzhou must pay with his life. Moreover, to demonstrate your family's sincerity and repentance, Li Xiandao, you must personally execute Li Qinzhou. Only then can the resentment harbored in my heart be quelled, Yu Furong declared coldly. What? For Li Xiandao to personally slay Li Qinzhou? The attendees gasped in shock at this revelation. Such cruelty is unprecedented. Not only is an apology insufficient, but they demand that he take his own son's life. It is indeed ruthless. Yet, I find it, in a twisted sense, quite reasonable. Should this transpire, Luo Qinghan's reputation and the Qingyi marquisate's honor would suffer grievous damage. Were I the marquis, I would not hesitate to storm the Li residence. Whispers filled the air as they marveled at Yu Furong's mercilessness, while simultaneously feeling sympathy and pity for the Li family. The emergence of such an unfilial son as Li Qinzhou was indeed a misfortune for the family. If this situation is mishandled, the Li family could face utter ruin. Yu Furong, your demands are excessively steep. My son did not act with malice. Do you truly wish for his life? Li Xiandao trembled with indignation. A tiger does not consume its own cub. The thought of killing his own son was something he could never bring himself to do. So, it appears that the Li family refuses to offer an apology? Yu Furong's eyes narrowed. To demand that I slay Li Qinzhou is simply impossible, Li Xiandao retorted coldly. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall return to report this matter to the Marquis, imploring him to petition the Emperor of the Great Xia to seek justice. I cannot believe that a mere Blackwater ancient city could possibly defy the heavens. With that, Yu Furong attempted to pull Luo Qinghan away. His to report to the Emperor of the Great Xia? Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned ashen, especially the members of the Li family, who all exhibited expressions of panic and dread. According to Yu Furong's demands, only Li Qinzhou was to die. However, if this matter were to reach the Emperor, it would escalate dramatically. At that point, not only would Li Qinzhou face death, but it was likely that the entire Li family would also be obliterated. Hold on. Just as Yu Furong and Luo Qinghan were about to depart, a voice rang out from the Ziyun Hall, Li Duantian's voice. He emerged with an expression of cold indifference. Li Qinzhou's actions were indeed unforgivable and warranted the utmost punishment. Ancestor, Li Xiandao and Li Qinzhou both cried out in horror. Yet, Li Duantian was unfazed. With a flick of his hand, a long sword materialized beneath Li Xuandao's feet. Let us proceed as Yu Furong suggested. Eliminate Li Qinzhou. The unwavering command resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, Li Xuandao's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Li Qinzhou, he was utterly terrified, his spirit shattered. Ancestor, you cannot kill me. Please don't. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. He fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Witnessing this, Li Xiandao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Why are you not making a move? A thunderous shout jolted everyone to their core. Subsequently, Li Duantian, disregarding Li Xuandao's feelings or thoughts, forcibly seized control of Li Xuandao's body with his immense power and struck down fiercely upon Li Qinzhou with the sword. A chilling scream echoed as Li Qinzhou's head was severed, soaring into the air. Thus, he was utterly and completely annihilated. Chapter 143. Carrying the coffin to celebrate a birthday. The tragic sight of Li Qinzhou being decapitated by a single sword stroke left Li Xiandao in a state of utter despair, his heart shattered beyond measure. That was his own flesh and blood. Now, he lay lifeless before him, a victim of such gruesome fate. A white-haired man mourning for a black-haired son. This outcome was unbearable for anyone to endure. In that moment, overwhelmed by an insurmountable wave of sorrow, Li Xiandao stood frozen, his gaze fixed upon the cold body of Li Qinzhou, his form trembling incessantly. There was not a glimmer of life in his eyes. Simultaneously, the venerable ancestor of the Li family, Li Duantian, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his own grief. In feigned calm as he turned his attention to Luo Qinghan and Yu Furong. Miss Luo, the instigator, Li Qinzhou, has been dealt with. Are you satisfied with our family's response? His indifferent voice resonated slowly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan remained expressionless, choosing silence. In contrast, Yu Furong let out a cold huff. Such a villain's death is hardly regrettable. I shall report this matter truthfully to the Marquis. Should he find it acceptable, he will not pursue the Li family further. If not, well. With that, Yu Furong disregarded the indignation and frustration of Li Duantian and others, promptly departing the Li residence with Luo Qinghan. This woman is far from benevolent, someone remarked, lamenting the situation. It was clear that Li Qinzhou had been coerced to his demise by Yu Furong. Moreover, his death would not be the end of it. She was set to report the incident to the Qing Marquis, and should the Marquis find the outcome unsatisfactory, would it not mean that Li Qingsnow's death was in vain? As thoughts of this nature coursed through the minds of those present, a collective sigh echoed. Truly, a misfortune had befallen the family. All of this turmoil stemmed from Li Qingsnow, and perhaps it would also conclude with him. What was meant to be a joyous celebration of an 800-year birthday had devolved into a moment of profound sorrow. The Li family's fortune had indeed chosen an ill-fated day. Whispers of various opinions filled the air, each one expressing sympathy for the Li family's unfortunate plight. The grand celebration had transformed into an immense tragedy, a stroke of monumental misfortune. The city lord, it seems, someone is deliberately scheming against them, intending either to eliminate Li Qingsnow or to ruin the Li family. Yin Si-ming murmured quietly. As he spoke, he casually cast a glance towards Li He-shui's location. With the eye of truth, the whereabouts of Li He-shui could not escape his notice. This matter does not concern us. Regardless of how chaotic their situation becomes, it shall not affect us. We shall merely observe in silence. Moreover, I suspect this is merely the beginning. Perhaps even greater spectacles await us, Lin Wudao remarked with a faint smile. Is it? Forcing Li Qingsnow to his end is just the beginning? What more tragic events could follow? Yin Si-ming questioned, a hint of surprise in his tone. While curiosity danced in his mind, he dared not inquire further. Merely standing aside, I quietly observed the unfolding events. Bring forth the remains of the 8th young master and prepare a proper resting place for him, Li Duantian commanded after a moment of silence. Several attendants promptly bowed in response. Subsequently, they meticulously gathered the body of Li Qingsnow and respectfully retreated. It was only then that Li Duantian turned to address the gathered guests. I apologize for the spectacle that has unfolded before you. The emergence of a disgrace like Li Qingsnow is indeed a misfortune for the Li family. His fate today is the result of his own actions, and he bears no resentment towards others. From this day forward, I urge the descendants and kin of the Li family to tread carefully, restrain their conduct, and deliberate thoughtfully before taking action. Let it be known that any transgressions will be met with unforgiving consequences. His voice, laden with menace, reverberated throughout the estate, causing the members of the Li family to tremble in fear. Due to Li Qingsnow's misdeeds, they too shared in the repercussions. Very well. If there are no further matters, this celebration shall conclude here. You may all disperse, he declared, gesturing his hand to signal his departure. The unfortunate incident had left him infuriated, shattering any desire to continue the festivities. The guests, understanding his sentiments, promptly prepared to take their leave to avoid further misfortune. However, as Li Duantian sought to bring the proceedings to a close, lurking in the shadows, Li He-shui had no intention of allowing his plans to be thwarted. He had awaited this day for many years and was determined to see it through. Just as Li Duantian announced the premature conclusion of the celebration, a sharp burst of fireworks erupted into the sky, exploding in a dazzling display. What is happening? Who is setting off fireworks in broad daylight? The unexpected spectacle drew the attention of all present. Outside the Li estate, following Li He-shui's instructions, Qin Daofu had already assembled 12 formidable men, ready to bear the casket of Li Qingtian, waiting patiently. Brothers, it is time to get to work, Qin Daofu exclaimed, jolted awake by the sight of the fireworks. Simultaneously, the others roused from their stupor. Brothers, let your voices rise, let your hearts sing. This marks our first significant undertaking at the Huangquan funeral home in He-shui Ancient City. We cannot afford any missteps. We must ensure the utmost satisfaction for our esteemed clients. The mourners, the bearers, the drummers, all must elevate the atmosphere to its zenith. We are here to conduct a funeral, do you understand? Now, forward to the Li residence, Qin Daofu urged, leading the way with a specially crafted floral wreath, while the sounds of lamentation echoed in the air. Alas, young Master Li, your demise is most tragic. Fate has not favored you, dear young Master Li. I, from the Yellow Springs coffin shop, have been entrusted to see you off. May you find a fortunate rebirth in the next life, becoming a virtuous person. How lamentable. How sorrowful is our young Master Li. The mourners weep with profound grief. The arrival of Qin Daofu and his companions immediately drew the attention of numerous cultivators nearby, each wide-eyed with astonishment and confusion. What has transpired? Has young Master Li perished? Which young Master Li? Uncertain. Could it be one of the Li family's young masters has met his end? Are they here to conduct the funeral for the Li family? I just received news that the 8th young master, Li Qingsnow, has died. Really? Is that true? Look, they are indeed heading towards the Li residence. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Following Qin Daofu and his companions, they trailed along, filled with curiosity and disbelief. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Li estate. Simultaneously, within the manor, Li Duantian and others also heard the commotion outside, their expressions revealing their surprise. Clearly, they too were perplexed about the situation. It seems, someone is holding a funeral? One inquired. I heard them mourning young Master Li. Could it be they are here for Li Qingzhou's funeral? Surely not. Has the Li family acted so swiftly? The death of Li Qingzhou is not an occasion for celebration for the Li family. They would not make such a grand display unless something was amiss. Look, it is indeed the people from the Yellow Springs coffin shop. They are entering. Indeed. It is true. With the thunderous sound of gongs and drums, alongside the wailing of mourners, led by Qin Daofu, 12 brawny men, robust as dragons, carried a coffin made of ironwood, marching in. This scene instantly infuriated Li Duantian and the others. Chapter 144. The Funeral of the Eldest Son. Patriarchally, please accept my condolences, Qin Daofu said with genuine sorrow as he approached Li Xiandao. Upon his utterance, he raised his hand, signaling the mourners behind him, those ringing bells, beating drums, and carrying the coffin to cease their actions, each face reflecting solemnity. The Huangquan coffin shop, having been entrusted by others, had come to arrange the funeral and burial for young Master Li. With a bow, Qin Daofu led his brothers in a heartfelt gesture of respect towards Li Xiandao, expressing their mourning. Witnessing this scene, not only was Li Xiandao taken aback, but the guests present also displayed expressions of astonishment. Has the Li family already summoned someone to handle the funeral? How swiftly they have acted. One remarked in disbelief. Did they anticipate Li Qingzhou's death in advance? Impossible. I recognize these individuals. They are from the Huangquan coffin shop, known for organizing various funerals and burials, as well as resolving troublesome matters. Hence, they are also referred to as the cleaners. The Huangquan coffin shop? Who engaged their services? Their news travels fast. The crowd was filled with surprise and incredulity. Li Qingzhou had just passed away, his body still warm, yet the Huangquan coffin shop arrived with such alacrity. Who had summoned them for the funeral? Determined to uncover the truth, the Li family was equally perplexed. Huangquan coffin shop? How did you come to know of my son Li Qingzhou's death? Who dispatched you to handle the funeral? Li Xiandao queried, his expression dark and cold. At that moment, he had yet to recover from the immense sorrow of Li Qingzhou's passing, and the sudden appearance of the funeral team incited his fury. To him, it felt like a deliberate humiliation towards the Li family. Today, he was resolved to unearth the mastermind orchestrating this behind-the-scenes machination. Unbeknownst to him, the true architect of these events lay within the Ziyun Hall. Simultaneously, witnessing the grand spectacle orchestrated by Qin Daofu, Li Heishui, concealed in the shadows, revealed a smile. It seemed the Huangquan coffin shop was indeed reliable. The 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones allocated for the funeral had not been wasted. He was thoroughly pleased with Qin Daofu's endeavors. At that moment, when faced with Li Xuandao's icy inquiry, Qin Daofu was momentarily stunned. Patriarchally, we are not here to conduct the funeral for Li Qingzhou, but rather for another son of the Li family. What? There is another son of the Li family who has died? The crowd erupted in murmurs upon hearing this revelation. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Li Changfeng and the others present. To their astonishment, they beheld 7 young masters. The young scions of the Li family were predominantly gathered here, with the sole exceptions being the deceased 8th master, Li Qingzhou, and the eldest son, Li Chengtian. No, it cannot be. Has eldest master Li Chengtian also perished? The mere suggestion left everyone astounded, especially Li Xiandao, whose heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. You, what did you just say? He trembled as he pointed at Qin Daofu. I said we are not here to bid farewell to Li Qingzhou, but rather, we have been entrusted to conduct the funeral of eldest master Li Chengtian. His lifeless body currently rests within this coffin. Boom. Upon receiving Qin Daofu's confirmation, Li Xiandao felt as though a thunderclap had struck him, rendering his mind a blank slate. The others, too, were left speechless. What had they just heard? The eldest son of the Li family, the prodigious talent Li Chengtian, had actually met his end, right here in this coffin? Hiss. At that moment, everyone inhaled sharply. Their faces a tableau of shock. No, it is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. My son Li Chengtian is on his way back. How could he be dead? You wretched scoundrels. Cease your nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Provoked, Li Xiandao erupted in a fit of hysteria. Boom. With that, he raised his hand and struck fiercely, the tremendous force shattering the ironwood coffin into splinters. In an instant, a cold corpse came into view. Indeed, it was eldest master Li Chengtian. Upon witnessing the familiar visage, every guest widened their eyes in disbelief. Not only them, even Li Qingyin and the others in the distance, as well as the venerable ancestor Li Duantian, turned pale, unable to fathom the reality. How could this be? It truly is my elder brother? The multitude of young masters gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had thought this was merely a jest or a farce, only to discover that the truth was indeed grim. Li Chengtian had perished. How could it be? Gazing upon the ironwood coffin, confronted by that hauntingly familiar face, Li Xiandao was engulfed by an unprecedented sorrow that swept through him. Who dared to slay my son? Overcome with emotion, Li Xiandao suffered a grievous blow to his spirit, and in an instant, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. His aura visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Clan leader! Clan leader! All transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Li Xiandao spitting blood from his rage, the Li family members were struck with panic. They hurriedly surrounded Li Xiandao, their eyes filled with concern and apprehension. Quickly, take him away to rest. Li Duantian administered a pill to stabilize Li Xiandao's condition, then spoke in a deep tone. Having done so, he cast his cold gaze upon Qin Dao Fu and the others. Who sent you to conduct this funeral? Ah well, I operate a funeral parlor in the underworld, dealing with the affairs of the deceased and conducting funerals. This falls within the purview of our business. And as for the client, it is our commercial secret and cannot be divulged. After all, we adhere to principles. Qin Dao Fu spoke earnestly. In business, credibility is paramount. This is something he understands. However, his words incited the wrath of Li Duantian. Unwilling to speak? If you refuse to share, then face your demise. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Li Duantian unleashed a fierce strike towards Qin Dao Fu. At this moment, he channeled all the sorrow and fury over the deaths of Li Qinzhou and Li Qingtan onto Qin Dao Fu, seeking to vent his frustrations. You wish to kill me? Witnessing this scene, Qin Dao Fu furrowed his brow. My apologies. We are merely here at the behest of others to conduct Li Qingtian's funeral and have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Furthermore, you are far too weak to warrant my attention. Qin Dao Fu replied nonchalantly. Having spoken, he merely waved his hand towards Li Duantian, and in an instant, the latter's formidable attack dissipated into thin air. Simultaneously, Li Duantian seemed to suffer a tremendous shock. Hurtling backward. How is this possible? This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Li Duantian was a formidable powerhouse at the peak of the Zhou Tian realm, and yet, Qin Dao Fu had subdued him with but a gentle wave? This is utterly terrifying. Could it be that this individual is a grand cultivator of the Luo Tian realm? The crowd was filled with suspicion. Brothers, time to wrap up. Let us return to divide the spoils. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Qin Dao Fu waved his hand grandly and led his companions out of the Li family estate with swift strides. Soon, they vanished from sight. A funeral parlor in the underworld? This individual is indeed quite intriguing. Watching Qin Dao Fu's departing figure, Lin Wudao's lips curled into a smile. Through the eye of the divine, he uncovered many fascinating revelations. This Qin Dao Fu, astonishingly, belongs to the Terminator organization. Aside from the moniker cleaner, he possesses an exclusive title within the organization known as the Underworld Terminator. Previously, the madman had mentioned that within the Terminator organization, there exists a cadre of extraordinary individuals with remarkable abilities and powers. It seems this is indeed true. This Terminator organization is undoubtedly more enigmatic and powerful than I had imagined. If given the opportunity, I must witness it for myself, he murmured softly. With that, seeing that there was no further excitement to behold at the Li residence, he promptly departed with Yin Si Ming and Li Zongtian. Chapter 145, The Death of Li Xiandao. Everyone, please disperse. After Lin Wudao departed, Li Duantian gazed solemnly at the lifeless body of Li Qitian before him. He forcibly suppressed the sorrow swelling within, then wearily addressed the gathering. What has transpired today marks a profound misfortune for the Li family. For 5 millennia, we have never endured such immense humiliation and blow. In a single day, we have lost 2 remarkable sons. Furthermore, the clan leader is left in disarray. This celebration has dealt a grievous blow to the vitality of the Li clan. One can only imagine. It will not be long before news of today's event spreads throughout the ancient city of Heishui and beyond the 9 provinces. By then, the Li family will undoubtedly become a laughingstock to the world. Despite the tempest of anger and lamentation brewing in his heart, Li Duantian realized he could not alter the course of events. Who, he wondered, was orchestrating this insidious plot against the Li family? First, it was Li Qinzhou, and now Li Qingtian. It feels as though someone is deliberately targeting Li Xiandao. Is it possible that a certain enemy of his is behind this? The capabilities of such a shadowy figure indicate that they are no ordinary person. He furrowed his brow tightly, incessantly speculating about the identity of this hidden mastermind. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he found himself without a single clue. With a deep sigh, Li Duantian commanded, "Someone, please take care to prepare Li Qitian's body and find an auspicious site for his burial." Yes. Several guards stepped forward from the crowd. They cautiously handled Li Qitian's remains and respectfully withdrew. Unless absolutely necessary, I urge you all to refrain from leaving the family estate, lest you attract misfortune. I sense that all of this is a calculated scheme by someone in the shadows. For our safety, let us proceed with utmost caution. Understood. The members of the Li family bowed in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they departed the Ziyun Hall, each harboring their own thoughts as they gradually exited. Before long, the once boisterous Ziyun Hall fell into an eerie silence. After their departure, Li Heishui also utilized the mystical powers of an invisibility talisman, stealthily leaving the Li estate and returning to his residence. However, unbeknownst to them, as everyone was departing, a furtive figure, cloaked in secrecy, had also employed an invisibility talisman to stealthily infiltrate the Li family estate. This shadowy presence trailed into the courtyard where Li Xiandao resided. Alas, I have arrived too late. The mysterious figure murmured to himself. I must have missed the prime opportunity for the spectacle. Surely, Brother Ren has long since arrived in Heishui. I wonder where he is now? After eliminating Li Xiandao, I must hastily make contact with him. The path to heaven is soon to descend upon the world, and I must accomplish my task before that time. The enigmatic individual was shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, and his face was adorned with a mysterious mask resembling that of a ghost, akin to Lin Wudao's visage. The individual in question is none other than the madman, who had a prior arrangement with Lin Wudao. Despite his haste, he arrived a moment too late, missing the captivating spectacle recently performed by the Li family. This left the madman filled with regret. Nevertheless, although he felt somewhat discontented, he did not lose sight of his primary objective. According to my scheme, it was imperative to eliminate a prominent figure from the Li family, preferably an ancestor. Given that Li Xiandao had suffered a severe mental blow and was rendered incapacitated, it would be prudent to dispose of him. His demise would signify a significant advancement in my plan. Subsequently, I could inform Brother Ren to collect the body. In the midst of his musings, the madman stealthily entered Li Xuandao's chamber. At that moment, Li Xiandao, having endured a tremendous setback and mental trauma, lay unconscious on a boat. Meanwhile, members of the Li family were diligently attending to him at his bedside. The presence of so many individuals posed a challenge. However, fortunately, I had procured a resting spirit charm from that miserly old ghost, reputed to facilitate the silent demise of a powerful being in the celestial realm without leaving any trace. This artifact was perfectly suited for use on Li Xiandao. As he spoke, the madman retrieved a mysterious black jade talisman from his robe and shattered it. With a crackle, the talisman disintegrated, unleashing a surge of eerie black mist that swiftly infiltrated Li Xuandao's body, unnoticed by anyone. Immediately, the madman keenly sensed the vitality within Li Xiandao being eroded at an alarming pace by a mysterious force. In but a moment, all life essence had drained away. At that instant, Li Xiandao, still in his stupor, quietly succumbed to death. The resting spirit charm proved indeed effective. Now, I shall merely await the big catch. With the demise of Li Xiandao, the patriarch, they will undoubtedly unearth the ancestral grounds of the Li family for his burial. At that juncture, my opportunity to excavate the grave shall arise, and Brother Ren can joyfully retrieve the body. A wicked smile crept across the madman's lips. He would stop at nothing to achieve his grave-digging ambitions. Subsequently, to ensure his certainty, the madman conducted a thorough inspection, confirming Li Xuandao's death, before departing the Li family estate with a sense of satisfaction. Alas, a cry for help rang out. Quick, someone! The patriarch is dead. Just moments after the madman's departure, a cacophony of panicked weeping erupted from Li Xuandao's room. Everyone was left in a state of utter shock. They promptly reported the news of Li Xuandao's death to the elder, Li Duantian, and other family members as well as the young masters. What? The patriarch is dead? Upon hearing this news, the crowd was struck with disbelief. In an instant, Li Duantian vanished, appearing in Li Xuandao's chamber. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were no signs of life remaining in Li Xiandao. What could have transpired? The patriarch had been in good health just moments ago. How could he have suddenly passed away? He questioned sharply. At his words, the assembled clansmen trembled in fear. They replied, Elder, we do not know. We were by the patriarch's side the entire time, and noticed nothing unusual until we could no longer feel his breath, at which point we realized he had departed. What? He died without any warning? Upon hearing this, Li Duantian's expression darkened to an extreme. Unwilling to accept fate, he began to meticulously examine Li Xuandao's body. After a considerable time, he sighed and shook his head. Elder, how could the patriarch have succumbed so suddenly? Could it be that someone has intentionally harmed him? The second son, Li Qingyin, spoke in a grave tone. With a clatter, his words caused all present to cast their gazes upon Li Duantian. That is not the case. Based on my examination, Xiandao perished from excessive sorrow, leading to a depletion of his heart's strength. It is a natural death with no signs of foul play. Furthermore, he departed in peace, without any suffering. Li Duantian responded, shaking his head. Though he harbored his own suspicions, the results of his examination remained unchanged. Observing the scene, other clansmen stepped forward to inspect the body. confirming Li Duantian's assertions that Li Xiandao had indeed died from exhaustion of the heart. Alas, today is truly an unfortunate day. First, there was the scandal involving Li Qinzhou, then the inexplicable murder of the eldest son, Li Qingtian, and now the patriarch, lamented a clansman. My family has endured for 5,000 years without such a calamity. His words resonated deeply among many present. At this moment, a pervasive sense of inexplicable dread and unease filled the hearts of the crowd. Within a single day, 2 young masters and the patriarch had all met their demise. The situation appeared undeniably sinister. Likewise, Li Duantian furrowed his brow tightly, lost in thought. Elder, what shall we do next? Perhaps we should send someone to the Yellow Springs coffin shop to arrange for the funeral. With that, Li Duantian let out a deep sigh and departed the courtyard. The others, too, followed his instructions, each setting about the preparations for the morning rites. Everything unfolded as the madman had anticipated. Chapter 146, The Plan of the Mad Taoist. At the mythical tower, in the Qingshan villa, Lin Wudao had scarcely settled down, preparing to immerse himself in cultivation, when Enhancement hurriedly approached him. City Lord, Li Xiandao has passed away. What? Li Xiandao is dead? The sudden news left Lin Wudao visibly astonished. When did this happen? Just now. Shortly after our departure, the news of Li Xuandao's demise spread from the Li family, and they have already dispatched someone to summon the undertakers from Hongmeng to arrange the funeral, Enhancement replied, bowing respectfully. How did he die? Well, the details are somewhat unclear. According to the information from the Li family, it is said that Li Xiandao succumbed to excessive sorrow, leading to a natural death from exhaustion of the heart. He endured no suffering throughout the process. His passing was quite serene. Died peacefully? Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Although Li Xiandao had suffered the immense grief of losing a son, it seemed improbable that he would die from sheer emotional fatigue. Indeed, I share your thoughts, City Lord. Perhaps there are hidden intricacies behind this. Enhancement spoke solemnly. At these words, Lin Wudao nodded contemplatively. Let it be. This is a matter for the Li family. It concerns us not. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Yes. After this, Enhancement respectfully bowed and exited the Qingshan villa. Buzzing as soon as Enhancement departed, Lin Wudao suddenly sensed a stirring within the system space. With a mere thought, an invitation appeared in his hand. The characters began to manifest themselves. Brother Rin, I have arrived at the Blackwater Ancient City, and I am currently at the Tsong High Villa of the Mythical Tower. The Mad Taoist? Lin Wudao smiled at the contents of the invitation. He has finally come. Without delay, he donned the heavenly cloak and the celestial mask, adopting the guise of Ren Wuxing, and then shattered a piece of invisibility jade, setting off towards the Tsong High Villa. Tsong High Villa. It was not far from Lin Wudao's location at the Qingshan Villa. Whoosh, moments later, utilizing the wondrous power of the invisibility jade, Lin Wudao silently materialized at the Tsong High Villa. A quick glance revealed the familiar figure of the Mad Taoist in the courtyard. At this moment, he was leisurely savoring tea, with a teacup evidently prepared for Lin Wudao on the table before him. Brother Rin, you have arrived. The Mad Taoist exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Wudao. Ha, you old rascal, you managed to evade the clutches of the Dayan Imperial Court? I am blessed with great fortune. Those rascals from the Dayan Imperial Court think they can kill me? They are merely indulging in their grand delusions. The Mad Taoist scoffed, a hint of anger flickering across his face, still harboring resentment towards the Great Xia's Imperial Heaven Division for their previous ruthless actions. Lin Wudao sat directly before him with a playful remark. What exactly is the grand endeavor you mentioned? He took a sip of tea and asked candidly. Speaking of serious matters, a solemn expression emerged on the face of the madman. Brother Rin, have you heard of the Blackwater Secret Realm? The Blackwater Secret Realm? Lin Wudao furrowed his brows and shook his head. What is the Blackwater Secret Realm? Well, as far as I know, the Blackwater Secret Realm was once an ancient paradise, but due to certain circumstances, it has since collapsed and decayed. Within it, spiritual energy is completely absent, overwhelmed by decay and boundless death energy. Moreover, as the Blackwater Secret Realm is situated within the Blackwater River, it has suffered for years from the river's malevolent aura, transforming into a treacherous land. In the Blackwater Secret Realm, it nurtures evil spirits and demons. The madman expounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a hidden place lurked within the Blackwater River. The grand endeavor you speak of involves the evil spirits and demons within the Blackwater Secret Realm? Indeed, but not entirely. Although the Blackwater Secret Realm is steeped in boundless evil and terror due to the river's corruption, the spirits and demons within are not what we typically understand as such. The entities residing in the Blackwater Secret Realm are artificially cultivated. Artificially? Lin Wudao was increasingly intrigued. Brother Ren, you can hardly imagine that the Blackwater Secret Realm has yet another identity. Oh, What is it? It is the ancestral grounds of the Li family from the Blackwater ancient city. The madman replied with a grin. The ancestral grounds of the Li family? This revelation genuinely surprised Lin Wudao. Since the abandonment of the Blackwater secret realm, it had become an ancestral site for the Li family. Over the span of thousands of years, the Li family had buried the remains of their ancestors, patriarchs, and forebears within the Blackwater secret realm. Subsequently, through the realm's malevolent energy, they preserved the corpses intact, while also employing secret methods to transform those remains into formidable puppets. This represents a powerful trump card for the Li family. Those ancient corpses, after being permeated by malevolent energy for millennia, have likely transcended their former limitations, evolving into even more potent evil entities. We call them corpse demons. The madman grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Similarly, Lin Wudao's interest was piqued by his words. Brother Ren, consider this. The Li family has a lineage exceeding 5,000 years. How many powerful ancestors lie buried within that Blackwater secret realm? Even to this day, their corpses remain uncorrupted. You, who revel in collecting the remains of others' ancestors, must see that the Blackwater secret realm presents an unparalleled opportunity that cannot be missed. The madman insinuated with fervor. Are you suggesting we excavate the Li family's ancestral grounds? Yes, precisely. However, do you know the location of the Blackwater secret realm? How can it be opened? I do not know. The madman shook his head. Yet, almost immediately, a strange smile crept across his face. Brother Ren, although I am unaware of the exact location of the Blackwater secret realm or the specific method to unlock it, the Li family surely possesses that knowledge. If they were to open the Blackwater secret realm themselves, would we not be able to enter? The Li family opening it themselves? What sort of bizarre operation is that? Lin Wudao's face was one of astonishment. Do you have a plan? Of course. At this juncture, the smile on the madman's face grew increasingly enigmatic. Brother Ren, you must have heard the news of the current patriarch of the Li family, Li Xuandao's demise? You didn't do it, did you? Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. I employed a certain tranquilizing spell that enables one to pass away quietly and naturally, leaving no trace of human intervention. The Li family has a tradition that any significant figure within the clan, such as the ancestors of the Zhoutian realm, the patriarch, or those who have made substantial contributions to the Li family, can be interred within the Blackwater secret realm after death. Now that Li Xiandao has died, as the patriarch, he will undoubtedly be laid to rest in the Blackwater secret realm. Once they unlock the realm, we shall gain entry. You truly are a remarkable individual. Upon hearing the madman's plan and actions, Lin Wudao could not help but give him a thumbs up. The Li family is guarded by formidable experts from the Zhoutian realm, and I have heard there is more than one. Can we truly achieve this with just the two of us? Rest assured, I have a plan. When the time comes, I shall summon assistance. You have allies? Lin Wudao cast him a glance, but chose not to speak. Brother Ren, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Xuandao's body will be interred in the Blackwater secret realm tomorrow. When the time is ripe, I shall notify you. Prepare yourself in advance. Very well. Lin Wudao nodded. Subsequently, the two of them deliberated for a moment longer before he returned to the Qingsnow villa. And so it was. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, night descended. At this moment, within the Li family, a mourning hall had been established. In the Grand Ziyun Hall, numerous Li family sons and clan members knelt reverently upon the ground, keeping vigil for Li Xiandao. Yet, at that very moment, an uncanny event transpired. Chapter 147, The Fortunate One, Li Qingyin. Congratulations, you have received the favor of the heavens. In the realm of Zhuzhou, a celestial messenger has just emerged. By offering the corpses of powerful beings above the Dantian realm, one may gain his assistance. The celestial messenger is named Dongfang Bubi. By using the corpses of mighty warriors as offerings, and with sincere prayers, one can summon him to the mortal realm to fulfill their deepest desires and meet various needs. Li Qingyin was kneeling at the forefront among the young nobles, dutifully guarding the spirit of the clan leader, Li Xiandao. However, at that moment, a vague and ethereal voice disrupted his thoughts, awakening him from his wandering musings. Dongfang Bubi. Upon hearing this name, Li Qingyin felt a surge of vitality. As the second son of Heishui Ancient City, although he never engaged in the power struggles of the Zhuzhou realm, he was well informed about its various tidings. He knew that during the catastrophic calamity brought by the Dei demon sect, at the critical juncture of life and death, it was old Zhu who had summoned a figure named Dongfang Bubi to help them overcome the Great Tribulation. Subsequently, they were rewarded with immense fortune. At that time, this event had shaken the entire Zhuzhou realm, and even the reclusive forces like theirs had heard of it, all speculating about the true identity of Dongfang Bubi, who could aid the Dei demon sect in weathering the celestial calamity unscathed. However, to this day, no one had been able to ascertain Dongfang Bubi's identity or origins. It turned out that Dongfang Bubi was indeed a messenger of the heavens. Could it be that the leader of the Day Demon Sect, Li Xianshan, had sacrificed the corpse of a powerful being above the Dongdian realm to successfully summon Dongfang Bubi to aid them during the heavenly tribulation? Now, had I also been granted this opportunity? If I were to offer the corpse of a powerful being above the Dongdian realm to Dongfang Bubi, would it not touch him and compel him to fulfill my heart's desires? Li Qingyin pondered incessantly. Are you truly Dongfang Bubi? To ascertain the truth, he began to cautiously probe. No, I am the book of all beings, able to listen to the hearts and wishes of all creatures in the world, and I will randomly select a fortunate one from among them. It is an honor. You have successfully received the favor of the heavens. By offering the corpse of a powerful being above the Dongtian realm as a sacrifice, and with sincere prayers, you may have the opportunity to summon Dongfang Bubi and have him help fulfill your wishes. The more precious the offering, the greater your chances of inviting Dongfang Bubi. The ethereal voice continued to resonate. This time, Li Qingyin heard it distinctly. It was indeed real. He instantly clenched his fists, an unprecedented divine light igniting in his eyes. Simultaneously, a thought that had long been suppressed deep within him began to emerge. Now, with the unexpected demise of the clan leader, in no time, the family will undoubtedly elect a new patriarch. As a direct descendant of the Li clan, I too have the opportunity to compete for this esteemed position. If I were to gain the assistance of the invincible Dongfang, would not my ascension to patriarch be as effortless as a breeze? Li Qingyin mused inwardly. The more he pondered, the more he felt a surge of potential. According to the Book of All Beings, to successfully summon Dongfang, one must offer the corpse of a being of transcendent strength, specifically above the realm of Dongdian, as a sacrifice and pray with utmost sincerity. Presently, what I lack in my pursuit of the patriarchate is merely the corpse of a formidable warrior. As he spoke, Li Qingyin's gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Xiandao, who lay in the morning hall before him. Was this not a readily available corpse of the Zhoutian realm? A thrill surged within him. Moreover, as time passed, this feeling intensified. Although he was the second son of the Li family, there was no blood relation between him and Li Xiandao. Thus, offering Li Xiandao's corpse as a sacrificial tribute bore no moral burden for him. I wish to inquire. If I seek to summon the messenger from the east to assist me in becoming the patriarch of the Li family in the ancient city of Heishui, what corpses of powerful warriors must I present? After a prolonged silence, Li Qingyin cautiously posed his question. Connecting to Dongfang Invincible, please hold on. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Li Qingyin remained unperturbed. He patiently awaited in the morning hall. Meanwhile, in the Qingshan villa of the mythical tower, Lin Wudao also received a notification from the Book of All Beings. The second son of the Li family, Li Qingyin, how audacious of him to aspire to seize the patriarchal position. As he perused the contents displayed on the Book of All Beings, a faint smile crept across Lin Wudao's lips. What fortuitous timing. He too was contemplating how to strategize the resources of the Li family. Now, fortune had presented itself at his doorstep. A plump land delivered to him. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Although the path to becoming the patriarch of the Li family was fraught with challenges, it was still a venture worth pursuing. With this thought, Lin Wudao promptly accepted Li Qingyin's invitation to become the patriarch of the Li family. You will need to prepare at least 10 corpses of warriors above the Zhoutian realm. Only then can I assist you in realizing your ambition. A gasp escaped Li Qingyin as he heard the indifferent voice echoing in his mind. His body involuntarily trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. It was indeed not so simple. Even if he could acquire Li Xiandao's corpse, he would still be far from meeting the requirements set by the messenger from the east. What should he do? Li Qingyin fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps he could seek assistance from his grandfather? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he thought of his grandfather, Li Qingshan. Presently, Li Qingshan had cultivated to the pinnacle of the Zhoutian realm, although he had not become the ancestral figure of the Li family. He held the esteemed position of a clan elder, possessing significant influence and power. If I were to obtain his assistance, I might be able to fulfill the demands of the invincible Dongfang. I recall that my grandfather possesses a corpse of a strong being from the realm of Luotian, which he intends to refine into a puppet. Should I not attempt to acquire it? With this thought, a surge of excitement blossomed within Li Qingyin's heart as if he had discovered a path forward. Esteemed envoy of the East, might a single corpse of a Luotian realm expert be equivalent to 10 corpses of the Zhoutian realm? He inquired cautiously. A Luotian realm expert? Lin Wudao expressed his surprise upon receiving this message. He had not anticipated that Li Qingyin would possess such a valuable treasure. If you have a corpse of a Luotian realm expert, I could be persuaded to assist you. However, it would depend on the specifics of the task at hand. What do you envision I should do to become the patriarch of the Li family? May I ponder this matter for a while? Of course. Consider it carefully and reach out to me again. Lin Wudao abruptly severed the connection. Astonishingly, it is indeed possible, as Dongfang Buba unexpectedly agreed. A wave of immense joy surged within Li Qingyin's heart. Subsequently, he began to devise a strategy on how to persuade his grandfather and secure his position as the patriarch of the Li family. Suddenly, amidst Li Qingyin's deep contemplation, an ancient bell tolled from the ancestral grounds. All the young men and elders of the Li family were summoned to the ancestral site on the back mountain. A commanding voice echoed in the ears of Li Qingyin and the others. The ancestors have emerged. If all goes as expected, the forthcoming discussions will undoubtedly revolve around the selection of the family patriarch. Li Qingyin mused. He quickly scanned the surroundings and hastened to follow the crowd towards the ancestral grounds on the back mountain. Chapter 148. The Contest for the Clan Leader. The ancestral hall of the Li family, a sacred ground, serves as both the residence and cultivation site for the esteemed ancestors. As Li Qingyin arrived at the ancestral hall accompanied by numerous clan members, he beheld 9 formidable elders seated within the ancient and majestic chamber. These venerable figures are the ancestors of the Li family, each possessing a cultivation level that has reached the pinnacle of the Xuantian realm. Among them, 3 have transcended the confines of the Xuantian realm, attaining the lofty Luotian realm. Is this the current foundation of the Li family? A wave of astonishment washed over Li Qingyin as he cast a quick glance around. The presence of 3 individuals at the Luotian realm far surpasses the superficial powers within the Jiuzhou territory, representing the very essence upon which their hidden lineage thrives. Salutations to our esteemed ancestors. Salutations to our esteemed ancestors. Salutations to our esteemed ancestors. Outside the ancestral hall, under the guidance of several clan elders, all clan members knelt in reverence and sincerity, offering their bows. Today, you have been summoned to deliberate on the matter of the clan leader. As the tension among the assembly grew palpable, a venerable voice resonated from within the ancestral hall. The speaker was an energetic elder clad in red, known as Li Tianwang, the foremost ancestor of the Li family and the most powerful among them, currently at the mid-stage of the Luotian realm. Though he appeared frail at first glance, within his aged form lay a terrifying power akin to the depths of the abyss. The members of the Li family regarded him with profound respect. Recently, I have learned of the family's grave misfortune. Not only have we lost 2 outstanding young scions, but our clan leader, Li Xiandao, has also succumbed to despair and exhaustion. This unexpected turn of events has grieved me deeply. However, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day, nor can a family be without a leader. Though we mourn the sudden departure of Li Xiandao, we must promptly select a new clan leader to maintain order. Today, I have gathered you all for this very purpose. After deliberation among the 9 ancestors, we have resolved that the next clan leader will be chosen from among all the members of the Li family. The selection method shall be through the Tongtian Road. What? The Tongtian Road? Upon hearing this, the clan members kneeling outside the ancestral hall were taken aback. Traditionally, the clan leader was chosen based on seniority and prowess, unexpectedly. This time a new approach and strategy have been adopted. This signifies that everyone present has a chance? With this thought, many began to stir restlessly. In just 2 days, the once-in-a-millennium Tongtian Road shall descend upon the mortal realm. At that time, any offspring or clan member of the Li family may participate. Whoever achieves the finest performance will ascend to become the next clan leader. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon the victor a Dezhou pill, which, upon consumption and refinement, will elevate their cultivation directly to the Zhou realm. As he spoke, Li Tianhuang unfurled his hand, revealing a jade box. As the moment of revelation unfolded, a dazzling brilliance erupted, illuminating the ancestral hall in its entirety. The eyes of all present were left wide in astonishment. A chorus of rapid breaths resonated through the crowd. Even Li Qingyin was no exception. With my aptitude and prowess, among the numerous young masters of the Li family, save for Li Qingtan, none could rival me. Now that Li Qingtian has perished, I stand as the foremost. Yet, despite this, I cannot guarantee my ascension to the position of clan leader. For this competition includes not only the young masters, but also many clan members with equal opportunity. Moreover, there could be those who deliberately conceal their true abilities. Thus, meticulous preparation is imperative. To ensure an absolute supremacy over the competition, the most prudent course of action is to seek the assistance of Dongfang Bubi. Li Qingyin silently contemplated. Dongfang Bubi, a figure of commendable reputation and assured strength. Should I entrust this matter to him? His eventual rise to clan leader would be a foregone conclusion. Next, I must devise a means to procure the corpse of the Luotian realm from my grandfather's possession. At this moment, Li Qingyin had formulated a preliminary plan. Very well, if there are no further matters, you may all disperse, Li Tianhuang announced. prompting the assembled crowd outside the ancestral hall to swiftly depart, each harboring their own thoughts and intentions. Likewise, Li Qingyin was quick to seek out his grandfather, Li Qingshan. In the mountain sea retreat, Li Qingshan sat in a position of prominence, leisurely savoring tea while contemplatively observing the standing figure of Li Qingyin before him, his gaze betraying a hint of curiosity. "Qingyin, what brings you here today?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyin inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. "Grandfather, it has been a while since I last saw you, so I thought I would come to visit. Enough of that. What scheme are you concocting? Am I not aware?" Li Qingshan remarked with a knowing smile. "Just moments ago, our ancestors stated that whoever performs best on the path to heaven shall become the next clan leader. What confidence do you possess in this regard?" 10 out of 10. Li Qingyin replied emphatically. 10 out of 10? Li Qingshan was taken aback by this assertion, regarding Li Qingyin with incredulity. "Young man, this is no matter for jest. Although your aptitude and strength rank second among the young masters of the Li family, that is merely superficial. You have no idea how many conceal their true capabilities. Within the entirety of the Li family, none dare to boast of such certainty. What gives you the audacity to claim such confidence?" Li Qingshan shook his head in disbelief. For anyone else, such a claim would likely be met with skepticism. However, in the face of Li Qingshan's doubts, Li Qingyin remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure and tranquility. Moreover, a confident smile graced his face. Upon witnessing this demeanor, Li Qingshan felt a surge of interest. "Grandfather, when I say I possess complete assurance, it is certainly founded on something substantial." "Oh, pray tell?" "Grandfather, have you heard of the invincible figure of the East?" "The invincible figure of the East?" Upon hearing this name, Li Qingshan began to reminisce. There seemed to be some recollection, as if he had encountered it before. He furrowed his brow. "At present, I cannot recall." "Grandfather, not long ago, during the great calamity that the Sun Demon Sect faced from the heavens, it was through the aid of the invincible figure of the East that they managed to navigate through perilous times unscathed. Furthermore, after the calamity, all disciples of the Sun Demon Sect were bestowed with immense fortune from the heavens, significantly enhancing their cultivation and strength. Indeed, this matter is true." After Li Qingyin's reminder, Li Qingshan also recalled the incident. For this reason, our Li family had sent individuals to investigate the origins of the invincible figure of the East. Yet we received no response. Could it be, you have found the invincible figure of the East? Suddenly, a thought struck Li Qingshan, and he inquired with incredulity. "Indeed." Li Qingyin nodded affirmatively. "Grandfather, in truth, the invincible figure of the East is a celestial messenger newly born in the realm of Jiuzhou. Through the book of all beings, one may randomly select a fortunate soul from the myriad of lives. Then, by offering the corpses of powerful beings above the cave heaven realm as sacrifices and praying earnestly, one can summon the invincible figure of the East to receive his assistance, thus fulfilling one's aspirations." Li Qingyin divulged all that he knew. Upon concluding his tale, Li Qingshan was left in utter astonishment. Throughout his entire life, he had never encountered such extraordinary phenomena. "Are you certain of your words?" "Absolutely. Previously, I had a conversation with the celestial messenger, who informed me that if I could present 10 corpses of beings at the Zhoutian realm, he would assist me in seizing the position of clan leader. I have come here to seek your assistance, grandfather." As he spoke, Li Qingyin rubbed his hands together, a sense of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. However, upon hearing his words, Li Qingshan's brows knitted together, and an unsettling feeling welled up within him. Chapter 149, Lin Wudao, additional payment required. "Pray tell, how might I assist you?" Li Qingshan inquired, suppressing the unease within his heart and maintaining a facade of tranquility. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyin took a deep breath, promptly voicing his thoughts. "Grandfather, I believe I recall you mentioning that in your youth, you ventured into a mysterious relic and encountered certain fortuitous opportunities. Moreover, you acquired an unnamed ancient corpse, did you not? Based on your estimations, that corpse belonged to a formidable being, at least of the Luotian realm. I wonder, is that ancient corpse still in your possession?" he asked cautiously. "Humph." At this utterance, Li Qingshan's expression darkened. "I assumed you sought my assistance for a matter of significance. Yet it appears you were merely coveting the ancient corpse in my possession?" "Well, this grandson is left with no alternative," Li Qingyin replied, bracing himself. In that moment, he could distinctly feel the piercing gaze of Li Qingshan upon him. Nevertheless, driven by his ambition to ascend to the position of clan leader and to revitalize their branch, Li Qingyin was resolute in seizing this rare opportunity. "Grandfather, this is indeed a rare chance. Our branch has not been afforded due recognition within the Li family, while the other branches boast ancestors at the peak of the Zhoutian realm. Although you hold the esteemed title of elder, your status and standing are considerably diminished. If I were to become the clan leader, our branch's identity, status, and influence within the entire Li family would be immensely elevated. The revival of our lineage hinges upon this moment. Furthermore, I have the opportunity to invite Dongfang Bubi, an opportunity that others may not possess. Should someone else seize it first, we would be left without recourse. Grandfather, I implore you to consider the greater picture. Bang! In the midst of his discourse, Li Qingyi knelt before his grandfather, bowing deeply. Upon hearing his words, Li Qishan was somewhat moved. Alas, he sighed, seemingly conceding. Qingyi, you speak the truth. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since you harbor aspirations for the position, I shall assist you. That ancient corpse possessed strength surpassing the Luotian realm and is a genuine powerhouse. Originally, I intended to refine it into a puppet, but since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. With a resounding gesture, Li Qishan summoned an ancient bronze coffin, which materialized before them, exuding the scent of time-worn decay. Curiosity piqued, Li Changyin lifted the coffin's lid and beheld a well-preserved male corpse within. Despite the ravages of time, there were no signs of decay. Use this ancient corpse as an offering and see if you can invite Dongfang Bubi, Li Qingshan instructed. Yes, grandfather. Li Qingyin responded with a bow, ready to proceed. He forcefully suppressed the surprise and excitement within, attempting to communicate with the Eastern Messenger. O Eastern Messenger, I, Li Qingyin, beseech you to accept the corpse of this formidable Luotian realm expert as an offering, inviting your assistance in ascending to the position of the Li family patriarch. Thud, thud, thud. Li Qingyin bowed with utmost reverence. In the mythical tower, Lin Wudao awaited Li Qingyin's sacrifice. Had he truly procured a Luotian realm corpse? Observing the information displayed on the Book of All Beings, Lin Wudao felt a surge of spirit. How may I assist you? O Eastern Messenger. The ancestor has proclaimed that the competition for the Li family patriarch shall be determined through the path to heaven. Whoever performs the best shall become the next patriarch of the Li family. Thus, I earnestly request your aid in fulfilling my wish. Li Qingyin continued his devout prostration. The path to heaven? Lin Wudao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Li family's selection of a patriarch was linked to this path to heaven. This matter is acceptable. However, to ensure my performance on the path to heaven, a mere corpse of a Luotian realm expert is insufficient. An additional fee is required. Lin Wudao would not let go of this opportunity to fleece a fat sheep. What? Not enough? More money? Hearing this, Li Qingyin was instantly taken aback. This was not as he had expected. Nevertheless, he was already committed and had no choice but to proceed with determination. May I inquire how much more is required? Li Qingyin suppressed his apprehension and asked cautiously. Not much. Just provide me with half of the Li family's resources. What? Half of the family's resources? A tempest of shock surged within Li Qingyin. This price was rather steep. What? Are you unwilling? If you deem my worth insufficient for this price, I shall seek collaboration with other nobles. I am certain they are also eager for the position of patriarch. With that, Lin Wudao feigned departure. This statement terrified Li Qingyin. No, that is not my intention. I agree. As long as the Eastern Messenger can assist me in becoming the patriarch of the Li family, I am willing to offer half of the Li family's resources as compensation. He hastily expressed his agreement, fearing that the Eastern Messenger might abandon him. After all, the Eastern Messenger was his greatest support in becoming the patriarch. Should he depart, all his hopes would be dashed. Such an outcome was certainly not what he desired. Lin Wudao was thoroughly pleased with Li Qingyin's attitude. Very well. Since you are willing to offer a Luotian realm expert's corpse along with half of the Li family's resources as a sacrifice, I shall accept your invitation and assist you in becoming the patriarch of the Li family. When the path to heaven descends, I will participate in your stead. You need only wait patiently. As the words fell, a peculiar black hole abruptly materialized in midair. Then, under the astonished gaze of Li Qingshan and Li Qingyin, the bronze coffin on the ground was instantaneously drawn into the black hole, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What a bizarre method. The Eastern Invincible truly possesses celestial abilities. Li Qingshan exclaimed in disbelief. Initially harboring doubts, he was now utterly convinced of the Eastern Invincible's prowess and capabilities after witnessing this strange and miraculous spectacle, no longer daring to entertain any skepticism. Qingyin, you have indeed stumbled upon great fortune this time. At that moment, an excited smile illuminated his aged face. Similarly, Li Qingyin shared in this exhilaration. However, unbeknownst to them, along with the bronze coffin, half of the Li family's resources had also vanished. There is a grave situation. The treasury has been robbed. Quickly, notify the ancestors. Someone has infiltrated the Li family and stolen a substantial amount of treasures. With thunderous cries echoing, chaos erupted within the Li family. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Li Qingshan and Li Qingyin exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and incredulity. What manner of technique could so silently and effortlessly extract half of the Li family's resources? The Eastern Invincible must not be offended. Chang'in, regarding this matter, not a single word must be uttered. Otherwise, we shall undoubtedly meet our demise without a burial place, Li Qingshan warned gravely. To this, Li Chang'in nodded earnestly. He was no fool and fully understood the terrifying consequences of their predicament. Amidst their astonishment and the Li family's turmoil, Lin Wudao paid no heed. At this moment, he was savoring the fruits of his victory. Chapter 150. We deal in the business of the dead. With a commanding voice, Lin Wudao declared, "System, I shall sacrifice all the resources acquired from the Li family." A notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have sacrificed half of the Li family's resources, earning 15 million fortune points. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao's spirit soared. Truly, the hidden power that has inherited its legacy for over 5 millennia possesses profound depth. Merely sacrificing half of their resources yielded a staggering 15 million fortune points. If all of the Li family's resources were sacrificed, it would likely exceed 30 million, he murmured softly. Through these fortune points, he gained a clearer understanding of the strength and foundation of these hidden forces. The Day Demon Sect, Xuantian Sect, and Xuantian Sword Studio must indeed be extraordinarily powerful, with resources that are several times more abundant. In terms of strength, they are on an entirely different level. This time, having garnered 15 million fortune points without any cost, Lin Wudao felt quite satisfied with the outcome. Name, Lin Wudao. Identity, Lord of Sin City. Cultivation level, late stage of Cave Heaven. Fortune points, 1,024, 164. 000, exceeding 1 billion fortune points should suffice, he thought, as a sense of pride swelled within him upon gazing at the numbers on the panel. It was his first time possessing such a vast amount of fortune points. With a swish, after relishing this moment, his gaze fell upon the bronze coffin before him. Bang! The burial heaven bronze coffin opened, directly enclosing the ancient corpse within. You have collected Chao Qiudao's body, earning 3 Void Sky Infinity Pills. After system enhancement by tenfold, you have acquired 3 Xuantian Creation Pills. Name, Xuantian Creation Pill. Description, temporarily grants the cultivation level of early Xuantian realm upon consumption. Note, last for 15 minutes. With a thought, a delicate jade vial appeared in his hand, containing 3 azure pills the size of longan fruits, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. This is quite remarkable. Although it only grants temporary access to the early Xuantian realm, it is still immensely beneficial for me. Lin Wudao reflected with satisfaction. His luck had indeed favored him this time. With the Xuantian Creation Pill in hand, he felt more confident about the upcoming endeavors in the Blackwater Secret Realm. Buzzing, just as Lin Wudao was examining the properties and effects of the Xuantian Creation Pill, an unexpected tremor emanated from the invitation of the Mad Taoist. Upon opening it, he discovered new information. Run, come to the mythical building. The helper I sought has arrived. Let us plan thoroughly together. A helper has been found. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Wudao's eyes as he read the contents of the invitation. Without hesitation, he disguised himself as Ren Wuxing and made his way to the Songhai courtyard. As he entered the room, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was none other than Qin Daofu, the proprietor of the Huangquan coffin shop. The madman has surprisingly sought assistance from him? Lin Wudao was somewhat taken aback. However, upon a moment's reflection, he quickly grasped the rationale. Both the madman and Qin Daofu were members of the Terminators organization, and they must have been acquainted for quite some time. It was fortuitous that Qin Daofu resided within the ancient city of Heishui and possessed formidable strength. Naturally, he was the ideal ally. Brother Ren, you have arrived. Upon seeing Lin Wudao, the madman greeted him with exuberance. Come, let me introduce you. Brother Ren, this is Qin Daofu, a fellow member of my organization and the proprietor of the Huangquan funeral parlor. His greatest passion lies in conducting funerals for others. Additionally, he engages in resolving minor grievances and clearing up troubles. He is a man of integrity. The madman cheerfully elaborated. A funeral-loving honest man? Lin Wudao was left speechless. This individual? An honest man? Madman, do you harbor some misconceptions about what constitutes honesty? What a pleasure to meet you. Although Lin Wudao did not entirely agree with the madman's description, he acknowledged Qin Daofu's prowess. After all, he was truly a formidable figure in the realm of Luotian. Likewise, it was evident that the madman had undergone significant transformations during their time apart. Now, he had achieved the pinnacle of the Xuantian realm. Lin Wudao couldn't help but silently muse on the number of graves the madman must have excavated in this period. Unbeknownst to him, the madman was currently animatedly introducing Lin Wudao to Qin Daofu. Qin Daofu, this is my brother Ren Wuxing, the one I have frequently mentioned to you. His capabilities are quite impressive, and his skills are on par with any member of our organization. Previously, during the Sunset Battlefield, it was thanks to Brother Ren that I managed to escape. His greatest hobby in life is the collection of corpses, particularly those of ancestral lineage, while you, Qin Daofu, have a penchant for conducting funerals. As for me, I relish the act of digging graves. We are all engaged in dealings with the deceased. Indulging in the business of the departed, surely. This is a fateful connection, is it not? Haha. I believe we three could form a formidable triangle, enhancing our business and collaboration. How about we pledge brotherhood as sworn brothers? Suddenly, the madman proposed a bold idea. After articulating his thoughts, he sought the opinions of both men with a gaze. To this, Qin Daofu remained silent, observing Lin Wudao with a peculiar expression. In kind, Lin Wudao was scrutinizing him as well. Let us put this proposal on hold for the time being. This is our first meeting, and we are still unfamiliar with one another. Once we have become better acquainted, we may reconsider the notion of brotherhood. There will be ample time ahead. Lin Wudao was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment immediately crossed the madman's face. In light of this, let us postpone further discussion until we are more acquainted with the situation. Now, let us deliberate on the impending assault on the Blackwater secret realm scheduled for tomorrow. As the matter at hand is serious, the madman's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. If all proceeds as anticipated, the Li clan will, in accordance with tradition, enter Li Xiandao within the Blackwater secret realm tomorrow. At that time, all the ancestors of the Li clan are certain to emerge. Presently, the Li clan boasts 9 ancestors, 3 of whom have ascended to the realm of Luo Tian, with the most formidable being the first ancestor, Li Tian Wang, who has reached the mid-stage of Luo Tian. The remaining 6 have attained the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm. According to my strategy, once the Li clan opens the Blackwater secret realm tomorrow, one individual must guard the entrance to withstand the onslaught of the Li ancestors. Meanwhile, 2 others should venture into the secret realm to excavate graves and collect the corpses. The entire process must be executed expeditiously. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for us, the madman asserted solemnly. Neither Lin Wudao nor Qin Daofu voiced any objections to this plan. Madman, you previously mentioned that the corpses within the Blackwater secret realm have been tainted by the malignant aura of the Blackwater River over the years, transforming them into formidable corpse demons. Thus, their strength must surely surpass that of the Luo Tian realm, correct? Suddenly, Lin Wudao seemed to recall something and inquired. Indeed, that is likely the case. Consequently, those entering the Blackwater secret realm must possess strength exceeding that of the Luo Tian realm. Furthermore, the guardian at the entrance must also be of considerable power. Currently, I am only at the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm, which renders me inadequate for guarding the entrance. Additionally, I must also enter to excavate graves. Therefore, I must entrust the task of guarding the entrance to you. Brother Ren and you, cleansing Daofu, the madman said, somewhat sheepishly rubbing his hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao slightly nodded. In that case, I shall guard the entrance to the Blackwater secret realm, while Boss Qin accompanies you into the secret realm to excavate graves and suppress the corpse demons. I have no objections. Qin Daofu added his agreement. By the way, the day after tomorrow marks the arrival of the heavenly path in the city of Blackwater. At present, the ancient city is a veritable melting pot, teeming with various factions and powerful individuals from both within and beyond the 9 provinces. We must not only contend with the ancestors of the Li clan, but also remain vigilant against those meddlesome outsiders who might jeopardize our plans. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the personnel from the Great Xiaoyutian Division seem to have also arrived in the ancient city of Blackwater. Qin Daofu suddenly revealed a startling piece of news. What? The Great Xiaoyutian Division is pursuing us? Upon hearing this, the madman's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 151. The Prison of the Firmament. Who has arrived? After a brief silence, the mad Taoist furrowed his brow and inquired. He harbored significant wariness towards the imperial heavenly office of the Great Xia, which had persistently hounded him like a rabid dog, causing him considerable annoyance. Initially, he believed he had evaded their pursuit. However, he was dismayed to discover that they had located him once again. This revelation ignited a profound ire within the mad Taoist. Observing his clenched teeth, Qin Daofu could not help but smile slightly. It was rumored that many had come this time, led by a protector of the heavenly office named Han Buku, who had reportedly attained the mid-stage of the Luo Tian realm. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a cadre of formidable experts, each possessing strength at the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm. It appears the heavenly office is well aware of your presence in the Blackwater ancient city, Qin Daofu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the mad Taoist's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, these wretches, why do they come now of all times? Right when I am on the verge of accomplishing something significant, are they deliberately seeking to thwart my endeavors? It seems I must exercise utmost caution and not fall into the heavenly office's schemes. As he spoke, he began to contemplate how to respond to the impending confrontation. Similarly, upon learning that the Imperial Heavenly Office had also arrived in Blackwater Ancient City, Lin Wudao knitted his brow, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his gaze. This is indeed troubling news. Previously, during the Sunset Battlefield, he had encountered individuals from the Heavenly Office, who not only exhibited formidable strength but also employed a myriad of tactics. A moment's carelessness could lead to subjugation. Now that they have tracked him here, they must surely come prepared. With this thought, Lin Wudao's vigilance heightened. Just then, as the mad Taoist and his companions conferred strategies, an ancient spiritual vessel sliced through the void, descending upon Blackwater Ancient City. Upon it stood 13 formidable figures, each exuding an imposing aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Luo Tian realm. This individual was none other than Han Buku, the protector of the Heavenly Office, as mentioned by Qin Daofu. This time, they were dispatched to Blackwater Ancient City not only to witness the once-in-a-millennium Heavenly Road but also to hunt down the mad Taoist, intending to capture him and bring him back to the Heavenly Office. To avoid drawing attention, Han Buku and his companions had altered their appearances, thoroughly concealing their identities. Chief, we have pinpointed the mad Taoist's whereabouts. He is currently within the mythical tower of Blackwater Ancient City. Should we proceed immediately to apprehend him? At that moment, a slender man approached and spoke, a mysterious azure light emanating from his hand as it coalesced into an ancient bronze mirror in midair, within which the figure of the mad Taoist was distinctly visible. In their pursuit to apprehend him, they had undoubtedly made thorough preparations this time. Boss, shall we take action? One suggested. At that moment, through the celestial mirror of the Qingguang Temple, they could distinctly observe the scene within the Songhai Bi Yuan, where the mad Taoist, Lin Wudao, and Qin Daofu were engaged in conversation. Han Bukue glanced at this and shook his head. No, we must not act hastily and alarm the snake. Before we came, the Grand Master informed me that the mad Taoist's aim is to excavate the ancestral grave of the Li family. According to the Grand Master's calculations, he will make his move tomorrow. At that time, he will undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle with the Li family. As long as they are left in a state of mutual destruction, we can then step in to clean up the aftermath. He spoke with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yutian division expressed their concerns. Boss, the mad Taoist is exceedingly troublesome, and he is quite insane, making him very difficult to deal with. I worry that if we delay, they may escape. Last time on the Sunset Battlefield, Mu Tianfeng and the others nearly killed the mad Taoist, yet he ultimately managed to flee. We cannot allow history to repeat itself. Rest assured. This time the mad Taoist, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, will surely not escape. Upon leaving, the Grand Master entrusted me with the Hunyuan prison specifically for the purpose of capturing the mad Taoist. With a thunderous boom, an ancient and enigmatic black iron prison materialized in Han Bukue's palm, exuding an aura of malevolence that suppressed all. The Hunyuan prison? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the ancient black iron prison. Subsequently, smiles broke out on their faces. The Grand Master is truly meticulous. With the Hunyuan prison in our possession, the mad Taoist will undoubtedly not be able to flee. This artifact, a relic from ancient times, was designed to subdue various wrongdoers. Once imprisoned within it, one's powers would be confined, rendering them mere mortals. Although the mad Taoist was enigmatic and resourceful, being cast into the Hunyuan prison would render him unable to escape. To prevent the mad Taoist from detecting our intentions, we must closely monitor his movements from this moment onward. Should he exhibit any signs of activity, we shall apprehend him immediately. Yes, the crowd responded earnestly. By the way, boss, it is said that the 9th Princess Yan Wuxia and the 18th Prince Yan Wugo have arrived in the Blackwater Ancient City to witness the grandeur of the Tongtian Road. There are even rumors that the eldest Princess Yan Huiwang will make an appearance. Shall we pay our respects? At this moment, someone seemed to recall something and inquired of Han Bukue. The 9th Princess and the 18th Prince? Han Bukue's brow furrowed slightly. No, our foremost task at present is to capture the madman and his accomplices. All else is of no consequence. With a sweeping gesture, he led the group into the ancient city of Heishui. Shortly thereafter, they settled in a location not far from the myth building, closely monitoring the movements of the madman and his 2 companions. In the Songhai courtyard of the myth building, as Han Buku and the others arrived, Lin Wudao's consciousness took note of their presence. The personnel from the Yutian division have already arrived. He sipped his tea and spoke slowly. What? They have already come? The madman was taken aback. He immediately intended to leave the Songhai courtyard to track their whereabouts. However, Lin Wudao halted him. Do not worry. They have not acted yet. They are merely observing us from the shadows, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Madman, your plan may have been exposed. Lin Wudao remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, the madman's expression darkened. These scoundrels are like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing me. Once I find the opportunity, I shall ensure they all meet their demise. He muttered curses under his breath. Ren, shall we find another place? No need. Since the Yutian division has already locked onto you, the moment there is the slightest disturbance, they will swarm us. For the sake of our plan tomorrow, let us refrain from engaging them recklessly. Lin Wudao shook his head. But tomorrow, those curs will surely take advantage of the situation. What if they conspire against us from behind? Rest assured, I will handle everything. They pose no threat to us. Tomorrow, I shall guard the entrance to the Heishui secret realm. You all may act freely. I assure you that no one will disturb you. However, I require all the corpses. Agreed. The madman nodded eagerly. He held a deep trust in Lin Wudao. By the way, Ren, if we can subdue those from the Li family or the Yutian division tomorrow, could I have the pleasure of reaping their vitality for my own use? I've been plundering several grand tombs recently, and my lifespan is nearing its end. The madman wore an expectant expression. Very well. I shall ensure you have living prey. Thank you, Ren. Haha. The madman beamed with delight. At that moment, he was already envisioning the prospect of siphoning the lifespans of those formidable individuals on the morrow. Chapter 152, The Spirit Treasure, the Tai Dividing Water Pearl. Time flows like a river, slipping away in the blink of an eye. The following day, boom, boom, boom. Early in the morning, a sharp sound of gongs and drums echoed through the ancient estate of the Li family, accompanied by sorrowful wails. Subsequently, under the gaze of numerous onlookers, 12 robust giants from the Yellow Springs coffin shop emerged, carefully bearing an archaic bronze coffin. Behind the coffin, a throng of Li family members followed closely. Today marked the day of Li Xuandao's funeral. This somber event was organized by the Yellow Springs coffin shop. After promising a substantial sum, they exerted considerable effort to ensure the funeral was conducted with great care, arranging dedicated mourners and enlisting 12 formidable warriors from the Zhoutian realm to carry the coffin. The scene was indeed magnificent. At a glance, the faces of the Li family members, including various young masters, clan elders, and even ancestors, were etched with profound sorrow. Their expressions grim. This spectacle elicited sighs of sympathy from the onlookers. Alas, misfortune has befallen the family. What should have been a day of great celebration turned into one of profound mourning. It was said that Li Xiandao passed away peacefully due to overwhelming grief, succumbing to exhaustion. However, a sense of unease lingered. Was there something peculiar about this situation? Indeed, it seemed too coincidental. Furthermore, I heard that an even stranger incident occurred yesterday. Half of the resources from the Li family treasury inexplicably vanished. I have also heard. It must have been due to offending someone. Whispers of speculation continuously spread through the crowd. Regarding the recent tragic occurrences within the Li family, expressions of sympathy were evident. After all, it was undeniably a grievous situation. Yet, while the Li family members outwardly displayed heavy hearts, deep within, they harbored a sense of inexplicable dread and unease. Through the deaths of Li Xiandao and his two sons, they sensed that someone was deliberately targeting the Li family. What further terrors awaited the Li family? Consequently, each individual felt a lingering trepidation. Thus, with complex emotions, they made their way to the banks of the Blackwater River. At this moment, a considerable gathering of cultivators had convened to witness the unfolding events. Among them were Qi Changqing of the Beihai family, Zhao Longxiang of the Panlong family, Pei Jinji of the Langyu family, and Luo Qinghan and Yu Furong from the Green Robe Marquis House. As the path to heaven drew near, many prominent forces had arrived in the ancient city of Blackwater. Even the Daxia dynasty, the True Dragon Academy, the Xuantian Sword Palace, and the Inyu dynasty, alongside other ancient giants of the Qingtian domain, had gathered at the banks of the Blackwater River, observing the Li family's funeral procession with keen interest. 18th brother, I have heard that the ancestral grounds of the Li family lie hidden within the Blackwater River. A voice emerged from the crowd. A stunningly beautiful woman clad in green gazed at the funeral procession of the Li family, while simultaneously addressing the elegantly dressed man beside her without turning her head. Indeed, according to legend, the ancestral land of the Li family was once a celestial paradise, now rendered desolate due to certain circumstances. Eventually, by a twist of fate, it was rediscovered by the ancestors of the Li family, who designated it as their ancestral domain, intended for the burial of their forebears, clan leaders, and those who contributed significantly to the family. Presently, that celestial realm is known as the Blackwater Secret Realm. Soon, the elder of the Li family will employ arcane methods and treasured legacies to unlock the Blackwater Secret Realm, laying the remains of Li Xiandao to rest within its depths. The young man in fine attire spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brightened. Does unlocking the Blackwater secret realm truly require arcane methods and treasures? Of course. It is said that the ancestors of the Li family once acquired a celestial water separation pearl, an exceptionally wondrous artifact that can forcibly part the waters of the Blackwater River. Subsequently, through secret arts, they can summon the mysterious statue of the Xuan, hidden beneath the riverbed. The entrance to the Blackwater secret realm lies within the mouth of the Xuan statue. Its initial creation was indeed a marvel of craftsmanship, unfathomably intricate. Shortly, you shall witness it. The young man seemed profoundly knowledgeable about the Blackwater secret realm, effortlessly recounting its myriad secrets. With each word, the woman's anticipation grew. Suddenly, she appeared to have made a startling discovery, abruptly directing her gaze towards the distant crowd. 18th brother, look, aren't those individuals from the Heavenly Commission? Doesn't that person resemble Han Buku? The Heavenly Commission? The young man turned to follow her gaze and indeed spotted Han Buku concealed among the throng. It truly is. How curious. What brings the Heavenly Commission to the ancient city of Blackwater? Could it be that they, too, are here to witness the spectacle of the celestial path? 18th brother. You may not be aware, but Han Buku and his companions from the Heavenly Commission are here to apprehend the Mad Taoist. Apprehend the Mad Taoist? The young man exhibited a look of astonishment. The Mad Taoist has fled to the ancient city of Blackwater? Yes. Previously, during the Battle of the Setting Sun, the Heavenly Commission dispatched a force to capture the Mad Taoist, only to meet with total annihilation. This time, having finally discerned the Mad Taoist's whereabouts, they certainly will not let this opportunity slip by. Oh, I see. But if Han Buku and the others are intent on capturing the Mad Taoist, why are they appearing here? Could it be that the Mad Taoist intends to target the ancestral grave of the Li family? Suddenly, she conceived a shocking possibility. It must be so. I have heard that the Mad Taoist delights in grave robbing, showing particular interest in ancient tombs. Today, as the Li family prepares to unveil the Blackwater secret realm, he will undoubtedly seek to disturb the graves. In that case, a captivating spectacle awaits. The azure-clad woman's eyes sparkled with intense anticipation as she fixated unwaveringly on the funeral procession of the Li family. Similarly, the elegantly dressed man beside her exhibited a keen interest. On the banks of the Blackwater River, Lin Wudao, the mad priest, and Qin Daofu had long awaited this moment. Cloaked in invisibility talismans, they concealed their forms within the void, patiently anticipating the opening of the Blackwater secret realm. Ren, the descendants of Yutian division have indeed arrived. You must perform admirably, one of them remarked. Rest assured, I shall handle it, came the confident reply. I can grant you only a quarter of an hour. The task must be concluded within that time, or we may encounter complications. Understood. The mad priest responded solemnly. A quarter of an hour was ample time for him to unearth a grave. Prepare yourselves. The Li family is about to unveil the Blackwater secret realm. Suddenly, Qin Daofu's deep voice resonated. In an instant, Lin Wudao and the mad priest turned their gazes toward the Li family. A multitude of clan members had gathered at the riverbank, and following a solemn sacrificial rite, the familiar figure of Li Duantian emerged before the crowd, cradling a jade box in his hands. With a flourish, the jade box was opened, releasing a dazzling azure light that illuminated the surroundings. Inside lay a fist-sized precious orb, the spirit treasure, the Tai water-splitting pearl. Upon witnessing the azure orb, Lin Wudao's heart trembled. It was his first encounter with a spirit treasure. These treasures are born from nature, each possessing unique properties. The Tai water-splitting pearl was renowned for its ability to divide and evade water, offering myriad uses in any aquatic environment. Such a remarkable treasure, he silently praised. With a thunderous roar, as Lin Wudao contemplated, Li Duantian activated the Tai water-splitting pearl. In an instant, a cascade of brilliant azure light surged forth, pouring into the Blackwater River. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the earth-shattering clamor, the waters of the Blackwater River began to churn violently beneath the radiant azure light. It was as though colossal hands had reached down to sever the river's flow, gradually parting the surface to reveal the riverbed below. Xuanwu seal, summon the Xuanwu. Once the river surface was divided, Li Duantian enacted a mysterious seal. In a heartbeat, the riverbed fractured, and with a resounding rumble, a colossal statue of Xuanwu, towering 100 feet, emerged from the depths of the earth. Slowly, it opened its massive maw, revealing a grand passageway. Commenced the interment. As the Blackwater secret realm was successfully activated, Li Duantian issued a command, and 4 formidable elders from the Li family lifted the coffin of Li Xiandao, proceeding step by step toward the entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, the mad priest felt invigorated. At this very moment, he shouted fiercely and immediately dashed towards the Blackwater secret realm with unparalleled speed. Chapter 153, Audaciously Disturbing the Ancestors' Resting Place. The madman has taken action. Han Buke roared. Ding Mo quickly used the celestial mirror to reveal the whereabouts of the madman. I wanted to engage in a life and death struggle with the Li family. And then we shall reap the benefits from their conflict. Understood, boss, replied a man named Ding Mo. The moment Han Buku's voice echoed, he immediately conjured an ethereal image of the celestial mirror using secret methods. In an instant, a mysterious radiance burst forth, striking the void with blinding speed. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the madman's figure was forcibly displayed, visible to all onlookers. Curse that heavenly control. I will not rest until you are dead. The sudden turn of events left the madman both shocked and furious. Realizing that his invisibility had been shattered and all eyes were now upon him, he understood without doubt that this was the work of the heavenly control. In that moment, his hatred for Han Buku and the others reached a boiling point. Yet, he knew that he must remain focused on his objective. Despite having revealed his form and whereabouts, the madman did not forget his purpose. With a firm step, he harnessed a beam of radiant light and plunged into the depths of the Blackwater secret realm. What? There is someone in midair? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who is that, daring to enter the ancestral grounds of the Li family? What could he possibly intend? What else could he be doing? Surely, he aims to excavate the Li family's ancestral tomb. What? Digging up the Li family's ancestral tomb? The bystanders were utterly stunned by this revelation. They could scarcely fathom that such audacious individuals existed within the ancient city of Blackwater, brazenly attempting to disturb the resting place of the Li family ancestors in broad daylight. It was an unparalleled act of defiance. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the madman's figure in the air, the members of the Li family also widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting an overwhelming sense of rage and hatred. You wretched thief, you seek death. Boom. The first to react, Li Duantian, let out a furious roar as he drew an ancient greatsword, surging with an overwhelming aura. Charging toward the Blackwater secret realm. His intent was clear, to vanquish the madman in a single strike, preserving the dignity and face of the Li family. However, the madman had allies. Boom. Just as Li Duantian advanced towards the Blackwater secret realm, a terrifying hand suddenly descended from the heavens. Before the four clan elders could react, it snatched away the coffin of Li Xiandao. In the next moment, another heavy palm crashed down upon Li Duantian. The assailant was none other than Lin Wudao. Bang! Under the miraculous effects of the Zhou Tian transformation pill, he temporarily elevated his cultivation to the Zhou Tian realm, activating the invincible attribute of the Origin Stone. His combat prowess surged to a new level, reaching the early stages of the Luo Tian realm. With a single forceful strike, Li Duantian, who had attained the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm, was instantly subdued, his bones and tendons shattered. Brother Ren, do not kill him, came the frantic voice of the mad Taoist from within the secret realm. Tend to your own affairs, Lin Wudao retorted, as he cast Li Duantian's body into the depths of the Blackwater secret realm. The supreme technique of the Great Tomb. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Let me go. Seizing the moment, the mad Taoist unleashed the supreme technique of the Great Tomb upon Li Duantian, voraciously siphoning his life force to extend his own lifespan. In mere moments, Li Duantian was utterly extinguished, his essence dissipated. Gravedigger, act swiftly. I will excavate the graves, and you shall suppress those eerie corpse demons. We must conclude this within a quarter of an hour. The mad Taoist shouted in a state of urgency. Boom, 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 as his words echoed. An ancient golden pagoda manifested above his head, while a blackened shovel appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the Imperial Dao ancient spirit weapon. The Taishang Linglong pagoda, alongside the mad Taoist's prized artifact for grave digging, the destruction shovel. Without a moment's hesitation, the mad Taoist, vigilant of the movements outside the secret realm, wielded the destruction shovel with fervor, tirelessly unearthing the graves within the realm. Soon, ancient bronze coffins emerged from the earth. Boom. At the instant the graves were unearthed, the bronze coffins, buried for millennia, erupted violently, with a fearsome roar and an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Terrifying corpse demons began to awaken from the bronze coffins. Each one exuded a terrifying aura, transcending the realm of Luo Tian. Witnessing this, the mad Taoist's expression altered drastically. Gravedigger, quickly suppressed them. Now, he bellowed. In truth, there was no need for him to say so. Qin Daofu was already prepared for action. Boom. The moment his voice resounded, Qin Daofu's formidable hand struck the void with tremendous force, unleashing a violent surge of power that subdued the resurrected corpse demons entirely. The sheer force nearly obliterated them on the spot. Gravedigger, be gentler. These corpse demons are needed by Brother Ren. They must not be destroyed, or Brother Ren will be displeased. Observing Qin Daofu's ferocity, the mad Taoist urgently interjected. Such trivial matters. Qin Daofu grumbled. Despite his complaints, his subsequent actions were decidedly more tempered. He did not shatter the demons, but instead subdued them all without annihilation. Seeing this, the mad Taoist released a sigh of relief. In that moment, he fervently resumed wielding the destruction shovel, digging deeper into the graves. Meanwhile, the mad Taoist and Qin Daofu were tirelessly excavating graves within the Blackwater secret realm, while outside, Lin Wudao was far from idle. With a thunderous crash, a colossal hand descended, casting aside the 4 elders of the Li family who had previously borne the coffin, as if they were nothing more than refuse, directly into the abyss of Blackwater. Soon, piercing cries of despair echoed from within. Witnessing this brutal scene, the onlookers by the banks of the Blackwater River were left utterly astonished. What manner of ruthless individual has emerged? With a single strike, they subdued an ancestor of the Li family? Some gasped in disbelief. It was evident that this individual must be an accomplice. The Li family's plight was indeed tragic. Having just suffered the horrific deaths of their patriarch and 2 young masters, they were now confronted by an unparalleled fiend brazenly attempting to disturb their ancestral graves. Alas, it seemed that someone was orchestrating a scheme against the Li family from the shadows. A cacophony of discussions erupted, filling the air. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a thunderous roar split the heavens. "Bold marauder, dare you disturb the ancestral graves of the Li family? You shall perish." The voice, imbued with boundless enmity, reverberated across the expanse. As the words fell, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, an extraordinarily ancient and terrifying azure cauldron abruptly descended from the sky. It bore an immense might, bearing down upon Lin Wudao. Its arrival collapsed the very Blackwater River, shattering the surrounding air in the process. An ultimate weapon. The crowd gasped in horror. In that instant, a wave of inhalations filled the atmosphere, echoing like a tempest. Chapter 154. The Collision of Supreme Weapons. Flee. As the supreme weapon made its appearance, the onlookers by the banks of the Blackwater River were struck with terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, everyone began to flee at breakneck speed, desperate to escape. The overwhelming power unleashed by the supreme weapon was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Remaining any longer would surely lead to their annihilation. Even Han Buku of the Great Xia Imperial Court, upon witnessing the emergence of the Azure Cauldron, turned pale and retreated furiously. They all recognized the figure behind the manipulation of the supreme weapon, the foremost ancestor of the Li family, Li Tianwang. A formidable cultivator in the mid-stage of the Luo Tian realm, his prowess in wielding the supreme weapon unleashed a might that was unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Even those of the Luo Tian realm would be obliterated. Indeed, those cultivators who could not withdraw in time were ruthlessly struck down by the supreme power as the Azure Cauldron descended, leaving no remains. Boom. Simultaneously, Li Tianwang soared through the void, enveloped in radiant light. At that moment, his hair and beard billowed, his visage contorted with fury, his gaze fixated on Lin Wudao, brimming with infinite malice and hatred. "You dare disturb my ancestral grave, prepare to meet your end." With a thunderous roar, the Azure Cauldron surged through the air, carrying with it an overwhelming force, descending upon Lin Wudao for the final blow. The terrifying power of the supreme weapon caused the very ground of the Blackwater River to tremble. Even the adjacent structures began to crumble violently. Witnessing this, Lin Wudao's eyes narrowed. The mountain and river cauldron? The divine eye scanned the surroundings, revealing all information about the Azure Cauldron. Name, mountain and river cauldron rank, supreme spiritual weapon quality, top-tier description, forged from celestial mysterious gold. The mountain and river cauldron is imbued with 108 rare materials of unparalleled quality, taking 10 years to refine. It bears 81 supreme prohibitions inscribed upon it. Remark, with a single strike, the might of mountains and rivers is unleashed. To think it is a top-tier supreme spiritual weapon. Lin Wudao was taken aback. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. He possessed supreme weapons as well. Bang! Just as Li Tianwang summoned the mountain and river cauldron, fiercely advancing, Lin Wudao did not falter. With a swift motion of his hand, the great desolation cauldron soared forth, colliding fiercely with the mountain and river cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of the most eminent supreme weapons unleashed an unfathomable might. The center of the battle, the Blackwater River, was forcibly severed beneath the overwhelming power. Subsequently, the waters of the river evaporated entirely. The riverbed itself was shattered beneath the force. As for the many structures along the banks of the Blackwater River, they were obliterated time and again, transforming the surrounding area of 1,000 feet into a desolate wasteland. Among the myriad beings who perished under the might of the ultimate path, countless souls were lost. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Such is the way of the world. This formidable power, even the likes of Han Buku, could not help but feel a shiver of dread. Hiss, that individual wields an ultimate weapon? Moreover, it rivals the prowess of Li Tianhuang's Shanhua Ding? Han Buku clenched his fists. The terrifying force they had just witnessed was beyond his capacity to endure. Is this the true power of ultimate weapons? It is utterly terrifying. Ding Mo was equally astounded. Though they possessed some knowledge of ultimate weapons, they had never witnessed their genuine might and power, let alone the chaotic clash of two such weapons. This time, their eyes were thoroughly opened. Captain, this situation has become quite troublesome. The accomplices of the Mad Daoist possess top-tier ultimate weapons and seek to capture us. It will not be an easy task, remarked a member of the Yutian division, furrowing his brow. In response, Han Buku's expression darkened. Do not panic. Wait and observe. Even if they wield ultimate weapons in this battle against Li Tianhuang, that scoundrel is bound to suffer a mutual defeat, and then we shall emerge to tidy up the aftermath. Can this truly work? Upon hearing Han Buku's words, a sense of doubt filled the hearts of the others, yet they dared not voice their concerns. For the moment, they could only hope that Lin Wudao and Li Tianhuang would both sustain grave injuries. Indeed, their battle had already escalated to a fever pitch. Life and death were at stake, and both were exerting their utmost efforts. Boom, boom, boom. Li Tianhuang stood suspended in the void, fervently channeling the Shanhua Ding, relentlessly suppressing Lin Wudao. However, Lin Wudao was no easy opponent. Regardless of Li Tianhuang's onslaught, he remained steadfast and unyielding, like the stabilizing needle of the sea god. They exchanged blows, creating chaos in their wake. Gradually, Li Tianhuang began to falter. After all, the energy consumed to wield an ultimate weapon at his level was immense. Over time, he could hardly endure. In contrast, Lin Wudao fared far better. After all, he practiced the ancient emperor scripture. In terms of both the quality and capacity of his spiritual energy, he was far superior to Li Tianhuang. Thus, his demeanor remained calm and composed. Moreover, as time passed, his aura grew increasingly formidable. With Li Tianhuang visibly struggling, Lin Wudao unleashed a powerful heaven dragon palm, summoning the strength of 3,000 ancient heavenly dragons. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Li Tianhuang was struck down, his left shoulder nearly obliterated by the force of the blow. Ancestor! 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 All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Li Tianhuang faced defeat, a wave of astonished cries erupted among the Li clan members. Quickly! Shut down the Blackwater secret realm. Amidst the wails, chaos ensued. Li Tianhuang expended every ounce of his strength and let out a ferocious roar. The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was jolted awake. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the air as the other elders began to invoke secret methods to seal the Blackwater secret realm. In an instant, accompanied by a series of deafening booms, the entrance to the realm was visibly closing at an alarming rate. However, the madman and Qin Daofu remained trapped within. At this moment, Lin Wudao comprehended the intentions of Li Tianhuang and the others. They sought to harness the power of the Blackwater secret realm to forcibly entrap the madman and Qin Daofu forever. Seeing the entrance shrink further, Lin Wudao's throat emitted a chilling roar of fury. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and the great wilderness cauldron descended upon the entrance, imposing a formidable suppression. A vast and overwhelming force erupted, effectively propping up the entrance to the Blackwater secret realm. After all, the great wilderness cauldron possessed the might to dominate an entire region. Ren, are you unharmed? The madman's urgent inquiry resonated from within the realm. I'm fine. Just hurry. I can hold on a bit longer. He replied without turning his head. Boom. As his words fell, his gaze sharpened. At that very moment, a certain ancestor from the Li family, Luo Tian, was hastily making his way towards the mountain river cauldron, evidently intending to seize the opportunity to utilize its power against Lin Wudao. After all, Lin Wudao's great wilderness cauldron was currently occupied with suppressing the entrance and could not spare a hand. Bring it on. Aware of the Li family's intentions, Lin Wudao would not allow them to succeed. With a swift step, he appeared before the mountain river cauldron, seizing it into his grasp. He then unleashed a fierce strike against the Luo Tian ancestor. A piercing scream erupted as the ancestor was instantly subdued, his bones and sinews shattering entirely. Subsequently, Lin Wudao raised his hand and unceremoniously hurled him into the Blackwater secret realm. Die, you scoundrel. At that very moment, a menacing and eerie figure silently emerged behind Lin Wudao, brandishing an ancient battle spear, ruthlessly thrusting it into his back. Chapter 155, Unmatched Terror. Total Suppression. This time, will you still escape death? A voice of extreme malevolence echoed behind Lin Wudao. At that moment, the enigmatic figure revealed itself to be the last ancestor of the Li family, a master of the Luo Tian realm. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Wudao was preoccupied with his suppression, he poured all his strength into a single strike, intent on annihilating him at once. However, he underestimated Lin Wudao gravely. Clang. Just as the war spear came crashing down upon Lin Wudao's back, a sharp sound resonated, reminiscent of metal clashing. The formidable spear shattered instantly. In stark contrast, Lin Wudao remained utterly unharmed. How could this be possible? Gazing at the unscathed Lin Wudao and the splintered spear in his hand, the ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief, reaching the pinnacle of incredulity. It was evident that he could hardly fathom Lin Wudao's physical form possessing such terrifying strength. That spear was a relic of ancient craftsmanship. Even beings above the Luotian realm would struggle to withstand it. Yet, Lin Wudao had sustained no damage whatsoever. This spectacle not only astonished the Luotian ancestor, but also left the onlookers at a distance gasping in shock. Their eyes were filled with awe. They were unaware that Lin Wudao, under the protection of the Origin Stone, had transcended mortality. No living being or material in this world could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Such an ancient weapon was beneath his notice. Surprising, is it not? Since you cannot kill me, I shall have to end your life instead. With that declaration under the ancestor's horrified gaze, Lin Wudao struck down with force, shattering the ancestor's bones and brutally obliterating his dantian. Subsequently, he cast the 3 Luotian ancestors, including Li Tianhuang, into the Blackwater secret realm. Soon, the anguished cries of Li Tianhuang and the others echoed from within the secret realm. The mad Taoist, who had been awaiting their arrival, immediately unleashed the supreme technique of the Great Tomb, siphoning their entire life essence. In an instant, his lifespan surged. All done. Just after the mad Taoist absorbed the life energy of the 3, a voice emerged from the depths of the secret realm. It was Qin Daofu, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence, striding forth with a golden war spear in hand. Upon witnessing this, the mad Taoist wasted no time. Let us depart. In an instant, the 2 figures flickered and exited the Blackwater secret realm. Brethren, it's done. Retreat, he bellowed. With that, he prepared to shatter the invisibility talisman and hastily escape the area. However, fate had other plans. Boom. Just as the mad Taoist burst forth from the Blackwater secret realm, a mysterious azure light suddenly swept through the void, enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Following this, accompanied by an ancient and ominous aura, a black iron prison suddenly descended from the heavens, confining him and Qin Daofu within its cold embrace. In an instant, they sensed their powers waning. It seemed they were being suppressed. Witnessing this, the madman was taken aback. This is dire. It is the ancient prison of Hunyuan, specifically designed for the incarceration of criminals. Even those of the divine realm must succumb, reduced to mere mortals. Qin Daofu spoke solemnly. What? The Hunyuan prison? Upon hearing this name, the madman's countenance darkened significantly. The divine realm transcends the realm of Luotian, embodying several formidable stages of cultivation. It is said that the Grand Master of the Daxia Yutian division is of this caliber. If even those in the divine realm cannot resist, are we doomed? Is there any way to escape? Indeed. Grant me 10 breaths, and I shall shatter it. As he spoke, Qin Daofu brandished his golden spear and began to strike furiously. 10 breaths? The madman's mood plummeted, though it seemed a fleeting moment. The Yutian division would not afford them any respite. Once imprisoned in the Hunyuan prison, they would undoubtedly face lethal force. As expected, just as the Hunyuan prison descended, Han Buku led 12 formidable members of the Yutian division, swiftly arriving upon the banks of the Blackwater River. Seize him. Divide your forces. Half shall accompany me to subdue the other accomplice. Han Buku bellowed. Yes. The group swiftly dispersed, each moving with utmost urgency. Old thief. Upon encountering the Daxia Yutian division, do you not surrender? The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Boom. In that instant, Han Buku extended his hand, summoning an ancient, mysterious yellow bell, imbued with earth-shattering power, directly descending to suppress Lin Wudao. An 8th-tier ancient spirit weapon? Lin Wudao glanced at it, his expression one of disdain. Begone. Confronted with the overwhelming might of the 8th-tier ancient spirit weapon, he scarcely regarded it. As Han Buku approached, Lin Wudao raised his hand, delivering a formidable dragon palm strike. Forcefully pressing down. Rumble. The deafening explosion echoed across the Blackwater River. With the enhancement of the Origin Stone, Lin Wudao unleashed the power of over 3,000 ancient celestial dragons, sending the yellow bell flying thousands of feet away. Then, he aimed to seize the moment and suppress Han Buku as well. However, just as Lin Wudao's palm descended upon Han Buku, a corner of his eye caught sight of a mysterious jade talisman being crushed by Han Buku. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying sword aura violently tore through the void, descending with lightning speed. The momentum and force it emanated surpassed that of the Luotian realm. A strike from a divine master? The divine eye scanned the scene, and Lin Wudao felt a tremor within. Simultaneously, 6 members of the Heavenly Command, each at the 6th level of the realm of the Celestial, lunged at him from all directions, intent on annihilation. Even the mad Taoist and Qin Daofu fell prey to their assault. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wudao's eyes turned icy. With a mere thought, the Origin Stone instantaneously manifested a doppelganger which seamlessly merged into the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the mad Taoist. Brethren? Upon suddenly encountering Lin Wudao's figure, both the mad Taoist and Qin Daofu widened their eyes in disbelief. They had just seen another Lin Wudao in the distance. Ignoring their astonishment and confusion, Lin Wudao made no attempt to explain. With the power of his doppelganger traversing the void, defying all odds, he boldly entered the celestial prison, dragging the stunned members of the Heavenly Command out forcefully. Moreover, as a gesture of reciprocity, after rescuing the mad Taoist and Qin Daofu, Lin Wudao swept his hand through the void, imprisoning the 6 members of the Heavenly Command who sought to eliminate them within the celestial prison. Keep an eye on them. I shall deal with Han Buku. I shall assist you. With a thunderous roar, Qin Daofu stepped forward, wielding his golden spear, charging directly towards Han Buku and his companions. Simultaneously, a terrifying strike from the Divine Palace descended upon Lin Wudao. However, to the shock of Han Buku and the others, Lin Wudao remained unscathed, unblemished by the anticipated lethal blow. How is this possible? How can your corporeal form be so formidable? That is the Divine Palace level. Han Buku exclaimed in horror, utterly confounded by the scene before him. You know nothing of the corporeal body. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. At these words, Han Buku's hair stood on end in terror. He attempted to employ a secret technique to escape, but in the next instant, a monstrous hand descended, shattering his dantian and fracturing his bones. Similarly, the other 6 members of the Heavenly Command were all subdued by Qin Daofu. With everything perfectly resolved, Lin Wudao meticulously scavenged all valuable items from the scene. Then, alongside the mad Taoist and Qin Daofu, he swiftly departed from the Blackwater River, the celestial prison in his grasp, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Chapter 156. I delight in releasing the departed. Lin Wudao and his companions left with great satisfaction. However, the numerous cultivators surrounding the Blackwater River remained engulfed in endless shock, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. The scene was enveloped in a profound silence. It was only after a considerable duration that the crowd gradually awakened. They were all petrified by the overwhelming ferocity exhibited by Lin Wudao. Where on earth did such a ruthless fiend emerge from? This is truly excessive. Some gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. The brutality was indeed staggering. Even the 3 ancestors of the Leaf family, armed with the supreme weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, were forcefully subdued by that individual. Moreover, he had also eliminated those from the Heavenly Command. Such a formidable and unparalleled villain is not to be trifled with. The Leaf family has met with unparalleled misfortune. First their patriarch and heir perished, and now 3 ancestors have fallen, losing their supreme weapon. And even their ancestral grave has been desecrated. Heaven does not favor the Leaf family. A cacophony of discussions erupted from the multitude. Among them were the esteemed families of the North Sea, the Panlong world, the Langyu family, and even the 9th princess of the Daxia dynasty, Yin Wuxia, along with the 18th prince, Yin Wugo. All the major powers within and beyond the Jiuzhou realm were stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. They had never encountered such a terrifying fiend. Even after Lin Wudao's departure, the exquisite features of Yin Wuxia still bore traces of profound astonishment. 18th brother. Do you know who that person was? He is utterly terrifying. The likes of Han Buku from the Heavenly Command were crushed beneath his might. Falling into the hands of such a villain would undoubtedly lead to a tragic fate. Moreover, even the formidable strike from the Grand Commander's divine realm could not harm him? This is beyond comprehension. Yin Wuxia exclaimed repeatedly. She had come out seeking to witness the legendary path to heaven, yet unexpectedly encountered such a terrifying fiend, which utterly shattered her perceptions. Indeed, it was not only her. Yin Wugo, standing nearby, was equally unsettled. That individual was truly fearsome. It is not merely Han Buku. But even if the Grand Commander of the Heavenly Command were to arrive, it is likely he would be unable to apprehend him. The Heavenly Command has encountered a formidable opponent this time. At this juncture, a peculiar smile graced Yin Wugo's lips as he adopted a posture of amusement. 18th brother, what do you think would be the expression on our Grand Commander's face, that self-important cold-faced Yama, if he were to learn of today's events? Yin Wuxiao inquired curiously. In response, Yin Wugo chuckled softly. The Grand Commander is excessively arrogant and haughty, aside from father. He regards no one within the Daxia dynasty with any respect. If he were to learn of today's affairs, he would likely take matters into his own hands. Take matters into his own hands? Yin Wuxiao's interest was piqued. 18th brother. Do you mean to say that the cold-faced King of Hell will personally come to hunt down the mad Taoist? Well, There is a possibility. However, given the current turmoil within the royal court, it is imperative for him to remain at the Yutian division, thus he is unlikely to depart. Haha. If that is indeed the case, then we shall witness a grand spectacle. If even the cold-faced king of hell is unable to subdue the mad Taoist, one wonders where he would hide his aging face. A thought seemed to bring him delight. A smile adorned Yin Wuxia's face. Just as they reveled in their mischief, a figure appeared silently behind them, as serene and cold as the moon, a poised woman. Her exquisite jade-like visage bore no discernible expression. What are you laughing about? A chilling voice resonated softly. Ah? The unexpected voice startled Yin Wuxia and his companion. Turning around, their smiles froze instantly, replaced by palpable tension and unease. Big sister, what brings you here? Yin Wuxia inquired softly. The person before them was none other than the crown princess of the great Xia dynasty, Yin Huiwang. From birth to the present, she had remained a legend. Whether in the great Xia dynasty, the Azure Sky domain, or even the vast expanse of the Great Wasteland, Yin Huiwang was regarded as an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. Though she bore the stature of a woman, she overshadowed countless talented individuals, rendering them unable to lift their heads in her presence. Naturally, as her siblings, they tread carefully, never daring to defy her. At times, she was even more formidable than the emperor of the Great Xia. Although Yin Huiwang did not involve herself in the affairs of the royal court, her authority within it was no less than that of the emperor. Upon her sudden appearance, Yin Wuxia and Yin Wugao exhibited intense anxiety. What were you discussing just now? It is like this, big sister, just now Han Buku. The leader of the Yutian division came with 12 elite experts to apprehend the mad Taoist, but they were forcefully subdued by his accomplices. My sister and I were speculating whether the Grand Master of the Yutian division would take action personally. Yin Wugao quickly interjected. What relevance does this have to you? None. In that case, why trouble yourself so? Yin Huiwang's expression was one of indifference. Tomorrow marks the day when the path to heaven descends upon the mortal realm. You are to remain by my side and go nowhere. This Blackwater ancient city is rife with danger, so refrain from causing me any trouble. Yes. Understood. Yin Wuxia and Yin Wugao promptly replied. Subsequently, they exchanged a helpless glance before following Yin Huiwang as she departed. At the same time, following the battle at the Blackwater River, Lin Wudao, the mad Taoist, and Qin Daofu, with great effort, carried the celestial prison and made their way directly out of the Blackwater ancient city. Ultimately, they arrived at a mountain peak several thousand miles away. Boom, the celestial prison was dropped, casting Han Buku and the others onto the ground. Then, Lin Wudao also brought forth all the spoils of war he had obtained, including the formidable mountain river cauldron, the spiritual treasure of the Taiyu water separation pearl, and the 8th order ancient spirit weapons. How shall we divide these treasures? He inquired, breaking the silence that had enveloped them. Upon hearing his words, the madman and Qin Daofu exchanged glances, as if they had come to an unspoken understanding. Brethren, we had an agreement. My role was merely to unearth the graves, and I have already acquired what I desired. You exerted the most effort and thus deserve the greatest share. These treasures should rightfully belong to you. The madman replied with a smile. At that moment, he had drained the life essence from Han Buku, Li Tianwang, and others, extending his lifespan by a remarkable 8,000 years. Moreover, having excavated numerous graves in the Blackwater secret realm, his cultivation had surged significantly, elevating him from the pinnacle of the Zhou-Tian realm to the mid-stage of the Luo-Tian realm. He was exceedingly pleased with his progress. Although treasures such as the mountain river cauldron were indeed valuable, he recognized that they were not rightfully his to claim. And you, Qin Daofu? What is it that you desire? Lin Wudao turned his attention to Qin Daofu, who had also contributed considerably to their efforts. I shall not take any of these items. They are all yours. Qin Daofu grinned as he spoke. Really? You wish to forgo them? Lin Wudao exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected response. He struggled to comprehend Qin Daofu's intentions. Well, Brother Ren, while I do not want these treasures, I would like to borrow your corpses. What do you think? Qin Daofu rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Borrow the corpses? What is this peculiar request? Lin Wudao was increasingly bewildered. Ah, Brother Ren, like us. Qin Daofu has his own peculiar interests. You enjoy collecting the ancestors of others, while I take pleasure in unearthing graves. However, Qin Daofu has a penchant for performing rites for the deceased. Due to the special nature of his cultivation method, the more spirits he aids in crossing over, the stronger they become, which in turn accelerates his own cultivation, a true oddity, indeed. The madman's laughter echoed through the air. Performing rites for the deceased? And gaining cultivation from it? Lin Wudao was momentarily stunned, only to soon reveal an expression of profound intrigue. With a sweep of the divine eye, He uncovered some fascinating details about Qin Daofu. Name: Qin Daofu alias, cleansing Taoist identity, terminator of the Yellow Springs. Young master of the Daluo sacred land cultivation, late-stage Luo Tian talent, gaze of death technique, sutra of guiding souls skills, secret arts, necromancy, Daluo palm seal. Star plucking hand, great guiding technique, gung metal sword chi, divine art, mountain moving and sea filling. Items: horn of the undead, replica, yellow spring scroll. Golden war spear, altar of the undead lifespan, 1236 years. Remarks: 1. Through the cultivation of sutra of guiding souls, he can enhance his own cultivation by guiding the deceased. 2. The more souls he aids, the faster his cultivation progresses. 3. The stronger the deceased, the more swiftly their cultivation improves upon being transcended. 4. His greatest passion in life lies in transcending the dead, organizing funerals, and conducting burial rites. Numerous details have been revealed. After reading this, Lin Wudao could only utter 2 words: eccentric. None of the 3 individuals were ordinary. Chapter 157. The Humanitarian Ancient Spirit Weapon. The Thunderous Bell. Ah, it turns out you are also a kindred spirit. In that case, feel free to utilize these corpses as you wish. Once you have performed the rites, you may return them to me. Lin Wudao readily acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Qin Daofu was overjoyed. Thank you, brethren. Rest assured, it won't take long, and these corpses will remain undamaged. Boom. As his words echoed, Qin Daofu waved his hand, and an ancient, mysterious black altar appeared upon the ground, emanating an eerie aura. Name: the Necromancer's Altar. Category: Celestial Oddity. Description: 1. A miraculous artifact born from the depths of the 9 nether Yellow Springs. Placing the deceased upon the Necromancer's altar allows for the redemption of their souls, granting them a sense of home. 2. When used in conjunction with the Sutra of Redemption, it enhances the user's cultivation and power. 3. The Necromancer's altar currently belongs to Qin Daofu. All information regarding the Necromancer's altar was displayed. As Lin Wudao examined it with his divine eye, Qin Daofu began to don a black robe resembling those of a necromancer. He then proceeded to weave intricate hand seals and incantations, directing his efforts toward Li Tianwang, Han Buku, and the numerous unearthed corpses. He chanted softly, though Lin Wudao could not discern the content of his words. However, he was astounded to witness an invisible essence being drawn from the corpses, merging seamlessly into Qin Daofu's being. Gradually, Qin Daofu's cultivation began to surge. Bang! After approximately an hour, as the final corpse was redeemed, Qin Daofu's cultivation ascended from the late Luo heaven to the pinnacle of Luo heaven, drawing ever closer to perfection. The Sutra of Redemption indeed possessed remarkable powers, Lin Wudao mused. This method bore a striking resemblance to the Great Tomb Celestial Sutra practiced by the Mad Taoist, both relying on the dead to augment their own strength, albeit through differing means and methods. This experience had truly opened Lin Wudao's eyes. Exhaling deeply, as he felt the formidable power coursing through him, Qin Daofu's face blossomed with a radiant smile. His spirit, vitality, and demeanor had all undergone significant transformation. Thank you, brethren. We have all reaped tremendous benefits this time. Who knows when such fortuitous events will grace us again? He reflected. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener's intent was keen. Just as Qin Daofu finished speaking, the Mad Taoist mysteriously appeared before them. Qin Daofu, brethren, would you be interested in embarking on another grand venture? Another major undertaking? Both men expressed their intrigue. Where is it? What location? They inquired in unison. The Madman smiled mysteriously and then gestured towards the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Have you heard of the Taitsong Ancient Kingdom? Taitsong Ancient Kingdom? Lin Wudao's heart stirred. I have heard a bit about it. It is said that the Taitsong Ancient Kingdom was an ancient realm that existed 80,000 years ago. Later, for reasons unknown, it fell into decline and became the ancestral land of the barbarian tribes. He recounted the information he had obtained from the underworld. In response, the madman displayed a look of approval. Indeed, that is approximately correct. The former Taitsong Ancient Kingdom was a colossal entity that dominated both the interior and exterior of the 9 provinces, governing several territories with unparalleled strength in both influence and heritage. Although it has been in decline for 80,000 years and has been opened several times, becoming the ancestral land of the barbarians, it still harbors numerous secrets and treasures of opportunity. There is certainly much to explore. Currently, the barbarian tribes are striving in every possible way to unlock that lost ancestral land. We could join in the excitement. Who knows? We might stumble upon some fortune, the madman said with a smile, his eyes revealing a fierce greed. To this, Lin Wudao naturally had no objections. Even if the madman had not suggested it, he intended to venture to the ancestral land of the barbarian tribes after participating in the path to heaven. After all, within that ancestral land lay the essence of myriad beings he required. The construction of the fortune golden pool could not be accomplished without it. If there are benefits to be gained, then let us pursue them. I have no objections. Qin Daofu responded with a grin. Subsequently, they turned their attention back to Lin Wudao. I have no objections either. Excellent. Then it is settled. Once the path to heaven concludes, we shall set forth for the 10,000 great mountains to explore the ancestral land of the barbarians, the madman exclaimed with excitement. Nothing in this world pleased him more than digging into ancestral graves. Since that is the case, we shall contact each other when the time comes. After saying this, Qin Daofu immediately took flight, riding on a beam of radiant light. Seeing this, the madman also prepared to depart. Wait, Brotherin, do you have any matters to discuss? Do you have any more invisible jade talismans? I could use a few more. I found them quite useful. Invisible jade talismans? Upon hearing this, the madman chuckled. I was wondering what the matter was. It turns out you seek invisible jade talismans. I have plenty of those. Recently, I crafted many for the Blackwater Secret Realm, and their quality surpasses those of the past. Even a perfected expert of the Luotian mirror would not detect them. As he spoke, the madman promptly pulled out a cloth bag and tossed it to Lin Wudao. There are 10 invisible jade talismans inside. Take them for now. I will be crafting a new batch of even better ones for the ancestral land of the 10,000 great mountains in the coming days. Is there anything else? None. Then I shall take my leave. I will contact you again when we head to the 10,000 great mountains. With a swift motion, he departed. As the words fell, the madman vanished in an instant. Once they had all departed, Lin Wudao meticulously assessed the treasures before him, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the myriad of riches scattered across the ground. This expedition into the Blackwater Secret Realm had indeed yielded immense rewards. The most valuable among them were undoubtedly the extreme Dao spiritual weapon, the mountain river cauldron, and the spiritual treasure, the Tai water separation pearl. These two items were treasures that one could only hope to encounter by chance. Lin Wudao chose not to sacrifice the Tai water separation pearl for fortune value, believing that such a rare spiritual treasure might prove invaluable in the future. As for the mountain river cauldron, he naturally opted for synthesis. The mountain river cauldron was far too conspicuous. Everyone knew it belonged to the Li family. The moment he presented it, his identity would be revealed. I must undergo a transformation. Lin Wudao contemplated quietly. In that moment, his gaze fell upon a dark yellow ancient bell. This was an 8th-tier ancient spiritual weapon belonging to Han Buku, quite suitable for synthesis. System. How much fortune value is required to synthesize the mountain river cauldron using the dark yellow bell as the core? 10 million. Very well. Let us proceed with the synthesis. A mere 10 million was nothing to Lin Wudao at this point. Boom. Shortly thereafter, under the system's formidable power, the mountain river cauldron began to disassemble before him, its essence and extreme Dao restrictions extracted and infused into the dark yellow bell. Once the synthesis was complete, the original dark yellow bell had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its surface was now pitch black, exuding an ancient and grandiose design. A single glance filled Lin Wudao with an overwhelming and majestic aura, surging like mighty rivers, causing his very soul to tremble. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully synthesized the human Dao ancient spiritual weapon, the Xuantian bell. Human Dao ancient spiritual weapon? Lin Wudao was taken aback. He then proceeded to review the introduction regarding the Xuantian bell. Name: Xuantian bell tier. Human Dao ancient spiritual weapon quality. Inferior description. Synthesized from the 8th-tier ancient spiritual weapon, the dark yellow bell, and the extreme Dao spiritual weapon, the mountain river cauldron. Function 1. Carries the power of the mountains and rivers, capable of shattering ancient spiritual weapons beneath the human Dao. Function 2. Ringing the Xuantian bell can shatter the souls of living beings. The specific potency depends on the user's cultivation level. At its current quality, it can shatter the souls of beings within the same realm. A wealth of information unfolded before him. System, which is more powerful? A first-tier ancient spiritual weapon or an extreme Dao spiritual weapon? The extreme Dao spiritual weapon, of course. The most elite extreme Dao spiritual weapons possess power surpassing that of 10th-tier ancient spiritual weapons, but are weaker than human Dao ancient spiritual weapons. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. Now, he had a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of spiritual weapons and ancient spiritual weapons. The Xuantian bell, in his hands, would unleash far greater power than the previous mountain river cauldron. When combined with the Zhou transformation pill and the origin stone, his cultivation could reach the realm of Luotian, enabling him to shatter the souls of beings at the peak of that realm with the Xuantian bell. From now on, he possessed yet another formidable trump card. He felt immensely satisfied. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, Lin Wudao proceeded to cast the bodies of Li Tianwang, Han Buku, and the numerous corpse demons into the corpse refining furnace. He began the grand process of melting them down. Chapter 158, Dividing the Li family? I object. After a prolonged period. As the final essence was extracted from the corpse refining furnace, Lin Wudao successfully advanced from the late stage of the cave heaven realm to the void heaven realm. Not bad. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. Although the current furnace was of inferior quality, extracting only 1/10,000th of the essence. His time in the Blackwater secret realm had yielded a substantial number of corpses. Among them, over 100 ancestors from the Li family, who had accumulated power over 5,000 years, stood out. Additionally, with the likes of Li Tianwang and Han Buku, all formidable beings of the Luo heaven realm. They were sufficient to elevate Lin Wudao's cultivation to the void heaven realm. It is time to return. After familiarizing himself with the surge of newfound power, Lin Wudao stored the heavenly prison into the system space, then stepped forward and vanished from sight. Instantly, he reappeared in the mythical tower. City Lord. We've just received news that the Beihai family, the Panlong family, and the Langya family have each dispatched a strong individual from the Luo heaven realm to the Li family. As Lin Wudao settled himself, Siming approached. The three major families have all gone to the Li family? Upon hearing this news, Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual atmosphere. What are their intentions? Could it be that, seeing the Li family's diminished strength, they wish to seize it for themselves? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Siming nodded lightly. The current Li family, due to a series of significant upheavals, had seen its foundation and strength dwindle in comparison to the other three families, making them restless, particularly the Panlong and Beihai families, which had always had a strained relationship with the Li family. Now that the Li family had suddenly fallen, they would undoubtedly seize this extraordinary opportunity. If they could divide the Li family among themselves, their own power would surely ascend to new heights. In summary, the Li family is in peril. Siming spoke gravely, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. City Lord, why don't we also take a chance to intervene? He suddenly proposed a bold suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao fell into contemplation. The downfall of the Li family has become a certainty. Such a substantial piece of meat cannot be left for the three major families to devour alone. After a moment, Lin Wudao reached a decision. He agreed to Siming's proposal and resolved to take action. System, elevate Li Zongtian's cultivation to the Luo heaven realm. Ding, congratulations. You have consumed 5 million fortune points to successfully elevate Li Zongtian's cultivation to the Luo heaven realm. With the combat prowess of a funeral bearer, he can dominate the Luo heaven realm and subdue those at the peak of completion. A notification echoed in his mind. Let us go to the Li family. Subsequently, Lin Wudao summoned Li Zongtian, and the three hastened their journey to the Li family. In the Purple Cloud Hall, the three ancient top-tier families, the Beihai family, the Panlong family, and the Langya family, gathered in unison. Each family had dispatched an ancestor of the Luo heaven realm to attend. The atmosphere in the hall was intensely grave. Although this territory belongs to the Li family, they have now completely lost their voice and have instead become mere meat on the chopping block, subject to the whims of the three great clans. At this moment, the three great clans are at a standoff, embroiled in a fierce debate over the division of the Li family's interests. The Heixie clan, traditionally allied with my Langya clan, despite facing dire straits, cannot be bullied by the Beihai clan and the Panlong clan. If you wish to take advantage of this calamity to carve up the Li family, you must first seek the consent of the Langya clan. As long as the Langya clan draws breath, you shall not lay a finger on the Li family's wealth. Within the Ziyun Hall, a formidable elder clad in red, with an imposing aura, vehemently declared. Boom. As he spoke, the immense power of the Luotian realm erupted instantly, sweeping through the hall and beyond. This man, named Pei Yuming, is a highly esteemed ancestor of the Langya clan, whose cultivation and strength are merely a shade weaker than Li Tianhuang's. Following the upheaval within the Li family, the Langya clan promptly dispatched him to the ancient city of Heixue at the swiftest pace, with the aim of stabilizing the situation. However, while the Langya clan may have deceived others with their schemes and intentions, they could not fool the Beihai clan and the Panlong clan. Both have endured for millennia and are as cunning as old foxes. They would not fall for such trickery. This time, the Beihai clan also sent a Luotian realm ancestor named Qi Chuanxiu, whose prowess and strength are on par with Pei Yoming's. Your words are more beautiful than your actions, he scoffed coldly. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of the intentions behind the Langya clan's facade of aiding the Li family. It is merely a pretext. Now, you seek to drive us away under the guise of righteousness, allowing the Langya clan to effortlessly devour the Li family afterward. Such underhanded tactics shall not deceive us. Qi Chuanxiu wore a smirk of disdain. Likewise, the ancestor of the Panlong clan also sneered repeatedly. The Langya clan has insatiable appetites. Are you not concerned about being choked? To be clear, the resources of the Li family belong to the Panlong clan for 1/3, and no one could change that. His domineering voice echoed throughout the hall. His name is Zhao Panlong, born with an inherently overbearing nature. 1/3. Your gluttony remains as grotesque as ever. It is still better than your Langya clan. Zhao Panlong's expression remained indifferent. He sat firmly in place, unfazed. Since the Panlong clan demands 1/3 of the resources, the Beihai clan must also partake in the spoils. To ensure fairness, I too shall claim 1/3. Following Zhao Panlong, Qingsnow spoke leisurely. As they surveyed the Ziyun Hall, witnessing the three great clans quarrel over their interests, the remaining elders of the Li family and numerous clan members clenched their fists, their eyes filled with resentment. Yet, more than anything, it was trepidation and dread that prevailed. Just the day before, the Li family had stood as one of the 5 illustrious clans of the 9 provinces, enjoying a prestigious status alongside formidable strength and profound heritage. However, within a mere day, they had been cast down from their exalted pedestal. At this moment, they had tragically devolved into a coveted prize for the rivaling clans. Such a monumental upheaval and crushing blow left the members of the Li family enveloped in profound sorrow and despair regarding their impending fate. Pei Yuming had made himself abundantly clear. If the Langya clan sought to monopolize the resources of the Li family, then they should not blame the Beihai and Panlong clans for showing no mercy. Though the Langya clan is strong, it cannot withstand the combined might of our 2 clans. Zhao Panlong declared imperiously. You have 2 choices. Either we share equally, each taking 1/3, or we shall resort to armed conflict. The choice is yours. Upon uttering these words, both he and Qingsnow unleashed an overwhelming aura, their piercing gazes fixed intently upon Pei Yuming, exuding an unmistakable inclination towards battle. Observing this, Pei Yuming, despite the fury raging within him, knew all too well that the Li family's resources could not be wholly consumed by the Langya clan alone. Thus, he was left with no alternative but to acquiesce. Alas, it has come to this, and I am powerless to assist, he lamented. His gaze sweeping over the members of the Li family, his expression laden with resignation. His feigned sympathy evoked nothing but derision and scorn from Qingsnow, Zhao Panlong, and even the Li family members themselves. A cat weeping for a mouse, a mere pretense of compassion. Since there are no objections, let us settle this matter forthwith. The resources of the Li family shall be divided among the Beihai, Panlong, and Langya clans, each claiming 1/3. Let us commence the inventory and assessment of resources immediately. Zhao Panlong proclaimed with a sweeping gesture, his words evidently sealing the fate of the Li family. Wait, I refuse to accept this. Just as the 3 great clans were preparing to inventory and seize the Li family's resources, an incongruous voice echoed from outside the estate. Turning towards the source, they beheld a tall, imposing young man striding confidently into the room, flanked by 2 companions. One bore a cold and unyielding visage, devoid of any trace of emotion, exuding an aura of chilling menace. The other appeared refined and scholarly, his deep energy reminiscent of unfathomable abyss. The entrance of these 3 individuals instantly caused Zhao Panlong, Qingsnow, and Pei Yuming to furrow their brows, their expressions darkening in unison. Chapter 159. Become the subjects of this seat, and you shall be free from worry. Who are you? What brings you here? As Lin Wudao and his companions suddenly intruded upon the Li family, the hot-tempered Zhao Panlong erupted in fury. Boom. In the midst of speaking, he stepped forward, directly obstructing Lin Wudao's path. Simultaneously, the formidable aura of Luotian surged forth, sweeping through the interior and exterior of the Ziyun Hall. Clearly, he intended to intimidate Lin Wudao. However, this time he had misjudged his opponent. Get out of the way. At the moment Zhao Panlong positioned himself before Lin Wudao, an extremely terrifying sword aura suddenly sliced forth from behind him. Luotian, great perfection? Zhao Panlong was engulfed in sheer terror. Accompanied by a piercing scream, he had no time to react or defend himself, and was cleaved in 2 by that dreadful sword aura, leaving no trace of his demise. Hiss. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, both Qingsnow of the Beihai family and Pei Yuming of the Langya family were struck with shock and horror. Their eyes were filled with intense trepidation and fear. To slay Zhao Panlong with a single sword strike, what a terrifying force. Although Zhao Panlong was merely at the initial stage of Luotian, the ability to dispatch him in an instant required at least the peak of Luotian, if not complete mastery. Who exactly were these 3 individuals that had appeared before them? In an instant, the once haughty Qingsnow and Pei Yuming were overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Regarding Zhao Panlong's death, Lin Wudao paid it no mind. Upon entering the Li family estate, he made his way directly to the Ziyun Hall, taking a seat at the head position. Swish. His unremarkable gaze leisurely scanned the assembly of onlookers. We hail from the Sin City of the 9 provinces. This time, our city lord has come to participate in the path to heaven and fortuitously learned of the cataclysmic events unfolding in the Li family, thus feeling compassion and sympathy. Given the Li family's current inability to safeguard themselves, from now on, the Blackwater Ancient City, along with the entire Li family, shall be under the protection of my Sin City. Suddenly, Siming's calm voice echoed softly. Sin City? Upon hearing this, Qingsnow and Pei Yoming's pupils constricted slightly. They were well aware of Sin City. Recently, it had surged forth with astonishing speed in the 9 provinces, first bringing the Great Li dynasty under its banner, and subsequently overpowering the Dairy Demon Sect and other major factions. As of now, Sin City had established itself as the foremost power in the 9 provinces. Initially, they, as hidden forces, had dismissed Sin City, believing it would not amount to much. Little did they know that today's encounter would exceed all expectations. Sin City had not only risen to prominence, but had become far more formidable than their ancient families with thousands of years of legacy. Contemplating this, as the trepidation within Qingsnow and Pei Yuming intensified, a sudden chill enveloped them. At that moment, Lin Wudao's indifferent gaze fell upon them. I have heard that your esteemed families of Beihai, Panlong, and Langya seek to carve up the Li clan? The two were paralyzed with fear, trembling, and at a loss for words. If you dare to act, why not dare to admit it? We, Li Zongtian, eliminate them. Lin Wudao's voice resonated with an unsettling calm. What? You intend to kill us? Panic seized Qingsnow and Pei Yuming as they recoiled in horror. Immediately, they attempted to flee. However, at that very moment, 2 unparalleled sword energy sliced through the air, leaving them no room for resistance and swiftly severing their heads. Thus, the ancestors of the 3 great families fell, slain on the spot. Witnessing this brutal scene, the members of the Li family were struck with terror, gasping sharply in disbelief, their eyes brimming with immeasurable dread as they turned towards Lin Wudao. I am Lin Wudao, the lord of the city of Sin, he proclaimed. Your Li family faces dire straits. The 3 great families of the Jiuzhou realm wish to divide you among themselves to bolster their own strength. Upon hearing this, I felt an unexpected pity. Henceforth, will you be willing to ally with the city of Sin? I assure you, should you become subjects of my domain, you will forever enjoy the protection of the city of Sin, impervious to harm from the 3 great families or the Daxia dynasty. Furthermore, the city of Sin will not interfere in the affairs of your Li family. You will maintain autonomy, provided you deliver resources in a timely manner. However, you must unconditionally obey the commands of the city of Sin. Amidst the pervasive fear, Lin Wudao's calm voice continued. What? You do not seek the annihilation of my Li family? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. My lord is inherently benevolent, unable to bear the oppression of evil forces upon others. Now, with the city of Sin extending its doors wide, do you not wish to enter? Suddenly, Siming bellowed. At this proclamation, everyone snapped to attention. Thud, thud, thud. Under the guidance of several celestial ancestors, all present knelt before him. The Li family expressed their willingness to affiliate, to become subjects of the city of Sin. The crowd trembled in reverent submission. In response, Lin Wudao nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Li Qingyin and others. Welcome to the city of Sin. Given the calamity that has befallen the Li family and the necessity of leadership, it just so happens that tomorrow marks the once in 1,000 years Togtian path. Whoever performs best in the Togtian path shall become the patriarch of the Li family. The rest is for you to handle. Indeed, the news of Zhao Panlong and his companions' demise should be proclaimed far and wide. These unruly aristocratic families serve as mere stepping stones obstructing the advancement of the city of Sin and must be eradicated. If they possess any capability, let them come seek me. Having said this, Lin Wudao issued a few more instructions before collecting the bodies of Zhao Panlong and his companions and turning to depart. Once Lin Wudao had disappeared from sight, the members of the Li family collectively exhaled in relief, their faces still marked by lingering trepidation, their hearts heavy with dread. Just moments ago, they had walked perilously close to the gates of death. Elder, how could the city of Sin wield such formidable power? After a long silence, a clan member ventured to inquire. To this, the elders shook their heads with a sigh. Who can say? Yet, it may be a blessing in disguise. Our Li family has recently endured grave tribulations, leaving our foundation and strength significantly lacking compared to other families. Aligning ourselves with the city of Sin might not be a poor strategy for survival. At the very least, it could shield us from the threats posed by other clans. Indeed, though Master Lin Wudao exhibits a certain brutality, his strength is undeniably profound. His ability to slay Zhao Panlong and the others with a single sword stroke stands as irrefutable evidence. Sighing in unison, the elders acknowledged. Perhaps this is the most favorable outcome for our Li family. Subsequently, They dismissed the multitude of clan members and announced the news of Zhao Panlong and the others' demise. Lin Wudao, however, paid no heed to the Li family's reactions or actions. Ding dong. Upon returning to the mythical tower, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. With your formidable strength and charismatic presence, you have subdued the Heishui family, compelling them to willingly become denizens of the City of Sin. Fortune value 10,000,000. 10 million? A smile graced Lin Wudao's lips. This outcome was quite satisfactory. Now, he awaited the arrival of the path to heaven on the morrow. With a murmured thought, he cast the bodies of Zhao Panlong and his companions into the corpse-refining furnace and quietly resumed his cultivation. Before long, the dawn of the next day arrived. Chapter 160. The path to heaven approaches, great forces assemble. The celestial road appears once every millennium. A momentous occasion that is poised to reverberate throughout the vast expanse of the divine wilderness. Upon the arrival of the celestial road, numerous extraordinary talents shall engage in fierce competition, vying for the prestigious Emperor's Gate, a symbol of supreme glory. In that moment, one could achieve instant fame. Renowned across the world, today marks the most propitious day of the millennium, heralding an unparalleled era. The era of the great emperors has waned, and a new contest for supremacy is about to commence. Countless beings await this event with bated breath. However, the criteria for participating in the celestial road are exceedingly stringent. One must be under the age of 30 and possess cultivation that surpasses the great Ascension stage. It is evident that this will be a pinnacle confrontation among the most gifted individuals. Lin Wudao, too, is filled with anticipation for this once-in-a-thousand-years grand event. Hence, he concluded his cultivation early and made his way to the bustling streets of Blackwater Ancient City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he gazed upward, he beheld dazzling streaks of light slicing through the void, transforming into colossal ancient spirit vessels, descending upon Blackwater Ancient City. The mightier the force, the more imposing and magnificent the spirit vessels and treasure ships appeared, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. A sweeping glance revealed many familiar powers, including the Great Xia Dynasty, the True Dragon Academy, the Yin Dynasty, and the Worship Heaven Sect, each claiming their own dominion in the void, distinctly separated from one another. Boom. Simultaneously, as the celestial road drew near, a resounding thunderous sound echoed from the profound heavens, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Countless divine lights burst forth in the ancient void, subtly forming the outline of an unparalleled heavenly gate. That gate, vast and towering, stood resilient in the void as if it were supporting the very fabric of the universe, emanating an unparalleled majesty. A mere glance sent shivers through Lin Wudao's very soul. City Lord, that is the outline of the celestial road. When the celestial road descends into the mortal realm, that ancient and grand gate shall open, from which an unparalleled path will emerge. Those who can knock upon the 5 heavenly gates will gain the qualification to ascend to the status of an emperor, receiving the favor of the heavens, not only in the form of blessings, but also with supreme rewards. Throughout history, those who have reached the end of the celestial road have invariably attained the status of an emperor. Siming timely elaborated, his eyes shimmering with profound anticipation. This was the first time he had witnessed such a momentous event in a millennium. Are there other instances of the celestial road in the divine wilderness? Indeed. According to the information I have gathered, the 12 great domains of the great wilderness will all feature projections of the celestial road. With the projection in the Azure Sky domain located right here in Blackwater Ancient City, all great forces and extraordinary talents within the Azure Sky domain will converge here to compete for the celestial road. As he spoke, Siming's gaze shifted towards the spirit vessels and treasure ships hovering in the void. My lord, observe that the formidable powers within the Azure Sky domain have largely assembled. The Great Xia Dynasty of the Jiuzhou region, the True Dragon Academy from the True Dragon realm, the Yin Dynasty of the Zhongxian territory, and the Bai Tian Sect from the Tian Huang domain. Additionally, the True Martial Divine Palace may also make an appearance. As Siming spoke the last words, his tone grew markedly solemn. The True Martial Divine Palace? Lin Wudao's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Momentarily, as if struck by a revelation, he directed his gaze toward the highest point of the void. At that instant, through the eye of the divine, he discerned the presence of an ancient and magnificent bronze palace concealed within the deepest layers of the clouds. Its aura was almost imperceptibly restrained. None of the attendees seemed to be aware of its existence. Were it not for Lin Wudao's possession of the eye of the divine, it would likely have remained undiscovered. This bronze palace emanated from the True Martial Divine Palace. Within, it appeared to harbor exceedingly potent beings. Is the True Martial Divine Palace even more formidable than the Great Xia Dynasty and the others? Lin Wudao inquired, withdrawing his gaze, filled with curiosity. In response, Yin Ximing nodded. My lord, while the Azure Sky domain comprises 12 territories, each ruled by a significant power, these seemingly ancient forces do not govern the Azure Sky domain. The true sovereign of the Azure Sky domain is the true martial divine palace. It not only presides over the entire Azure Sky domain, but also commands the Spirit domain and the Eastern Extreme Sky domain. Thus far, the true martial divine palace has sustained a legacy for 15 millennia, standing as a true titan. Its influence, heritage, and might rank among the top 5 across the vast wilderness. Such strength? Lin Wudao pondered, taken aback by Yin Ximing's account. Despite the brevity of the information, it provided him with a substantial understanding of the true martial divine palace. In contrast to the Great Xia dynasty, the true Dragon Academy, and the Xuantian Sword Palace, the true martial divine palace emerged as the genuine behemoth, capable of determining the fate of entire regions with its every action. What of the Domain Lord's Manor? He asked. The Domain Lord's Manor merely serves as the representative of the true martial divine palace, assisting it in managing the Azure Sky domain. Its heritage and strength surpass those of the 12 territorial powers. As the emissary of the true martial divine palace, the Domain Lord's Manor orchestrates many significant affairs within the Azure Sky domain, such as the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Yin Ximing elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. The power dynamics within the Azure Sky domain were far more complex than he had previously imagined. At that moment, while Lin Wudao and Yin Ximing were engaged in discourse regarding the situation in the Azure Sky domain, a subtle ripple suddenly stirred in the void before him. Subsequently, a strand of mysterious azure light surged towards him, ultimately transforming into a line of text before his eyes. Master, Wei Qingxi is about to arrive at the Blackwater Ancient City, accompanied by protectors and elders from the Xuantian Sword Palace, all of whom are esteemed practitioners of the Xiantian realm, was a message from Murong. As Lin Wudao gazed at the words that materialized before him, he narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had exerted formidable force to suppress Murong, the Lord of Xiang Cave, and subsequently infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Xuantian Sword Palace to monitor Wei Qingxi's every move. After a prolonged wait, news had finally returned. Wei Qingxi? The city lord is within the Xuantian Sword Palace, and there is an insider? The words suspended in midair were also perceived by Yin Ximing, whose eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Wudao was still within the realm of Jiuzhou, but had already extended his reach into the Xuantian Sword Palace. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. Having previously allowed you to escape, this time fortune would not favor you. Boom. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the words before him were instantly obliterated. This time, Wei Qingxi had unwittingly thrown herself into the snare. Whoosh. Just as a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes, a colossal spiritual vessel, measuring 100 feet, tore through the void, carrying an overwhelming presence as it surged forth. Upon the vessel, an ancient sword insignia was prominently displayed. The city lord, the Xuantian Sword Palace, has arrived. This Xuantian Sword Palace boasts an extraordinary lineage, rumored to be associated with the Wuliang Sword City of the Central Celestial Domain, an ancient giant not inferior to the Zhenwu Divine Palace, with profound roots. Yin Ximing murmured. Wuliang Sword City? Lin Wudao silently etched this name into his memory. However, his primary concern remained Wei Qingxi. Under the watchful gaze of the divine eye, his sight pierced through the pavilion aboard the spiritual vessel, and in an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal figure came into view. Indeed, it was her. Now that she had arrived, Lin Wudao felt a sense of reassurance. Chapter 161. The Xuantian Sword Palace, Lin Xuanjin. With the emergence of the Xuantian Sword Palace, numerous factions, both great and small, from within and beyond the 9 provinces, flocked to the ancient city of Heishui, eager to witness this rare celestial event that occurs once in a millennium. Among them, the most imposing presence hailed from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the ancient barbarian tribes. Although merely a branch of the primordial barbarian lineage, their heritage is profound, and their strength formidable, often surpassing that of the 5 great families. Indeed, even the Great Xia dynasty harbors a certain trepidation towards the barbarian tribes nestled within the 10,000 Great Mountains. For thousands of years, these factions have stood in opposition to one another. It is precisely due to their immense power that the barbarian tribes have secured numerous slots within the 9 Nether Secret Realms. This time, although only a handful of barbarian cultivators have arrived, their aura and depth are undeniably formidable. Among them is an extraordinary genius of the Luotian realm, and the leader of their group has attained the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. In comparison to the other leaders present, he is equally impressive. Beyond the barbarian tribes, Lin Wudao also encountered some familiar faces, including the siblings Li Heishui. My lord, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon spotting Lin Wudao, Li Heishui hesitated for a moment before summoning his courage to approach, greeting him with a smile. In return, Lin Wudao also wore a gentle smile. Perhaps this is fate. By the way, are you here to participate in the Tongtian Road? Not quite. The Tongtian Road is a battleground for the most exceptional talents and heroes of this world. With my mediocre aptitude and feeble strength, how could I possibly grace such a platform? To be frank, I am merely accompanying my younger sister to broaden her horizons. Li Heishui replied with a chuckle. You are far too modest. Your aptitude and strength are not to be underestimated. At the very least, you could certainly knock upon the first heavenly gate, if not reach the end of the Tongtian Road. Do you truly not wish to showcase your talents? Lin Wudao inquired, still wearing a faint smile. His intention seemed to be to encourage Li Heishui to step onto the Tongtian Road and reveal his extraordinary prowess, which would undoubtedly earn him renown throughout the 9 provinces. However, Li Heishui shook his head in response to Lin Wudao's suggestion. I have no interest in fleeting fame. My greatest aspiration in this life is for Qiqing to lead a fulfilling life. As for the rest, it holds little significance for me. He replied with a smile. Now that he has avenged his great grievances, his primary concern lies with Li Qiqing. If she can secure a promising future and a happy life, he will find satisfaction. As for everything else, he is content to let it unfold naturally. You possess a remarkable sense of detachment. Nevertheless, a true man ought to strive for accomplishment and carve out a glorious existence, so as to honor oneself and make the most of this life. In the present day, I find myself with a modicum of influence in the city of Sin. Yet I am in dire need of capable individuals. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me in my endeavors? Lin Wudao extended his invitation. The city of Sin? Lin Wudao? Upon hearing these words, Li Heishui displayed an expression of astonishment. He had heard of the upheaval within the Li family. The formidable Lin Wudao had decisively eliminated the ancestral figure of the 3 great families, thereby bringing the Li family under the dominion of the city of Sin, a matter that had stirred considerable speculation throughout the city. Everyone was left pondering the true identity of this enigmatic Lord of Sin. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the person before him was indeed that very individual. Previously, he had even sought to procure corpses and shrouds from him. Brother Heishui, my lord possesses a discerning eye. Only exceptional individuals catch his attention. If you find yourself without a promising path, why not come and explore the city of Sin? Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. I dare wager my own head that choosing the city of Sin will prove to be the wisest decision of your life. At this moment, the voice of Yin Siming also resonated. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui fell into contemplation, gazing intently at Lin Wudao for quite some time before finally nodding. Since the Lord has extended an invitation, I humbly accept, Li Heishui declared. He bowed respectfully towards Lin Wudao. Observing this, Lin Wudao was filled with elation. Excellent. Our city of Sin has gained another formidable ally. Yin Siming also wore a smile. Li Heishui was a prodigious talent, and with proper cultivation, he was destined for greatness. Naturally, Yin Siming was pleased with his joining. By the way, my lord, allow me to introduce my sister, Li Qingsnow, who is currently studying at the True Dragon Academy. Suddenly, Li Heishui gestured towards his sister, Li Qingsnow. Greetings, lord, Li Qingsnow respectfully acknowledged. Her demeanor neither servile nor haughty. In response, Lin Wudao feigned a moment of appraisal, subsequently revealing a look of admiration. I have long heard from Brother Dongfang that Li Heishui is a prodigious talent destined for greatness, and seeing your sister now, she is equally remarkable. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a celebrated figure in the divine wilderness. Lin Wudao did not hold back his compliments. Upon hearing this, Li Heishui's smile widened, while Li Qingsnow appeared somewhat bashful. Your praise is unwarranted, my lord. My humble talents hardly merit the title of prodigy. She shook her head, feeling unworthy of such lofty accolades. Nevertheless, Lin Wudao maintained a different perspective. In this world, anything is possible. I heard from Brother Dongfang that he has been entrusted to seek a significant opportunity for you. I believe it will not be long before your life and destiny undergo a profound transformation. Brother Dongfang, was it? Upon hearing Lin Wudao mention Brother Dongfang twice, Li Heishui's heart trembled. City Lord, are you referring to the invincible Dongfang? He inquired cautiously. Indeed, I share a profound bond with him. We are not blood brothers, yet our connection surpasses that of kin. Lin Wudao gently nodded. A gasp escaped Li Heishui's lips. How could the city lord be related to the invincible Dongfang? Not only Li Heishui and Li Qingsnow, but even Yin Siming, who stood beside them, felt a ripple of astonishment within. Dongfang invincible, enigmatic, and unpredictable. To be so closely connected with Lin Wudao must surely indicate an extraordinary origin. In that moment, Li Heishui's reverence for Lin Wudao deepened further, just as Lin Wudao was engaging in light-hearted banter with the Li siblings. He suddenly sensed a chilling gaze brimming with murderous intent. Turning to look, he found himself facing the spiritual vessel of the Xuantian Sword Palace. At that moment, in front of the vessel, a woman in palace attire, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an air of icy aloofness, glared at him with palpable hatred. Her eyes filled with lethal intent. It was none other than Wei Qingxi. After some time apart, she had made significant advancements in her cultivation since joining the Xuantian Sword Palace, now reaching the realm of Dongtian. City Lord, that person seems to harbor a profound animosity towards you. At this moment, Li Heishui too sensed Wei Qingxi's icy hostility and furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, she was originally the eldest princess of the Dali dynasty in the Jiuzhou region, with whom I have significant grievances. Previously, I allowed her to escape in the city of Sin, and I did not expect to encounter her again in Heishui Ancient City. The eldest princess of Dali? Li Heishui nodded thoughtfully. His knowledge of external affairs was limited, thus he refrained from speaking further. Suddenly, as Wei Qingxi and Lin Wudao faced off, several figures emerged from the Xuantian Sword Palace's spiritual vessel. At the forefront stood an extraordinary young man clad in black, exuding remarkable talent and potential. Through the divine eye, Lin Wudao discerned that this individual was Lin Xuanjian, the 10th true disciple of the Xuantian Sword Palace and the youngest true disciple in a millennium. Having cultivated for 22 years, he had achieved the pinnacle of the Luotian mirror. Chapter 162, with the power of Luotian. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiantian, the city lord, Wei Qingxi, stood behind a man named Lin Xuanjian. He was the 10th true disciple of the Xuantian Sword Palace. Having commenced his training at the tender age of 3, in a mere 22 years, he achieved the pinnacle of the Luotian realm, earning a formidable reputation in the Qingtian domain. Furthermore, Lin Xuanjian was also ranked 98th on the Great Wilderness Talents list. His family was a significant force in its own right, boasting a lineage that spanned over 5,000 years, replete with heritage. Suddenly, the calm voice of Yin Siming echoed softly. The Great Wilderness Talents list? His heart stirred slightly as he cast another glance at Lin Xuanjian. This list must feature the most outstanding talents from the 12 major domains of the Great Wilderness, correct? Indeed, Yin Siming continued. The Great Wilderness Talents list, crafted by the Human Realm Tower, includes 108 of the most exceptional beings within the Great Wilderness, all of whom are endowed with extraordinary gifts. Although Lin Xuanjian holds the 98th position, it is still a remarkable feat he is the only one from the Xuantian Sword Palace to be selected. And who occupies the top position? City Lord, you would never guess that the number 1 on the Great Wilderness Talents list hails from our Jiuzhou territory. From Jiuzhou? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wudao's eyes. Who is it? The esteemed princess of the Daxia dynasty, Yan Huihuang. Yan Huihuang? Lin Wudao seemed to recall having heard this name before. Yan Huihuang, the foremost talent of the Great Wilderness, is rumored to possess the gifts of a sage. She has also arrived at the Blackwater Ancient City for this journey to the Celestial Path. Possessing the gifts of a sage, you say? Lin Wudao chuckled lightly, a glint of interest igniting in his gaze. Such a figure, I must witness for myself. On the Xuantian Sword Palace's spirit vessel, Lin Xuanjian quietly approached Wei Qingxi from behind. Junior sister, what captivates your attention? I sense a murderous intent radiating from you. And I recall you mentioning a sworn enemy from the Jiuzhou territory. Could it be that he has arrived here as well? As he spoke, he discreetly glanced towards Lin Wudao's location. Indeed, I was injured by a man named Lin Wudao, and I was fortunate enough to escape with my life. Now, he too has come here. Is that him? Lin Xuanjian pointed directly at Lin Wudao. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingxi nodded gently. Fear not, junior sister. I shall seek justice for you. How could I trouble my senior brother? Since you have addressed me as senior brother, I cannot stand idly by while you are wrong. Someone, as his words fell, a stern, middle-aged man stepped out from the spirit vessel, approaching Lin Xuanjian with respect. Young master, what are your orders? Lin Jiao, take my Xuantian sword symbol and test that man's strength and background. If possible, eliminate him and bring me his head. Lin Xuanjian pointed towards Lin Wudao. With that, he concluded his instructions. A piece of ancient blue sword talisman was presented, containing the full force of a peak Xiantian strike. Upon receiving the command, Lin Jiao displayed no hesitation. He immediately drew forth an 8th-tier ancient spirit weapon, a bronze halberd, and charged fiercely towards Lin Wudao. Be careful, city lord. In the distance, Lin Wudao was engaged in casual conversation with Yin Siming and Li Heishui when suddenly, a startled exclamation from Li Qingsheng broke the calm. Upon closer inspection, a remarkably fierce figure wielding a bronze halberd surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lin Wudao. City lord, Li Heishui was taken aback. From Lin Jiao, he sensed an overwhelming terror. In an instant, his expression turned gravely serious. However, in contrast, Lin Wudao remained as composed as ever, his demeanor unperturbed. Boom. Just as Lin Jiao was about to reach him, a tremendous sword aura suddenly rent the air, enveloped in a fierce and malevolent momentum, striking out with great force. With a deep thud, Lin Jiao was sent flying backward, only managing to stabilize himself 100 feet away. The one who intervened was none other than Li Zongtian. So powerful. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as they witnessed the terrifying combat prowess displayed by Li Zongtian. Both Li Heishui and Li Qingqing widened their eyes in astonishment. The aura emanating from Li Zongtian was profoundly deep and restrained. Initially, they believed him to possess no more than the strength of a Zhoutian realm cultivator. Little did they know, he could actually repel a fierce opponent like Lin Jiao with a single strike. This was at least the cultivation level of a perfected Luotian. Li Qingqing murmured, "Is it possible?" Upon hearing this, Li Heishui felt a tremor in his heart, falling silent. Simultaneously, on the spirit vessel, Lin Xianjun and Wei Qingxi exchanged concerned glances. How could this individual possess such strength? Lin Jie was on the verge of breaking through to the Xuantian realm, significantly surpassing the combat capabilities of a perfected Luotian cultivator. Yet now he had been repelled by this person with a single sword strike? Both being Luotian realm cultivators, how could such a disparity exist? Lin Xianjun narrowed his eyes, sensing that Li Zongtian was indeed extraordinary. However, with his own insights and abilities, he could not fathom the depths and true nature of Li Zongtian. With this thought, Lin Xianjun turned his gaze towards the two elders behind him. Elder Yin, is that person also of the Luotian realm? Indeed. One of the elderly figures in green slightly nodded. That individual appears to be a servant of Lin Wudao. His cultivation has not reached the Xuantian realm. Otherwise, with that one strike, Lin Jiao would have perished. Therefore, he is at most a perfected Luotian. However, in terms of talent and foundation, he surpasses Lin Jiao. Elder Yin Jinshan spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianjun's brow furrowed even tighter. Elder, are you suggesting that Lin Jiao will be defeated? Indeed. In the span of 3 breaths, he would be subdued. 3 breaths? Lin Xuanjun found it hard to believe. The disparity was simply too great. Boom. Just as he was secretly astonished, a tremendous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a faint cry of agony. Raising his gaze, he beheld Li Zongtian unleashing 3 successive sword strikes. The first 2 waves of sword energy were desperately countered by Lin Jiao, yet the third, the Xuantian sword energy, severed his left arm with chilling precision. The man was sent flying. His combat prowess was on par with that of an initial Xuantian realm cultivator. Lin Xuanjun clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a flicker of shock. He prided himself on being a remarkable talent, having cultivated for 22 years to reach the pinnacle of the Luotian realm. Even with all his might, he could only slightly fend off attacks from the Xuantian realm. He could not suppress them. After all, the chasm between the Luotian and Xuantian realms was vast. Yet, what left him incredulous was that a mere servant beside Lin Wudao possessed such terrifying combat strength. Lin Wudao was undoubtedly not a simple character. He pondered in silence. If a servant could exhibit such astonishing power, what of Lin Wudao himself? To what realm did his strength ascend? Was he of the Luotian realm? Or even a higher Xuantian realm? At that moment, Lin Xuanjun found himself grappling with self-doubt for the first time. In the same realm, Li Zongtian was not inferior to him. If Lin Wudao surpassed Li Zongtian, did that not imply that his cultivation and strength were above his own? The more he contemplated, the graver Lin Xuanjun's expression became. Boom. While he was lost in thought, Lin Jiao, cornered with no escape, shattered the Jiang Sword talisman in a moment of desperation. In an instant, a terrifying azure sword energy surged skyward, striking Li Zongtian with blinding speed. A peak Xuantian blow could easily kill, Lin Xuanjun thought with satisfaction. However, just as his smile began to form, it froze upon his face. For, under the onslaught of the Jiang Sword talisman, although Li Zongtian was sent flying, he swiftly regained his footing, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuanjun's pupils constricted. Even Yin Zhanshan behind him exhibited a trace of astonishment. This man possesses an incredibly powerful physique. In that moment, he felt an intensified curiosity towards Lin Wudao. Boom. Just as they directed all their attention toward Li Zongtian, an enigmatic figure stealthily emerged from the void. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he struck out, shattering the spiritual vessel of the Jiang Sword Palace. What is happening? Who is this? The turn of events was far too sudden. Even Yin Zhanshan and the others were caught unprepared. They could hardly believe that someone would dare to lay hands on the Jiang Sword Palace. Yet, by the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. The assailant had acted. Before him stood the formidable avatar of Lin Wudao. Who dares to provoke me at the Jiang Sword Palace? Lin Xuanjun bellowed in fury. At that moment, he had swiftly distanced himself from the shattered spiritual vessel, his cold gaze sweeping across the void, and he immediately turned his attention towards the location where Lin Wudao had been. Where is he? Not seeing Lin Wudao's figure, he was about to search frantically in every direction. Boom. Just as he turned, an ancient black bell suddenly traversed the void, enveloping him with a majestic and overwhelming force, crashing down upon him with tremendous impact. A piercing scream echoed as, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Xuanjian plummeted from the void, spewing blood. At the same moment, a chilling figure materialized behind him, gripping his throat with an iron grasp. Chapter 163. The Peril of Wei Qingxi. What? Lin Xuanjian has been subdued? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Initially, they were engrossed in the fierce battle between Li Zongtian and Lin Jiao, unaware that the spiritual vessel housing the Jiang Sword Palace had suddenly been shattered. The individuals aboard the vessel hastily fled. Among them, Wei Qingxi accompanied Yin Zhanshan and others, escaping unscathed. However, Lin Xuanjian was far less fortunate, as he was directly subdued. The assailant was none other than Lin Wudao. Lin Wudao, release my senior brother Lin, or the Jiang Sword Palace shall not forgive you, came Wei Qingxi's icy voice from a distance. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Lin Xuanjian being held by the throat by Lin Wudao, the elders of the Jiang Sword Palace, including Yin Zhanshan, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their eyes ignited with intense fury, directed at Lin Wudao, infused with an overwhelming aura of murder. Lin Wudao, relinquish Lin Xuanjian, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Yin Zhanshan's voice was chillingly resolute, laden with menace. However, Lin Wudao remained unfazed by his words. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he tightened his grip on Lin Xuanjian's neck and steadily returned to his original position, his countenance as impassive as ever. Let us strike a bargain, Lin Wudao suddenly proposed after a moment of silence. A bargain? This declaration left everyone present in disbelief, particularly Yin Zhanshan and his companions. What sort of bargain do you propose? Quite simple. Your most distinguished disciple of the Jiang Sword Palace is currently in my grasp. Meanwhile, my adversary Wei Qingxi is in your possession. Should you eliminate Wei Qingxi, I shall release Lin Xuanjian. His calm voice resonated, deliberate and collected. What? To kill Wei Qingxi in exchange for Lin Xuanjian's life? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions mirroring shock and disbelief as they regarded Lin Wudao with wild eyes. This was an unabashed threat. The Jiang Sword Palace, a formidable force within the Qingsong realm, has held a prestigious reputation for millennia, a sanctuary sought after by countless beings. No one had ever dared to threaten them. Yet, here in this modest Blackwater ancient city, such a scene unfolded. If word of this incident were to spread, the Jiang Sword Palace would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the Qingtian domain, suffering a grievous loss of face. The thought of such an outcome sent shivers down their spines. Is Lin Wudao out of his mind, daring to provoke the Jiang Sword Palace? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This is either madness or sheer folly. The Jiang Sword Palace is a colossal entity dominating its territory. How could this mere den of iniquity even dare to contend with them? His audacity knows no bounds. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Clearly, Lin Wudao's demands had profoundly shaken them. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qingxi's expression changed dramatically, her icy gaze suddenly filled with intense panic and unease. She began to feel flustered. How could you be unwilling? As if sensing the turmoil in Wei Qingxi's eyes, Lin Wudao's unhurried voice echoed once more. As he spoke, his large hand exerted a sudden force, causing Lin Xuanjian to immediately spew blood from his throat. This individual was the most outstanding direct disciple of the Xuantian Sword Palace in a millennium. The sole genius to have made it onto the Grand Wilderness Talents list, he was the pride and glory of the Xuantian Sword Palace. Could his life possibly be worth less than that of a mere Wei Qingxi? Lin Wudao chuckled softly. The crowd was astounded. It seemed he intended to publicly force Wei Qingxi to her demise. Although Wei Qingxi was also a member of the Xuantian Sword Palace, her exceptional talent paled in comparison to Lin Xuanjian's. In terms of both strength and background, she simply fell short. The death of Wei Qingxi would merely mean the loss of a somewhat talented individual for the Xuantian Sword Palace. However, the death of Lin Xuanjian would represent a complete loss of dignity. The repercussions would be far greater. Weighing the two losses, they seem to have reached a decision very well. We agree. We shall exchange Wei Qingxi's life. Elder Yin, you upon hearing this, Wei Qingxi was utterly shocked. She was about to turn and flee, but how could she match the strength of Yin Zhanshan? In an instant, a large hand reached out, capturing her effortlessly. Wei Qingxi, the Xuantian Sword Palace shall remember you. Depart now, crack. Without allowing Wei Qingxi a moment to speak, Yin Zhanshan crushed her neck, extinguishing all signs of life. Thud. He then casually tossed her lifeless body at Lin Wudao's feet. The entire process was swift and resolute. Witnessing this scene, The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Yin Zhinshan was indeed a ruthless character. To speak frankly, Wei Qingxi's value to the Xuantian Sword Palace was certainly inferior to that of Lin Xuanjian. Would Lin Wudao truly release them? It remained uncertain, but one could hope at this moment. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Wudao. I have complied with your request and personally taken Wei Qingxi's life. May we now release our people? Yin Zhinshan's countenance was frigid. At this, Lin Wudao smiled amiably and nodded. Indeed, I am a man of my word. His smile remained unchanged, yet inwardly he communicated with the system. System. How much fortune is required to upgrade the Great Five Elements Sword Array to a level capable of subduing the pinnacle of Xiantian? This time, he chose not to enhance Li Zongtian's strength, but rather to upgrade the Great Five Elements Sword Array, for he needed formidable power to instill awe in the world. Simultaneously, he wished to showcase the might of the City of Sin to all of humanity. All of this must be accomplished by him personally. The system responded. The Great Five Elements Sword Array has been upgraded to the second tier, capable of slaying beings at the pinnacle of the Void Sky Realm, requiring 5 million fortune points. The upgrade to the third tier allows for the extermination of beings at the zenith of the Cosmic Cycle Realm, needing 10 million fortune points. To advance to the fourth tier, it can vanquish entities at the apex of the Celestial Realm, requiring 20 million fortune points. The fifth tier can eliminate beings at the supreme level of the Profound Sky Realm, necessitating 30 million fortune points. In total, a sum of 65 million is required. Upgrade to the fifth tier. Lin Wudao declared without hesitation, for he had an abundance of fortune points. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 65 million fortune points and successfully upgraded the Great Five Elements Sword Array to the fifth tier. Upon invocation, it can slay beings at the pinnacle of the Profound Sky Realm. Note, the Great Five Elements Sword Array above the fifth tier can be integrated into your body, allowing you to unleash the sword aura with a mere gesture. The integration of the sword array within oneself, enabling the projection of sword energy? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Wudao felt invigorated. He had been contemplating how to conceal the Great Five Elements Sword Array, yet the fifth tier granted such an ability. It was like a timely rain. With a thought, 5 ancient swords materialized above his dantian, profound and enigmatic, emanating an overwhelming sword intent. Just as the thought arose, a terrifying sword energy surged, eager to burst forth from his body. The sword energy unleashed was destined to annihilate the profound sky. Lin Wudao, why do you still hesitate to release him? As Lin Wudao lingered, Yin Zhinshan's voice grew increasingly frigid, seemingly concerned that Lin Wudao might renege on his word. I have stated that I would release him. You need not worry. With a gentle smile, Lin Wudao promptly loosened his grip on Lin Xuanjian's neck. Coughing violently, Lin Xuanjian expelled a mouthful of fresh blood and dared not hesitate, immediately rushing towards Yin Zhinshan and the others with utmost speed. However, he had underestimated Lin Wudao. Boom. Just as Lin Xuanjian took his first step, a surge of Great Five Elements Sword energy struck him directly.